What immense audacity. You actually dare sneak into Tianma Palace to assassinate this palace. I must admit I rather appreciate your courage. Before you die, I can grant you one final request. Night draped the heavens, the moonlight cold and sinister. The heartless demon Empress Feng Yue stood upon a blood-red flying sword traversing the void, her frosty eyes resting upon Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan stood on a cliff edge, his dantian shattered, blood pouring ceaselessly as his aura withered. This was a world of martial cultivation. The dantian was the very source of true qi. Once damaged, it became a fatal wound from which there was no return. In other words, Lin Xuan was as good as dead. Yet at this moment, though Lin Xuan's face was twisted in pain, a faint joy gleamed within his eyes. Clad in snow-white robes, long locks falling over his temples, Lin Xuan's handsome features were like an exiled immortal stepping out of a painting. Stained by fresh blood, his figure gained an additional touch of otherworldly, almost demonic allure. Damn it, it's finally going to be over. Lin Xuan breathed as though a great weight had been lifted. He was a transmigrator, once a model youth on Blue Star, who inexplicably crossed over into a grand martial world straight out of a wish fulfillment story. After crossing over, he was astonished to discover that this martial world teemed with all kinds of so-called children of fortune. There were divorced youths who rose against the heavens after a broken engagement, naturally supreme prodigies whose supreme bones were dug out, and countless other tropes fused into one colossal world of wish fulfillment narratives. Unfortunately, the one enjoying the fun was never him. Lin Xuan, a holy crown prince of the upper realms Hanlin sacred dynasty, was a peerless prodigy, with vast influence, grasping sun, moon, and stars in his hand, invincible among countless peers of his generation. This time Lin Xuan had descended from the upper realm to the lower, sent by the Hanlin sacred dynasty to temper himself in preparation for the future struggle over the holy emperor's throne. With such a resplendent background, Lin Xuan could not feel any joy at all. For he knew that in a wish fulfillment world, someone like him was nothing more than a textbook villainous tool existing to draw hatred and heighten the protagonist's sense of satisfaction. At best, he would be a minor boss in some small arc of the story. And everyone knew perfectly well how cannon fodder tools ended up. Before his transmigration, Lin Xuan had clearly been a fool. Provoked by the child of fortune Xiaohua, he had actually come to assassinate the invincible, heartless demon empress of this realm, Feng Yue. In the end, his dantian was pierced through by Feng Yue, and he now faced certain death. Fortunately, I crossed over in time and awakened a system. As long as I undergo this death, I can be reborn as the male lead of a wish fulfillment story. Lin Xuan exhaled, his heart filled with relief. He could feel the power within his body rapidly ebbing away, and he knew that this day had finally arrived. It's a pity I never got to take revenge on that child of fortune Xiaohua, who doomed the original Lin Xuan. After I reincarnate, I'll make him regret ever living in this world. Hey, it's finally going to be my turn to be the male lead. Lin Xuan thought to himself, and as he thought, he could not help but start laughing. Have you gone mad? On the verge of death, and you can still laugh. Feng Yue frowned slightly as she looked at Lin Xuan, finding him utterly incomprehensible. Over the years, the number of people she had slain was no less than 8 or 10,000. Before death, some wept bitterly, some were indifferent, and some faced life and death without fear. Yet this was the first time Feng Yue had seen someone grinning like a fool from a landlord's family at the brink of death. Lin Xuan snapped back to himself and looked at Feng Yue. Draped in black gauze with peerless beauty that placed her at the very top of the absolute beauty ranking, Feng Yue was also the youngest martial emperor-level expert in the Kanglin realm. Lin Xuan knew that within the arranged plot, Feng Yue was destined to be a wish-fulfillment female lead, fated to be eventually conquered by some rising child of fortune. Since I'm going to die anyway, I refuse to leave any regrets behind. Lin Xuan drew in a deep breath and thought to himself. Then he said to Feng Yue, "Ahem, heartless empress, your title is truly well-deserved. Come closer. Before I die, there is still an unfulfilled wish. Come to my side, and I will tell you." Feng Yue's brows knit together, yet she still moved up to stand before Lin Xuan. The two were separated by only 3 qi. Closer still. This concerns a secret of the upper realm. Lin Xuan said, his face pale. Upper realm. Feng Yue's eyes immediately lit up. She knew Lin Xuan hailed from the vast upper realm and possessed an extraordinary background. Precisely because of this, he had to die today. For if the Hanlin sacred dynasty of the upper realm learned that she had slain their holy crown prince, the future consequences would be inexhaustible. To kill this holy crown prince and still gain secrets of the upper realm. This was a tremendous bargain. Feng Yue stepped closer until they were face to face. "Speak," she said. Feng Yue spoke coldly. "In the upper realm, the path to immortality has not yet been severed." Lin Xuan's breath was like gossamer as he narrated slowly. His voice grew ever fainter. At the mention of immortality, Feng Yue's breathing stalled. Unconsciously, she leaned even closer to Lin Xuan, wanting to hear every word clearly. "There is a treasure in my mouth." Lin Xuan's voice dwindled to a whisper, and Feng Yue could not help but lean right up to him. A treasure. What treasure? Holding her breath, Feng Yue focused all her attention on Lin Xuan. The supreme treasure of the upper realm, the Chaos Pearl. It can traverse the barrier between the two realms and open the path to immortality. Lin Xuan's voice was slurred and faint. It is said that a dying man's words are kind and true. Knowing Lin Xuan's life was hanging by a thread, Feng Yue let down her guard completely. Hearing him, she reflexively lowered her head, wanting to take the fabled Chaos Pearl from his mouth. At that very moment, the corner of Lin Xuan's mouth curved upward in a mocking smile. Drawing upon his final shred of strength, he suddenly sprang forward. With Feng Yue's strength, Lin Xuan would normally never have been able even to approach her. But the distance between them was now far too small, and Feng Yue's mind was fixed entirely on the so-called Chaos Pearl of the upper realm. She never imagined Lin Xuan still harbored ill intent. Lin Xuan stretched out both arms, and with a speed that would put even thunder to shame, instantly seized Feng Yue in an embrace and dove toward her crimson lips. A soft smack resounded. For a heartbeat, time itself seemed to freeze between heaven and earth. Feeling warmth and softness upon her lips, Feng Yue's delicate body trembled, as though struck by lightning, her mind going utterly blank. What did you do to me?" Feng Yue cried out in shock. In that instant, all notions of a heartless empress or peerless powerhouse vanished. She was like a startled little rabbit. Lin Xuan laughed. He knew the plot well, knew that Feng Yue's strength was immense and her purity unblemished. All these years she had barely interacted with any man, devoting herself single-mindedly to cultivating her realm. This demonic kiss of his would undoubtedly etch itself into Feng Yue's memory for the rest of her life. Since the child of fortune Xiaohua had plotted against him, he would make sure Xiaohua's female lead remembered him forever as well. Farewell, Empress. With a trace of satisfied smile at his lips, Lin Xuan's aura dissipated. His body crashed heavily to the ground, utterly lifeless. Silence. An overwhelming stillness descended. Feng Yue stood rooted to the spot, at a loss for words for a long time. Then her face flushed a rapid crimson, her entire body trembling. "Lecher, you have sullied this palace's purity. Feng Yue's face burned with shyness as the sword in her hand flared with killing intent, yet the next instant, she froze once more. Lin Xuan was, after all, already dead. Even in death, there was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, as though he had left this world deeply content. It was infuriating. Feng Yue frowned, a hint of puzzlement flickering in her beautiful eyes. Why would he spend his final breath just to steal a kiss from this palace? On the path of martial cultivation, Feng Yue's talent was heaven-defying, but in matters between men and women, she was a blank sheet of paper. She simply could not understand. If I cannot unravel this matter, my Tao heart will surely become unstable and future breakthroughs will be difficult. No, I cannot let him remain dead. Feng Yue drew a deep breath, resolve firming across her face. With that thought, Feng Yue produced a golden pill. The moment it appeared, a faint fragrance permeated the air. 9 pill patterns coiled around it. This was a supreme 9th-grade pill of the Kanglin realm. The golden radiance flickered and leapt into Lin Xuan's body. His once icy-cold flesh began slowly to regain a trace of blood and warmth. Once this palace has uncovered the cause and effect, I will make you long for life, yet be unable to die. Feng Yue's mind was in turmoil as a surge of true qi swept out, wrapping around Lin Xuan's body as she sped toward Tianma Palace. In the Kanglin realm, on Blackwood Cliff, stood the Heavenly Demon Palace. Within this palace resided a peerless demonic physician named Huarong, said to be able to bring the dead back to life and restore ruined flesh, his medical skills having reached the pinnacle. Huarong was currently refining pills in the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion of the Heavenly Demon Palace. A dark shadow flashed past, and the ethereal figure of Feng Yue appeared, her presence transcendent. The vast oppressive might of a martial emperor swept through the pavilion. Huarong pays respect to the Empress. Huarong hastily knelt to salute her. Rise. This person is the Holy Crown Prince of the Upper Realm's Hanlin Sacred Dynasty. He died upon Blackwood Cliff within my palace. For fear that those from the Upper Realm will come seeking vengeance, you are to revive him at once. Feng Yue's expression was icy as she ordered Huarong, the Holy Crown Prince of the Hanlin Sacred Dynasty. Huarong drew in a sharp breath, then could not help feeling puzzled. Although the Upper Realm's Hanlin Sacred Dynasty possessed heaven-defying power and could crush the lower realm without effort, it was still extremely difficult for the Hanlin Sacred Dynasty to descend and wage war. With Feng Yue's ruthless temperament, she would naturally not fear the Hanlin Sacred Dynasty of the Upper Realm. Why then did she now insist on saving this so-called Holy Crown Prince? Yet Huarong felt some fear of Feng Yue's might and dared not ask further. He cupped his hands and said, "Very well, allow this old man to take a look first." Huarong received Lin Xuan's body from Feng Yue's hands and discovered that this person's dantian had been destroyed and his physical injuries were grievous. Originally, it was a certain death situation. Yet his life had actually been forcibly prolonged by the Heavenly Demon Palace's 9th grade pill, the Heavenly Fragrance Dustless Pill. Heavens this! Huarong knew that this Heavenly Fragrance Dustless Pill was the supreme divine medicine passed down within the Heavenly Demon Palace, and that over the past 100 years the palace had exhausted its resources to refine only a single pill. Such a divine medicine was meant for the martial emperors of the Heavenly Demon Palace through the generations of final foundation to prevent their fall. And yet this brat had consumed it. Thunder seemed to roar through Huarong's mind. He was so astonished he could not speak. He was old and shrewd and naturally guessed that this Heavenly Fragrance Dustless Pill must have been fed to the youth by Feng Yue herself. What Huarong found even more inconceivable was that on this brat's body there was actually a faint trace of Feng Yue's own fragrance. Could it be that this brat is the Empress's male favorite? This old man's worldview has been completely shattered today. Huarong thought to himself in secret. Is there a problem? Seeing Huarong remain silent for quite a while, Feng Yue could not help feeling a trace of nervousness and asked him. No. With the Heavenly Fragrance Dustless Pill extending his life, saving this brat is no difficult matter. It is just that with his Dantian destroyed, even if he survives he will find it hard ever to tread the martial path again. Huarong fell silent for a moment, then spoke by way of explanation. Feng Yue could not help letting out a quiet breath of relief. In other words, from this day on Lin Xuan would be a cripple, but that did not matter. So long as he stayed alive it was enough. That will do. When he has fully recovered, bring him. Feng Yue's expression did not change as she spoke. I obey the Empress's command. Huarong lifted his head to look at Feng Yue, his expression then turned somewhat strange, and he could not help asking, Your Majesty, are you feeling somewhat unwell today? Could it be that you are injured? Your lips are a bit too red. Though, it lends you an even more enchanting beauty. Feng Yue froze. Nonsense. My qi and blood are vigorous and my strength is formidable. Even if all the old monsters of the Kanglan realm joined hands, I would not fear them. How could I have been injured? Feng Yue spoke reflexively, but as the words left her lips, she suddenly came to her senses. Her peerlessly beautiful face flushed a deep crimson. This is not something you should concern yourself with. Feng Yue snorted coldly, flicked her long sleeve, and her figure vanished from where she stood, leaving the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion. That damned Lin Xuan kissing with such force, even biting this palace's lips. He nearly made me too ashamed to face anyone. In the main hall of the Heavenly Demon Palace, Feng Yue gnashed her teeth. She swore that if after Lin Xuan recovered, he could not give her a satisfactory explanation, she would make him regret ever being born in this world. In the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion, Lin Xuan opened his eyes in a daze. His entire body felt weightless and weak, utterly devoid of strength. So this is the underworld? Ow, being a ghost really is uncomfortable. Lin Xuan muttered to himself. You're awake. Huarong, seeing Lin Xuan regain consciousness, hurriedly stepped forward and reached out to take his pulse. Seeing Huarong, Lin Xuan jerked his hand back in fright, his face draining of color. This was a ghost of the underworld. This old ghost was really quite ugly, and the moment you come up you lay your hands all over me. So you're actually a lustful old ghost who doesn't bother to pick and choose. Don't you dare mess around. Otherwise I'll go complain to King Yama in a moment. Lin Xuan put on a fierce front despite his guilty conscience, trying to intimidate Huarong. Frowning, Huarong muttered, Wasn't it only the Dantian that was injured? How has his brain gone wrong as well? That shouldn't be possible. Brat, what exactly did you do to make our Empress go so far as to use the Heavenly Fragrance Dustless Pill to prolong your life? In the end, Huarong could no longer suppress the curiosity in his heart and subjected Lin Xuan to a soul-level interrogation. Empress, Heavenly Fragrance Dustless Pill. Lin Xuan's heart jolted violently. He swallowed hard, a hint of lingering fear in his tone as he asked Huarong, Don't tell me. I didn't die? The Empress you mentioned is Feng Yue, and what pill did she use to save me? Lin Xuan had thought of this possibility, but he truly did not wish to believe it. He very much hoped that the old man before him would tell him he was already deep in the underworld, well and truly dead. It seems your brain is fine, Huarong said with visible relief, nodding. Yes, that is exactly the case. Boom. Feng Yue, may the stars smite your ancestors. Lin Xuan's face suddenly turned deathly pale, his mind felt as though struck by thunder. Why did she save me? Lin Xuan murmured. So long as he died, he could reincarnate as the fated protagonist in some wish-fulfillment tale, from then on slapping faces all the way, rising from waste to greatness, and turning into a supreme, rich, and powerful figure. All he had done was steal a kiss from Feng Yue, so on what grounds had she cut off his destined fortune? Lin Xuan was completely numb. His once cold heart was left in tatters, scattered in the wind. Ding! Detected that the host's reincarnation has failed. System recalibrating. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Xuan's mouth twitched twice. He knew that the reincarnation system only granted a single chance, and because of Feng Yue, he had completely failed. Reincarnation protagonist system cancelled. Grand Villain System now officially online. Grand Villain System. Lin Xuan's eyes instantly lit up. Lin Xuan hurriedly began to examine the new system's functions. As its name implied with the Grand Villain System, he was to become a great antagonist able to seize the fortunes and opportunities of protagonists favored by destiny and plunder their luck value. Host Lin Xuan. Qualification Heaven Rank 9th Grade. Realm Martial Practitioner, 1st Layer. Villain value 500 points can be increased by seizing the luck of protagonists favored by destiny. A villain value can open them all and be exchanged for treasures and cultivation arts. At this moment, because his Dantian had been crippled, Lin Xuan had fallen from a martial spirit 9th layer expert all the way down to a mere martial practitioner of the 1st layer, his cultivation entirely lost. In the martial world, cultivation realms were divided into martial practitioner, martial master, martial spirit, martial lord, martial king, martial emperor, and so on, each realm comprising 9 layers. As a stage-specific villain set against a protagonist of destiny, Lin Xuan inherently possessed 500 points of villain value. Although my cultivation has been abolished, there are many protagonists favored by destiny in this world, and I am thoroughly familiar with their plots. As long as I seize their luck, I still have a chance to soar. After understanding the Grand Villain System's functions, boundless heroic ambition surged forth in Lin Xuan's heart. The knot of frustration in Lin Xuan's heart was completely swept away. Brat, since you've woken up, come with me to seeing Lin Xuan frown one moment and laugh the next. Huarong could make no sense of it. After a moment of silence, he spoke to Lin Xuan. Is there any chance I could decline this request? Lin Xuan fell silent for a moment before cautiously asking. To be honest, the person Lin Xuan least wanted to see right now was Feng Yue. He knew that although her strength was heaven-defying, and she was the supreme empress, she was upright and pure as ice, and despite being the leader of the demonic path, she remained chaste and devoted herself solely to the great Tao of absolute emotion. Most importantly, she was destined to become the woman of Shao with a child of fortune. Yes, that bastard was the one who had sent the original owner of this body to assassinate Feng Yue. The very thought reignited a blaze of anger within Lin Xuan. And now he was the one who had stolen Feng Yue's first kiss. Honestly, Lin Xuan feared that if he met her face to face, she would split him in half on the spot. Huarong's mouth twitched when he heard Lin Xuan's words. He shook his head and said, "Kid, wake up. You are currently in the Demon Heaven Palace on Blackwood Cliff. The Empress has summoned you. Do you honestly think you can refuse?" The last person who refused her now has grass over 10 feet tall growing atop his grave. With a sudden spring, Lin Xuan leaped straight off the bed. In the blink of an eye, he had thrown on his robe. "Take me to see your Empress immediately. We must not keep her waiting," Lin Xuan declared with the utmost seriousness, leaving Huarong completely dumbfounded by his abrupt change in demeanor. Huarong shook his head and led Lin Xuan out of the Hall of Heavenly Healing, heading straight toward the Empress Palace on the Demon Heaven Peak, the main summit of Blackwood Cliff. He knew that Lin Xuan was the holy prince of the sacred imperial dynasty in the upper realm, a man of exalted status. As for the connection between Lin Xuan and Feng Yue, Huarong could not quite make sense of it. Inside the Empress Palace, Feng Yue sat high upon her throne. Her black robes combined with the dark devil throne forged from obsidian accentuated her noble, cold, and alluring bearing. Feng Yue dismissed Huarong and turned her gaze toward Lin Xuan. At the sight of his handsome features, her heart trembled as if she had suddenly recalled that kiss from before. "Greetings, Empress." Lin Xuan made a respectful bow with an utterly composed expression. At this moment he appeared perfectly calm with an air of leisurely indifference. Feng Yue narrowed her beautiful eyes and asked, "Lin Xuan, you have quite some nerve daring to lay your hands. Do you know why I saved your life?" Hearing her words, Lin Xuan forced a wry smile in reply. "I imagine your majesty is still unsatisfied and wishes to slay me once more." Feng Yue nodded. It seemed this fellow's mind was perfectly sound. On the contrary, he was exceptionally clever. "Do not think that just because you are some holy prince of the upper realm you may act recklessly before me. Tell me when you did." "Ahem. That to me what was your intent? If you fail to provide a proper explanation, I have over 100 ways to make you wish you were dead, yet unable to die." Lin Xuan's body stiffened. If there truly were over 100 ways to die, he would surely choose dying of bliss. Unfortunately, he could only keep that thought to himself and would never dare utter it to Feng Yue. But what could he possibly say? Was he supposed to explain that he had simply wanted to leave a psychological scar on Feng Yue before facing death? Now that the system had changed, Lin Xuan had no desire to die. He exhaled lightly, raised his head, and said, "Because I like you." Boom. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck directly inside Feng Yue's mind. She had imagined 100 possible reasons, but never had she expected Lin Xuan to confess his feelings to her. What in the world? All these years people had schemed against Feng Yue, feared her, worshipped her. But no bold and reckless fool had ever simply said, "I like you," to her face. At that moment Feng Yue's Tao heart, the heart of a war emperor, was thrown into complete turmoil. You shameless rogue, do you even realize what you are saying? Feng Yui's phoenix brows shot upward as she suddenly roared. A colossal imperial pressure erupted, sweeping across the entire Empress Palace. Beneath that terrifying aura, Lin Xuan was nothing more than an ant. In an instant it felt as though 10,000 great mountains had been piled upon him. His flesh, bones, and joints creaked and groaned under the strain, as if the next moment he would be crushed into a pulp by Feng Yui's overwhelming might. Although Lin Xuan had been reborn, his cultivation had drastically diminished. Facing the imperial pressure of the War Emperor, now he was like a lone leaf boat adrift upon a raging sea, utterly powerless to resist. Yet his face remained filled with unyielding resolve. Feng Yue, I am a man, a true man. What is there that I dare not say? I like you. In the eyes of others you are an exalted and unapproachable empress. But in my eyes are filled only with you, more radiant than a billion stars. Lin Xuan straightened his chest and proclaimed loudly under the imperial pressure, his voice clear, sonorous, and resolute. My eyes are filled only with you, more radiant than a billion stars. This was too beautiful, too moving. Feng Yui's heart shook violently. In all her years of life, she had never heard such a confession before. It completely shattered her worldview. Without even realizing it, Feng Yue withdrew her oppressive aura. In truth, given her cultivation, had she truly unleashed her full might, 10,000 Lin Xuans would have died on the spot. She had only been somewhat humiliated and angered, deliberately giving Lin Xuan a little taste of hardship. Yet even in the face of life and death, he still confessed to her. Such sincerity moved Feng Yue, and she no longer wished to harm him. You? What nonsense are you spouting? Feng Yue looked flustered like a startled rabbit, her eyes darting away as she clearly lost her composure. Safe. He had succeeded, having lived 2 lifetimes. And in this one, as the holy prince of the sacred imperial dynasty, Lin Xuan was practically an expert when it came to matters of romance. The foremost playboy of the sacred dynasty, the jade-faced player prince. His reputation was hardly undeserved. Lin Xuan could naturally tell that Feng Yue was merely putting up a front, fierce on the outside, but weak within. In truth, his worthless life was already saved. Lin Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. No, I am not spouting nonsense. I have lived all these years. And this is the clearest moment of my entire life. Feng Yue, everything I have done is for you. Lin Xuan continued, his words firm and unwavering. But then why did you come to assassinate me? Feng Yue bit her lip lightly. Assassinate you? Do you really think that if I intended to kill you, I would have come alone? Do you honestly believe I could slay a war emperor? Do you still not understand the true reason behind my actions? Everything I did was simply to get closer to you. Lin Xuan gazed into Feng Yui's eyes with profound affection. In his clear jet-black pupils seemed to dwell a billion stars and boundless tenderness, enough to make any woman lose herself. To get closer to me. That was true. Back then he was merely at the martial spirit realm, so how could he possibly have harmed her in the slightest? Feng Yue began to rationalize everything in her mind, too flustered to meet his gaze, and lowered her head. Feng Yue thought, if a mere martial spirit dared to come assassinate me, how foolish would that person have to be? Lin Xuan thought, damn. The original owner, a martial spirit, dared to assassinate a war emperor. How foolish could he have been? Seeing Feng Yui's bashful expression, the weight in Lin Xuan's heart finally lifted completely. I have felt the wind that once brushed past you. Does that count as an embrace? I have walked the path that you once walked. Does that count as a meeting? I still like you, like the wind that has traveled 80,000 li without ever asking when it might return. I still like you. Earnest yet timid, faithful from beginning to end. Feng Yue, please go out with me. Overflowing with tenderness, Lin Xuan walked step by step across the great hall toward Feng Yue. Every step seemed to land squarely upon the chambers of her heart. Unable to withstand such an onslaught any longer, Feng Yue lowered her head, feeling the burning heat on her cheeks, and let out a faint word as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully claiming the Child of Fortune's destined woman, Feng Yue, from the fate of the Child of Fortune, Xiaohua. A system notification rang out within Lin Xuan's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 500 villain points. In addition, because this is your first time seizing the fortune of a Child of Destiny, you are hereby awarded a rejuvenating foundation establishment pill and a heaven tier 9th rank cultivation art, the devouring origin creation scripture. Deprive the Child of Destiny Xiaohua of 100 points of fortune. Children of Destiny are shielded by the heavenly Taoist providence, able to turn disasters into blessings and encounter one stroke of luck after another. If a Child of Destiny's fortune is too high, he cannot be killed, otherwise karmic consequences will cling to you. If his fortune is too low, then he can be killed. Host, do your utmost to strip away the Child of Destiny's fortune. Lin Xuan could understand this message. After all, those children of destiny were darlings of the heavenly Tao, beings beyond reason. Some villains clearly had the power to easily suppress a child of destiny, yet they insisted on making a 3-year pact, and ended up being overturned by him in the end. This was not because the villain was stupid. In truth, it was the influence of fortune. In other words, when a child of destiny's fortune was too high, killing him was extremely difficult. But if a child of destiny's fortune was too low, he was like a grasshopper after autumn, not long for this world. Ding! The villain mall has been unlocked. The host may use villain points to shop in the mall. Friendly reminder: spend rationally, a waste is shameful. A series of system chimes rang in Lin Xuan's mind. At once more information appeared in his sea of consciousness. Heaven tier 9th rank. A fine cultivation art. Lin Xuan's heart was suddenly wild with delight. In this martial world, cultivation arts were divided into 4 grades: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, and each grade was further divided into 9 ranks. A heaven tier 9th rank cultivation art represented the very ceiling of the martial world. In the Kanglan realm, it was exceedingly rare for 1,000 ages, and even in the upper realm Hanlin dynasty, it was as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Devouring origin creation scripture, it devours all things, and refines them for one's own use, plunders the origin essence of others, and elevates one's cultivation. Once cultivated to the 9th-fold great perfection, it can transform into the heaven-swallowing demon art. In a certain great world, there was once an empress who used this divine art to refine the peerless prodigies of 10,000 ages. In the end, she proved the Tao and attained the position of great emperor, styling herself the Ruthless One. The synopsis of the devouring origin creation scripture instantly appeared in Lin Xuan's mind. The Ruthless Empress. Lin Xuan drew in a sharp breath. He had never imagined that the devouring origin creation scripture, once cultivated to the realm of great perfection, could become the heaven-swallowing demon art exclusive to the Empress. Lin Xuan naturally knew of the Ruthless Empress, a prodigy of her generation, peerlessly elegant, whose brilliance had astonished the ages. Among her words, one line from the Ruthless Empress was especially renowned: "I have no wish to become an immortal, I only wish to wait for your return in the mortal world." The devouring origin creation scripture can devour the power of prodigies from all worlds. Moreover, this rejuvenating foundation establishment pill rewarded by the system can even help me return to the martial spirit realm. I have to say, system, you really understand me. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Lin Xuan's mouth. As a sacred prince of the Hanlin sacred dynasty, Lin Xuan cultivated the heaven-tier art of his dynasty, the Confucian sage art. However, because his Dantian had been destroyed by Feng Yue, more than 10 years of bitter cultivation had been reduced to nothing. But now not only could he return to the martial spirit realm, he could also obtain the devouring origin creation scripture, which surpassed the sacred dragon art. Wasn't this turning misfortune into a blessing? At the thought, the smile on Lin Xuan's face grew even more radiant. Feng Yue blushed. Feeling that Lin Xuan had been silent for a long time, she timidly raised her head and cast a glance at him. She only saw Lin Xuan standing there grinning foolishly. This silly fool is this happy. He really does treasure this empress. Feng Yue thought secretly, and the feeling was sweeter than honey. As the saying goes, a woman in love has a negative IQ. Even someone as powerful as Empress Feng Yue could not escape that rule. Forcing herself to fill in the gaps with wild imagination was the most fatal thing of all. Lin Xuan came to his senses and looked at Feng Yue, whose head was lowered, then gave a wry smile. He had heard that soft murmured from Feng Yue just now. Lin Xuan had only wanted to survive. He had never expected to successfully win over this empress, whose fame shook the Kanglan realm. Still, this feeling is quite nice. Lin Xuan's heart stirred as he looked at Feng Yue's kingdom-toppling beauty. A true man born between heaven and earth should awaken to hold the power of the world, and when drunk lie against the lap of a beauty. When he sees a beauty, of course, he should be wild and unruly, quick to repay favors and grudges, seize every chance to get close, and be a walking USB drive. Ahem. Off topic. Lin Xuan took a deep breath and slowly lowered his head. He gently kissed Feng Yue's forehead. The faint, subtle fragrance on Feng Yue's body inadvertently sent waves through Lin Xuan's heart. This dear tormentor is at it again. Feng Yue's delicate body jolted. Fortunately, this time Lin Xuan had only kissed her forehead. If he were to kiss her again. At that thought, Feng Yue panicked. "Don't!" she cried out. Then the power within her body erupted uncontrollably. Boom. What the hell? Before Lin Xuan could react, he was already sent flying 100 zhang away and crashed heavily onto the palace hall floor. Sprawled flat on the ground, he smashed a large pit into it. Lin Xuan. Feng Yue's heart raced with panic as she instantly leaped to his side. "You. Feng Yue, are you trying to murder your own husband?" Lin Xuan grimaced in pain and said to Feng Yue crossly, "Lin Xuan, I'm sorry. Our lineage cultivates the supreme Tao of emotional detachment. The gap between our cultivations is too great. If we are careless and have too much contact, once feelings stir between us, I'm afraid you will be harmed by the supreme great Tao of emotional detachment I cultivate." Feng Yue spoke with guilt all over her face as she carefully examined Lin Xuan's wounds. The supreme Tao of emotional detachment. What kind of inhuman setting was that? Lin Xuan's face darkened. Yue, is there really no way to break it? Lin Xuan asked. Once I break through to a realm above the martial emperor, I will be able to do as I wish and release or restrain it at will. Feng Yue smiled gently and said to Lin Xuan, a realm above the martial emperor. Lin Xuan frowned. In the Kanglan realm, the strongest person was the martial emperor. As for becoming someone above the martial emperor, Lin Xuan knew that such powerhouses did exist in the Hanlin sacred dynasty of the upper realm. Very well. In that case, I must work hard too. Otherwise, if the gap between us is too great, I'll be under tremendous pressure as your husband. Lin Xuan took a deep breath and said with great vigor, Bah! What husband? Feng Yue blushed. Whoever answers me, I'll be her husband. Lin Xuan chuckled, utterly shameless. The two exchanged a few playful words. Then Lin Xuan's expression turned serious, and he said, Yue, now that my wounds have healed, it's time for me to return to the Yunling 12 Peaks. You know, my imperial father sent me down to this world because I must become the head of the Dao lineages of the Kanglan realm. I can't stay forever in your Tianma palace on Haima Cliff. Lin Xuan explained this to Feng Yue. As a sacred prince of the upper realm, he bore his own responsibilities. The Hanlin sacred dynasty revered martial valor. Every sacred prince had to undergo trials in a martial world, and only after ultimately becoming the head of a Dao lineage could he return to the Hanlin sacred dynasty. The Kanglan realm was divided into the righteous path and the demonic path. The demonic forces were divided into the One Palace and 72 islands. The One Palace was the most powerful, the Tianma Palace, and Feng Yue was the leader of the demonic path. The righteous forces were divided into the One Academy, 7 sects, and 12 peaks. The Yunlin 12 peaks were the 12 peaks within that system and counted as a Dao lineage sect force. The One Academy, 7 sects, and 12 peaks also represented the 9 great Dao lineages of the righteous path. Lin Xuan's task was to become the head of those 9 Dao lineages, similar to the Martial Worlds Alliance chief in the novels of his previous life. Yue, trust me. Give me some time. When I rule the world, they'll take you to the Hanlin sacred dynasty to meet your in-laws. After explaining this, Lin Xuan took Feng Yue's hand and said tenderly, I trust you. But you must let people from my Tianma palace accompany you. As an empress of her generation, Feng Yue naturally understood her man's ambitions. However, worried about Lin Xuan's safety, she made a request of her own. Lin Xuan was delighted. The Tianma Palace was the paramount leader of the demonic path in the Kanglan realm. With the Tianma Palace as a tiger-skin banner to wave, why wouldn't Lin Xuan seize the advantage? Only a fool would refuse. Yue, you're so good to me. With deep tenderness on his face, Lin Xuan held Feng Yue's hands. As if struck by lightning, Feng Yue's delicate body trembled. Seeing Feng Yue like this, Lin Xuan immediately felt an ominous premonition. Oh. The next second, Lin Xuan was once again sent flying backward like a kite, with its strings snapped, landing sprawled on the ground. Having suffered twice, Lin Xuan felt quite helpless. He knew that when facing his stunningly beautiful wife, improving his strength was the key. Thereupon Lin Xuan asked Feng Yue to arrange a secret chamber, intending to first use the fortune granted by the system to restore his martial strength. One day it'll make her understand that no matter how vast heaven and earth are, her husband is the greatest. Lin Xuan took a deep breath, silently vowed, and then stepped into the secret chamber. Inside, the storage ring on his hand flashed, and an ancient plain pill appeared. The moment the pill appeared, a rich medicinal fragrance assailed his nose, and a hazy mist filled the This Huichun Foundation establishment pill, though not as exquisite as the Tianxiang Wuchen pill that Feng Yue once used to prolong my life, can still be considered a rare treasure among medicinal pills. It is even an earth-grade pill. Not bad. Lin Xuan thought to himself as he gazed at the 3 silver pill patterns encircling the Huichun Foundation establishment pill. In the Kanglan realm, medicinal pills were categorized into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow, each further divided into 9 ranks. Each grade's pills bore distinct pill pattern colors. The 4 grades corresponded to gold, silver, white, and yellow respectively. As an Earth grade 3rd rank pill, the Huichun Foundation establishment pill was a rarity even within the Demon Heaven Palace. My return to the 12 peaks of Yunling is not merely for the sect leader's mission. There is also that child of destiny, Xiaohua. Since I have been given this second life, how could I possibly let you go? Lin Xuan let out a cold laugh, killing intent surging within his eyes. After acquiring the great villain system, Lin Xuan had become the destined nemesis of the child of destiny. Kill the male lead, steal the female lead, and seize his golden finger for myself. Lin Xuan silently set this goal in his heart, then tilted his head back and swallowed the Huichun Foundation establishment pill. In the martial realm, the ranks were martial warrior, martial master, martial spirit, martial ancestor, martial king, and martial emperor. Warriors tempered their flesh, martial masters released true chi externally, martial spirits awakened their martial true spirit. Martial ancestors could condense martial wings to briefly soar through the air. Each stage represented a profound transformation in the martial artist's mastery and utilization of true chi. There were also prodigies blessed by heaven who could transcend their current realm and grasp the arts of the next stage. But such individuals were every single one peerless geniuses of the ages. They were the children of destiny in the vast martial world of the Kanglin realm. After taking the Huichun Foundation establishment pill, Lin Xuan felt a source of true chi sprout within him, converging into the dantian that had been reformed by the Tianxiang Wuchen pill. Martial warrior, first rank, second rank, third rank. True chi surged through all 4 limbs, 100 bones, and the 8 extraordinary meridians without rest. Then came the martial master realm and the martial spirit realm. Lin Xuan's cultivation climbed steadily until he once again returned to the martial spirit realm. As he circulated the devouring origin creation art, a demonic dragon began to rise behind him. The demonic dragon blazed with overwhelming fiendish aura, its eyes brimming with ferocity and its presence profound. This was Lin Xuan's martial spirit, the devouring origin demonic dragon. The devouring origin creation art was a heaven-defying cultivation method that devoured all primordial power. Although Lin Xuan had only returned to the martial spirit realm, the depth and density of his true chi far surpassed that of ordinary martial artists. In Lin Xuan's estimation, even the martial wings that martial ancestors alone could manifest were within his reach, even at the first rank of martial spirit. This was already a terrifying feat. Even a gifted child of destiny had to reach the 9th rank of martial spirit before comprehending martial ancestor techniques. Lin Xuan, at merely the 1st rank of martial spirit, could already grasp such transcendent arts. This alone revealed the extraordinary talent of Lin Xuan's origins and the overwhelming might of his cultivation method. The spiritual energy of the Demon Heaven Palace, abundant as it was, began to surge recklessly toward Lin Xuan's secluded chamber as if it cost nothing at all. At the Demon Heaven Palace, within the Empress Palace, Your Majesty, this Lin Xuan truly possesses remarkable means. His aura climbs unceasingly, and in the blink of an eye he has returned to the martial spirit realm. One sent from the upper realm is indeed no ordinary figure. Hua Rong drew a deep breath and said in astonishment to Feng Yue. A faint smile curled at the corner of Feng Yue's lips, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with radiant brilliance. She thought silently to herself, as expected of the man I have set my heart upon. Naturally extraordinary. Of course, she could not speak such words openly to Hua Rong. Hua Rong, take 100 Demon Heaven Divine Guards, and follow Lin Xuan back to the 12 peaks of Yunling. Lately the masters of the Fire Cloud Cave and the Icy Cold Cave have been coveting the resources of the 12 peaks, and have joined forces to besiege it. I worry that when Lin Xuan returns he will face attacks from the 2 great demonic cave masters. You must ensure they do not harm a single hair on his head. Feng Yue's expression turned icy as she issued the order to Hua Rong. Divine Guards. And this old man must go too. Hua Rong was secretly astonished by Feng Yue's words. The Demon Heaven Divine Guards were elite warriors selected from 10,000 within the Demon Heaven Palace. Every single one possessed the strength of a martial ancestor, formidable battle power, and the ability to challenge those above their rank. They were born killing machines. Hua Rong was the master of the Heavenly Medicine Hall of the Demon Heaven Palace, a martial king, and his medical skill was renowned throughout the Kanglin realm. And such a force was being dispatched merely to protect a junior like Lin Xuan. This, Your Majesty, this is inadvisable. The masters of the 72 caves are eyeing the demonic throne with covetous intent. Though this old servant is unremarkable, I do possess some skill in medicine. If I leave Your Majesty's side and you sustain an injury, what shall I do? Furthermore, Your Majesty, how could you give the Tianxiang Wuchen pill to that young man to prolong his life? That is the divine pill used by the Demon Emperor to extend life. Enough to grant Your Majesty a second lifetime. Hua Rong's aged face was lined with objections written all over it. It was clear that Hua Rong was utterly loyal to Feng Yue. Are you lecturing me on how to rule? Feng Yue's face turned frosty as her gaze swept toward Hua Rong. A fierce and overwhelming aura instantly pressed down upon Hua Rong. Cold sweat poured down Hua Rong's back and a chill crawled along his spine. A wave of lingering dread surged through Hua Rong's heart. He remembered. Feng Yue was a peerless empress, supreme leader of the demonic path, and she had ascended to this throne only through seas of blood and mountains of corpses. This subordinate dare not. Hua Rong quickly corrected himself. Then carry it out. I shall enter seclusion today. Once I break through to the realm beyond Martial Emperor, those petty rebels and traitors will be nothing to fear. Feng Yue's face was cold as frost as she issued the order with unquestionable authority. Hua Rong acknowledged the order and prepared to take his leave. Wait, Elder Hua, there is something I wish to ask you. Feng Yue's expression showed a hint of hesitation. Your Majesty, please speak. This old servant will answer without reservation. If two lovers are dating, what should they do together? Feng Yui's cheeks flushed crimson as she uttered those words. Her face was like a ripe peach blossom, tender, delicate, and dazzlingly beautiful. Dating? Huarong looked at Feng Yue with surprise. He was deeply curious. How did their demon heaven palace's eternally icy empress come to take an interest in matters of romance? 1,000 questions churned in Huarong's mind, yet he dared not press Feng Yue directly. After pondering for a moment, he answered, "Stroll beneath the flowers and moonlight, compose poetry, savor some street snacks, and enjoy a few tunes together." Huarong was old and rich in experience, a master of romance in his youth, so the answer came smoothly. "Anything else?" Feng Yue silently noted each word. "Anything else? Well, then there is sharing a bed and sleeping in each other's arms." Huarong shrugged and found Feng Yui's expression even more peculiar. Share a bed and sleep in each other's arms. Feng Yue felt as though she had been struck by lightning. It required that too. You may leave now." Feng Yue stood petrified, hastily urging Huarong away. Huarong's expression turned strange, and he took his leave. Seeing the Empress Feng Yue in such a state, he could roughly guess what was going on. Even he had not expected that Lin Xuan, that blazing flame, could actually melt Feng Yue, that block of ice. "Young man, you have a promising future. In the days ahead, this old servant will certainly cling to his coattails." Huarong silently resolved. As Huarong departed, Feng Yui's stout heart had already shattered into scattered fragments. The earlier things Huarong mentioned she could accept, but that last matter, whenever the thought crossed her mind, Feng Yue felt a wave of scorching heat course through her body, so shameful it was enough to kill her. Ah, this troublesome man. Feng Yue sighed as she gazed toward the direction of Lin Xuan's secluded chamber. Though Feng Yui's heart was filled with longing for Lin Xuan, unless she broke through to the realm beyond Martial Emperor, she could hardly be with him. And being with Lin Xuan would undoubtedly disturb her cultivation. Therefore Feng Yue announced her seclusion. All matters concerning Lin Xuan were to be arranged by Huarong. Only when Feng Yue broke through to the realm beyond Martial Emperor could she remain by Lin Xuan's side for a long time to come. The 12 peaks of Yunling. The main peak, Yunlan Peak. The mighty figures of Yunlan Peak gathered together, each with worry etched across their faces. Everyone, now that the demonic forces of the Fire Cloud Cave and the Icy Cold Cave are descending upon us, does anyone have a strategy to counter them? A stunningly beautiful woman, gentle and soft in temperament, sat at the head of the hall. Slowly opening her mouth, she addressed the assembled experts of Yunlan Peak. This woman's beauty rivaled that of Feng Yue. Yet Feng Yui's bearing was cold and noble, merciless in slaughter. This woman, by contrast, possessed a gentle, tender temperament intoxicating to the heart. This person was none other than Yun-Yin, the holy maiden of the Cloud Mist Peak and the leader of the 12 peaks of the Cloud Ridge. Yun-Yin possessed peerless talent and extraordinary cultivation. At just over 30 years of age, she had already stepped into the 9th level of the martial spirit realm. She became the youngest seat of the 12 peaks of the Cloud Ridge. However, her good fortune did not last long. No sooner had Yun-Yin taken charge of the 12 peaks than the two great cave lords of the demonic path joined forces to attack. The situation was perilous. "I report to the Holy Maiden, the forces of the Crimson Fire Cave and the Icy Cold Cave are gathering at the foot of Cloud Ridge Mountain. They declare that if we, the 12 peaks of Cloud Ridge, submit to them, they will spare our lives. In the future, Cloud Ridge will become an appendage of the demonic path, and all spirit stones and weapons must be handed over to the two cave lords." Guchuan, Yun-Yin's senior brother, spoke with a trace of anger woven between his brows. How infuriating! Hearing these words, the elders of the 12 peaks gnashed their teeth and clenched their fists tightly. Their knuckles cracked. As the saying goes, one may be killed, but not humiliated. The actions of the two demonic cave lords were simply too insulting. "Master, do you have confidence in contending with the two cave lords?" After a moment of silence, Yun-Yin spoke to an elderly man beside her. This old man was named Yun Feng, the previous seat of the Cloud Ridge. He was also the strongest among the 12 peaks of Cloud Ridge. Hearing this, Yun Feng could not help but let out a long sigh, his expression dim as he said, "All 72 cave lords beneath the heavenly demon palace of the demonic path are martial ancestor experts or above. Although I am also a martial ancestor, from what I know, the strength of the Crimson Fire Cave Lord and the Icy Cold Cave Lord surpasses mine. Even against a single one, I am no match. Fighting one against two, everyone. You had best prepare for the funeral feast." Yun Feng stroked his gray beard and let out a string of bitter laughter. With his old childish temperament, Yun Feng even made a joke at this point. But it was clear that this joke was not amusing in the slightest. No one could laugh. Upon hearing Yun Feng's words, the people of Cloud Ridge all fell into silence. A feeling called despair spread through their hearts. Where is Xiaohua? Back then he made the holy prince of the Hanlin sacred dynasty attempt to assassinate the demon empress of the heavenly demon palace. I suspect that the reason these two demonic cave lords have come to attack our 12 peaks now is precisely because the demon empress is furious. Yun said slowly. It turned out that this Xiaohua was also a member of the 12 peaks of Cloud Ridge. Xiaohua rose from the Xiao family in a remote border town and had once been betrothed to Yun's disciple Nalan Rongrua. However, Nalan Rongrua possessed extraordinary talent, while Xiaohua for unknown reasons had made no progress in martial cultivation for 3 years. In his anger, Xiaohua established a 3-year pact. 3 years later, he stormed up the 12 peaks of Cloud Ridge with overwhelming force, and relying on the profound Ice Infinite Palace, one of the 9 great orthodox lineages, he defeated Nalan Rongrua. Yunfeng recognized Xiaohua's talent, and wanting to turn conflict into harmony, accepted him as a disciple. Then the Holy Prince from the Upper Realm descended upon the 12 peaks of Cloud Ridge. This should have been a good thing. Although the Holy Prince came down to temper himself without any Upper Realm experts accompanying him, he still represented the Hanlin's sacred dynasty of the Upper Realm. If the 12 peaks of Cloud Ridge could assist the Holy Prince in forging his immortal empire, glory and wealth would not be lacking in the future. Yet for unknown reasons, the Holy Prince came into conflict with Xiaohua. Xiaohua deliberately provoked the Holy Prince Lin Xuan, goading him into assassinating the Demon Empress at the Heavenly Demon Palace. This is what led to such a tragedy. I report to the Holy Maiden Xiaohua upon learning that the 2 demonic cave lords had come to seek revenge has already left the 12 peaks of Cloud Ridge. Xiaohua said he would bring powerful reinforcements to help the 12 peaks overcome this crisis. Gu Chuan reported to Yun, and as he spoke, his disgust for Xiaohua grew even stronger. Gu Chuan spat in contempt and said furiously, "The only force behind Xiaohua is the profound Ice Infinite Palace." But the profound Ice Infinite Palace is located in the Eastern Sea, more than 100,000 li away from our Cloud Ridge. By the time he goes and returns, Cloud Ridge would have long been trampled flat. The demonic path has declared that we have only 1 day to decide. If we do not surrender, the men will be killed on the spot, and the women. Gu Chuan fell silent at this point. What would happen to the women was easy for everyone present to imagine. Speaking of Xiaohua, Gu Chuan was evidently quite indignant. After all, if not for Xiaohua, how could so many troubles have sprouted around the 12 peaks? The crowd fell into silence once more. Yun let out a sigh. Although she was older than Xiaohua, the 2 of them had shared a past during their time in the Spirit Beast Mountain Range. At this moment, Yun could not exactly say she loved Xiaohua, but she did harbor goodwill toward him. Yet in the present situation, even Yun felt that Xiaohua's instigation of the Holy Prince to assassinate the Demon Empress had been utterly unwise. Everything will work out in the end. Perhaps that Holy Prince from the Upper Realm still has hidden resources to save us. Nalan Rongrua, Yun's disciple, suddenly spoke. The eyes the crowd turned upon Nalan Rongrua were full of mockery. This girl had excellent talent, and at a young age had already reached the peak of the martial master realm. It was just that she did not seem very clever. The Holy Prince Lin Xuan, although his talent was supreme, was after all only at the martial spirit realm. To assassinate the Demon Empress Feng Yue, he probably would not even make it to the funeral feast. The crowd immediately ignored Nalan Rongrua. Nalan Rongrua stuck out her tongue and muttered to herself, "What if my mouth is blessed, and I happen to be right?" Meanwhile, in the Spirit Beast Mountain Range, a young man stood tall, with a straight heroic bearing, and a black ruler more than man height strapped to his back. Achut! This youth was none other than Xiaohua, the child of destiny. After slaying a spirit beast, Xiaohua could not help but sneeze. Who is thinking of me? It must be the people of the 12 peaks waiting for me, their savior, to return and deliver them. As long as I cross the Spirit Beast Mountain Range, I will reach the profound Ice Infinite Palace by the Eastern Sea. Once the Ice Emperor, the Lord of the profound Ice Infinite Palace, makes his move, those 2 petty demonic cave lords will be captured with ease. When that time comes, I will hold a great favor over the 12 peaks, and Yun and Nalan Rongrua will both become my women. With the profound gravity ruler on his back, Xiaohua curled his lips into a cold, sinister smile. For others, the demonic cave lord's attack on Cloud Ridge was a disaster. But for him, Xiaohua, it was an opportunity. To possess such cunning at such a young age was truly startling. Back at the Cloud Mist Peak of the 12 peaks of Cloud Ridge, while everyone was at a loss, a startling aura suddenly erupted into the sky and rushed toward Cloud Mist Peak. The people there all turned pale with horror. Not good. This aura is sinister and terrifying. It belongs to the demonic path. A martial ancestor of the demonic path. Could the 2 cave lords be attacking Cloud Ridge ahead of schedule? Yunfeng spoke slowly, his aged face heavy with solemnity. Dark clouds loomed as the wind filled the tower. The martial cultivators of Cloud Mist Peak turned ice cold with despair. But before anyone could react, boom. A second martial ancestor aura. Boom. A third martial ancestor aura. Boom. A fourth martial ancestor aura. It's over. Cloud Ridge is finished today. Over 100 martial ancestors. Heavens. Our Cloud Ridge is just a small faction. Is the demonic path planning to unleash its entire force? They think far too highly of us. Yun Feng was dumbfounded. Even he, the strongest of Cloud Ridge, was only at the martial ancestor realm. After all, although the 12 Peaks of Cloud Ridge was one of the 9 great orthodox lineages, it had long declined and was on the verge of being struck from the list. Yet now the demonic path had directly sent over 100 martial ancestors. Were they planning to grind Cloud Ridge into ashes? Fire a cannon at a mosquito? Was this not simply too bullying? Just as Yun Feng finished speaking, a thunderous rumble shook the entire Cloud Mist Peak. A terrifying pressure swept over the whole peak, and all the martial cultivators trembled beneath it, unable to move. We're done for. This is a martial king expert. Yun Feng collapsed into his seat, his face ashen. Yun Yin, hearing the words of her master Yun Feng, also lost her color, her blood draining away. Over 100 martial ancestors and a martial king descending upon this declining lineage could only mean a devastating blow. At this moment, even the ants within Cloud Ridge wept freely. With such a massive, lethal configuration of military force, even the ants could not hope to see the sun of tomorrow. Heaven Demon Palace's Heaven Demon Divine Guards escort the Holy Prince Lin Xuan to the 12 Peaks of Yunling. Why has the head of Yunling not come immediately to pay homage? Just as the many martial cultivators of Yunling turned pale, feeling their doom approach, a vast and majestic voice suddenly resounded throughout the 12 Peaks of Yunling. Inside the manor on Yunlan Peak, Yun Feng, Yun Yin, Gu Chuan, and the others looked at one another in bewilderment. Did they hear that correctly? The newcomers actually claimed they were escorting the Holy Prince. Hadn't the Holy Prince been goaded by Xiaohua into going to assassinate the Demon Empress of the Heaven Demon Palace? Shouldn't he be nothing but bones by now? Even if the Holy Prince Lin Xuan managed to survive, how could he possibly be escorted here by the Heaven Demon Divine Guards of the Heaven Demon Palace? Am I not dreaming? Could it be that with the 2 great cave masters of the demonic path launching an invasion, I've been under too much pressure lately? Gu Chuan frowned deeply and muttered to himself. No matter what, let's go out and see. Yun Feng, after all, was the foremost master of Yunling, astute with age, and was the first to react, then spoke to the others. Master is absolutely right. Yun Yin also nodded at that moment. What were the Heaven Demon Divine Guards? Each one was a martial ancestor expert. After all, even Yun Yin, who had taken over the position of head, was merely a martial artist at the 9th level of martial spirit. And Yun Feng, the former head and now the foremost master of Yunling, was only at the martial ancestor realm, not yet having stepped into the martial king realm. With 100 martial ancestors, to put it bluntly, turning all of Yunling upside down would be no problem. When Yun Feng gave the order, the martial experts of Yunling all surged out to the plaza on Yunlan Peak. Boom. Over 100 martial ancestor warriors clad in black battle armor appeared, each holding a demonic dragon spear wreathed in dense demonic energy, and slamming the spears heavily onto the ground. The 100 black-armored martial ancestor warriors moved in perfect unison, their auras interconnected, just like a black steel dragon waiting for the right moment to strike. A murderous air swept across the entire Yunlan Peak, causing it to shudder. All the martial artists of the 12 Peaks of Yunling sensed the fierce, killing intent coming from the main peak. The Heaven Demon Divine Guards sidestepped to clear a path. Every one of them knelt on one knee. From within the crowd, a handsome young man in white walked forward. This young man had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, a stern, cold temperament, and a majestic dragon-like stride, as if he were an exiled immortal who had stepped out of a painting. Behind him followed a slightly hunched elder in a gray sheepskin coat and a felt hat. When he smiled, one front tooth was missing from his upper row. They were none other than Lin Xuan and Hua Rong. Is this the Holy Prince? Am I dreaming? Hasn't it been said since ancient times that a holy prince of the Hanlin sacred dynasty descending to the lower realm cannot bring the upper realm's heritage with him? How could he, relying only on himself, make the Heaven Demon Divine Guards obey his every command? Seeing this, Yun Yin felt her scalp tingle, and she secretly said to her master Yun Feng, "A holy prince descending to the lower realm does sound imposing." In reality, the Hanlin sacred dynasty honored strength above all. Though these holy princes who descended possessed extraordinary talent, they did not have the backing of the upper realm's heritage. After all, the resources needed for the upper realm to send powerful experts down were beyond imagination. Thus, the only thing a holy prince could rely on was himself. The difficulty of unifying the lower realm was therefore easy to imagine. In the Kanglan realm, there had once been a holy prince of the Hanlin sacred dynasty who descended to unify the Orthodox 1 Academy 7 sects 12 peaks, only to suffer a resounding slap to the face. As a result, none of these Orthodox traditions took Lin Xuan seriously. They merely acted politely toward the holy prince on the surface out of fear of the Hanlin sacred dynasty. But now, Lin Xuan, this holy prince, seemed to be taking a road less traveled. He had simply dragged the Heaven Demon Palace over to serve as his backing. Mind your words. The Holy Prince is a prince of the upper realm. Perhaps he has astonishing means. The man beside the Holy Prince, if this old man is not mistaken, should be Huarong, the demonic hand of heavenly medicine, who shook the Kanglan realm 30 years ago. His martial cultivation is unfathomable. I fear he has long since entered the martial king realm. Yunfeng shot Yun-in a meaningful glance, and secretly warned her. Martial king. Yun-in covered her lips with her jade hand, utterly incredulous. Holy Prince, when you entered the Heaven Demon Palace alone that day, this old man knew of it, and wanted to stop you, but it was already too late. Unexpectedly, you not only withdrew safely, but also won the favor of the Heaven Demon Palace. Congratulations. Truly the Holy Prince has the bearing of a true dragon. Yunfeng's face was wreathed in smiles. His originally straight posture was now bent at a 90-degree angle as he walked up to Lin Xuan with fawning bows. His aged face wrinkled from smiling, almost squeezed out the word servant. As Yunfeng bowed to Lin Xuan, he did not forget to bow to Huarong beside him. Senior Huarong, it has been a long time. 30 years ago, this humble one had the privilege of witnessing you overwhelm the alchemy masters of the Kanglan realm at Dandi City. Now that I see you again, you are still as impressive as ever. Although the 12 peaks of Yunling were still counted among the 9 great orthodox traditions, their strength was severely out of line with the other 8 traditions. Even Yunfeng, the foremost master of Yunling, was a junior in front of Huarong. Ah, if it isn't little Yun. Still so polite. Huarong chuckled lightly and nodded. That little Yun, combined with the flattering smile on Yunfeng's face, made many of the young martial artists of Yunling turn their heads away. Young and hot-blooded, they felt it was shameful. But Yunfeng seemed to revel in it, puffing out his chest as if he had received great praise. Where is Xiaohua? Lin Xuan said coldly. The mere mention of that name kindled his anger. The devouring origin creation scripture stirred within him, and his whole body radiated a fierce killing intent. Reporting to the Holy Prince, Xiaohua. Because he learned that Yunling was attacked by powerful enemies, went to seek outside reinforcements. Gu Chuan answered truthfully, seeking reinforcements. Lin Xuan felt somewhat disappointed. Although it was the original owner's low intelligence that had allowed Xiaohua, the child of destiny, to take advantage of him, Lin Xuan simply could not swallow that indignation. Moreover, since Lin Xuan had obtained the great villain system, if he did not keep fleecing Xiaohua, the child of destiny, wouldn't he be a fool? In short, as long as Xiaohua lived, Lin Xuan could not sleep soundly. Reinforcements. If that's the case, then this prince will simply wait for him in Yunling. Lin Xuan sneered and said slowly. Hearing this, Yunfeng's face instantly showed wild joy, and he hurried forward to say, Holy Prince, Yunling has been your resting place after you descended to the lower realm. But now the 2 demonic powers, Huiyun Cave and Linghan Cave, have come to besiege us. This is not simply looking down on Yunling. As the saying goes, even when beating a dog, one must consider its master. They are slapping the face of you, the Holy Prince. Holy Prince, what do you think? Yunfeng no longer cared about maintaining the demeanor of an expert, especially after seeing Lin Xuan arrive with the Heaven Demon Divine Guards and Huarong, the demonic hand of heavenly medicine. Flattery, bootlicking, and now adding fuel to the fire as well. Yun-in, Nalan Rongruo, and the others frowned one after another. This was too embarrassing for words. What does the grievance between your Yunling and the 2 caves have to do with this prince? This prince is tired and wishes to take a short rest. Lin Xuan waved his hand, cutting Yunfeng off directly. Yunfeng opened his mouth, but when he saw Huarong's sharp gaze, he swallowed the words that were about to come out. He could only have Gu Chuan arrange accommodation for Lin Xuan and the others. After Lin Xuan left with the Heaven Demon Divine Guards and Huarong, the demonic hand of heavenly medicine, Yunfeng's eyes kept shifting. Xiaohua's backer is the Ice Emperor. Although his strength is formidable, he is simply too far from Yunling. Distant water cannot quench a nearby fire. I'm afraid it will be too late. Now, if only the Holy Prince would be willing to lend a hand. Yunfeng thought for a moment, then his eyes lit up. He leaned over and whispered into Yun-in's ear. Hearing Yunfeng's words, Yun-in's face flushed crimson in an instant. Master, this. How could this be? Yun-in was full of shyness, her face so red it almost seemed to drip water. Why not? Do you want to see the 1,000-year heritage of Yunling burned to ashes? Yunfeng gave Yun-in no chance to refuse, saying to her, with grave severity. Yun-in's face revealed a look of struggle. The words Yunfeng had just spoken were rather blunt. He wanted Yun-in to spare no cost in asking Lin Xuan to intervene, even if it meant offering herself in sacrifice. As a maiden, Yun-in naturally was unwilling. However, upon hearing Yunfeng's words about the fall of the Yunling sect, her delicate frame trembled. Having grown up in the Yunling sect since childhood, her attachment to it was naturally profound. Alas, Yun-in let out a sigh and ultimately chose to compromise. After all, as things stood, it seemed no one but Lin Xuan could save the 12 peaks of Yunling. Yunlan Peak, Yunfeng Mansion. The night was heavy. Yun-in arrived at Yunfeng Mansion. This mansion was the residence of Yunfeng, in the most luxurious manner among the 12 peaks of Yunling. Now, however, it had been arranged for Lin Xuan and the host of the Heavenly Demon Palace to stay in. In the eastern chamber, Lin Xuan cursed grumpily, "Hua Rong, get the hell out. If you dare touch me again, I'll make you a eunuch of the Heavenly Demon Palace. Believe me, Holy Prince, your dantian was shattered and your cultivation lost. What pill could have restored you so remarkably? Let this old man examine you." This old man can refrain from asking about your affairs with the Empress, but could you at least introduce the healing pill? Hua Rong's voice was full of pleading. Sod off. Lin Xuan snapped irritably. Creak. Hua Rong shuffled out, looking thoroughly dejected. There was nothing he could do. He knew that his Empress shared a special relationship with this young man, and even a martial king like him would not dare offend Lin Xuan. Seeing Hua Rong emerge from Lin Xuan's eastern chamber in such a disheveled state, Yun Yin felt a little bewildered. What tricks has this holy prince pulled? Even the heaven demon physician of the Heavenly Demon Palace, a martial king of high standing, treats him with such deference. Yun Yin drew a deep breath, shaken to the core. At the same time, she was filled with dread toward Lin Xuan. Hua Rong, being a martial king, naturally sensed Yun Yin's arrival. Hua Rong had been worrying over how to probe Lin Xuan's secrets. Sensing Yun Yin's approach, a meaningful smile crept across his lips. Ha ha ha, so you've left the handle in my hands after all. With that, Hua Rong pretended he knew nothing and swaggered away. Yun Yin took a deep breath and knocked on Lin Xuan's door. Knock, knock, knock. Old fool, are you never going to stop? Lin Xuan's impatient curses immediately rang out from the eastern chamber. Holy Prince, it's me, Yun Yin. Yun Yin hastily explained. There was a moment of silence from the eastern chamber, then a surge of chi swept forth, and the door swung open. Blushing fiercely, Yun Yin stepped into the eastern chamber and slowly closed the door behind her. As she looked up, she saw Lin Xuan staring directly at her. The dim candlelight fell upon Lin Xuan's handsome face, adding a touch of allure. Yun Yin could not help lowering her head, daring not to meet his scorching gaze. Fated daughter of fortune, Yun Yin. Lin Xuan stared at her in this manner not because he was some lecherous demon. Fated daughter, Yun Yin, cultivation, martial spirit, 9th level arts, cloud, soaring, 9 heavens, cloud, see true manual, cloud, drifting sword technique. Fortune value 2,000 points. History. This woman is the first seat of Yunling, older than the fated sun. However, a year ago, in order to help her disciple Nalan Rongra win the agreement of 3 years, she went alone into the mystic Beast Mountain range, was wounded by the violet thorn tyrant dragon, and her cultivation temporarily dropped to the martial master realm. During this period, she shared hardships with Xiao Hua, and even gave him her personal armor. She later became one of Xiao Hua's cherished confidants. Personality gentle as water, a devoted wife, and loving mother. Measurements 108, 88, 110. Good for childbirth, top-notch. Lin Xuan looked at the data on Yun Yin displayed by the system, and could not help silently noting it down. Especially the lucky trio of numbers at the end. They seemed to hide a secret. Xiao Hua's fated daughter, huh? Heh. A cold smile curled at the corner of Lin Xuan's mouth. This woman was Xiao Hua's fated daughter. In other words, if Lin Xuan altered the storyline and poached Xiao Hua's fated daughter, he would also gain villain points. What business brings you here today? Lin Xuan asked in a deep voice. Thud. Hearing his words, Yun Yin abruptly knelt before Lin Xuan, then said, I beg the Holy Prince to save the 12 peaks of Yunling. Save your Yunling. Back then Xiao Hua used provocation to send me to my death, and you lot did nothing, did you? It is already magnanimous of me not to pursue the matter. And now you ask me to save you. Don't you think that's going? A sharp glint flashed through Lin Xuan's eyes as he then barked at Yun Yin. Yun Yin's delicate body trembled. Lowering her head, she bit her lip and said shakily, what happened that day, our Yunling truly handled him properly. But that was Xiao was doing alone. Our Yunling had no idea he had offended the Holy Prince. Though Yun Yin had some fondness for Xiao Hua, for now, it was merely fondness. With the survival of her sect at stake, Yun Yin had no choice but to throw Xiao Hua under the carriage. Lin Xuan looked at her without uttering a word. Yun Yin timidly glanced at Lin Xuan. Seeing no response from him, she fell silent for a moment, then a trace of determination flashed through her eyes as she spoke, as long as the Holy Prince is willing to save Yunling. I am willing to give everything I have. When she finished speaking, it was as if all her strength had drained away. She had considered offering all the heavenly treasures of the 12 peaks of Yunling to Lin Xuan. But would Lin Xuan even care? After all, even under a behemoth like the Heavenly Demon Palace, Lin Xuan could order its experts around at will. The mere treasures of the 12 peaks, Yun Yin herself felt could never stir Lin Xuan's interest. Everything you have, including yourself. Lin Xuan's gaze was somewhat teasing. Yun Yin, unsettled by his extremely sinister and charming look, nodded while suppressing her terror. She was at the 9th level of martial spirit, while Lin Xuan was merely at the 1st level. Yet Yun Yin felt as though 100,000 great mountains were pressing down upon her body in his presence. The overwhelming pressure nearly suffocated Yun Yin. Take off your clothes. Lin Xuan smiled faintly, then suddenly spoke in a deep tone. What? Boom. Yun'in's face turned deathly pale. All the blood drained from her. Her body involuntarily stepped back. Though she had prepared herself having to discard all her dignity and bare herself before a man so suddenly, she could not do it. Unwilling. Lin Xuan frowned, his face turning angry. At this moment Lin Xuan's arrogant and unbridled expression embodied the word villain to perfection. If anyone else had seen this, they would have wished Lin Xuan would not survive past one episode. Seeing Lin Xuan's unpleasant expression, Yun'in's heart grew even more tormented. She bit her lips softly, her whole body trembling, then said in a quivering voice, "I am willing." As she spoke, the true qi within Yun'in surged, and her white long dress slipped down along her silky skin. "System, you sly dog, I've got to hand it to you. The analysis is spot on. She's truly a rare gem." Lin Xuan looked Yun'in up and down, remarking inwardly, "Unfortunately, the great villain system was nothing more than a tool. It possessed no consciousness of its own, otherwise he could have discussed Yun'in's charm with it." Beneath the candlelight, Yun'in's skin resembled solidified cream, silky smooth and fair. Her figure was graceful and alluring, voluptuous, yet with perfect curves. She was just like a lotus emerging from water, irresistibly intoxicating the heart and mind. As the saying goes, spring scenery in the garden cannot be contained. A branch of red apricot blossoms reaches over the wall. This fully ripened red apricot was indeed enough to make one's mouth go dry. Lin Xuan nodded inwardly. Yun'in was about 30 years old. Xiaohua and Lin Xuan were merely 18-year-old youths. Therefore, for the transmigrated Lin Xuan, whether it was Feng Yue or Yun'in, both were the mature woman type. However, Feng Yue was the cold, noble queen, while Yun'in was the gentle and warm, caring older sister. They were equally matched, each with their own merits. It was just that Feng Yue was somewhat younger than Yun'in, yet her strength was heaven-defying, far surpassing martial artists of her age. All of this was due to the inheritance from the Tianma Palace, making her an outlier. Lin Xuan's gaze roamed wantonly over Yun'in's body, causing her to be so ashamed she wished she could die on the spot. Yun'in felt that her self-respect was now utterly ground to dust before Lin Xuan. Catch! A ray of light suddenly shot toward Yun'in. Yun'in immediately felt an icy breeze washing over her. Instinctively she extended her hand, channeled her true qi, and caught the flying object. Somewhat dazed, she looked down and saw that in her hand lay a deep azure medicinal pill. This pill was encircled by a single silver pill pattern. It was clearly an Earth-grade first-rank pill. An Earth-grade pill? Holy Prince, this! Yun'in's beautiful face turned pale in shock. You see, Earth-grade pills were extremely rare. Even with the legacy of the 12 peaks of Yunling, they possessed only 3 of them. Lin Xuan casually gave her an Earth-grade pill. This was simply too generous. This thing is called the Cold Fragrance Creation Pill. I can tell that you were injured by the fire poison of the Huayun Cave of the demonic path. Though you've suppressed it with true qi, it hasn't fully healed. Every time you cultivate in the dead of night, your whole body burns with heat, and the fire poison becomes unbearable. And this Cold Fragrance Creation Pill can absorb the fire poison in your body, and with its cold energy, it can neutralize the fire poison. In the end, it will bestow supreme fortune upon you. Lin Xuan spoke slowly, explaining everything. Then Lin Xuan cast a meaningful glance at Yun'in and said with a half-smile, "Of course, telling you to take off your clothes was also to ease the fire poison. Because after you take the pill, the fire poison will rampage through your body. If you're wearing clothes, I'm afraid the fire poison cannot be thoroughly cured. This pill is a product of my Hanlin sacred dynasty. Its effects are extraordinary, and it leaves no after effects. You may take it with ease. All medicinal pills have some side effects. The higher the quality, the fewer impurities, and thus the milder the. Therefore, some say that every medicine is 3 parts poison. Martial artists who rely on pills to build their cultivation are nothing to speak of in actual combat." Whoosh! Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Yun'in's eyes widened, and her beautiful face flushed bright red again. "I see. So I misjudged the Holy Prince. When you asked me to take off my clothes, I thought." Yun'in lowered her head, her heart full of shame. She had been measuring a gentleman's heart with a petty mind. So it turned out that Lin Xuan's asking her to remove her clothes was all for her own sake. "The Holy Prince has keen eyes. Earlier the master of Huayun Cave attacked me. Although he didn't take my life, he left behind a root of illness. Just as you said, Holy Prince, whenever I circulate my strength, the fire poison seizes the chance to stir. This fire poison is like a maggot clinging to the bone, extremely hard to eradicate. Because of it, I've suffered no small amount." Yun'in took a deep breath, then said to Lin Xuan with gratitude written all over her face. In reality, Yun'in's realm was higher than his. The reason Lin Xuan possessed this ability was all due to the devouring origin creation scripture, a cultivation art that was extremely perceptive to power. The way Yun'in looked at Lin Xuan gradually became somewhat unusual. It was hard to imagine that a martial artist at the martial spirit realm could possess such skills. Take the pill," Lin Xuan said calmly. His voice was soft, yet it carried an irresistible authority. Yun'in swallowed the Cold Fragrance Creation Pill. She began to circulate the cloud sea true art through a full, grand cycle. Yun let out a muffled groan. Her fair skin began to turn fiery red accompanied by wafts of searing heat. At the same time, wisps of true chi soared above Yun's body like auspicious clouds. Boom. Yun's aura suddenly surged violently. The surrounding true chi transformed into two cloud sea wings, lifting Yun's body as she slowly flew up into the air, treading through the void. A martial ancestor. That was the mark of a martial ancestor. With her peerless beauty, graceful figure, and the imposing aura of a martial ancestor, Yun now radiated even greater elegance. After a long while, Yun landed on the ground. Feeling the vast power within her body, her face was filled with ecstasy. Martial ancestor. I've broken through to martial ancestor. Yun stared at her own hands in disbelief. A 30-year-old martial ancestor was not only exceptional in Yunling, but was also a top-tier talent in the entire Kanglan realm. She had been trapped at the 9th level of martial spirit by the fire poison for a long time. This time, because of Lin Xuan's gift, she had stepped into martial ancestor. Her excitement was easy to imagine. Lin Xuan nodded. This Earth-grade first-rank cold fragrance creation pill was actually exchanged from the system shop of the Great Villain System. It had cost Lin Xuan 200 villain points, which caused him great mental pain. However, Lin Xuan was neither a love-struck simp nor a selfless do-gooder. The reason he invested so much was that he hoped to reap more wool from Yun. He wanted to completely breach Yun's heart, and thus intercept the romantic fate of the child of destiny. To these children of destiny, male or female, in front of Lin Xuan, there was only one sentence: you may not lose, but I always profit. Plop. Having witnessed Lin Xuan's methods, Yun was now even more deeply convinced and knelt before him once more. I beg the Holy Prince to save my Yunling. Yun, we'll never forget your great kindness. Yun said desperately and sincerely. Lin Xuan walked up to Yun, extended a finger to lift her chin, and swept his gaze over her beautiful form. Really? Are you willing to do anything? At this moment, Yun felt no shame. She nodded firmly. Then I want you to. Lin Xuan began slowly. Yun's heart trembled at his words, and she even felt a hint of secret delight. Become my handmaiden. Lin Xuan's voice came again. What? Handmaiden? Yun's face turned pale, and even a sense of loss arose in her heart. She thought. What? You're unwilling. Lin Xuan frowned. He had invested heavily in Yun. If he still couldn't conquer this woman, he would have suffered. No, becoming the Holy Prince's handmaiden is my fortune. Yun lowered her head. Hearing this, Lin Xuan tapped Yun on the head and said, put away those messy thoughts in your head. I'm not in the habit of forcing anyone. Put on your clothes. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Yun's delicate body trembled even more. At that moment, she raised her head and looked at Lin Xuan. In Yun's eyes, Lin Xuan's figure suddenly became exceptionally tall and stalwart, as if the whole world faded away, leaving only Lin Xuan himself. The Holy Prince is truly a good man. Yun's beautiful eyes instantly veiled with a layer of mist full of emotion. Ding. The child of destiny Yun has developed favorable feelings toward the host. Congratulations, host, on successfully intercepting the confidant of the child of destiny Xiaohua. Ding. Reward 100 villain points to the host. Ding. Reward to the host 10 years of true chi cultivation. 1000 villain points. Lin Xuan heard the system notification and felt a surge of wild joy in his heart. He quickly ran the numbers. He had spent 200 villain points to exchange for a cold fragrance creation pill from the villain mall. He had successfully won over Yun, and in return, she had brought him 100 villain points. A net gain of 800 villain points. This transaction was absolutely worth it. If Lin Xuan had used the authority of the Heaven Demon Palace to coerce Yun into yielding, he might have gained her body, but he would never have won her heart. According to the requirements of the villain system, Lin Xuan's most important task was still the conquest of the Daughter of Fortune. All of this was carried out through a series of astonishing maneuvers. Yun had completely fallen under Lin Xuan's spell. In her eyes, the Lin Xuan before her was the very center of the universe. I've hit the jackpot. I can exchange this for so many good things. A smile tugged at the corner of Lin Xuan's mouth. Then from the void, an invisible force tore through space and poured into his body. At this moment, his dantian and chi-si surged violently. The devouring origin creation art rotated at full power, unleashing its absolute maximum devouring force. Inside the chi-si, one drop of condensed true chi became 2, 2 became 4. Lin Xuan's power climbed without pause. Martial spirit, first layer, martial spirit, second layer, martial spirit, third layer. He had directly broken through 3 minor realms. So this is 10 years of cultivation. Truly impressive. It has saved me a year of bitter training. Lin Xuan marveled inwardly. 10 years of cultivation was only an approximate term. Lin Xuan's talent was supremely extraordinary, a heaven-rank 9th grade aptitude. What others could achieve in 10 years of martial cultivation, he could achieve in just 1 year. The extra 10 years of cultivation rewarded by the system directly allowed Lin Xuan to leap from martial spirit first layer to martial spirit third layer in one bout. Holy Prince Yun sensed the transformation of Lin Xuan's aura and could not help crying out. Lin Xuan snapped out of his daze, turned to Yun and said with a hint of apology, "I'm sorry I startled you. Just now as I watched you fuse the ice power of the cold fragrance creation pill with the fire power of the fire poison ice, and fire melting into each other, I gained some insight and accidentally broke through a realm." Lin Xuan said this in an unconcerned tone. Yun was left speechless. She was utterly overwhelmed. The Holy Prince before her had brought her far too many shocks. She had heard of prodigies who broke through at the brink of life and death, and of gifted individuals who broke through in the heat of battle. But never had Yun heard of someone who merely by watching another person break through from martial spirit to martial grandmaster broke through 3 minor realms of his own. The martial path is arduous, harder than climbing to the heavens. For Lin Xuan, breaking through realms was as easy as eating or drinking. Shouldn't he spare a thought for how others might feel? If talented martial artists are called geniuses, and someone like Xiaohua is called a monstrous prodigy, then what is the Holy Prince? Perhaps an existence like him can only be described as a heaven-defying true dragon. Yun took a deep breath, and the look she gave Lin Xuan was tinged with reverence. Compared to him, even Xiaohua seemed overshadowed. "You may withdraw. This prince is weary." Lin Xuan waved his hand at Yun. Yun rose slowly, gave a deep curtsy, and said with utmost gentleness, "This servant will take her leave." Yun padded softly to the door of the eastern chamber. "Tomorrow Cloud Ridge will be safe and sound." Lin Xuan's voice came from behind her once more, unperturbed as a gentle breeze, unmoved by favor or disgrace. The 2 demonic cave masters who made the martial artists of the Kanglan realm tremble with fear were utterly insignificant in Lin Xuan's eyes. What awe-inspiring boldness! Speak with heaven's authority, and a single word sends enemies into retreat. Yun's delicate body shuddered. She kept her head down and murmured mm. Then she quickly left the eastern chamber. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer she would no longer wish to leave Lin Xuan's side. She did not want Lin Xuan to think of her as a frivolous woman. Lin Xuan watched Yun flee like a startled deer, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Yet there was a trace of regret in his eyes. "I am not one of those saintly children of fortune who remain perfectly still when a beauty delivers herself to their door. It's just that old fellow has his eyes on me. If I lay a hand on Yun, the old man will turn around and report it to Feng Yue. And I do not dare to play with fire." Lin Xuan sighed deeply inside. He was meticulous beyond compare and exceptionally brilliant. Moreover, the devouring origin creation art gave him an extremely keen perception of energy. Even a martial king-level master like Hua Rong, the demonic hand of the heavenly physician, could not spy on Lin Xuan without being detected. As for that old man with a belly full of devious schemes, how could Lin Xuan be unaware? Damn it! He is only thinking of scheming against me. A true old cunning fox. Hua Rong sensed that Yun had left the eastern chamber and could not help showing a hint of disappointment. But soon curiosity surfaced on Hua Rong's face as he murmured, as expected of the man Her Majesty the Empress has taken a liking to. What secrets is he hiding? A shattered Dantian, a body restored, and martial path renewed within a single day. He helped Yun break through to martial grandmaster, then crossed 3 minor realms himself. The more Hua Rong thought, the more shocked he became. Even though he was a martial king, when he looked at Lin Xuan, it was like peering into an unfathomable abyss. Undecipherable and utterly fascinating. Before Lin Xuan, there had been holy princes who descended to the Kanglan realm. Although those holy princes possessed extraordinary talent, none of them were as bafflingly incredible as Lin Xuan. "I never expected that this old man at such a great age would start taking an interest in a man." Hua Rong shook his head, a wry smile on his face. The next day, outside the eastern chamber on Yunlan Peak, people had gathered in rings within rings. Creak. The door slowly opened. Lin Xuan stretched and walked out of the room. "Greetings to the holy prince." A uniform, thunderous voice. Lin Xuan was briefly taken aback, then looked carefully and saw all the experts of Cloud Ridge kneeling before him. "Yunfeng, what is the meaning of this?" Lin Xuan said, looking baffled at Yunfeng. "The Holy Prince is willing to resolve our Cloud Ridge's immediate crisis, so it is only natural that we come to pay our respects." Yunfeng replied with an utterly serious expression. "Oh, haha, you rascal, your 5-spice rainbow flattery is quite well practiced. The Holy Prince speaks wrongly. The Holy Prince is a peerless true dragon. This old servant is simply patting the dragon's rump." Yunfeng puffed up his chest, his face overflowing with righteousness. "Don't those words go against your conscience?" Lin Xuan asked, half smiling. "They are words straight from the depths of this old servant's heart." Yunfeng hastily thumped his chest, doing his utmost to display the moral integrity of a loyal minister. Lin Xuan was rather amused by Yunfeng. Then he waved his hand, and said, "Just 2 cave masters. They are nothing to fear. Since I have accepted the matter, I will not go back on my word. But before that, this prince has not yet had his morning meal. The gods within my 5 organs are at war, and this prince is famished. Where is the maidservant Yun? Must this prince personally demand his morning meal?" Lin Xuan swept his gaze around, his face full of authority. "Holy prince, please take your meal." Yun arrived amid a procession of Cloud Ridge beauties bearing trays of delicacies. The food was a feast for the eyes, and the beauties were like painted scrolls. One could only dig in with unbridled relish. How infuriating. They have actually turned our leading beauty into this villain's maidservant. The face that our Cloud Ridge has maintained for thousands of years is completely ruined today. Don't say that. If the Holy Prince had not agreed to help us, we probably would not have survived this day. A true man should live like this, drunk with a beauty resting on his knee, and when alert, holding all the power under heaven in his hands. The Cloud Ridge experts whispered among themselves. Although many martial artists were displeased by Lin Xuan's arrogance, none of them dared to speak out. After all, if they offended Lin Xuan, the heaven demon guards behind him would teach them a lesson. Life is unpredictable. The large intestine wraps around the small intestine. No one knows whether tomorrow or misfortune will arrive first. Having eaten and drunk to my heart's content, it is time to take a few heads for entertainment. March out. After finishing his meal, Lin Xuan waved his hand and gave the order to Hua Rong, the demonic hand of the heavenly physician, and more than 100 martial grandmaster heaven demon guards behind him. "We obey the Holy Prince's command." Boom. The elite masters of the heaven demon palace erupted with their auras in unison. It was as if a demon dragon had awakened, soaring into the sky, suppressing the 4 seas, annihilating the 6 directions, and sweeping across the 8 desolates. At the foot of Yunlan Peak, 2 vast armies, one red, one black, had made camp outside the mountain. They were 2 great forces composed of martial cultivators. The warriors in crimson robes had knotted muscles and explosive auras. The warriors in black robes were steady and reserved, carrying dark, somber auras. They were the demonic martial cultivators of Huiyun Cave and Linghan Cave, 2 of the 72 caves of the demonic path. The cave master of Huiyun Cave was a bare-chested giant with red hair and a tiger's back and bear's waist. He looked like a crude brute with muscle instead of brains, and his name was Nangong Wudi. The cave master of Linghan Cave, Dongfang Poxing, wore a long black robe and held a folding fan. With his silver-white hair, handsome features, and scholarly air, he looked every inch a man of letters. The 2 were utterly different by nature, one of fire and one of ice, and neither could stand the sight of the other. "Ha, brother Dongfang, when we take Yunling this time, don't try to take the beauties of Yunling from me. They're all mine." Nangong Wudi's eyes were filled with savage cruelty as he spoke to Dongfang Poxing. Dongfang Poxing frowned at these words, then gave a cold snort. "Let's wait until we have actually taken Yunling before. After all, Yunling may have declined, but it was glorious in the past. If it has any hidden cards left to play, things could go badly. That is exactly why you are so full of tricks. You deliberately delayed the assault on Yunlan Peak by a day, and in that single day, you swept through the 11 main peaks other than Yunlan Peak, stripping away 9/10 of Yunling's strength. You sneaky little devil." Nangong Wudi sneered as he spoke to Dongfang Poxing. Both of them were masters at the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm. Among the masters of the 72 demonic caves, they ranked near the bottom. The demonic path's forces were somewhat like those of the righteous path. Though their titles were similar, their actual strength differed enormously. For years, the 2 had been locked in open and covert rivalry, each striving to climb the rankings among the 72 cave masters and avoid ending up last. This time they had heard that someone among the 12 peaks of Yunling had incited the sacred prince of the upper realm to assassinate the demon empress. The 2 were overjoyed. At once they launched a campaign against Yunling under the banner of avenging the demon empress. In truth, they both hoped to seize Yunling's resources and strengthen their own factions. This cave master calls that strategy. Someone with a blockhead like yours would never understand. Dongfang Poxing sneered and shot back. The 2 had been fighting for over 20 years, and neither was willing to concede to the other. Today's alliance was nothing more than shared interest. Once the 12 peaks of Yunling were taken, a battle between these 2 tigers would almost certainly follow. "Gentlemen, please turn back." A lazy voice drifted over, cutting straight through their bickering. Nangong Wudi and Dongfang Poxing were stunned. Then they looked up and saw a handsome youth standing across from them, his expression calm and detached. Beside him was an old man in a sheepskin coat and felt cap, smiling with yellowed teeth and a missing front tooth. The old man and the youth faced the thousands of notorious warriors of Huiyun Cave and Linghan Cave with perfect composure. They were none other than Lin Xuan and Hua Rong. "Damn it. I hate pretty boys, especially one this handsome. If I had a face like that, wouldn't I be able to visit brothels for free and even have the brothel girls paying me?" Nangong Wudi's anger flared the moment he saw Lin Xuan's face. "Boy, what do you think you are? Standing in our way? Are you looking for death?" Nangong Wudi gave a cold snort and barked at Lin Xuan. Hearing this, Lin Xuan frowned slightly, then shook his head, and said, I am Lin Xuan, the sacred prince of the Hanlin sacred dynasty in the upper realm. This prince will protect Yunling. If you know what is good for you, you will leave at once, and this prince may spare your lives. His gaze was cold, indifferent to life and death, and when he spoke there was an undeniable air of one born to command. Nangong Wudi and Dongfang Poxing were both taken aback. Dongfang Poxing frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong. His intelligence was far higher than Nangong Wudi's. Nangong Wudi snapped back to himself and roared with laughter. The sacred prince of the upper realm. That prince was soft in the head. Word has it, he went to assassinate our demon empress. I'm afraid he's already a corpse by now, without even a grave mound to his name. Besides, even if the upper realm's Hanlin sacred dynasty wields fearsome power, in this Kanglin realm people from the upper realm don't get to throw their weight around. Boy, you're too pretty for your own good. Come and be this old man's male concubine. After saying this, Nangong Wudi's gaze turned greedy as he looked Lin Xuan up and down. Behind Nangong Wudi, a burly middle-aged man carrying 2 ornate battle axes lit up and said, Cave Master Wang Meng requests to fight. Let me capture this pretty boy and let you enjoy him to your heart's content. Nangong Wudi nodded. Wang Meng leapt forward, his heart pounding with excitement. This kid who had charged out of nowhere was the perfect chance to earn his master's favor. If he did not seize this moment to get into his good graces, when else would he? Boy, it's fine to have a few loose screws, but running around showing off is your mistake. Get over here and die. Wang Meng grinned savagely, stamped his foot, and charged at Lin Xuan. True chi churned within Wang Meng's body, surging outward as traces of demonic flame rose from him. He was actually a warrior at the 9th level of the martial spirit realm. He was only one step away from the martial ancestor realm and could be counted as one of Nangong Wudi's capable generals. Huarong still wore that foolish smile and seemed to have no intention of making a move. Lin Xuan glanced at Huarong and shook his head inwardly. This old rascal had no sense of duty at all. Never mind. This was a good chance to test his current strength against this Wang Meng from Huayun Cave. Footwork unsteady. Failure. True chi condensed, but not solid. Breathing unstable. Heart and mind restless. Failure. Although he has the 9th level martial spirit realm, his experience in battle is far too weak. Empty cultivation, no judgment. A failure among failures. Lin Xuan pointed out Wang Meng's flaws like a grandmaster. Is the sacred prince planning to fight personally? His opponent is 6 minor realms above him. From the shadows of Yunlan Peak, Yun murmured. At that moment, all the warriors of Yunlan Peak were hidden in the darkness, not showing themselves. Of course, this was Lin Xuan's order. When Yun saw Wang Meng strike at Lin Xuan, while Huarong showed no sign of stepping in, her heart gave a startled leap. The sacred prince is truly extraordinary. Just this bearing alone is enough to make countless prodigies of the Kanglin realm bow their heads. Yunfeng also sighed in admiration. They were not worried about Lin Xuan's safety. After all, with a martial king-level powerhouse by Lin Xuan's side, if Lin Xuan were injured, that martial king might as well have been raised on vegetables. Wang Meng grew even angrier at Lin Xuan's commentary. Fine boy. Sharp-tongued are you? Let's see which is sharper, your tongue or my axes. In the blink of an eye, Wang Meng closed in on Lin Xuan. True chi exploded like a sea, covering the ornate battle axes, which instantly blazed with wisps of demonic flame, mysterious and ferocious. A faint smile curled at the corner of Lin Xuan's mouth. Very well. This palm of mine may have no profound mystery to it, but destroying you is more than enough. Lin Xuan leisurely sent a palm strike out. Facing the palm wind roaring toward him, Wang Meng laughed wildly. You can criticize like a master, but your attack has no form at all, you snot-nosed brat. Before Wang Meng even finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed drastically. Unexpectedly astonishing true chi burst out from that ordinary palm force. As the true chi swirled, it formed a startling vortex. That true chi vortex seemed to hold an invincible devouring will. The instant Wang Meng pushed close to Lin Xuan, all of his power and true chi, like children who no longer belonged to him, surged madly toward Lin Xuan. What a... Wang Meng's expression changed, his heart leaping in his chest. Damn it. This kid. What kind of technique is this? My true chi isn't under my control anymore. Everyone else was stunned too. Something was wrong. Bang. The palm slammed heavily into Wang Meng. The raw force sent blood spraying from his mouth. But his body clung to Lin Xuan's palm in a bizarre way. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Waves of eerie wind howled. No. My true chi. Wang Meng roared in terror. He discovered that the true chi he had worked bitterly to cultivate for more than 30 years was flowing endlessly toward his opponent. Moments later, a dried corpse lay on the ground. Wang Meng, who had originally weighed over 180 caddies, was nothing but bones. Lin Xuan calmly drew back his palm, activating the devouring origin creation scripture to forcibly suppress the true chi he had absorbed. Although the devouring origin creation scripture devours all things, this is still someone else's true chi. Once it is refined into my own true chi, it becomes much more solid. I estimate that a few days of seclusion will let me break through to the 4th level of martial spirit. Lin Xuan withdrew his hand and mused silently. He had to admit that the devouring origin creation scripture was truly extraordinary. It could well be called a cheat device on the martial path. Silence. Utter silence. No one had expected that Lin Xuan, only a 3rd-level martial spirit, could easily destroy a 9th-level martial spirit powerhouse from Huiyun Cave with a single strike. You little dog, you used a trick. Ah, you killed my beloved general. It'll make you die. Nangong Wudi reacted, baring his teeth like a mad dog. Boom. The aura of a 4th-level martial ancestor exploded violently as Nangong Wudi prepared to attack Lin Xuan. Facing Nangong Wudi, Lin Xuan's gaze turned increasingly cold. Earlier he had only struck at Wang Meng out of amusement. Now Nangong Wudi's mouth was so foul he might as well have been one of the keyboard warriors from his previous life. If Nangong Wudi saw the sun rise tomorrow, then Lin Xuan would count himself the loser. Huarong, you old rascal, are you just going to stand there watching? Someone has insulted the sacred prince. Do you know what to do now? Lin Xuan said coldly. Huarong. Dongfang Poxing, who had been silent all along, suddenly raised his tightly knitted brows. Damn, so that was why this old man looked so familiar. Huarong. The demonic hand of heavenly medicine. Cold sweat poured down Dongfang Poxing's back, and the look he turned on Nangong Wudi was filled with pity. After today, who knew how many funeral banquets Huiyun Cave would have to hold? Haha, this old man merely wished to let His Highness the Holy Prince shine a little more brightly. No. Huarong chuckled softly. With that he shook the sheepskin coat draped over his shoulders. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 silver needles shot forth with lightning speed. Nangong Wudi's body crashed to the ground. A martial artist at the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm was subdued before he could even exchange a single blow with his opponent. Nangong Wudi felt as though his body no longer belonged to him. He could not move even a single toe. Not good. This old man is also a powerhouse. Men, get him. Kill this old man and the young whelp together. Nangong Wudi's heart churned with alarm. Yet as a cave master of the demonic path, he was far from foolish. He immediately barked orders at the many martial artists of his blazing fire cloud cave. After all, a pair of fists can hardly overcome 4 hands. This yellow-toothed, gap-mouthed old man might be stronger than him, but how much stronger could he truly be? He had numbers on his side. Even if they had to grind him down, they would wear him to death. The moment Nangong Wudi gave the order, not a single person stepped forward. Silence. Utter silence. Whether they belonged to Blazing Fire Cloud Cave or Freezing Cold Cave, every martial artist seemed struck by a body-sealing spell. They stood motionless. Nangong Wudi and Dongfang Poxing's hearts sank, and they turned to look behind them. There, amidst the crowd of martial artists from both caves, over 100 black-armored demon guards had appeared without anyone noticing. Heavenly Demon Acupoint Sealing Technique. Heavenly Demon Guards. Thud. The folding fan in Dongfang Poxing's hand slipped and clattered to the ground. It turned out that Lin Xuan and Huarong had appeared face to face before the 2 cave masters. Behind the scenes, Lin Xuan had already ordered the Heavenly Demon Guards to infiltrate the crowd and apply the acupoint sealing technique to the martial artists of Blazing Fire Cloud Cave and Freezing Cold Cave. In that brief span of time, thousands of martial artists had all been subdued by the Heavenly Demon Guards. After all, every single Heavenly Demon Guard possessed the strength of a martial ancestor. Before such an immense gap in power, silently controlling the martial artists of 2 demonic factions was trivially easy. This subordinate Dongfang Poxing of Freezing Cold Cave pays respects to Senior Huarong, the Heavenly Doctor's Demon Hand. Pay respects to Your Highness the Holy Prince. Dongfang Poxing without a moment's hesitation dropped to his knees before Lin Xuan and Huarong. Both Dongfang Poxing and Nangong Wudi ranked among the most negligible of the 72 demon caves, their status far too low. Thus they rarely had the chance to meet the powerful figures who served beside the Empress. Dongfang Poxing was a man of deep schemes, and he had long collected detailed information on Huarong's appearance. When he saw the old man earlier, he had felt a flicker of familiarity. That was precisely why he had not rushed to attack as Nangong Wudi had. Dongfang Poxing secretly shuddered with lingering fear. Thank heavens there was a fool to charge ahead, otherwise I would have been the one to suffer. The Heavenly Demon Guards have subdued all the martial artists of Blazing Fire Cloud Cave and Freezing Cold Cave. We await Your Highness the Holy Prince's orders. The 100-plus martial ancestor-level Heavenly Demon Guards roared in unison, their voices piercing the clouds. It was over. Nangong Wudi's face turned deathly pale. His originally wheat-colored skin flushed red, then turned black. This was utterly hopeless now. He had never imagined that the old man by the Holy Prince's side would actually be Huarong, a martial king powerhouse, and the Empress, renowned master of medical arts. Nor had he imagined that the heavenly demon guards would be lying in ambush within his domain. These were heavenly demon guards. How could they possibly obey Lin Xuan's commands so readily? All was lost. Your Highness the Holy Prince, this humble one failed to recognize Mount Tai. Nangong Wudi hurriedly begged for mercy, grasping for a sliver of hope to survive. If I don't kill you, are you planning to keep him around for the new year? Lin Xuan said indifferently to Huarong. Fine. Huarong nodded. Boom. The silver needles within Nangong Wudi's body moved with the current surging upward in reverse. At that very instant, Nangong Wudi's head burst apart, scattering into countless particles. A cave master had died, without even a complete corpse left behind. You're a crafty one. You showed me no disrespect, so Yunling is now under my protection. Do you have any objections? Lin Xuan walked up to Dongfang Poxing. No objections, no objections. Dongfang Poxing hurriedly shook his head. He too had never expected that this holy prince who had gone to assassinate Empress Feng Yue would not only return alive, but also bring with him a host of experts from the Heavenly Demon Palace. Where in the world was there any sense to be found in this? At this moment, Dongfang Poxing felt like crying. Remember my commands well, or else he will be your fate. Lin Xuan glanced at Nangong Wudi's mutilated remains, then spoke to Dongfang Poxing. Cold sweat poured down Dongfang Poxing's body as he nodded frantically. At this moment, he wished he could rip out his own heart and show it to Lin Xuan to prove that he truly dared not defy him. Huarong, his body hunched, stood before Lin Xuan. He could not help but nod with quiet approval. Although the demonic path was headed by the Heavenly Demon Palace, the so-called demonic way meant acting entirely on whim, slaughtering and tyrannizing at will. If Lin Xuan had merely relied on the might of the Heavenly Demon Palace to order the two cave masters to withdraw, it would certainly have been possible. But the greedy hearts of demonic cultivators meant that sooner or later they would surely come looking for trouble in Yunling again. Even if fear of Lin Xuan kept them from wiping out Yunling, bullying and oppressing it a little would hardly count as anything. Yet Lin Xuan with his schemes had slain Nangong Wudi and spared Dongfang Poxing. Catching them off guard, he had subdued the forces of both cave masters without shedding a single drop of blood. It was enough to scare Dongfang Poxing out of his wits, ensuring he would never dare trespass again. This manner of handling things reminded Huarong of Feng Yue. But how old was Lin Xuan? Everyone knows that when a holy prince descends from the upper realm, he is at the very least expected to unify the righteous factions. As I see it, Lin Xuan just might actually be able to do it. Huarong nodded inwardly, a trace of admiration rising in his heart for this youth of barely 20. I am not an unreasonable man. Dongfang Poxing, if you submit to me, then although you lose the resources of Yunling today, I can compensate you with the resources of another faction. Lin Xuan patted Dongfang Poxing on the shoulder and spoke. Another faction's resources. At these words, not only Dongfang Poxing was stunned, Huarong was dumbstruck as well. Good heavens! Could he give the bragging back to the ox? The ox worked hard enough without being blown up so shamelessly by his nonsense. Lin Xuan was utterly destitute, relying entirely on the borrowed tiger skin authority of the Heavenly Demon Palace to strut around. And now he was talking about compensating Dongfang Poxing with the resources of an entire faction. You rascal, if you haven't woken up yet, don't talk nonsense. Huarong rolled his eyes, muttering inwardly. This humble one is willing to submit to your highness. Dongfang Poxing lowered his head and spoke. In truth, at that very moment, Dongfang Poxing was unwilling in 100 different ways. You're strong, you have a big shot backing you. Fine, I yield. But insulting my intelligence on top of that is going too far. Dongfang Poxing, however, was now under someone else's roof and had to lower his head. Faced with Huarong and the Heavenly Demon Guards, he wanted to survive. And he truly did not believe a single word Lin Xuan had said. Lin Xuan shot him a meaningful glance, chuckled softly, but said nothing. He knew that Dongfang Poxing did not believe him. Lin Xuan waved his hand, and the martial artists of Yunling stepped out from the shadows. Yunfeng immediately began pouring out a torrent of five-spice rainbow flattery at Lin Xuan. Yunin meanwhile took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from Lin Xuan's brow, dutifully playing the part of a maidservant. Her eyes were brimming with adoration. And so the martial artists of Yunlan Peak, along with the Heavenly Demon Guards, escorted the martial artists of the two demonic caves up to Yunlan Peak. In the Yunlan Peak manor, Lin Xuan sat in the seat of honor. Everyone else stood obediently, not daring to even breathe loudly. They had all been thoroughly awed by Lin Xuan's heaven-defying methods. Lin Xuan leisurely picked up a cup of tea and blew away the tea leaf foam floating on its surface. How dare you demonic scoundrels attack my 12 peaks of Yunling? You clearly don't know how the word death is written. Today I, Xiaohua, and the Ice Emperor have come, and we will surely make sure you demonic fiends never make it back alive. Boom. A thunderous voice-carrying transmission came roaring from afar. Clearly the speaker possessed profound, true chi and extraordinary strength. The hand holding Lin Xuan's teacup trembled slightly. Had his cash cow finally arrived? For Lin Xuan, slaying Nangong Wudi and subduing Dongfang Poxing were not what pleased him most. In essence, Lin Xuan had lingered in Cloud Ridge solely for the sake of Xiao Hua, the child of destiny. Now the stage was set and the protagonist had finally arrived. Indeed, since the genius of Cloud Ridge is here, let's go welcome him. Bang! The teacup in Lin Xuan's hand was reduced to powder by his devouring true qi. The tea within it vanished into thin air as well. Yun Feng and the others were secretly astonished by Lin Xuan's display. Within the martial spirit realm, there was likely no one who could manipulate true qi with such proficiency as Lin Xuan. Coupled with the faint, ambiguous smile curling at the corners of Lin Xuan's mouth, everyone knew Xiao Hua was in for trouble. After all, it was Xiao Hua who had once instigated Lin Xuan to assassinate the ruthless empress of the Kanglan realm. The martial artists of Yunlan Peak had just walked out of the Great Hall when they saw a youth carrying a black, heavy, profound ruler on his back and an old man in blue robes with white hair. The youth had handsome features and a resolute countenance with what seemed like an unyielding flame burning in his eyes. The blue-robed old man with white hair wore an arrogant expression, looking down on all with contempt. They were none other than Xiao Hua, and Ice Emperor Elder Hai from the Xianbing Wuji Palace. As the crowd of Yunlan Peak came out, Xiao Hua immediately spotted Dongfang Poxing, the cave master of Linghan Cave. Xiao Hua stepped forward, pointed at Dongfang Poxing, and shouted, "Dongfang, you old dog. Today with Elder Hai here you have no room to be arrogant. Surrender at once, and he'll spare your corpse." His arrogant and overbearing attitude was utterly repulsive. Dongfang Poxing furrowed his brow. If not for Lin Xuan's presence, which made him fearful, Dongfang Poxing would have already crushed this brat named Xiao Hua to death. It was simply infuriating. The many powerhouses of Cloud Ridge turned their heads at Xiao Hua's words, feeling somewhat helpless. Naylan Rongrua sneered and muttered, "This idiot. How did he ever defeat me back then? Compared to the holy prince, Xiao Hua is like a pig." Yun Feng, Gu Chuan, Yunin, and the other powerhouses felt their scalps go numb. They knew Xiao Hua had come to save them, yet they couldn't muster a trace of gratitude. "Hurry and stop Xiao Hua. Don't let him spout nonsense. He has already offended the holy prince. If we're not careful, Cloud Ridge cannot withstand the holy prince's wrath. If he keeps talking nonsense, Cloud Ridge will die 100 times over. Damn it. He's this excited about bringing reinforcements when the holy prince has already resolved our crisis. Isn't he just making things worse?" Yun Feng secretly transmitted his voice to Gu Chuan and Yunin. The three of them temporarily formed a united front. They absolutely could not let Xiao Hua do as he pleased. In particular, they could not let Cloud Ridge be implicated. The three had just formed their united front when Xiao Hua grew even more arrogant. Dongfang Poxing suppressed the rage in his heart, but his gaze kept darting toward Lin Xuan. Because of Lin Xuan, he endured it. Little did he know that Xiao Hua, seeing Dongfang Poxing silent, assumed the latter was afraid of the Ice Emperor he had brought. At once the signature smirk of the crooked Dragon King curled at the corner of Xiao Hua's mouth as he shouted, "What now? It's just the Linghan Cave, ranked dead last among the 72 caves of the demonic path. Come over and kowtow to Ice Emperor Elder Hai to make amends. Oh, and where's that Nangong whatever Woody? Pa, people of the demonic path are all a bunch of bullies who fear the strong. You're asking for death." Xiao Hua was unaware that the heavenly demon guards and Hua Rong were currently hidden in Cloud Ridge. These words immediately stirred up everyone's wrath. Sharp killing intents instantly locked onto Xiao Hua. They were all waiting for Lin Xuan's command, and then they could crush this annoying ant. Xiao Hua seemed to sense something and couldn't help shivering, muttering, "Why has it suddenly turned so cold?" Yunin's face drastically changed, and she inwardly groaned, "Why is Xiao Hua so stupid? How had she failed to notice it before?" Although Yunin and Xiao Hua had once gone through hardships together in the Mystic Beast Mountains, her feelings for him were merely a hint of goodwill, not love. Now seeing Xiao Hua like this, bereft of any bearing like mud compared to Lin Xuan, the last trace of goodwill in her heart vanished completely. "Xiao Hua, watch your words. Now Dongfang." Fearing that Xiao Hua might die the next second, Yunin hurriedly spoke, wanting to warn him. Who knew that the agitated expression on her face would be interpreted as something entirely different in Xiao Hua's eyes. "Yunin, don't be afraid. I came to Cloud Ridge for 3 things: to save people, and to save people. I'm here so justice has arrived. You don't have to be overly grateful to me. For you, this is what I should do." Xiao Hua interrupted Yunin with a sincere face. He thought that her agitation just now was because she was worried about him. This forced overinterpretation would prove fatal. "Grateful, my ass." Yunin was nearly maddened by Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua. Long time no see," a calm voice sounded. The martial artists of Yunlan Peak felt a chill in their hearts. They backed away, lowered their heads, and made a path. Lin Xuan walked out slowly from the crowd. "Your Highness, Holy Prince. Your Highness, Holy Prince." The people of Yunlan Peak kept greeting Lin Xuan with such devout reverence that Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. "Why you? Lin Xuan, you're not dead." Xiao Hua drew a sharp breath, feeling as if he had seen a ghost when he saw Lin Xuan. In his heart, Lin Xuan was already a dead man. After all, it was he who had provoked Lin Xuan into assassinating Feng Yue. Yet here this guy stood before him whole and sound, not missing an arm or leg. In broad daylight was he seeing a ghost? Did the king of hell not care these days? Thanks to you, I'm still fine. Lin Xuan gave a faint smile. Xiaohu was about to speak, but Ice Emperor Elder Hai could not hold back any longer. Today, since this old man is here, you petty scoundrels of the demonic path have no room to act wild. Dongfang Poxing, surrender yourself lest I strike and make your end rather unsightly. Elder Hai sneered and swept a glance at Lin Xuan as if he did not take him seriously at all. After all, to Elder Hai he was a renowned martial ancestor powerhouse whose strength was already approaching martial king. Even if he was the holy prince from the upper realm, so what? He was nothing more than a young junior. In the Kanglin realm before the Ice Emperor, even a dragon must coil, and even a tiger must crouch. The Xianbing Wuji Palace ruled by Ice Emperor Elder Hai was not one of the 9 great orthodox lineages of the righteous path. However, in recent years its power had been rising steadily. In fact, it had already surpassed the 12 peaks of Cloud Ridge. This so-called 1 Academy 7 sects and 12 peaks ranking of the righteous path had been established quite some time ago. Times had changed and all things had passed. In the Kanglin realm today, many factions after years of accumulation now possess strength no less than that of the 9 orthodox lineages. The 12 peaks of Cloud Ridge in particular were mere namesakes, their strength pathetically shallow. The Xianbing Wuji Palace was one such force. A cold smile hung on Elder Hai's face, but his heart was wild with joy. As a righteous path martial artist, he naturally could not plunder and seize like those of the demonic path. However, if he helped Cloud Ridge, he could slowly encroach upon its power, and he wouldn't even spare the Fire Cloud Cave and Linghan Cave of the demonic path. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. This deal was far too profitable. Dongfang Poxing looked at Lin Xuan with a dark face. Lin Xuan seemed to see through Dongfang Poxing's intent. He waved his hand and said, "Since I've taken you in as my subordinate, I will naturally keep you safe. You need not worry." Lin Xuan's words were indifferent, yet filled with the bearing of one in authority. Hearing this, Dongfang Poxing couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Then Lin Xuan spoke again unhurriedly. "Now do you believe me? Earlier I said I would compensate you with a sect's heritage as a reward for giving up your attack on Cloud Ridge." Lin Xuan chuckled softly. Dongfang Poxing was stunned, recalling Lin Xuan's earlier words. He was highly intelligent, not a reckless brute like Nangong Wudi. In that instant, Dongfang Poxing seemed to understand something. "So, the Holy Prince intended. I am after all the palace master of the Xianbing Wuji Palace. How dare you ignore this old man? You seek death." Seeing Lin Xuan and Dongfang Poxing talking and completely ignoring him, unbounded rage suddenly flared in Elder Hai's heart. This disregard was a tremendous humiliation. What holy prince? Come and die. Elder Hai took a step forward. The true chi in his body flowed into his palm and instantly transformed into a giant ice hand formed from true chi, which came seizing toward Lin Xuan. He planned to make an example of this holy prince who had come down from the upper realm. Lin Xuan watched Elder Hai strike the icy hand, whistling toward him, yet his expression did not change in the slightest. Bang! The giant hand formed of ice turned to ashes barely 3 chi away from Lin Xuan. The ice fragments crystallized from true chi scattered all over the ground. A 3 chi wall. A martial king powerhouse. Elder Hai could not help but cry out at the sight. He had never imagined that a martial king would be hidden here in Yunling. Which senior is present? Please show yourself. Elder Hai glanced warily at Lin Xuan, then after a moment's deliberation spoke. Elder Hai and Xiaohu exchanged a glance, and both saw sheer terror in the other's eyes. Ever since they had arrived at Yunling, everything had seemed eerily strange. Lin Xuan actually claimed that he had subdued Dongfang Poxing. How was that possible? After all, Lin Xuan was merely a martial spirit. At first, Elder Hai and Xiaohu had assumed that Lin Xuan and Dongfang Poxing were in league with each other, putting on an act. They had not taken it to heart. But when the 3 chi wall, something only a martial king could possess, appeared around Lin Xuan, Elder Hai and Xiao was suddenly understood. This matter was far from that simple. How Ice Emperor is it? It has been so many years since we last met. Have you forgotten how you knelt before this old man back, then begging me not to kill you? A hoarse voice rang out. Elder Hai and Xiaohua followed the sound, and immediately saw, standing in the corner, an old man in a felt cap and sheepskin coat with missing teeth and yellowed fangs. When Elder Hai saw the man, clearly his scalp prickled, and a chill shot up from his spine straight to the crown of his. You? Hua Rong, the demonic hand of heavenly healing. Didn't you join the Tianma Palace and seclude yourself from worldly affairs? Hiss. Elder Hai sucked in a cold breath and kept backing away. Back then, the name demonic hand of heavenly healing had shaken the entire Kanglin realm. Elder Hai had once contended with him only to be tortured by Hua Rong's poisons for 3 days and 3 nights, unable to live and unable to die. Now that Hua Rong stood before him again, what thought of fighting him could Elder Hai possibly harbor? This old man lives in seclusion at the Tianma Palace serving Her Majesty the Empress. This holy prince is a close friend of the Empress. Naturally, this old man follows His Highness the Holy Prince as we journey through the rise and fall of this troubled world. Huarong said indifferently, his yellowed teeth parting and closing unhurriedly. A friend of the Empress? The heartless Empress Feng Youwei actually had a friend, and it was this holy prince Lin Xuan. What the hell? For a moment, everyone on Yunlan Peak was dumbstruck. The people of Yunling all knew that holy prince Lin Xuan possessed the power to command the martial artists of the Tianma Palace, but they had never known why. Now that they had learned Lin Xuan was a close friend of the Heartless Empress, they felt as if they were dreaming. The Heartless Empress was a legend of the Kanglan realm. Bearing the Demon Emperor's inheritance, she killed without mercy. Countless tens of thousands of martial artists had died by her hands. Even the demonic cultivators of the Tianma Palace would tremble at the sound of the Heartless Empress name. And a person like that actually had friends. Truly live long enough, and you will see everything. Elder Hai turned even paler, his face several shades whiter than his hair. He remembered what he had said to Lin Xuan moments ago, and wished he could die of regret. Wasn't this just lighting a lantern in the latrine, courting death? Brother Huarong, I am in the wrong today. I had no idea you were here. I would never dare meddle in Yunling's affairs. I take my leave now. The martial artists of my Xianbing Wuji Palace have not yet reached Yunlan Peak. I will go and order them to withdraw at once. Elder Hai was far too terrified of Huarong. Without another word, he clasped his fists directly to Huarong. After speaking, he did not even dare to look at Huarong. He stamped his foot, spread the martial wings behind him, and prepared to soar into the air. My apologies. This old man does not enjoy killing, but His Highness the Holy Prince will not let you leave. Huarong shook his head. Slowly he extended his hand from his sleeve. His hand, once withered and pale, turned pitch black under the circulation of true qi. Dense toxic vapor seeped from it without cease. Huarong suddenly pointed. His true qi transformed into a sky-filling venom that condensed into a black streak, shooting toward the fleeing Elder Hai. Whoosh! The black streak had been released later, yet it arrived first and caught up to Elder Hai in an instant. Feeling the howl of destruction behind him, Elder Hai shouted in despair. Heavens! Heaven's punishing myriad venom hand. His heart quaked violently. He knew that facing such a killing move, his chances of survival were 1 in 10. At once Elder Hai no longer dared to flee. A brilliant azure ice-type true qi erupted from his dantian. His entire dantian seemed to have turned blue. Mystic ice dragons soar. Elder Hai's true qi surged outward, forming an ice dragon behind him, savage and ferocious, roaring to heaven and earth. Huarong, spare my life, and I will never offend again. Elder Hai thrust the spear in his hand. True qi transformed into a dragon. Rocks shot through the sky, and one roar split the heavens. The explosive power of a 9th-level martial ancestor shook everyone on Yunlan Peak. Yet Elder Hai's face was still steeped in despair. After all these years, you are still as stagnant as ever. You should know that once you have offended the Holy Prince, even this old man cannot protect you. Huarong's expression did not change. He flipped his hand, formed a finger point, and pressed down with overwhelming force. A tidal wave of venom exploded, and the ice dragon shattered in an instant. A miserable scream tore from Elder Hai. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A series of sounds rang out. When the jet-black venom faded away, a white skeleton tumbled from the air. The Ice Emperor, Elder Hai, Palace Master of the Xianbing Wuji Palace, had fallen. He did not even leave a whole corpse behind. Dongfang Poxing, I the Holy Prince, always keep my word. Lead the martial artists of Huiyun Cave and Linghan Cave down the mountain and absorb the Xianbing Wuji Palace. Lin Xuan's expression remained unchanged as he spoke to Dongfang Poxing. Ecstasy bloomed on Dongfang Poxing's face. He kowtowed to Lin Xuan 3 times and said, "Thank you, Your Highness the Holy Prince." Just as he had expected, the Holy Prince intended to seize the Xianbing Wuji Palace to compensate him. The corners of Dongfang Poxing's mouth curled upward uncontrollably. Earlier he had not believed Lin Xuan's words, but now, how sweet it was. Naturally, Dongfang Poxing had been displeased when Lin Xuan relied on the Tianma Palace to force him to surrender. Those of the demonic path valued carefree freedom. To live beneath others as a dog was genuinely humiliating. But now Dongfang Poxing truly wished to shout one line. Being a dog for Holy Prince Lin Xuan was wonderful. Woof, woof, woof. Lin Xuan, you. Xiaohua felt completely dumbfounded. He had never imagined that after all his effort finding a backer, that backer would prove utterly worthless before this man. The feeling was unbearable, even worse than eating a dead rat. Senior Yao, are you there? What should I do now? Xiaohua's heart was in utter turmoil, and his gaze unconsciously drifted toward the ring on his hand. Lin Xuan noticed the small movement and gave a faint smile. As everyone knew, Xiaohua was the archetypal male lead of a trashy web novel. A wasted talent rising to prominence, a golden finger in his grasp, beauties throwing themselves into his arms. And most importantly, his luck was overwhelming with great figures constantly appearing to help him. Take for instance the Ice Emperor Elder Hai. Unfortunately for him this time, he met Lin Xuan. Finally, it's my turn to have a thoroughly good time in a power fantasy. Let me think about how I should fleece this child of fortune Xiaohua. Lin Xuan stroked his chin and looked at Xiaohua with keen interest. Xiaohua, haven't you seen the situation clearly yet? The Holy Prince has already subdued the demonic cultivators. You spoke insolently to the Holy Prince. Why haven't you apologized? Seeing Hua Rong kill Elder Hai with a single strike, Yun Feng was frightened to the core. At once he hurriedly spoke up and berated Xiaohua, hoping Xiaohua would humble himself and appease Lin Xuan. Yun Feng, what you say is absurd. If an apology could fix everything, then why would we martial artists endure bitter cultivation? Lin Xuan shook his head, his gaze gradually turning sharp, and as he looked at Xiaohua, killing intent flooded his eyes. Seeing the look in Lin Xuan's eyes, the crowd of Yunling couldn't help but tense up. They knew that the Holy Prince was decisive and merciless in his killings. This time Xiaohua was surely done for. Among the crowd, Nalan Raro was grinning from ear to ear, already wondering how to celebrate today. Should it be a barbecue, or maybe setting off some fireworks? That was the question. Lin Xuan stepped forward, and the cultivation of martial spirit level 4 erupted fiercely. An overwhelming aura surged toward Xiaohua. Although Lin Xuan was only at martial spirit level 4, his Xuan Zaohua Jing was a heaven-grade cultivation technique bestowed by the system. Therefore, Lin Xuan's aura was in no way inferior to that of an ordinary martial spirit level 9 warrior. Name Xiaohua, Child of Fortune. Realm Martial Spirit level 1. Techniques Fengshen Ju, Baji Beng, Yinfen, Shileng Qi. Fortune value 3000. Cheat item: the Medicine Elder within the ring. A former martial king powerhouse whose physical body was destroyed, his true spirit absorbed by the Xingyun divine ring, and thus able to cling to life. Women of Fortune Yun, E Nalan Ruo Feng Yue. Too many. The system data is lagging. Lin Xuan's gaze was sharp, and his aura surged overwhelmingly toward Xiaohua. In front of Lin Xuan's eyes, the system displayed Xiaohua's life script. A mere waste who just entered martial spirit in the lower realm, daring to provoke this prince. Who gave you the courage to not even distinguish the king from the servant? Lin Xuan walked step by step toward Xiaohua, saying indifferently. His words were icy and merciless, making anyone who heard them feel a chill run down their spine. At this moment, Lin Xuan perfectly embodied the words, great villain. In one word, both handsome and wicked. Lin Xuan Yu. Xiaohua, oppressed by Lin Xuan's aura, had sweat all over his forehead. He panicked. He had risen from obscurity, and along the way he either had the old grandpa cheat by his side, or had experts to help him. His luck was explosive. But now the helper he had called was slain by the martial king under Lin Xuan's command. And his cheat item was like a dead dog, giving him no response. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. The Xiao family. Perhaps it has existed in the Kanglan realm for too long. Lin Xuan walked up to Xiaohua with a sinister and arrogant smile, and uttered one sentence with profound meaning. The crowd on Yunlan Peak dared not even breathe loudly. They knew that with Lin Xuan's capability, once he said such a thing, the Xiao family, a small clan in a remote border town, would never see the sun again. The Holy Prince really carries the style of us demonic cultivators. Not bad. Quite like me in my younger years. Huarong looked at Lin Xuan like this, and nodded in satisfaction. His old lecherous face was covered with crooked lines that spelled out shameless. Everyone was speechless. In fact, there was one thing Lin Xuan was definitely better at than young Huarong, and that was, Lin Xuan was very handsome. However, at this moment no one dared to speak. Lin Xuan, you merely rely on your status and the people of the Tianma Palace. If you have the guts, would you dare suppress your cultivation and fight me at the same realm? If we were both at martial spirit level 1, I would kill you like slaughtering a dog. A flash of inspiration struck Xiaohua, and he shouted at Lin Xuan. He couldn't defeat Lin Xuan, but he knew that this holy prince was proud, arrogant, and overly tsundere. The provoking tactic would surely work. As long as he agrees, he'll defeat him in front of everyone. Force him into making a 3-year promise to buy me time. By then I will still suppress him. Yunin Yunling will still be mine. Xiaohua's eyes burned with fervent calculation. Do you dare? Xiaohua, have you ever seen an ant negotiate with an elephant? Or are you trying to provoke me, beat me at the same realm, and damage my Dao heart? Then make a bet with me, and fight me later, giving you time to catch your breath. Lin Xuan stared directly into Xiaohua's eyes, speaking word by word in a low voice. Boom. Xiaohua was dumbfounded. When he looked into Lin Xuan's eyes, he felt as if he were staring into an abyss. The immense pressure made it impossible for him to breathe. How? How could he know? Xiaohua didn't understand why his never-failing trick had failed today. Lin Xuan, as the holy prince, you suppress me with your cultivation. Do you even have a sense of shame? Xiaohua wanted to struggle, but under Lin Xuan's aura, he was already in a miserable state. No. Lin Xuan refused bluntly. As a villain, Lin Xuan kept in mind the self-cultivation of a villain, and abided by the 3 great villain laws. First, persevere. Second, be shameless. Third, persevere in shamelessness. Xiaohua, you? For a moment Xiaohua didn't know what to say. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Xuan turned his palm and struck it against Xiaohua's chest. The powerful force directly caved in Xiaohua's chest. Roar! The martial spirit Xuan demonic dragon behind Lin Xuan leaped out. It suppressed Xiaohua and devoured his martial spirit, the strange fire, directly swallowing it into its belly. Lin Xuan's fierce, true qi rampaged through Xiaohua's body, shattering all his meridians. Xiaohua lost all his cultivation and his meridians were severed. He collapsed to the ground, convulsing and spitting blood from his mouth. He'll spare your dog life. Next time remember to see clearly before barking. Not everyone is like me, willing to give a dog a chance. Lin Xuan said indifferently. Of course, as a villain, Lin Xuan was certainly not a saint. He wasn't giving Xiaohua, this child of fortune, a chance to grow. It was just that Lin Xuan had learned from the system that Xiaohua's fortune value had not yet fallen below the execution line, so Lin Xuan couldn't kill him right now. The concept of fortune had always been mysterious, but it truly existed. A child of fortune blessed by luck would encounter endless opportunities. If someone tried to kill a child of fortune, there would always be some reason the kill failed. For example, an expert would appear to save the child of fortune, or an unreasonable bolt of lightning would strike down. Since Lin Xuan couldn't kill Xiaohua now, he wouldn't force it. He would drain all of Xiaohua's fortune first, then take Xiaohua's life to settle the score. Crack, crack, crack. The fury in Xiaohua's eyes was almost tangible. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white and cracking. The Holy Prince is indeed magnanimous. Yunfeng breathed a sigh of relief. At least Lin Xuan didn't intend to vent his anger on Yunling. He hurriedly flattered Lin Xuan. It's only for the sake of my maidservant Yun-Yin that I don't want to kill the people of Yunling. Lin Xuan glanced at Yun-Yin. Under Lin Xuan's gaze, Yun-Yin's face suddenly flushed red. She lowered her head and murmured, "Thank you, Holy Prince." Maidservant. Xiaohua felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Yun-Yin had shared hardships with him. In Xiaohua's heart, Yun-Yin was already his woman, the sooner or later kind. Now his goddess had become someone else's bootlicker maidservant. How could he bear it? I'm tired. This prince needs to rest. You need to thank me. You'd better give me a good massage tonight. Without even looking at Xiaohua, Lin Xuan turned and walked away, stretching lazily. Hearing those words, Yun-Yin was so embarrassed that she wished she could dig a hole and hide in it. But deep inside, she was secretly pleased. Xiaohua was already severely injured. Hearing those words only fueled the rage in his heart. Unable to suppress it, he spat out a mouthful of black blood and fainted in the great hall of Yunlan Peak. Guards, Xiaohua is arrogant and disrespectful to the Holy Prince. Throw him into Sigua Cliff. Without the Holy Prince's order, he shall never leave for life. Yunfeng shouted. The Yunling warriors lifted Xiaohua and dragged him away like a dead dog. That night, a night of stars and a night of wind. Inside the eastern wing of Yunlan Peak. Holy Prince, is it comfortable? A soft, gentle voice rose, startling two wild cats that were sneaking a love affair among the grass and trees of Yunlan Peak. Not bad. I never imagined that you, the first seed of Yunling, would be quite so knowledgeable about massage. What was that move called just now? Lin Xuan stretched lazily, feeling a wave of comfort wash through his entire body. Then he turned to Yun-Yin and asked. Something like ants climbing a tree. After pondering for a moment, Yun-Yin said, with a perfectly serious expression. As far as Yun-Yin was concerned, this massage technique came from the maidservant who waited on her. Now it was perfectly fitting to serve Lin Xuan. Ants climbing a tree. That name is truly undefeatable. Lin Xuan's face was full of embarrassment. In his previous life, Lin Xuan had not been a well-behaved boy, so he naturally knew some unconventional service techniques. He never expected that after transmigrating into this rolling foreign world, he would still be fortunate enough to experience them. A blessing for 3 lifetimes. You have just broken through to the martial ancestor realm, and it was by relying on medicinal pills that you did so. Hence your martial foundation is unstable. Today do you feel your chi is unsteady and cold sweat on your brow? Lin Xuan turned around and looked straight at Yun-Yin before asking. Yun-Yin's heart trembled. Although Lin Xuan was merely a martial artist at the 4th level of martial spirit, his insight was as sharp as that of the older generation of experts. The Holy Prince is truly a divine being. I relied on the power of medicinal pills to force my way to the martial ancestor realm. I do feel that my foundation is a little unstable, but it is not serious. So long as I cultivate single-mindedly for a while, I will be fine. Yun-Yin said to Lin Xuan with a blush. Lin Xuan shook his head and explained, this is no trivial matter. The road of martial arts is like building a tall tower. If the foundation is unstable, it will be difficult to reach a height of 10,000 zhang. Take this cultivation technique. Tonight, cultivate with full focus in the eastern chamber. I will stand guard for you. As he spoke, Lin Xuan rummaged inside his robes and took out an ancient manual. The manual looked rather mystical with the words Soaring Cloud Art written on its cover. This technique was a heaven-tier martial art exchanged by Lin Xuan from the system mall. It had cost him 300. Although the soaring cloud art was only an entry-level heaven-tier martial technique, it was extremely well-suited to Yunin. This technique was all about the interplay of illusion and reality, transforming substance into emptiness. If cultivated to great mastery, one could transform the true qi within the body into soaring cloud energy, toppling mountains and overturning seas, doubling the power of its user. Moreover, the body would move like a drifting cloud, granting speed a step ahead of others. By Lin Xuan's estimation, Yunin would be able to cultivate all the way to the martial emperor realm by relying on the soaring cloud art. After all, no matter what, it was still a heaven-tier technique. Holy Prince, how can this be? Yunin was greatly shocked. A heaven-tier technique casually given to her. Holy Prince, this is far too lavish. You should know that although Yunling has declined, it was still one of the 9 great orthodox lineages of the past. The Cloud Sea true art that Yunin cultivated could be regarded as an unprecedented miraculous technique, yet it was only an earth-tier 8th grade cultivation method. If a heaven-tier technique were to circulate in the Kanglan realm, countless people would rack their brains and strain every nerve to obtain it. You are this prince's maidservant. Cultivating a mere earth-tier technique is too shabby. Since I have let you cultivate the soaring cloud art, simply cultivate in peace. What? Do you dare to defy this prince? Lin Xuan glared at her and gave a cold snort. Seeing that Lin Xuan was angry, Yunin's heart trembled, and she hastily accepted the soaring cloud art. Yunin could not help but keep stealing glances at Lin Xuan. He had given her a heaven-tier technique as if it were nothing. From this one could see how much Lin Xuan cared for her. Yunin felt a warm sensation in her heart. Ding! The favored daughter of destiny Yunin has advanced from goodwill to adoration toward the host. Reward 1,000 villain points. A system notification sounded in Lin Xuan's mind. Lin Xuan was delighted. Having spent 300 villain points and earned 700 in return with a single flip of the hand, this was indeed a good deal. Host Lin Xuan of villain points 2,000, talent heaven-tier 9th grade, cultivation technique, origin devouring creation scripture, realm martial spirit 4th level. Earlier, Lin Xuan had successfully won over Feng Yue and obtained 500 villain points. He had previously exchanged for pills and a technique for Yunin costing 500 points. Now his net asset stood at 2,000 points. Although Feng Yue was powerful, it was clear that she occupied only a minor part in the life script of Xiao, with a child of destiny. Therefore, winning over Yunin was clearly far more profitable than Feng Yue. With 2,000 villain points, let me see what there is that can increase my strength. Lin Xuan pondered for a moment. Seeing that Yunin had sunk into cultivation and that he had nothing to do, he intended to choose some treasures that would boost his strength. A man should still be a little better to himself. Lin Xuan browsed through the villain mall. In the end, he spent 500 villain points to exchange for 50 years of cultivation power. Weapon liberation ghost immortal method. It is said that in certain high martial worlds, there are cultivators who defy heaven in their search for immortality and the Tao. However, to ascend and become an immortal, a cultivator must endure a thunder tribulation. The thunder tribulation annihilates everything. If a cultivator cannot withstand it, his physical body will be destroyed, and he will undergo weapon liberation with only his primordial spirit remaining. This method was created specifically for spirit beings, allowing them to continue cultivating and eventually form a spiritual body, thereby surviving in the world. Price 1,000 villain points. Damn, so expensive. When Lin Xuan browsed the villain mall and saw the weapon liberation ghost immortal method, his eyes suddenly lit up. But the moment he saw the price, Lin Xuan's face darkened. Truly expensive. Still, this ghost immortal method is a cultivation art that transcends heaven-tier martial techniques. It's worth it if I can scheme Xiaohua to death. Lin Xuan gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and exchanged the ghost immortal method from the villain mall. Of course, Lin Xuan did not intend to use this ghost immortal method himself. It was exactly for dealing with Xiaohua. As long as Xiaohua could be killed, Lin Xuan felt it was worth it. After all the gains and losses, Lin Xuan was left with only 500 villain points. He had worked hard for decades only to return to the starting line in one morning. Relying on immense willpower, Lin Xuan withdrew from the dazzling array of alluring treasures in the villain mall. He sat down cross-legged and calmly used the origin devouring creation scripture to refine the 50 years of cultivation power. Martial spirit 4th level, martial spirit 5th level, martial spirit 6th level. A night passed. Lin Xuan returned directly to the 9th level of martial spirit. Ordinary martial artists only know how to absorb power recklessly, lacking martial insight. Their realms are unstable. Even if their realm rises, their combat strength remains extremely weak. But Lin Xuan's origin devouring creation scripture was different. It originated from the heaven-swallowing demon art of the ruthless emperor. As long as it absorbed power, it could continuously refine and condense it, forging an incomparably solid foundation. Moreover, Lin Xuan had directly devoured Xiaohua's strange fire constitution, making his foundation even more powerful. After all, Xiaohua was the child of destiny, and his constitution destined him to one day become a flame emperor of the great emperor level. By seizing Xiaohua's constitution, Lin Xuan's foundation was so thick that it was almost horrifying. Warm sunlight streamed into the eastern chamber. Yuanyin slowly opened her eyes. The soaring cloud art's effects were extraordinary. In just one night, Yuanyin completely stabilized her martial ancestor realm. The Holy Prince's methods are truly inconceivable. Seeing that Lin Xuan was still cultivating, Yuanyin did not dare to wake him. Gazing at his face as if carved by a deity, she could not help but stand there in a daze. His aura was transcendent, his features were handsome, his background was formidable, and his methods were mysterious. A man like this was just like a magnet, drawing Yuanyin in before she knew it. Compared with him, Xiaohua was truly not worth one of Lin Xuan's toes. Xiaohua. In the end, Xiaohua has shared hardships with me. Now that he is imprisoned at Sigua Cliff, I should go and see him. Yuanyin sighed and murmured. Since Lin Xuan was still cultivating, Yuanyin did not disturb him, tiptoed out of the eastern chamber and left. Just after Yuanyin left, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Lin Xuan's mouth. On the back mountain of Yunlan Peak, the main peak among the 12 peaks of Yunling, was Sigua Cliff. Clank clank. The sound of iron chains clattering resounded across Sigua Cliff. Lin Xuan, you shameless villain, I hate you. Yeah? Just you wait. One day I will cut off your precious head. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not bully the young and poor. Xiaohua's heart-rending voice rang out, sending chills down one's spine. The ring in his hand began to emit, lad, settle down. My spiritual body is about to be scattered by your racket. An aged voice came from within the star essence divine ring. Divine lights swirled and coalesced into the phantom figure of an old man in white robes. This person was none other than the renowned Yao Qing elder, Yao, who had once been celebrated throughout the Kanglan realm. A martial king powerhouse of a bygone era. Elder Yao, why didn't you act today? You could have taken control of my body and helped me defeat that Lin Xuan. Xiaohua had completely lost his mind. At the sight of Elder Yao, his eyes blazed crimson. He had gone berserk, striking friend and foe alike. Elder Yao was choked silent by Xiaohua's words for a long while. He looked at Xiaohua and drew a deep breath. Since rising to prominence within the Xiao family, when had Xiaohua ever encountered such a setback? A little temper was understandable. Elder Yao silently admonished himself, then heaved a sigh and said to Xiaohua, though I was once known as the medicine saint famed across the world for my medical arts and alchemy, yet my cultivation was only at the early stage of the martial king realm. The one who slew the ice emperor known as the heavenly physician Demon Hand surpassed me in medical arts, alchemy, and martial path alike. Martial king powerhouses possess keen senses, they can easily detect my spiritual form. If the heavenly physician Demon Hand Huarong were to discover me, I would be in deep trouble. That is why I absolutely cannot act today. Xiaohua, calm yourself. Elder Yao, earnest and sincere, began to counsel Xiaohua. To be honest, Elder Yao had been a notable figure in his day. When had he ever humbled himself so before a junior? The main reason was that he was no longer his own master dependent, as he was on Xiaohua. Excuses, all excuses. I want. Xiaohua, like a maddened beast, cursed Elder Yao recklessly, utterly unreasonable. The humiliation I suffered today is an utter disgrace. I would rather die than live on in such shameful humiliation. Yao Cheng, now that my martial path has been severed, what hope remains for me to rise again? Xiaohua continued to curse, showing Elder Yao no respect. Elder Yao felt his blood rush to his head. His blood pressure seemed about to spike. Fortunately, he was now a spiritual body, otherwise he would have suffered a cerebral hemorrhage. Elder Yao gave Xiaohua a deep look. Listen, was this the words of a human? How could a person have said such a thing without having suffered a decade of cerebral thrombosis? Not even a year less. Don't panic. I know of a pill that can help you return to your peak. It lies within the Tianma Palace. Moreover, I still have considerable reserves left from my lifetime. In no time I can help you step into the martial king realm. Elder Yao suppressed his anger and comforted Xiaohua. Xiaohua glared at Elder Yao, gnashing his teeth, seemingly wanting to say more. Then he heard footsteps outside. He'll hide in the star essence divine ring first. Lad, be cautious in everything, don't act impulsively. Elder Yao warned Xiaohua once more. But old and cunning as he was, he could tell at a glance that Xiaohua was unlikely to heed his words. After Elder Yao vanished, Xiaohua seemed to calm down a little and muttered, "Forgive me, Elder Yao Cheng. I was impulsive just now, and I was mad with fury. It's fine. Youth is hot-blooded, it's only natural." The star essence divine ring shimmered as Elder Yao sent a divine thought to soothe Xiaohua. In reality, Xiaohua's apology was far from sincere. Old thing, once I take away the reserves you've accumulated over the years, it'll make you repay me 1,000-fold for refusing to help me today. Xiaohua's eyes darkened as he thought secretly to himself. All along he had been putting on the facade of an upright gentleman, especially before Elder Yao. In truth, Xiaohua was exceptionally black-hearted. Beneath his righteous exterior lay a vicious core. It was all for the sake of gain. That Xiaohua lad. His manner just now was vastly different from his usual self. Could it be that I misjudged him? Elder Yao's spiritual body remained within the star essence divine ring, pondering silently. A rift had clearly already formed between the two. Xiaohua, are you all right? A gentle voice came. Xiaohua looked up and saw Yunin. A look of ecstasy immediately bloomed on Xiaohua's face. Yunin, you've come. Wait, why are you all? Xiaohua's beaming face instantly froze as if petrified. Drenched. Yunin was startled by the question. She then touched her hair and back. As it turned out, she had spent the entire night cultivating the cloud-soaring art, converting the true chi of her cloud-sea true art into cloud-soaring energy. This energy, resembling layers of clouds, caused her body to expel sweat as it circulated within her. Those droplets of sweat were actually impurities from Yunin's body. At this moment, Yunin was drenched in fragrant perspiration, appearing even more alluring. Oh, I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. This is a cultivation art bestowed by the Holy Prince. Under his protection, I practiced for the whole night. Yunin smiled faintly and explained to Xiaohua. She was telling the truth. But to Xiaohua, her words struck like a thunderbolt. Practiced all night. What kind of cultivation? Dual cultivation. Damn it. If you're going to do it, fine, but you come and tell me. That's going too far. Ah. Crack. Crack. Xiaohua instantly felt utterly insulted, roaring continuously as he clenched his fists until they cracked. Yunin seemed not to notice Xiaohua's abnormality and said instead, Xiaohua, you shouldn't have offended the Holy Prince. So I just stay here on Reflection Cliff. Once the Holy Prince is in a better mood, he'll plead for you. Perhaps he'll show you mercy. The Holy Prince. Again, the Holy Prince. Xiaohua was trembling all over. Merely hearing that name made his scalp tingle. His emotions were 10 parts 3 anger, 3 despair, and 4 fear. Actually, the Holy Prince is a good person. Yunin raised her head, a smile radiating across her stunning face. A beam of sunlight streaming through the cave entrance of Reflection Cliff fell upon Yunin's face, making her feel quite warm. Yunin's cherry-like lips parted slightly as she took a deep breath. Boom. Xiaohua was utterly despairing. He could even imagine what combat power and astonishing skill that mouth of Yunin's had displayed the night before. Xiaohua could no longer tell whether what stained Yunin's face was sunlight at all. Damn it. In Xiaohua's heart, Yunin was his chosen woman. Now she had turned him into a vast grassland and fitted him with a green hat. How could he ever endure it? Yunin, you bitch, will kill you. Xiaohua suddenly lunged at Yunin. With a loud clatter, the iron chains rattled, yanking him back. Yunin stepped back, staring at Xiaohua in utter disbelief. Xiaohua had actually called her a bitch. She had come all the way out of goodwill only to be treated like this. Yunin looked at Xiaohua, who was like a mad dog. Any affection, any shared hardship vanished completely at this moment. There was only deep disgust. To be honest, even Yunin had never imagined it. Xiaohua would actually turn on her with such vicious words. When she remembered that she had once held some fondness for him, she felt a wave of disgust. Xiaohua, what are you talking about? Yunin's face turned cold as she snapped at him. Humph, aren't you a shameless wench? If you weren't, how could you have so little shame as to share a room with a strange man? Bah! Xiaohua cursed and sputtered. His foul mouth ran like a wild horse with broken reins, chattering without cease. Those vicious words were no less cruel than 10,000 swords piercing straight through Yunin's heart. Yunin was completely dumbfounded. She had not expected that her good intentions would be repaid by Xiaohua's wanton abuse. Wench, after everything, how can you face me? Xiaohua spat, and a thick wad of phlegm landed right in front of Yunin. It had to be said, a son of fortune was a son of fortune after all. Even with all 4 limbs broken by Lin Xuan, his verbal skills alone were still unfathomably sharp. It was a truly jaw-dropping sight. Xiaohua, you have gone too far. I am Lin Xuan's handmaiden. What if I spent a night attending to him? Besides, the Holy Prince Lin Xuan is not the base person you imagine. He didn't do anything to me at all. Yunin's face was burning red and rage blazed in her heart. At that moment, she nearly ground her pearly teeth to powder. At that moment, Xiaohua was the person she loathed most in the world, and by far, did nothing to her. How could that be? Naturally, Xiaohua would not believe a single word of Yunin's nonsense. Yunin was a woman of stunning beauty, barely 30 years old, radiating feminine charm from head to toe. If any man could stay with her and do nothing at all, then that man must surely have some unspeakable weakness. Humph. A wench is a wench. A whore who still wants a chastity arch erected for her. Xiaohua continued to spew his merciless verbal abuse. He was 10 times more venomous than the foul-mouthed shrews of the streets. You scoundrel. Tears immediately streamed down Yunin's face. She had been the favored daughter of heaven in Yunling since childhood. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? The most venomous word she could think of was scoundrel. But that was clearly no match for Xiaohua's filthy mouth. Yunin hated Xiaohua with every fiber of her being, but she was no match for him in a war of words. She wanted to kill him with a single palm strike, yet she feared that Lin Xuan might still have some use for Xiao Hua's miserable life. Yunin suddenly turned around and, covering her face, tried to leave. Oh. In her panic, she had not seen where she was going. The next thing she knew, she had rushed directly into a warm, solid chest. Are you all right? Lin Xuan's gentle voice came from above. Yunin looked up and saw him. At that moment, bathed in the sunlight of Sigua Cliff, Lin Xuan's handsome face was radiating a divine light. Holy Prince! Wah! With her spirit shattered, Yunin looked at Lin Xuan. Unable to hold back, she threw herself into his arms and burst into loud, uncontrolled crying. At that instant, Yunin felt that Lin Xuan was her entire world. As for Xiao Hua, she never wanted the slightest connection with him again. Lin Xuan, you bastard! Seeing this, Xiao Hua could not help but roar. Holding Yunin in his arms, Lin Xuan flicked his finger. A stream of true qi burst from his body and sealed Xiao Hua's acupoints. MMPH. Xiao Hua's throat moved violently, but he could not make a sound. At last it was quiet. Having stood outside Sigua Cliff for a while, Lin Xuan had naturally witnessed the devastating power of Xiao Hua's verbal barrage. Yunin, stop crying. It's not worth shedding tears for a man like that. Lin Xuan comforted her. Yunin's delicate body trembled. She felt that his words rang true. That Xiao Hua was so vulgar. Why should she cry over him? If a dog barks at you, are you going to bark back? Pay him no heed. Just slaughter him and eat his flesh. Lin Xuan stroked Yunin's hair. She nodded obediently. Xiao Hua's vulgarity and Lin Xuan's gentleness formed a stark contrast. Yunin had fallen. Ding. The daughter of fortune, Yunin, now finds the son of fortune, Xiao Hua, utterly beyond loathsome. Her love for the host has become madness, rising from admiration to devotion unto death. The son of fortune, Xiao Hua's fortune points have decreased by 1000. Reward 100 villain points to the host. The system notification sounded in Lin Xuan's mind once again. Lin Xuan was stunned for a moment, then his eyes brimmed with laughter. Excellent. Wasn't this equivalent to 200 villain points? Just as they said, with going and coming counted twice. Xiao Hua had originally possessed 300 fortune points. Now that 100 had been stripped from him, only 200 remained. Once he had completely fleeced the sheep, that would be the moment of Xiao Hua's death. Xiao Hua glared at Lin Xuan, his eyes blazing with fury, as if he wanted to devour Lin Xuan alive. With his mute acupoint sealed and his body locked in iron chains, Xiao Hua could only struggle endlessly. Perhaps he thrashed about too wildly. A colossal boulder suddenly fell from Sigua Cliff. It smashed directly into one of Xiao Hua's legs, breaking it. MMPH. Unable to speak, Xiao Hua convulsed all over from the excruciating pain. Lin Xuan knew that this was a manifestation of his fortune points being drained. Yunin gradually calmed down. Lin Xuan walked to Xiao Hua's side, reached out, and removed the star essence divine ring from Xiao Hua's hand. In that moment, Xiao Hua panicked. He reached out, desperate to snatch the ring back from Lin Xuan's grasp, but how could he ever match Lin Xuan? Lin Xuan raised his right hand and gave Xiao Hua's face a dozen or so hearty slaps, as an intimate greeting, beating his face until it was covered in blood. Xiao Hua finally calmed down. Senior, come out. This junior Lin Xuan of the Hanlin Holy Dynasty requests an audience. Lin Xuan said slowly. At those words, Yunin was astonished. Xiao Hua panicked. How does he know Yao Cheng is inside the ring? No. Absolutely impossible. This is an illusion. Xiao Hua's eyes flew wide as his mind and spirit shook violently. After all, Xiao Hua had risen from a remote border town to become a gifted martial artist surging forth from obscurity. It was all because of the assistance of Yao Cheng in the ring. If Lin Xuan found out this secret, Xiao Hua had no idea what to do. The star essence divine ring, seeming to hear Lin Xuan's words, did not move in the slightest. Seeing no response from Yao Cheng, Lin Xuan smiled faintly. It seemed this old fellow was quite cautious. But that was fine. He had his own ways. Senior, if you still do not come out, I will kill Xiao Hua, and then go to the Tianma Palace to reforge the star essence divine ring. By then, never mind restoring your physical body. Whether you can even continue to live as a spiritual body will be a question. Cold, murderous intent surged in Lin Xuan's eyes, and his face was filled with killing aura. He played the part of the arch-villain to perfection. Stop. This old man is coming out. Holy Prince, please show mercy. Yao Cheng could no longer sit still. The star essence divine ring kept flashing with brilliance, and then a spiritual body slowly drifted out from it. The state of a spiritual body was extremely special. A spirit body that had just parted from the living was difficult for ordinary martial artists to see. However, Yao Cheng had been nourished by the star essence divine ring, and had also absorbed 3 years of Xiao Hua's true qi, which was why he had the power to materialize and be seen by everyone. Seeing Yao Cheng appear, Yunin could not help but cover her mouth. How had the Holy Prince known that a spiritual body was hidden inside the ring? The look Yunin gave Lin Xuan was even more astonished and amazed. Although from the moment Lin Xuan had appeared at Yunling, his mystery and power had already become deeply etched into Yunin's heart. However, Lin Xuan's latest move had once again upended Yunin's worldview. The ring appeared utterly ordinary, and Lin Xuan was not at the martial king realm, so how could he possibly know that a spirit body was concealed within it? Could Hua Rong, the demonic hand of the heavenly doctor, have told him? Yun Yin's eyes brimmed with confusion and shock. In contrast, Xiaohua was even more terrified. At that moment he was truly frightened, because this golden finger was everything to him. Senior, this junior is Lin Xuan. I trust that you already know me. Lin Xuan smiled faintly and said to Yao Cheng, Holy Prince, you are young and promising with a heroic bearing. Of course this old man knows you. I am just curious, Holy Prince, how did you know that this old man was hiding inside the star-vein divine ring? Yao Cheng seemed rather puzzled. Then, seeing no ill intent in Lin Xuan, he could not help asking, What? Lin Xuan's eyes flew open. Heavens! This question went beyond the syllabus. Was he supposed to tell Yao Cheng directly that he had already read the plot in advance? Yao Cheng would never believe that. Nevertheless, Lin Xuan, being a great villain, naturally had a villain's cunning. After a moment's deliberation, he smiled slightly and said, It is quite simple actually. The star-vein divine ring was originally a meteorite from the upper realm that fell into the Kanglin realm. Naturally, I understand its mysteries. As for anything more, Senior, forgive me, but this junior cannot say too much. After all, when it comes to matters of the upper realm, knowing too much can invite lethal disaster. Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Even before the spirit body of a martial king, he yielded not an inch. Instead, his words were laden with menace. Yao Cheng let out a startled exclamation. The secrets of the upper realm were far too profound. The martial artists of the Kanglin realm knew that it cost an enormous price for the upper realm to descend to the Kanglin realm. Therefore, the upper realm rarely intervened in the Kanglin realm. Even if a holy prince descended to the mortal world to train and died in the Kanglin realm, no one would care. But rarely did not mean never. It was said that 10,000 years ago the martial artists of the Kanglin realm lost their standing and cultivators ran amok. At that time the cultivators sought to split open the barrier of the upper realm and merge the two worlds into one. As a result, within a mere 100 years the cultivation arts died out, and the world entered the Dharma-ending age. When it came to the great secrets of the upper realm, it was better to know less. I see. Yao Cheng wiped the sweat from his brow and nodded hurriedly. In his panic, Yao Cheng glanced at Xiaohua. His heart stirred, and then he forced a bitter smile and said, Holy Prince, your status is exalted, and here in the Kanglin realm you have even won the support of the Tianma Palace. Why not spare Xiaohua? A true gentleman does not bear the grudges of lesser men. Just let his worthless life go. Xiaohua's earlier attitude had already made Yao Cheng intensely dissatisfied. However, in order to restore his physical body, Yao Cheng still had no choice but to beg for Xiaohua's life. Xiaohua lowered his head, struggling to conceal the fury in his eyes. As long as I survive, I will make that wretch Lin Xuan pay. Xiaohua's heart was filled with towering rage. Senior Yao, your reason for helping Xiaohua is simply to restore your physical body. But old Senior Yao, there is one thing you must understand. Xiaohua has been ruined by me to such a state. Do you really think he still has the ability to grow enough to help you restore your physical body? Lin Xuan let out a cold laugh and said to Yao Cheng. Yao Cheng shuddered when he heard this. He knew Lin Xuan made sense. Xiaohua's martial path was completely destroyed, and rekindling his martial power would be extraordinarily difficult. The only way was to seek aid from the Tianma Palace. Yet, given Lin Xuan's ties to the Tianma Palace, that path was also too difficult. No matter what, I must try. I still have a great vengeance to exact. Yao Cheng sighed, his face full of dejection. I have here a cultivation method that might be able to help you. Lin Xuan smiled faintly. A flash of light flickered in his hand, and a jade slip appeared from his storage ring. Inside the jade slip was the ghost immortal art. A cultivation method. Yao Cheng was startled and at a loss. He was a spirit body. Returning to the world of the living was far too difficult. Yao Cheng had only learned of an ancient art by sheer chance, one that could help him return to the living. Apart from that, he was certain that even the demonic hand of the heavenly doctor, renowned for reviving the dead and regrowing flesh on white bones, could never accomplish such a feat. If merely relying on some martial cultivation method could bring him back to life, Yao Cheng truly did not believe it. But Lin Xuan's words sounded so solemn and sincere. After falling silent for a moment, Yao Cheng sent his spiritual sense toward the jade slip. Steal yin and yang, seize creation, and use a spirit body to cultivate a ghost immortal. One must endure the 3 calamities and 5 tribulations and pass through thunder tribulation. In an instant, a vast flood of information surged toward Yao Cheng. What art was this? It could actually let a spirit body achieve ghost immortality and become an immortal. Yao Cheng shook all over, and his mind roared thunderously. His spirit body was almost jolted apart by the shock. This art is exactly right for me. Yao Cheng cried out in ecstatic joy in his heart. Swish! It was at this moment that Lin Xuan waved his hand. The true qi within his body sealed off the jade slip. Yao Cheng could not see the rest. He had just learned the principles of the ghost immortal art, but still did not know its cultivation method, and now Lin Xuan had cut it off. His heart itched, as if 100 claws were scratching at it, and he could barely contain himself. Holy Prince, this art is of great use to me. Please bestow it on me, and I will serve you devotedly, willing to be your vanguard. Yao Cheng blurted out instinctively. With the ghost immortal art, he could cultivate a spiritual form and live on in that state. Later, if luck allowed, he could become a ghost immortal. Then why worry that his great vengeance would go unavenged? Yao Cheng's face was overcome with excitement. Boom. When Xiaohua heard Yao Cheng's words, his mind went blank. Those words had only slipped out unconsciously, but they sounded to Xiaohua like Yao Cheng defecting to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan had been watching Xiaohua's expression closely. Seeing how Xiaohua looked, he knew the moment was ripe. This mere ghost immortal art is useless to this holy prince. It would be no trouble to give it to you. However, the sight of Xiaohua disgusts me. As long as you leave Xiaohua, this art will be yours. Lin Xuan curled the corners of his mouth and said slowly, "You must understand. With this art, why would you need to restore your physical body? It would be nothing short of absurd." After hearing Lin Xuan's words, Yao Cheng was stunned and hesitated. Xiaohua had spoken harshly to him before, so Yao Cheng already bore some resentment. But after all, Yao Cheng had accompanied Xiaohua for so long. If he left Xiaohua for the sake of benefit, he felt guilt in his heart. Just then Lin Xuan covertly sent a wisp of true qi and directly unlocked Xiaohua's acupoints. Xiaohua's eyes were bloodshot. Once freed from the acupoint seal, his face flushed crimson, and he broke into loud curses. "Yao Cheng, you bastard! For a mere art you dare betray me. I will kill you." The last trace of rationality in Xiaohua's mind was lost entirely. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Yao Cheng's face immediately darkened. "Xiaohua, what nonsense are you talking?" Yao Cheng narrowed his eyes, his face full of disappointment. Yao Cheng shook his head with a sigh and murmured, "I thought your 3 years as a wasted prodigy would have made you tougher and more mature than your peers. I never expected you to be so unreasonable." Xiaohua grew even angrier at Yao Cheng's words, replying with, "Speaking of that matter, I've held a deep grudge against you for a long time. If it weren't for you, how could I have endured 3 years of humiliation at the hands of the Xiao family? 3 years. Do you have any idea what I went through in those 3 years? Xiaohua's face was contorted with murderous intent and venomous resentment as he poured out every ounce of his hatred in an unending torrent. Upon hearing these words, deep disappointment etched itself across Yao Cheng's aged face. From the time of the Xiao family onward, Yao Cheng had aided Xiaohua every step of the way, helping him grow. He had believed the two of them to be the closest of friends. He never imagined that Xiaohua would still hold a grudge against him. During those 3 years, Yao Cheng had absorbed Xiaohua's true qi for 3 whole years in order to awaken his own spirit body, transforming Xiaohua from a genius into a cripple. Xiaohua had naturally suffered endless humiliation as a result. But afterward, Yao Cheng had done everything in his power to help him. He had never expected this. "You didn't see this coming, did you, old man? Huh. All these years I've acted obediently toward you for one reason: to learn as many cultivation arts and alchemy secrets as I could from you. Selling out his own benefactor for personal gain. Bah. These past few years my luck has been nothing short of heaven-defying. I'm bound to rise sooner or later, and one day you'll regret what you did today." Xiaohua launched into a torrent of abuse, hurling sneers and mockery at Yao Cheng. His vicious demeanor was exactly the same as when he had once berated Yunin. Lin Xuan shook his head silently. There was no denying that Xiaohua's luck was heaven-defying. He was after all the child of fortune. But he had miscalculated one thing. His fortune stemmed from Providence itself. Yet now Xiaohua would be hard-pressed to find any hope of walking out of here alive. No matter how heaven-defying one's luck might be, when it ran into Lin Xuan, it was destined to meet its downfall. Very well. Perhaps this is the will of heaven. Thank you, Holy Prince. Yao Cheng flicked his spirit body, sleeves then hovered in the void and knelt before Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan waved a hand dismissively and said, "As this prince said, this ghost immortal art is nothing extraordinary. No, Yao Cheng must thank the Holy Prince for helping me see this man's true nature." Yao Cheng spoke earnestly to Lin Xuan. In truth, Yao Cheng and Xiaohua had shared many hardships together, and the bond between them was deep. Though Yao Cheng coveted the ghost immortal art, he had still been unable to make up his mind to abandon Xiaohua. Yet a single careless subconscious remark from Yao Cheng was seized upon by Xiaohua as proof that Yao Cheng intended to defect to Lin Xuan. In a blaze of fury, Xiaohua burned every bridge, pushing Yao Cheng over to the opposite side. That was why Yao Cheng expressed his gratitude to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan let out a soft laugh. The situation was now developing exactly as he had hoped, and he found it quite satisfying. Xiaohua was still hurling curses, but Yao Cheng had already accepted the jade slip containing the ghost immortal art from Lin Xuan's hands and taken his place behind him. Ding! The golden finger old man of the child of fortune Xiaohua Yao Cheng has completely broken ties with Xiaohua. Filled with gratitude for the art you bestowed upon him, Yao Cheng has developed a feeling of great kindness and appreciation toward you. The fortune of the child of fortune, Xiaohua, has decreased by 2000 points. Host villain value has increased by 2000 points. A system notification chimed. 2000 points. Huh. Joy surged within Lin Xuan's heart. The ghost immortal art was undeniably precious, costing him 100 villain points. Yet by relying on that very ghost immortal art to successfully turn Xiaohua's golden finger old man against him, Lin Xuan had effortlessly netted 100 villain points in return. What a glorious deal. Lin Xuan's gaze shifted gradually, then landed on Xiaohua with undisguised killing intent. Ding. The fortune of the child of fortune, Xiaohua, has fallen to 0. He has been reduced to a supporting character, no longer under the protection of heaven's providence. The host may deal with him as you see fit. Deal with him as I see fit. Lin Xuan savored the system notification, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Lin Xuan, if you have the backbone, give me 1 year, and watch whether it'll trample you beneath my feet. Xiaohua trembled as Lin Xuan's piercing gaze swept over him. But after a moment's thought, he steeled himself and addressed Lin Xuan. By now both Yao Cheng and Yun Yin had defected to Lin Xuan. In Xiaohua's eyes, Lin Xuan had taken everything from him, a blood-deep enmity. Yet he knew full well that he was no match for Lin Xuan at present. If he kept up his stubborn bravado, the consequences would be unpredictable. With death looming over him, Xiaohua clung to a rare shred of rationality and prepared to employ his provocation tactic against Lin Xuan once more. Sorry, but I've changed my mind. I no longer intend to let you live. Lin Xuan sneered, his killing intent radiating without the slightest pretense. Lin Xuan stood cold as frost, like a god of slaughter, wielding absolute authority over life and death. No, you said you'd spare my life. Xiaohua felt as though he had been struck by lightning. An icy chill ran down his spine. Face flushed crimson, Xiaohua cried out in panic. The earlier affairs involving Yun Yin and Yao Cheng had robbed Xiaohua of all reason. Now seeing the killing intent in Lin Xuan's eyes, Xiaohua finally snapped back to reality. Before Lin Xuan, he was nothing but an ant. How could the two of them even be compared? In desperation, Xiaohua could only cling to Lin Xuan's earlier words as his sole hope of survival. I did say I'd spare your worthless life. But now, as I see it, you're not even a dog. You're less than a dog. Lin Xuan smiled faintly as he slowly extended his palm. True qi swirled around it, its immense power condensed yet not unleashed. Lin Xuan, you can't kill me. I've walked all the way from the Xiao family to this place. Countless people have wanted me dead, yet in the end none of them came to any good. Lin Xuan, don't do something foolish. Beads of sweat formed on Xiaohua's forehead as his survival instincts drove him to plead with Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan laughed softly. In the past, Xiaohua, as the child of fortune, had enjoyed the protection of heaven's providence. Naturally, he had possessed such heaven-defying luck. But now little did Xiaohua know that he had already been reduced to a mere supporting character in a shallow power fantasy tale. That was before. Lin Xuan uttered 4 words, and as the final syllable left his lips, Lin Xuan's wrist shifted, and a single palm strike came slashing down. Surges of sharp, true qi gathered around his hand, condensing into a blade of pure qi, and decisively severed Xiaohua's head from his body. Thump thump. Xiaohua's head rolled to a stop before Yun Yin and Yao Cheng. The two of them sighed at the sight, stirring waves of complicated emotions within their hearts. Though they were both filled with disgust toward Xiaohua, they had crossed paths with him in the past. Now watching him die before their very eyes, a surge of mixed feelings washed over them. Still, they both understood that this was simply the consequence of Xiaohua's own actions. His face was frozen in the shock of his final moment. As his head fell, he watched his own body growing more distant in his fading sight, and one last thought passed through his mind. Where is my luck? Why? Why isn't it working this time? At last, Xiaohua's consciousness scattered, and he died completely. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have slain the child of fortune Xiaohua, and obtained the strange fire, imperial flame. Another system notification sounded. Lin Xuan felt a scorching surge of heat suddenly rise within. Within Lin Xuan's dantian, a golden flame gradually rose from the sea of true qi. This flame was so overbearing that it could burn everything to nothing. The overwhelming might startled Lin Xuan. Imperial flame, a strange fire of the martial Dao, ranks first among all strange flames, and is likewise the supreme, divine flame of the Kanglan realm. Possessing the power to incinerate all things once refined and gathered within the body, it causes one's true qi to gain the might of the imperial flame and double its power. In other words, this imperial flame was akin to an attack enhancement effect. When Lin Xuan utilized his true qi, he could wield not only the power of devouring, but also the fire power of the imperial flame. Under the same conditions, that was enough to increase the might of his true qi tenfold. With power at such a level, it massively elevated Lin Xuan's combat strength. It allowed Lin Xuan, a martial artist at the 9th level of martial spirit, to fight Heathen and kill an expert at the martial ancestor realm, to slay a mighty enemy across an entire major realm. Not bad. This finally looks like an arch-villain. A trace of a sinister smile curled at the corner of Lin Xuan's mouth. Holy Prince, this old man has already committed the ghost immortal art to heart. I still need to devote myself to cultivation before I can condense a spirit body. During this period, I will go into seclusion within the Star Vein Divine Ring. Once I condense my spirit body, I will be able to serve the Holy Prince with the utmost loyalty. Yao Cheng quickly cast the matter of Xiaohua's death out of his mind, bowed to Lin Xuan, and spoke. Lin Xuan nodded at his words. Yao Cheng turned into a streak of light and plunged into the Star Vein Divine Ring. Lin Xuan picked up the ring and put it on his finger. As for Yao Cheng, there was no telling what he would manage to achieve by practicing the ghost immortal art. However, Lin Xuan did not hold out much hope. After all, for Lin Xuan, having a powerhouse like Hua Rong at his side was far more reliable than that golden finger old grandpa. Holy Prince. Yunin stood beside Lin Xuan and called in a soft voice. Let's go back. Lin Xuan said lightly. The two left the reflection cliff. Neither looked back at Xiaohua, whose body had already turned into a cold corpse. For Yunin, he was merely a memory now. For Lin Xuan, Xiaohua was simply a source of experience. Lin Xuan returned to the eastern chamber of Yunlan Peak, then entered seclusion. This time Lin Xuan successfully stripped all 300 fortune points from Xiaohua's body. Combined with the leftover villain points from before, Lin Xuan now had a full 3500 villain points. He needed to make good use of them. First raise my cultivation, and then exchange for a life-saving treasure. Lin Xuan mused for a moment, and finally set a plan for himself. At the cost of 100 villain points, Lin Xuan obtained 100 years of cultivation power. This 100 years of power referred to the cultivation produced by the most ordinary person practicing martial arts. However, many prodigies and powerhouses could generate far more power in the same amount of time than mediocrities. Therefore, that 100 years of cultivation power directly helped Lin Xuan break through to the martial ancestor realm. Had Lin Xuan cultivated on his own, even with an invincible technique like the devouring origin creation scripture, he would probably have needed more than a year to advance from the 9th level of martial spirit into the martial ancestor realm. After spending 100 villain points, Lin Xuan did not continue increasing his cultivation. Instead, he spent 1500 villain points to redeem a supreme treasure that could save his life. In this Kanglan realm, there were simply too many children of fortune. And perhaps there were some whose fortune was so heaven-defying that they far surpassed Xiaohua. With so many powerhouses around, Lin Xuan still felt that having a supreme life-saving treasure would give him a better chance of survival. After all, with Hua Rong there, raising a few minor realms didn't make much difference. What he feared was Hua Rong being restrained by some expert. At that thought, Lin Xuan couldn't help but wince and slap his own head. After all, these children of fortune, heavens, were beings utterly devoid of reason. There is no harm in being prepared for the worst. Xiaohua is dead. As for the old score from those who schemed against me, I have settled it for the original owner. Where should I go next to find another child of fortune now? Lin Xuan furrowed his brow and sank into deep thought. Meanwhile, Yunin took on the role of a maidservant and attended to Lin Xuan with all her heart. Seeing Lin Xuan deep in thought, Yunin dared not disturb him. Being able to follow Lin Xuan was far better than following Xiaohua. I hope the Holy Prince won't mind me, and that one day I can go up to the upper realm with him. At that thought, Yunin's heart blazed with longing. Everyone knew that a holy prince who descended from the upper realm had to unite the righteous powers before he could return to the upper realm. Over the years, no holy prince had ever accomplished it. But Yunin firmly believed that Lin Xuan would be able to do it. 100 li outside Yunlan Peak, in the territory of Yunling. Is this news true? A beautiful middle-aged woman murmured, gazing toward Yunlan Peak. Although this beautiful woman was no longer young, she had black hair and a dazzling face. The marks of time had not stolen her charm. Instead, they gave her an added lingering grace. However, the formidable aura she radiated kept anyone from daring to entertain a single improper thought. Her presence was so powerful that it even surpassed Dongfang Boxing, falling short only of beings like the Ice Emperor. Behind her followed a woman in her 20s. She was somewhat younger than Yunin, but her cultivation had already reached the martial ancestor realm. This made it clear that her innate talent surpassed Yunin's. As for her appearance, she was cold and ethereal, her face like frost, her features exquisitely beautiful, enough to break one's heart. She was clearly an ice beauty of unsurpassed allure. Master, although our 9 heavens supreme purity sect ranks 8th among the former 9 great orthodoxies, its lingering might remains. Compared to the 12 peaks of Yunling, it is more than a little stronger. Why do we still need to come to Yunling to pay respects? Is the heavenly medicine demon hand, Hua Rong, really that terrifying? The young woman frowned, then asked the middle-aged beauty. The middle-aged beauty and the stunning young woman were named Shin Macho and Ling Qing. They belonged to the Nine Heavens Supreme Purity sect, which ranked above the 12 peaks of Yunling among the righteous 9 great orthodoxies. 1 Academy 7 sects 12 peaks. Shinmacho was the sect master of the Nine Heavens Supreme Purity sect. Ling Qing was Shinmoka's prized disciple and the young sect master. This Nine Heavens Supreme Purity sect was far stronger than Yunling. However, it was still among the Thailanders of the 9 great orthodoxies. Shinmacho heard Ling Qing's words, frowned, and then said, "You must remember that this heavenly medicine demon hand saved my master, your grandmaster, from death back then. As later generations, since we already know he has appeared in Yunling, it is only proper that we visit him. If you meet that senior, you must never be so rash again." Shinmacho admonished Ling Qing. "Disciple obeys." Ling Qing nodded. She was not foolish, she naturally knew the weight of a martial king powerhouse. Within the entire Nine Heavens Supreme Purity sect, perhaps only Lin Wu has the potential to step into the martial king realm in the future. Ling Qing quietly thought of that incomparably resolute youth in the sect. The two, one after the other, arrived at Yunlan Peak, the main peak of Yunling. The master and young master of the Nine Heavens Supreme Qing sect had come to call. Yunfeng, the head of Yunlan Peak, naturally played the generous host and invited the two into the grand hall of Yunlan Peak. Junior sister Macho, what brings you to my Yunling today? If you had sent word beforehand, this old man would have prepared a proper welcome. Yunfeng's face was wreathed in smiles as he greeted Shinmacho with great warmth. "Umph. Senior brother Yun, after all these years you seem to have made no progress whatsoever, especially in your martial arts cultivation." Shinmacho plainly had no good face to spare for Yunfeng, cutting straight to the point. The moment these words were uttered, Yunfeng was awash in unbearable embarrassment. For although he addressed Shinmacho as junior sister, in truth, he was roughly twice her age. Yet his entire martial cultivation amounted to no more than the 6th layer of the martial ancestor realm. That was precisely why when Nangong Wudi and Dongfang Poxing, also at the 6th layer of the martial ancestor realm, joined forces to attack Yunling, Yunfeng was powerless to repel them. Shinmacho, however, was decades younger than Yunfeng, and her cultivation had already stepped into the 8th layer of the martial ancestor realm. Although both Yunling and the Nine Heavens Supreme Qing sect were the stragglers hanging at the very bottom of the 9 great Taoist lineages, the Nine Heavens Supreme Qing sect was nevertheless fully capable of crushing Yunling. Yunfeng simmered with private fury, but he did not dare offend the madwoman in front of him. He could only keep forcing ingratiating smiles before speaking. "This old man's talent is limited. Better left unspoken. Still, my Yunling did manage to beat back the onslaught of the Fire Cloud Cave and the Frost Chill Cave. In that regard, Yunling is not so utterly useless after all." Yunfeng might be lacking in real ability himself, but his skill at draping himself in borrowed tiger skin was absolutely first-rate. Hearing these words, Shinmoka's eyes could not help but light up. "As far as I know, repelling those 2 cavern lords of the demonic path was hardly your achievement, Yunfeng. Is it really true that the heavenly Dr. Demonic Hand Hua Rong appeared at Yunling?" Shinmacho looked straight into Yunfeng's eyes and asked. "Of course it is true." Yunfeng puffed out his chest slightly, feeling as though he had finally regained a bit of dignity. "Senior brother Yun, go at once and bring Senior Hua here. Senior Hua once saved my master's life. Since Senior Hua is at Yunling, he should by all rights come to my Nine Heavens Supreme Qing sect for a visit." A brilliant light burst forth from Shinmoka's beautiful eyes as she spoke to Yunfeng. Yunfeng was taken aback by these words. Then a wry smile crept across his face as he said, "It is true that Senior Hua is at Yunling. But if junior sister wishes to invite Senior Hua to the Nine Heavens Supreme Qing sect, a certain someone's consent is required before anything can be done." Someone? Shinmacho was stunned. She had only heard that the heavenly Dr. Demonic Hand Hua Rong and the heavenly demon guards had appeared at Yunling, and had even helped Yunling repel a powerful foe. She had heard nothing about other experts also being at Yunling. Could it be the emotionless female emperor? Legend has it that Senior Hua Rong more than 20 years ago grew disgusted with the hypocrisy of the righteous path and joined the heavenly demon palace. The only one capable of commanding Senior Hua Rong would be the emotionless female emperor. A stir moved within Shinmoka's heart, and her face, usually cold as frost, now gained a trace of radiance. Yet it is said that the emotionless female emperor rarely leaves Blackwood Cliff of the heavenly demon palace. Tsk. If she truly is at Yunling today, I absolutely cannot let this opportunity slip away. With this thought, Shinmacho immediately formed a resolution. The righteous camp boasted a great many forces. Although some were grand Taoist lineages, the only one able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the heavenly demon palace was the legendary Sacred Academy. Beyond that, the heavenly demon palace possessed the power to annihilate any force whatsoever. To have this chance to make the acquaintance of the emotionless female emperor was a fortune bestowed upon the Nine Heavens Supreme Qing sect. "Junior sister, I will go at once to ask Senior Hua Rong." Seeing that Shin Macho had fallen silent, Yun Feng spoke. No, I must trouble senior brother Yun to lead the way. As juniors we should call upon him in person to show due respect. Shin Macho immediately interrupted him. Yun Feng was slightly stunned. Though the heavenly Dr. Demonic Hand was famed and exalted in status, Shin Macho was known far and wide as an aloof, ice-cold beauty. In other words, in Yun Feng's eyes, she was notoriously lacking in social grace. Today then was something of a novelty. Yun Feng led Shin Macho and Ling Qing to the eastern chambers of the rear mountain at Yunlan Peak. There in the small courtyard they saw three people. Lin Xuan lay reclined in an armchair rocking gently. Yunin meanwhile was serving him tea and water, massaging away his fatigue. The heavenly Dr. Demonic Hand, Hua Rong, crouched before Lin Xuan, a look of entreaty written all over his face. Saint Prince, your cultivation has been advancing with miraculous speed. What exactly is the reason? Let this old man study your constitution. In all my life I have never begged anyone, but today I am truly begging you. Hua Rong was wrapped in a sheepskin coat, his aged face, like withered bark, all crumpled together, making him look utterly wretched and repulsive. Lin Xuan turned his body to one side, slipping into a half-slumber, paying Hua Rong no heed whatsoever. Southwest the Baihui acupoint. Press a little harder. 9 shallow, 1 deep. Lin Xuan murmured. Yunin smiled like a blossoming flower, her eyes narrowing into 2 crescent moons as she replied, Very well, Saint Prince. Lin Xuan paid Hua Rong no mind at all. All of his fortune had come from the system. How could he possibly explain that? And Hua Rong, having witnessed Lin Xuan breaking through to the martial ancestor realm, was only more intrigued. Hence the scene that had just unfolded. Shin Macho and Ling Qing of the 9 Heavens Supreme Qing sect wore 2 utterly gorgeous faces full of astonishment. Their mouths hung wide open, and both felt they were on the verge of madness. Master, is that old man really Senior Hua Rong? And the one attending that young lord beside him? If I am not mistaken, it is Yun in, the newly appointed head of Yunling, isn't it? Ling Qing could no longer maintain her identity as an ice-cold beauty. She muttered in utter disbelief. Were it not for Yun Feng's repeated insistence that the old man in the sheepskin coat was Hua Rong, she would never have believed it. After all, the entire way here, Master Shin Macho had drummed into her countless times the image of Hua Rong, the heavenly Dr. Demonic Hand, as a peerless powerhouse. The scene before her, damn it was far too degrading. The image of a peerless expert shattered into pieces in an instant. She was utterly stupefied. And Yunin, Ling Qing knew her. Yunin was a few years older than Ling Qing, which was how she had inherited the position of head of Yunling from Yun Feng, while Ling Qing was still merely the young sect master. The dignified head of Yunling was acting as a maidservant to a man. And worse, she was so reverent, her entire face brimming with enjoyment. This was simply too inconceivable. Shin Macho was struck with equal shock. Her mouth opened and closed several times, yet for a long while she could not utter a single word. She felt her mind had fallen into complete disarray. After a long while, Shin Macho gathered her words and turned to Yun Feng with a somewhat strange expression. Senior brother Yun, who is this young man? Shin Macho was no fool. Though she was lacking in social tact and had a cold temperament, she knew full well that even a martial king powerhouse showing such deference to this young man meant his origins were anything but ordinary. She had initially assumed that the female Emperor Feng Yue had led the heavenly demon guards and Hua Rong to Yunling. As it now appeared, that did not seem to be the case at all. Even if Feng Yue was absent, this young man's ability to command the heavenly Dr. Demonic Hand proved that his status was surely far from ordinary, and that he was not someone the 9 Heavens Supreme Qing sect could afford to offend. This person is the Saint Prince of the Hanlin Sacred Dynasty from the Upper Realm. Not long ago, Yun Yin sacrificed her beauty to become the Saint Prince's maidservant, and only then did the Saint Prince agree to lead the people of the Heavenly Demon Palace in resolving our Yunling's crisis. As for why the Saint Prince can command the Heavenly Demon Palace, it is said that he is a bosom friend of the emotionless female emperor. At this point, Yun Feng wiggled an eyebrow at Shin Macho, his look laden with meaning. A bosom friend of the female emperor. Boom. Shin Mokus and Ling Qing's delicate bodies shook violently. Throughout the Kanglin realm, the name of the emotionless female emperor resounded across the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. Those words, bosom friend of the female emperor. They knew exactly how immense their weight truly was. The holy prince of the upper realm, Lin Xuan. In Ling Qing's lovely eyes a strange gleam continued to flicker. There was not much difference in age between her and Yunin. At the same time, whether it was Yunling or the 9 Heavens Shangqing sect, both ranked at the very bottom among the 9 great righteous traditions. Both women were heirs to their respective traditions, and both were stunningly beautiful. Yunin was gentle and kind, while Ling Qing was noble and cold. Their temperaments could not have been more different. Many martial artists often compared the two side by side. Thus a spirit of rivalry had grown between them. Yunin was older, but she had not yet broken through to the martial ancestor realm. Originally Ling Qing did have the upper hand over Yun Yin, but seeing Yun Yin today, Ling Qing felt ill at ease. She could sense that Yun Yin had already stepped into the martial ancestor realm, and her aura was solid and stable, no weaker than Ling Qing's. Worse, she had latched onto the high branch of the Holy Prince. A sour emotion swirled through Ling Qing's heart. Perhaps she did not realize that this feeling was damned jealousy. Some holy princes of the upper realm have descended to the mortal world before, but none of them ever accomplished anything. Yet this man has managed to win over the heavenly demon palace. Surely he is no ordinary figure. Yunling cannot monopolize all this fortune. Our Nine Heavens Shangqing sect must claim a share too. Although Shun Macho was cold and aloof, she was after all the master of a sect. The moment she saw Lin Xuan, she was already thinking of her own sect. Not clinging to a thigh as mighty as his would be sheer idiocy. Shun Macho immediately led Ling Qing over to Lin Xuan with quick steps. The two of them greeted Lin Xuan with a curtsy first. Your Highness the Holy Prince. Lin Xuan had been resting with his eyes closed. He opened them hazily and saw Shun Macho and Ling Qing. He was briefly startled, then looked toward Yun Feng. Yun Feng hurried forward and explained the situation to Lin Xuan. Shun Macho turned to Hua Rong and quickly saluted. Macho greets Senior Hua Rong. After hearing Yun Feng's explanation, Hua Rong had a general understanding of Shun Mocha's identity. Thereupon Hua Rong smiled and said, who would have thought that the little girl who wore her hair in twin pigtails back then has already become a master to others? Your master passed away around 10 years ago, didn't she? Shun Mocha's expression turned somewhat dim. Senior Hua Rong truly has divine foresight. After treating my master's injuries that year, you declared that she had only 10 more years of life. 10 years ago she passed the position to me and left this world. It turned out that Hua Rong had saved the previous sect master of the Nine Heavens Shangqing sect 20 years earlier. That sect master had also departed from the Nine Heavens Shangqing sect 10 years ago. Alas, things have changed and all is at an end. It is good that she left, free from vanity and attachments alone. At least she is free now. Hua Rong sighed, seeming a little melancholy. Feeling the mountain wind cold and sharp, he could not help tightening the sheepskin coat around himself. Lin Xuan glanced at Hua Rong in surprise. This old reprobate. How does he have such a sentimental side? Lin Xuan muttered inwardly. It seemed that the celestial physician with the demonic hand had accumulated quite a few romantic debts back in the day. Senior Hua Rong back, then it was thanks to your timely aid. You granted my master an additional 10 years of life. Now that I know you have left the mountains, I hope you will come to the Nine Heavens Shangqing sect as a guest, and rest for a few days, so that this junior might repay your kindness. Before Hua Rong, Shun Macho was nothing more than a respectful junior. Hearing this, Hua Rong could not help smiling wryly. He glanced at Lin Xuan and said, this old man is no longer what I once was. I have since become free and unfettered. Whether I go to the Nine Heavens Shangqing sect or not will require the Holy Prince's permission. Although Shun Macho already knew Lin Xuan's identity was extraordinary, she could not help being startled by Hua Rong's words. Shun Macho and Ling Qing both looked at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan frowned. To be honest, he was annoyed right now. After killing Xiaohua, he still had not found the next child of destiny. How could he be in the mood to visit the Nine Heavens Shangqing sect? Wouldn't that just be a case of having nothing? Lin Xuan shook his head and was about to refuse, muttering, the scenery at Yunling is beautiful. This prince would like to rest here for a few more days. He lifted his head, looked at Ling Qing, and froze. Name Ling Qing. Realm first level of martial ancestor. Cultivation art Nine Heavens Shangqing art. Shangqing spirit seal, slumbering. Daughter of destiny, fated to become the close confidant of the martial progenitor Lin Wu. This woman once traveled to the borderlands of eastern Xian and met Lin Wu, the martial progenitor. Lin Wu fell for her at first sight, and from that tiny place followed her footsteps step by step until he finally entered the Nine Heavens Shangqing sect. Ling Qing had developed some fondness for him too. What a shock it was to see this. Lin Xuan was stunned. He naturally knew who the martial progenitor was. The Flame Emperor, the martial progenitor, the sovereign Yuan Zun. These legendary figures were all protagonists from the pen of a certain great author in Lin Xuan's previous life. Their origins were extraordinarily similar, especially in the case of the first three. Thus, that great author had also set a precedent in the web novel world for plagiarizing himself. Lin Xuan had been worrying about where to find the child of destiny, and yet now unexpectedly the daughter of destiny had delivered herself to his door. Since the daughter of destiny was here, could the child of destiny be far behind? For a moment Lin Xuan felt a little moved. No more rest. We set out immediately for the Nine Heavens Shangqing sect. His eyes blazing, Lin Xuan rose abruptly and gave the order. Everyone was stunned. None of them had expected that this holy prince could change his mind faster than turning over a page. 1 second ago he had said he wanted to rest at Yunling for a few more days, but in the blink of an eye he was going to the Nine Heavens Shangqing sect. Lin Xuan ignored everyone else and stared at Ling Qing with burning eyes. Under Lin Xian's scorching stare, Ling Qing's face turned bright red. She could not help lowering her head, her heart filled with bashfulness. Yunin took it in and could not help sighing inwardly. Shen Macho and Yun Feng exchanged a glance. Yun Feng reacted first and quickly said, "Excellent. Yunling will see the Holy Prince off right away." Yun Feng secretly nudged Shen Macho with his elbow and sent a voice transmission, "Congratulations. In my opinion, the Holy Prince has taken a fancy to Ling Qing. If he bestows his favor on Ling Qing, your Nine Heavens Shangqing sect is likely to rise in the world." Shen Macho shot Yun Feng a fierce glare. To be honest, she had never thought of selling out Ling Qing to win the Holy Prince Lin Xian's favor. What was more, the lineage of the Nine Heavens Shangqing sect had always forbidden marriage. But Shen Macho felt extremely conflicted inside. If Lin Xian truly set his heart on Ling Qing, Shen Macho really had no way to refuse. After all, setting other matters aside, if Lin Xian merely lifted a finger and Huarong made a move, the Nine Heavens Shangqing sect would probably vanish like smoke and mist. Forget it. Take it one step at a time. If they could win the Holy Prince's favor, it would count as a blessing for their Nine Heavens Shangqing sect. Shen Macho sighed inwardly. For a moment she did not know whether this was a blessing or a curse. Lin Xian could not find the next child of fortune, yet a daughter of fortune had delivered herself to his doorstep. He resolved to continue harvesting the luck of the chosen ones while playing the part of a dutiful, unobtrusive villain. Naturally, Lin Xian would not let Ling Qing slip away. Without hesitation, he gave the order, and the Heaven Demon Guards and Huarong stood ready. Lin Xian, accompanied by Yun Yin, Shen Macho, and Ling Qing, boarded the Yuanwu war vessel and set off in grand procession toward the Nine Heavens Supreme Qing sect. The so-called Yuanwu war vessel was in essence a type of airship. Its construction was forged from flying heaven feather crystal. This crystal contained a wind-attributed power and was exceedingly light. Once freed from restraint, it could soar into the sky and ride the air in flight. Such Yuanwu war vessels were exorbitantly costly and could only be possessed by major powers. Clearly, Yunling and the Nine Heavens Supreme Qing sect had yet to attain such resources. This vessel had been brought out from the Demon Heaven Palace by Lin Xian himself. Aboard the Yuanwu war vessel, Lin Xian summoned Ling Qing before him. "Greetings, His Highness the Holy Prince." Facing Lin Xian, Ling Qing appeared visibly nervous and spoke timidly. Ling Qing, I have a question for you. Is there a person named Lin Wu within your Nine Heavens Supreme Qing sect? Lin Xian looked at Ling Qing and went straight to the point without preamble. Lin Wu. Ling Qing was taken aback, apparently not expecting Lin Xian to ask such a question. Yes, such a person exists. Ling Qing nodded. Good. Tell me everything about him. A hint of excitement seemed to gleam in Lin Xian's eyes as he spoke to Ling Qing. Ling Qing truly could not understand why Lin Xian harbored such great interest in Lin Wu. Nevertheless, she dared not defy the orders of the Holy Prince. So Ling Qing honestly recounted everything about Lin Wu. Lin Wu comes from a minor family in the remote borderlands of the Eastern Xian. He was originally considered a genius, but for unknown reasons he abandoned the path of martial arts. After lying dormant for several years, he suddenly rose to prominence, fought his way out of the Eastern Xian borderlands, claimed first place in the 100 Sect War, and ultimately entered our Nine Heavens Supreme Qing sect. Ling Qing recounted in a measured tone. At this moment, Yun Yin's expression seemed somewhat peculiar. To her ears, this young man, named Lin Wu, bore an uncanny resemblance to Xiaohua. Of course, Xiaohua had never experienced any 100 Sect War. This so-called 100 Sect War was a rite held by the Nine Heavens Supreme Qing sect to select the most outstanding disciples. After all, the Nine Heavens Supreme Qing sect was an orthodox Tao lineage that governed the Eastern Xian region, commanding over 100 sects beneath its banner. If talented youths from these minor sects wished to enter the Nine Heavens Supreme Qing sect and rise to prominence, they had to undergo the trials of the 100 Sect War. And Lin Wu had been the champion of that 100 Sect War. It seems His Highness has a particular interest in such individuals. Yun Yin mused silently. Good, I understand now. Lin Xian nodded. At this moment, he was certain that this Lin Wu was none other than the future martial ancestor. Moreover, Lin Wu was currently within the Nine Heavens Supreme Qing sect. To Lin Xian, this news was nothing short of excellent. This Lin Wu. I wonder what kind of person he truly is. Let me first probe his background. If I could provoke him into making a move against me, that would be perfect. Lin Xian pondered silently for a while. After all, to Lin Xian, Lin Wu was not like Xiaohua. Strictly speaking, there was no grievance or enmity between them. Although Lin Xian was a villain, he was a villain with ambition. Given Lin Xian's nature, he was unwilling to manufacture trouble or recklessly suppress Lin Wu outright, even though his current strength and influence were more than sufficient to do so. But killing Lin Wu was never Lin Xian's ultimate goal. He merely wished to strip fortune points from the chosen. If he were to bully others through sheer power and enjoy a momentary thrill without gaining any fortune points in return, Lin Xian would never engage in such a losing bargain. He sank into deep thought. Seeing that Lin Xuan had fallen silent, Ling Qing dared not disturb him. She could only quietly move to stand behind him. Congratulations, Sister Yun. Ling Qing glanced at Yun behind Lin Xuan and spoke in a subdued tone. Yun smiled, gently tilted her head, and asked, "What congratulation could there be for me, little sister? You must be teasing." Ling Qing glanced at Lin Xuan, then whispered, "The Holy Prince is a man of extraordinary vision, and he hails from the upper realm. Given his methods, I suspect he will eventually ascend to the upper realm before long. When that day comes, sister will be graced with his favors as well. Once you have glimpsed a vaster world, this younger sister will never be able to match your achievements." Ling Qing let out a faint sigh. Hearing these words, Yun smiled wryly. Although she was the head of Yunling and held an exalted position in Yun's own view that was still inferior to serving as Lin Xuan's handmaiden. Hearing the envy in Ling Qing's words, Yun could not help but straighten her back and said with a radiant smile, "Little sister, you flatter me. Your talent far surpasses mine, and your future achievements will be truly extraordinary." Ling Qing cast a glance at Lin Xuan's retreating figure and remained silent. Overhearing their conversation, a plan suddenly took shape in Lin Xuan's mind. Perhaps he could make good use of this daughter of fortune. The Nine Heavens Supreme Qing sect. Unlike Union Ridge, it did not have 12 peaks. The Nine Heavens Supreme Qing sect was surrounded by mountain ranges on all sides with flat terrain at the center. This central plain was so vast that it could rival the size of a city. The surroundings were fortified with towering walls, while the interior was adorned with carved balustrades and jade pillars. Protective formations encircled the entire premises, showing that the Nine Heavens Supreme Qing sect had invested considerable effort into its sect construction. Lin Xuan led the Heaven Demon Guards, and Hua Rong as they descended from the war vessel. Shen Macho immediately arranged accommodations for Lin Xuan naturally in the most luxurious and honored place within the Nine Heavens Supreme Qing sect. Afterwards, to commemorate an old friend, Hua Rong asked Shen Macho to take him to the tomb of the previous sect master of the Nine Heavens Supreme Qing sect, intending to pay his respects. With Lin Wu weighing on his mind, Lin Xuan instructed Ling Qing to summon Lin Wu. He then waited in one of the... Before long, Ling Qing arrived with a young man. The youth wore a form-fitting black martial arts outfit that revealed his well-defined muscles. He was tall and slender with a resolute, cold expression and strikingly handsome features. If Xiaohua gave one an impression of wild arrogance like a sharp blade with all its edge exposed, then this youth was like a divine sword sheathed in its scabbard, calm and unassuming. Yet Lin Xuan knew that this man was deeply calculating, silent until he chose to strike, and stunning the world when he did. "Your Highness, Lin Wu has been brought here," Ling Qing announced to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan appraised Lin Wu for a moment, then began, "Lin Wu. Lin Wu pays respects to His Highness the Holy Prince." Before Lin Xuan could finish his sentence, Lin Wu bowed to him with a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, yet perfectly courteous. Lin Xuan. At that moment, Lin Xuan was dumbfounded. He had not expected Lin Wu to be so extraordinarily versed in, as the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Lin Xuan had wanted to find an excuse to make Lin Wu his enemy, allowing him to freely harvest fortune points. Now how was he supposed to find an excuse? Name: Lin Wu, Child of Fortune. Realm: Martial Spirit, 6th layer. Arts: Azure Heaven Dragon Transformation Art, Great Desolation Divine Art. Fortune value 5000 points. Golden Finger, the Upper Realm Demonic Beast, the Violet Gold Demonic Marten. In its early days it dwelled within a stone talisman and aided Lin Wu's growth. Now the Violet Gold Demonic Marten has recovered most of its cultivation. It even possesses secret arts capable of temporarily boosting power. Over the years, the Violet Gold Demonic Marten has helped Lin Wu assassinate many formidable foes, warning to the host extreme danger. Lin Xuan studied Lin Wu's attribute panel and could not help but furrow his brow. Lin Wu, just as in the novel, was indeed committing misdeeds alongside the Marten Master. Rise. Lin Wu, this imperial prince has heard from Ling Qing that you are now the foremost inner disciple. Young as you are, your martial cultivation has already stepped into martial spirit 6th layer. Now that I see you in person, you are truly extraordinary. Indeed, a heaven-blessed prodigy. Lin Xuan spoke calmly, not stinting with his praise. There was no denying that Lin Wu possessed an uncommon bone structure and surging vitality. He was naturally gifted for the martial way. Moreover, his bearing was unlike Xiaohua's overbearing arrogance, steady in temperament, tenacious and unyielding. A figure like this, wherever he went, would surely rise from obscurity and ultimately reveal his sharp edge. Lin Wu's expression remained unchanged, and he flattered in reply. In terms of innate talent, it is the Holy Prince who possesses a heavenly bearing. As Lin Wu spoke these words, his face remained impassive, yet deep within his eyes flickered a trace of disdain. He thought he had concealed it, perfectly unaware that Lin Xuan had already seen through it all. Though this man was deeply calculating, he was also proud and arrogant, perhaps an affliction common to all children of fortune. A plan began to take shape in Lin Xuan's mind. Enough. Lin Wu, you may withdraw. Cultivate diligently, and in days to come serve the nine heavens supreme pure sect. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xuan dismissed Lin Wu. Yun Yin and Ling Qing found it rather strange, for during the journey to the nine heavens supreme pure sect, Lin Xuan had shown intense interest in Lin Wu. Yet now, after merely exchanging a few words upon seeing Lin Wu, he allowed him to leave. Still neither of them dared to question Lin Xuan. As the Holy Prince commands, Lin Wu turned to depart. Ling Qing, earlier on the Yuanwu war vessel, I heard you were quite intrigued by the affairs of the upper realm. At midnight tonight come to my chamber, and I shall tell you in detail. Just as Lin Wu turned away, Lin Xuan suddenly spoke to Ling Qing. Ling Qing could not help but let out a startled cry. Midnight tonight. Midnight was the dead of night, a deeply improper hour for a young woman like Ling Qing to visit Lin Xuan's private chamber. Gazing at Lin Xuan's handsome features, Ling Qing could not help but bite her lower lip. Lin Xuan was powerful, mysterious, and handsome. Undeniably the sort of man who could bewitch women. Yet Ling Qing had known Lin Xuan for but a short while, and toward him she felt only a budding fondness. However, Ling Qing did not dare refuse. For Lin Xuan held two trump cards, the Heavenly Demon Divine Guard and the Heavenly Physician Demonic Hand Huarong. No matter how he played his hand, the nine heavens supreme pure sect would be shattered to pieces. How could Ling Qing possibly dare to offend Lin Xuan? At the thought of this, a surge of humiliation welled up in her heart. As the Holy Prince commands, Ling Qing's voice seemed to tremble slightly. In that moment, she finally understood why Lin Xuan was able to command the people of the Heavenly Demon Palace. Because Lin Xuan's conduct was practically that of a demonic cultivator, bullying others by virtue of his power and acting entirely on whim. How detestable! Her voice trembling and faltering, anyone could hear Ling Qing's reluctance. Hearing this, Lin Wu was startled and halted his steps. His fists clenched secretly. Lin Wu, leave at once. The Holy Prince is someone we cannot afford to offend. If the Holy Prince grows in rage, the entire nine heavens supreme pure sect will cease to exist. Although the Holy Prince bade me come at midnight, according to Sister Yun Yin's description, he is not a man who lusts after beauty. Should I truly encounter misfortune, my master will not stand idly by. Ling Qing undoubtedly understood Lin Wu extremely well. Seeing him halt his steps, she secretly sent him a voice transmission. After all, Ling Qing had first met Lin Wu in the remote borderlands of the Eastern Xian. At that time, Lin Wu was a raw recruit just emerging from obscurity, while she was the lofty young sect mistress of an orthodox lineage. Ling Qing had watched Lin Wu grow step by step. She knew he harbored feelings for her, and it was precisely this that had driven him to rise steadily and enter the nine heavens supreme pure sect. If Lin Wu could not contain himself and offended Lin Xuan, to be honest, Ling Qing dared not imagine the consequences. Huff! Lin Wu released a long breath, then strode swiftly out of the chamber. Because his back was turned to the others, none of them noticed the venomous resentment flooding Lin Wu's gaze. Ding! The child of fortune Lin Wu has developed hostility toward the host. The host is advised to be on guard. Hearing the system's friendly reminder, Lin Xuan smiled faintly. It seemed his plan had half succeeded. What a pity! This fellow did not lose his temper on the spot. He truly is a patient little turtle. Lin Xuan shook his head, a trace of regret stirring in his heart. Still, although this fellow is forbearing, his eyes are full of venom, and he is hardly a good man. Xiao Hua is an open villain, but this one is a hypocrite. Lin Xuan's gaze darkened as he mused to himself. This time, having failed to provoke Lin Wu into making a move, Lin Xuan was not anxious. From his earlier judgment, Lin Wu's tenacity far surpassed Xiao Hua's. Lin Xuan had long prepared plan A, B, C, and D. Sooner or later, Lin Wu would reveal his true colors. Watching this scene, Yun Yin could not help but sigh inwardly. Summoning Ling Qing at midnight. What did that imply? Jealousy churned in Yun Yin's heart. But after all, Yun Yin was merely a maidservant. She had no right to demand more of Lin Xuan. A figure like the Holy Prince will naturally be surrounded by a flock of beautiful women. I only wish to remain by his side for a long time to come. Yun Yin thought silently to herself. A humble woman indeed. If Lin Xuan knew what was going through Yun Yin's mind, he would surely sigh with emotion. The women of this Kanglan realm, if set beside those of his past life, would be rarer than giant pandas. Compared to the deeply seasoned boxers of his previous world, Yun Yin was practically a celestial maiden. Midnight. Shanqing sect Lin Xuan's chamber. Knock, knock, knock. Holy Prince Ling Qing has arrived. Ling Qing's timid voice sounded from beyond the door. Creak. The door opened. It was Yun Yin who opened the door. Lin Xuan sat upright in a grand armchair, leisurely sipping his tea. Ling Qing stepped into the chamber, fear stirring in her heart. The ice-cold beauty was now taut with nervousness. Yun Yin, step out for now. I wish to speak with Ling Qing alone. Lin Xuan's voice drifted over faintly. Yun Yin and Ling Qing were both taken aback. Yun Yin, somewhat unwilling, pouted her lips before saying, as the Holy Prince commands. After Yun Yin departed, only Lin Xuan and Ling Qing remained in the sprawling chamber. The ambiguous atmosphere, much like Wang Duoy's money, continued to swell unabated. Yun Yin was visibly dejected. Meanwhile, Ling Qing and Lin Xuan, a man and a woman, found themselves alone in the same chamber, and the atmosphere began to grow subtly charged with intimacy. Lin Xuan offered a faint smile, his expression calm and untroubled, as if he had everything perfectly within his grasp. Ling Qing, this Kanglan realm is nothing more than a slightly larger cage. No matter how powerful one becomes, even the Empress Feng Yue herself, in the end she is merely a somewhat stronger fowl within the cage. I heard aboard the Yuanwu war vessel that you seem quite eager for the affairs of the upper realm. That in itself shows your cleverness. If one can reach the upper realm, it would be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Once free of the shackles of the Kanglan realm, it would be a case of the sky is vast for birds to fly, the sea is wide for fish to leap. At Lin Xian's words, one could clearly see Ling Qing, the glacial beauty, tremble slightly, as if stirred by the thought. Ling Qing took a deep breath, casting a profound gaze at Lin Xian, and spoke. Your Highness the Holy Prince, may I ask what exactly you mean by these words? Lin Xian smiled faintly, then said bluntly, Ling Qing, your aptitude is extraordinary. You are an unprecedented genius. But the Nine Heavens Shangqing sect is after all merely a small cage within the great prison of the Kanglan realm. Even if you defy the heavens, what heights can you truly reach? I have a deep appreciation for talent. If you are willing to serve me, then in the future you will surely follow me into the upper realm. Escape the imprisonment of this world. What do you say? Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Ling Qing's face, which had been icy cold, now flickered with a trace of anticipation. Your Highness the Holy Prince, would you truly be willing? There was no doubt. Faced with Lin Xian's offer, Ling Qing had not the slightest power to resist. She asked in disbelief. It was at this moment that Lin Xian smiled faintly and looked at Ling Qing. I never make such jokes. Ling Qing took a deep breath. To be honest, Ling Qing was naturally extremely interested in the upper realm. Over the years, many martial cultivators in the lower Kanglan realm, upon reaching a certain level, could sense this world's suppression weighing upon them. To further elevate one's martial cultivation became all the more difficult. Thus, ascending to the upper realm had become a dream cherished by every proud and ambitious martial artist. Aboard the Yuanwu war vessel, Ling Qing had expressed immense envy toward Lin Xian's maidservant Yun Yin. After all, as Lin Xian's handmaiden, Yun Yin would naturally have the chance to ascend to the upper realm together with him. Yet Ling Qing considered herself Yun Yin's equal in every aspect, and even superior in talent. Simply by virtue of luck, Yun Yin, relying on Lin Xian, could obtain heaven-defying opportunities. This also meant that the gap between them would only widen. Thank you, Your Highness the Holy Prince. Fearing that Lin Xian might change his mind, Ling Qing immediately knelt on one knee and expressed her gratitude with utmost sincerity. Lin Xian waved his hand and said, taking you to the upper realm in the future is not without conditions. In the meantime, you need to do something for me. And as for this matter, from today on you must not mention the specifics to anyone. Ling Qing was startled by Lin Xian's words, then her expression shifted. Her expression was one of both shame and indignation. Tonight, do a favor for the Holy Prince. Such words were enough to provoke wild flights of fancy. It was mainly fear of Lin Xian's power that stayed Ling Qing's hand, otherwise she would have struck him down with a single sword stroke. May I ask the Holy Prince, what is it you wish me to do? Ling Qing spoke slowly, word by word, the final few words practically ground out through clenched teeth. She kept her head lowered, afraid that her furious gaze might give Lin Xian an excuse to turn on her. Guard me tonight while I cultivate. I have just arrived at the Nine Heavens Shangqing sect and am not yet accustomed to it. I am inherently cautious, fearing that someone might attack me while I train. If you guard me for one night, I will certainly fulfill my promise in the future. Lin Xian let out a soft chuckle, seemingly aware of what was on Ling Qing's mind. Guard him for a night. Ling Qing blinked in surprise. Was it that simple? She had thought she might have to help Lin Xian resolve some matter, so it was merely guarding him for one night. Your Highness is joking. There is no one within the Nine Heavens Shangqing sect who could pose a threat to you. Moreover, you have the heavenly demon guards and the elder Hua Rong to protect you. What need is there for a guardian? Ling Qing even suspected that Lin Xian was joking with her. That old fellow Hua Rong has gone with your master to pay respects at your grandmaster's shrine. The old man said the rites would last 7 days. During these days he will not be by my side. As for the heavenly demon guards, though their strength is passable, they are all reckless brutes devoid of strategy. Yun Yin is too kind-hearted. After much deliberation, I believe you are the most suitable. Lin Xian told Ling Qing with a grave expression. Ling Qing shot Lin Xian a strange look, silently thinking. This holy prince really is excessively cautious. A touch of persecution paranoia. Still, it was normal for mighty figures to have quirks. Forgive me, but I grew up in a complicated environment, and I have always been wary of others plotting against me. I'll be counting on you. Lin Xian said once more. Very well then, I shall respectfully obey. She sat cross-legged beside Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan smiled faintly, and also entered meditation to cultivate. Ling Qing kept a sliver of her mind alert watching Lin Xuan warily. Yet as time trickled by, Lin Xuan truly seemed to harbor no improper intentions toward Ling Qing. It seems I overthought it. The Holy Prince is merely eccentric. All I have to do is guard him, and in the future I can follow him to the upper realm. In the end, this is still my heaven-defying fortune. A faint smile curled at the corner of Ling Qing's lips. She even began to fantasize about breaking through the shackles of martial arts in the upper realm one day. The night passed. Lin Xuan did not speak much to Ling Qing. After dawn, however, Lin Xuan bade Ling Qing leave. Ling Qing was overjoyed, thinking that merely serving as a guard for one night had earned her a promise from the Holy Prince Lin Xuan. She had truly come out ahead. Just as Ling Qing stepped out the door, she saw Yun Yin waiting at the entrance of the chamber. Yun Yin's beautiful eyes looked dim, with dark circles clearly visible beneath them. Clearly Yun Yin had not slept a wink all night. Ling Qing, what exactly did you do in the Holy Prince's Yun Yin stared straight at Ling Qing, looking tense, then asked. Ling Qing was silent for a moment, then recalling what the Holy Prince Lin Xuan had told her, replied. Nothing much really. The Holy Prince merely asked me to help him with some matters. Hearing this, Yun Yin's whole body trembled. Her heart felt bitter and sore. The flames of jealousy burned ceaselessly. A man and a woman alone together all night, and they merely helped with some matters. What other matters could there be? Yun Yin suddenly felt despair in her heart. After all, she had been by Lin Xuan's side for quite some time, and he had never done anything improper with her. Yet this Ling Qing had won Lin Xuan's favor. Yun Yin remained silent, her mood somber. Ling Qing looked at Yun Yin, puzzled by her reaction, then, that green tea bitch. Yun Yin spat out the words as she watched Ling Qing's retreating figure. The term green tea was a newfangled expression Lin Xuan had mentioned. Yun Yin felt that Ling Qing now perfectly embodied that term. The Nine Heavens Shangqing sect had a tradition. Every morning at dawn, disciples were required to practice martial arts on the training grounds. Ling Qing, as the young sect master, was tasked with overseeing the training. Therefore, after completing the task Lin Xuan had assigned her, Ling Qing hurried to the training ground without a moment's rest. Just as Ling Qing arrived at the training ground, she saw Lin Wu, who had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Ling Qing approach, Lin Wu shuddered, quickly stepped forward and asked, Ling Qing, where did you go last night? Why were you gone all night? Lin Wu appeared somewhat nervous. His ordinarily deep and calculating demeanor seemed at that moment to have lost its composure. Ling Qing, seeing Lin Wu in such a state, was taken aback at first, then a cold look swept across her face. You were spying on me, she asked. A wave of discomfort immediately washed over her. In the borderlands of Dongshuan, Ling Qing and Lin Wu had shared a past, and Ling Qing did hold some appreciation for Lin Wu. But nothing substantial had ever developed between them. That nebulous affection had never been allowed to bloom. And after Ling Qing met Lin Xuan, she was unconsciously drawn to his unique temperament. Bit by bit, her attitude toward Lin Wu cooled. No, not at all. It's just that you are the junior sect master, and many disciples in the sect said that yesterday you went to the Holy Prince's private chamber and did not return all night. There have been quite a few rumors in the sect today. To stabilize the morale of the Jiutian Shangqing sect, I came to ask in person. Seeing that Ling Qing's tone was off, Lin Wu hurriedly explained. Ling Qing paused. Staying out all night was indeed a disgrace for someone as pure and spotless as the junior sect master. But what could Ling Qing say? His Highness the Holy Prince asked me to help him with a matter. Ling Qing fell silent for a moment, then said indifferently, help with a matter. Lin Wu's face suddenly went pale. Stayed all night to help with a matter. This. A man and a woman alone. What else could they be doing? Lin Wu didn't have to think twice to know exactly what that meant. His heart and mind trembled and his fists clenched of their own accord. How hateful. That Lin Xuan. No. Ling Qing is not that sort of person. I don't believe it. At this moment, Lin Wu's heart was as if 10,000 ants were gnawing at it, ceaselessly tormenting him beyond endurance. After all, for Ling Qing's sake, Lin Wu had fought his way all the way from the Dongxian borderlands into the Jiutian Shangqing sect, wanting nothing more than to earn her respect, and in the end become her lifelong partner. Now, after all the effort Lin Wu had invested, having not even held her hand, Lin Xuan had snatched her away. The crushing blow made his head explode with a thunderous roar. You helped him do what? Lin Wu pressed his face deathly pale. His attitude genuinely made Ling Qing feel repulsed. Ling Qing shook her head and said coldly, sorry, but I can't tell you that. Can't tell? Lin Wu's face went from white to black. Of course she couldn't say it. How could anyone talk about that kind of thing? Damn it. Lin Wu's heart was bleeding. Ling Qing, have you forgotten? Back in the Dongxian borderlands, you said to me in person, wait for me at the Jiutian Shangqing sect. Well, for you, I have already become the #1 inner disciple of the Jiutian Shangqing sect. Are you going to break your promise? Unquestionably, Lin Wu was a man of deep cunning. But Lin Wu was after all a man. In his eyes, Ling Qing was his exclusive treasure. Now that his woman had turned her back on him, even someone as unyielding as Lin Wu could not bear it. Wait for you. Ling Qing seemed dazed, as if remembering everything from that time. She laughed bitterly. Only then did she realize that Lin Wu had read her words wrong. At that time Ling Qing had merely thought that Lin Wu was exceptionally gifted and a promising talent. If he were confined to the Dongxian borderlands, his talent would have been wasted. Ling Qing was ambitious and proud, knowing full well the saying that water flows to lower places, while people strive to rise higher. She herself was the same, wishing to go beyond the Zhoutian sect, even beyond the Kanglin realm. Thus, because she valued talent, and to encourage Lin Wu, Ling Qing had told him that she would wait for him at the Zhoutian sect. That wait simply meant she wanted Lin Wu to become part of the Zhoutian sect. It was in the end a move to recruit an extraordinary genius for the sect. Little did she expect that a single wait would cause the young man Lin Wu to take it as a vow of eternal love. Lin Wu, you have boundless prospects, but you have misunderstood. You have your path and I have mine. We are doomed not to be fellow travelers. Ling Qing said lightly. For Ling Qing, with the holy prince Lin Xian's promise, she was destined to journey one day to the upper realm and behold the starry sea. Lin Wu, despite his considerable aptitude, could at best reach the summit of the Kanglin realm. They were like two parallel lines never destined to intersect. Ling Qing did not want to hold Lin Wu back, so she thought it best to make everything clear. Lin Wu, you are a good man, but between us there is only admiration. After a moment of silence, Ling Qing handed Lin Wu a Goodman card. Boom. It struck Lin Wu like a thunderbolt. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, drawing blood. No, Ling Qing is not like that. She has always been kind to me. It must be Lin Xian. Lin Wu became a tangled mess. Disciples of the Zhoutian sect began drilling. Ignoring Lin Wu, Ling Qing turned around and ordered the disciples. As the junior sect master commands. Swish, swish, swish. On the martial field, swords flew from their scabbards, and sword chi surged in every direction. Disciples moved through their sword forms, icy, sword intent screaming out. Yet no matter how cold the sword intent was, it could not match the coldness in Lin Wu's heart at this moment. But Lin Wu was not Xiaohua after all. Xiaohua was impulsive, hot-blooded, and reckless. Lin Wu, however, had deeper schemes. He buried that bone-chilling cold deep within his heart. Lin Wu did not know how he made it back to his room. Ling Qing is not that kind of person, I know it. She must have her reasons. Maybe that holy prince forced her. Having figured out everything, Lin Wu's eyes suddenly brightened. Yes, that must be it. Lin Wu let out a long breath, recalling Lin Xian's haughty, all-disdaining attitude. Lin Wu became even more convinced that his guess was right. Whoosh. A bolt of true chi pierced through the window of Lin Wu's chamber. Who is it? Lin Wu immediately became alert. With a leap he executed the wandering heaven steps of supreme clarity, his body turning into a blur of an afterimage as he shot outside. A dark shadow disappeared into the forest. Lin Wu narrowed his eyes, pushing his movement technique to the absolute limit as he chased after it. The two raced through the night, even leaving the grounds of the Zhoutian sect. That figure suddenly halted. Lin Wu, you live up to your reputation. Though only a martial spirit, you are not a whit slower than me, a martial ancestor. The black-clad figure spoke slowly with his back to Lin Wu. The moment the voice sounded, it was as warm and gentle as a spring sun. Lin Wu frowned slightly. He felt that the voice sounded familiar. Who are you? Lin Wu asked. I am Yun. The black figure turned around, pulled off the hood, and revealed a delicate face. It was indeed Yun. Seat Master Yun. Lin Wu was thoroughly bewildered. He could not understand why Yun had lured him here. Lin Wu, I don't have much time away from the Holy Prince's side. I came here especially to tell you one thing. Yun looked straight into Lin Wu's eyes and said slowly. What is it? Lin Wu's heart jumped. Don't misunderstand Ling Qing. Ling Qing. She did not do it willingly. Yun sighed, then said with a trace of sorrow. Not willingly. Lin Wu was quick-witted. In an instant, he grasped Yun's meaning. The corner of his mouth unconsciously lifted into a faint smile. Indeed, the boulder pressing down on Lin Wu's heart finally sank back into place, and he felt utterly at ease. He knew it. Ling Qing was the goddess of his heart, and his goddess would never grovel before the mighty. All of this was because of that villain Lin Xian. But Lin Wu was after all not Xiaohua. His nature was far more cunning and black-heart. Delight bloomed in Lin Wu's heart, but he gave no outward sign. A look of surprise appeared on his face. He raised an eyebrow and said, What are you talking about? I don't quite understand. Yun gave Lin Wu a long searching look, then spoke. Rest assured, I am completely trustworthy. You should know that although this Lin Xian is a sacred prince of the upper realm and the Kanglin realm have never been in close contact. I am after all the first seat of the 12 peaks of Yunling. Why would I willingly become Lin Xian's maidservant? This Lin Xian. Yun's acting mode kicked in as she gently bit her lip, and her beautiful eyes instantly misted over. A pear blossom pressing upon the crabapple. This very sight was enough to shatter the psychological defense. This Lin Xuan, relying on the might of the Tianma Palace, seized me by trickery and force and compelled me to be his maidservant. If I refused, the lives of the more than 10,000 people of Yunling would be wiped out by the Tianma Palace. He is a devil. Yun Yin's voice trembled and terror filled her face. Hearing her words, Lin Wu finally believed what Yun Yin had said. After all, the first seat of Yunling was no small position. Nor would Yun Yin have any reason to willingly serve as Lin Xuan's maidservant. Every martial artist has their dignity. Martial artists are full of hot blood and act with force, disregarding all restraint. Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Even a fool could see that Yun Yin must have fallen under Lin Xuan's control for some reason, forced to become his maidservant. Having reasoned this out, Lin Wu felt suddenly enlightened. Just a sacred prince of the upper realm throwing his weight around in the Kanglin realm. Were it not for the Tianma Palace shielding him, he would have been dead long ago, without even a complete corpse. Lin Wu set aside his guardedness toward Yun Yin. He laughed coldly and spoke his words, revealing how deeply he hated Lin Xuan. This was perfectly natural. After all, to Lin Wu, that swine Lin Xuan had taken away his woman. At the moment, that martial king powerhouse, Hua Rong, the demonic hand of celestial healing, has gone to pay respects to the previous sect master alongside Shun Macho, the sect master of the Jiutian Shangqing sect. He happens not to be at Lin Xuan's side. This was supposed to be the perfect opportunity to slay Lin Xuan. Unfortunately, my strength is too low. I cannot fight against those Tianma divine guards. And if I were discovered, I would only bring disaster upon Yunling. Yun Yin sighed, speaking in a long, sorrowful tone. Lin Wu's eyes brightened. Then he said, the demonic hand of celestial healing is not by Lin Xuan's side. If that is so, I have the means to slay Lin Xuan. At that, a sharp glint suddenly flashed through Lin Wu's eyes. You have the means to slay Lin Xuan? Yun Yin gasped, her face full of disbelief. Yun Yin knew that Lin Xuan's current strength had already entered the martial ancestor realm. Moreover, his battle prowess was awe-inspiring. Unless a formidable expert above the third level of martial ancestor came, it was likely that no one could defeat him. Besides, Lin Xuan had the Tianma divine guards of the Tianma Palace stationed not far away. Unless she landed a fatal blow on Lin Xuan in one strike, once the Tianma divine guards arrived, escaping would be nearly impossible for anyone below the 9th level of martial ancestor. Lin Wu was exceptionally gifted, but he was only a martial spirit after all. To vow to slay Lin Xuan, that was a rather arrogant claim. First seat, Yun Yin does not believe me. Lin Wu smiled contemptuously, and a flash of purple light suddenly flickered in his eyes. Then an eerie, fierce, demonic aura burst out from his entire body. That demonic aura was as profound as an abyss and vast as the sea, enough to strike fear into one's heart. Even a martial ancestor powerhouse like Yun Yin felt a chill run through her. Lin Wu, you. Yun Yin instinctively covered her crimson lips with a jade-like hand, her heart shaken. The demonic aura around Lin Wu had only bloomed for a fleeting instant before vanishing without a trace. First seat, Yun Yin, there is no need to ask anything else. You only need to know that I have the strength to slay Lin Xuan. Lin Wu said coldly, his face full of pride. It was a long time before Yun Yin gradually calmed down. Looking at Lin Wu, a delighted expression appeared on her face as she said, good. That Lin Xuan meditates and cultivates every night once night falls. At midnight tonight, I will help you draw away the Tianma divine guards. Then you will be able to slay Lin Xuan. When that happens, Ling Qing will be so grateful to you for saving her life that she will surely open her heart to you. Lin Wu now trusted Yun Yin unconditionally. Hearing this, he nodded. Lin Wu cast a glance at Yun Yin and secretly thought, when the time comes, it won't only be Ling Qing. Even you, Yun Yin, will become my woman. Of course, Lin Wu did not say it aloud. However, the burning intensity of his gaze made Yun Yin feel uneasy and filled her heart with disgust. It's agreed. They'll go back and prepare right away. Lin Wu took a deep breath, made a silent pledge to Yun Yin, and uttered, after tomorrow the Kanglin realm will no longer have a sacred prince. Lin Wu swaggered away. Yun Yin stared blankly at his leaving silhouette, murmuring, His Highness the Sacred Prince is simply too amazing. How could he see that Lin Wu had hidden trump cards? No matter how hard she racked her brains, Yun Yin could not understand it. Her admiration for Lin Xuan in her heart increased by several more notches. Forget it. Anyway, I have completed the task His Highness the Sacred Prince entrusted to me. This way, in His Highness' heart, I will surely be more capable than that girl Ling Qing. Naturally, he won't neglect me then. At that thought, Yun Yin's heart was filled with joy. With the gathering and parting of wind and cloud, she activated her movement technique and departed from the place. Concealed in the shadows, Lin Xuan had been there all along. Seeing that Lin Wu had taken the bait, he nodded. Unexpected. That girl Yun Yin can act so splendidly. With her acting skills and beauty, if she had lived in my past life, she would definitely have become wildly famous. Lin Xuan pondered silently. This woman seemed born to be an actress. He warned himself inwardly that from now on he should be more cautious around women. Lin Xuan condensed his martial wings and soared away. After arriving at the Jotian Shangqing sect, he continued to absorb the sect's spiritual energy, using the devouring origin creation scripture. The spiritual energy of the Jotian Shangqing sect was considerably denser than that of Yunling. Lin Xuan succeeded not only in stabilizing his first-level martial ancestor foundation, but also in stepping into the second level of martial ancestor. Now that everything was in place, all that remained was to wait for Lin Wu to walk right into the trap. Lin Wu returned to his room, poked his head out the door, and looked around to make sure no one was following him, only then relaxing. Lin Wu shut all the doors and windows. The storage ring on his hand flashed, and a dark green stone talisman appeared. Lord Ming, time to get to work. Gripping the stone talisman, Lin Wu poured all of his true qi into it without reserve. Anticipation gleamed in his eyes as he slowly began to speak. The stone talisman shone with unceasing radiance. Then a phantom image of a purple-gold demon mink emerged from it. The instant it appeared, boundless demonic aura diffused outward and suppressed the void. Little Lin, what does it take to summon this Lord Mink? The phantom purple-gold demon mink smiled with sharp, sinister intent and spoke to Lin Wu in an exceedingly eerie manner. Lin Wu looked at the purple-gold demon mink, bowed respectfully, and then explained the entire matter from start to finish. Lord Mink, Lin Xuan currently has no martial king powerhouse guarding him. I must trouble you to act and destroy him. Lin Wu spoke with utmost sincerity. Little Lin. You truly have the heart of a ruthless conqueror. That Hanlin sacred dynasty is a major power even in the upper realm. It is not inferior to the Yuan Yao sacred dynasty where this Lord Mink resides. Although this Lin Xuan cannot be counted as the sacred prince the Hanlin sacred emperor favors most in the Hanlin sacred dynasty. But after all, he is still of imperial blood. If word leaks out, this Lord Mink will have no small amount of trouble. The purple-gold demon mink sneered and cast Lin Wu a malicious glance. His words neither refused nor agreed. Lin Wu sneered inwardly. Old fox. Lin Wu had fought his way all the way from the borderlands of Dongxian to the Nine Heavens Shangqing sect, and along the way the purple-gold demon mink had been his trump card. Without the purple-gold demon mink and that stone talisman, Lin Wu would probably have died countless times long ago. Lord Mink, once I obtain the inheritance from the blood demon Venerable's ancient tomb, the Venerable's essence blood will be split between us, 70% for me and 30% for you. Lin Wu gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, and spoke. He had resolved to give up 30% of the tomb's benefits in order to move the purple-gold demon mink. A gleam of greed clearly flickered in the purple-gold demon mink's eyes. Then with a face full of sinister glee, he said, the blood demon Venerable's great tomb requires the stone talisman to open. You are the master of the stone talisman and have laid extensive plans for this. With so much toil, if you only take 30%, this Lord Mink would appear rather dishonorable. Lin Wu was stunned and a burst of anger surged in his heart. Damn it! Lin Wu's original intention had been to give the purple-gold demon mink 30% of the essence blood. He had never expected the purple-gold demon mink to demand 70% outright. What a profiteer! This was extortion. Lin Wu nearly fainted from rage. Fine. 70% goes to the purple-gold demon mink, and I get 30%, and still have to live by his good graces. As long as Lin Xuan is eliminated, Ling Qing will be mine. The entire Nine Heavens Shangqing sect will also be mine. Lin Wu could only comfort himself with these thoughts. You flatter me, Lord Mink. Killing Lin Xuan is mainly the result of Lord Mink's efforts. This little gesture is merely a token of gratitude. It has no other meaning. Lin Wu wore an awkward but polite smile as he said this to the purple-gold demon mink. Good. Lin Wu boy, you know how to handle yourself. This Lord Mink likes you. Midnight, is it? Understood. After midnight, I will use the celestial demon Insha divine art and take that Lin Xuan's life. The phantom of the purple-gold demon mink returned to the stone talisman. Lin Wu breathed a sigh of relief. However, when he thought of how he had spent years planning for the blood demon Venerable's great tomb only to end up giving 70% of the gains to his own trump card, his heart ached. His heart was bleeding. He wished he could simply dash his head against a wall and die. Lin Xuan, this time I will make sure you die a horrible death. Lin Wu laid all the blame on Lin Xuan. The fire in his heart rose ever higher. A moonless, windswept night. A night for murder. At midnight, Lin Wu held the stone talisman, his heart stirring with excitement. Suddenly, boundless demonic aura burst from the stone talisman and gathered into a shape in the void, transforming into a colossal purple-gold demon mink. This time, the purple-gold demon mink did not appear as a phantom, but instead assumed a physical demonic body. The purple-gold demon mink was after all someone from the Yuan Yao sacred dynasty in the upper realm. His race, the purple-gold demon mink, was a famously prestigious clan in the Yuan Yao sacred dynasty. Thus, the purple-gold demon mink believed that as long as he made a clean kill, and left no irrefutable evidence. Even if the Hanlin sacred dynasty later learned that he had killed Lin Xuan, it would not offend the Yuan Yao sacred dynasty over an already dead sacred prince. That was his source of confidence. The purple gold demon mink sneered and cast Lin Wu a knowing glance, as if to say, wait for my good news. A swirl of demonic aura swept up as he tore through the air and departed. Lin Xuan, this time we'll see if you survive. A faint smile curled at the corner of Lin Wu's mouth. He raised his head and looked out the window. The moon tonight was truly bright. It was just right for killing. Meanwhile, the purple gold demon mink moved through the 9 heavens Shangqing sect and soon reached the side chamber where Lin Xuan resided at the rear mountain. The purple gold demon mink slowly retracted his form and landed on the ground, his body roughly 3 meters long. The purple gold demonic aura around him was almost substantial. In the Kanglin realm, martial emperor powerhouses are already the highest ceiling. But little does the world know that above martial emperor, there is still the venerable realm. Upon reaching the venerable realm and undergoing the 9 transformations of a venerable, one's methods transcend those of ordinary warriors, truly comparable to the immortal cultivators of 10,000 years ago. Back then, that blood demon venerable fell into the Kanglin realm along with me while fighting for the stone talisman. Now the bastard has been dead for over 100 years, leaving behind a great tomb. Is it not only reasonable for me to take 70% of his blood demon essence blood? The purple gold demon mink sneered, unable to help recalling the stirring days of yore. Then he shook his head and cast all those chaotic thoughts from his mind. The purple gold demon mink currently possessed the power of the first level of the martial king realm. But 100 years ago, he had been the young clan chief of the purple gold demon mink race with strength at the 9th level of the martial king realm. Unfortunately, after that desperate battle with the blood demon venerable, his cultivation had plummeted, and he had also been sealed inside the stone talisman. Over the years since he had recovered to the martial king realm by relying on one generation of the stone talisman's masters after another. 100 years passed in a flick of the fingers. For humans, that span of time is rather long. But for the demon race, whose lifespans far exceed those of humans, 100 years, though not short, could hardly be considered all that long. After all, ordinary demons would not have even gained sentience without 300 to 500 years of cultivation. The purple gold demon mink now had but one desire. After killing Lin Xuan, he would obtain 70% of a venerable level powerhouse's essence blood, elevate his foundation, and one day make a push for the venerable realm. Boom. A blast of demonic aura erupted from the purple gold demon mink and burst through the wooden door in an instant. The purple gold demon mink lunged forward, demonic aura sweeping everywhere. Sacred Prince Lin Xuan. Ha ha ha. Prepare to die. The purple gold demon mink shouted with murderous intent written all over his face. You have finally come. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Yunin, light the lamps. A lazy voice sounded. Yunin lit the candle. Lin Xuan sat languidly in a grand armchair flanked by the 2 great beauties Yunin and Ling Qing. Seeing the purple gold demon mink bristling with murderous aura, the 3 of them were not surprised in the least. Lin Xuan in particular wore an expression of long-awaited anticipation. The purple gold demon Martin was utterly dumbfounded. For a moment he could not react. Wait a minute. The few of you. Why do you look as if you have been waiting for me for a long time? Do you have any manners? On the way here, the purple gold demon Martin had imagined many possible reactions from Lin Xuan upon seeing him. Perhaps terror and begging for mercy, perhaps wailing and weeping, or perhaps fleeing in panic. But the purple gold demon Martin had never expected Lin Xuan to be so calm and composed, as if he had been waiting for quite some time. It really is the purple gold demon Martin, but not as strong as I imagined. Lin Xuan looked at the purple gold demon Martin, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Then he slowly spoke, and his tone even carried a trace of disappointment. Damn it. The purple gold demon Martin suddenly felt his entire body go numb. Jokes are jokes, but don't mess with a great demon. I'm at least a martial king level powerhouse and the young patriarch of the purple gold demon Martin clan of the upper realms primordial demon sage dynasty. Lin Xuan, isn't it too much for you to show off like this? Are all young people these days this arrogant? Have I become too weak to lift my blade? Or have you all suddenly grown some dog's courage? Saint Prince Lin Xuan at death's door, and still running your mouth. The purple gold demon Martin's eyes flashed with fierce murderous intent as a dense demonic aura shot skyward, radiating killing will. A martial king. Yunin and Ling Qing's faces turned deathly pale. Before this, Lin Xuan had explained to them that Lin Wu had hidden trump cards and was far more complicated than he appeared on the surface. Ling Qing had still been somewhat skeptical, but when she saw the purple gold demon Martin come to assassinate Lin Xuan, she finally believed Lin Xuan completely. But they had never imagined that behind Lin Wu would stand a purple gold demon Martin at the martial king level. It spoke human speech, and its demonic aura defied the heavens. Such means were enough to topple the entire 9 heavens supreme purity sect. Saint Prince, what should we do? Yin Yin's expression turned rather grim. With a martial king at such close range, even the heaven demon guards would find it difficult to save Lin Xuan. It had unquestionably become a death trap. Lin Xuan waved a hand signaling the two women to stay calm. Ling Qing took a deep breath, and as realization struck, an intense disgust for Lin Wu suddenly rose in her heart. This Lin Wu is truly courting death. He has no idea that Lin Xuan is the closest friend of the female emperor Feng Yue. If anything happened to Lin Xuan in the Nine Heavens Supreme Purity sect, wouldn't the Heaven Demon Palace ride in with its iron cavalry and trample the entire sect flat? Stupid. Bigoted. This fool is dragging our Nine Heavens Supreme Purity sect into a pit of fire. Ling Qing cursed Lin Wu relentlessly, in her heart utterly disappointed in him. Ding. Daughter of Destiny Ling Qing feels disappointed in son of Destiny Lin Wu. Host gains 500 villain points. A system chime sounded. Lin Xuan glanced at Ling Qing somewhat surprised. Then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly into a smile. Purple Gold Demon Martin, you are of the demon race. Since ancient times, humans and demons have never been in harmony. Those not of our kind are bound to harbor different intentions. This Lin Wu has colluded with you and infiltrated the Nine Heavens Supreme Purity sect. He must be plotting something. Fortunately, this prince has encountered you today. As a paragon of the righteous path, this prince will surely rid the Nine Heavens Supreme Purity sect of the two cancers, you and Lin Wu. Lin Xuan rose abruptly, straightened his back, and pointed at the purple gold demon Martin, crying out with righteous indignation. Ling Qing's eyes widened at his words. Boom. Her mind roared, and suddenly everything became clear. That's right. If Lin Wu was working together with a demon, and that demon's power was this formidable, then what exactly was Lin Wu's motive? Led by Lin Xuan's words, Ling Qing unconsciously began to follow his line of thought. Once that notion took hold, the more she considered it, the deeper Lin Wu's scheming seemed, and the more she felt he had a hidden agenda. Thank goodness for the Saint Prince. Otherwise our Nine Heavens Supreme Purity sect would still be kept in the dark, colluding with the demon race. This Lin Wu is truly no good. Deep disgust flooded Ling Qing's eyes. Ding. Daughter of Destiny Ling Qing feels immense disgust toward son of Destiny Lin Wu. She has developed feelings of gratitude toward the host. Host gains 1000 villain points. A system notification suddenly rang out in Lin Xuan's mind. Great. Another 1000 points plucked. Lin Xuan cackled inwardly. The purple gold demon Martin was instantly taken aback by Lin Xuan's words. Paragon of the righteous path. You. Are you kidding me? Everyone damn well knows you're hand in glove with the Heaven Demon Palace, wrapping yourself in its tiger skin and doing whatever you want. I've seen shameless people, but never anyone this shameless. The purple gold demon Martin stared at Lin Xuan in a daze, suddenly feeling that this Saint Prince was exceptionally gifted. Never mind anything else. Just the thickness of his face was unmatched since ancient times, practically a supreme treasure in itself. You there, boy? Lord Martin doesn't know what nonsense you're spouting, die. Murderous aura churned in the purple gold demon Martin's eyes. He knew that Hua Rong, the demon-handed heavenly physician who was at Lin Xuan's side, was currently paying respects to the previous sect master of the Nine Heavens Supreme Purity sect. Although the tombs of the sect's successive masters were located in a secret realm. But if he dragged things out for too long, complications would likely arise. With that thought, the purple gold demon Martin no longer wished to exchange more empty words with Lin Xuan. At that moment, the purple gold demon Martin let out a furious roar, and a fierce demonic aura shot skyward. Strand after strand of purple demonic aura descended like a curtain hung from the heavens. Boom. The entire side chamber was reduced to ashes. High in the sky, a colossal, boundless phantom of a purple gold demon Martin suddenly appeared, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Sky Demon Claw. Die, you brat. With a single strike, the purple gold demon Martin sent its fierce demonic aura piercing through the void, clawing toward Lin Xuan. If Lin Xuan took this martial king's blow, he would unquestionably have no chance of survival. Such overwhelming demonic aura also alarmed many martial cultivators of the Nine Heavens Supreme Purity sect. Many people turned their gazes toward Lin Xuan's chamber. Seeing the terrifying phantom of the purple gold demon Martin, every one of them trembled in abject fear. The Heaven Demon Guards, sharp resolve flashing in their eyes, all rushed toward Lin Xuan. The Heaven Demon Guards were the deadliest killing weapon of the Heaven Demon Palace. From childhood, their humanity had been extinguished, and they moved solely to carry out their master's orders. Feng Yue had long since commanded the Heaven Demon Guards to treat Lin Xuan's life as their foremost priority. If Lin Xuan died, here these Heaven Demon Guards would have no further reason to exist in the Kanglan realm. In a flash, the Heaven Demon Guards charged madly toward Lin Xuan. Lin Wu stared at the purple gold demon Martin phantom in the sky, his face brimming with delight, wearing the foolish smile of a landlord's simpleton son and nearly splitting his face, grinning. Lin Xuan, let's see if you survive this one. Lin Wu was beside himself with excitement. Watching the purple gold demon Martin's lethal strike, racing toward him, Lin Xuan slowly took a step forward and stood in front of the two women. Saint Prince. The two women were moved beyond measure by Lin Xuan's actions. At that moment, light flashed from Lin Xuan's storage ring and a talisman appeared. Heaven-suppressing talisman, go. With a calm expression, Lin Xuan channeled a strand of origin-devouring true qi into the talisman. In an instant, the talisman's light flooded the surroundings and transformed into a six-pointed star array shooting toward the purple gold demon Martin. Whoosh, whoosh. The boundless demonic aura within the heaven demon claw shrank back before this heaven-suppressing talisman like a rat catching sight of a cat. The demonic aura surged continuously, pouring into the heaven-suppressing talisman. In an instant, it was absorbed completely and utterly. The heaven-suppressing talisman did not lose momentum. The purple gold demon Martin widened its eyes and could not help but cry out, "What is this thing?" As the young patriarch of the upper realm purple gold demon Martin clan, he could sense that this so-called heaven-suppressing talisman possessed the power to suppress him. Not good. This talisman is too terrifying. I'm no match for it. The once arrogant purple gold demon Martin now felt cold sweat streaming down its back. Only at this moment did he realize that this holy prince was not calm because he was foolish, but because he wielded a heaven-defying killing move. Once such a killing move was unleashed, even a martial king at the third or fourth layer would find it hard to withstand. And the purple gold demon Martin was merely a martial king at the first layer. Facing the heaven-suppressing talisman, terror surged in his heart. Immediately, demonic aura flickered beneath his feet, and behind him demonic aura gathered to form the heaven demon twin wings as he tried to flee. But the six-pointed star array formed by the heaven-suppressing talisman suddenly erupted with a violent binding force. Whoosh, whoosh. The purple gold demon Martin had just flown 100 meters when he felt himself dragged by a horrible, overwhelming, colossal suction. There was simply no escape. No, no, don't. The purple gold demon Martin was frantic with terror, desperate to get away. But would it help? Swish. The heaven-suppressing talisman flashed with light and instantly sucked the purple gold demon Martin into itself. The talisman slowly drifted down to the ground, flickered a few times with light, then settled into stillness. A one-time life-saving treasure worth 1500 points, enough to handle any expert below the third layer of Martial King. It was expensive, but it worked beautifully. Lin Xuan smiled faintly, stepped forward, and picked up the heaven-suppressing talisman from the ground. Back then, after slaying Xiaohua, Lin Xuan had reaped a great deal of villain points. Aside from elevating his cultivation, he had also spent 1500 villain points to exchange for a life-saving treasure. That treasure was precisely the heaven-suppressing talisman. It was capable of suppressing martial kings at the third layer and stalling those beyond the third layer. That was why Lin Xuan was confident enough to deal with the purple gold demon Martin. Seeing that the purple gold demon Martin was merely a first-layer martial king, Lin Xuan felt a little disappointed. Holy Prince, what exactly just happened? Yun Yin and Ling Qing stepped forward, still lost in a dreamlike daze. That purple gold demon Martin had been utterly terrifying. Both women had believed they were doomed. Yet in less than a single breath, the demon Martin had been destroyed by Lin Xuan's hand. It's just a little trinket I brought out of the Demon Heaven Palace. Perfect for dealing with this ignorant, reckless purple gold demon Martin. Lin Xuan sneered and said. Yun Yin and Ling Qing exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. So it was a supreme treasure from the Demon Heaven Palace. Lin Xuan could command the mighty experts of the Demon Heaven Palace and possessed its protective treasures. What did that imply? Only now did Yun Yin and Ling Qing realize that what Hua Rong had once said was no lie. Lin Xuan was a close and trusted friend of Feng Yue. Lin Xuan slowly picked up the heaven-suppressing talisman. The talisman flashed once and vanished into the air. Demonic aura swirled and coalesced into the form of the purple gold demon Martin, who knelt amid the ruins of the chamber. Purple gold demon Martin, did you ever imagine you would see such a day, eh? Lin Xuan smiled faintly and said to the Martin. You, fine kid. I never thought you'd have some miraculous treasure like this. Go on, kill me if you dare. If I so much as frown, I'll take your surname. The purple gold demon Martin was full of fury and shouted at Lin Xuan. To the Martin, he was the young patriarch of a noble clan in the upper realm primordial demon sacred dynasty. Thus he naturally had his dignity. Facing Lin Xuan, he still had to maintain his bearing. Seeing how unyielding the purple gold demon Martin was, Lin Xuan could not help but raise his thumb and commend him. Impressive. Worthy of the young patriarch of the purple gold demon Martin clan, such spirit. Yet Lin Xuan's expression suddenly grew fierce. He channeled his true qi into the heaven-suppressing talisman. On the Martin's forehead, a six-pointed star array began to shine. Within the six-pointed star array, azure electric currents surged relentlessly. Crackle, crackle. Damn it. The purple gold demon Martin suddenly felt an overwhelming force assailing him from all directions. Even with his demonic body, it felt as though countless ants were biting and tearing at him, agonizing beyond endurance. Alt. The purple gold demon Martin convulsed violently, rolling on the ground in unbearable pain. It turned out the heaven-suppressing talisman could do more than suppress. It could also unleash heaven-suppressing divine thunder, inflicting unspeakable torment upon its captive. If it were a powerhouse of the martial king realm, such as Hua Rong, perhaps one could rely on supreme martial cultivation to break free from the heaven-suppressing talisman. But the purple gold demon Martin, merely at the first layer of the martial king realm, clearly lacked such capability. Hiss hiss hiss. The Martin writhed in agony across the ground. Stop! 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 Enough! His voice began to tremble as he spoke in broken fragments. Stop! Enough! The young patriarch of the purple gold demon Martin clan is truly exceptional. Facing this kind of torment, you remain utterly fearless. You even tell me not to stop. A truly admirable opponent. In that case, to show my respect, this prince shall send you on your way right now. Lin Xuan's face was full of solemnity as he nodded and spoke to the Martin. Damn it! The purple gold demon Martin felt his mind go blank. He had never imagined Lin Xuan could be so shameless. He had clearly said, "Stop tormenting me." Halt! Lin Xuan furiously channeled the devouring origin creation scripture, sending vast floods of true qi into the talisman on the Martin's forehead. Golden thunderbolts writhed wildly like golden serpents of lightning. The pain came so fiercely that the Martin's eyes gradually rolled upward, and he nearly died on the spot. Lord Holy Prince, I submit. Please stop now. I can't take it anymore. The Martin collapsed to the ground, convulsing every now and then, white foam spilling from his mouth without end. He had always believed that as a demonic beast, he was bloodthirsty and ferocious, even more terrifying than those devilish martial artists. But today he had truly seen the world. He had never expected to run into such a shameless fiend. Already at your limit. My friend, you disappoint me. Lin Xuan sighed, slowly withdrawing his devouring origin true qi, and let out a long sigh as he spoke. Disappointed? Then I suppose I truly owe you an apology. The purple gold demon Martin's mouth twitched, his eyes rolling white as he grumbled inwardly. However, he would never dare to say such words to Lin Xuan's face. After all, only after that round of torment did the purple gold demon Martin truly understand what it meant to be unable to live yet unable to die. Now regret filled both his left eye and his right eye. He utterly despised Lin Wu, who had sent him to provoke that accursed star Lin Xuan. Stop playing dead. Now you can tell me everything about Lin Wu. Lin Xuan kicked the purple gold demon Martin, then let out a cold laugh and spoke slowly. His voice was icy, dripping with chill. The purple gold demon Martin could not help but shiver. Looking into Lin Xuan's eyes was like staring into the eyes of a demon from the depths of hell. He knew that if he did not answer honestly, his precious purple Martin fur would probably end up as a fur coat on the two beauties behind Lin Xuan. I confess. Spare me, Saint Prince. The violet gold demon Martin, driven by a fierce survival instinct, stammered hastily. Thereupon it recounted in full detail how Lin Wu had dispatched it to assassinate Lin Xuan. The violet gold demon Martin also brought up the matter of the great tomb of the blood demon Venerable. The blood demon Venerable. Lin Xuan was briefly taken aback. In the upper realm, a Venerable could barely be considered an expert. In the lower realm, such a being was an existence that swept away all before it. If a Venerable's tomb truly existed, Lin Xuan naturally could not easily pass up the fortunes within. After all, he was the great villain. Whatever belonged to the child of fortune would simply become his own. How could he let it go to waste? Though Lin Wu was deeply calculating, revealing nothing of his true nature, showing no outward sign. Ordinary people were no match for Lin Wu's scheming. However, Lin Xuan knew the plot well, as standing at the height of a god's eye view, he was more than capable of shattering every one of Lin Wu's machinations. Still, the experiences of the Wu ancestor Lin Wu in my previous life seemed to differ somewhat from this world. Lin Xuan pondered for a while, thinking quietly to himself. According to the violet gold demon Martin, back in the upper realm, the blood demon Venerable had fought with it over the stone talisman. After descending to the lower realm, the blood demon Venerable was gravely wounded and soon on the verge of death. Therefore, he established a great tomb with prohibitions so that only the one holding the stone talisman could open it. In Lin Xuan's memory, it seemed that the Wu ancestor had never experienced such a thing. Still, that was not important. It is said that quite a few powerful figures have secretly descended from the upper realm to the Kanglin realm. The Kanglin realm even contains many fortunes from the upper realm. So it turns out all of this is true. Yun Yi murmured, her heart shaken. She had never imagined that an ordinary inner disciple of the Nine Heavens Upper Clarity sect could be connected to a mighty being who surpassed the martial emperor. Lin Xuan turned to the violet gold demon Martin and asked, "Where is that tomb hidden? When will it open?" His eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold, faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. On the 15th, when the moon is full in the profound Beast Mountain range. Lin Xuan mused for a moment. It was at that instant that a cold glint flashed through the violet gold demon Martin's eyes. The heaven demon, Yin Sha divine art within its body suddenly began to circulate. Whoosh! Wings sprouted from its ribs as it fled into the distance. Lin Xuan watched the direction in which the violet gold demon Martin had gone, but did not give chase. Saint Prince, you absolutely cannot let this demon race creature go. Lin Wu has colluded with the demon clan, coveting the venerable's tomb. There may well be hidden secrets behind this. If you let Lin Wu go, you may be releasing a tiger back to the mountain. Ling Qing's expression changed dramatically upon hearing these words, and she cried out in shock. Ling Qing quickly ordered the disciples of the Nine Heavens Upper Clarity sect to seal off the entire sect at once and seize Lin Wu. Yunin, you also lead the Heaven Demon Guard to assist the Nine Heavens Upper Clarity sect in capturing the traitor Lin Wu. Lin Xuan glanced at Ling Qing, then hastily gave his orders. With a few words, Lin Xuan directly branded Lin Wu with the crime of traitor. As you command. Ling Qing and Yun Yin both acknowledged Lin Xuan's order. They activated their cultivation art's condensed martial wings and soared into the sky. Lin Xuan watched them depart, revealing a meaningful smile. This blood demon venerable was an expert who surpassed the Empress. The tomb he left behind was certain to hold supreme fortunes. Isn't this exactly how those shallow power fantasy novels always go? The child of fortune would descend into a tomb, brave trials, obtain some heaven-defying fortune, and then return to slap the face of the great villain. Lin Xuan actually had the ability to suppress the violet gold demon Martin completely with the heaven-suppressing talisman. Yet he had not done so, because Lin Xuan worried that Lin Wu, having lost the violet gold demon Martin, would die inside the tomb. And this tomb could only be opened by one holding the stone talisman. The stone talisman was still in Lin Wu's hands, so Lin Xuan might as well use Lin Wu to open the blood demon venerable's tomb. In this way, Lin Xuan was more than happy to reap the rewards without lifting a finger. Grow stronger, child of fortune. The more you grow, the more I can harvest when the time comes to cut the leeks. Lin Xuan gazed into the distance, his face full of smiles. The violet gold demon Martin fled from Lin Xuan's chamber. Lowering its head, it saw the disciples of the Nine Heavens Upper Clarity sect all looking up at it with eager anticipation. What a fearsome demon. Why would this demon appear in our Nine Heavens Upper Clarity sect? Who knows? Could it have been brought here by the Heaven Demon Palace? The many disciples of the Nine Heavens Upper Clarity sect could not help but whisper among themselves, exchanging words in secret. The violet gold demon Martin let out a sinister laugh, a brutal light gradually surfacing in its eyes as it roared. I'm Lin Wu's man, damn it. That Saint Prince is so formidable that he put me through inhuman torment. I'm going to take it out on you lot from the Nine Heavens Upper Clarity sect. The violet gold demon Martin cackled viciously, its demonic aura flickering faintly around its body. What the hell? What is this demon race creature trying to do? From what it's saying, it seems to be targeting us. No way. The martial artists of the Nine Heavens Upper Clarity sect were greatly alarmed. Boom. Heaven Demon Claw. The violet gold demon Martin struck, its dense demonic aura condensing within its twin claws. In an instant it transformed into a colossal claw, rolling demonic aura swelling to over 30 meters in size. Rumble. The buildings of the Nine Heavens Upper Clarity sect crumbled one after another, reduced to rubble. Puff, puff, puff. Bodies exploded without end, dissolving into boundless mists of blood. Damn it, this demon creature has gone mad. It's slaughtering everyone. Run. The crowd who had originally gathered to watch now fled in utter panic, desperate to escape. To them, facing such a terrifying martial king was a battle they had not the slightest power to resist. Apart from fleeing, there was no other option. The violet gold demon Martin seemed to vent all the rage in its heart upon these martial artists. It slaughtered wantonly. Blood flowed like rivers. Before long, the corpses within the Nine Heavens Upper Clarity sect were beyond counting. Has this violet gold demon Martin gone mad? Why would it slaughter the people of the Nine Heavens Upper Clarity sect? Damn it, if this continues, how can I remain in the Nine Heavens Upper Clarity sect? Hidden in the shadows, Lin Wu was utterly dumbfounded upon witnessing the violet gold demon Martin's wanton slaughter. He had never imagined that the Martin would massacre his fellow disciples, and even invoke his name. Had this creature been kicked in the head by a donkey, Lin Wu could already foresee himself becoming the public enemy of the entire Nine Heavens Upper Clarity sect. Wretched beast. How dare you commit such indiscriminate slaughter? You are simply courting death. Rest assured, fellow cultivators. As long as I, Lin Xuan, am here, this fiend will never have his way. Lin Xuan arrived with over 100 heaven demon guards. Condensing his true chi, he suddenly raised his fist. The flames of the Imperial Emperor swirled around his right fist. With a single punch, his true chi pierced through 100 meters of space, in an instant striking the violet gold demon Martin like a meteor. Blood spilled from the violet gold demon Martin's mouth. It then transformed into a streak of purple light, and fled in the direction of Lin Wu. Long live the Saint Prince. Thank goodness the Saint Prince was here. Otherwise our sect members would likely have been slaughtered clean by that wretched beast. Senior brother, what happened to your leg? Lin Wu, you colluded with the demon race and murdered my junior sister. If I don't tear you into 10,000 pieces, I Zhang Miao swear, I am no longer human. The many martial artists of the Nine Heavens Upper Clarity sect, seeing Lin Xuan strike and force back the violet gold demon Martin, were overjoyed. Yet when they turned their thoughts back to Lin Wu, they loathed him all the more, wishing they could skin him alive, pull out his tendons, and hang him as a human lamp. The violet gold demon Martin curled its lips upward, feigning a gravely wounded appearance. Hearing Lin Wu being cursed and reviled, it was utterly delighted inside. Saint Prince, my acting is on point, isn't it? That damned Lin Wu. He nearly got me killed at the Saint Prince's hands. This time I'll make sure you pay the price. The violet gold demon Martin thought to itself, its hatred boiling over. A flash of light, and the purple gold demon Martin appeared before Lin Wu. Lin Wu, lad, quickly flee. That holy prince has means that defy the heavens, possessing a supreme treasure brought from the upper realm. I almost fell into his hands. The purple gold demon Martin said in a panic the moment it saw Lin Wu. Lin Wu's eyes widened. Despite his usual deep composure, he now appeared genuinely furious. Pointing at the purple gold demon Martin, Lin Wu roared in anger. How could you say in front of everyone in the Nine Heavens Supreme Qing sect that I sent you there? Are you out of your mind? Lin Wu felt like he was going to vomit blood. To be honest, if he could defeat the purple gold demon Martin, he would have annihilated this brainless fool on the spot. I was simply overcome by rage and lost my senses. The purple gold demon Martin wore an awkward smile on its face. Sigh. If so, then this Nine Heavens Supreme Qing sect is no longer a place I can stay. Lin Wu let out a long sigh, his heart filled with immense regret. To be honest, Lin Wu felt deeply exhausted. He had risen from the remote borders of the eastern Xian region step by step until he finally became the #1 inner disciple of the Nine Heavens Supreme Qing sect. Although Ling Qing was the designated successor as the next sect master, for now Lin Wu believed that he far surpassed her in both natural aptitude and cunning. Even if Ling Qing was the young sect master with his methods, wouldn't she just become his woman? Wouldn't he eventually be the one ruling the Nine Heavens Supreme Qing sect? But now everything had gone to waste. For a moment, the more Lin Wu thought about it, the more desolate he felt. After scheming for so long, it had all been for nothing. Who could endure that? Lin Wu, are we leaving or not? The purple gold demon Martin spoke, interrupting Lin Wu's brooding. Lin Wu snapped back to reality and shot the Martin a resentful glare. Let's go. As long as I obtain the great fortune of the blood demon Venerable's tomb, I can make a comeback sooner or later, Lin Wu said decisively. The purple gold demon Martin nodded, and its true chi began to circulate unceasingly. The stone talisman in Lin Wu's hand gradually emitted an eerie radiance, enveloping both of them. Boom. In an instant, demonic energy surged into the heavens. It dyed half the sky above the Nine Heavens Supreme Qing sect in purple. Lin Wu and the purple gold demon Martin vanished from the sect. The stone talisman was of mysterious origin. Not only could it enhance Lin Wu's martial arts techniques, but it also possessed the power to traverse space and time. Under the operation of the purple gold demon Martin, the two were teleported away from the Nine Heavens Supreme Qing sect. A flash of light, and they appeared in a vast, desolate mountain range. Lin Wu's expression turned even uglier. Purple gold demon Martin. When you activated the teleportation array of the stone talisman, why did your demonic energy scatter so wildly, almost alarming the entire Nine Heavens Supreme Qing sect? Lin Wu gnashed his teeth as he demanded. Having risen from obscurity, he had encountered threats over the years, and had previously used the purple gold demon Martin to activate the stone talisman and flee. But none of those previous teleportations had caused such a commotion. This indicated one thing. The purple gold demon Martin seemed to be deliberately trying to sabotage him. Is that so? Didn't I get injured? The purple gold demon Martin replied with a perfectly straight face. I hope so. Purple gold demon Martin, you must understand one thing. You are still under the control of the stone talisman. If you try any tricks, I will destroy it immediately. I would rather give up searching for the blood demon Venerable's tomb than let you have your way. Lin Wu's eyes were sinister as he tightly clutched the stone talisman, his true chi surging. Murderous intent filled his face, icy and piercing. The purple gold demon Martin narrowed its eyes. It knew Lin Wu all too well. Lin Wu was a man of deep cunning, as since he had spoken such a threatening warning, he was certainly fully prepared. I'm not deceiving you. Although Hua Rong was not beside that holy prince, the supreme treasure in his hand was far too formidable. I was severely wounded, and thus found it difficult to control my own power. The purple gold demon Martin said slowly. Haha, I was just joking. We are grasshoppers tied to the same rope now, so we naturally must help each other. Since the Nine Heavens Supreme Qing sect is no longer an option, let us prepare to enter the Blood Demon Venerable's tomb. Lin Wu's originally gloomy face suddenly broke into a friendly smile. The purple gold demon Martin nodded and said no more. In truth, its heart was cold as ice, like 10,000 years of frozen frost. It even suspected whether Lin Wu would truly share 70% of the fortune with it, as previously agreed. This youth had too deep a mind. Though the purple gold demon Martin was wild and untamed by nature, it was not stupid. It knew very well that Lin Wu's threatening words just now were no joke. Hadn't it seen that the man's hand had been gripping the stone talisman all along? I am after all the young chieftain of the purple gold demon Martin clan of the primordial demon sacred dynasty. A fallen dragon is mocked by dogs. Lin Wu, your arrogance won't last much longer. The purple gold demon Martin thought to itself, murderous intent chilling its heart. For the Martin, it had had enough of being controlled by Lin Wu. Now that it had encountered Lin Xuan, this was an opportunity. Lin Wu's face was full of smiles, yet his eyes were extremely cold. He did not trust the purple gold demon Martin, but for now he could not afford to lose such a powerful ally. This place is the Mystic Beast Mountain Range. There isn't much time left before the Blood Demon Venerable's tomb opens. I must hurry. As long as I obtain the Venerable's fortune, I will have a chance to turn the tables and cut off Lin Xuan's head. Lin Wu thought to himself. The moment he remembered Lin Xuan, the rage in his heart surged forth endlessly, almost making it hard for him to contain himself. Lin Xuan, if this grudge is not avenged, I am not a man. At the Nine Heavens Supreme Qing sect, whoosh whoosh whoosh, Ling Qing led the sect's 3 elders and several hundred inner disciples to the Wulong Tower in the inner courtyard where Lin Xuan resided. Also accompanying them were Yun Yin and over 100 heavenly demon guards under her command. This Wulong Tower was the residence assigned to inner disciples of the Nine Heavens Supreme Qing sect, and Lin Wu's quarters had been arranged there as well. When the group reached Lin Wu's chamber, they found that he had vanished without a trace. The Grand Elder, who was at the martial ancestor realm, saw the lingering purple demonic energy in the air and frowned, saying, so it really was Lin Wu. Every word that Martin spoke was true. This residual demonic energy belongs to that very Martin. Hearing the Grand Elder's words, the crowd nodded one after another. At the same time, the people of the Nine Heavens Supreme Qing sect all wore looks of deep hatred in their eyes. If not for that purple gold demon Martin, how could the sect have suffered such devastating casualties? Previously, some disciples had still been skeptical, unwilling to believe that the purple gold demon Martin was Lin Wu's servant. But now, with such conclusive evidence, there was no room for dispute. Young sect master, we owe a great debt of gratitude to the holy Prince Lin Xuan. If not for him, I fear our Nine Heavens Supreme Qing sect would have been completely destroyed. The Grand Elder let out a long breath and said to Ling Qing, send down the order throughout the entire Eastern Xian Divine Continent, issue the Supreme Qing Pursuit Order. Whoever can slay Lin Wu shall receive 10,000 taels of gold and a profound rank grade 9 technique and elixir. Ling Qing gnashed her teeth as she gave the order. Having stayed by Lin Xuan's side, Ling Qing also knew that the purple gold demon Martin was Lin Wu's accomplice. But before, it had merely been the Martin's own words. Now, with conclusive evidence, Ling Qing was utterly disappointed in Lin Wu. Thinking of how many people the Nine Heavens Supreme Qing sect had lost at the hands of the vicious demon, her hatred for Lin Wu reached an extreme. How blind I was. I let a wolf into the house. Ling Qing slowly uttered, murderous intent blazing in her eyes. With a single command, she issued the Shangqing Pursuit Order against Lin Wu throughout Dongxian Divine Province. In other words, Lin Wu would now be hunted by countless righteous sects throughout Dongxian Divine Province. And the reward issued by the Nine Heavens Shangqing sect, 10,000 taels of gold, was already a substantial bounty. On top of that, the mystic rank 9th grade elixirs and cultivation arts were enough to drive disciples of many sects mad with desire. Clearly, in this little patch of land called Dongxian Divine Province, Lin Wu would find it impossible to take even a single step. This Lin Wu deserves to be chopped into 10,000 pieces. My junior sister died at the hands of that Martin demon. If Lin Wu ever falls into my hands, I'll make sure he stops being a man. Lin Wu, back when you first joined the Nine Heavens Shangqing sect, I even shared half a steamed bun with you. Now you've colluded with the demon race and harmed your fellow disciples. You're worse than a beast. Many disciples of the Nine Heavens Shangqing sect were cursing in anger, hatred written all over their faces. After all, that accursed purple gold demon Martin had killed quite a few disciples of the sect. Some had died right beside their companions, or even in their arms. All of them dearest friends. From this, one could see just how intense the hatred had become. Lin Wu, once the glorious #1 inner disciple, had now become the rat crossing the street that every disciple of the Nine Heavens Shangqing sect cursed and chased. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan had struck out in front of everyone and driven back the purple gold demon Martin. He had also become what many disciples called their savior. His treatment was a world apart from Lin Wu's. Ding. The daughter of Fortune Ling Qing has grown even more disgusted with the son of Fortune Lin Wu. Her feelings toward you have upgraded from adoration to gratefulness beyond tears. Congratulations, host. You have successfully intercepted the daughter of Fortune Ling Qing and gained 100 villain points. Ding. The Grand Elder, a supporting character of the Nine Heavens Shangqing sect, now bears hatred toward the son of Fortune Lin Wu. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 villain points. Ding. Zhang Miao, an inner disciple and supporting character of the Nine Heavens Shangqing sect, bears hatred toward the son of Fortune Lin Wu. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 villain points. Lin Xuan had just stepped into a new chamber when a string of system notification sounds reached his ear. His previous chamber had been destroyed by the purple gold demon Martin. Ling Qing had arranged another pavilion for Lin Xuan, named Qilin Pavilion. It had once been the residence of the previous sect master. Now that Lin Xuan's chambers had been destroyed and his status was lofty, Ling Qing could only act on behalf of sect master Shinmacho and allow Lin Xuan to stay in Qilin Pavilion. No sooner had Lin Xuan arrived at Qilin Pavilion than he heard a string of good news in his ears, and his mood became greatly uplifted. I never imagined that not only the daughter of Fortune could bring me villain points. Even these supporting characters have villain points I can harvest. Lin Xuan carefully counted his gains, a wide smile spreading across his face. Although these supporting characters had contributed only a few villain points, each small amounts added up, and they had given Lin Xuan more than 1,000 villain points in total. Adding Ling Qing's deep hatred of Lin Wu, Lin Xuan had accumulated 200 villain points. Previously, Lin Xuan had consumed some of his accumulated villain points to advance from the first level of the martial sect realm to the second level. Now he still had 2500 villain points. This time, although I spent 150 villain points to exchange for the heaven-suppressing talisman in order to suppress and control the purple gold demon Martin. Not only have I recovered the cost, but I've also earned a lot of villain points. Moreover, this trump card, the purple gold demon Martin, is something I need to use well. Lin Xuan's lips curled upward, and he was secretly delighted. Holy Prince, everything truly happened exactly as you predicted. After returning, Yuan Yin reported the situation of the Nine Heavens Shangqing sect to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan nodded. His expression did not change. Yuan Yin looked at Lin Xuan, her face full of admiration. Earlier, she had deliberately lured Lin Wu into acting because Lin Xuan had signaled her to do so. And afterward, Lin Wu being abandoned by everyone and hunted by the Nine Heavens Shangqing sect had also been within Lin Xuan's expectations. Yuan Yin had a simple, gentle, and compassionate nature. How could she have ever seen such schemes and cunning? For a moment, it was as if a door to a new world had been opened for Yuan Yin. Of course, Yuan Yin did not feel in the least that Lin Xuan's methods were too despicable, because Yuan Yin knew that Lin Wu himself was not a good person. It was only that Lin Wu had hidden his true nature too deeply. Had Lin Xuan not made his move, perhaps no one would have been able to uncover Lin Wu's hidden trump cards. From the way Lin Wu had colluded with the demon race and incited a martial king-level great demon to assassinate Lin Xuan, one could see that Lin Wu was ruthless, merciless, and stopped at nothing. Holy Prince, you strategize and win your battles from 1,000 miles away. Truly a divine man. Yuan Yin praised him in her heart. I am weary. You may withdraw, Lin Xuan said to Yuan Yin. As the Holy Prince commands. Yuan Yin performed a curtsy and said nothing more. But in her heart, she was somewhat unhappy. After all, Yuan Yin felt that Lin Xuan had asked Ling Qing to do something for him in the dead of night. Yet when it came to herself, she had lured Lin Wu into making a move. Even if there was no merit, there was at least effort, but Lin Xuan had shown her no acknowledgement. Yuan Yin also longed to have some further development with Lin Xuan. But in the end, she could not bring herself to say those words. With a heavy heart, Yuan Yin slowly withdrew from Qilin Pavilion. Naturally, Lin Xuan had no idea what little calculations were running through his maidservant's mind. Having encountered a martial king-level demon this time, if not for the heaven-suppressing talisman, I would likely have already been slain by the purple gold demon Martin. Although I now possess a heaven-defying martial art, like the devouring origin creation scripture, it is ultimately only a cultivation method. I still lack offensive combat techniques or body-refining methods. It is difficult to unleash my combat power to the fullest. Being lopsided is never a good thing. Lin Xuan rubbed his temples and silently pondered. With that thought, Lin Xuan logged into the villain store. He searched through the villain store for a long time, and when he saw a particular cultivation art, his eyes couldn't help but light up. True demon myriad calamities indestructible body. This art is one of the few divine techniques that can rival the divine elephant subduing prison strength. It is the supreme body refining divine ability created by the supreme true demon to counter the divine elephant subduing prison strength. It transforms all kinds of calamities into patterns, using them to temper one's own body. In the end, all worldly causes and effects centered around the self will silently and imperceptibly turn into waves of tribulation to forge the body, making it indestructible through 10,000 calamities. The true demon myriad calamities indestructible body is divided into 3 calamities, 9 tribulations, and 10 dooms. It uses these 3 calamities, 9 tribulations, and 10 dooms to temper the physical body, ultimately reaching a level where the body is indestructible through 10,000 calamities and transcends heaven, earth, and the universe. This art is divided into the 3 calamities volume, the 9 tribulations volume, and the 10 dooms volume. The 3 calamities volume is on a massive discount. Only 2,000 villain points. If you're passing by, don't miss it. After reading the introduction, Lin Xuan swallowed hard. He had to admit, he was tempted. He knew that this true demon myriad calamities indestructible body came from the novel Legend of the Saint King and was one of the few body-refining arts that could match the divine elephant subduing prison strength. Moreover, in a sense, it was a technique developed by the supreme true demon specifically to counter the divine elephant subduing prison strength, and its power was even more terrifying. With his current villain points, it was naturally impossible for Lin Xuan to exchange for the complete version of the true demon myriad calamities indestructible body. However, he could exchange for the entry-level 3 calamities volume. Just like the devouring origin creation scripture, it had been simplified from the ruthless emperor's heaven-devouring demon art, but in this martial world, it was absolutely an invincible cultivation art. Clearly, even an incomplete version of the true demon myriad calamities indestructible body would be enough to sweep across the Kanglan realm, and even the upper realm. 2,000 villain points. So after all my hard work, I've just been contributing everything to the landlord. This is a goddamn ripoff. Lin Xuan gnashed his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. This true demon myriad calamities indestructible body was simply too tempting. Once he cultivated this art, his physical body would be more than 10 times stronger than those at the same realm. If he cultivated it to the great perfection realm, he could even transcend heaven, earth, and the universe. There was no way Lin Xuan would not exchange for it. Confirm exchange. Lin Xuan took a deep breath and gave the order. In an instant, his 2,000 villain points were wiped clean. He had toiled for decades, and in a single stroke, he was back to square one. In exchange, however, Lin Xuan's entire body trembled as black demonic chi gradually surged across his flesh. The devouring origin creation scripture churned wildly within Lin Xuan's body, unceasing and ever-renewing. Centered on Lin Xuan's dantian, it instantly became like a bottomless vortex. Overwhelming frenzied spiritual energy surged madly toward Lin Xuan like a thing. The 3 calamities are wind, fire, and thunder. To cultivate the true demon myriad tribulation imperishable body, one must in its first 3 realms draw in the 3 calamities to temper the physical body. When one reaches the realm where the 3 calamities cannot destroy the body, it is regarded as minor success. The profound meaning of the 3 calamities chapter of the true demon myriad tribulation imperishable body surfaced silently in Lin Xuan's mind as he activated the devouring origin creation scripture and connected with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fierce gusts of wind suddenly erupted around the Qilin Pavilion. The Qilin Pavilion swayed continuously, and the surroundings seemed to be hit by an earthquake. It's the Holy Prince. Yuan, who had just left the Qilin Pavilion, looked toward Lin Xuan's direction. Shock filled her eyes as she couldn't help crying out. Yuan feared that something had gone wrong with Lin Xuan's cultivation and wanted to see for herself. However, the restless spiritual energy of heaven and earth stirred up wild winds, making it impossible for Yuan, who was at the first level of the martial ancestor realm, to get even a step closer. Boom. The 9 heavens Shangqing sect occupied the Shangqing mountain range in Dongxian, Xinzhou, a rare grotto heaven and blessed land in the Kanglan realm. Naturally, it was also rich in spiritual energy. But now endless spiritual energy was rushing madly toward the Qilin Pavilion. The many disciples of the 9 heavens Shangqing sect halted their cultivation and looked one after another toward the Qilin Pavilion. How could the Qilin Pavilion breed such an unexpected change? Ling Qing, the young sect master, had just issued the Shangqing pursuit order against Lin Wu. Before he could catch his breath, he sensed the disturbance in the Qilin Pavilion and couldn't help asking. The 3 great elders standing beside Ling Qing wore contemplative expressions. Though advanced in age and unable to make any further progress on the martial path, these 3 elders had profound cultivation and exceptionally sharp judgment. The 3 exchanged glances, each reading the shock in the other's eyes. The Grand Elder spoke with a slightly trembling voice. Thighs. This should be a phenomenon triggered by the Holy Prince's cultivation. A phenomenon. Ling Qing was extremely astonished. Indeed, according to ancient tradition, the aptitudes of martial cultivators can be divided into 4 grades: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. However, some martial cultivators bear supreme constitutions or extraordinary bloodlines, so their talents are all the more unpredictable. Within the Kanglan realm, over the past 10,000 years, legend has it that heaven-defying physiques include the primordial sacred body, the double pupil body, the supreme body, the innate sacred body, and Tao fetus, the five elements sacred body, the true Buddha body, and other supreme constitutions. But such special constitutions are too rare. Once their cultivation succeeds, they will trigger heaven and earth phenomena. This is the so-called heaven envies geniuses. Such figures are existences that even the heavens envy. Unfortunately, these constitutions are far too rare. No one knows how many years have passed since one last. In this old man's opinion, it is highly probable that after the Holy Prince's martial cultivation reached a certain level, his special constitution triggered a heaven and earth phenomenon. The Grand Elder took a deep breath and explained this to Ling Xuan. Ling Xuan looked toward the Qilin Pavilion where Lin Xuan was, his heart shaken. A special constitution. The Nine Heavens Shangqing sect was a great orthodoxy. Throughout its history, there had indeed been people with special constitutions. But no one had ever been able to trigger such a terrifying phenomenon. Ling Xuan and the three great elders were also not entirely sure. After all, Lin Xuan came from the upper realm. The upper realm was mysterious, so people of the lower realm could hardly fathom it. Where's the spiritual energy? Where's our spiritual energy? I was just about to break through to the martial master realm, but the damned spiritual energy is gone. Give it a rest. You're still better off. This spiritual energy went mad and suddenly raised a great wind that blew my bedsheet away. It's from the Qilin Pavilion. Could all the spiritual energy have been sucked away by the Holy Prince? The many disciples of the Nine Heavens Shangqing sect complained bitterly and cursed without end. They seemed furious at having their spiritual energy stolen. Holy Prince, damn it, taking my spiritual energy is like killing my parents. Don't stop me. I'm going to find the Holy Prince and duel him. Lin Xuan, come out. I Haonan challenge you to a fight. A reckless man named Haonan with a dragon head tattooed on his chest shouted crazily with murderous intent. Everyone looked at Haonan as if he were an idiot. As soon as he said that, Haonan immediately realized what he had done. Fight my ass. Don't forget, that mink demon earlier had the cultivation of a martial king, yet the Holy Prince forced it back with one move. His 100-odd pounds of flesh were not even worth one finger of the Holy Prince. That was rash. I haven't woken up yet, fellow disciples. Don't take it seriously. Haonan tilted his neck, let drool run from the corner of his mouth, and planned to play the fool to avoid trouble. The endless spiritual energy gathered above the Qilin Pavilion and began to evolve continuously. In the end, it formed streaks of black wind. That black wind carried a sinister aura, as if possessing supreme might to destroy everything and annihilate all things. The black wind converged, condensing into a black dragon. The dragon attacked, destroying heaven and earth. Is this the Xianming astral wind? According to legend, the Xianming astral wind is a power of utmost and extreme evil. Once it appears, it wipes out all. What kind of cultivation art is the Holy Prince practicing that he can actually trigger the Xianming astral wind? Seeing the black dragon coiling above the Qilin Pavilion, the Grand Elder's face changed drastically, and he cried out, "We're finished. If this Xianming astral wind turns against the Holy Prince, I'm afraid this trial will be difficult to survive." The remaining two elders also chimed in. Hearing the words of the three great elders, Ling Xuan was extremely anxious and hastily urged them, "If so, why don't the three of you act immediately to rescue the Holy Prince? If the Holy Prince truly meets with misfortune in the Nine Heavens Shangqing sect, Senior Huarong and the Heaven Demon Guards will probably trample our Nine Heavens Shangqing sect flat." The three great elders wore bitter expressions, then explained to Ling Xuan, "Young sect master, please be at ease. This Xianming astral wind is extremely powerful. Unless a martial king realm expert takes action, it will likely be impossible to stop. Moreover, this Xianming astral wind is aimed at the Holy Prince. If others try to interfere, the might of heaven and earth is unpredictable, and the power of the Xianming astral wind will increase. Can't you see? Even these heaven demon guards at the martial ancestor realm can hardly approach the Qilin Pavilion." Hearing this, Ling Xuan looked toward the voice. He saw over 100 heaven demon guards at the martial ancestor realm, their faces resolute, wanting to guard him, yet blocked by the Xianming astral wind and unable to get near the Qilin Pavilion. A wind calamity. Heaven wants to destroy me, but has it asked for my consent? Perfect. This wind calamity will help my cultivation. From within the Qilin Pavilion came a lazy voice, and in an instant, it resounded throughout the Nine Heavens Shangqing sect. The voice was languid, yet when it fell on everyone's ears, it felt like a thunderclap, making their eardrums ache. Rumble. The wind dragon formed by the Xianming astral wind seemed to understand Lin Xuan's words and felt greatly provoked. It roared against the heavens, bared its fangs and claws, and abruptly lunged toward the Qilin Pavilion. Crack, 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 bang. The Qilin Pavilion, former residence of the previous sect master of the Nine Heavens Shangqing sect, was reduced to ruins in an instant under the might of the Xianming Astral Wind Dragon. The Xianming Astral Wind Dragon opened its huge mouth as if wanting to swallow the Qilin Pavilion whole. Wretched beast, have I given you too much face? Lin Xuan looked haughtily across the cosmos, his body as straight as a spear, his gaze cold and murderous as he stared at the rampaging, Xianming Astral Wind Dragon. Lin Xuan suddenly extended both hands, exerting force with each, and fiercely seized the two dragon horns of the Xianming Gale Dragon. Roar! The Xianming Gale Dragon held in Lin Xuan's hands did not cease roaring. The overwhelming might of the dragon surged in waves, seemingly intent on escaping Lin Xuan's control. So unruly. Lin Xuan's eyes held a hint of a smile. Then he freed one hand and clenched it into a fist. The physical power granted by the true demon myriad calamity imperishable body combined with the devouring origin chi in his body gathered into that single fist. A punch blasted out. Bang! The Xianming Gale Dragon, struck by that blow, its entire body began to tremble. It was nearly shattered by Lin Xuan's punch. True demon enters the body imperishable through myriad calamities. Wind tribulation, aid my cultivation. Enter my body. Lin Xuan's eyes gradually turned blood red as he silently recited the mantra of the true demon myriad calamity imperishable body. He held the Xianming Gale Dragon in a death grip. Whimper, whimper, whimper. The once supremely arrogant Xianming Gale Dragon. Its eyes seemed to have given birth to intelligence now filled with terror. It wanted to break free from Lin Xuan's restraint and flee far away. But could it escape? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Xianming Gale Dragon, originally fully 10 zhang in size, was shrinking continuously at a speed visible to the naked eye. The boundless might of the wind tribulation began to follow Lin Xuan's physical body. At this moment, Lin Xuan's body, his skin grew increasingly tough and the lines of his muscles became increasingly distinct. Lin Xuan's demonic nature grew stronger and stronger. The devouring origin creation scripture was originally a simplified version of the devouring heaven demon art. After all, it was also a cultivation art with an extremely strong demonic nature. Now with this true demon myriad calamity imperishable body added, Lin Xuan had completely transformed into a true demon body. The density of his demonic nature even surpassed that of ordinary demonic martial artists. However, Lin Xuan suppressed the demonic nature within his body and did not allow it to leak out, because he was afraid it would frighten the martial artists of the Nine Heavens Shangqing sect. 10 breaths later, the Xianming Gale Dragon vanished completely without a trace. With the devouring origin creation scripture and the body-forging art, true demon myriad calamity imperishable body, Lin Xuan absorbed its wind tribulation force with ease. The wind tribulation force formed a lifelike wind dragon tattoo on Lin Xuan's shoulder. Lin Xuan's entire physique was wheat-colored and faint black qi could be seen seeping out from it. After devouring the wind tribulation into his body, Lin Xuan's original cultivation of the second level of martial ancestor also rose accordingly. He directly soared across 2 levels and became a powerhouse of the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm. A body turned to iron. This is a physical power that only a martial king powerhouse can possess. The Grand Elder had sharp eyes, and seeing Lin Xuan's current physique, he couldn't help but exclaim aloud. They could clearly see that Lin Xuan's own cultivation was merely at the martial ancestor realm. But being at the martial ancestor realm and possessing a body strength that only a martial king could have. What kind of talent was this? One could imagine that within the same realm, if Lin Xuan made a move, he could easily slay any formidable enemy. Ling Qing looked at Lin Xuan and couldn't help feeling somewhat dazed. Earlier, that Xianming Gale Dragon had been so ferocious that none below a martial king could even approach it. Yet in Lin Xuan's hands it was like a mere toy. Since ancient times, beauties have loved heroes, let alone a hero as powerful and handsome as Lin Xuan. Which girl in the Kanglin realm would not harbor romantic thoughts upon seeing him? That lad has a pretty good body. And a nice face too. The classic type who visits a brothel without paying and has the prostitutes even subsidize him. This old man envies this outer shell of a body. The second elder's focus was evidently a bit different. It turned out that because Lin Xuan practiced the true demon myriad calamity imperishable body, the clothes on his upper body had all turned to ashes. His strong, well-built torso was exposed. Ling Qing, after hearing the second elder's words, couldn't help but blush. Holy Prince! Holy Prince! Seeing that the crisis was over, the crowd gathered around. Lin Xuan slowly nodded. Seeing their somewhat alarmed expressions, he couldn't help but smile slightly. Lin Xuan knew that the Xianming Gale Dragon had seemed excessively savage, and only a martial king powerhouse could subdue it. Lin Xuan had suppressed it with overwhelming force, facing it head-on in a direct confrontation. This was indeed enough to make jaws drop. After all, although Lin Xuan had forced the purple-gold demonic Martin back with a single move that had been too brief, Even the 3 Grand Elders and the others had not yet reacted before the purple-gold demonic Martin fled in panic. In fact, the reason Lin Xuan could suppress the Xianming Gale Dragon so easily was also because he possessed 2 supreme arts. To put it bluntly, it was also a clever trick. Lin Xuan did not bother to explain much to the others. At this moment, Yun with reddened cheeks took out a cloak and said to Lin Xuan, "Holy Prince, put it on. Mind you don't catch cold." Hearing Yun's words, Lin Xuan only then realized that his clothes seemed to have dissolved into smoke just now. Lin Xuan took the cloak from Yun's hand and draped it over himself. Both Yun and Ling Qing felt somewhat disappointed. The Grand Elder was silent for a moment, then bowed to Lin Xuan and asked, "May I ask your highness the Holy Prince, what constitution do you possess?" This old man's eyes are dull, but in the Kanglan realm I seem never to have heard of a constitution like your highness that can summon the Xianming Gale. Constitution. Lin Xuan was stunned. Hearing that word, Lin Xuan suddenly felt a stab of pain in his head, as if pierced by a needle. Then a stream of memories flooded into his mind. This was a memory about the original owner of the body. It turned out that when Lin Xuan had just transmigrated not long ago, he was killed by Feng Yue, thus the fusion of his 2 lifetimes' memories was interrupted. The original owner's memories would take time to merge with the present Lin Xuan bit by bit. As for the constitution to the original owner, that was a tragedy. The original owner's aptitude was heaven rank 9th grade, which in the Kanglan realm was absolutely a peerless prodigy level. But this aptitude mainly determined the speed of cultivation advancement. A special constitution, on the other hand, determined the combat power a martial artist could unleash in the same realm. The way of realms, fast first, slow later. Before the martial king realm, raising one's realm was relatively much easier. But after the martial king realm, to raise one's realm was extremely difficult. It required a long time, a solid foundation, and sufficient comprehension. Therefore, after the martial king realm, the combat power conferred by a special constitution in the same realm became particularly important. Unfortunately, the original owner was one who had never awakened a special constitution. Among the many sacred dynasties of the upper realm, the Hanlin sacred dynasty was an extremely special sacred dynasty. Its most powerful means was none other than the literati's Confucian way. According to legend, the strongest offensive technique of the Hanlin sacred dynasty was, "The word is the law," yet only exceedingly few people could master it. Within the royal family, if one awakened the literary Tao body, then later cultivating the Hanlin sacred dynasty's techniques would yield twice the results with half the effort, and the power would be even greater. All the holy princes of the Hanlin sacred dynasty due to bloodline had awakened the literary Tao body, except Lin Xuan. According to legend, the literary Tao body was merely a fairly common way that the Hanlin royal bloodline was inherited. There was even a supreme constitution among the literary Tao bodies. The literary Tao sacred body, which cultivated the noble righteousness, comprehended the laws of heaven and earth, and remained untouched by all karma. Absolutely terrifying. Of course, these had nothing to do with Lin Xuan. In the Hanlin sacred dynasty, Lin Xuan was like a wasted-turned prodigy protagonist. He was extremely unpopular. This original owner really was unlucky. Out of 108 holy princes, only the original owner didn't awaken the literary Tao body. Was it that the sacred emperor was cuckolded, or that a consort had an affair? After digesting the original owner's memories regarding the constitutions of the Hanlin sacred dynasty, Lin Xuan could not help but let out a bitter laugh. The current Lin Xuan naturally would not indulge in self-pity over any literary Tao body. He merely lamented. The sacred emperor of the upper realm, with his powerful strength, long lifespan, and the entire sacred dynasty under his rule, truly loved spawning children when he had nothing to do. When given the chance, he would have to popularize the great matter of family planning, a matter of benefit to the country and the people. Holy Prince. The Grand Elder spoke cautiously. The Grand Elder's expression was not good. Seeing Lin Xuan's gloomy face, he even thought that he had asked something he should not have, and had irritated Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan snapped back to his senses, recalling the Grand Elder's question. This question was somewhat hard to answer. If he said his constitution was ordinary, then the earlier vision would be difficult to explain. Moreover, his dignity as the villainous Holy Prince would be affected. If he casually made up a constitution, it would be hard to maintain the lie later. Got it. Lin Xuan's eyes brightened, then he slowly raised his head, gazing up at the sky at a 45-degree angle with a far-reaching look. After a long while, Lin Xuan spoke in a low voice and at a slow pace. I did not want to show off, but today I was too absorbed in cultivation, and you discovered my constitution. Ah, whatever. Have you ever heard of a rare constitution that looks ordinary, but once it is startled into transformation, it can shake the heavens, eh? A rare constitution that looks ordinary. The people of the Nine Heavens Shangqing sect were all stunned. What constitution was this? They had never heard of it. Lin Xuan, seeing the frowning crowd, felt relieved inside. This move of advancing by retreating was a decisive kill. He simply would not say what constitution he had, letting them guess all they wanted. The people of the Jiutian Shangqing sect looked at one another. For a while none of them could recall any physique resembling an ordinary mortal body that could also provoke such terrifying omens. The great elder knitted his brows deep in thought. Suddenly a flash of inspiration crossed his mind. He had thought of a physique. That physique existed only in legends from 10,000 years ago. Had the great elder not been fond of studying ancient texts, he would never have heard of it. Could it be? The Holy Prince has the chaos body. The great elder's face changed drastically, and he cried out in shock. The chaos body. Seeing the great elder like this, the people of the Jiutian Shangqing sect were utterly bewildered. They vaguely sensed that this physique was probably astonishing beyond measure. Lin Xuan too failed to react for a moment. The chaos body. Damn, did this fantasy world also have such a physique? In the world of shrouding the heavens by that red-haired old monster, the strongest physique across 10,000 ages had been the chaos body. The chaos body could evolve all things, destroy all things, and suppress the entire universe. But such a physique was far too rare. A naturally born chaos body had never been heard of. The heavenly emperor, Yi, having comprehended the primal source and seen through the essence of the chaos body, had merely touched upon it. The ruthless emperor, by cultivating the heaven-swallowing demonic art, devoured all living beings across the ages and became an acquired chaos body. In that case, the origin-devouring creation sutra I cultivate can later become the heaven-swallowing demonic art. Doesn't that mean I have the potential to become a chaos body? When put that way, that's not wrong at all. Lin Xuan was secretly shocked, unable to help admiring the great elder's ability to fill in the blanks. This elder was definitely someone to keep. If something came up, he could smooth it over for you. Great elder, what is the chaos body? Ling Qing asked, puzzled. At those words, everyone turned to stare at the great elder. Nearly everyone felt tremendous curiosity about this so-called chaos body. The chaos body is the most powerful physique in the world, bar none. Forget the Kanglan realm. Even in the upper realm, I'm afraid no physique can rival the chaos body. Compared with it, things like the primordial sacred body, the double pupil bearers, or those born supreme, are all like ants. The chaos body harmonizes with the primal chaos of heaven and earth's origin. If it reaches great perfection, it can evolve all things and become its own world. This physique exists only in legends. Rumor has it that a person with this physique looks exactly like a mortal, showing not the slightest trace of anything extraordinary. But as time passes, the chaos body can comprehend the source of all power and see through the truth of strength. This is truly an undisputed God. The great elder took a deep breath, paused slightly, and slowly uttered the final word. God. The crowd was greatly shocked and fell into silence. Although they had imagined the physique was terrifying beyond the ordinary, they never expected it to be a physique that could make one a god. In the martial world, all pursue shattering the void and ascending to immortality. That was already the ultimate limit of martial arts. Yet a god omnipotent stood above it. For a time, the eyes they turned on Lin Xuan were rather complex. There was terror, shock, envy, and even fanaticism. They understood that if Lin Xuan possessed this physique, his future achievements would be far more than merely ruling the upper realm. This was a goddamn living stock of unlimited potential, with such a thick thigh to latch onto, if not now, then when. Ahem. Great elder, you should know that heavenly secrets cannot be leaked. Those with thin fortunes may face deadly calamity. Lin Xuan's expression remained unchanged as he silently enjoyed the process of showing off without lifting a finger, then gave the great elder a meaningful glance. Lin Xuan naturally knew he was just an ordinary body. How could he be a chaos body? However, Lin Xuan possessed the villain system. As time passed, he kept harvesting the fortune of the children of destiny and completing his performance targets. By cultivating various invincible techniques, perhaps in the future, he really could become a chaos body. The great elder was swept by a single glance from Lin Xuan, and his expression changed dramatically. A cold drop of sweat rolled down his forehead. He nodded hurriedly, bowing and scraping, and said, I understand. I understand. The great elder's cultivation was at the 7th level of the martial sect realm. In every martial realm, levels 1, 2, and 3 were the lower 3, 4, 5, and 6 were the middle 3, and 7, 8, and 9 were the upper 3. The difference in power between the lower 3, middle 3, and upper 3 was enormous. An expert at the upper 3 levels of the martial sect realm, like the great elder, upon being swept by a glance from Lin Xuan, a martial artist at the middle 3 levels of the martial sect realm, felt cold penetrating his bones and his legs trembling. I'm sorry, Ling Qing. I've only been here a few days, and I've already ruined 2 pavilions of your Jiutian Shangqing sect. Lin Xuan looked at Ling Qing and said somewhat apologetically. The first time was that damned purple gold demonic Martin's doing. The second time was caused by Lin Xuan cultivating the true demon myriad culpa indestructible body. Lin Xuan mused that perhaps in his previous life he had the potential to be a city inspector or a demolition worker. He simply had never discovered it. Hearing this, Ling Qing hurriedly said, the Holy Prince is joking. You flatter me beyond measure. That the Holy Prince is willing to rest his holy body in the Jiutian Shangqing sect, and does not despise our humble sect's simplicity, is already the supreme honor of our sect. I will arrange a new pavilion chamber for you immediately. Much obliged. Lin Xuan nodded. From the ruins, Lin Xuan pulled out the armchair that was his spiritual anchor and sank into thought. Since this fantasy world had legends of the chaos body, did that mean there were also other heaven-defying such as Xiao Shi's supreme body and the heavenly emperor Ye's primordial sacred body? These children of destiny were far more powerful than Xiao Hua and Lin Wu. The road is long and arduous, opportunities and challenges coexist. Lin Xuan slowly exhaled. He felt pressure, but he was also somewhat excited. The targets were a little tough, but very fat. He liked it. Ling Qing arranged a new pavilion chamber for Lin Xuan, the Fengwu Pavilion. Ling Qing also stayed in the Fengwu Pavilion with Lin Xuan in the main eastern chamber, while Ling Qing took the side chamber. This arrangement was meant to put Ling Qing closer to Lin Xuan. Scheming bitch. Yunyin pouted, seeing through Ling Qing's little scheme. Yunyin could not help using the refined phrase her master Lin Xuan had taught her to greet Ling Qing. She found it very fitting. At that moment, however, the great elder's expression turned grave as he gave an order to everyone in the Jiutian Shangqing sect. What happened today regarding the Holy Prince's chaos body absolutely must not be leaked. Senior Hua Rong has gone to pay respects to the previous sect master and will need a few more days before leaving the ancestral land. The chaos body is a matter of enormous weight. I fear some heaven-defying powerhouse may harbor designs against the Holy Prince. The great elder was cautious by nature and knew that the matter of the chaos body was too shocking. In the Kanglin realm, after all, the powerful lineages were not limited to the Tianma Palace. There were even old monsters who had secluded themselves from the world. Their strength was such that even in the upper realm, they would be invincible figures. If those old monsters whose lifespans were nearly exhausted heard about the chaos body and made a move against Lin Xuan, then this matter would become troublesome. However, even with the great elder's wisdom, he had miscalculated. Because once a rumor started, it spread faster than the speed of light. Lin Xuan, the Holy Sun, actually possesses the chaotic body. What is the chaotic body? I have never heard of it. The chaotic body is the most powerful constitution. It is said that one who obtains it can glimpse the secrets of immortality and ascend to godhood. Immortality. A god. My heavens. The Holy Sun of the upper realm, Lin Xuan, actually bears such supreme potential. Yet despite the Grand Elder's strict prohibition, the rumors still spread like a plague. The Kanglin realm was divided into 5 continents: east, south, west, north, and central, along with various islands beyond the seas. The eastern continent was called Dongxian Shenzhou. Both Cloud Ridge and the 9 Heavens Supreme Purity sect were located there. People were always curious about the unknown. Thus, after Lin Xuan tacitly acknowledged being the chaotic body, tidbits of information leaked out and began to circulate across Dongxian Shenzhou. The chaotic body. The strongest constitution, the secret to immortality. If we can capture this body, we can grant our ancestor a second life. Heaven blesses our clan. Who would have thought the secret of the chaotic body would appear in the eastern continent? This is a stroke of fortune. We must not fall behind. Throughout Dongxian Shenzhou, many great clans and sects began to stir. However, everything Lin Xuan had done since Cloud Ridge was too astonishing. He subdued the Fire Cloud Cavern, slew the master of the Linghan Cavern, repelled the martial king-tiered demon beast of Lin Wu, the traitor of the Supreme Purity sect, triggered the dark astral wind phenomenon, and awakened the chaotic body. The people of Dongxian Shenzhou could only keep speculating about his true strength. Some even believed that Lin Xuan might have reached the level where he could contend with a martial king in battle. We must not attack Hedon. The various forces of the eastern continent should send envoys to visit the Holy Sun at the Supreme Purity sect. Let us test his true depth. If his personal strength is lacking and he is not as terrifying as the rumors claim, we can capture him alive and uncover the fortune he carries. Thus old monsters schemed and wove their plans through the great powers of the eastern continent. Dongxian Shenzhou was shrouded in ever-shifting intrigue and undercurrents. Of course, Lin Xuan was unaware of all this. He had recently moved into the Phoenix Dance Pavilion and continued his daily routine of tea and cultivation, living quite comfortably. When the full moon rises on the 15th, the tomb of Blood Demon Venerable will open in the demonic Beast Mountain range. When the purple gold demon Mink told me of this, it was already near the end of the month. The full moon of the 15th is still several days away. Hua Rong has accompanied Shin Macho to pay respects to the previous sect master of the Supreme Purity sect. By my reckoning, she should soon return to my side. Reclining in his lounge chair with half-closed eyes, Lin Xuan silently pondered his plans. Lin Wu was an extremely calculating and deep man. That could not be denied. If Lin Xuan had not intervened with Lin Wu's ability and cunning, the entire Supreme Purity sect would have eventually become his domain. Unfortunately for Lin Wu, he encountered a Lin Xuan who played by no rules. No matter how deep Lin Wu's schemes ran, he could never match a Lin Xuan armed with cheat-like advantages and an omniscient perspective. Lin Xuan had deliberately let Lin Wu escape precisely to seize the fortune Lin Wu would obtain from the Blood Demon Venerable's tomb. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Yun stood beside Lin Xuan, gently waving a folding fan to dispel the sweltering summer heat. Lin Xuan glanced at her. At this moment, Yun's face was full of tenderness and affection enough to melt even the hardest steel-hearted man into pliant softness. What a pity. If I weren't afraid that Hua Rong might notice something and later tattle to Feng Yue, I would definitely pluck this ripe peach and taste its sweet juice. Lin Xuan mused inwardly. Your Highness, Ling Qing requests an audience. The voice of the young sect master Ling Qing came from outside the Phoenix Dance Pavilion. Enter, Lin Xuan said slowly. Ling Qing walked into the Phoenix Dance Pavilion. What is it? Lin Xuan asked. Your Highness, the great powers of Dongxian Shenzhou, having heard of your renown, have come to visit the Supreme Purity sect and request an audience. Ling Qing seemed somewhat flustered as he explained. The great powers of Dongxian Shenzhou. Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback. The original owner of this body was not from the Kanglan realm and was not very familiar with it. Moreover, Lin Xuan was a transmigrator who had yet to fully merge with the original owner's memories. Therefore, Lin Xuan had little concept of the major powers of Dongxian Shenzhou. You look anxious. Is something troubling you? Lin Xuan pondered for a moment before asking Ling Qing. Yes. The Grand Elder said that the matter of the chaotic body is of grave importance. He fears that what happened that day may have already spread beyond the sect. These people appear to be paying their respects to your Highness, but in truth they are likely trying to probe the truth of your chaotic body. Ling Qing was now utterly loyal to Lin Xuan. Thus Ling Qing relayed the Grand Elder's analysis to Lin Xuan in full detail. Lin Xuan was sharp-witted. In an instant he understood the meaning behind Ling Qing's words. It seems every one of them wants to treat me as Tang Sanzang. Lin Xuan thought a glint of light flashing in his eyes. However, since Lin Xuan had not denied the Grand Elder's claim that he was the chaotic body, he had already embraced that plan. He had not forgotten the mission from the Hanlin Holy Dynasty to unify all orthodox forces of the Kanglan realm. The halo of the chaotic body above Lin Xuan's head would indeed attract many dangers. Because the chaotic body held the potential for godhood, those with sinister hearts naturally wished to capture Lin Xuan and unlock the secret of his constitution. Yet at the same time, everyone in the Kanglan realm knew that Lin Xuan's potential was peerless. Once he fully matured, he would be invincible throughout the universe. This invisibly made it much easier for Lin Xuan to subjugate the various great traditions. After all, some opportunists would fear the potential of the chaotic body and choose to submit to Lin Xuan. I understand now. Let them wait. Lin Xuan nodded, then slowly rose to his feet. Ling Qing looked at him, hesitating, as if wanting to say something. Noticing the change in Ling Qing's expression, Lin Xuan frowned slightly and said, If you have something to say, speak plainly. This timid hesitance truly displeases me. Ling Qing nodded. Then suddenly lifting his head, he looked straight into Lin Xuan's eyes and asked, Your Highness, the promise you made to me, that you would one day take me to the upper realm, does it still hold, Oi? Hearing this, Lin Xuan nodded with a faint smile. Naturally, it still holds. I am a man of my word. Ling Qing sighed with relief. A hint of slyness flashed across his originally cold eyes as he replied, Then, Your Highness, could you also take me in as a maidservant? You see, I envy Yunin serving you every day. I am afraid that one day you might distance yourself from me and forget your promise. Lin Xuan was speechless. What a bold one. Lin Xuan had calculated everything, but never this. In this world, there was actually a young sect master of a great tradition who voluntarily asked to become his maidservant. Good heavens. I never thought I'd live to see the day. It took Lin Xuan a long moment to recover his senses. He drew a deep breath, then turned his gaze. Since you were so sincere, keeping you as my maidservant and having you by my side is acceptable. I perceive that there appears to be a seal within your body. If the power of that seal were fully unleashed, it might even be able to help you ascend to the martial emperor realm. After the affairs among the major powers of Dongxian are settled, I will use some measures to help you break apart part of the seal within your body. Lin Xuan glanced at Ling Qing and spoke. Hearing his words, Ling Qing was secretly astonished. She knew that within her body lay a Shangqing spirit seal. In the past, because she was the young sect master, Ling Qing had once gone deep into the Shangqing spirit pool within the sect's land of creation to cultivate. The so-called Shangqing spirit pool existed because successive sect masters of the Shangqing sect at the point of death would enter the pool and disperse their power into it. Afterward, the outstanding prodigies of the Shangqing sect could walk into the pool and cultivate with its power. Because they relied on the power of the Shangqing spirit pool, their cultivation yielded twice the results with half the effort. However, none of them had imagined that because powerful experts had perished in the pool over the years, the lingering spiritual consciousness within it would gradually breed evil intentions and transform into the Shangqing spirit seal. The Shangqing spirit seal had invaded Ling Qing's body. Had her master Shinmacho not arrived in time to suppress it, Ling Qing would probably have had her consciousness seized by the seal and become a puppet. Having failed to forcibly possess Ling Qing, the Shangqing spirit seal remained within her body. Ling Qing wanted to absorb its power, yet she could only suffer from the lack of any way to do so. However, the matter of the Shangqing spirit seal was no small thing. In order to prevent Ling Qing from being coveted by those with ill intentions before she grew strong, neither Ling Qing nor Shinmacho had ever told a third person about it. Even the three great elders of the Shangqing sect knew nothing of this. Lin Xuan, an outsider to the Shangqing sect, had been able to see through the Shangqing spirit seal within Ling Qing at a single glance. This truly stunned Ling Qing. "Thank you, Holy Prince." Ling Qing regained her senses, a joyful look spreading across her face as she hurriedly said to Lin Xuan in gratitude. For Ling Qing, she had been suffering because she did not know how to control the power of the Shangqing spirit seal within her. Now Lin Xuan's words were undoubtedly like charcoal offered in the snow, timely help in her moment of need. The way Ling Qing looked at Lin Xuan became even more worshipful. "It's nothing. Since you are my maidservant, you naturally cannot be too weak." Lin Xuan shook his head, appearing completely carefree and nonchalant. Under Yunyi's service, Lin Xuan had changed into a smart outfit. He waved his hand at Ling Qing and said, "In that case, let us go meet the representatives of the various major powers of the Dongxian divine province." Yunyi and Ling Qing followed closely behind. In reality, the reason Lin Xuan knew about the spirit seal within Ling Qing's body was simply that he knew the script. He knew that Ling Qing, the fortune-favored daughter of destiny, possessed her own golden finger fortune. At the same time, the devouring origin creation scripture within Lin Xuan's body could sense the power sealed inside Ling Qing. After a little thought, he understood Ling Qing's situation. Lin Xuan brought the two women Yunyi and Ling Qing to the great hall before long. At that moment, the three elders of the Shangqing sect had already been waiting for some time. Seeing Lin Xuan, the three elders hurried forward. "Holy Prince." The three bowed in salute. Lin Xuan nodded, noticing that many more people had appeared in the great hall. These martial artists were divided into three factions, each clustering in their own group. "I have heard that you are great powers of the Dongxian divine province. Why not introduce yourselves?" Without wasting words, Lin Xuan walked quickly to the sect master's throne in the great hall and sat down directly. Yunyi and Ling Qing stood by his side. The sect master's throne was made of red sandalwood and exuded waves of fragrance, making one feel extremely comfortable. Seated on the throne, Lin Xuan suddenly felt rather sleepy and reclined lazily, appearing quite languid. The people of the three major powers narrowed their eyes and revealed angry expressions. Clearly to them, Lin Xuan's actions were infuriating. He was completely ignoring them. "Huh. It is said that the Holy Prince possesses the unacquainted thousandage's chaotic body. The three major powers would like to witness the Holy Prince's bearing. I am Hu Tian, chieftain of the nine-tailed half-demon clan of the Dongxian Mountains." A young man with an effeminate temperament dressed in white said to Lin Xuan with a mocking expression. "Leiba Manor, Lord of Thunderclap Manor." A burly dark-skinned man with knotted muscles and a thick beard said in a low voice. "Chu Feng, Pavilion Master of the Wind Listening Pavilion." A middle-aged swordsman carrying a long sword on his back replied coldly. Lin Xuan swept a glance over the three and saw that their strength was extremely formidable. All of them were 7th-level martial grandmasters with deep auras and formidable vitality. Obviously, they all possessed special constitutions and battle strength that surpassed those at the same cultivation level. Lin Xuan could see that these three had not come with good intentions. "Holy Prince, that Hu Tian is of the half-demon clan. According to legend, his ancestor was once a nine-tailed fox that surpassed the martial emperor realm, and because it mated with a human, the nine-tailed half-demon clan came into existence. The so-called half-demons were born from the union of humans and the demon race. Because such cross-species union is unacceptable to the heavenly principle, the half-demon clan is extremely few in number. However, every half-demon possesses the physical body of the demon race and the enlightenment ability of humans, making them beings of extraordinary talent. This Hu Tian is even the unrivaled prodigy of the nine-tailed half-demon clan. Leiba of Thunderclap Manor possesses the thunder battle body, able to absorb the power of thunder and transform it into his own true chi. Chu Feng of the Wind Listening Pavilion has the wind-controlling body and is superb at wind-based power. His speed is so great that even 8th or 9th level martial grandmasters cannot match him. The Grand Elder saw that Lin Xuan seemed to know little about the three major powers of Dongxuan, so he leaned close to Lin Xuan's ear and explained the rulers of the three powers. These three major powers are existences within the Dongxian region, no weaker than Yunling or the Shangqing sect. Thunderclap Manor and the Wind Listening Pavilion are up-and-coming powers. Neither Yunling nor the Shangqing sect still has the former might from when they were canonized as one of the 9 great Orthodox Taoist lineages. Nowadays there are countless forces that can challenge their authority. As for the nine-tailed half-demon clan, because it was not a purely human martial force, it had never been canonized as one of the 9 great Orthodox Taoist lineages, even though it was extremely powerful and possessed a long history. Lin Xuan nodded slowly. He had heard of the half-demon clan before. In the upper realm, there were also many half-demon experts who could split mountains and cut off rivers wielding heaven-defying power. Greetings to you three. Lin Xuan nodded, his expression extremely calm. To Lin Xuan, who carried the devouring origin creation scripture, his perception of power was exceptionally acute. He could sense that behind these 3 people, even more terrifying auras existed. Clearly, old monster-level experts wanted to use the 3 of them to test the depth of his strength. Once the secret of his chaotic body was exposed, those old monsters behind them would probably not hesitate to attack him at any cost. Lin Xuan remained expressionless, but inwardly he was solemn. Because in his perception the people behind the 3 major powers might be even stronger than martial kings. In other words, if he could not find a way to make them wary, even Huarong probably would not be able to save him. This was rather troublesome. Lin Xuan propped his head up with his hand, closed his eyes, and sank into deep thought. In the eyes of the 3 major powers, however, this scene was outright contempt. Lin Xuan brushed off the 3 major powers, and then actually fell asleep. What the hell? The people of the 3 major powers were all dumbfounded. Dense anger surged onto every face. They had never expected that this holy prince Lin Xuan would be so arrogant. They had treated him with courtesy, and this holy prince actually fell asleep. This was simply too insulting. Hu Tian, the chieftain of the 9-tailed half-demon clan, wore an extremely gloomy expression. Looking at Lin Xuan with even greater disgust, he gave a cold laugh, and said, "The holy prince truly knows how to throw his weight around. We have treated you with respect. Even if the holy prince has transcendent status, you cannot humiliate us like this. Deliberately pretending to sleep. Are you looking down on us?" Hu Tian's face was full of arrogance as he looked at Lin Xuan, his narrow, slender phoenix eyes brimming with provocation. At these words, the faces of everyone changed drastically. They all turned to look at Lin Xuan, wondering how he would respond. Lin Xuan slowly snapped out of his contemplation. In that instant, he had already been browsing the villain mall. As far as Lin Xuan was concerned, he knew that Hu Tian, Lei Ba, and Chu Feng were nothing more than pawns used by the person behind the scenes to probe him. Lin Xuan began to contemplate countermeasures. All kinds of plans surfaced in his mind, but every single one cost a great deal of villain points. Lin Xuan felt a pang of regret. When he heard Hu Tian's words, he came back to himself, and could not help but feel a surge of anger. Good grief. So he intends to charge straight at my face. If I don't give him a proper lesson, he'll never understand how I became this great villain. Lin Xuan's eyes turned cold. He then looked at Hu Tian, his gaze brimming with murderous intent deep in the pupils. Is this the attitude you use when speaking to this prince? Have you grown tired of living, or do you think this prince is too merciful? Lin Xuan said lightly, but his voice was bitingly cold, laden with boundless chill. The aura of the true demon myriad culpa imperishable physique circulated over Lin Xuan's body, enveloping him in true demonic aura and murderous intent. Hu Tian's expression shifted drastically, filled with alarm. He was a half-demon bearing the bloodline of the ancient 9-tailed fox. Acting on bestial instinct, Hu Tian immediately sensed that the man before him was not simple. Even when facing Lin Xuan, Hu Tian sensed a hint of mortal danger. What am I afraid of? This time the ancestor of Thunderclap Manor, Ting Qianshan, is hiding in the shadows. Neither the heavenly demon divine guards, nor Huarong, the demonic hand of heavenly medicine, is something to fear with Ting Qianshan's power. If I keep cowering, won't I disgrace the prestige of my 9-tailed half-demon clan? Hu Tian drew a deep breath, his face grim and malevolent. He felt boundless shame over the fear he had just shown. Holy Prince, what fierce killing intent. I hear that your highness is an unprecedented genius. I wonder whether Hu Tian's martial cultivation is worthy of being noticed by you. Hu Tian has come today to request some pointers from the Holy Prince. I wonder if your highness has the courage to instruct me a little. Hu Tian sneered, and said in a loud, clear voice to Lin Xuan. His expression was arrogant, his face full of derision. Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes. He knew he could. If he showed even the slightest trace of retreat, the mysterious figure behind the 3 powers would surely make a forceful move. At that time, he might still be able to exchange for a supreme treasure in the villain mall. Give you pointers. If you intend to court death, this prince will naturally do you the favor. Lin Xuan looked at Hu Tian and said slowly. Seeing that Lin Xuan had taken the bait, Hu Tian was overjoyed. This holy prince is indeed as simple-minded as the rumors say. It was said that back then Xiao Hui, the genius from Yunling, had manipulated Holy Prince Lin Xuan into assassinating Feng Youwei, the heartless empress, with just a few words. Wasn't that basically suicide? Yet this holy prince had actually fallen for such a petty trick. Clearly, except for being a little good-looking, Lin Xuan's intelligence was painfully lacking. Seeing that Lin Xuan had fallen for his goading, Hu Tian was greatly pleased. He looked at Yun and Ling Qing, his narrow, long phoenix eyes scanning them from head to toe. His gaze was filled with greed and desire, making the two women's faces turn pale and extremely unpleasant. Lin Xuan also saw Hu Tian's gaze, but he remained as calm as still water without a ripple. Because at least in Lin Xuan's view, the chief of the nine-tailed half-demon clan before him was already a dead man. There was no need for him to be angry with a dead person. They'll just whip the corpse a few more times later. Lin Xuan thought silently. The Holy Prince really is domineering. In that case, Hu Tian requests instruction from the Holy Prince. If Hu Tian is defeated, Brother Lei Ba and Brother Chu Feng also wish to seek instruction from the Holy Prince. I think given the Holy Prince's status, you won't refuse, right? Hu Tian gave a cold laugh and spoke slowly. At those words, even Chu Feng turned away in shame. Hu Tian was immensely smug, and the people of the nine-tailed half-demon clan he led also chimed in with jeers. The many martial artists of the Shangqing sect turned ashen. This Hu Tian was simply too shameless. Wasn't he plainly planning to fight one after another? Holy Prince, this Hu Tian has sinister intentions. He plans to use successive duels against you. Don't fall for it. They are all experts at the 7th level of martial ancestor with special physiques and formidable battle strength. With your current cultivation, a series of duels might be. Ling Qing's expression chilled with anxiety, and she hastily sent a secret voice transmission to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, however, laughed heartily. He slowly rose from the sect master's throne and said with a ferocious grin, Hu Tian, don't you think this is a bit unfair? The martial artists of the Shangqing sect nodded one after another. Not just unfair, it's practically shameless. They are already at a higher cultivation level than the Holy Prince, yet they still resort to these dirty tricks. Bah! Shameless beyond measure. The martial artists of the Shangqing sect wore looks of contempt and curse. A barrage of classic civilized greetings was thrown unsparingly at Hu Tian's face. Unfair. Hu Tian smiled wickedly. I think it's perfectly fair. The Holy Prince is the Holy Prince from the upper realm, so naturally, he possesses extraordinary means. We are nothing but insignificant commoners from the lower realm. What harm is there in successive duels? Could it be that the Holy Prince does not even have that much courage? Hu Tian laughed and raised his eyebrows at Lei Ba and Chu Feng. Chu Feng turned his head away, his face full of shame, as if unwilling to be stained by Hu Tian. Lei Ba, however, was ferocious and vicious, and said with utter shamelessness, I think Brother Hu Tian is absolutely right. Lin Xuan walked down from the high platform step by step, then said unhurriedly, unfair to unfair. 3 ants, and you still want to fight me one after another. This so-called instruction is nothing more than one-sided slaughter. What's the fun in that? How about? Lin Xuan drew out his words, then his expression gradually turned into a ferocious smile, as he said with an arrogant, all-conquering look, how about all 3 of you ants come at once? No need for a series of duels. As long as you can make me take 1 step back, I will count it as my loss. If I lose, I can satisfy whatever you ask. What? Holy crap. Boom. The moment Lin Xuan said this, everyone's expression drastically changed. They had expected Lin Xuan to angrily rebuke Hu Tian's shameless successive duel plan, but instead he had directly raised the difficulty of the game. Everyone turned to look at Lin Xuan. They felt that on his handsome face the word arrogance was written all over in messy strokes. Fighting 1 against 3, and Lin Xuan would lose if he stepped back a single step. Come on. The opponents were 3 7th-level martial ancestor experts, while he was merely 4th-level martial ancestor. Even if he really had the legendary chaos body, could he be this arrogant? Holy Prince, please stop blowing. All the martial artists in the Great Hall were completely stunned. As expected of the Holy Prince. His way of doing things is unimaginable to ordinary people. I think I might be dreaming, but I just slapped myself and it hurts. Damn it, the Holy Prince has managed to show off. After a moment, whispers and a hubbub of voices rose in the Great Hall. Yun and Ling Qing and the 3 Grand Elders were all gaping. They knew their advice had been utterly useless. Lin Xuan was arrogant, willful, and unbridled. At this moment, he perfectly portrayed the image of a distinguished spoiled son of privilege and a great villain. Even the people of Shangqing sect could not help feeling that the Holy Prince was too full of himself, as if no one else mattered. Damn it! How dare he ignore us like this? Hu Tian took a deep breath, feeling the rage in his chest burn without cease. Shameless as he was, he still had self-respect. Being ridiculed by Lin Xuan like this, he could not stand it. Holy Prince, the way of martial arts has no eyes. You had better think clearly. If Hu Tian spoke slowly, staring straight into Lin Xuan's eyes. Want to back out? Then it's settled. Cut the nonsense and stop the blabbering. First I'll take your head to go with my wine. Before Hu Tian could finish, Lin Xuan stamped his foot, and his figure vanished from where he stood. By the time Hu Tian reacted, Lin Xuan had already appeared in front of him with a smile all over his face. Lin Xuan's figure was like a ghostly specter. Hu Tian turned pale with fright, his true qi surging upward. He hadn't expected Lin Xuan's speed to be so terrifyingly fast. The half-demon tribe possessed physiques, half-human, half-demon. The nine-tailed half-demon clan cultivated arts whose true qi resembled demonic aura. As this half-demon true qi evolved, a phantom image of a fox demon abruptly appeared behind Hu Tian, ferocious and ghastly with a green face and sharp fangs exuding a menacing aura. With only this much strength, you're too weak. Lin Xuan's cold voice rang out. Hu Tian formed a claw with his hand and was about to strike at Lin Xuan. True demon aura. Lin Xuan's presence suddenly surged, and a sinister, terrifying true demon qi swept across the entire arena in an instant, trapping Hu Tian. Hu Tian's body froze midair, unable to move even a fraction. From the depths of his heart, he felt a frightening aura so evil that even he, a half-demon, felt his scalp go numb. One kick. Hu Tian, like a toy, was sent flying by Lin Xuan's foot. The rampant true qi howled and surged wildly through Hu Tian's body. Hu Tian felt the bones throughout his body snap and break, blood gushing from his mouth. Not good. Chu Feng, join me. Lei Ba, who was nearby, saw this and hurriedly called out to Chu Feng. Chu Feng's expression was grave. He hadn't wanted to make an enemy of Lin Xuan, but now driven by Hu Tian and Lei Ba, he had no choice. Crackle. Lei Ba's true qi erupted from his body, transforming into bolts of thunderous power, arcs of electricity swirling endlessly around him. Chu Feng trod a mysterious footwork, his true qi becoming a fierce wind to conceal his form. Wreathed in thunder, Lei Ba charged at Lin Xuan, his fists crackling with thunder, bearing the power to split mountains and sever rivers, his face twisted in a ferocious grin, intent on killing Lin Xuan. The thunder boomed last night, and the wind swept like 10,000 crossbows. Thunder dash. Lei Ba roared, thunder force swirling around his fists, and even the air carried a scorched smell. In terms of attack power alone, Lei Ba surpassed Hu Tian. Lin Xuan said nothing. He raised his fist and threw a punch. Boom. Lei Ba and Lin Xuan clashed fist to fist. Lei Ba was ecstatic, sneering inwardly, thinking, my Thunder War body is an unrivaled physical form. Even true qi transformed into thunder can barely harm my body. Among those at the same realm, few can compare with my physique. And Lin Xuan, who is 3 minor realms weaker than me, dares to clash heads with me. Isn't he courting death? The next second, however, Lei Ba's expression drastically changed. Crack, crack, crack. A continuous sound of breaking rang out. Starting from his fist, Lei Ba's bones shattered, and the clothing on his arm turned to ash. Bang. A moment later, Lei Ba turned into a pool of mud. His true qi dissipated, his bones gone. Quite nourishing, I suppose. Lin Xuan activated the devouring origin creation scripture and instantly absorbed all of Lei Ba's 7th-level martial ancestor true qi into himself. Furthermore, the devouring origin creation scripture was able to devour the innate physiques of all beings. After absorbing Lei Ba's true qi, Lin Xuan's body also gained resistance to thunder. Within 3 breaths, Lei Ba and Hu Tian, 2 7th-level martial ancestor experts, were left, 1 wounded and 1 dead. The hearts of everyone present trembled with shock. The Holy Prince is terrifyingly strong. 3 minor realms lower, yet he defeated Lei Ba and Hu Tian in an instant. Everyone stared at Lin Xuan with great tension, finding it utterly unbelievable. Swish! A cold light shot toward the back of Lin Xuan's head. The sword was extremely fast. All the onlookers saw was a flash of cold light passing by in an instant. The sword qi was fierce, riding on the wind. A faint smile curved at the corner of Lin Xuan's mouth. Without turning his head, he extended 2 fingers. Clang! Lin Xuan's 2 fingers caught the incoming longsword. A black glow flashed on Lin Xuan's skin. His 2 fingers suddenly turned pitch black, his physical body as strong as fine iron. The longsword trapped between his fingers couldn't move a single inch. A sneak attack with a sword is hardly a way to treat a guest, Lin Xuan said indifferently. Bang! The figure behind the sword was instantly suppressed by the true demon aura. The man knelt before Lin Xuan. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xuan sealed his opponent's martial cultivation. Hands behind his back, he stood without even glancing at him, his face cold and indifferent. That man was Chu Feng. Chu Feng possessed the wind-riding body, a special physique that allowed him to merge into the wind, granting him incredible speed and a form that was difficult to perceive. But before Lin Xuan, a man who could incorporate the profound nether wind into his body, and under the blessing of the true demon myriad calamity indestructible body, Lin Xuan could see exactly where Chu Feng was without needing his eyes. However, Lin Xuan neither injured nor killed Chu Feng. After all, Lin Xuan had seen earlier that among the 3, Chu Feng was the one least willing to offend him. He hadn't shown any disrespect to Lin Xuan either. The most important point was, named Chu Feng identity, a fated supporting character, master of the Sun of Fortune Yang Qi and master of the Tingfeng Pavilion. Realm 7th level martial ancestor. Physique wind riding body art transform into wind chasing sword. Lin Xuan saw Chu Feng's life script, and only then realized that this man was actually the master of the Son of Fortune. Yang Qi. Which Son of Fortune is that? I don't really recall him. Lin Xuan felt a chill in his heart, quietly thinking. Seeing this, he couldn't help feeling a tinge of excitement, because Lin Xuan had been worrying about where to find the next Son of Fortune. And now the master of a Son of Fortune had come straight to his door. Heavens! This was simply too fortunate. Therefore, no matter what, Lin Xuan would not kill Chu Feng now. Pavilion Master Chu, those who walk different paths cannot plan together. Why do you serve as help to evil? Lin Xuan didn't look at Chu Feng. He stretched out his hand, brushed the dust off his clothes, and said indifferently. In a flash, he had defeated 3 7th-level martial ancestor powerhouses. With ease and calm, he had cut down decisively. When the crowd came to their senses, they felt as if they had seen a celestial being. Holy Prince, this is incredible. Yuan Yin's beautiful eyes seemed to contain countless little stars, fully turning into an adoring fangirl. Ling Qing, an icy beauty, wasn't as direct as Yuan Yin, but her gaze was locked onto Lin Xuan, refusing to move away in the slightest. Clearly, she had also fallen under Lin Xuan's charm. The entire main hall of Shanxing sect erupted in exclamations. Then the whole place fell into dead silence. No one had expected Lin Xuan to win so easily. They couldn't help but exclaim to themselves, "Is this the power of the chaos body? Thank you, Holy Prince, for going easy on me." Chu Feng took a deep breath, his face forcing a pale smile. He had practiced martial arts all his life, successful in his youth. Now in middle age, he had become the master of Tingfeng Pavilion, a first-rate expert in the Dongxian Divine Province. Yet before this young man, he had been defeated in a single move. Only now did Chu Feng understand that true invincibility carried such bearing. Lin Xuan, you're asking for death. Hu Tian, whose cultivation had been crippled by Lin Xuan, lay on the ground like a dead dog. Seeing how easily Lin Xuan had defeated 3 7th-level martial ancestor experts, Hu Tian was both shocked and enraged. What? I left you a breath of life, and you feel that was wasteful? Lin Xuan's eyes turned cold, his killing intent surging. It seemed that these days it didn't pay to be a good man. He clearly hadn't killed Hu Tian, yet Hu Tian acted as if he had suffered a grave injustice. No wonder the kind-hearted people in his previous life who helped old folks were repaid with ingratitude. Lin Xuan looked at Hu Tian with an icy expression. This battle has shown my invincible strength enough to make the mysterious backer behind these 3 afraid. After all, I am a visitor from the upper realm with a mysterious identity. The more invincible I am, the more fearless I appear. And the more that mysterious person will fear me. For with such monstrous talent, he cannot be certain whether I carry some trump card from the upper realm. Moreover, the holy emperor of the Hanlin sacred dynasty is no fool. He would not let such a heaven-defying holy prince dwell in the lower realm without a purpose. Thoughts flashed rapidly through Lin Xuan's mind, and his expression grew increasingly ferocious. Lin Xuan's acting was impeccable. Combined with his cultivation of the true demon myriad calamity indestructible body, the true demon aura faintly emanating from his body elevated him into a supreme demon that annihilates everything. In the main hall of Shanxing sect, the temperature seemed to drop by 12 degrees. A chill crept into everyone's heart. The holy prince is so terrifying. Yunin spoke with some fear. Is that so? I think I like it. Ling Qing licked her lips in response. In the eyes of the crowd, it wasn't Hu Tian who had gone up to provoke and play the villain. Instead, Lin Xuan had turned into a monstrous villain guilty of heinous crimes. You? Lin Xuan, what are you going to do? No, don't come over. Seeing Lin Xuan approaching, Hu Tian's heart sank, and he suddenly shouted. What am I going to do? Nothing particularly special. I was just thinking, since your mouth is so foul, I'll cut pieces of your flesh off one by one and make you eat them yourself. That sounds pretty good, Lin Xuan said with a serious expression. Holy crap, what a pervert. Hu Tian's face turned pale with fright. Looking into Lin Xuan's terrifying gaze, he knew that Lin Xuan wasn't joking. Lin Xuan, you forced me. Hu Tian suddenly shouted in fury, his face filled with determination, as if he had made a huge decision. Hu Tian had seemed somewhat hesitant at first, but upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, he was struck as if by a tremendous shock. A flash of light flickered across the storage ring on Hu Tian's finger, and a talisman appeared in his hand. The talisman was inscribed with layers of profound array patterns, exuding an air of mystery. Lin Xuan, our nine-tailed half-demon clan, traces its origins to the great demon nine-tailed fox of the ancient Kanglin realm. That nine-tailed fox ancestor has long since ascended to the upper realm, where it holds a distinguished and formidable position. Though you may be the holy prince of the upper realm before my ancestor, you are utterly insignificant. Hu Tian gripped the talisman tightly, channeling the remnants of his true qi into it. Even the essence blood around his body began to converge into the talisman. At that moment, the talisman began to radiate an extraordinary glow. A nine-tailed fox that ascended to the upper realm and became renowned there. Lin Xuan paused for a moment, then shook his head and said, In the upper realm, I have never heard of any mighty demon named the nine-tailed fox. However, in my Hanlin sacred dynasty, there is an old eunuch who is said to be a nine-tailed fox that ascended from the lower realm. My imperial father severed his primal essence, forcing him to submit to our sacred dynasty and serve the imperial household. Counting the years, it has been over 100 years now, roughly the same time your ancestor ascended. Lin Xuan stated indifferently. When demons from the Kanglin realm ascended, most would go to the primordial demon sacred dynasty and become members of it. However, the other sacred dynasties also had need of mounts and servants. Thus, some demons were intercepted by the Hanlin sacred dynasty, which, being from the lower realm, whether a great demon or a human, was not proud and arrogant, looking down upon the entire universe. Thus, the people of the Hanlin sacred dynasty would always resort to thunderous means to subdue these lower realm beings and make them understand who was in charge. Lin Xuan's impression of that old nine-tailed fox was quite vivid. An old eunuch, serving the Hanlin imperial household. The many martial artists in the Great Hall of the Upper Purity sect suddenly wore strange expressions. This was simply too humiliating. They revered their ancestor as a heavenly being, yet he called him his family's old servant. Ahem. One had to admit this was very much in the style of a holy prince. The martial artists looked awkward, but dared not say much. After all, the overwhelming might holy Prince Lin Xuan had displayed earlier still lingered in their minds. Who would dare to provoke Lin Xuan now? Above the ninth heaven of the Upper Purity sect, a mass of thunderclouds churned. An old man bare-bodied sat cross-legged within the thunderclouds as bolts of lightning rolled around him, yet none harmed him. This man was none other than Ting Qianshan, the ancestor of Thunderclap Mountain Manor. Ting Qianshan's vital energy was withering, and he was on the verge of death, clearly running short of lifespan. He had already reached the peak of the martial king realm, only a single step away from becoming a martial emperor. If he could become a martial emperor, his lifespan would be extended by another 100 years. Therefore, this time Ting Qianshan had summoned the three major powers of the Eastern Xian Divine Province to probe Lin Xuan's true strength. It is said that the chaos body possesses a special constitution. If I can extract its essence blood and absorb it for my own use. Even if I cannot become a chaos body myself, I can still use its power to comprehend the martial Tao. With this opportunity, I can break through to the martial emperor realm in one fell swoop and live a second life. Fortunately, this holy prince is currently in the Eastern Xian region. If time passes and other old monsters of the Kanglin realm learn of the chaos body I fear, I wouldn't even get a sip of the broth. Ting Qianshan's withered face turned cold as he pondered inwardly. He was already a dying man, and to live a second life, he was willing to take the risk. Given his cultivation, even if the heavenly Dr. Demon Hand Hua Rong were to act, he likely would not be Ting Qianshan's match. But Ting Qianshan was too old. Old age brought cunning, but it also diminished recklessness. The more heaven-defying Lin Xuan's talent, the more cautious Ting Qianshan became. After all, he knew that the sacred dynasties of the upper realm were behemoths of immense power. They were far beyond what the sects of the Kanglin realm could compare with. Within the sacred dynasty, there were far more methods to test one's constitution. If Lin Xuan truly possessed the chaos body, how could the Hanlin sacred dynasty not have left a contingency on him? Ting Qianshan had set his sights on Lin Xuan in order to survive, but that did not mean he wanted to test the Hanlin sacred dynasty's hidden measures. The result would not be merely dying of old age, but the complete annihilation of Thunderclap Mountain Manor and the severance of its legacy. Indeed, the legend that the nine-tailed half-demon clan possesses a means to summon their ascended ancestor appears to be true. Perfect. This nine-tailed ancestor can act in my stead and test the measures the Hanlin sacred dynasty has placed on Lin Xuan. At the same time, I can use the nine-tailed ancestor's mouth to gauge Lin Xuan's standing in the sacred dynasty. Ting Qianshan's expression was sinister and utterly terrifying. His eyes were like ice, his countenance like frost. This treacherous old fiend's mental abacus clicked away rapidly in an instant. Lin Xuan, you go too far. How dare you slander my clan's ancestor as an old eunuch? Today I, Hu Tian, will not let you off. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Hu Tian was nearly so enraged that he fainted. Utter humiliation. The nine-tailed ancestor had emerged from the mystic Beast Mountain range and centuries ago became a powerhouse that shocked the entire Kanglin realm. In the end, he founded the nine-tailed half-demon clan. Although the clan's glory had faded after the ancestor's ascension, they still held their dignity. That dignity was simple: the authority of the nine-tailed ancestor must never be desecrated. Lin Xuan's words not only enraged Hu Tian to the point of fury, but the nine-tailed half-demon clansmen he led also glared with burning hatred, wishing they could devour Lin Xuan alive. Seeing this, Lin Xuan felt rather helpless. Why does speaking the truth earn me such hatred? He spread his hands and lamented the vicissitudes of life. How the intestines wrap around the small intestine. Boom. At that moment, the talisman in Hu Tian's hand suddenly blazed with supreme, divine radiance. The mysterious patterns on the talisman spun without cease. A terrifyingly monstrous demonic aura erupted from it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dense demonic chi surged into the sky, swirling across the heavens. The demonic chi condensed, transforming into a phantom image of a fox demon over 10 zhang tall. The fox was pure white all over with crimson eyes radiating an eerie malevolence. Behind it 9 tails slowly unfurled in their full glory. Ancestor. Seeing this, Hu Tian cried out in ecstatic joy. Ahem. In his excitement, Hu Tian aggravated his injuries and coughed up blood. But at this moment he cared not for such trifles. Crawling frantically, he reached the phantom and kowtowed incessantly. Since Hu Tian had taken control of the 9-tailed half-demon clan, he had never summoned their ancestor. However, the successive clan leaders had passed down the tale that the 9-tailed ancestor wielded immense power and profound cultivation in the upper realm. The laws between the upper realm and the Kanglan realm were peculiar. Sending a powerful being down required far too many resources. Yet during his cultivation in the Kanglan realm, the 9-tailed ancestor had encountered a heaven-defying stroke of fortune. He had obtained the heaven-reaching talisman, a supreme treasure left behind by a transcendent civilization from over 10,000 years ago. This talisman could summon the 9-tailed ancestor from the upper realm, though only as a phantom, not a true descent, and its power was suppressed to merely 1,000th of his true body. Even so, the 9-tailed ancestor's phantom was enough to sweep across the entire Kanglan realm. An overwhelming pressure instantly suppressed the entire upper purity sect. Many martial artists, unable to bear the force, knelt before the 9-tailed phantom. This pressure was terrifying, majestic, and supremely supreme. Martial Emperor. Even with only 1,000th of its power, the 9-tailed phantom possessed the strength of a martial emperor. My blood descended. Today you summon me to descend upon the Kanglan realm. For what purpose? The 9-tailed phantom slowly opened its blood-red eyes. Though it bore a beast's form, it spoke in human tongue, its voice echoing through the heavens. The voice was ethereal and vast, resounding across all realms. Everyone was shaken by the 9-tailed phantom's heaven-defying might. Hu Tian's face twisted with wild joy. He cast a contemptuous glance at Lin Xuan, the corners of his mouth curling upward uncontrollably, as he thought, Lin Xuan, let's see if you survive this time. My 9-tailed ancestor commands wind and rain in the upper realm. Even if you are a holy prince, if my ancestor wishes to slay you, how could the Hamlin sacred dynasty possibly offend the ancestor over a dead man? This time I will surely grind your bones to dust. I, Hu Tian, will also take your 2 maidservants into my harem. Hu Tian grew more and more excited, his face beaming with delight. Lin Xuan felt somewhat embarrassed just watching him and secretly wondered, could insanity be contagious? Ancestor, your descendants have been unfilial, ruining the reputation of the 9-tailed clan. Now we are being bullied by a young man. If I had not summoned you, he swore he would slice off your descendants' flesh piece by piece and force me to eat it myself. He also said that you, ancestor, are an old eunuch in his clan, as lowly as an old dog. Hu Tian kowtowed to the 9-tailed ancestor while rambling, repeating Lin Xuan's words with embellishment. Throughout this process, Lin Xuan did not interrupt him. After all, Lin Xuan knew that what this man had said was true, though it was somewhat exaggerated in degree. The many martial artists of the Shangqing sect felt their hearts leap into their throats. The 9-tailed ancestor's projection, descending to the lower realm, still possessed martial emperor cultivation. With a single thought, he could annihilate the entire Shangqing sect. If this matter were not handled properly, Lin Xuan would likely not live much longer, and the Shangqing sect would also be destroyed in one stroke. Some Shangqing sect martial artists whose hearts were not steady had already pressed their palms together and begun silently praying that they would at least be left with intact corpses. What? Hearing these words, the 9-tailed ancestor flew into a rage. Who? Slandering me? This is slandering this old man. He roared at the heavens, his fury blazing to the sky. However, it seemed that this anger was not caused by being insulted, rather it was the shameful fury of a man whose secret had been exposed. Hu Tian's smile grew even wider. He stretched out his hand and suddenly pointed at Lin Xuan, shouting loudly, Ancestor, it is this man. The 9-tailed ancestor's gaze turned sharp, and he then followed the direction of Hu Tian's finger. Lin Xuan coughed once, and said, Old Hu, long time no see. Boom. The 9-tailed ancestor's projection trembled violently. His bloodshot eyes bulged wide, and for a long moment he could not utter a word. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, billowing demonic chi surged into the sky, shrouding the 9-tailed ancestor. Not good. This 9-tailed ancestor is about to unleash his martial emperor power. He might very well make a move against the Saint Prince. The Grand Elder's face changed drastically as he cried out in alarm. Hu Tian laughed heartily. Everyone believed that the 9-tailed ancestor in his fury would not even bother to speak with Lin Xuan and would directly use thunderous means to kill him. Hu Tian felt that all the grievances and humiliations he had suffered before were now worth it. As long as Lin Xuan died, he would be overjoyed. At the same time, it would also let the might of his nine-tailed half-demon clan be known. This was the crowning moment of his life. Demonic chi swept out, erupting with immeasurable divine radiance. The light was so dazzling that no one could see clearly. Then the demonic chi withdrew and gradually condensed, eventually transforming into a human figure. This figure was old in form with a clean, fair face and an intensine aura. It was exactly the human form taken by the nine-tailed ancestor's projection. This old servant, who Geo greets the ninth prince. The nine-tailed ancestor knelt before Lin Xuan, trembling all over, and spoke. Boom. The entire place fell silent. Then an uproar broke out. What the hell? The nine-tailed ancestor, who once had an invincible bearing, had actually become a household servant, an old eunuch of the Hanlin sacred dynasty after ascending to the upper realm. Everything Lin Xuan had said was actually true. Everything Lin Xuan had said was actually true. The Kanglin realm knew little about the upper realm. They had believed that the nine-tailed ancestor during his time in the Kanglin realm had dominated all heroes and enjoyed unmatched glory. Centuries ago, he could even contend with the demon emperor of the demon heaven palace. A figure like this, even if he had not ascended to the upper realm, would still be a supreme, invincible powerhouse capable of forging his own path of invincibility. How could such a man ever be subordinate to others? Yet in reality, Lin Xuan had not lied. The martial artist of the Kanglin realm had been thoroughly slapped in the face. Lin Xuan smiled faintly and swept a glance over the nine-tailed ancestor before saying, "Old, who you have served our Hanlin royal family diligently for so many years and rendered considerable service. However, these descendants of yours in the lower realm have no idea what is good for them, and they have stirred my killing intent. What do you think should be done about this?" Lin Xuan's voice was calm, filled with the majesty of a superior. In his words, the lives of the nine-tailed half-demon clan were like garbage utterly beneath his notice. Since these descendants have no eyes, there is no need for them to remain in this world. This old servant will strike now and slay the unfilial sons and grandsons he left behind in this realm. The nine-tailed half-demon clan shall vanish from the Kanglin realm. The nine-tailed ancestor took a deep breath, then suddenly raised his hand. "Ancestor, please no. Ancestor, we are your direct bloodline." A demonic wind blew past. In an instant, all the nine-tailed half-demons, including Hu Tian, turned to ashes. Before they could even finish speaking, they ceased to exist. The martial artists in the main hall of the Shangqing sect were completely numbed. The three great powers had come to probe Lin Xuan's true strength, yet the turn of events was so swift that they could hardly react. They had thought that the appearance of the nine-tailed ancestor was a certain death trap for Lin Xuan. Unexpectedly, with a single sentence from Lin Xuan, the nine-tailed half-demon clan of the Dongxian Divine Province had become a thing of the past. The nine-tailed ancestor knelt before Lin Xuan, not even lifting his head. In his time in the Kanglin realm, this nine-tailed ancestor had been a formidable overlord. After ascending to the upper realm and witnessing its dangers, he had willingly attached himself to the Hanlin sacred dynasty, which was the only reason he had survived for so long. For someone as old and cunning as him, nothing mattered more than his own life. The ninth Saint Prince had always possessed a mortal body, which was why the old Saint Emperor had never favored him. Yet the ninth Saint Prince was after all born of her. Once the ninth Saint Prince rose to prominence, he was sure to become a favored figure before the old Saint Emperor. The ninth Saint Prince has been in the Kanglin realm for no more than a few months at most. Yet he has already risen from the ninth level of martial spirit to the fourth level of martial ancestor, a martial arts master. Such a speed of improvement in cultivation is unheard of even in the upper realm. The ninth Saint Prince must have had some remarkable encounter. This old servant absolutely cannot bury my own life because of those useless descendants. A master is ultimately a master, and a servant is ultimately a servant. The nine-tailed ancestor pondered silently. With his abilities, he had naturally perceived Lin Xuan's current cultivation realm, and he was filled with astonishment. Well done. Old, who I naturally know your loyalty to our Lin family. There is another matter. A powerful figure seems to be lurking nearby, intending to harm me. With my current cultivation, I cannot do anything to him. Why not handle this matter for me as well? Lin Xuan nodded, then issued another command to the nine-tailed ancestor. Excellent. It is this old servant's utmost honor to serve the ninth Saint Prince. The nine-tailed ancestor slowly rose, a faint smile appearing on his aged face. Demonic chi surged beneath his feet, and he soared aloft, heading straight toward the ninth heaven. Although the nine-tailed ancestor had descended only as an avatar, he possessed the power of a martial emperor. He had naturally sensed Ting Qianshan hiding in the shadows. A mere pinnacle martial king, even if somewhat extraordinary and remarkable, was nothing more than an ant in the eyes of the nine-tailed ancestor. Ting Qianshan was scared out of his wits at the sight. Cursed Hu Tian. Isn't this just lifting a rock only to drop it on his own feet? He summoned his own ancestor only to find that ancestor was someone else's old servant. How utterly ridiculous. No, I must flee at once. Otherwise this old man will be doomed today. Ting Qianshan drew in a cold breath, channeled his true chi into the shuttle in his hand, and retreated at extreme speed, hoping to use this supreme martial treasure to escape. Little one, you do have some tricks. Unfortunately, you have provoked the wrong person. The nine-tailed ancestor's icy voice drifted slowly into Ting Qianshan's ears like a ghost. Ting Qianshan turned his head and saw the nine-tailed patriarch who was bearing a ferocious grin at him. Thunder shaking the 9 heavens. Ting Qianshan let out a thunderous roar. The true qi within his body gathered unceasingly, and he actually roused the surrounding lightning, transforming it into 9 thunderbolts that came crashing down heated toward the nine-tailed patriarch. Its overwhelming might towered to the heavens, annihilating everything in its path. The nine-tailed patriarch let out a sinister laugh and abruptly opened its mouth wide. Dense demonic qi roared out from the patriarch's mouth without cease. In an instant he swallowed the power of those 9 thunderbolts into his belly. Die! The surging demonic qi condensed into a colossal hand. It seized Ting Qianshan in a death grip. Release me, senior. I want to do it again. I want. Ting Qianshan cried out in agony again and again within the nine-tailed patriarch's grasp. Yet that sharp demonic qi was like a deadly scythe of the Grim Reaper. It ceaselessly corroded Ting Qianshan's flesh and blood. In the end his flesh was obliterated, leaving only bare white bones. Ah! Ting Qianshan's scream was so mournful and sharp that it startled countless magpies within the Shangqing sect. Birds have flown from 1,000 mountains, footprints have vanished on 10,000 paths. Reporting to the Saint Prince, this old villain has been brought to justice. Your old servant has meted out a slight punishment, and has not failed the 9th Saint Prince. The nine-tailed patriarch's voice came slowly. Good. This matter is settled. You may leave now. Lin Xuan nodded, and said indifferently. The nine-tailed patriarch, relieved of a great burden, declared in a loud voice. Your old servant thanks the 9th Saint Prince. The nine-tailed patriarch's aura gradually faded away. At the same moment the talismans above the great hall of the Shangqing sect shimmered faintly before turning to dust. The old monster of Thunderbolt Manor, who possessed peak martial king strength, had died this very day. The people of the Dongxian divine continent could not help but feel a bone-piercing chill. It was at this moment that they understood. This Saint Prince before them must never be offended. He was far too terrifying. Chu Feng, among these 3 you are the only one who holds respect for me in your heart. Today if you submit to me, I may spare your life. What do you say? Lin Xuan reached out, flicked the dust off his robes, and said to Chu Feng. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Chu Feng hastily knelt before Lin Xuan and kowtowed repeatedly. Chu Feng is willing to follow the Saint Prince. From this day forward, I will follow the Saint Prince's lead in all things. If I ever betray this oath, may my path of martial arts be severed, and may I die without a burial place. Chu Feng slammed his head heavily against the hall floor, instantly cracking the granite tiles beneath him. This Chu Feng is quite shrewd after all. The 9-tailed half-demon clan was wiped out by the Fox Elder. There should still be some old and weak women and children left in the clan. It is said that the women of the 9-tailed half-demon clan are seductive and charming, full of allure. As for the remnants of Thunderbolt Manor's forces, this prince will grant them to you as well. You may simply swallow them all up. Lin Xuan said casually. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, the people in the great hall of the Shangqing sect could not help but change their expressions drastically. The Grand Elder of the Shangqing sect and the others looked at Chu Feng with unconcealable envy. After all, for any force, what could be more tempting than annexation? This was simply too enticing. The Dongxian divine continent possessed the Yunling and the 9 heavens, Shangqing sect 2 of the 9 great Tao lineages. Yet the saying 1 academy 7 sects 12 peaks among the 9 great Tao lineages was already a thing of the past. Over the past few decades, various great powers had risen. Aside from a few top-ranked lineages among the 9 great Tao lineages, the remaining ones had long lost their former glory. The Tingfeng Pavilion, led by Chu Feng, had originally been inferior in overall strength to Yunling and the Shangqing sect. But after today, it would likely ascend to the foremost Tao lineage of the Dongxian divine continent. Yunling and the Shangqing sect would find it impossible to catch up. Thank you, Saint Prince. Thank you, Saint Prince. Chu Feng was overjoyed. Kneeling before Lin Xuan, his expression grew resolute, as if he had made a decision. Chu Feng reached out, slowly lifted Lin Xuan's foot, and placed it upon the back of his own head. He then knelt before Lin Xuan with his head bowed, expressing his loyalty. This was the most loyal gesture of submission in the Dongxian divine continent, combined with Chu Feng's earlier oath. Everyone knew that Chu Feng's loyalty to Lin Xuan was absolute and wholehearted. Ha ha ha. Lin Xuan's laughter was hearty and resounded through the entire Shangqing sect. Let today's matters end here. I am weary, and this prince must rest. Lin Xuan waved his hand and spoke. Then with long brisk strides he left the great hall of the Shangqing sect. Yun Yin and Ling Qing exchanged a glance and quickly followed. The martial artists remaining in the great hall of the Shangqing sect looked at one another in bewilderment. Ahem. Brother Chu, since this matter is concluded, why not stay and rest here in the Shangqing sect for now? You can leave tomorrow. Seeing that Chu Feng had pledged loyalty to Lin Xuan and had already become Lin Xuan's man, the Grand Elder turned to Chu Feng, forced the most amiable smile possible, and said to him, "Very well. I graciously accept." Chu Feng rose to his feet, feeling not the slightest shame over his earlier behavior. On the contrary, he now felt filled with pride at being Lin Xuan's servant. What was so bad about being a dog? Woof woof woof. Brother Chu, your future is boundless. Although the Dongxian divine continent cannot compare with other provinces, the Tingyun Pavilion stands out as a unique branch. In the future, you must not forget to support this old man. The Grand Elder's wrinkles bunched together as he flattered Chu Feng. Hey, Grand Elder, you flatter me. Your sect's young master now following the Saint Prince truly has boundless prospects. Chu Feng replied with a cupped fist salute. The two of them traded compliments, engaging in a wave of mutual flattery. After the three great powers came to probe Lin Xuan's true strength, Shen Macho returned from the ancestral grounds of the Shangqing sect, bringing with her Hua Rong, the heavenly physician and demonic hand. They heard about what had transpired during that time. Even Hua Rong was utterly astounded. Just what kind of monster is this Lin Xuan? At Haimu Cliff his martial path was severed, and he was merely at the first level of martial disciple. In just a few short months, he has actually become a martial ancestor powerhouse, and even defeated the leaders of the three great powers. Hua Rong was shaken to the core. He was dumbfounded. Yet the more mysterious and powerful Lin Xuan appeared, the stronger Hua Rong's curiosity toward him grew. Hua Rong even wanted at this very moment to tie Lin Xuan up and study him as a living specimen. Her Majesty the Empress pays close attention to Lin Xuan. It's time to report this matter to Her Majesty the Empress. Hua Rong forcibly suppressed his urge to study Lin Xuan and retrieved an array talisman. This talisman was called a message transmission array talisman. It was a talisman mainly used by the Tianma Palace for long-distance communication. To Her Majesty, it has already been several months since I departed the Tianma Palace. The Saint Prince Lin is perfectly well. His cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the martial ancestor realm. What is more, he is rumored to possess the primordial chaos body, unique since time immemorial. Today, he even defeated the leaders of the major sects in the Dongxian divine continent and has nearly unified Dongxian. Hua Rong wrote at length, recording Lin Xuan's achievements on the array talisman. After writing down Lin Xuan's glorious achievements, Hua Rong fell into thought. He felt that he had been far too kind to Lin Xuan. Hey, you brat, you won't let me study you. However, the Saint Prince Lin is young and hot-blooded, full of vigor. In Dongxuan, he has taken in 2 maidservants, each of distinct temperament, both of breathtaking beauty. Your old servant wished to dissuade him, but my words carry little weight. I trust your Majesty will be fully informed. Hua Rong flourished his brush and immediately revealed an extremely lewd smile. Ha ha ha. Your old servant is utterly loyal. On Blackwood Cliff stood the demonic heaven palace. Inside its secret chamber, the heartless demon Emperor Feng Yue was cultivating cross-legged when she suddenly sensed a radiant glow emanating from her storage ring. Feng Yue cycled the supreme forgetfulness great Tao through a full revolution, let her true qi settle into her dantian, and slowly exhaled. The realm beyond the martial emperor is far too difficult to reach. According to my master, it is the venerable realm. Unfortunately, even my master never set foot into that realm. A trace of regret flickered across Feng Yue's face. For Feng Yue, endowed with extraordinary talent and empowered by successive demon emperors' legacy, had become a supreme martial emperor at a remarkably young age. Yet breaking through to the venerable realm in the Kanglan realm was undoubtedly too difficult. Surpassing the martial emperor here was nearly tantamount to becoming a deity. It is said that among the righteous path there are peerless prodigies who have lain dormant for years, all for a decisive battle against my demonic heaven palace. 3 years ago, the primordial sacred body and the human sovereign body fought against me. Though I defeated those two, they were rescued by the old monsters of the orthodox traditions. Now that 3 years have passed, those two great prodigies have likely grown to a terrifying degree. Feng Yue's beautiful eyes shimmered with contemplation as she pondered inwardly. Whether for myself or for the demonic heaven palace, I must break through beyond the martial emperor. Feng Yue's unmatched brilliance overshadowed all others across the entire Kanglan realm. None could rival her. In an instant she perceived her true heart and steeled her martial Tao heart. Yet when the thought of "for myself" crossed her mind, an exceedingly rare blush appeared on Feng Yue's cheek. In the first half of her life as the Empress of the Demonic Heaven Palace, she ruled over the 72 caverns of the demonic path, living for the sake of demonic cultivators. In the latter half she wished to surpass the martial emperor realm, all to be with Lin Xuan forever. After all, with the supreme forgetfulness great Tao at the martial emperor realm, she could never be together with Lin Xuan. Ahem, that scoundrel disturbing my peace of mind. Thinking of Lin Xuan's handsome, yet roguish face, Feng Yue felt her heart stir. Her storage ring flashed, revealing a transmission talisman. This transmission talisman was identical to one in Huarong's possession. Feng Yue infused it with a stream of true qi. The talisman immediately began to glow, revealing its contents. For your majesty's personal perusal. As Feng Yue read what Huarong had written about Lin Xuan, her tender heart suddenly tightened. Chaos body. I never expected Lin Xuan to possess the chaos body. If he truly does, then what need is there to fear the primordial sacred body or the sovereign body? A flicker of joy flashed through Feng Yue's eyes. However, it swiftly vanished from her gaze. For Feng Yue knew that the chaos body was extremely rare with no distinctive features. It existed only in legends. Moreover, even if Lin Xuan possessed the unparalleled chaos body, he would still need time to grow. After all, any innate constitution merely represented potential. If it never matured, it would be nothing but a joke. There is too little time. If Lin Xuan were given 5 years, sweeping the entire Kanglan realm would be no challenge. What a pity. Feng Yue parted her vermilion lips and sighed. Still, Feng Yue was not overly disappointed. After all, she had never really counted on Lin Xuan to alleviate the demonic Heaven Palace's current predicament. For her, merely hearing that the man she loved had achieved such greatness was already more than enough. Feng Yue continued reading the rest of Huarong's message. Soon, however, her expression turned increasingly grim. 2 maidservants. Feng Yue's willow brows lifted, and her ordinarily calm state of mind was suddenly flooded with boundless rage. How dare he do such a thing behind my back? No. The affectionate look Lin Xuan gave me before could not have been an act. They are merely maidservants after all. It is nothing. Yet with 2 women at Lin Xuan's side, I truly cannot rest easy. Could it be that Lin Xuan no longer loves me? Feng Yue's heart became a tangled mess. Her consciousness seemed to split into 2 small figures arguing endlessly. On one hand, she trusted Lin Xuan, for his earlier confession had been truly moving. On the other hand, she could not help feeling uneasy. At this moment, Feng Yue had utterly lost the bearing of a supreme empress. She was nothing more than a love-struck maiden blinded by concern. She was only a step away from plucking flower petals to decide Lin Xuan's fate. Who? What am I even? In this world, what woman could possibly outshine me? Lin Xuan merely took in 2 maidservants. It is not as if he married 2 wives. After a long while, Feng Yue's heart finally calmed. It was not for any other reason, but simply because she had absolute confidence in her own allure. Feng Yue pondered for a moment, then reached out and slowly wrote on the talisman, "Keep watch on this matter. Should Lin Xuan ever cross the line, report it to me at once." Having done this, Feng Yue's heart was still in turmoil. She had no choice but to forcibly cycle the supreme forgetfulness great Tao to regain peace of mind, then immersed herself in closed-door cultivation. Though she possessed supreme martial cultivation, she still had the heart of a young maiden. It must be said, encountering Lin Xuan was truly meeting her destined tormentor. At first sight outside Blackwood Cliff, a single meeting with Lin Xuan sealed her fate for a lifetime. There was simply no logic to it. 9 Heavens Supreme Purity Sect. Huarong received Feng Yue's reply from the transmission talisman. The smile on his face grew even more. These 3 exclamation marks convey Her Majesty's fury. Hell, Lin Xuan, you brat, if you dare cross the line in the slightest, don't blame me for being unmerciful. Huarong tightened his sheepskin coat and crouched in wait outside the Phoenix Dance Pavilion, locking his spiritual sense firmly onto the pavilion, all to keep watch over Lin Xuan. Yet Lin Xuan was well aware of this. Bearing the devouring origin creation scripture, he possessed the keenest perception of power. Even back at the martial spirit realm, he could detect Huarong. Now that he had advanced to martial ancestor, Huarong's hiding place could not escape Lin Xuan's senses. Lin Xuan looked at the 2 beautiful maidservants beside him and could not help but sigh. No greater torment existed in this world. Your Highness, why do you sigh for no reason? Ling Qing, puzzled by Lin Xuan's sigh, could not help but ask. Lin Xuan gave Ling Qing a look, momentarily at a loss for how to explain. It was not as if he could tell Ling Qing that he was burning with desire, yet had no way to relieve it. Forget it. I won't speak of it. You wouldn't understand. Lin Xuan shook his head. The 2 women exchanged a glance and remained silent. In their eyes, Lin Xuan was unfathomably profound, as since he chose not to speak, they would not presume to ask. Earlier I promised to help you unravel the supreme purity spirit seal within your body. Here is a method. Take it. Cultivate it daily, and the spirit seal within you will gradually transform into your primal source power. Lin Xuan glanced at Ling Qing. His storage ring flashed, and he produced an ancient tome, pressing it into Ling Qing's hands. Ling Qing's eyes lit up at Lin Xuan's words. Supreme pure immortal art. She took the ancient tome, and seeing the characters written on it, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Flipping through it briefly, Ling Qing was shaken to her core, waves of shock surging within her like a towering tsunami that refused to subside. This supreme pure immortal art was a heaven-rank, first-grade martial art. Yet it was no ordinary martial art either. This cultivation method had actually evolved from the immortal cultivation techniques of the cultivation world 10,000 years ago. If fate allowed in the future, one could even evolve the supreme pure immortal art into the supreme nine heavens divine art, transforming one's martial true chi into true primordial essence, and pursuing immortality would likewise be within reach. Thighs. This is far too precious. Ling Qing's heart thumped wildly as she hurriedly shook her head at Lin Xuan. After all, for Ling Qing, this technique was perfectly suited to her sect's cultivation methods, and she could begin cultivating the moment it touched her hands. Moreover, this art could continuously unearth the supreme pure spirit seal within her enough to let her soar to the heavens in the days ahead. The holy prince Lin Xuan casually tossed out a heaven-rank cultivation art. Such extravagance was truly overwhelming, and Ling Qing felt both honored and flustered. If a heaven-rank technique were to leak out, countless beings across the Kanglan realm would surely go mad for it. This prince never takes back what he gives. If you don't want it, then throw it away. Lin Xuan waved his hand and said coolly. His tone was calm, yet every word carried an onion. Lin Xuan had perfectly played the role of a domineering CEO in a fantasy world. Seeing him like this, Ling Qing dared not say another word. She could only store the supreme pure immortal art into her ring. Her cheeks flushed red as she occasionally raised her head, stealing shy glances at Lin Xuan. Clearly, for any woman who could refuse a domineering CEO of mysterious origins, formidable backing, and overwhelming strength, who casually slaps a heaven-rank cultivation art in your face over the slightest disagreement. Ling Qing stared at Lin Xuan's handsome features and felt herself growing dizzy. She even felt that she had completely fallen for his bearing and appearance. Ding! The fortune-favored maiden Ling Qing's affection for you has risen from gratitude unto tears to devotion unto death. Congratulations, host. You have received 1,000 villain points. The system notification sounded at that moment. Lin Xuan smiled faintly. Although the supreme pure immortal art was a heaven-rank technique, it was after all merely a fragment of the supreme nine heavens divine art. Lin Xuan had spent his remaining few hundred villain points to exchange for this technique, never expecting such a remark. Ling Qing's affection for him had already reached the level of devotion unto death, earning Lin Xuan 1,000 villain points in return. Another profit. Yun stood off to the side, pouting as she watched the scene, a sour feeling welling up in her heart. Yet she dared not question Lin Xuan's decisions. After all, Yun was merely Lin Xuan's maidservant. Holy Prince, is the upper realm truly so cruel? In the eastern Xian divine province over 100 years ago, the nine-tailed ancestor was a towering figure. After going to the upper realm, he ended up as merely an old slave of the Hanlin sacred court. After accepting the supreme pure immortal art, Ling Qing sank into brief contemplation before asking Lin Xuan. Hearing this, Yun also looked at Lin Xuan with great curiosity. Both Ling Qing and Yun were outstanding figures of the supreme pure sect and the Cloud Ridge respectively. Although the nine-tailed ancestor had lived over a century ago, they had still heard of his legendary experiences. A figure so legendary in the Kanglan realm, yet faded so tragically upon reaching the upper realm. It could not help but make one sigh with regret. Seeing the curious gazes of Ling Qing and Yun, a smile crept onto Lin Xuan's lips. The upper realm is ultimately something Kanglan realm cannot compare with. Over the years, the powerful cultivators of Kanglan realm have wished to ascend by riding the clouds, shattering the void, and reaching the upper realm. What they seek is none other than stepping into a higher realm, isn't it? Precisely because matters of the upper realm are too secretive, the martial cultivators of Kanglan realm still believe the upper realm is a paradise to yearn for. In truth, it is an even greater battlefield where one misstep plunges you into an abyss of utter ruin. Precisely because Kanglan realm does not understand the upper realm, people always project beautiful fantasies onto what they know nothing of. In reality, it is an arena of slaughter. Compared to that, the nine-tailed ancestor could be considered fortunate. Lin Xuan spoke with ease and confidence. People always impose beautiful fantasies upon the unknown. Hearing such a philosophical remark, the two women trembled involuntarily. At the same time, they could not help but feel a trace of fear toward the vast and magnificent upper realm. Holy Prince, why do you say the nine-tailed ancestor is a fortunate man? Yun fell silent for a moment, then still puzzled, asked Lin Xuan. The matter is simple enough. Think about it. Of all the people who ascend from the lower realm to the upper realm, do you truly believe every one of them is as lucky as the nine-tailed ancestor? If they are demons, they may be reduced to mounts or even food. If they are humans, the men are demoted to slavery, and the women, how with looks like yours, they would become playthings. The nine-tailed ancestor, though he entered the Hanlin sacred court and became a eunuch serving the imperial house of Lin, at least had no worry for his life. Instead, he could borrow the power of the Hanlin sacred court to live comfortably and grasp resources for cultivation. Compared to others, he was already living like a god. But a dog is still a dog. As a slave of my imperial house of Lin facing me his master, he would not even blink if ordered to kill his own son. Lin Xuan let out a cold laugh, his tone calm. Yet behind that calm tone lay the exposed bloodshed and slaughter of the vast martial world. The strong are invincible, devouring the weak. Such was the Kanglin realm, and even more so the upper realm. Yun could not help but feel a pang of sorrow as she recalled the Cloud Ridge's ever-growing decline. In the end, when faced with the invasion of the Fire Cloud Cave and the Linghan Cave, the Cloud Ridge had no power to resist. If not for Lin Xuan, she would likely have become a tool for the demonic martial cultivators by now. Ling Qing was not much better off. Even with her talent, if she managed to break through to the martial emperor realm, shatter the void, and ascend to the upper realm, she would ultimately become an insignificant ant. That was undoubtedly a tragedy. Holy Prince, we must rely on the Holy Prince. Without the Holy Prince's protection, we would struggle to take even a single step in the upper realm. The two women exchanged a glance, silently making a decision in their hearts. They knew that if they shattered the void and ascended to the upper realm, it would be a tragedy. But Lin Xuan, although he was in the Kanglin realm, without the help of the Hanlin Sacred Court, in the upper realm, he was still the Holy Prince. Holy Prince, are you tired? Let me use the ant climbing the tree technique to relax you. Holy Prince, these grapes were transported from the northern desert. Let me peel one for you. Yun and Ling Qing smiled sweetly and charmingly, serving Lin Xuan with even greater devotion. Ha, good. Lin Xuan nodded. He did not think the two women were being opportunistic, for they were, after all, his maidservants, and it was only natural for them to have expectations of him. Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes and began to enjoy this emperor-like treatment. However, the two women were simply too close to him, and it was inevitable that swords would brush against spears. A wave of heat stirred within Lin Xuan. Unfortunately, that old dog Hua Rong had his spiritual sense locked onto Phoenix Dance Pavilion the entire time, leaving Lin Xuan deeply vexed. The next day, Chu Feng, the master of Listening Wind Pavilion, stood respectfully at the entrance of Phoenix Dance Pavilion. Under the scorching sun, he dared not move an inch. The Holy Prince must have been tired last night. He is young after all. Quite understandable. Since the Holy Prince has bestowed such fortune upon me, I ought to invite him into my Listening Wind Pavilion and honor him as a distinguished guest. I only hope the Holy Prince will not look down on my humble Listening Wind Pavilion. Chu Feng mused inwardly, his thoughts churning endlessly. With a creak, the doors of the Phoenix Dance Pavilion swung open. Lin Xuan stretched lazily, dark circles heavy beneath his eyes. The night before, Lin Xuan had cultivated the devouring origin creation scripture, refining in its entirety the true chi of the two martial ancestors, 7th-level experts Hu Tian and Lei Ba, which he had absorbed. In the end, Lin Xuan had also leaped from the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm into the 5th. He had not slept a single wink all night. Lin Xuan opened his mouth and yawned. Haha, Holy Crown Prince, quite the stamina. Chu Feng, seeing Lin Xuan emerge from the Phoenix Dance Pavilion, hurried forward, raised his thumb, and gave Lin Xuan a meaning-laden remark. Quite the stamina. Pavilion Master Chu, what do you mean by that? Lin Xuan was somewhat puzzled. One dragon with two phoenixes toiling away all night. I must say the Holy Crown Prince is not only formidable in talent and strength, his combat prowess in other arenas truly leaves this old man in awe. Chu Feng said, beaming as he cast Lin Xuan a suggestive glance. Lin Xuan mulled it over for a moment and suddenly understood. It turned out Chu Feng had gotten the wrong idea. However, Lin Xuan had no intention of clearing up the misunderstanding. After all, it represented a certain supreme glory of masculinity. Not bad, I suppose. From your words, Pavilion Master Chu, do you mean to say you lack stamina yourself? If so, I could impart to you a few techniques. They might not make you an undefeatable war god, but holding your own against 10 opponents would be no problem. A smile curved at the corners of Lin Xuan's lips as he spoke to Chu Feng. Hearing these words, Chu Feng broke out in a cold sweat and coughed awkwardly. Holy Crown Prince, your words. Though this old man may not match your vigor, I can still be called enduring. When it came to a man's honor, Chu Feng naturally would not admit defeat. Yet Chu Feng knew that Lin Xuan hailed from the upper realm and might possess some mystical arts. One can never have too many skills after all. Fearing Lin Xuan might regret his offer, Chu Feng pondered for a moment before adding, it's just that this old man has a friend who in this regard is hopelessly inadequate and feeble. If the Holy Crown Prince would be willing to offer a few pointers, this old man would be endlessly grateful on his friend's behalf. Lin Xuan rolled his eyes at Chu Feng. Goodness, a friend conjured out of thin air, was it? Enough of this. What business brings you here at such an early hour? Lin Xuan truly could not be bothered to trade more banter with that old lecher Chu Feng. He cut straight to the point. Holy Crown Prince, this time Tingfeng Pavilion has risen thanks to your support. On behalf of Tingfeng Pavilion, I would like to invite you to become our distinguished Supreme Elder. What say you, Holy Crown Prince? Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Chu Feng's expression immediately turned solemn. He cupped his hands in salute and spoke with utmost sincerity. This so-called Supreme Elder held an exalted status. Its seniority even surpassed that of sect masters, sovereigns, or pavilion leaders who served as the heads of orthodox lineages. Generally, only the most venerable ancestor-level figures of a lineage held in high esteem by all could assume such a position. It even carried the authority to depose the head of a lineage. By making Lin Xuan the Supreme Elder of Tingfeng Pavilion, Chu Feng clearly expressed the supreme standing Lin Xuan held within Tingfeng Pavilion. Moreover, as a guest Supreme Elder, Lin Xuan would not be burdened by the trivial affairs of the pavilion. From this, it was clear that Chu Feng truly did everything in his power for Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan looked at Chu Feng, smiled faintly, and nodded. All right. Chu Feng had mentally rehearsed more than 100 reasons to persuade Lin Xuan to accept the position of guest Supreme Elder. He had also imagined more than 100 ways Lin Xuan might react, but it never crossed his mind that Lin Xuan would agree so readily. What? Did I hear that right? Holy Crown Prince, you accept? Chu Feng's eyes went wide with shock as he mumbled, what else would I do? Lin Xuan shot Chu Feng a look. Huh. Then Holy Crown Prince, when might you grace Tingfeng Pavilion with a visit? After all, you are now our distinguished Supreme Elder. Chu Feng was overjoyed. Although he had already pledged his allegiance to Lin Xuan commanded the heavenly demon guards of the Demon Heavenly Palace, had the heavenly physician and demonic hand, Hua Rong, as his subordinate, and had also subjugated Yun Ling Shangqing Sect Linghan Cave and other forces. Chu Feng was afraid that Lin Xuan might not hold Tingfeng Pavilion in high regard. But now that Lin Xuan had agreed to become their guest Supreme Elder, their relationship was no longer ordinary. Seizing the moment, Chu Feng pressed his advantage and invited Lin Xuan to return to his own sect. Quite reasonable, was it not? We shall set out today, Lin Xuan said. Excellent. I will go make the arrangements at once. Chu Feng's face was wreathed in that old fellow with the corners of his mouth upturned and his steps light and airy, even walked with a jaunty sway while humming a little tune. Today is a good day. He looked utterly triumphant, as if riding the spring breeze with winged steps. Lin Xuan watched Chu Feng's departing back, shook his head and murmured, even if you, Chu Feng, had not invited me to Tingfeng Pavilion, I would still have made my way there myself. After all, within your gates resides a child of fortune, Yang Qi. Light surged within Lin Xuan's eyes. However, Lin Xuan still did not know which novel's male protagonist Yang Qi was. Had Lin Xuan known, he would have stayed up all night devising plan A, B, C, and D to start scheming against Yang Qi. For now, he could only wait until he reached Tingfeng Pavilion. Besides, Tingfeng Pavilion was extremely close to the mystic Beast Mountain range. In about a week's time, the great tomb of the Blood Demon Venerable would open. Lin Xuan had originally intended to enter the Blood Demon Venerable's tomb to seek a stroke of fortune and opportunity. Kill Lin Wu, seize the adventure. This was something Lin Xuan had been planning for a long time. Going to Tingfeng Pavilion first, then to the mystic Beast Mountain range. Perfectly arranged. When Lin Xuan was about to leave Shangqing's sect, the entire sect was shaken. Shin Macho and the three elders came to visit him, hoping to persuade him to stay a few more days. But Lin Xuan's mind was made up. The experts of Shangqing's sect dared not go against his will. The entire sect could only bid him a tearful farewell. Disciple, remember this: following the Holy Crown Prince is your supreme fortune. You must seize this opportunity. A figure like the Holy Crown Prince will surely have no shortage of women by his side in the days to come. Your master has faith in you that you will become the most important person in his heart. Shin Macho pulled Ling Qing aside and earnestly counseled her. Disciple obeys. Ling, even had Shin Macho not spoken, she already understood this. Especially after hearing of the ruthlessness of the upper realm, Ling Qing became even more aware that if she wished to soar to greatness, she could only cling close to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan was like the towering celestial wood that props up the heavens, while Ling Qing was like a delicate, resplendent rose. If she could not cling to Lin Xuan, she would be a plant without roots, unable to climb high. When it comes to matters between men and women, your master cannot counsel you much. Still, I have heard that to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. Your master has here a copy of 12 Flavors of Cuisine, which records the cooking methods of delicacies from the Kanglan realm. Take it and study it closely. Shin Macho took out a booklet and said to Ling Qing with great care. Ling Qing was stunned. She truly had not expected that her master, so cold and frosty, would also have studied the arts of romance. Master, you really keep hidden depths. Ling Qing could not help but exclaim in admiration. Meanwhile, the group boarded the Yuanwu war vessel and departed from Shangqing sect. They set course toward the mystic Beast Mountain range, their destination being Tingfeng Pavilion. As for the so-called Tingfeng Pavilion, as its name suggests, it is a place associated with the wind. On either side of Tingfeng Pavilion stand towering mountain ranges known as the Fengling Mountains. The Fengling Mountains are rich in flying heaven feather crystal, the fuel for the Yuanwu warship Lin Xuan had taken. This flying heaven feather crystal is imbued with wind-type power and has an ethereal lightness. When struck, it bursts forth with gale force. The Fengling Mountains rank among the largest producers of flying heaven feather crystal in the Dongxian Divine Province. At the far end of the Fengling Mountains lie the adjacent Xuanqiu Mountains. The Xuanqiu Mountains were also one of Lin Xuan's destinations on this journey. Because Tingfeng Pavilion is situated in a rift between the Fengling Mountains, it forms a natural valley. Owing to the air currents and the presence of flying heaven feather crystal, violent winds actually gather there. The name Tingfeng, listening to the wind, derives from this very phenomenon. Standing atop the warship, Lin Xuan gazed down at the beauty of Tingfeng Pavilion and could not help but sigh. Mountains collapse and cliffs shatter, heroes die, whose skyladder stone paths interlock. Above the towering summit turns back the sun-drawn chariots of the 6 dragons. Below, twisting rapids churn and surge through the river. What magnificence! The moment these words were spoken, the crowd aboard the Yuanwu warship wore varied expressions. Yun Yin and Ling Qing in particular had countless stars twinkling in their beautiful eyes. Ling Qing, who was more aloof by nature, said little. But Yun Yin could not restrain herself and exclaimed in admiration, "Holy Prince, what brilliant literary talent! Such verses are grand and majestic, leaving one utterly refreshed." Set against the perilous peaks and steep cliffs of the Fengling Mountains, they complement each other perfectly. Chu Feng nodded repeatedly. From somewhere he produced brush and paper and began recording the verses with great seriousness. As he wrote, he muttered to himself, "These lines are splendid. This old man must carve them onto a steel." Lin Xuan's face immediately broke into an awkward smile. These were lines from Li Bei's timeless masterpiece, The Difficulty of the Road to Shu. He had only been voicing his feelings, yet now he had become a plagiarist. Forget it, Lin Xuan was too lazy to explain. Boom. The Yuanwu warship thundered down. It landed in an open area within Tingfeng Pavilion. The disciples of Tingfeng Pavilion had long heard of Lin Xuan's fame and were now eagerly awaiting his arrival. Figures filled the grounds in a surging crowd. Lin Xuan led his party down from the Yuanwu warship. "Is this the Holy Prince Lin Xuan? So handsome. I've heard this Holy Prince is completely different from those who descended to the lower realm in the past. His innate talent is heaven-defying, and he might even possess the legendary Chaos Body. Forget the Chaos Body, what's more, he can command the Tianma Divine Guards of the Tianma Palace. Even martial king masters have to obey him. That's just going too far. Side comparisons will drive a man mad. To be honest, my handsomeness and the Holy Prince's handsomeness combined are enough to rock the entire Dongxian Divine Province. Oh, give it a rest. The Holy Prince's looks alone can shake Dongxian Divine Province. You're just excess baggage." Though Tingfeng Pavilion is not one of the 9 orthodox lineages of the righteous path, its power has been growing stronger over the years. It is already no weaker than the 9 heavens Shangqing sect, and even towers above Yunling. Poor Yunling has now become a second-rate power in the Dongxian Divine Province. Of course, that is only true if Lin Xuan does not intervene. Recently, Tingfeng Pavilion had in one stroke absorbed the 9-tailed half-demon lineage and the forces of Leitang Villa. Now its power had skyrocketed, with disciples numbering over 10,000. Lin Xuan couldn't help but shake his head wryly at the crowd's chatter. News traveled fast. Lin Xuan's feats already resounded throughout the entire Dongxian Divine Province. The disciples of Tingfeng Pavilion also knew that Lin Xuan had become the youngest guest supreme elder in the history of Tingfeng Pavilion. Thus, Lin Xuan's appearance here caused quite a stir. After all, no one wanted to miss the chance to get so close to their eyes. As he walked across the square of Tingfeng Pavilion, he saw dozens of martial platforms erected in the open area. Each platform covered 300 square meters, and the sheer number of them presented an awe-inspiring sight. "Chu Feng, why are there so many platforms here?" Lin Xuan was taken aback and asked Chu Feng. "Holy Prince, to tell you the truth, thanks to the Holy Prince's immense good fortune, Tingfeng Pavilion was able to absorb the 9-tailed half-demon lineage and Leitang Villa. Those among the 2 major forces who dared to resist have been thoroughly eliminated. The remaining disciples are all willing to submit to our Tingfeng Pavilion. These 2 forces' disciples are a mixed bag. Our Tingfeng Pavilion needs to classify them into 3 tiers: core disciples, inner disciples, and outer disciples. For this reason, a grand sect tournament was originally scheduled to begin today. However, since the Holy Prince promised to visit Tingfeng Pavilion, this old man sent word through secret arts and had the sect suspend the competition. Chu Feng explained in a confident manner, laying out the whole chain of events. It turned out that this grand sect tournament was brought about by the expansion of Tingfeng Pavilion's power. It had been arranged rather hastily. Be it the half-demons of the former 9-tailed half-demon lineage, the martial artists of Leitang Villa, or the native martial artists of Tingfeng Pavilion, all would participate in this great tournament. In fact, this was also because of Lin Xuan. Had Lin Xuan not decisively defeated the leaders of the 3 major Dongxian powers, Tingfeng Pavilion would never have organized this tournament. Lin Xuan nodded, finally understanding. Indeed, Tingfeng Pavilion had absorbed 2 major forces and gained a wealth of martial resources. But martial resources require a long time to be absorbed and digested before they can be transformed into true strength. The disciples of the two major forces are potential assets who can one day repay Tingfeng Pavilion in kind. Before that, however, Tingfeng Pavilion must still help these disciples grow. Depending on their strength and aptitude, they need to be assigned to different tiers. Disciples placed in higher tiers are entitled to more abundant martial resources. This is true not just in Tingfeng Pavilion, but in practically any martial power. To avoid disturbing the Holy Prince's rest, it would be no problem to postpone the tournament. Chu Feng beamed stepped closer and said to Lin Xuan. His face was brimming with the desire to claim credit. Lin Xuan shot Chu Feng a glare, thinking that he truly wanted to slap this peerless genius of the Kanglan realm to death. Damn it. I came to your Tingfeng Pavilion for the Child of Destiny. This tournament was the perfect chance to see the Child of Destiny in action, and you went and postponed it. Then you put on an air of wanting credit for it. Aren't you going too far? Through the merging of forces brings many tedious matters. The essence of sect affairs is the human heart. When hearts are restless, matters become hard to handle. As the saying goes, one fears not scarcity, but unevenness. If Tingfeng Pavilion postpones the tournament because of this prince and thereby affects the disciples' tier placements, within 3 days disciples from Leitang Villa or the nine-tailed half-demon clan are bound to feel aggrieved. Moreover, Tingfeng Pavilion disciples might bully the newly adopted outsiders. That would not be a good sign. Lin Xuan gave Chu Feng a deep look. Chu Feng's face immediately darkened. Was his flattery backfiring? If he slapped himself now, would it still be in time? Several Tingfeng Pavilion elders following behind Chu Feng could not help but nod repeatedly at Lin Xuan's words. They were all old foxes. How could they not see such a latent danger? Only the Holy Prince Lin Xuan's reputation was too overwhelming, so they didn't dare question Chu Feng's orders and could only keep their concerns to themselves. In truth, these old fellows all knew that the tier assessments brooked no delay. If things dragged on, the new disciples would become disaffected and disloyal, undermining stability within the sect. The elder's eyes rested on Lin Xuan with some surprise. His formidable background and heaven-defying talent were one thing, but this sovereign art of strategic planning, weighing options, and commanding subordinates for someone as young as Lin Xuan to see it with such penetrating clarity. This holy prince is extraordinary, truly uncommon. The elders of Tingfeng Pavilion were shaken to the core. This old servant is dull-witted. I thank the Holy Prince for your guidance. Chu Feng immediately bowed his head in acknowledgement. Let this great tournament proceed as scheduled. This will also give this prince the chance to witness the peerless brilliance of Tingfeng Pavilion's disciples. In this tournament, if someone rises unexpectedly and outshines all the rest, this prince shall grant a 9th-tier Earth-grade pill. Lin Xuan waved his hand grandly as he spoke. His voice was not particularly loud, but reinforced by the true chi of his devouring origin creation scripture, it was crystal clear, reaching the ears of all 10,000 people present. The first place winner will get a 9th-tier Earth-grade pill. Holy shit. Boom. The entire venue exploded instantly. That's just too damn generous. An Earth-rank 9th-grade elixir was enough to drive the countless disciples of Tingfeng Xian wild with desire. Not to mention the sect's high-ranking elders who were equally consumed with fervor. To be honest, if circumstances permitted, even they would have wanted to enter the arena and contend for first place. A heaven-rank elixir within the Kanglan realm possessed the heaven-defying power to shape fate, and every single Earth-rank elixir was priceless beyond measure. An Earth-rank 9th-grade elixir, of which even Tingfeng Xian had but a few, was enough to provoke a bloody storm. Awesome. Lin Xuan, the Holy Prince. He isn't just a Holy Prince, he's practically my own father. Too bad I'm too weak. I have no chance at first place. What a missed fortune. Brother Lin Xuan, hurry up and pelt me to death with an Earth-rank pill. This slave girl loves you to death. Maybe you Hylon will take first place. After all, she was originally a true disciple of the Pavilion Master and is undefeated among the disciples of our Tingfeng Xian. For a moment, the crowd of disciples on Tingfeng Xian's plaza wore fervent expressions and whispered to one another. Within the crowd, a young man in black battle robes with a resolute face clenched his fists tightly as he heard Lin Xuan's words. Earth-rank 9th grade. It's mine. The young man thought, his face filled with determination and decisiveness. This young man was none other than Yang Qi, the protagonist of the novel Sage King legend. Yang Qi rose from obscurity, hailing from a subordinate sect of Tingfeng Xian. In order to fly with the woman he loved, Yu Hailan, he had infiltrated Tingfeng Xian without hesitation and stolen the sect's treasured elixir. He gave it to Yu Hailan. In the end, he was abandoned by her and captured by Tingfeng Xian. By a twist of fate, Yang Qi awakened his golden finger and received a heaven-defying inheritance. Seeing that he possessed some talent, Tingfeng Xian did not take his life. Yang Qi continued cultivating in silence within Tingfeng Xian. Meanwhile, Yu Hailan, his childhood sweetheart, became the strongest disciple in the sect. After so many years of quiet obscurity, Yang Qi's strength had become rather terrifying. But he wanted to astound everyone with a single spectacular rise, and he knew that this Tingfeng Xian grand competition was his chance. Yu Hailon. Lin Xian's ears twitched hearing that name being discussed all around him. He knew this woman. She was the female villain of Sage King legend, merciless, ruthless, and scheming. Back then it was precisely she who had used Yang Qi. Unexpectedly, in this fantasy world, Yu Hailon had become the #1 disciple of Tingfeng Xian. Chu Feng heard Lin Xian murmuring the name Yu Hailon, then glanced at Yun Yin and Ling Qing behind Lin Xian. Chu Feng, old and wily as he was, suddenly thought of a possibility. Every time Lin Xian arrived at a sect, he would take away a peerless beauty to serve as his personal maid. Could it be that Lin Xian is interested in Yu Hailon? Holy crap! My Tingfeng Xian is about to soar. Chu Feng was thrilled. He felt that ever since he followed Hu Tian and Lei Ba on the expedition against Shangqing sect, his luck had begun to defy heaven. Now it was so strong that nothing could stop it. Reporting to the Holy Prince, Yu Hailon is a female disciple I took in. Her aptitude is extraordinary and her potential unrivaled. Though she cannot compare with the Holy Prince, she is still a genius found once in 10,000. It is said that she is also the reincarnation of a heavenly being from the upper realm. Chu Feng clasped his fists and introduced her to Lin Xian. The reincarnation of a heavenly being from the upper realm. Lin Xian was taken aback. Reincarnation of a heavenly being. That was a peculiar phenomenon. It appeared both in the Kanglan realm and in the upper realm. Some grand cultivators with heaven-defying power possess souls far stronger than ordinary martial artists. After death, their souls do not scatter. Some even retain partial memories and power from their previous life and are reborn. Therefore, they are called reincarnated heavenly beings. The heavenly being means a divine being. In comparison, a genius reincarnated as a heavenly being exceeds ordinary people by far from the moment of birth. Such a being naturally cannot be compared with ordinary martial arts geniuses. It was practically a cheat device. However, there were also disadvantages to being a reincarnated heavenly being. The path of martial arts emphasizes enlightenment of the Tao. A cup of water, clean and pure, is naturally able to travel farther and to absorb 100 rivers. A heavenly being, however, possesses 2 lifetimes of cultivation and memories. Although many such beings surge forward in the early stage and the latter stage, they are easily trapped in the realm of their previous life and find it difficult to break through. Yet in the Kanglan realm, the existence of a reincarnated heavenly being was already enough to be counted as the foundation of an entire sect. Memories concerning heavenly beings surged up in Lin Xian's mind. Chu Feng's eyes were more than sharp. He could tell that Lin Xian had fallen into deep thought. Immediately, Chu Feng's eyes darted and the corners of his mouth curled slightly into a smile. He felt that Lin Xian had probably tacitly admitted his interest in Yu Hailon. Men, right. The Holy Prince is young and hot-blooded, 2 aren't enough, so he wants 3. An obscene smile crept across Chu Feng's face, and he whispered into the ear of a gray-robed elder beside him. The gray-robed elder nodded and walked away from Chu Feng. Shortly afterward, he came back with a gentle and lovely young woman. This young woman had the kind of face that could topple kingdoms. Even rarer, Yu Hailon lived up to her name. Her bearing was like water, evoking affection and pity. In beauty, she was no weaker than Yun Yin or Ling Qing. Yun Yin's temperament was soft, Ling Qing's was cold. Yu Hailon, on the other hand, held a delicate fragility beneath her gentleness, much like Lin Daiyu. When Lin Xian saw Yu Hailon, he could not help nodding to himself and said, "Excellent." A single pear blossom outshines the crabapple, standing proudly above the crowd. Indeed worthy of a heavenly being. Seeing Lin Xian's satisfied expression, Chu Feng was even more convinced that his flattery had hit the mark, and he was ecstatic. This humble maiden thanks the Holy Prince for his gracious praise. This little bit of beauty of mine is hardly worthy of the Holy Prince's notice and far inferior to the grace of those 2 elder sisters. Yu Hailon curtsied to Lin Xian and spoke in a sweet, coquettish voice. When Yu Hailon spoke, it was like an oriole singing among green willows. Her mellifluous voice made everyone present feel their bones turn to jelly. Lin Xian's lips curled upward, his face brimming with delight. In appearance, Lin Xian looked like a young master infatuated with feminine beauty. In reality, whether it was Yun Yin or Ling Qing, each was a female lead in a power fantasy novel. Despite their different temperaments, they were good at heart. But this Yu Hailon, Lin Xian knew, was an out-and-out scheming vixen. Just perfect, I can use you. Lin Xian wore a lecherous, lovesick expression on his face, but in his heart, he was sneering coldly. He knew the most dangerous hunter always appears in the guise of prey. Yu Hailon was exactly that kind of hunter. However, Lin Xian was not the foolish Yang Qi who had been deceived by this woman. Lin Xian was confident he could toy with this tea-art master until she was finished. Yun Yin and Ling Qing heard Yu Hailon's words and modestly replied, "Sister flatters us. It is you who are the one whose beauty could topple cities." When this landed in Lin Xian's ears, he could only roll his eyes. Yu Halin's earlier words had clearly been hinting to Lin Xuan that she was younger and more valuable than Yun Yin and Ling Qing. And those two were still being so naive. Pavilion Master Chu, let the tournament begin. Now then, what place would be best for us to enjoy the tournament from? Lin Xuan rubbed his hands together and asked Chu Feng. He'll make preparations right away. Chu Feng hurriedly ordered his people to make preparations. Lin Xuan and the others arrived at a high platform. It stood fully 10 zhang above the ground, and from his elevated vantage point Lin Xuan could sweep the entire arena with his gaze. Yun Yin and Ling Qing followed behind Lin Xuan. Chu Feng had even prepared an exquisitely crafted throne for him, one that was incredibly spacious. Fine wine and delicacies were laid out. Yun Yin and Ling Qing peeled fruit and poured wine for Lin Xuan. Yu Halin, the tea art master, felt a twinge of dejection when she saw that Lin Xuan wasn't paying attention to her. Could it be? He isn't interested in me. That can't be. Was that look he gave me earlier just an act? Yu Halin's thoughts were suddenly in a turmoil. Yu Hailon was a reincarnated celestial being, mature of mind and deeply calculating. She had absolute confidence in herself and believed no man could ever escape her grasp. Halin, sit beside me. Let's watch the Tingfeng Pavilion tournament together. At that moment Lin Xuan's voice rang out. Hearing this, Yu Hailon couldn't help but feel pleased. Just as she expected. Yu Hailon pretended to be shocked, pressing her jade-like hand over her small cherry lips before speaking, but Hailon still needs to compete. As much as Hailon would love to accompany the Holy Prince, Hailon hopes to obtain that Earth-rank 9th grade pill through her own efforts. She then began to display her tea artistry with abandon. Ha ha ha, an Earth-rank 9th grade pill is nothing. I, the Holy Prince, can have as many as I want. Come. Lin Xuan raised a hand and vast true qi abruptly surged out from his dantian. The devouring origin creation sutra circulated, and in an instant Yu Hailon was drawn into Lin Xuan's arms. Yun Yin and Ling Qing's faces darkened. They had never imagined that this Yu Hailon could win Lin Xuan's affection so quickly. Chu Feng, standing nearby, was all smiles. Holy Prince, you're so awful. Yu Halin's cheeks flushed as she pretended to be bashful. Ha! Lin Xuan roared with laughter. He pulled Yu Hailon into his arms in one motion, his hands already starting to wander. Yu Hailon let out a coy feigned protest, but in her heart she sneered. Just as expected, men really are all pigs. No one can resist her charm. What, Holy Prince? Your tricks, your pills, and your treasures will all be mine. Yu Hailon secretly thought to herself. Lin Xuan was utterly unbridled, embodying the phrase wastrel young master to the fullest. Huarong stood to one side. Seeing this, a gleam flashed across Huarong's eyes. Ha, Holy Prince. He'll report everything to Her Imperial Majesty the Empress. You're done for. In truth, Lin Xuan only appeared frivolous. Inside, he was carefully scanning Yu Halin's life script. Name: Yu Hailon, daughter of fortune. Realm: martial ancestor, first layer, hidden cultivation base. Externally, she only reveals martial spirit, 9th layer, but at full power, she can even fight and kill a martial ancestor of the 7th layer. Extremely dangerous. Trait: the childhood sweetheart of Yang Qi, the child of fortune. She appears gentle and weak, but her mind is exceptionally shrewd. In her previous life, she was venerable Hailon of the upper realm, vicious, venomous, and fond of seizing the fortunes of others. Fortune points, 4,000. Though this woman is a daughter of fortune, she is a female villain. Therefore the protagonist may slay or suppress her to obtain fortune points. Like seizing other people's fortunes. Interesting. Isn't this running into a fellow professional? Lin Xuan sneered in his heart. Perhaps an ordinary nerd upon meeting someone like Yu Hailon could only weep and call her daddy. But Lin Xuan intended to teach Yu Hailon one thing: her daddy's daddy is called granddaddy. When the disciples of Tingfeng Pavilion saw what Lin Xuan was doing on the high platform, they were all dumbfounded. All of them had different expressions. Some were shocked, some envious, and some were jealous and furious. Damn it! How dare he toy with my goddess like this? I'm so mad. Lin Xuan, take your pig paws off her, and let me take over. A true man should live like this. The Tingfeng Pavilion disciples buzzed with discussion. Nevertheless, these murmurs were extremely faint. No one dared to rebuke Lin Xuan loudly. After all, between keeping one's life and being a quarrelsome contrarian, one's life was the more important. Yang Qi, hidden among the crowd of disciples, remained unmoved. Yu Hailon, that poisonous viper of a woman. Whoever gets tangled up with her is asking for trouble. Lin Xuan, you fool, shall drain you dry sooner or later. Yang Qi sneered to himself. Unlike Xiaohua and Lin Wu, Yang Qi had truly achieved no woman in the heart, and the blade is drawn with natural divine grace. He had no interest in women. Perhaps because Yu Hailon had hurt him too deeply. Therefore, when he saw Lin Xuan and Yu Hailon together, he felt not the slightest trace of anger. Instead, he took a certain malicious pleasure in it, certain that Lin Xuan would eventually be toyed to death by that poisonous woman. So what if he was the Holy Prince who shook the Dongxian divine province? He was still just an idiot. The Tingfeng Pavilion disciple tournament now begins. At Chu Feng's command, the crowd burst into motion. A host of elders busily made arrangements for the competition to start. Spurred on by the Earth-rank 9th grade pill that Chu Feng had put forward as a prize, every Tingfeng Pavilion disciple was brimming with resolve and eager to display their skills. Spurred on by the Earth-rank 9th grade pill that Chu Feng had put forward as a prize, every Tingfeng Pavilion disciple was brimming with resolve and eager to display. Lin Xuan watched the duels on the field rather listlessly and couldn't help yawning. He had no real interest in these disciples' matches. The only person he was interested in was Yang Qi, the child of fortune. But Yang Qi had not yet appeared. And after each match, every winning disciple, male or female, would show themselves off to Lin Xuan on the elevated platform. The male disciples puffed out their chests while the female disciples struck alluring poses. Unfortunately, Lin Xuan turned a blind eye to all of them. Yang Qi versus Yu Huai. Begin. An elder presiding over the competition gave the order. Two figures shot onto the fighting stage. Yu Huai. This man is said to be a genius second only to Yu Hailin, and his cultivation is close to hers. A martial spirit 9th layer expert. Yang Qi. Isn't he a disciple from one of Tingfeng Pavilion's branch lineages? A mere branch lineage disciple actually got matched against Yu Huai. What awful luck. Exactly. Yu Huai can even contend with Yu Hailin for the throne of the #1 disciple. Yang Qi probably won't even last one move. He'll lose in the first round, and at best become an outer disciple. Disciples who come up from the branch lines all have it hard. A pity. Yang Qi just doesn't have good luck. When the presiding elder announced the names of the two competitors, the Tingfeng Pavilion square immediately boiled over. Yang Qi. Lin Xuan's formerly languid demeanor vanished in an instant. Finally, you're here. Good thing I didn't give up. Lin Xuan sat up straight, his expression solemn. Yu Hailin, sitting beside Lin Xuan and half leaning against his chest, noticed him abruptly become serious and her brows furrowed. Why does the Holy Prince seem so fixated on this match? Could there be something here that merits the Holy or someone? Yu Hailin mused silently. But on the surface she concealed her thoughts very well. With her exceptional intellect, she knew that Lin Xuan, given his status, could casually offer even an Earth-rank 9th grade pill as a prize. What could possibly interest a man like him? There must be a hidden reason behind this. Yu Hailin sneered inwardly. At this moment in her eyes, Lin Xuan was a walking treasure trove. In order to strip Lin Xuan bare, she knew she could not afford to let any opportunity slip by. On the arena, two youths stood facing each other. Yu Huai was clad in white robes with a long sword strapped to his back. His whole being seemed like an unsheathed sharp sword intent surging into the heavens. Yang Qi, by contrast, stood with hands clasped behind his back, empty-handed, dressed in a black martial suit. He appeared outstanding and aloof. One in black and one in white, the pair looked especially striking on the arena. Junior brother Yang, concede now. I do not wish to hurt you, Yu Huai said to Yang Qi in a detached tone. Though his words were aimed at Yang Qi, he did not even look at Yang Qi. Instead, his gaze was fixed upon Lin Xuan and Yu Hailin on the high platform. In Yu Huai's view, Yang Qi did not even qualify to be called his opponent. After all, with his strength, Yu Huai had long since secured his position as the second disciple of Tingfeng Pavilion. Apart from Yu Hailin, no other disciple was a match for Yu Huai. But now Yu Hailin had been favored by Lin Xuan. For Yu Huai, this was hardly a good sign. Yu Hailin had latched onto a powerful patron, making his future prospects ever more immeasurable. If Yu Huai wished to surpass him, he would have to distinguish himself before Lin Xuan and thereby obtain the cultivation resources Lin Xuan bestowed. Senior brother, you do not underestimate the enemy, Yang Qi said with a faint smile. The jeers from below the arena seemed not to reach his ears at all. Stubborn fool. Yu Huai shook his head. Without wasting words, he said, be careful, junior brother Yang. Before Yu Huai's words faded, true qi surged beneath his feet, and a profound footwork arose from his steps. His feet seemed to turn illusory, even giving rise to traces of sword hum. Sword step, dragon's roar. Senior brother Yu Huai's sword comprehension has reached such a level. Unity of man and sword. In my opinion, senior brother Yu Huai could easily defeat Yang Qi even without drawing his sword. As Yu Huai executed the sword step dragon's roar footwork, the entire arena once again erupted in gasps of astonishment. Lin Xuan even saw Chu Feng beaming with smiles and nodding repeatedly, murmuring, this Yu Huai may not be as gifted as Yu Hailin, but his will is unyielding and persistent. A rare genius. Natural talent is certainly important, but a martial heart is even more important. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Lin Xuan could tell that in Chu Feng's heart Yu Huai's standing was actually even higher than Yu Hailin's. Lin Xuan also nodded, inwardly agreeing with Chu Feng's words. The martial heart. It cannot be seen or touched, yet it determines how high a person can rise. Those of truly stunning brilliance are never constrained by bloodline or innate gifts. Take for instance the legendary ruthless emperor, who with an ordinary mortal body absorbed the power of countless bloodlines and step by step attained a supreme throne. The martial heart is the foremost necessity for any martial cultivator. If the Tao heart remains unbroken, one is unmatched in the world, and all myriad arts stand firm. Meanwhile, on the arena, the great battle was about to erupt. Yu Huai's figure moved with incredible speed. In a single breath, he was already before Yang Qi. Clearly, he did not wish to injure his junior brother. He then extended his fingers, using them as a sword, intending to blast Yang Qi off the arena and be done with it. Swish! As Yu Huai thrust forth his finger sword, the faint sound of a roaming dragon echoed. Sword Qi gathered upon his two fingers. The moment Yu Huai unleashed his finger sword, everyone knew the contest was over. I have endured in hiding for so long that finally, I no longer need to conceal my strength. Yang Qi suddenly raised his head and looked at Yu Huai, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Why had Yang Qi stopped concealing his strength? Because Lin Xuan was present at this grand competition. Lin Xuan had casually taken out an Earth-grade 9th rank pill. What did that imply? It meant that the cultivation resources in Lin Xuan's hands were staggering beyond belief. Yang Qi harbored resentment toward Yu Hailan, and he had seen Yu Hailan attach himself to Lin Xuan. Yang Qi knew that if he failed to make Lin Xuan take notice of him, this time the gap between them would only widen in the future. In this regard, Yang Qi and Yu Huai harbored the same thought. With this thought, Yang Qi resolved to suppress Yu Huai directly with overwhelming thunderous force. Only by doing so could he shock the entire arena. Divine Elephant Suppressing Hell Art. 7th layer, Sovereign Body. Yang Qi suddenly let out a furious roar. Boom. Behind Yang Qi, an enormous dragon elephant phantom abruptly materialized. The dragon elephant was a supreme fierce beast that combined two primary powers. In the way of brute force, dragons reigned supreme in water and elephants were unmatched on land. The divine elephant suppressing hell art cultivated the power of the divine elephant, requiring one to pass through 4 stages: giant elephant, dragon elephant, primal elephant, and divine elephant. At present, Yang Qi had already reached the dragon elephant level. Moreover, the divine elephant suppressing hell art contained 22 transformations of creation, and Yang Qi was able to unleash the 7th level, the sovereign body. When the sovereign body was unleashed, Yang Qi's flesh instantly blazed with waves of divine radiance saturated with divinity. At that moment, it seemed Yang Qi was no longer a mortal, but a true deity walking the mortal world. Boom. A mighty pressure swept across the arena in massive waves roaring like mountains and seas. Such pressure. The crowd turned pale with shock. The power Yang Qi had just erupted with far surpassed the martial spirit realm. It was even more terrifying than an ordinary martial ancestor. Yu Huai was greatly alarmed, his body trembled, as a foreboding premonition took root in his heart. Crack, crack, crack. Yu Huai's finger's word struck Yang Qi squarely between the brows. Yet Yang Qi showed no reaction at all. Is this all you've got? Yang Qi said calmly. With the sovereign body activated, his physical form was overwhelmingly powerful. Even among martial ancestors, few could oppose him. Yu Huai was deeply shocked. Only now did he realize that Yang Qi, a disciple who seemed unremarkable, actually possessed heaven-defying methods. Impressive skill. Then watch this sword of mine. Yu Huai knew at once that he could no longer hold back. The opponent before him was far too formidable. If he did not go all out, he would surely be the one defeated. Yu Huai vibrated his true qi and struck behind his back. Swish! The long sword behind him pierced straight into the heavens. Courtyard snow buried me to the waist, yet could not kill me. Now I turn into an azure dragon of rain. Azure dragon sword. A long cry tore from Yu Huai's mouth. True qi surged from his body like rain, and in an instant the raindrops of true qi condensed into an azure dragon of sword qi. The dragon roared as sword qi pierced through the air, blasting toward Yang Qi. Yang Qi stood motionless in place. Having cultivated the divine elephant suppressing hell art to the 7th level, Yang Qi had already surpassed what martial spirit cultivators could comprehend. Yang Qi rarely fought at full strength, but he knew that if he were to unleash his full power, few among martial ancestors, unless they were experts of the upper 3 tiers, would be able to match him. Sovereign's eye, Yang Qi murmured. The next moment, with the sovereign body, active divine radiance suddenly burst from Yang Qi's brow. The boundless divine radiance came down like a curtain draped across the heavens. The sovereign's eye on Yang Qi's forehead looked like the eye of a true god. Even the azure dragon sword that Yu Huai had unleashed, every move, every trace of true qi, crumbled and dissolved in that instant. The divine elephant suppressing hell art was a supreme cultivation technique. The sovereign's eye was terrifyingly powerful as well. It was just that Yang Qi's current cultivation was too weak. If he were to cultivate the divine elephant suppressing hell art to a profound depth, he could even use the sovereign's eye to see through all falsehood under heaven, leaving anything hidden unable to escape his sight. A miserable cry rang out. Yu Huai dropped to his knees before Yang Qi, clutching his shoulder tightly. Where his right shoulder had been, there was only a mass of blood and flesh. One arm had vanished without a trace. So weak and still putting on airs in front of me. Yang Qi sneered abruptly, lashing out with a kick that sent Yu Huai crashing to the ground. Then he planted his foot upon Yu Huai's body. Yang Qi raised his head and looked toward Lin Xuan, strutting like a victorious rooster flaunting his prowess. Yu Huai? Actually lost. How could this be? No, this is impossible. How could Yu Huai lose to an insignificant nobody? Blast it. If Yang Qi had won, so be it, but why did he have to strike with such lethal force? Senior brother Yu Huai dedicated his entire life to the way of the sword with a pure and unassuming heart, seeking nothing but the ultimate strength. He treated his fellow disciples with courtesy and respect. Is Yang Qi some kind of demon? He's too ruthless. Damn it. Yang Qi, I've shoveled more dung in my life than the filth you've eaten, yet I've never seen a venomous wretch like you. In an instant, the entire square of the Listening Wind Pavilion erupted in an uproar. Yu Huai was a man of wide friendships, honoring the elderly and cherishing the young, always ready to help his fellow disciples, and deeply reverent toward his masters and elders, a model three good youth of the Listening Wind Pavilion. Yet Yang Qi had crippled his arm with a single strike. Yu Huai cherished his sword as his very life. This was more agonizing to him than death itself. Thus Yang Qi's actions ignited the fury of the crowd. Everyone glared at Yang Qi with murderous intent, wishing they could slice him into 10,000 pieces. Despicable. This bastard's hand is ruthless beyond belief. Chu Feng gnashed his teeth, the armrest of his chair groaning and cracking under his crushing grip. A martial ancestor elder with fiery red hair, seeing Chu Feng's overwhelming wrath, hastily spoke up. Pavilion Master, please calm your anger. This Yang Qi possesses such heaven-defying combat prowess. He is a rare talent. Yu Huai has already been crippled. That is destiny. Now that our Listening Wind Pavilion has annexed the nine-tailed half-demon clan and Thunder Mountain Manor, we need precisely a disciple like Yang Qi to lead the masses. Chu Feng's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at the red-haired elder, grinding his teeth. Elder Windfire, are you saying this matter should simply be dropped? Within the Listening Wind Pavilion, Elder Windfire's status was second only to Chu Xian's, and he was even older than Chu Feng. He felt not the slightest fear because of Chu Feng's position as Pavilion Master. Elder Windfire raised his head and said expressionlessly, fists and feet have no eyes. This is fate. Lose Yu Huai and gain a rising Yang Qi. This is a blessing, not a curse. Chu Feng was displeased. After all, Yu Huai was his personal disciple. Beyond the interests of the sect, Chu Feng shared a genuine bond of affection with him. Could sheer talent trample over good and evil? Unfortunately, aside from Chu Feng, all the other elders of the Listening Wind Pavilion sided with Elder Windfire. Chu Feng stood alone against the tide. This pitiable pavilion master looked as if he were on the verge of sparking a coup. Yet Yang Qi, watching all of this, was utterly unconcerned. As the saying goes, one jarring cry startles all. Since Yang Qi had chosen to reveal his cultivation, he intended to shake the entire Listening Wind Pavilion, and above all to leave Lin Xuan utterly astounded. His sole objective was Lin Xuan. He wanted Lin Xuan to appreciate him and thereby attach himself to this colossally wealthy patron. Yang Qi was well aware that crippling Yu Huai would enrage the entire sect. But so what? If one remained naively kind-hearted, that sort of person would be all too common. Since the Holy Prince could subdue the demon heaven palace of the devilish path, his temperament must far surpass these sanctimonious hypocrites of the righteous path. My ruthlessness will only make the Holy Prince regard me with greater esteem. Yang Qi stared straight at Lin Xuan, his heart surging with excitement. He was without a doubt the most calculating and cunning heir of destiny Lin Xuan had ever encountered. Even Lin Wu paled in comparison. Unfortunately, Yang Qi had guessed the beginning, but not the ending. By Lin Xuan's temperament, he would normally delight in someone as ruthless and merciless as Yang Qi. However, Lin Xuan was a born supreme villain, while Yang Qi was the chosen child of destiny. Their relationship was like that of cat and mouse, inherent adversaries. This fellow, clearly trying to get my attention. Lin Xuan glanced at Yang Qi and chuckled inwardly. If this man were not the child of destiny, Lin Xuan might have taken him into his fold out of amusement. But what a pity. Moreover, Yang Qi was the protagonist of the Divine Sage King's legend, cultivating the Divine Elephant, suppressing hell force. In the world of the Divine Sage King's legend, the Divine Elephant was created by the Supreme Sovereign, and the Sovereign's adversary was the Supreme, True Demon. Lin Xuan, who had currently cultivated the True Demon Myriad Tribulation indestructible body, had inherited the legacy of the Supreme, True Demon. Their opposition ran even deeper. Finally found you. Divine Elephant suppressing hell force. Once I destroy you, who else in the entire Kanglan realm could possibly restrain me? Murderous intent surged within Lin Xuan's eyes as he deliberately murmured those words. Yu Hailon lay in Lin Xuan's arms. Hearing this, a chilling glint flickered within her gaze. Restrain him. So this Yang Qi's cultivation art can actually restrain the Holy Prince. No wonder the Holy Prince has been so invested in this competition. So it was never for Yu Huai, it was for Yang Qi. Yang Qi, I never saw through you. You've been hiding this deeply. Back then I used you and thought you were nothing but a waste. Who could have imagined, huh? Yu Hailong mused silently, her eyes shifting subtly. Beneath her utterly enchanting exterior lay a heart steeped in venom. Holy Prince. Chu Feng suddenly knelt before Lin Xuan, interrupting his contemplation. What is it, Pavilion Master Chu? Asked Lin Xuan. Your Highness the Holy Prince, you serve as our Listening Wind Pavilion's honored Grand Supreme Elder with a status that even surpasses my own as Pavilion Master. This Yang Qi possesses extraordinary aptitude and monstrous combat power, but his methods are far too cruel. I beseech your Highness to decide whether this man should be punished. Chu Feng's face was flushed red as he posed this question to Lin Xuan. He had originally intended to slay Yang Qi and avenge Yu Huai, but the elders of the Listening Wind Pavilion overwhelmingly objected. Unable to bear the pressure of this decision all alone, Chu Feng had a flash of inspiration and placed the choice squarely into Lin Xuan's hands. At Chu Feng's words, the entire hall fell deathly silent. The elders of the Listening Wind Pavilion kept their mouths shut. Everyone knew Lin Xuan was the Holy Prince, commanding powerful masters of the Demon Heaven Palace and even martial king experts as his subordinates. In this region of Eastern Profound Divine Continent, annihilating the entire Listening Wind Pavilion would take no more than a single word from Lin Xuan. If he were to settle this matter, no one would dare raise any objection. Finally, after waiting all this time, the moment has arrived. Yang Qi's heart trembled. He knew it. After scheming for so long, this moment was finally approaching. If he could win the favor of the Holy Prince Lin Xuan, his rise would be meteoric. And perhaps one day I, Yang Qi, will slay you, Lin Xuan, and seize your power and resources for myself. Yang Qi's heart was flooded with elation as he began envisioning the future. Slay the Holy Prince, seize his place, ascend to the upper realm, and become the supreme sovereign. Lin Xuan smiled faintly. Everyone, do you happen to know the name of the cultivation art Yang Qi just displayed? Lin Xuan asked. Hearing this, everyone shook their heads. Hell, how the hell would they know? Was this some kind of game? Divine Elephant Suppressing Hell Force. Drawing its power from the ancient divine elephant, mysterious and unfathomable, it grants an invincible mortal body. This technique, I imagine, was not taught by your Listening Wind Pavilion. Lin Xuan asked once again. Divine Elephant Suppressing Hell Force. What a name. The crowd cried out in amazement. Just hearing the name alone felt extraordinarily imposing. Yang Qi's eyes flew wide open, his face a mask of utter disbelief. How can the Holy Prince know the name of my cultivation art? Impossible. This technique was created by the Supreme Sovereign himself. Even in the legendary upper realm, the Supreme Sovereign could not be placed in the eyes of any being. Yang Qi's heart sank. Vaguely, an ominous premonition arose within Yang Qi's chest. After a brief pause, Chu Feng raised his hand toward Lin Xuan and replied, The Holy Prince's eyes are truly discerning. This technique is something I have never heard of. It was certainly not taught by our Listening Wind Pavilion. But so what? Among warriors there are many blessed by fortune and opportunity. This seems only natural, does it not? I humbly asked the Holy Prince for his guidance. At these words, the crowd once again turned to Lin Xuan with puzzled expressions. In the martial world, opportunities arise endlessly. Even those who are not children of destiny possess extraordinary fortune. They encounter serendipitous encounters and turn their lives around. Stories like this are a dime a dozen. Thus, no one was particularly surprised by Yang Qi's cultivation of the divine elephant suppressing hell force. Perhaps he was simply lucky. After all, luck is also a part of strength. Lin Xuan looked at Yang Qi, their eye. Name Yang Qi, child of destiny, protagonist of Legend of the Saint King, a realm martial spirit, 9th layer concealed cultivation. In truth, a martial ancestor 4th layer expert, whose full strength can rival martial ancestor 7th or 8th layer powerhouses. Technique, divine elephant suppressing, hell force, fortune value, 5,000 points. Personality, unyielding and tenacious, skilled at biding his time. Having once been hurt by Yu Hailong, he harbors deep resentment toward matters of romance. When a man's heart holds no woman, his martial path naturally attains the divine. This child is utterly ruthless and devoid of sentiment. For us villains, occasionally doing a good deed is only reasonable, isn't it? Because this boy is too vicious, once his fortune value is suppressed below 2,000 points, the host can slay him outright, and it counts as ridding the world of a menace. Oh, it seemed that although Yang Qi was a child of destiny, his treatment was inferior to that of Xiaohua and Lin Wu. Before Lin Xuan's eyes unfolded Yang Qi's life script along with the system's annotations. For a moment, Lin Xuan felt like laughing. All he had to do was reduce Yang Qi's fortune below 2,000 points, and then he could kill him at will. Was that even a challenge for someone like him? It was too easy. Couldn't there be something with a bit more difficulty? Heh. Lin Xuan revealed a knowing, doting smile. Saint Prince. Chu Feng watched Lin Xuan laughing to himself, pondered for a moment, then cautiously, Oh, ahem. You are all people of the Kanglan realm, so you know little of the divine elephant. Legend has it that this divine elephant was created by the supreme sovereign who governs the boundless cosmos. The bloodline of the divine elephant runs deep. In the upper realm, there exists a spirit beast called the dragon elephant. The divine elephant suppressing hell force is a path of cultivation that advances step by step along the power of the divine elephant. Lesser elephant, dragon elephant, primal elephant, divine elephant. This Yangqi has already reached the dragon elephant realm. His physical body can rival the spirit beast dragon elephant. If he perseveres, he might even become a true god traversing the myriad realms, truly becoming a divine elephant. Lin Xuan spoke with eloquence, recounting the origins of the divine elephant suppressing hell force. Of course, Lin Xuan did not faithfully retell what was recorded in the novel. Instead, he fabricated secret histories of the upper realm. In truth, all of this was nonsense made up by Lin Xuan. A divine elephant, the supreme sovereign, even becoming a god. Hearing Lin Xuan's explanation, everyone's expressions shifted dramatically. Chu Feng's face turned deathly pale, and he involuntarily stepped back. To Chu Feng, he had strongly advocated for dealing with the ruthless Yangqi. But if what Lin Xuan said was true, Yangqi possessed such tremendous potential, then naturally, they could not punish Yangqi for the matter of Yuhuai. Pain. Damn it. Chu Feng closed his eyes in agony. Meanwhile, the many elders of Tingfeng Pavilion, led by Hua Feng, revealed faces brimming with ecstatic joy. After all, if Tingfeng Pavilion could produce a god, then in the future Tingfeng Pavilion status would rise alongside Yangqi. Dominating the Kanglan realm would become a trivial matter. Even ruling supreme in the upper realm was not impossible. Yangqi smiled faintly, a trace of astonishment in his eyes. Unexpectedly, this Saint Prince understands the divine elephant-suppressing hell force so well. It seems this man's depth is also unfathomable. However, I am the heir of the supreme sovereign, and shall one day transform into a divine elephant, a figure destined to become a god. Surely this Saint Prince is not foolish enough to oppose me. Surely this man is already plotting how to win me over. You Halen, relying on your beauty is nothing but a temporary advantage. In the eyes of a true overlord, women are mere playthings. Only investing in me can maximize the returns. Yangqi thought to himself, suddenly feeling that his rise was inevitable. He even began to fantasize about the day he would soar to glory. So intoxicating. So then, by the Saint Prince's reasoning, Tingfeng Pavilion should spare no effort in cultivating Yangqi. Chu Feng's expression darkened as he spoke with a sigh. No. Lin Xuan directly shook his head, speaking with absolute firmness. What? The moment Lin Xuan uttered, no, the entire hall erupted in a commotion. They could not quite understand what Lin Xuan meant by these words. Even Yangqi was stunned, frozen in place. Only Yu Hailan lowered her gaze, lost in thought. The divine elephant is a being that suppresses heaven and earth, a natural-born deity. As a god, it naturally cares nothing for the lives of ordinary mortals. Thus, when the divine elephant appears, mortals are but ants and countless lives are lost. The dragon elephant inheriting the divine elephant's bloodline is the same. 100 years ago, a dragon elephant appeared in the upper realm. It devoured mountains and rivers, destroyed the land, and within a single day it slaughtered 10 cities and 1 billion living beings, feasting on them as mere sustenance. The dragon elephant is cold and indifferent, believing everything in heaven and earth is merely a resource to aid its cultivation, including the lives of human martial artists. Therefore, to human martial artists, the divine elephant lineage is the mortal enemy. Although the divine elephant itself has never appeared in the upper realm, whenever a dragon elephant emerges, the combined might of several sacred dynasties is gathered at all costs to destroy it. Hep. Lin Xuan recounted these words in a low, grave voice, yet within that low voice was a thick, seething anger. His eyes gradually became bloodshot. It seemed that within Lin Xuan's gaze one could see a scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. This sight shook everyone present. Naturally, the people of the Kanglan realm knew nothing of affairs in the upper realm. Yet Lin Xuan's performance made them believe it all. No, you're slandering me. Slandering me. Yangqi snapped back to reality, his expression drastically changing as he suddenly roared at Lin Xuan. Slandering you? Heh, Yangqi, don't think you can fool everyone. You are a monstrous beast in human form, the mortal enemy of our human race. A dog can't change its habit of eating filth. Don't think you can hide this from me. Pavilion Master Chu, if Tingfeng Pavilion wishes to be devoured wholesale by Yangqi in the future, then, by all means, cultivate him. However, as the Saint Prince of the human race, this boy absolutely cannot be allowed to live. Lin Xuan suddenly rose to his feet, a sharp gleam flashing through his eyes. A formidable aura exploded forth. The presence of the supreme, true demon swept toward Yangqi. Yangqi staggered back, 3 steps, crushed by Lin Xuan's overwhelming pressure. He collapsed directly to his knees, sweat pouring endlessly from his brow. Lin Xuan, you bastard, you're framing me. He'll kill you. Kneeling on the ground and enduring the ultimate humiliation, Yangqi felt every shred of reason in his mind shatter into pieces. His eyes wide with fury, he roared ceaselessly at Lin Xuan. I never imagined that my Tingfeng pavilion harbored such a beast in disguise. Fortunately, the Saint Prince's fiery, discerning eyes saw through this fiend's true origins. Otherwise, my Tingfeng pavilion would have become a sinner against the human race. Yangqi, no wonder you showed such cruelty toward Yu Huai earlier. It was your brutal nature all along. Chu Feng clenched his fists tightly, glaring at Yangqi as he shouted slowly. Exactly. The pavilion master is right. Yangqi showed no mercy to senior brother Yu Huai. Senior brother Yu Huai was kind to everyone and never offended Yangqi. I say the Saint Prince is absolutely correct. Such a beast is an enemy of the human race. Cultivating monstrous arts and slaughtering our people. He deserves death. Chu Feng's words clearly awakened everyone present. Recalling Yangqi's vicious behavior just moments ago, in an instant everyone believed it to be true. Holy shit. Yangqi's face, which had been deathly pale, now turned as dark as pitch. It never occurred to him that his earlier attempt to show off his strength before Lin Xuan by striking Yu Huai too ruthlessly would now become the very reason everyone condemned him. The feeling of that stone landing on his own foot, it hurt. It hurt far too much. No, that's not it. At this moment Yangqi was truly panicking. No matter how deep his cunning ran, this was something he had never anticipated. He had never imagined that what began as a mere attempt to catch Lin Xuan's attention would become a stain upon his Explanations are merely cover-ups. Cover-ups are fabrications, and fabrications are the beginning of lies. A disciple of Tingfeng Pavilion immediately shouted, Ding! Yangqi, the child of fortune, is scorned by the disciples of Tingfeng Pavilion and branded as utterly wicked. Fortune value decreased by 100 points. Host receives 100 villain points. Smack! A rotten egg struck Yangqi squarely between the eyebrows. A pungent sour liquid trickled down his forehead. With his cultivation, Yangqi could easily crush the mediocre rabble of Tingfeng Pavilion, yet he was now suppressed by Lin Xuan and unable to move so much as an inch. He could only watch helplessly as he endured a relentless torrent of abuse. It was a deeply disheartening sight. Yangqi. He fell silent. Facing the fury of the crowd, Yangqi knew that no matter what he said now it would be futile. Look, he's silent. The bastard has admitted his crimes. Someone, seeing Yangqi's silence, immediately shouted again. Damn it all. Yangqi was utterly speechless. What greeted him was a hail of stones and rotten eggs. Facing this scene, he knew that whether he spoke or remained silent, he would be the target of relentless attacks. Lin Xuan, this is all your fault. One day I will kill you. Yangqi glared at Lin Xuan, venomous malice blazing suddenly from his eyes. In Yangqi's eyes, Lin Xuan was no longer someone to curry favor with, but rather his sworn nemesis. All Yangqi wanted now was to slay Lin Xuan outright and vent the hatred burning in his heart. Seeing Yangqi in such a state, Lin Xuan feigned a frightened expression, licked the corner of his mouth, and mouthed silently. Oh, I'm so scared. Ding. Yangqi, the child of fortune, is scorned by the elders of Tingfeng Pavilion. Fortune value decreased by 100 points. Host villain points increased by 100 points. The crowd regarded Yangqi as a savage beast, an enemy of the human race. They loathed him with unparalleled disgust. A few fearless extroverts even began loosening their belts, intending to douse Yangqi awake with urine. Had nearby disciples not held these audacious provocateurs back, they would have already carried out the deed. After the incense stick had fully burned, Yangqi's fortune had plummeted by 150 points, while Lin Xuan had directly reaped every last one of them. Lin Xuan's heart was blooming with joy. Your Highness, shall we execute this man directly? Chu Feng knelt before Lin Xuan and spoke. Lin Xuan was about to nod when he suddenly fell silent. Yangqi possessed 500 fortune points in total. With only 1500 lost, he still had 3500 remaining. According to the system, only when Yangqi's fortune dropped below 200 points would Lin Xuan be permitted to strike him down. Given Lin Xuan's nature, the mere fact that Yangqi had spoken insolently to him already made him a dead man walking. But alas, the system's restrictions prevented Lin Xuan from going on a killing spree. This man is after all a member of Tingfeng Pavilion. Perhaps his nature is not inherently evil, it is only because he cultivated the divine elephant prison suppressing art and transformed into a dragon elephant beast that he lost his true heart. In my view, we should first confine him, then strip his cultivation 3 days from now and decide what to do afterwards. Heaven cherishes all life. Unless absolutely necessary, we must not recklessly commit slaughter. Lin Xuan let out a sigh, slowly rose to his feet, lifted his head, and gazed upward at a 45-degree angle, speaking with a wistful air. At Lin Xuan's words, Chu Feng and the others were astonished. Yangqi had transformed into a savage beast and publicly provoked the Holy Prince. Yet the Holy Prince was still willing to spare Yangqi's life. What extraordinary boldness! What magnificent magnanimity! For a moment, everyone felt their eyes grow moist. As your Highness commands. Chu Feng drew a deep breath, his face full of admiration as he cast a profound gaze at Lin Xuan. Then Chu Feng ordered Yang Qi to be imprisoned within the Tempest Hell. As Yang Qi was escorted away by the elders of Tingfeng Pavilion, his eyes remained fixed on Lin Xuan until the very last moment. Those eyes were flooded with crimson like a ravenous beast about to devour its prey, sending a chill through all who beheld them. How terrifying! The Holy Prince is truly benevolent at heart. If it had been me, I would have certainly eradicated such an enemy of humanity root and branch. Ling Qing said coldly. Yunyi nodded as well, then gazed at Lin Xuan's retreating figure and murmured dreamily. Perhaps that is why we can never match the Holy Prince. He is simply so captivating. Ling Qing's temperament was cold, and she harbored some displeasure at Lin Xuan's decision to spare Yang Qi. But Yunyi, gentle and kind-hearted, felt her heart flutter all the more at Lin Xuan's conduct. What extraordinary magnanimity the Holy Prince possesses. Even with supreme power and authority, he could still show mercy to Yang Qi. He fears to harm even the tiniest ant when sweeping the ground, and cherishes the moth that flies into the lamplight. I have learned much. Holy Prince, I am enlightened. Perhaps this is what they call true breadth of vision. Damn it, I used to think the only things I couldn't match the Holy Prince in were strength, influence, and looks. Now I see that even in state of mind I cannot compare to him. Though the disciples of Tingfeng Pavilion strongly protested Lin Xuan's decision to spare Yang Qi, they could not deny their genuine admiration for his magnanimity. In particular, the stark contrast between the child of fortune Yang Qi's earlier brutality and Lin Xuan's gracious bearing was impossible to ignore. In everyone's eyes, Yang Qi had become a world-destroying villain. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan had taken his place as a broad-minded hero destined to save all creation. Where on earth could one possibly seek justice for this? At this moment, the figure of Lin Xuan seemed to rise infinitely in the eyes of the crowd, becoming a towering giant. To the onlookers, Lin Xuan was no longer an ordinary man, but a great sage. Within Tingfeng Pavilion, only Yu Hailan remained lost in thought. This prince grows weary. Pavilion Master Chu, where's our resting place? Lin Xuan sighed and shook his head, his face full of helplessness. Lin Xuan's frustration came not from any unwillingness to kill Yang Qi, but from the fact that Yang Qi had not yet reached the point where he could be killed. Yet that look of helplessness when seen through Chu Feng's eyes was transformed into a compassion that mourned the suffering of the world. Seeing this, Chu Feng felt boundless admiration for Lin Xuan blossom within him. This subordinate will make the arrangements at once. Chu Feng nodded, his face earnest. That night, the moon was bright and the stars sparse. Tingfeng Pavilion, Tingyu Tower. This was the most luxurious place within Tingfeng Pavilion. Whenever it rained, the wind and rain converged into a sublime symphony. Lin Xuan's lodging was arranged in Tingyu Tower. Of course, it was also thanks to Chu Feng's generosity in yielding his own residence. So it turns out my fate in this world is just to hop between hotels across the Kanglan realm. Lin Xuan let out a wry laugh. Holy Prince. A gentle, seductive voice drifted over enough to make one's bones go weak. Leaning against Lin Xuan, Yu Hailan called out to him, her eyes dripping with charm. What is it? Lin Xuan asked. Why did you not kill Yang Qi today? This slave feels that unless that man is eliminated, there will be endless trouble. Yu Hailan said in a sugary, coquettish voice. At her words, Ling Qing and Yun Yin also wore looks of puzzlement. A cold laugh echoed silently in Lin Xuan's heart. Yu Hailan, have you finally lost your patience? You are all those closest to me, my most trusted confidants. Very well. I shall reveal the truth to you. That Yang Qi possesses the divine elephant prison suppressing art and has immense potential. The cultivation method I practice complements the divine elephant prison suppressing art. The divine elephant prison suppressing art was created by the supreme sovereign, while my cultivation method was forged by the supreme, true demon. If I can obtain Yang Qi's technique, I shall be invincible in this world. Even when I return to the upper realm, I shall crush all my contemporaries and truly dominate eternity. Likewise, if Yang Qi were to obtain my cultivation method, he too could reach a higher level. Furthermore, Yang Qi's divine elephant prison suppressing art has a suppressive effect on my technique, and I harbor considerable wariness toward it. Therefore, I spare Yang Qi's life, because I wish to obtain his cultivation method. As for ordering Chu Feng to cripple Yang Qi's cultivation in 3 days, this is to eliminate future threats and prevent him from rising to endanger me. Do you understand? After Lin Xuan finished speaking, the 3 women's expressions suddenly dawned with realization. It was only then that Yun Yin and Ling Qing understood why Lin Xuan had spared Yang Qi's life. Yu Hailan nodded, her expression revealing, so that is how it is. Young miss, you are quite clever. You even discerned that my sparing Yang Qi had other reasons. Well done. I happen to lack someone as intelligent and loyal as you by my side. When I unify the righteous path of the Kanglan realm, you shall contribute greatly. If you serve me wholeheartedly, your rewards shall be plentiful in the days to come. Lin Xuan glanced at Yu Hailan with evident appreciation. Hearing these words, Yun Yin and Ling Qing were infuriated. What did he mean by that? Was he calling us fools? Ling Qing's teeth ground with anger, cold, killing intent swirling within her eyes. Then I thank your holiness, the holy prince. Yu Hailon smiled gracefully and gently rested her head against Lin Xian's shoulder, appearing delicate and dependent, a true master of manipulation deploying all her arts. Tonight do not leave. The scenery at Tingyu Tower is exquisite. Stay and accompany me. Lin Xian smiled, faintly feigning greed as he inhaled the fragrance from Yu Hailon's hair and spoke. Yun Yin and Ling Qing's expressions darkened further. Damn it. This shameless woman. She's making a move on him. The two of them had followed Lin Xian the longest, yet neither had ever received his favor. This Yu Hailon. You wretched woman. Yu Hailon's face showed hesitation. Seeing her silence, Lin Xian's brows furrowed slightly, his tone growing serious as he asked, What? Are you unwilling? Upon seeing Lin Xian's stern expression, Yu Hailon panicked. She quickly knelt before him, tears streaming down her face like a weeping blossom, and pleaded, To serve your holiness, the holy prince, is a blessing from a past life. This is something I could only dream of, yet as a servant of the holy prince your matters must naturally take absolute priority. Right now your holiness wishes for Yang Qi to hand over his cultivation method. However, Yang Qi harbors deep resentment toward you and would naturally refuse. Yang Qi and I hail from the same place. We are fellow villagers. Tonight, I wish to visit him, appealing to our shared roots. By moving him with emotion and reasoning with him, I shall assist your holiness in obtaining the divine elephant prison suppressing art. Yu Hailon's eyes glistened with tears, yet her expression was resolute beyond measure. The scene could only be described in 4 words: utter devotion. Witnessing this, Yun Yin and Ling Qing were both shaken. They almost found themselves swayed by Yu Hailon's performance, believing she was genuinely concerned for Lin Xian. Inside, Lin Xian sneered coldly, but outwardly his face displayed deep emotion and moved gratitude. He rose and helped Yu Hailon to her feet, sighing, Hailon, though we have known each other only briefly, you think of me so selflessly. I am truly ashamed. Rest assured, regardless of success or failure, I shall reward you handsomely. Without hesitation, Lin Xian played along, issuing an empty promise. After all, the grade tier 9th rank pill Lin Xian had previously promised Yu Hailon was still unpaid. When a master of manipulation met a modern PUA expert, clearly Lin Xian held the upper hand. Yu Hailon's face lit up with joy, then she shook her head and leaned against Lin Xian's shoulder, saying, As long as your holiness allows Hailon to remain by your side forever, I shall be completely content. Damn it. Upon hearing these words, Yun Yin nearly burst into tears. She even felt that it would be quite fitting for Lin Xian to take Yu Hailon as a maid. The very notion of jealousy was forcefully suppressed within Yun Yin's heart. You have suffered enough. Lin Xian patted Yu Hailon's back and sighed. After a long while the two parted. Yu Hailon left Tingyu Tower. After she departed, Lin Xian's expression gradually turned cold. This woman possesses extraordinarily deep schemes. Lin Xian spoke. Yun Yin and Ling Qing were startled, seeming unable to process his words. Your holiness, Hailon is so devoted to you. Why do you speak thus? Yun Yin's face was filled with, You will understand in time. For now I cannot be certain what this woman truly intends, but it is by no means this simple, Lin Xian said. Lin Xian knew the script. He was aware that the claim Yu Hailon made about being Yang Qi's fellow villager was a lie. In truth, she had once deceived Yang Qi into stealing pills which awakened his reincarnated heavenly physique. How could a woman like her harbor any true affection? She could sell out even Yang Qi, her childhood sweetheart and lover, without hesitation. As for Lin Xian, a person she had known for merely one day, in her eyes he was nothing more than cannon fodder. Yun Yin and Ling Qing exchanged glances, each reading the same shock in the other's eyes. They felt their intellects were insufficient, unable to fathom Lin Xian's way of thinking. Come out. You have watched long enough. I am weary and so are you. Lin Xian did not explain much to Yun Yin and Ling Qing. Instead, he suddenly addressed the empty Tingyu Tower. Someone was there. Yun Yin and Ling Qing immediately adopted wary stances. Tingyu Tower remained as silent. You are Tianyi Mozho. If word of tonight's sneaking and spying spreads, it will surely damage your reputation, Lin Xian said. Seeing no sign of the person emerging, he sneered and added another remark. Cough. Indeed, nothing escapes the holy prince. From the roof beam in the corner of Tingyu Tower, black spiritual energy surged forth, gradually taking human form as a figure dropped to the ground, hunched back, wearing a sheepskin coat, with a mouthful of yellowed teeth. It was Tianyi Mozho Huarong. Huarong regarded Lin Xian with utter astonishment. Tonight Huarong had witnessed Lin Xian summon Yu Hailon. What else could they possibly be doing in the dead of night? Huarong had therefore lurked within Tingyu Tower, intending to record Lin Xian's criminal proceedings to report to Feng Yue. However, after listening for a long while, Huarong sensed that matters were far from simple. And what surprised Huarong most was Lin Xuan, a martial venerable, had actually detected him a martial king. This was utterly inconceivable. This old man has lived long enough to see strange things, Huarong thought to himself. At the same time, his desire to study Lin Xuan grew ever stronger. If not for Feng Yui's interference, Huarong would have seized Lin Xuan right then and there to use as a test subject. Senior Huarong sneaking about on rooftops in the dead of night hardly befits your esteemed name. Lin Xuan, upon seeing Huarong appear, smiled faintly and then said in a jesting tone. Huarong felt somewhat embarrassed. Had Lin Xuan not been so captivating, he would never have stooped to such beneath contempt tricks. What a disgrace. Huarong gave an awkward chuckle, then said with a grave expression, Holy Prince, is it not possible that the latrine in Tingfeng Pavilion was far too hard to find? This old man searched all around, but couldn't locate it. It just so happened that I passed by the rafters of Tingyu Tower. Yes, it was all a coincidence. Yun Yin and Ling Qing rolled their eyes in unison. Passing by someone else's rafters. And that's supposed to be a coincidence. You really can spin a tale. Lin Xuan had his worldview thoroughly reshaped by Huarong's shamelessness. Lin Xuan rolled his eyes. After all, the elderly tended to have thicker skin, which was understandable. Clearing his throat, he said to Huarong, Huarong, go after Yu Hailon at once. Watch her every move and report everything to me. With that, Lin Xuan issued his command to Huarong. He would not take Yu Hailon lightly. After all, that fierce woman had once done Yang Qi considerable harm. With such a viperous heart, if Lin Xuan failed to treat her seriously, he might very well meet his downfall at her hands. And Huarong, with his martial king strength, was the most suitable to keep watch over Yu Hailon. Only a powerhouse of Huarong's caliber could remain undetected by her. Thus he could uncover Yu Hailon's schemes. Seeing that Lin Xuan seemed not to hold him accountable for spying on him, Huarong did not decline. Very well, this old man will take his leave. Huarong gave Lin Xuan a salute, then flicked his long sleeves. True chi surged from his body, and in an instant he transformed into a shadow and vanished from Tingyu Tower. After Huarong left, Lin Xuan slowly closed his eyes. Neither Yu Hailon nor Yang Qi was a straightforward adversary. When their full strength erupted, they could rival martial ancestor powerhouses of the upper three grades. Yet within Tingfeng Pavilion, they had disguised themselves as martial spirit 9th level. This only showed how deep their schemes ran, feigning weakness to tempt the strong. Unfortunately for them, this time, they have run into a true dragon. Lin Xuan sneered. Holy Prince Yu Hailon is so loyal to you. Why do you have Senior Huarong follow her? Yun Yin was utterly bewildered by now. Even her intelligence was beginning to prove insufficient. Her heart full of doubts, innocent and kind as she was, she spoke up and poured out all her confusion at once to Lin Xuan. Is she loyal? Have you ever seen someone who, after knowing me for just a single day, would remain devoted to me? Even if she is sincere now, I have every reason to suspect that one day, should she encounter someone more powerful and influential, she would betray me for that person. Lin Xuan sneered, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes, then explained to Yun Yin. Hearing his words, Yun Yin fell silent. Ling Qing, in contrast, nodded slightly, deeply agreeing with Lin Xuan's reasoning. Both of you go rest. I need to cultivate. Lin Xuan felt helpless toward his two naive, innocent handmaids. Yun Yin was a pure white lotus. Ling Qing, though a bit better than Yun Yin, was someone cold on the outside, but warm within. These two simply could not comprehend the viciousness and venom of the martial world. Had they not been women favored by fortune with their shallow scheming, they probably couldn't have survived 100,000 words. I need to find a chance to recruit some more devious subordinates. They can devise the dirty schemes for me. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xuan made up his mind. The forces and experts Lin Xuan could now command were considerable. However, to fully control the righteous factions of the entire Kanglan realm, it was still not enough. Among the 9 great Dao traditions of the Kanglan realm, there were declining sects like Yunling and Shangqing Gate. Yet there were also top-tier traditions with overwhelming power, rivaling even the Demon Heaven Palace. For Lin Xuan, achieving this goal would be a long and arduous path. After hearing his words, Yun Yin and Ling Qing tactfully withdrew from Tingyu Tower. At that moment, Lin Xuan began to take stock of his gains over this period. Earlier, he had used the last few hundred points of villain value to exchange for a fragment of the Shangqing immortal art for Ling Qing. In doing so, he had earned 1000 points of villain value from Ling Qing. Then, through his schemes, Lin Xuan had turned Yang Qi into a public target within Tingfeng Pavilion. He successfully obtained 1500 more villain value points. Now Lin Xuan had amassed 2500 villain value in total. It is time to raise my cultivation. Lin Xuan took a deep breath and murmured to himself. With the devouring origin creation scripture for his cultivation and the true demon Myriad Kalam's indestructible body, refining his physique, his need for cultivation techniques was not that pressing at the moment. Raising his martial realm had become the top priority. Previously, by devouring the true qi of Hu Tian and Lei Ba, Lin Xuan had leaped directly from the 4th level to the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. System exchange for 200 years of cultivation. Stealing himself, Lin Xuan spent 200 villain value points to exchange for 200 years of martial arts cultivation. Ding! 2000 villain value points are being deducted. Your villain value balance is now 500 points. A crisp, pleasant voice resounded. Vast true qi arose from the void and converged rapidly into Lin Xuan's body. His aura grew increasingly terrifying. Behind him, the devouring origin demon dragon roared incessantly. Even Yun Yin and Ling Qing not far away were shaken by Lin Xuan's momentum. These two were also martial ancestor experts, yet they felt that facing Lin Xuan, though all three were martial ancestors, he could easily slay 100 of them. This was an absolute disparity. Martial ancestor 6th level. The last level of the middle 3 tiers of the martial ancestor realm. Lin Xuan slowly let out a breath. The unit for these 200 years of cultivation was based on the most ordinary martial ancestor. Thus, as Lin Xuan's strength grew, the cultivation he required became increasingly vast. Back then, Lin Xuan had expended 100 years of cultivation to break through from the martial spirit realm to the martial ancestor realm. Now 200 years of cultivation merely elevated him from the 5th level to the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm. As my power grows, ordinary cultivation can no longer satisfy me. After all, at this level such power is too mixed, not pure enough. Were it not for the devouring origin creation scripture, I could never have absorbed these forces so quickly. Unfortunately, other treasures in the villain shop that raise one's realm are far too expensive. Still, I must continue to fleece the children of fortune. Lin Xuan sighed and thought to himself. Then he slowly closed his eyes and began to practice the 2 great arts, the devouring origin creation scripture and the true demon myriad calamities indestructible body. The devouring origin creation scripture was divided into 4 major realms: minor accomplishment, middle accomplishment, great accomplishment, and perfection. After this period of cultivation, Lin Xuan was already approaching the minor accomplishment realm. According to the scripture, once Lin Xuan reached minor accomplishment, he would be able to unlock his inner secret treasury and his combat power would skyrocket. And upon reaching perfection, his devouring power would greatly increase to the point where he could even cultivate the heaven-swallowing demon art created by the ruthless emperor back in the day, which was overwhelmingly domineering. Inside Tingyu Tower, it was utterly silent. Windstorm Hell. 2 martial ancestor elders from Tingfeng Pavilion were guarding Yang Qi, who was imprisoned there. Swoosh swoosh. 2 incomparably sharp sword qi struck, piercing straight through the dantians of the 2 elders. Thud. Without the slightest reaction, the 2 collapsed to the ground. Yang Qi watched the scene and knew that someone must have come. Yet he was puzzled. Trapped as he was, who would come? Who? Yang Qi's cold voice rang out. Yang Qi was a man of deep cunning, so even he himself knew it all too well. Under such circumstances, anyone who came to see him could not possibly be his friend. Because Yang Qi had no friends at all. And if the other party had come to see him, the only possibility was that they harbored some purpose. Hey Yang Qi, long time no see. A voice of bewitching bone-seeping allure drifted directly into Yang Qi's ears. By the dim light of the torch, Yang Qi saw that the newcomer was none other than Yu Hailan. You vile woman. As soon as Yang Qi saw Yu Hailan, his eyes turned incomparably fierce, and he spat out a cold remark. Since entering Tingfeng Pavilion, Yang Qi had always been exceedingly respectful to Yu Hailan. After all, as far as Yang Qi was concerned, he had to conceal himself. And Yu Hailan was the foremost disciple of Tingfeng Pavilion. For the time being, Yang Qi did not want any conflict with her. However, that did not mean Yang Qi held any good feelings for Yu Hailan. On the contrary, the main reason he had become so suspicious and sinister in temperament was that Yu Hailan had deceived him far too deeply back then. His previous courteous behavior toward Yu Hailan made it seem as though he had already forgotten her betrayal. In truth, every bit of it was an act. But now Yang Qi had sunk to rock bottom. He showed absolutely no attempt to conceal the contempt in his heart for Yu Hailan. Yang Qi, is it really appropriate for you to treat me like this under such circumstances? If not for me, do you think anyone else would come to save you? Or would you rather let all the hard-earned martial cultivation you built with such painstaking effort be completely abolished by others, eh? Yu Hailan sneered and said to Yang Qi. As a reincarnated celestial being with a mature mind, she did not care in the slightest about Yang Qi's insults. In Yu Hailan's worldview, no matter who it was, everyone was merely a chess piece for her. Who would bother caring about the feelings of chess pieces? Whether it was worship or insults, they were nothing more than jokes. Even the holy Prince Lin Xuan of the upper realm, lofty as his status was nothing but a walking treasure trove in Yu Hailan's eyes. As for the masses of the lower realm Kanglin, they were even more insignificant than ants. Even Yang Qi, who had inherited the divine elephant legacy, was no exception. Yu Hailan went straight to the point. Yang Qi gave Yu Hailan a long, deep look and suppressed all the anger he felt toward her. He knew that before this woman, if he were swayed by his emotions, in the end only he himself would suffer. You're saving me. Fine, tell me. What exactly is this all about? Yang Qi was also a sharp-witted man. In an instant he brought his emotions under perfect control and said to Yu Hailon. To be honest, even if Yang Qi were beaten to death, he would not believe that Yu Hailon had come to rescue him out of guilt or kindness. Clever. Do you know that the divine elephant hell-suppressing force you cultivate and the cultivation art the holy prince Lin Xuan practices give rise to and counter each other, complementing and opposing one another at the same time? That is precisely why the holy prince slandered you, had you trapped, and yet did not kill you immediately. In fact, he wants your divine elephant hell-suppressing force. Yu Hailon spoke with smooth confidence. She revealed to Yang Qi every cause and consequence that Lin Xuan had told her. So, that's how it is. Lin Xuan, how despicable. I will make sure you die a miserable death. Yang Qi gnashed his teeth, the iron chains on his body clanging without cease, while a baleful aura surged endlessly from his eyes, striking chill into the soul. Yang Qi had originally planned to attach himself to Lin Xuan and use him to strengthen his own power. Yet he never expected that Lin Xuan would covet the cultivation art he carried, and thus had persecuted him in this way. Then what cultivation art is Lin Xuan practicing? Yang Qi panted heavily, then turned to Yu Hailon and asked. There was a trace of suspicion in Yang Qi's eyes. Clearly, as far as he was concerned, he had not fully trusted Yu Hailon yet. He told me that the art he practices is called the True Demon 10,000 Calamity Indestructible Body, created by the Supreme True Demon. Yu Hailon answered truthfully and in detail. Supreme True Demon. True Demon 10,000 Calamity Indestructible Body. Holy crap. Yang Qi's heart jolted. At this moment he fully believed Yu Hailon. Because Yang Qi, bearing the divine elephant hell-suppressing force, naturally knew that the Supreme Sovereign's nemesis was exactly the Supreme True Demon. The secret behind this matter was so high in level that it even transcended the upper realm. Yang Qi knew that Yu Hailon could never have known so much on her own. The only explanation was that Yu Hailon had not lied to him. That Lin Xuan was the inheritor of the Supreme True Demon. If that is so, then it might indeed be true. The Supreme Sovereign and the Supreme True Demon have been rivals locked in struggle for countless years. If I could obtain the True Demon 10,000 Calamity Indestructible Body combined with the divine elephant hell-suppressing force, then. Light surged within Yang Qi's eyes. The moment this thought arose, boundless anticipation swelled in his heart. He knew that this was a damn good opportunity. A man may harbor the heart to kill a tiger, and a tiger may harbor the intent to hurt a man. Lin Xuan wanted to harm him, but if Yang Qi could seize this opportunity, his future achievements would be immeasurable. A tribulation is also a blessing. Yang Qi laughed 3 times. Then his expression gradually turned icy cold. He looked at Yu Hailon and said, Speak. What is your plan? Yu Hailon smiled faintly, then disclosed her plan to Yang Qi in full. Naturally, Yu Hailon was hardly. The reason she wanted to bring Yang Qi along was first that Yang Qi was attractive to Lin Xuan, and second, because Lin Xuan had once said that the cultivation art Yang Qi carried had a restraining effect on him. Whenever Yu Hailon faced Lin Xuan, she always felt an unfathomable depth about him. That invisible pressure made even Yu Hailon, a reincarnated celestial being, feel chills running down her spine. Why should I cooperate with you? Yang Qi suddenly raised his head and said to Yu Hailon, Do you have a choice? Once the matter is accomplished, Lin Xuan's cultivation resources will be split equally between us. Yu Hailon replied to Yang Qi with a charming laugh. Yang Qi nodded. Yes, he had no choice. If he remained here, then in 3 days his cultivation would be abolished by the pavilion master. Cooperating with Yu Hailon was the only way. As for splitting Lin Xuan's cultivation resources half and half after killing him, that was undoubtedly nothing more than a joke. Yang Qi would not have believed it for a second. Clank clank. Yu Hailon used her arts to sever the iron chains that had imprisoned Yang Qi. They'll be waiting for you at Wind Spirit Valley outside Tingfeng Pavilion. Yang Qi left behind those words, then activated his movement technique and departed from the Windstorm Inferno. Yu Hailon was not worried in the slightest that Yang Qi would flee after she let him go, because Yang Qi understood her, and she understood Yang Qi just the same. Yang Qi usually seemed silent and reserved, but in reality the desire in his heart was not in the least weaker than hers. Once Yang Qi had a heaven-defying opportunity, how could he possibly let it go so easily? Yu Hailon smiled faintly, then left the Windstorm Inferno. Right after she left, a black phantom twisted, and from the shadows an old man walked out. Damn it! How can this girl's heart be so vicious? Even this old man was stunned speechless after listening. Well, the Holy Prince will deal with them eventually. But how did the Holy Prince see that this girl was no ordinary person? Huarong tilted his head and fell into deep thought. Huarong was not someone as innocent as Yunin. In truth, Huarong was old and wily. In his prime, he had made a name for himself across the Kanglan realm through both martial arts and alchemy. Righteous path martial artists, though they styled themselves as righteous, were mostly engaged in murder and plunder. The only difference was that these so-called righteous martial artists simply did their dirty deeds behind closed doors. Demonic path martial artists, by contrast, embraced following their whims. Burning, killing, looting, and plundering. They would confront you heathen. It was precisely because Hua Rong despised the hypocrisy of so-called righteous martial artists that he resolutely pledged himself to Feng Yui's banner. However, in his many years at the Tianma Palace, Hua Rong had witnessed no shortage of intrigue and deceit. Even a grizzled veteran like him could not help but be shaken by Lin Xuan's ability to see through things before they happened. If Lin Xuan had been a surviving elder from the martial emperor era, someone like Ting Qianshan of Thunderbolt Manor, or an ancient monster at death's door who had lived for centuries, then possessing such cunning and methods would not have surprised Hua Rong. But how old was Lin Xuan after all? He was not even 20. Still a mere child, wet behind the ears in Hua Rong's eyes. To possess such terrifying discernment, could it be that Lin Xuan is also a reincarnated celestial? Hua Rong was stunned for a moment, then murmured to himself. Then Hua Rong shook his head. Lin Xuan simply did not seem like a reincarnated celestial. Those who were reincarnated celestials carried a heavy aura of the passage of ages. Even if they appeared young, that air of having weathered countless vicissitudes could not be faked. Lin Xuan was exuberant and full of vitality, definitely not such a person. This left Hua Rong deeply puzzled. If Lin Xuan were older, perhaps only that undying old monster of the Holy Academy could match him in scheming. Hua Rong thought secretly. He suddenly recalled the old monster of the Holy Academy, and an image flashed through his mind. Within Martial Emperor City, the old monster stood atop the city wall, with a pot of wine among the flowers. Before him, even martial emperors were like mere children. Hua Rong could not help shivering. Gradually, anger crept into his eyes. Holy Academy. Martial Emperor City. One day, I will have my revenge. Hua Rong's emotions surged and his fists clenched tightly even after so many years. He still could not forget the pain that had cut him to the bone. Hua Rong tugged at the sheepskin coat on his shoulders, then melted into the night. The next morning, Lin Xuan opened the doors of the rain-listening tower and saw Yu Hailon kneeling at the entrance. Hailing you. Lin Xuan was greatly startled and spoke. Holy Prince, your morning meal. Yu Hailon held up a tray with both hands. Upon it were exquisite delicacies along with carefully selected fruits and fine wine. Seeing Yu Hailon in such a posture, Lin Xuan was moved. He reached out and helped her to her feet, then spoke with a slightly stern tone. Hailon, what are you doing? You are not my maidservant. How can you do these things? Lin Xuan's words had a double meaning. On the surface, he was telling Hailon that these were tasks for his two maidservants. Hailon need not do them herself. But in Hailon's ears they carried another meaning. Her status was higher than a maidservant, so naturally, she should not do such things. Yu Hailon's face lit up with joy, but then she shifted into a pitiful, sorrowful expression and said to Lin Xuan, Holy Prince, I have done something. Please forgive me, Holy Prince. What is it? Hailon, no matter what it is, as long as it pleases you, it is nothing at all. Lin Xuan looked at Yu Hailon with tender affection and said. Yu Hailon was already a stunning beauty, and she carried a delicate, winsome aura. That aura, combined with her masterful acting, had become a lethal, man-conquering charm. There were probably not many men under heaven who could escape Yu Hailon's assault. I let Yangqi go, Yu Hailon said softly, hanging her head. Oh, and then? Lin Xuan asked casually. Yu Hailon looked astonished. She raised her head, looked at Lin Xuan, and asked in confusion, Holy Prince, aren't you puzzled as to why I did this? As I said, I trust you. You must have your reasons for doing this, and I believe you will tell me. Lin Xuan spoke slowly, composed, and at ease. In fact, he had already seen through the entire plan of Yu Hailon and Yangqi. Naturally, there was nothing for him to be surprised about. Holy Prince, you are so good to me. Yu Hailon cupped her charming face in both hands, and said with a blissful expression. Inwardly, Yu Hailon sneered. In her plan, both Yangqi and Lin Xuan had to have complete faith in her before it could be carried out. Now that Lin Xuan was so infatuated with her, she felt the matter was as good as settled. I did it all for you. I wanted to learn the cultivation method of the divine elephant prison suppressing force from Yangqi's mouth, but he was too guarded and refused to tell me. So I deliberately let Yangqi go to earn his trust. However, these past days Yangqi has been nursing the injuries he suffered when your Holy Prince's aura suppressed him. He needs several days to recover. 2 days from now, Yangqi asked me to wait for him at Wind Spirit Valley in the Wind Listening Pavilion. To repay my life-saving kindness, he is willing to teach me the entire divine elephant prison suppressing force at that time. Yu Hailon narrated the story smoothly without a blush or a racing heartbeat. The lies she fabricated were so tightly woven that not a single flaw could be found. 2 days from now, Holy Prince, you can follow me to Wind Spirit Valley and conceal yourself inside the Phoenix Spirit Temple there. When I bring Yangqi and he teaches me the divine elephant prison suppressing force, you can listen from the side. Once you have memorized the technique, I will have already poisoned Yangqi. Then you and I can strike and kill him. Holy Prince, would that be acceptable? Yu Hailon finished in one breath, then raised her head and looked at Lin Xuan with two big watery eyes. Hearing this, Lin Xuan could not help nodding repeatedly, and praising Hailon. Such a brilliant plan is truly astonishing. As I expected, I wasn't wrong about you. In the future you will surely be my trusted right hand. Then let us proceed according to your plan. Yu Hailon seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The moment she heard Lin Xuan agree, her eyes instantly became misty, and she said, "Alas, I was afraid your highness would think me too vicious. Yang Qi is a fellow townsman of mine, and I would never do such a thing. But in order to help you, Holy Prince, I had no choice." As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. Lin Xuan marveled inwardly. Damn it! What is an actor? What is professionalism? What is the self-cultivation of a professional actor? Now this is what the hell you call professional. When you act the whole part. Looking at Yu Hailon like this, she was probably moved by her own performance. Silly girl, how could I ever think you were vicious? I know you did all of this for me. I will never let you down. Lin Xuan's voice was low, and tender affection flickered in his starry eyes beneath his sword-shaped brows. His amorous gaze shimmered like twinkling stars, delivered with Lin Xuan's tenderest water acting. No expression the scene made, one cannot help sighing that Lin Xuan and Yu Hailon truly were a pair of infatuated lovers. Even a veteran siren like Yu Hailon was somewhat unable to withstand Lin Xuan's tender assault. Her heart fluttered, and she lowered her head. Then a flash of light flickered through Yu Hailon's hand, and an ancient-looking gray pill appeared in her palm. What is this? Lin Xuan looked at the pill that appeared in Yu Hailon's hand, a trace of confusion flickering across his face as he failed to grasp her intention. Just then Yu Hailon spoke. This is the soul-hiding pill. If the Holy Prince consumes it, you will be able to completely conceal your aura. Yang Qi will be unable to detect you. After all, Yang Qi possesses the heaven-defying art of divine elephant prison suppression. Who knows how acute his perception might be? Lin Xuan listened, smiled faintly, then nodded. He took the soul-hiding pill from Yu Hailon's hand. Holy Prince, I must take my leave now. Yang Qi is hiding in Wind Spirit Valley to heal his wounds, and I still need to deliver some pills to him. This will strengthen his trust in me, Yu Hailon explained. Lin Xuan nodded. He seemed to notice the deep reluctance written across Yu Hailon's face. Reaching out, he gently and somewhat tenderly caressed her cheek before letting out a soft sigh. Hailon, for my sake, you have truly suffered far too much. For the Holy Prince, I would do anything. A radiant smile suddenly bloomed on Yu Hailon's face as she replied to Lin Xuan. Afterward, Yu Hailon departed from the rain-listening pavilion. Lin Xuan turned and walked back inside. Huarong, is there something wrong with this pill, eh? Lin Xuan spoke. In the corner of the rain-listening pavilion, a dark shadow coalesced and gradually took human form. This person was none other than Huarong, the celestial doctor's demon hand. Huarong accepted the gray pill from Lin Xuan's hand, examined its pill patterns, and then sniffed its fragrance before speaking. Yu Hailon did not lie. This is indeed a soul-hiding pill capable of concealing one's aura. In terms of quality, it is also an earth-grade pill. Quite extraordinary. Had that venomous scorpion of a woman. Could she really have such good intentions? I find that hard to believe, Lin Xuan remarked. Huarong nodded and then explained. The Holy Prince's foresight is flawless. Although this object is indeed a soul-hiding pill, its refining method is extremely peculiar. It employs the technique of the mother-child pill. The so-called mother-child pill refers to two pills produced from a single furnace. The soul-hiding pill is the child pill. There is also a mother pill named the soul-controlling pill. If the Holy Prince rashly consumes this pill, while it will conceal your aura and make you difficult to discover once you attempt to use your martial arts, the soul-controlling pill will take command of you. By then I fear you would hardly be able to unleash even 10 or 20% of your full strength. After Huarong finished, Yun Yin and Ling Qing approached and overheard his explanation. Both women were instantly struck with astonishment. This Yu Hailon, how vicious can she be? Yun Yin covered her mouth and exclaimed in shock. It seems the Holy Prince's judgment was indeed beyond reproach. His guess was utterly correct. Ling Qing clenched her silvery teeth, her face burning with fury. Evidently, for Ling Qing, witnessing Yu Hailon's despicable scheming filled her with boundless indignation. Not only that, if someone consumes the child pill of the soul-hiding pill, the one who holds the mother pill, the soul-controlling pill, can easily locate the child pill through the connection between the mother and child pills. In other words, this so-called concealment of aura is nothing but a joke before the mother pill, the soul-controlling pill. Holy Prince, it seems Yu Hailon would stop at nothing to destroy you. Given Yu Hailon's status, producing an earth-grade pill is already a massive sacrifice, Huarong said with a faint knowing smile curling at the corner of his mouth. That venomous woman, she must be coveting my entire fortune, treating me like a fool to be fleeced. Does she truly think she can afford the consequences? Lin Xuan sneered coldly, holding the soul-hiding pill as he drifted into contemplation. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Wind Spirit Valley lay several hundred li from the wind-listening pavilion. The fierce gales howled and echoed endlessly through the valley. Wind Spirit Valley was highly unusual. Year-round the gale-forged spirit winds of raging tempests obscured one's vision, while perpetual darkness and gloom shrouded the land from scarce sunlight. 10 li outside Phoenix Spirit Temple, a man and a woman soared through the air with martial wings heading straight for the temple. Yuhalan, do you think Lin Xuan will really come? The man was none other than Yang Qi. His face darkened as he posed the question to Yuhalan. Naturally. Do you truly believe there is any man who could resist falling at my feet? Yuhalan chuckled softly, her brows brimming with boundless seductive charm, as she replied to Yang Qi. Hearing her words, Yang Qi felt a sudden, inexplicable surge of humiliation. Yang Qi took a deep breath, barely preventing his rage from consuming his reason. What exactly do you mean by that? He snorted coldly, his expression turning sinister. Oh, nothing much. It's just that you don't understand, Min Yang Qi. I know that Lin Xuan is already at Phoenix. Yuhalan clearly had no intention of lingering over this matter with Yang Qi. A faint light flashed from the ring on her finger, and a primitive gray pill appeared in her hand. It bore some resemblance to the soul-hiding pill she had given Lin Xuan earlier. However, compared with that pill, the one in Yuhalan's hand was considerably larger in size. This was the soul-controlling pill Hua Rong had mentioned. The moment it appeared, it began to radiate light. The glow converged and streamed steadily toward a single direction. You see, he has already arrived. What's more, the fool has swallowed the soul-controlling pill and is hiding in the shadows, waiting to hear you teach me the divine elephant prison suppression art. Yuhalan chuckled softly, her smile steeped in contempt. That is exactly as it should be. Yang Qi let out a long breath. For some inexplicable reason, Yang Qi felt a nagging sense that something was amiss. He wondered if it was because the terror Lin Xuan had instilled in him previously was simply too overwhelming. Yang Qi shook his head, silently chiding himself for being overly suspicious. After I kill Lin Xuan, I will eradicate that treacherous woman as well, he secretly resolved. Yuhalan's seductive eyes shimmered like silk, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. In truth, she harbored the very same thought. Before long, the two arrived at Phoenix Spirit Temple. Brother Yang Qi, now that there is no one around and Wind Spirit Valley is forever sunless, encircled by gale winds, and deserted all year round. Can you not impart the divine art to me now? Once inside Phoenix Spirit Temple, Yuhalan seemed to change her face entirely, speaking to Yang Qi in a sweet, coquettish voice. Halan, over this period you rescued me from peril and showed me tremendous kindness. I would naturally never begrudge you a mere martial art. Listen carefully. Guide the spirit with Qi, shape the image with the spirit. Every gesture brimming with the strength of a giant elephant. The human body is composed of 84 million particles. When one attains the pinnacle of cultivation, one rivals the divine elephant itself, overturning rivers and seas, roaring down stars, plucking the moon, and devouring the sun with a single thought. Yang Qi slowly began. He channeled his true Qi to his throat and began reciting the incantation of the divine elephant prison suppression art. This supreme technique was captivating from the very first opening line, stirring a profound sense of awe. Wind Spirit Valley was nearly impossible to discern with the naked eye. Yet, guided by the soul-controlling pill, the two crept step by step toward the corner. Right behind the stone statue. Yang Qi did not stop his recitation, slowly chanting the incantation of the divine elephant-suppressing hell art, while secretly sending a voice transmission to Yuhalan. Confirmed without a doubt. A sharp, killing intent suddenly flickered in Yuhalan's eyes. Then she transmitted her voice to Yang Qi. Lin Xuan, this time you will surely die. The thought that the two of them would soon strike and be able to slay Lin Xuan made Yang Qi feel a stirring of excitement. Yang Qi had played the fool while hiding his true strength, growing step by step within Tingfeng Pavilion. As long as he could endure a little longer, Yang Qi believed no one in the entire Tingfeng Pavilion could possibly be his match. Unfortunately, no matter how carefully Yang Qi calculated, he had never calculated that this Lin Xuan would accuse him of being a fierce beast, the mortal enemy of the human race. In the end, Yang Qi was condemned by 1,000 pointing fingers. He had even been suppressed by Lin Xuan's hand. This hatred made Yang Qi wish he could slice Lin Xuan into 1,000 pieces and tear out his tendons and skin. Now the time for revenge had finally arrived. Strike! Yang Qi suddenly bellowed. The 480 million particles within his body erupted at once, and the power of Dragon Elephant rolled out in surging waves. Overwhelming power converged into Yang Qi's right fist. On that fist, Qi seethed and surged, sealing off even the fierce gales of Fengling Valley. Boom! Yang Qi blasted out with a punch. In an instant, space cracked apart, and a deathly silence fell. The stone statue shattered with a crash, revealing a figure hidden behind it. The darkness of Fengling Valley combined with the raging fierce gales made it impossible for Yang Qi and Yuhalan to see the figure's face. But at that moment, if the person hiding in Fengling Temple was not Lin Xuan, who else could it be? The figure was momentarily stunned, caught somewhat off guard. Humph! Prepare to die. A long sword appeared in Yu Halin's hand. Vast true qi on the long sword transformed into rippling water patterns. Yu Hailon flourished the long sword, and it instantly turned into blossoming sword flowers. The sword flowers condensed, seeming to transform into a vast ocean. The sword momentum was like a sea, its waves crashing down to suppress. After a brief moment of panic, the figure suddenly struck out. The true qi of the 7th-level martial ancestor exploded outward, forcibly blocking Yu Halin's sword. See, so you really were hiding your strength. But remember, in your next life, the more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she is. Yu Hailon said no more. With her other hand, she desperately began driving the soul-controlling pill. The figure's true qi suddenly ran wild, descending into utter chaos. Under the control of the soul-controlling pill, the figure's true qi was thrown into complete disorder. Even with the supreme cultivation of the 7th-level martial ancestor, he had no choice but to divert a sliver of his mind to suppress the chaotic true qi. Thus, even though the figure was a 7th-level martial ancestor, the strength he could unleash was only 10 or 20% of his full power. What a great opportunity. Seeing this, Yang Qi laughed aloud. In his heart, he knew that Yu Halin's plan had succeeded. Lin Xuan had wanted to obtain the divine elephant-suppressing hell art, so Yu Hailon deceived him, claiming she had gained Yang Qi's trust, and had Lin Xuan hide inside Fengling Temple in Fengling Valley to eavesdrop as Yang Qi recited the art. In order to conceal his aura, he had taken the soul-hiding pill given to him by Yu Hailon. In truth, that pill was but a trigger. Once ingested, it would render him susceptible to the control of the soul-controlling pill in Yu Halin's hand. This venomous woman certainly has skills. After killing Lin Xuan, I'll have to be careful too. Yang Qi's figure flashed, sending a powerful gust of air swirling into motion as the dragon elephant phantom behind him roared out. When his full power erupted, his original martial realm of the 9th-level martial spirit climbed higher step by step. In terms of power, it was in no way inferior to a 7th-level martial ancestor. Boom. Yang Qi pressed forward and exchanged a palm strike with the figure. The figure spat out blood and flew backward. This holy prince was said to be the foremost figure who swept through the 3 great powers of Eastern Xian, destroying the 9-tailed, half-demon lineage in Thunderclap Manor. Even Ting Qinshan, the old ancestor of Thunderclap Manor, died because of him. Now that I see him in person, his strength is merely mediocre. It seems Lin Xuan was right. This divine elephant-suppressing hell art is indeed the supreme method to restrain him. Seeing the figure sent flying by Yang Qi's palm, Yu Hailon was overjoyed. It was true that Lin Xuan's strength had been suppressed to a certain level because of the soul-controlling pill. But judging from Lin Xuan's past achievements, he was still an extremely terrifying existence. And Yang Qi was able to crush Lin Xuan. As for Yu Hailon, she knew that Lin Xuan had told her before that Yang Qi's divine elephant-suppressing hell art was a technique that restrained him. Those words, it seemed, had not been wrong. You. The figure landed on the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. Say, who allowed? Yang Qi leaped forward. Remembering all the humiliation he had suffered because of Lin Xuan, his anger surged uncontrollably. His true qi churning, he slammed a fist into the figure's face. Boom. A dull sound resounded through the entire Fengling Temple. The figure was dazed by Yang Qi's punch. Weren't you arrogant before? What's the matter? Not talking now. Yang Qi grabbed the figure and threw another vicious punch. The figure spat blood, and his aura gradually began to weaken. He was speechless. What the hell? Was he supposed to talk or not? Was there any sense in this? Quick! The wind-calming pearl. Just then the area outside Fengling Temple gradually grew noisy. It seemed that quite a few martial artists were tearing through the air toward them. An aged, somewhat urgent voice called out. A streak of light flashed out, and all the fierce gales within Fengling Valley were sucked into a pale yellow pearl. At that moment, countless torches were lit. The one leading them was Elder Huofeng of Tingfeng Pavilion, holding the pale yellow pearl in his hand. This object was called the wind-calming pearl. It was a unique treasure of Tingfeng Pavilion. It could temporarily absorb the surrounding fierce gales, and was specially carried by martial cultivators to train within Fengling Valley and comprehend the power of the gales. Once the fierce gales were absorbed by the wind-calming pearl, the many disciples of Tingfeng Pavilion began lighting their torches. The originally dark Fengling Valley was now brightly illuminated, everything exposed to view. Everything was clearly visible. Yang Qi and Yu Hailon were stunned by the scene. Why had all the people of Tingfeng Pavilion appeared here all at once? They exchanged a glance, their hearts pounding wildly. Being exceptionally shrewd, they immediately understood that they might have fallen into a trap. It was also at that moment that the two lowered their heads at the same time. They could not help but shudder, because both of them saw the person they had beaten into a swollen mess. Wait. This doesn't look like Lin Xuan. Instead, it looked like Chu Feng. Chu Feng. Yang Qi's heart jolted, and his hand trembled involuntarily. Chu Feng fell to the ground like a dead dog. Whoosh. A dark shadow flashed past so fast that no one could react. When they regained their senses, they saw Hua Rong, the demonic hand of heavenly medicine, already bringing Chu Feng to the side of the Ting Feng pavilion crowd. Hua Rong reached out, pressed 2 fingers together, and tapped several acupoints on Chu Feng's body. Then he channeled martial king True Qi into him. Cough, cough. Chu Feng finally caught his breath and slowly opened his eyes. Then his eyes filled with malice. He fixed a vicious stare on Yang Qi and Yu Hailan. You two beasts. Chu Feng roared. Whether it was because his emotions had aggravated the pain of his wounds, or because he was disappointed in the two of them, hot tears streamed down from his turbid, aged eyes. Chu Feng wept. This rough man who had lived for decades and was past 50 was actually crying. He had never imagined that he would be brutally beaten by 2 juniors. You. The Holy Prince said you were colluding to flee the Listening Wind Pavilion, and I didn't believe it. I never expected that everything would be exactly as the Holy Prince predicted. Hailan, has our Listening Wind Pavilion ever wronged you in any way? Yang Qi, you truly are, as the Holy Prince said, the embodiment of a ferocious beast and enemy of the human race. Chu Feng pointed at Yang Qi and Yu Hailan, cursing angrily. He was furious at Yang Qi for trying to kill him, and also at Yu Hailan for betraying the Listening Wind Pavilion. Yang Qi's face turned ashen. The Holy Prince Lin Xuan. Him again. Damn it. That villain. Yang Qi considered himself no paragon of virtue, but he had never expected that anyone under heaven could be so despicable. Pavilion Master, I didn't know it was you. I thought it was Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan got my cultivation crippled, so Hailan and I plan to take revenge on him. Pavilion Master, and why didn't you explain yourself just now? Blinded by boundless rage, Yang Qi flushed, red veins bulging on his neck, and roared at Chu Feng. Within Wind Spirit Valley, there was perpetually no light. Visibility was almost zero. Moreover, without the surrounding astral winds, the naked eye was useless here. Only through a martial artist's perception could one discern anything at all. Chu Feng's aura was suppressed by the soul-hiding pill, and Yang Qi could not see his true face clearly. Naturally, he had no idea that the man he had just beaten to his heart's content was actually Pavilion Master Chu Feng. What? Yu Hailan, standing beside Yang Qi, heard his words, and her face changed drastically. Indeed, one fears not a godlike opponent, but a pig-like teammate. Idiot. Yu Hailan's face was also livid. At this moment she wished she could kill Yang Qi on the spot. So they were plotting to assassinate the Holy Prince. Humph. What audacity. It is said that the 12 peaks of Cloud Ridge, the Shangqing sect, and the Linghan Cave have already pledged allegiance to the Holy Prince. Moreover, the Holy Prince holds the power of the Demon Heaven Palace. Assassinating the Holy Prince is equivalent to pushing our Listening Wind Pavilion into a fire pit. Exactly. That shameless pair can just walk away, but our Listening Wind Pavilion will suffer. 2. A scorpion's venom is unique in its poison. The crowd of Listening Wind Pavilion looked at Yu Hailan and Yang Qi with contempt and fury. Everyone felt righteous indignation at the pair's attempt to doom them all. Ding. The child of fortune Yang Qi has been scorned by Elder Huofeng, who expressed great disappointment. Yang Qi's fortune value decreased by 200 points. Host's villain value increased by 200 points. Ding. The child of fortune Yang Qi has been scorned by Elder Chioya, who expressed great disappointment. Fortune value decreased by 200 points. Host's villain value increased by 200 points. Ding. The child of fortune Yang Qi has cumulatively lost 2,000 points of fortune value. Host's villain value increased by 2,000 points. Yang Qi has only 1,500 fortune points left. Host may slay him. Ding. The child of fortune Yu Hailan has been scorned by everyone in Listening Wind Pavilion. Fortune value decreased by 3,000 points. Host's villain value increased by 3,000 points. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A gust of wind howled as Lin Xuan unfolded his martial wings, riding the wind, and landed before the crowd. Closely following Lin Xuan were his 2 maidservants Yun Yin and Ling Qing. Lin Xian's face was full of smiles like peach blossoms in full bloom. This splendid show directly earned Lin Xuan 5,000 points of villain value. A sudden fortune. Naturally, Lin Xuan was overjoyed. It's you, Lin Xuan. Seeing Lin Xuan appear, Yang Qi roared like a wild beast. If not for Hua Rong standing beside Lin Xuan, Yang Qi would have attacked Lin Xuan no matter what. In Yang Qi's heart, Lin Xuan was the #1 villain under heaven. Yu Hailan also looked at Lin Xuan with mixed feelings. She was somewhat shocked, somewhat helpless, but more than anything incredulous. She could not believe that her proud scheming was so negligible in his eyes. Hello, you two. I'm sorry, but after much deliberation, I felt it was wrong of Hailan to let Yang Qi go. So I gave the soul-hiding pill to Pavilion Master Chu, and had him lurk in Wind Spirit Temple. It was so that Pavilion Master Chu could see your sins with his own eyes. However, I never imagined that you two would even try to kill Pavilion Master Chu. TSK tisk, what audacity. Lin Xuan remained calm, and composed a hint of mockery in his expression. Lin Xuan, you bastard. Yang Qi clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging, murderous intent exposed. He knew he had fallen into a trap. Yu Halin's expression also darkened. Your Highness the Holy Prince, this has nothing to do with me. Yu Hailin still tried to argue. She put on a pitiful heart-wrenching look. In the past, such tactics of hers would have won the sympathy of many. But now she had clearly miscalculated. Before Yu Hailin could finish, Chu Feng pointed at her head and said, Hailin, just now you tried to kill me. At those words, Yu Hailin was momentarily speechless, not even knowing what a shameless pair. Thanks to the Holy Prince's brilliant foresight. Pavilion Master Chu is such a good man beaten like this. This is worse than eating hot pot while singing and suddenly being robbed by bandits. Yangqi, Hailin, you have disappointed me so much. Hailin, my goddess, I never thought you could be like this. You're finished. You will never have me. I am a man you can never obtain. At once waves of ridicule came from all around. Yangqi and Yu Hailin's faces turned extremely ugly. These two's fortune has already reached my slaying threshold. But they are too vicious in their hearts. It would be a pity to kill them so simply. Lin Xuan sneered, and a cat playing with mouse look suddenly appeared in his eyes, sending chills down people. Lin Xuan, today you were the better man. I have nothing else to say. If you are a real man, duel me. Suppress your cultivation realm and fight me. If you win, I will die without regret. If I win, I will leave the Listening Wind Pavilion today. Yang Qi stepped forward and shouted at Lin Xuan. Damn it. Lin Xuan was dumbfounded. What the hell, do all children of fortune use the same script? Not a single word changed. Because before Xiaohua, whom Lin Xuan had slain, also declared a unknown duel and even suppressed his own cultivation realm. This really made him laugh. What a joke. Yang Qi, you have committed heinous crimes, yet you want to duel with me with suppressed cultivation. If I win, you die without regret. If you win, you leave the Listening Wind Pavilion. Listen, is that even something a human would say? As if you could still stay in the Listening Wind Pavilion. I wonder, doesn't this bet cost you absolutely nothing? Lin Xuan burst into laughter and said. As soon as he said this, even those with slower wits in the crowd suddenly realized the truth. Exactly. Damn. This kid is sly with bad intentions hidden inside. Yang Qi is ugly, but he dreams pretty. Lin Xuan. Don't you want the divine elephant prison suppressing art? Seeing that Lin Xuan had not fallen for it, Yang Qi shouted again. Lin Xuan remained silent. Yang Qi's heart leaped with joy, and he continued to tempt. If you kill me, you will never obtain the divine elephant prison suppressing art. Boom. At that moment, Lin Xuan's eyes glared wide. Vast, demonic qi burst forth from his body. His skin began to turn black, and his flesh emitted the sound of refined iron. Behind Lin Xuan, an utterly pitch-black, soul-devouring demon dragon martial spirit roared at the heavens. Under this oppressive aura, everyone except Hua Rong changed color drastically. Even those at the same martial ancestor realm were like ants before Lin Xuan. Terrifying. Hua Rong also looked at Lin Xuan, with surprise, his expression somewhat bitter. It's only been a few days since we last met, and the Holy Prince has grown stronger again. Hua Rong felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. He had trained painstakingly for years to reach his current realm. But it had only been a few months since Lin Xuan's cultivation was crippled. It was simply unreasonable. Yang Qi was so intimidated by Lin Xuan's aura that he retreated step after step, body trembling. Because the divine elephant prison suppressing art within him actually showed a trace of fear when facing Lin Xuan. It was as if it had seen its natural nemesis. Do you think I really want your crappy cultivation art? Lin Xuan sneered, his face full of indifference, looking at Yang Qi as if he were an idiot. The divine elephant suppressing hell art is a supreme cultivation technique. That is beyond doubt. But Lin Xuan, who bears the villain system, would he lack a supreme technique? This was simply a joke. After all, the true demon myriad calamity indestructible body that Lin Xuan cultivated was created by the supreme true demon. And the supreme true demon and the supreme sovereign who created the divine elephant suppressing hell art had always stood in opposition. Since Lin Xuan possessed the true demon myriad calamity indestructible body, which was in no way inferior to the divine elephant suppressing hell art, how could he truly covet a technique that conflicted with the one inside him? Even a fool could figure that out with a little thought. Therefore, in reality, all of this was merely Lin Xuan's scheme against Yang Qi. Poor Yang Qi, foolishly believing that as long as he held the divine elephant suppressing hell art, Lin Xuan would hesitate to kill him. How utterly laughable. Yang Qi, do you think I would want your technique? Lin Xuan asked again. At this moment, Yang Qi was dumbfounded. He could sense the pure and vast demonic energy emanating from Lin Xuan. This power was entirely different from that of the divine elephant suppressing hell art. If it were unleashed, the formidable force would be overbearing and terrifying. In other words, he and Lin Xuan were natural enemies destined to counter each other. This relationship was like water and fire. If the water was powerful enough, it could extinguish the fire. But if the flames ran high, they could vaporize the water completely. Yang Qi's face turned ashen, and he understood. If Lin Xuan wanted to kill him, it was no joke. Holy Prince, brother, it was all his doing. Your servant was coerced into making a move. Sob. Seeing Lin Xuan erupt with such might, Yu Halin's heart trembled. Lin Xuan's aura was terrifying beyond measure, vast, like an abyss. This formidable power was enough to sweep through all beings below the martial king realm. Even if Yu Hailon and Yang Qi joined forces, they could not possibly be Lin Xuan's match. At that moment, Yu Hailon had abandoned all resistance, only hoping that her disguise technique could soften Lin Xuan's heart. "Shut your mouth. I'm in no mood for tea right now." Lin Xuan bellowed, his cold eyes sweeping over Yu Hailon. Instantly, Yu Hailon dared not say another word. "Do you two want to live?" Lin Xuan said, suddenly the corners of his mouth curling upward. "Live." Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, a glint of light burst into the eyes of the two. Live, of course they wanted to live. In this world, was there anyone who did not want to live? A living dog is better than a dead lion, isn't it? Live? As long as I live, anything is possible. If I can cultivate for another 20 years, I'll send the prince to the underworld. Back then, I was abandoned by Yu Hailon and struck down by thunder. By a stroke of luck, I survived, which led to the supreme fortune that followed. As long as I survive today, one day in the future, I will repay today's humiliation on you, Lin Xuan, 1,000-fold. Yang Qi's eyes were fierce, and a sharp, killing intent suddenly burst from his gaze. However, Yang Qi hid it well, making it difficult for ordinary people to notice. Yu Halin's eyes wandered. Clearly, she harbored similar thoughts. "Holy Prince, brother, you are willing to let us go?" Yu Hailon asked Lin Xuan cautiously. However, only one of you two can live," Lin Xuan said with a smile on his face. "Only one can live." Hearing Lin Xuan's words, the two involuntarily turned deathly pale. What did this mean? A chill suddenly rose from the soles of their feet, all the way to the backs of their heads. "Holy Prince, brother." Yu Hailon took a deep breath, wanting to ask Lin Xuan clearly. Just then, roar. A resounding dragon-elephant roar burst forth. Yang Qi took a deep breath, and the true qi within him surged out fiercely, concentrating on his right fist. The true qi actually materialized into an ancient dragon-elephant, fierce and terrifying. Before Yu Hailon could react, she felt a vast wave of true qi slam into her body. Yang Qi. A thought just flashed through Yu Hailon's mind. Then she felt her internal organs shift out of position. "Yang Qi, you actually attacked me by surprise." Yu Hailon bellowed furiously. Despite being ambushed and severely wounded, she was after all the reincarnation of a heavenly being with unfathomable strength. Yu Hailon raised her hand, sword, qi flowing as true qi condensed into droplets of spiritual energy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Those droplets of true qi, like world-destroying weapons, instantly pierced through Yang Qi's right hand. In an instant, Yang Qi's right hand shattered. Blood and flesh were a blur. Thud. Yu Hailon collapsed to the ground, blood staining her originally fair skin. She had been too cunning for her own good, and her clever schemes sealed her fate. This was Yu Halin's tribulation. Although she was sinister and vicious, she was after all a woman. She had not been as quick-witted or as decisive as Yang Qi. Yang Qi had slain Yu Halin, but one of his arms was crippled in the process. Yang Qi clutched the stump of his severed arm, sealing his meridians with true qi to stop the bleeding. "Now I can leave, right?" Yang Qi looked at Lin Xuan. Under Lin Xuan's razor-sharp gaze, Yang Qi slowly lowered his head and spoke in a nearly pleading tone. "Leave? Did I say you could leave?" Lin Xuan said with a slight smile. "What?" Yang Qi was stunned, hardly believing his ears. Then Yang Qi flew into a rage, pointing at Lin Xuan with his remaining hand and bellowing. "Didn't you say only one of us could survive? As the holy prince, you go back on your word." Lin Xuan said nothing more. A flash of light flickered beneath his feet, and his figure vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Yang Qi. Yang Qi wanted to dodge, but even at the peak of his strength, he was no match for Lin Xuan. Let alone now, when Yang Qi was severely wounded. It would be even more impossible for him to evade Lin Xuan's strike. "You want to leave? Can you actually leave?" Lin Xuan appeared before Yang Qi. The devouring origin creation sutra within him spun madly, and in Lin Xuan's hand a black vortex suddenly formed. The vortex contained horrifying suction. In an instant, Yang Qi was pulled into the palm of his hand. No matter how Yang Qi unleashed the divine elephant-suppressing hell art, it was utterly useless. The dragon elephant within Yang Qi roared ceaselessly, trying to break free from all this. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Infinite demonic energy descended from Lin Xuan's body, crushing everything. What was a dragon elephant in the face of such power? It was nothing but a joke. "That cultivation of yours isn't bad, but it's wasted on you. Better it be given to me." Lin Xuan let out a sinister laugh. Ruthlessly, he activated the devouring origin creation sutra. Huff, huff, huff. The power of the 480 million particles within Yang Qi began to flow incessantly into Lin Xuan's body. All the true qi he had painstakingly cultivated over so many years was lost in an instant. Aya! Yang Qi's screams resounded throughout the entire Fengling Valley. It made one's scalp tingle with horror. The crowd watched Lin Xuan's ferocious face. At this moment, they could not discern whether Lin Xuan was a holy prince who had saved them from the depths of misery, or a selfish great demon who slaughtered the world. In the end, Yang Qi, the child of destiny, let out fainter and fainter agonized screams. His face was full of despair, his eyes dim and lifeless, and his breath grew increasingly feeble. Moreover, Lin Xuan was utterly merciless, using his vast, devouring origin true qi to blast apart Yang Qi's 8 extraordinary meridians. That is to say, there was no possibility whatsoever that Yang Qi could ever rebuild his martial path and return to the martial ancestor realm. Not to mention that Yang Qi had also lost an arm. In that moment, he was truly consumed by despair. Lin Xuan slowly dropped Yang Qi's body to the ground. Yang Qi had been concealing his cultivation realm. On the surface, he seemed to be at the 9th level of martial spirit, but in reality his combat strength was akin to the 7th level of martial ancestor. Furthermore, the divine elephant-suppressing hell art he practiced was bizarre and terrifying. His comprehension allowed Lin Xuan to absorb and master it thoroughly, directly advancing the devouring origin creation sutra in his body to the minor success realm. Once it reached minor success, Lin Xuan's perception of the spiritual energy between heaven and earth became even sharper. Through his skin alone, he could absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, at all times vastly increasing his cultivation speed. The devouring origin creation sutra at minor success can even devour bloodlines. Lin Xuan sensed the transformation brought by the devouring origin creation sutra and could not help revealing a joyful expression. Before, he had only been able to devour true qi. But now he could devour bloodlines, absorbing all kinds of powerful bloodlines, and eventually turning them into his own. In the end, he could attain a terrifying mortal body, great emperor, like the ruthless empress. Of course, all of this was also because the divine elephant-suppressing hell art within Yang Qi contained supreme power, causing Lin Xuan's devouring origin creation sutra to undergo a qualitative transformation. The devouring origin creation sutra can now devour bloodline power. In the future, it might devour cultivation arts, or even memories, and eventually evolve into the heaven-swallowing demon art. If this continues, it is not impossible for me to become a figure like the ruthless great emperor. A faint smile curled at the corner of Lin Xuan's mouth. He was full of anticipation for the future. Of course, after devouring Yang Qi, who possessed the divine elephant-suppressing hell art, Lin Xuan's power continued to surge upward from the 6th level of martial ancestor. It even began to approach the 7th level of martial ancestor. At this moment, only a single realm barrier stood between his cultivation and the 7th level of martial ancestor. After secluded cultivation for a short while, he could break through in one fell swoop. Huarong, as a martial king powerhouse, naturally took no interest in Lin Xuan killing a nobody like Yang Qi. Originally, Huarong's face was drooping with drowsiness, as if he were about to fall asleep. But at this moment, he could not help brightening his eyes. This kid's aura has actually become even deeper. I can't see through his cultivation art at all. Huarong rubbed his chin, a look of suspicion appearing on his face. At present, Huarong seemed to have noticed a clue. The reason Lin Xuan's strength advanced so rapidly was probably related to the miraculous cultivation art he practiced. Could a mere cultivation art really have such miraculous effects? Huarong was somewhat startled and uncertain. Just kill me. Yang Qi lay on the ground, gasping heavily. Now not a trace of anger remained on Yang Qi's face. What replaced it was infinite despair. At this moment, he seemed to have lost all confidence in everything. No, as I said, the two of you can only have one survivor. Heh, Lin Xuan said with a faint smile. Yang Qi felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He stood there stunned, never imagining that Lin Xuan could be. For Yang Qi, he had lost the true qi he had worked so hard to cultivate, and his martial path was completely severed. For a martial cultivator, what could be more despairing than losing one's cultivation? Even someone with a heart as immovable as rock like Yang Qi felt his Tao heart collapse with a thunderous roar when faced with such a fatal scheme. At Lin Xuan's words, the many martial cultivators in Listening Wind Pavilion could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. After all, Yang Qi had not merely lost his martial cultivation. What was even more terrifying was that Yang Qi's meridians were now destroyed, and he had lost one hand. Even if he fell into the mortal world and never touched the martial realm again, he could only become a figure no better than a beggar. As the saying goes, it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go from extravagance to frugality. How could Yang Qi accept his final fate? Death to the body is secondary, death to the spirit is final. This act was far more terrifying than merely killing Yang Qi. Ding. Yang Qi, the child of destiny, has experienced the collapse of his Tao heart, ultimately falling into mortality, with no hope of rising again. The 1500 fortune points of Yang Qi, the child of destiny, have been converted into 1500 villain points for the host. Lin Xuan heard the system's notification tone. Lin Xuan smiled faintly. He knew that Yang Qi would never be able to rise again. With a single command, the entire contingent of Listening Wind Pavilion marched back to the sect in a mighty procession. Yang Qi, however, lay in Wind Spirit Valley like a dead dog. He was severely wounded and on the brink of death. He neither wanted to get up, nor could he. At this moment, he only wanted to die in Wind Spirit Valley. That would still be better than the humiliation and contempt he would suffer in the days to come. Rain Listening Tower. Your Highness the Holy Prince, are you thirsty? Your Highness the Holy Prince, are you tired? Your Highness the Holy Prince. Stop, stop, stop. Have you two been taking the wrong medicine? Why are you being so eager today? Lin Xuan looked at Yun Yin and Ling Qing with wide eyes, utterly puzzled, and asked, Holy Prince, you are truly brilliant. To think that you could come up with this move. That Yu Halen, just as you predicted, truly has a venomous heart. Yun Yin narrowed her eyes, her face brimming with stars, and said to Lin Xuan. Although Ling Qing was not as effusive as Yun Yin, she too looked at Lin Xuan with adoration on her face. Clearly both were deeply conquered by Lin Xuan's methods. Lin Xuan looked at Yun Yin and Ling Qing, two peerless beauties. Both seemed ready to be plucked by him. It stirred desire in Lin Xuan. However, he did not dare. He knew that Hua Rong, that old dog, was watching him every moment. Not bad. This prince is tired. You may withdraw now. Lin Xuan forcibly suppressed the wicked fire within him and spoke to the two beauties with a righteous countenance. Yun Yin and Ling Qing naturally did not want to withdraw, but they also did not dare to defy Lin Xuan's will. After they left, Lin Xuan slowly let out a long breath. The matter of Yang Qi is settled. Now I must go into seclusion and improve my cultivation to prepare for the Blood Demon Venerable's legacy in the Mystic Beast Mountain Range. If not for the fact that I cannot beat Hua Rong yet, I would definitely teach him a lesson. And Feng Yue. Hey, my dear wife, it won't be long before your husband surpasses you. At the thought of Feng Yue, a smile unconsciously rose at the corner of Lin Xuan's mouth, carrying a hint of happiness. Though Yun Yin, Ling Qing, and the others had their own unique charms, and were all peerless beauties of the mortal world, it was still Feng Yue whom he loved in his heart. Feng Yue was powerful, mysterious, and seemingly wielding supreme authority, yet her inner heart was pure and maidenly. This stark contrast fascinated Lin Xuan deeply. He sat cross-legged, circulated his cultivation art, and began to prepare to break through to the 6th level of martial ancestor. 3 days later, suddenly a blood-red dragon's roar resounded through the Mystic Beast Mountain Range. Roar! The powerhouses of the Eastern Mystic Divine Land were all shaken. They sensed the heaven-defying murderous aura and knew that a great tomb had likely emerged into the world. The might of that blood-crimson dragon was too terrifying to behold. As a result, the entire Dongxian Shenzhou knew that a great tomb was about to emerge from the world. Deep within the Mystic Beast Mountain Range, the corpses of mystic beasts lay all around a young man. Though they were already dead, their auras remained extremely terrifying. There were mystic beasts of the martial spirit realm and the martial ancestor realm, and even a martial king realm mystic beast. Mystic beast was the name commonly used in the Kanglin realm. Most of the demon race in the Kanglin realm had yet to open their spiritual wisdom. Those with great power could be called mystic beasts. The term mystic beast was merely a general designation. Above them were the titles of spirit beasts and divine beasts. Mystic beasts, like humans, were a race that attached great importance to origins and bloodlines. Some mystic beasts, though not yet grown, had powerful origins and heaven-defying bloodlines. Their future accomplishments were equally boundless. Therefore, some mystic beasts with heaven-defying bloodlines could speak human speech even in their youth and possessed extremely high comprehension. The purple gold magic marten was one such example. Yet there were also mystic beasts that after long ages of cultivation became immensely powerful. But due to insufficient natural talent, even after reaching the martial emperor realm, or even beyond, they still could not speak human speech. The corpses of mystic beasts encircled them, dense energies of blood and chi surging outward. It instantly filled one with a dreadful sense of terror. The young man standing in the center was Lin Wu, the child of destiny, the future martial progenitor. At his side was a purple gold magic marten over 10 feet long. The purple gold magic marten was licking the wounds on its body. Purple gold magic marten, without you I doubt I could have slain that earth dragon beast whose bloodline showed signs of returning to its ancestral form. For this I owe you my thanks, Lin Wu said with a faint smile to the purple gold magic marten. On hearing Lin Wu's words, the marten was struck by a sudden chill. Waves of cold surged up from the soles of its paws. Damn it, this bastard. I nearly died here, gravely wounded, killing that martial king realm mystic beast. And what does he do? He just turns me into a free enforcer, so he can freely absorb these beasts' bloodlines to strengthen himself. Flames of rage burned in the purple gold magic marten's heart, and a trace of chill leaked from its eyes. Clearly its hatred for Lin Wu had reached an utterly extreme level. Cough cough. We are brothers. Why be so polite? The purple gold magic marten forced down its fury, strained its face into a smile uglier than crying, and spoke to Lin Wu. Lin Wu smiled faintly. The two were estranged at heart, though they seemed harmonious. Each was scheming against the other. Boom. A blood-crimson dragon shot into the sky. Lin Wu's whole body jolted. The stone talisman in his hand radiated light without pause, as if pointing the way for him. His own aura was growing more powerful by the moment. In the end, he had leapt straight to the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm, only a step away from the martial king realm. Lin Wu's natural talent was already heaven-defying. Back in the Shangqing sect, his actual strength had already been no weaker than the likes of Ling Qing. At the same time, Lin Wu had still been accumulating his power, yet to reach full bloom. In the past few days, Lin Wu wandered through the mystic beast mountain range. Then by a twist of fate, he consumed the heaven and earth treasure, known as the Yin-Yang heaven-devouring fruit. As long as he obtained enough vital blood and bloodlines, within a short time his realm could advance at an astonishing. Relying on the purple gold magic marten in the mystic beast mountain range, Lin Wu kept hunting powerful mystic beasts, and his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. In one astonishing leap, he had become an expert, approaching the martial king level. Behind all of this, the purple gold magic marten had contributed no small merit. The blood demon Venerable's great tomb has opened. In the outer region of the tomb, anyone below the martial king realm may enter. But the core region of the blood demon Venerable's tomb can only be truly opened by the one holding the stone talisman. I possess the stone talisman. I am destined to become the blood demon Venerable's successor. Furthermore, the purple gold magic marten can hide inside the stone talisman and evade the restrictions of the outer tomb. Once I enter the blood demon Venerable's tomb with my current strength and the aid of a martial king realm purple gold magic marten, wouldn't that be practically invincible? Lin Wu raised his head and looked at the blood-crimson dragon coiling endlessly through the sky, his heart filled with awe. At this moment, Lin Wu's heroic spirit soared. It was as if he had already seen himself crushing every genius before him and seizing the inheritance of the blood demon Venerable's tomb. He could even see himself cutting down Lin Xuan and avenging his old grudge. At the thought, a sinister smile crept across Lin Wu's lips. One had to admit that the fortune of the child of destiny was a mystery atop mysteries. And yet it truly existed. An existence that refused to follow reason. Lin Wu had originally been suppressed by Lin Xuan. But Lin Xuan wanted to use Lin Wu's hand to lure out the fortune within the blood demon Venerable's tomb, so he had deliberately let Lin Wu go. Who could have expected Lin Wu's luck to surge so explosively? After obtaining the Yin-Yang heaven-devouring fruit, he rose to prominence in a short span of time. From this, it was clear that the fortune of a child of destiny was not set in stone. Moreover, as a child of destiny, he had infinite possibilities and absolutely could not be underestimated. In Dongxian Xinzhou, the blood-crimson dragon had emerged. Numerous powerhouses flocked over at once. There was a young man with a feather fan and a silk headband, his face brimming with arrogance. A bone on his chest shimmered ceaselessly, emitting a powerful supreme aura, a tomb belonging to someone from the upper realm. Interesting. I came all the way from Beihuang to Dongshuan, and now I encounter such a terrifying fortune. The fortune in this tomb will surely be obtained by me. If I gain such heaven-defying fortune, then in the future I won't be suppressed by my two elder brothers. Though the young man was young, his brows were filled with pride. He wished to vie with the heavens themselves, and the killing intent around him was chilling. Deep within the mystic beast mountain range, beasts lay prostrate outside a mountain cave. Those mystic beasts were at least of the martial ancestor realm, and some were horrifying mystic beasts at the martial king realm. Yet at that moment, all of them trembled like servants staring at the cave with terror-stricken faces. After a long while, a young woman slowly emerged from the cave. Her expression was unbearably seductive, and her features were breathtakingly bewitching. Moreover, she was not wearing a single thread of clothing. Her flawless body was soul-stealing, as if she had merged with nature itself. Roar, 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 croak, croak, croak. At the sight of the young woman, one powerful mystic beast after another burst into ferocious roars. They seemed to be reporting to her like subordinates. The young woman listened carefully. After a long moment, her slender brows rose sharply, and she gave a cold snort. Boom. An overwhelming aura swept outward in all directions like monstrous waves. The nine-tailed half-demon lineage, nearly exterminated. And someone stole this king's Yin-Yang heaven-devouring fruit. Damnation! Damnation! That fruit is a rare treasure. I need to restore my cultivation after transforming. How detestable. The young woman flew into a towering rage, and her vast aura surged without cease. Although she was merely at the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm, the terror of her presence was far greater than that of some martial king exotic beasts. Under the young woman's aura, the many mystic beasts trembled, not daring to make the slightest move. The blood demon Venerable's tomb. Heh! Anyone who dares to take what belongs to me, Hu Jiuer, will have his bones ground to ash. Demonic aura radiated from Hu Jiuer's body, and her gaze was razor-sharp. She uttered a single sentence softly, and the temperature around them instantly turned much colder. Then with a flicker of her form, Hu Jiu'er vanished from the spot. At the blood demon venerable's tomb deep in the mystic beast mountain range, the blood crimson dragon had burst forth, guiding people to the tomb's outer grounds. Many disciples of Tingfeng Pavilion arrived here aboard a war vessel. Outside the tomb, there was already a sea of people. Boom. The war vessel landed. In full view of the crowd, Lin Xuan stepped out with Yuan Yin Ling Qing and the experts of the Tianma Palace. The martial artists outside the blood demon venerable's tomb were all shocked and horrified when they saw Lin Xuan. Look, that is the holy prince Lin Xuan. It is said that the holy prince Lin Xuan is a peerless prodigy and may even possess the legendary chaos body. Those who bear such a physique can one day dominate the cosmos and become an invincible figure. This contest over the blood demon venerable's great tomb has truly become intriguing. Many powerhouses from various factions have already deduced that only those below the martial king realm may enter. If a martial king or above tries to force their way in, they will likely be obliterated on the spot. Although martial kings cannot enter, the leaders of the various orthodox lineages in the Eastern Xian are only martial ancestors at best. Once this tomb opens, it may very well reshape the entire balance of the Eastern Xian. Not only those from the Eastern Xian. Look over there, that youth in purple is said to be from the Stone Kingdom of the Northern Wasteland. The Stone Kingdom of the Northern Wasteland boasts 3 supreme beings in a single clan. The purple-robed youth Qin Hao is one of the 3 young supreme beings. Though he is not as dazzling as his 2 elder brothers, he is not to be underestimated, and that young woman, seemingly delicate and alluring, is said to be a mysterious existence from the Xian Beast Mountain range in the Eastern Xian. Previously, with a single move, she slaughtered 2 martial king old freaks from outside the Eastern Xian who provoked her. After Lin Xuan appeared, the martial artists present began discussing in earnest. By now, the name of the holy prince Lin Xuan resounded throughout the entire divine land of Eastern Xian. The divine land of Eastern Xian was considered quite weak even within the entire Kanglan realm. The number of powerhouses it produced was far inferior to other regions such as the Northern Wasteland or the Southern Wilderness. As time passed, the opening of the blood demon venerable's great tomb attracted not only the strong of the Eastern Xian, but also numerous experts from other regions. A martial king from another region came to investigate, only to be killed in midair by a young woman from the Xian Beast Mountain range, shocking countless martial artists throughout the Eastern Xian. There was also a youth from the Northern Wasteland named Qin Hao who could fight the maiden from the Xian Beast Mountain range to a standstill. Neither of them was in any way overshadowed by the holy prince Lin Xuan. The 12 peaks of Yunling pay respects to the holy prince Lin Xuan. Linghan Cave pays respects to the holy prince Lin Xuan. The 9 Heavens Supreme Qing sect pays respects to the holy prince Lin Xuan. At that moment, many orthodox factions, seeing Lin Xuan's arrival, knelt down one after another to pledge their loyalty to him. It is said that the holy prince Lin Xuan has already subjugated several major orthodox lineages of the Eastern Xian. Tisk tisk tsk. This time the holy prince Lin Xuan of the lower realm might truly be able to unify the righteous path of the entire Kanglan realm. Alas, the Eastern Xian is but a remote frontier. In terms of true power, it lags far behind the other orthodox lineages. The so-called ranking of the 9 great orthodox lineages is still a matter from 100 years ago. As for the Stone Kingdom of the Northern Wasteland, one kingdom alone could probably sweep across the entire Northern Wasteland. In my opinion, for the Holy Prince to unify the righteous forces would be harder than ascending to heaven. In this blood demon venerable's great tomb, the most formidable people are none other than the Holy Prince Lin Xuan, the Xian Beast Maiden, and Qin Hao of the Stone Kingdom. These 3 true dragons. Who will prevail in the end remains to be seen. Afterward, the great orthodox lineages of the Eastern Xian publicly expressed their loyalty to Lin Xuan. This naturally astonished the martial artists of the Eastern Xian. The sound of discussion grew ever louder. Lin Xuan looked at Yun Feng, Shun Macho Dongfang Poxing, and the others, giving them a slight nod. Then, condensing his true qi into his ears, he overheard the crowd's discussion. The Xian Beast Maiden. Qin Hao. Lin Xuan's heart stirred, and he turned his gaze toward those 2. That Xian Beast Maiden was surrounded by a host of terrifying Xian beasts at the peak of the martial ancestor realm, yet she showed not the slightest fear. Instead, her face was perfectly calm. Sensing Lin Xuan's gaze upon her, she lifted her head and gave him an extremely enchanting smile. Lin Xuan responded with a faint, courteous smile of his own. To Lin Xuan, this maiden seemed unfathomably deep. Though she was only at the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm, her true strength was several times more formidable than that of an ordinary martial king. Then Lin Xuan turned his gaze toward Qin Hao of the Northern Wasteland. He had not expected much, but upon looking, his brow twitched and his expression filled with surprise. Named Qin Hao, identity younger brother of the child of fortune Shi Hao, the 3rd of the 3 supreme beings of the Stone Kingdom. Shi of the Stone Kingdom possesses the double pupil's constitution. Sure Hao of the Stone Kingdom is a child of fortune born with a supreme bone and exceptionally blessed by fortune. Qin Hao was also born with a supreme bone. Unfortunately, his two elder brothers were too terrifying, and Qin Hao had always been suppressed by them realm 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. Both Qin Hao and the Xian Beast Maiden were at the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. But Lin Xuan knew that so-called geniuses all possess terrifying combat power that allows them to fight above their level. Therefore, these two could not be judged by the standards of ordinary 9th level martial ancestors. Lin Xuan himself, having acquired many means, also possessed the power to fight beyond his realm. Thus he understood all too well just how terrifying true geniuses could be. So it's him. Interesting. A smile curled at the corner of Lin Xuan's mouth. He had not expected that Qin Hao would turn out to be the inheritor of a supreme bone, and that his elder brother would one day become the famed desolate heavenly emperor. He had just been worrying about finding a suitable child of fortune to exploit after dealing with Lin Wu. And yet before he knew it, one had delivered himself right to his doorstep. Lin Xuan was overjoyed. And at that very moment, the blood demon Venerable's great tomb suddenly erupted with a dense radiant crimson glow. The blood-colored barrier that had shrouded the tomb began to grow thin. Everyone knew that the Venerable's tomb was protected by a barrier before it fully opened. Therefore outsiders could hardly enter. Now that the barrier was thinning, it meant the tomb was about to truly open. Suddenly a figure flashed by. Before anyone could react, he dashed straight toward the barrier. The barrier of the Venerable's tomb hasn't fully vanished yet, and this fool charges at the tomb like that. Isn't he just seeking death? Someone sneered in derision. But the moment that figure touched the blood demon Venerable's great tomb, a stone talisman in his hand suddenly burst forth with a divine extraordinary radiance. The blood-colored barrier could not stop the figure in the slightest and finally dissipated into nothingness. What is going on? Who is that person? How is he able to enter the blood demon Venerable's great tomb ahead of everyone else? This scene was a merciless slap in the face to everyone present, leaving the crowd utterly stunned and dumbfounded. Seeing this, Lin Xuan could not help but smile. Others might not know who that person was, but Lin Xuan knew perfectly well. Was it not Lin Wu, the very man he had schemed to drive out of the Nine Heavens Supreme Qing sect? Lin Wu. Heh, I've been waiting for you. Lin Xuan sneered coldly. The Xian Beast Maiden was none other than Hu Jior. She had been looking peaceful idly, teasing the terrifying Xian Beast beside her. But when she sensed Lin Wu's aura, Hu Jior's expression turned sharp. The aura of the Yin-Yang heaven-devouring fruit. It's on him. A cold look settled over Hu Jior's face. This is cheating. He actually managed to enter the tomb ahead of everyone else. Damn it. I'm not happy about this. Seeing that Lin Wu had entered the tomb early, the crowd's mood soured, and they cursed in annoyance. Yet these mundane complaints did not change Qin Hao's expression in the slightest. He remained perfectly calm, for he knew that heavenly treasures and earthly wonders belonged to those capable of seizing them. Such matters depended on strength and fortune. Those who entered first might seize the initial opportunity, but that did not guarantee they would laugh last. Qin Hao glanced at Hu Jior, seemingly more interested in her than in anything else. An hour later, the blood-colored barrier suddenly split open from the sky, parting into two halves. The entire great tomb of the blood demon Venerable was now fully revealed before the eyes of the crowd. The tomb is open. Charge. Seize the opportunities. Claim the fortunes. Driven by the colossal benefits within the Venerable's tomb, the crowd seemed to lose all reason and charged madly toward it. However, the forces of Yunling, the Supreme Qing sect, Linghan Cave, and Tingfeng Pavilion all turned their gazes toward Lin Xuan. No matter how tempting the Venerable's tomb might be, the disciples of these four orthodox lineages dared not step even an inch out of line, for they were all waiting for Lin Xuan's command. Leaders of the orthodox lineages, once inside the tomb, stand together and face the enemy as one. Enter the tomb. Lin Xuan waved his sleeve and issued the order. As the Holy Prince commands. The four lineage leaders shouted in unison. Lin Xuan had Hua Rong wait for him outside the Venerable's tomb. Then, condensing a pair of martial wings behind his back, he took Yun Yin and Ling Qing with him and soared through the air, the first to break into the distance. The three of them descended into the Venerable's tomb. Roar! Roar! Ah! Ah! No sooner had they entered than they found themselves in a blood-colored space. Before they could even steady themselves, roars and screams came from every direction. The three raised their eyes and beheld a vast blood-crimson space, within which monstrous figures wrought from essence blood suddenly coalesced into being. These blood monsters bore a humanoid shape, yet twin horns jutted from their heads, and their features were twisted into such hideous nightmarish grimaces that they seemed veritable malevolent fiends drenched in killing intent. Blood fiend ghosts. Lin Xuan exclaimed, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. Hearing his words, Yun Yin and Ling Qing could not help but feel a jolt of alarm in their hearts. Gazing upon the dreadful forms of those blood monsters, the two women could not suppress a simultaneous shudder. It had to be said the name was thoroughly fitting. These blood fiend ghosts are a breed of monster from the upper realm. When a living being dies, if their resentment refuses to dissipate, their essence blood condenses, and thus they are reborn as blood fiend ghosts. These fiends are savage in the extreme, cruel beyond measure by their very nature. When it comes to living creatures, their hearts are steeped in nowhere but resentment. Therefore, so long as living things draw breath, they will be ruled by that resentment and hurl themselves ceaselessly against any being that lives. If a living being is slain by a blood fiend ghost, they too shall rise as a blood fiend ghost. Lin Xuan spoke with fluid eloquence, explaining patiently to the group. In a certain sense, these blood fiend ghosts were precisely like the zombies that populated the films and television dramas of Lin Xuan's previous life. The most fearsome aspect of zombies lay in this: a single bite would infect the victim with the zombie virus until at last they were assimilated into the ranks of the undead. And so the zombies began to snowball, their numbers swelling ever greater, even coalescing into great tides of corpses that made one's scalp crawl. The blood fiend ghosts were no different. The moment the host of warriors stepped into the great tomb, many of those lacking in strength were suddenly ambushed by the blood fiend ghosts, their bodies drained dry of essence blood, and they too were reborn as blood fiend ghosts. Boom! Yun and Ling Xuan both struck out at once, clashing head-on against two blood fiend ghosts in a thunderous exchange. Though the two women were not wounded by their foes, the blood fiend ghosts had been driven back a mere 3 steps. Even these ordinary blood fiend ghosts are already this powerful, fully able to rival an expert of the middle 3 levels of the martial ancestor realm, and they number in such horrifying multitudes. Tisk tisk tisk, it truly makes one's heart quail. A look of astonishment surfaced on Ling Xuan's face, and she could not help but voice her thoughts. Though Yun and Ling Xuan had not long stepped into the martial ancestor realm, each had obtained tremendous fortune from Lin Xuan. In this span of days, their cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. In a single bound, the two had already become 4th-level martial ancestor martial experts, blessed with extraordinary talent and terrifyingly peerless combat prowess. If even these two could not easily slay blood fiend ghosts, then ordinary warriors stood even less of a chance. Raising their heads, Yun and Ling Xuan beheld blood fiend ghosts packed tightly together, tens of thousands of them. Screams of agony echoed without end. This is utterly horrifying. What tomb is this? This is a veritable hell. I must escape. The cries rose one after another, some shrieking in pain, some paralyzed with terror. Undeniably, the performance of Hu Jiu'er and Qin Hao was the most dazzling of all. The supreme bone at Qin Hao's chest blazed without cease, radiating the boundless majesty of the human sovereign. In his hand, he held a silver-long spear. Wherever the spear swept past, blood fiend ghosts were reduced to drifting ashes. He swept forward 800 li, utterly undefeated, his divine might shrouding the world. Hu Jiu'er was more astonishing still. She needed not lift a finger, for the martial ancestor-ranked spirit beasts at her side fought in her stead. They crushed all in their path with overwhelming momentum. The other human martial cultivators, beholding such invincibility, came to a silent understanding, and each slipped behind the pair. They sought to borrow the duo's astonishing momentum to seize a thread of survival in this peril-infested tomb. After all, the two were carving their way ahead, slaying blood fiend ghosts and clearing out a safe zone. By trailing in their wake, these human martial cultivators could at least lap up some of the spoils. It truly pays to follow a big shot, one declared with smug satisfaction, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I wonder what arts Hu Jiu'er possesses that she can command the spirit beasts of the Spirit Beast Mountain range to obey her will. As I see it, the third young master of the Supreme Bonestone Kingdom is the truly invincible one. Bearing the Supreme Bone, he is a being destined to ascend as the human sovereign. The crowd buzzed with discussion, effectively elevating the pair to the throne of the two strongest figures within this great tomb. Humph! The Holy Sun is the strongest of all. Hearing the crowd's words, Yun-En's heart burned with indignation, and she spoke up defiantly. Ling Xuan remained expressionless and aloof. Though she voiced nothing aloud, she found herself in deep agreement with Yun-En. Through their days together, the two women had come to idolize Lin Xuan with unshakable devotion. Thus, to hear others exalted while standing before him stirred fierce displeasure in their hearts. And it was precisely at that moment that Lin Xuan made his move. A blood fiend ghost with no sense of its own doom lunged directly at Lin Xuan. And yet before Lin Xuan's body had so much as stirred, a devouring origin demon dragon martial spirit had already condensed into being behind him. The devouring origin demon dragon raised its head and loosed a thunderous roar at the heavens, then swallowed the blood fiend ghost whole in a single gulp. Empowered by the devouring origin creation scripture, the blood fiend ghost shrieked in endless agony until at last it dissolved into essence blood energy that came surging into Lin Xuan's frame. This essence blood energy traveled 36 complete cycles within his body. Lin Xuan could sense that the power within him had grown considerably. Now that the devouring origin creation scripture has stepped into the minor achievement realm, it has acquired the power to devour the essence blood of living beings. And these blood fiend ghosts under the Great Tomb's peculiar rules are at their core also born of essence blood. Thus I can exploit exactly this path to elevate my cultivation. A trace of astonishment flashed through Lin Xuan's eyes. Then his face blazed with boundless joy and his heart stirred with excitement. What did this signify? It signified that to everyone else these densely packed blood fiend ghosts were a terror beyond compare, obstacles towering in the path of their advance. But to Lin Xuan they were nothing less than a heaven-defying tonic. Lin Xuan raised his head and saw that Hu Jiu'er and Qin Hao had already carved forward 3 kilometers seemingly on the verge of piercing through the boundless sea of blood fiend ghosts. At the far end of the blood-crimson space stood a colossal gate. I wonder whether that Lin Wu has already arrived beyond that gate. Lin Xuan lifted his gaze and murmured to himself. Then without turning his head he addressed the 2 women, "Stay close behind me. I am about to strike." The 2 women felt their hearts quake at his words. The instant his speech concluded, boom! An overwhelming aura burst forth explosively from deep within Lin Xuan's being. Torrential might swept outward from Lin Xuan in endless waves. The martial spirit behind his back, the devouring origin demon dragon, was like an ancient primordial beast awakened roaring and howling without cease beneath the heavens and above the earth. Its form suddenly swelled into a true body 10 zhang tall. At Lin Xuan's slightest motion the devouring origin demon dragon swept across the battlefield around him. With every strike it claimed the lives of dozens of blood fiend ghosts. Lin Xuan Yun and Ling Qing swept across the battlefield without expending the barest wisp of effort. At the start Lin Xuan had lagged far behind Hu Jiu'er and Qin Hao. Yet once Lin Xuan set off he shot toward the gate of the blood-crimson space with all the speed of one who sets out late, yet arrives first. What manner of technique does the Holy Sun wield? Those monsters seem to have met their natural nemesis. They shatter at the merest touch. Curse it, we should have clung to the Holy Sun from the very start. These martial cultivators witnessing Lin Xuan erupt with supreme divine might were all struck speechless with reverence. At this very moment regret began to gnaw at their hearts. They felt that perhaps the big shot they had latched onto was not quite the right one. After all, whether it was Qin Hao or Hu Jiu'er, both had now plunged deep into the very heart of the blood fiend ghost horde besieged from the front and the rear alike. Their advance gradually slowed. Lin Xuan, however, dealt with the blood fiend ghosts not by striking them down with sheer force, but by using the devouring origin creation scripture to forcibly absorb and refine them. In terms of method Lin Xuan had surpassed Hu Jiu'er and Qin Hao by a considerable margin. Those mindless blood fiend ghosts were nothing more than nourishment and sustenance to him, each one serving as a contribution to his path of ascension. Hu Jiu'er, taking note of Lin Xuan's extraordinary prowess, could not help but betray a flicker of surprise. A soft light swirled within her beautiful eyes as though she had grown deeply intrigued by him. Qin Hao, however, shuddered through his entire body. And then in the depths of his gaze a venomous light began to blaze forth. Damn it! I am the bearer of the supreme bone. How could I possibly be weaker than you? Qin Hao inwardly cursed. For Qin Hao, who bore the supreme bone within him, he was a born sovereign of the human race. Yet fate had dealt this human sovereign a rather tragic hand. In the Sure Kingdom his 2 elder brothers were one the invincible double pupil, and the other Huang, who likewise possessed a supreme bone and was the child of destiny. In the future he was certainly destined to become a heavenly emperor-level powerhouse who would suppress the 3 realms. Without contrast there is no hurt. Therefore Qin Hao was fated to be a tragic existence. However, Qin Hao's talent was heaven-defying, and he naturally refused to remain content with the status quo. He wanted to stand out, but he had been suppressed far too ruthlessly. As a result his psyche had become somewhat warped. After coming to Dongxian from Beihuang, Qin Hao felt that Dongxian was weak. A powerhouse like him could never be suppressed again. Along the way he was accompanied by endless flowers and praise. However, before he could enjoy this for long a holy prince named Lin Xuan suddenly appeared halfway and overshadowed him. How could Qin Hao tolerate this? Damn it! What holy prince? He is merely a dog sent down from the upper realm. I possess the supreme bone and am destined to rule over all of humanity under the heavens. Even the holy prince is nothing but a stepping stone on my path to the Tao. In Qin Hao's eyes rage blazed continuously, and the fire grew ever more intense. Lin Xuan swept forward, turning every blood fiend he encountered into his own nourishment and nutrition. The true qi in his body continuously multiplied, roaming through his flesh. Earlier Lin Xuan had devoured Yang Qi's divine elephant-suppressing hell art, and he was already not far from the 7th level of martial ancestor. At the same time, after several days of consolidation, Lin Xuan's foundation had become quite deep. Now after devouring countless blood fiends, Lin Xuan had leapt forth to become a supreme existence at the 7th level of martial ancestor, instantly becoming a master of the upper 3 levels of the martial ancestor realm. This origin devouring creation scripture is truly a cheat, Lin Xuan said calmly. If an ordinary martial cultivator were like Lin Xuan and had his cultivation rise like a rocket, he would naturally suffer defects such as an unstable realm and a frail foundation. However, the origin devouring creation scripture originated from the ruthless emperor's heaven-swallowing demonic art, and its power level was vastly overwhelming. It could directly absorb origin power to strengthen Lin Xuan's foundation. Because this was a supplement of origin power, there was no need to worry about Lin Xuan's realm becoming unstable. At present, the origin devouring creation scripture was only at the minor accomplishment stage, so it could only devour blood essence and vital blood. If it reached the intermediate accomplishment stage, it would directly absorb the martial insights of living beings. At that time, Lin Xuan's strength enhancement would truly begin its ascension mode. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xuan stood outside the gate of the blood-colored space. Before him stood a colossal gate more than 10 zhang tall. Both Hu Jiu'er and Qin Hao were still far behind Lin Xuan. As soon as Lin Xuan reached the blood-colored gate, it swung open. Lin Xuan stepped inside, with Yun Yin and Ling Qing. Qin Hao and Hu Jiu'er watched as Lin Xuan took the lead and entered the blood-colored gate. They felt somewhat anxious and quickened their pace. Before long, the two also passed through the blood-colored gate. Together with Yun Yin and Ling Qing, a total of 5 people passed through the gate. After the 5 had passed through the blood-colored gate, slammed shut in that instant. All the others were blocked out. This situation undoubtedly provoked boundless rage in the crowd. They had survived countless perils to obtain fortune. Yet now the road to fortune had been violently blocked. Who could not be enraged? Moreover, losing the path to fortune was one thing. The most terrifying thing was that the martial artists of the Dongxian Divine Province also had to face the relentless slaughter of blood fiends. That was undoubtedly an even more painful affair. Retreat. Yun Feng Shin Macho Dongfang Poxing and Chu Feng exchanged glances and issued the order in unison. At this moment, the advantage of Lin Xuan's subordinates became apparent. These 4 major powers coordinated with one another, watched each other's backs, and helped each other as they began to withdraw from the blood-colored space in an orderly manner. Lin Xuan led Yun Yin and Ling Qing through the blood-colored gate and entered a mysterious space. In this space, blood-red light pervaded. At the very center was a mysterious pill-pattern formation. Within the formation, a crimson divine pill hovered in the void. 9 golden pill patterns coiled around the crimson divine pill. This was a heavenlier 9th-grade divine pill. The moment they stepped inside, a rich pill fragrance assailed their noses. The quality of this pill is even above the celestial fragrance dustless pill that Feng Yue gave me. What a treasure! Lin Xuan's eyes lit up. The celestial fragrance dustless pill was already a supreme miraculous pill. Limited by the power level of the Kanglin realm, it could be regarded as the ceiling of heavenlier 9th-grade pills. Yet the crimson pill before them was even superior to the celestial fragrance dustless pill, although both were heavenlier 9th-grade pills. Lin Xuan knew that this crimson pill, being superior in quality to the celestial fragrance dustless pill, could absolutely not be an object of the Kanglin realm. Theoretically, there was only one possibility: this pill had not been refined within the Kanglin realm. It seems this is the legacy and fortune left by the blood demon Venerable. Lin Xuan smiled faintly and murmured. A dense desire surged in his eyes. Clearly for Lin Xuan, he also yearned greatly to obtain this crimson pill. Because he was practiced in the origin devouring creation scripture, his perception of energy was extremely acute. He could sense that the pill contained a vast amount of blood essence power, so for body-refining martial artists, it was a supreme tonic. If he could obtain this pill, it would mean that his physical body would be elevated to a whole new level. Just then a flash of light appeared. Hu Jiu'er and Qin Hao also arrived. The mystic beasts around Hu Jiu'er had remained in the blood-colored space. These two were both paragons among men. After seeing the crimson pill, they were stunned for a moment, and then greed flooded both their faces. If I can obtain this pill, perhaps it can make up for the loss of the Yin-Yang heaven-devouring fruit. Hu Jiu'er's beautiful eyes flickered as she licked her lips. If I can obtain this pill, my supreme bone will probably rise to a higher level. That way, even against my 2 elder brothers, I will have the strength to fight. Qin Hao laughed wildly, his expression completely unbridled. His eyes were fixed firmly on the crimson pill. His arrogance was so blatant that he seemed oblivious to everyone else, causing Yun Yin and Ling Qing to frown. Young ones. Just then a faint light shimmered within the pill formation, and a hoarse voice was heard. Upon hearing these words, the crowd was taken aback. Could this person be the blood demon Venerable? After all, that hoary voice resounded throughout the space, surging ceaselessly, ethereal, vast, and grand, making one involuntarily sense a supreme master. I am the blood demon Venerable. By a twist of fate, I drifted into the Kanglin realm. Knowing that my days are numbered, I have laid down a grand formation here. Only a mighty one who overwhelms all heroes may seize this blood-sun body-tempering pill. This pill possesses the effect of strengthening the physical body. Should a martial artist consume it, the power of their flesh would be enough to leap across an entire major realm. Even in the upper realm, it is a rare divine medicine. Young ones, if you desire this pill, then pray show me your true capabilities. The hoarse voice continued to reverberate through the space. After this introduction, the crowd came to understand. This blood-colored pill, known as the blood-sun body-tempering pill, was a supreme divine elixir for reinforcing the physical body. And to seize this pill, one had to overpower all heroes. What did overpowering all heroes mean? Wasn't it simply defeating everyone present? Thus, once the blood demon Venerable's words were uttered, the atmosphere shifted into something rather strange. The blood demon Venerable, is it? Haha. When he said young ones, I almost thought he was about to ask me whether I had dropped a golden axe or a silver axe. A smile played at the corners of Lin Xuan's lips, a mischievous thought stirring in his heart. Senior blood demon Venerable, this junior is Qin Hao. This pill is fated to be mine, so I shall accept it with humility. Having heard the blood demon Venerable's words, Qin Hao clasped his fists and then declared in a resounding voice. The expression on his face suggested that this blood-sun body-tempering pill was already his for the taking. Hu Jiu'er, standing beside him, clearly found this hard to stomach. She rolled her eyes, then said, "Are you an idiot? This blood demon Venerable has likely been dead for a long time. That voice just now must have been preserved through some formation or secret art." Qin Hao's expression darkened at Hu Jiu'er's words. Scolded so mercilessly by her, Qin Hao, this edgy, arrogant youth, immediately felt his pride stung. "Wretch, you're looking for death." Qin Hao suddenly roared. With a stomp of his foot, a pair of martial wings abruptly emerged behind his back. Qin Hao carried the supreme bone within him, a natural-born human sovereign. When his martial wings spread open, they gleamed with golden radiance. Moreover, a dense, majestic, kingly aura faintly emanated from them. Seizing the opportunity presented by Hu Jiu'er's mockery, Qin Hao suddenly attacked her. In truth, the blood demon Venerable's words were intended from the start to drive the crowd into mutual slaughter. Thus, Hu Jiu'er's remark had merely been a spark. She too had not expected Qin Hao to strike without a boom. Qin Hao's fist slammed abruptly into Hu Jiu'er's shoulder. She instantly felt her body suffer an immense impact, blood, chi surging violently. However, Hu Jiu'er was no ordinary individual. A flash of light swept through her hand, and a white silk ribbon appeared. The ribbon was refined from unknown materials that looked soft, yet its hardness was even more terrifying than refined steel. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Their auras collided. Hu Jiu'er's white silk ribbon clashed against Qin Hao's long spear. One was soft, the other hard. Then they abruptly separated. In the end, Hu Jiu'er had been forced to reveal her hidden card, leaving her aura somewhat disordered. In this exchange, she was a measure weaker than Qin Hao. Demon aura. Qin Hao sensed Hu Jiu'er's energy and spoke with unmistakable astonishment. During the clash, just now Hu Jiu'er could no longer conceal the power in her body, a wisp of demonic aura slipping out. "Are you a half-demon?" "No, that's not quite it. Could you be of the demon race? But with such a cultivation level, how could you take human form?" Qin Hao stared wide-eyed at Hu Jiu'er, somewhat shocked. The demon race. Yun Yin and Ling Qing were also startled by Qin Hao's words. If Hu Jiu'er were indeed of the demon race, it would make sense. After all, Hu Jiu'er could command spirit beasts. But how could a demon at the 9th layer of the martial ancestor realm assume human form so perfectly? It must be known that legends of powerful demons taking human form were not uncommon. However, those were always beings above the martial emperor realm, such as the 9-tailed ancestor who had ascended to the Hanlin sacred dynasty long ago. What kind of creature was Hu Jiu'er then? Mind your own business, you little brat. In truth, Hu Jiu'er was no weaker. Qin Hao had a special constitution, the human sovereign. Though at the 9th layer of the martial ancestor realm, he could hold his own against ordinary experts who had just entered the martial king realm. As for Hu Jiu'er, though her constitution was unknown, she was not inferior to Qin Hao. Unfortunately, Qin Hao's earlier sudden strike caught her off guard, placing her at a disadvantage. When masters contend, victory is decided by a single move or stance. Once one loses the advantage, even by just a single misstep, the entire game ends in defeat. A demon girl. Legend has it that once demons take human form, their whole body is a treasure. I'll first cripple you and enjoy you to my heart's content. Then I'll hand you over to the alchemists of my stone kingdom, taking your flesh and blood as medicine. Qin Hao's eyes were utterly sinister, his face steeped in ferocity as he sneered at Hu Jiu'er. And as for you, holy Prince Lin Xuan, those 2 maidservants of yours will become my bed-warming playthings today. Qin Hao had evidently grown somewhat deranged. Lin Xuan had yet to act, yet Qin Hao deliberately provoked him. Hearing this, Yun Yin and Ling Qing flew into a rage. But they both looked toward Lin Xuan. Seeing that Lin Xuan made no move, they held themselves back. "You lecherous scoundrel, courting death!" Hu Jiu'er roared. The demonic aura within her body erupted abruptly. Behind Hu Jiu'er 9 foxtails formed. 9 foxtails along with that white silk ribbon. A full 10 streaks of white shadows. Wove into an inescapable net sweeping toward Qin Hao to slaughter him. I am the sovereign of fortune of the Stone Kingdom, aid me. Qin Hao bellowed. Boom. Golden runes evolved upon his supreme bone. In almost an instant a thick, imposing power of fortune descended upon Qin Hao. The long spear in his hand grew unprecedentedly fierce, 9 golden dragons surging and coiling from it. The golden dragons intertwined and suppressed Hu Jiu'er in the blink of an eye. Despicable. Hu Jiu'er, crushed by Qin Hao's suppression, shouted with fury blazing in her eyes. All warfare is deception. Before the human sovereign, how dare a minor demon like you act presumptuously? Qin Hao burst into harsh laughter, his face brimming with arrogance. It turned out that before setting out from the northern wilderness to eastern Qin Hao had sealed the fortune of the Stone Kingdom within his supreme bone. With the divine arts evolved from the supreme bone, its power was all the more horrifying. For a time Hu Jiu'er could only struggle to hold on. Seeing this, Yun-Yin and Ling Qing were even more furious. Holy Prince, are you not going to strike? Yun-Yin said to Lin Xuan. Why should I strike? Lin Xuan asked in return. Yun-Yin and Ling Qing were even more bewildered by his words. Ling Qing said in confusion, did the blood demon Venerable not say that this pill can only be claimed by one who overpowers all heroes? This Qin Hao is so insolent. If the Holy Prince wants to obtain this pill, you will have to clash with him sooner or later. If this man defeats Hu Jiu'er, the Holy Prince will only encounter further trouble. After Ling Qing finished, Yun-Yin nodded repeatedly. At this moment, Qin Hao, alone in provoking everyone, had become the target of all hostility. But with the Stone Kingdom's fortune bolstering him, he was unleashing power far beyond his own cultivation. If the Holy Prince could join forces with Hu Jiu'er, it would save no small amount of trouble. Lin Xuan heard the exchange between the two and could not help but let out a soft chuckle. Then with a playful expression he said, do you two truly think that those words came from the blood demon Venerable? A smile tugged at the corners of Lin Xuan's mouth as he spoke slowly. The two women were instantly stunned. But enough. This jumping clown dares to covet even you two. Hey, he's nothing more than a rat. He'll simply crush him to vent your anger. Before the two women could react, Lin Xuan smiled once more, his gaze gradually sharpening as he spoke in a chilling tone. For Lin Xuan, he sensed that something was not quite right. Therefore, unlike Qin Hao, he did not foolishly follow the blood demon Venerable's command, hurl a wave of provocation, and immediately break into slaughter. However, Qin Hao's manner was simply far too long out. Such a provocative display had undoubtedly enraged Lin Xuan as well. Thus Lin Xuan decided to teach this brash young fool a lesson. Boom. By now Hu Jiu'er could not hold on any longer. She was suppressed by Qin Hao's supreme bone and the national fortune of the Shi Kingdom. Qin Hao's spear stirred, cold light swirled, and true qi condensed within it. Although he was only at the 9th level of martial ancestor when his full battle power erupted, he could be far more terrifying than a martial king. Imposing true qi gathered on the spear, and with a sudden burst a Tenjiang's spear glow shot out. The spear glow was like a flood dragon roaring unceasingly between heaven and earth, fearfully peerless. With piercing sharpness, it gleamed with specks of starlight as it tore straight toward Hu Jiu'er's face. If this blow landed solidly, Hu Jiu'er would surely fade away like a withering blossom. Terrifying. And it was at this very moment. A terrifying demonic hand came crashing down. The hand was roughly 1 zhang in size. Its fingers clenched into a fist, and over the fist flowed the gleam of refined iron. Clang! Refined iron clashed, bursting forth with sputtering sparks. Qin Hao immediately felt the spear in his hand could no longer advance even a fraction of an inch. It's you. You actually managed to shake my weapon with your physical body. Qin Hao's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. The spear in his hand was named White Dragon. It was a heaven-rank, grade 1 martial divine weapon. In the Kanglan realm, there were both alchemy arts and artifact refining arts. Their grade divisions were more or less similar. The weapons used by martial cultivators could be called martial divine weapons. If a martial cultivator could possess a martial divine weapon with the power to defy heaven and overturn the world, it would be enough to let one attack upwards against stronger foes, sending one's combat strength soaring and even fighting across major realms with ease. A heaven-rank grade 1 martial divine weapon, not to mention in Dongshuan, even in the Shi Kingdom, was a peerless divine weapon that could drive people to madness. Yet Lin Xuan could shake a heaven-rank, grade 1 martial divine weapon with his physical body alone. This truly astounded Qin Hao, not to mention him. Even his own elder brother Shi Hao, who possessed a supreme bone, was more gifted and had a physique that crushed all comers invincibly, could never possibly achieve such a feat. Is that so? Just because you have never seen it, that does not mean no one can do it. Lin Xuan sneered, murderous intent shining in his eyes. Lin Xuan was arrogant and tyrannical, but he did have the strength to match. In Lin Xian's eyes, Qin Hao was far too arrogant. If he did not give him a sound lesson now, Qin Hao would sooner or later suffer a great loss. Lin Xian was acting out of good intentions, wanting Qin Hao to understand what it meant to treat others with magnanimity. Immediately, the power of Lin Xian's physical body erupted. The power of the true demon myriad culpa indestructible body was suddenly unleashed. Thick demonic qi flowed unceasingly from Lin Xian's physical form and instantly turned into streaks of black demonic wind. Boom! The black demonic wind crashed against the white dragon spear. At that instant, the spear let out a sorrowful cry of unbearable pain. Qin Hao was blasted by the tremendous force, his body hurtling backward like a kite, whose string had snapped, while blood poured unceasingly from his mouth. Clearly he had suffered no minor injuries. Crack! Scrape, scrape, scrape. Qin Hao slammed his spear into the ground and forcibly carved out a crack several zhang long. No, impossible. Impossible. Qin Hao was full of despair. Before him stood Lin Xian, hands behind his back, clad in white, with black demonic qi swirling around him. Lin Xian seemed utterly dreamlike and otherworldly, a divine face, a true demon's methods. These two radically different traits were perfectly fused into a single person, making him feel at once strange and mesmerizing. Why? How can you shake a martial divine weapon with your flesh? Qin Hao raised his head reluctantly and roared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled faintly and said, because you are too weak. Your weakness limits your imagination. After Lin Xian finished speaking, everyone present felt a thunderous noise roar through their minds. It had to be said, when it came to showing off, if Lin Xian ranked himself second, then no one would dare claim first. The Holy Prince is so handsome. Both Yun Yin and Ling Qing had the same thought flash through their minds. These two maidservants had become his cheerleading squad in front of Lin Xian. After hearing Lin Xian's words, Hu Jiuer was stunned. Then her expression shifted to anger because Lin Xian's words were mocking Qin Hao's weakness. But Hu Jiuer herself had been defeated by Qin Hao's hand. In that case, if Qin Hao was weak, then what? At that thought, Hu Jiuer was secretly furious. Without realizing it, Lin Xian's showing off had dragged her in as well. Still, this human boy is quite good-looking. Hu Jiuer caught sight of Lin Xian's majestic heroic bearing and could not help blushing. She had lived in the mystic beast mountain range for so many years with almost no contact with the outside world. All those around her were her mystic beast subordinates. As for their looks, well, every single one was more appalling. Suddenly seeing such an exquisitely handsome young master as Lin Xian, Hu Jiuer naturally felt her heart flutter and found it hard to restrain herself. Qin Hao's face turned ashen. Lin Xian's words struck his heart like a heavy hammer. In this moment, Qin Hao even found it difficult to breathe. Damn it! Qin Hao's eyes were crimson as he gasped for breath and shouted at Lin Xian. For so many years he had believed that among the younger generation of the entire Kanglan realm, apart from his two elder brothers, there was no one left who could truly be his opponent. But now Qin Hao felt a pressure from Lin Xian no weaker than that of his two brothers. Qin Hao felt his heart was a mess. A single Dao heart had been thrown into disorder. Impossible. This is an illusion. A spear like a wandering dragon, a hand that wields 10,000 weapons, a life bound for the yellow springs, never turning back. White dragon. Qin Hao let out a furious roar. The supreme bone on his chest actually began to burn continuously. The vital essence blood within his body churned like a sea of fire, boiling endlessly. He burned his own vital essence blood just to unleash this life-seizing spear strike. Clearly he was staking all his pride in a desperate fight to the death with Lin Xian. All of Qin Hao's true qi was poured into the white dragon spear. Roar! A dragon's cry howled through the air. The spear technique transformed into a Tinzhong white dragon, defying heaven's will as it charged forth. The moment this move was unleashed, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. Yun Yin and Ling Qing both retreated, feeling unsteady on their feet. After all, these two had only been brought in to fill the ranks. Hu Jiuer also felt the pressure mount. In the face of this move, she did not even have the thought of resisting. Curse it! If I were still what I once was, I could slay even a martial ancestor genius who rivaled a martial king with a single strike. But my cultivation has fallen back to the 9th level of martial ancestor. At the same realm, these human geniuses are actually this terrifying. Hu Jiuer sighed, terror stirring in her heart. Of everyone present, only Lin Xian seemed to remain expressionless, utterly unmoved. Alas, enough of this. Lin Xian slowly stepped forward, gazing at the roaring white dragon, and murmured, how can a firefly's light vie with the radiant moon? How laughable! Lin Xian stepped forward. In an instant, a violent gale erupted. The black storm swept across the entire area. Though anyone unaware would have thought the end of the world had arrived. Lin Xian let out a sinister laugh, as if the supreme true demon had returned to the world. His smile was ghastly, and demonic patterns bloomed across his entire body. The true demon is indestructible. Endless tribulation waves. Lin Xian clapped his hands together. He stepped forward and lifted his palms, sending their power crashing against each other. Mighty true qi gathered endlessly within his palms until at last it transformed into a black hole that devoured heaven and earth. Empowered by the wind tribulation, the true qi turned into endless ripples of qi that ceaselessly radiated outward. Endless tribulation waves dissolve all tribulations. This was a technique from the true demon myriad tribulation's indestructible body. Lin Xuan's internal art was the devouring origin creation scripture, and his external art was the true demon myriad tribulation's indestructible body. What he truly lacked were martial arts techniques. Fortunately, although the true demon myriad tribulation's indestructible body was a body refinement art, it was all-embracing and could overturn the heavens. The moves and divine abilities hidden within it were simply too numerous to count. After the wind tribulation invaded his body, Lin Xuan comprehended the first move of the true demon myriad tribulation's indestructible body: endless tribulation waves. When endless tribulation waves was unleashed, ripples of true qi filled the whole space. The white dragon formed from Qin Hao's tricky spear was nothing more than a drop in the ocean before the endless tribulation waves. Even if it wanted to flee, it had no ability to do so. It let out a frantic roar, struggling to break free. But all of it was futile. Perish. Lin Xuan pressed his hands together and calmly spat out a single word. Bang. The tricky white dragon exploded into pieces. Oh. Qin Hao let out a miserable scream. Under the violent backlash of true qi, he instantly felt as though his internal organs had been shifted out of place. He was like a man struck by lightning. Uft, uft. Blood gushed from Qin Hao's mouth as if it were free. Lin Xuan's figure flickered, turning into a beam of black light as he appeared before Qin Hao. Before Qin Hao could react, all he saw was a boot growing larger and larger before his eyes. In the end, it stamped directly onto his face. It crushed Qin Hao into the dust. Qin Hao, tell me, does this boot of mine look good? Lin Xuan's mocking voice suddenly rang in Qin Hao's ears. Qin Hao heard Lin Xuan's words and felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Though Qin Hao was arrogant before Lin Xuan, he was nothing more than a junior. Lin Xuan was an unassailable mountain he could never cross. Ding. Qin Hao, the heaven-appointed supporting character, has suffered a collapse of his Tao heart. His reverence and fear toward the child of destiny have decreased, while his reverence and fear toward the host have increased. Ding. The host has gained 1000 villain points. Just then Lin Xuan heard a system notification. Lin Xuan was speechless. He had never imagined that suppressing Qin Hao so ruthlessly would actually make Qin Hao's Tao heart collapse. And the system had even brought him rewards. Earlier, Lin Xuan had obtained 350 villain points from Yang Qi and 30 villain points from Yang. He had not yet used these windfalls. And now he had gained another 100 villain points from Qin Hao. With everything piling up, Lin Xuan felt quite pleased. After all, he now possessed a total fortune of 7500 points. My two older brothers will not let you get away with this. Qin Hao glared at Lin Xuan, his roar still echoing. Lin Xuan replied calmly, "Oh, one with double pupils and one with a supreme bone. He'll be waiting with keen interest. What do you know? My two elder brothers have long since stepped into the martial king realm." Qin Hao retorted. "The heavenly demon palace fears my two older brothers. It even sent 7 martial emperor powerhouses who style themselves as gods to do battle with my big brother Shi Hao. As long as my big brother Shi Hao can defeat those 7 martial emperor gods of the heavenly demon palace, he will be invincible under heaven. He could even challenge the lord of the heavenly demon palace." Qin Hao looked at Lin Xuan, his eyes filled with fear. But in his heart, Shi Hao was the one truly invincible in this world. Although Qin Hao had been defeated, he believed that if Lin Xuan met his older brother's death was inevitable. His face flushed red, clearly trying to salvage a little dignity. 7 martial emperor powerhouses who call themselves gods. Lin Xuan pondered for a moment, feeling somewhat conflicted. This plot seemed familiar to him. In the legend of the desolate heavenly emperor, the young desolate heavenly emperor became the sovereign of the Stone Kingdom. But he angered heaven, and in the end, 7 deities descended from above. These so-called deities were merely powerhouses at the false god realm who had ignited their divine fire. However, to the lower realm, they were devastatingly destructive. The desolate heavenly emperor used every trick at his disposal and fought a desperate battle, slaying the 7 gods and burying them in the end. That tragic and heroic story had left a deep impression on Lin Xuan. Unfortunately, in this great martial world, the plot seemed to have shifted somewhat. Those 7 gods had become 7 martial emperor powerhouses from the heavenly demon palace. Interesting. It seems that before long he'll be able to meet that child of destiny who stands alone across the ages. Lin Xuan smiled slightly. Bang! Lin Xuan suddenly put force into his foot. Overwhelming power pressed against Qin Hao's head. "How dare you!" At that moment, a light flashed from the center of Qin Hao's brow. Then a voice, full-bodied, domineering, and supremely overbearing, rang out. "How dare you lay a hand on my younger brother? What do you think you are?" The majestic voice was furious. A vast imperial might pressed down, seeking to crush all. Lin Xuan knew that the owner of this voice was likely the legendary young desolate heavenly emperor who dominated the ages. That opponent was far too powerful. The current Lin Xuan was no match for him. However, this did not matter to Lin Xuan. After all, the young desolate heavenly emperor's true body was not here. Presumably, he cared for his younger brother dearly. For that reason, he had left behind some trump card to save his younger brother at the critical moment. Unfortunately, the person he faced was Lin Xuan, the invincible ultimate villain of the universe. I am the Holy Prince Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan answered with a perfectly serious face. Then he suddenly unleashed full force from his foot. Bang! A crisp sound rang out. Qin Hao's skull burst apart. The golden mark at the center of his brow was also annihilated in the end. Yuan Yin Ling Qing and Hu Jiuer were all stunned by the sight, their faces full of shock. Holy Prince, you may have defeated Qin Hao, but you absolutely must not kill him. The Stone Emperor of the Stone Kingdom is notorious for protecting his own. I'm afraid you're going to invite trouble. Hu Jiuer sighed and spoke. No matter what, Lin Xuan had saved her life, which was why she worried about his safety. Lin Xuan laughed heartily and said, there are far too many people who want my life. Who does this so-called Stone Emperor of the Stone Kingdom think he is? Besides, there is still a friend waiting to settle a karmic debt with me. I have no interest in wasting time on that Stone Emperor of the Stone Kingdom. Another friend. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, the three women were taken aback, uncertain what he meant. Lin Xuan raised his head and proclaimed, you've been watching for so long. Time for you to make your entrance. Lin Wu. Ling Qing was even more shocked. Lin Wu. Wasn't this man driven out of the Nine Heavens Shangqing sect by Lin Xuan back then? How could he possibly be here? Hu Jiuer looked utterly bewildered. Clearly, as far as Hu Jiuer was concerned, he had no idea who this Lin Wu was. However, Ling Qing and Yuni knew exactly who the man was. Back then, this man had summoned a martial king-ranked demonic beast to claim Lin Xuan's life, only to have it slain by Lin Xuan in the end. After the scheme was exposed, the Nine Heavens Supreme Qing sect sought to execute the wretch. Yet in the end, the fiend managed to escape with his life. So Lin Wu, he's here. Clap, clap, clap. A crisp, resounding sound rang out. Within, the blood sun body refining pill formation light continued to blaze brilliantly. Finally, a tall, upright figure emerged from within. The one who appeared was none other than Lin Wu himself. A smile adorning his face, Lin Wu spoke, as expected of the Holy Prince, truly meticulous in observation. I never imagined that my carefully laid scheme would ultimately be seen through by you. Though Lin Wu wore a smile on his face, his expression was exceedingly gloomy. He looked like a malevolent ghost from the depths of hell. Lin Wu's original appearance, while not particularly handsome, had once been full and dignified, bearing a resolute and unyielding air. But now Lin Wu's face had become gaunt, his eyes deeply sunken, presenting a truly ghastly sight. One could well imagine how much psychological torment he had suffered during this period because of Lin Xuan. When the great tomb opened, someone entered it ahead of time. I take it that person was you. Lin Xuan smiled faintly, addressing Lin Wu. Correct. Lin Wu nodded. The blood demon venerable died who knows how many years ago. Besides, I am after all the Holy Prince of the Upper Realm. The venerable, formidable as he was, did not have the power to preserve his will across the ages. The one who just impersonated the blood demon venerable must have been you as well, I presume. Lin Xuan continued inquiring. Lin Wu fell silent for a moment, then let out a cold laugh and said, I had intended to provoke the lot of you into fighting tooth and nail over the blood sun body refining pill. I thought that even if you Lin Xuan were formidable, Hu Jiuer and Qin Hao could still inflict some injuries upon you. I never expected. Those two useless fools. How dare you? Hu Jiuer flew into a rage upon hearing Lin Wu insult him so. Hu Jiuer's origins were mysterious. He was originally a heaven-defying great cultivator. However, due to cultivating a special art, his cultivation realm had fallen. Yet Hu Jiuer had long prepared a divine creation fruit for himself. After his realm plummeted, he could use this sacred fruit to restore his cultivation. That divine fruit was called the Yin-Yang Sky-Devouring Fruit, and it had been stolen by Lin Wu. Sensing the aura of the Yin-Yang Sky-Devouring Fruit on Lin Wu, Hu Jiuer's countenance turned icy cold in an instant. He then shouted, so it was you who took my Yin-Yang Sky-Devouring Fruit, you thieving scoundrel. Cough cough. Hu Jiuer had come to the Blood Demon Venerable's great tomb precisely to ferret out the one who had stolen the Yin-Yang Sky-Devouring Fruit. Upon seeing Lin Wu, rage immediately blazed within his heart. That surge of rage naturally agitated his injuries. Hu Jiuer coughed repeatedly, feeling his qi and blood turning turbulent. Do not give in to anger. I know that you are the sovereign of the Beast Spirit Mountain Range, the sole nine-tailed fox in the entire Kanglan realm ever since the nine-tailed Grand Ancestor ascended to the upper realm. However, though your strength is formidable, your wits leave much to be desired. Haha. The Yin-Yang Sky-Devouring Fruit was so vital, and yet when it was approaching maturity, you left it under the watch of a mere martial king-ranked beast. While you slumbered, even if I hadn't stolen it, someone else would have coveted it. Plainly put, this treasure was simply not. Lin Wu sneered, then spoke these words to Hu Jior. Upon hearing Lin Wu's words, Hu Jior felt his qi and blood surge even more violently, impossible to calm. He nearly died from sheer fury at Lin Wu's hands. A nine-tailed fox. So her lineage was the same as the nine-tailed grand ancestor. Yun Yin and Ling Qing looked at Hu Jior with astonished expressions. Even Lin Xian found it somewhat unbelievable. Although the nine-tailed grand ancestor had become an old servant, a eunuch, of the Hamlin sacred dynasty. That was only because after ascending to the upper realm, the nine-tailed grand ancestor had offended powerful figures and ultimately lost his physical body. Fortunately, the old sacred emperor of the Hamlin sacred dynasty took him into the sacred court. Only then could the nine-tailed grand ancestor survive in the peerless upper realm. However, this by no means indicated that the nine-tailed fox bloodline was weak. On the contrary, the bloodline of this lineage was extraordinarily potent. Any who cultivated nine tails possessed formidable vitality and were also masters of illusion arts. It was merely that the cultivation methods of this lineage had long been lost. If the aptitude of the nine-tailed fox lineage were not exceptional, then tell me, why would the old sacred emperor of the Hamlin sacred dynasty have bothered to take the nine-tailed grand ancestor into his service? As a holy prince of the upper realm, Lin Xian naturally understood full well. In the upper realm, mighty experts stood in abundance. The Hamlin sacred dynasty's ability to exist as a sacred dynasty within the upper realm. Its power was terrifying beyond measure. Being accepted as a servant by the old sacred emperor was already a privilege countless beings could only dream of. Interesting. So she is a nine-tailed fox. Lin Xian smiled faintly. Having taken human form, Hu Jior was alluring and enchanting. Her beauty was in no way inferior to Yun Yin's or Ling Qing's, and there was an almost bewitching quality to her that seized the heart and soul. It was impossible not to feel one's spirit drawn to her. Lin Wu, you schemed with every trick at your disposal. I'll grant that you are something of a talent. But alas, you've seen my strength for yourself. Even with your fortunes, are you truly any match for me? Lin Xian turned his gaze toward Lin Wu and let out a cold laugh. The power Lin Xian had unleashed when he slew Qin Hao moments ago had shocked everyone present. Against such heaven-defying strength, how could Lin Wu possibly withstand it? Of course, Lin Xian knew that Lin Wu's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. Moreover, after bringing up his system panel, Lin Xian discovered that Lin Wu's combat prowess extended far beyond that. But so what exactly? However strong Lin Wu was, could he possibly surpass Qin Hao with his supreme bone? Indeed, I am no match for you. Lin Wu fell silent for a moment before nodding in admission. As he said this, bitterness and venom surfaced across Lin Wu's face. I believe that with my current strength, I could easily crush you. I never imagined that I would still be left so far behind in your dust. How laughable. However, since I have laid this trap today, I possess the means to slay you for certain. After I cut you down, I shall reclaim everything I have lost. Lin Wu clenched his fists tightly, and as he spoke, he even cast a glance at Ling Qing. Ling Qing knew well that what Lin Wu had lost, and what he meant to reclaim, included her as well. Come forth. Without further ado, Lin Wu's hand flashed, and a stone talisman appeared within his grasp. The talisman blazed with radiance, and a streak of purple light sprang out from it. Boom! In an instant, the purple light transformed into a colossal beast. It was none other than the purple gold demon marten that had been beaten to tears by Lin Xian's heaven-suppressing talisman. Everyone was utterly horrified at the sight of the purple gold demon marten, for they could sense that this demon marten was entirely unaffected by the blood demon venerable's great tomb. It was still at the martial king level. Furthermore, its aura was several times more formidable than when it had come to assassinate Lin Xian before. Damn it. This was cheating. Completely unfair. A being of this caliber inside the blood demon venerable's tomb. Wasn't that like an armed gunman bursting into a kindergarten? Wasn't this tomb supposed to admit only those below the martial king realm? Yun Yin and the others wore expressions of utter despair. After all, though Lin Xian was powerful with heaven-defying battle prowess and unfathomable depths, his current cultivation realm was merely the 7th level of the martial grandmaster. Qin Hao at the 9th level of the martial grandmaster could hold his own against a strong expert who had just entered the martial king realm. Such combat strength was already heaven-defying. Yet Lin Xian at the 7th level of the martial grandmaster had killed Qin Hao at the 9th level of the martial grandmaster. This clearly demonstrated that Lin Xian's battle strength was even above that of Qin Hao, possessor of the supreme bone. Such talent was undoubtedly a monstrous genius among monstrous geniuses. But no matter how monstrous a genius one was, there was presumably a limit, right? This purple gold demon marten was clearly much stronger than before. Even within the martial king realm, it was not some newly advanced martial king. With such an enormous chasm, how could Lin Xian possibly cross it? Didn't expect this, did you, Sacred Prince Lin Xian? As long as I hold the stone talisman, this purple gold demon Martin can manifest within the blood demon Venerable's great tomb. And it can even unleash strength beyond the martial king realm. You feeling despair? A gleam of excitement actually began to glitter in Lin Wu's sunken eyes. Clearly for Lin Wu he dreamed, even in sleep of the day, when he could face Lin Xuan and take his revenge. Lin Xuan looked at Lin Wu, could not help giving a bitter laugh, and shook his head, and said, I feel nothing like despair, but rather some disappointment. Disappointed? Lin Wu was taken aback, not understanding what Lin Xuan meant. Immediately afterward Lin Wu sneered coldly again and again. In his view the current Lin Xuan was nothing more than an arrow at the end of its flight, merely fond of showing off his glib tongue. You glib-tongued fool. Faced with a lethal trap like this, how do you intend to break it? Among those under your command, the only one capable of handling the purple gold demon Martin is Hua Rong, the demonic hand of the heavenly physician. But Hua Rong is now outside the blood demon Venerable's great tomb. How could Hua Rong possibly enter and aid you? Lin Wu mocked Lin Xuan. Roar. The purple gold demon Martin held the stone talisman in hand and let out a furious roar. This sound was filled with excitement and an intent to slaughter. The blood demon Venerable's great tomb contained special rules, as if it wanted to expel the purple gold demon Martin. But the stone talisman in the Martin's hand possessed supreme power, ceaselessly flashing with light to protect the purple gold demon Martin. This kept the purple gold demon Martin from being expelled from the blood demon Venerable's great tomb. Disappointed? Oh, I'm disappointed because your script has no hint of creativity. I saw through it all. Lin Wu, you've disappointed me beyond measure. There is not the slightest challenge. Lin Xuan shook his head and spoke. The look he gave Lin Wu now was full of contempt. It was the expression of one looking at an idiot. That sort of gaze caused no real damage to Lin Wu, yet it was extremely insulting. Veins began to bulge one after another on Lin Wu's forehead. Clearly Lin Wu's pitiful self-esteem had been provoked. Lin Xuan, you're looking for death. With death staring you in the face, you still refuse to soften your tongue. Cut him down. Lin Wu bellowed, ordering the purple gold demon Martin beside him. Lin Wu, don't hurt the sacred prince. If you want me, as long as you agree not to harm the sacred prince. Everything will be yours. Ling Qing's expression changed drastically upon hearing Lin Wu's words. In a flash she appeared before Lin Xuan. At this moment Ling Qing blocked him firmly, her gaze unyieldingly resolute. Ling Qing knew that back in the Nine Heavens, Shangqing sect Lin Wu had been fond of her. But Ling Qing's feelings for Lin Wu were nothing more than admiration. There was no romantic affection between man and woman. Hearing that Lin Wu had gained the upper hand and wanted to kill Lin Xuan, Ling Qing could not help growing anxious. After all, over these days together, Ling Qing's feelings for Lin Xuan had already reached an extremely deep state. She was even willing to lay down her life for Lin Xuan. Seeing this, Lin Xuan felt a measure of comfort in his heart. Haha, as long as Lin Xuan has killed you three peerless beauties, all of you are mine. Lin Wu sneered. It was true that Lin Wu cherished Ling Qing. But what Lin Wu felt for Ling Qing was by no means an unto death true love. He was merely covetous of Ling Qing's stunning beauty. Yet at Lin Xuan's side were two other peerlessly beautiful women in no way inferior to Ling Qing. And one of them was even a nine-tailed fox spirit. The very thought made Lin Wu's heart blaze with excitement. Why should he give up an entire garden for the sake of a single flower? And he even wanted him to spare his enemy. Dream on. Purple gold demon Martin, strike. Kill Lin Xuan. Lin Wu's expression suddenly turned vicious and savage, and he snapped at the purple gold demon Martin behind him. After all this pointless yammering, Lin Wu finally seemed to lose his patience. He was about to make a move against Lin Xuan. In Lin Wu's eyes, Lin Xuan was after all his mortal enemy, his sworn enemy. Thus, even though Lin Wu felt certain he had the victory in his grasp, he still wanted to suppress Lin Xuan verbally first to make Lin Xuan's Dao heart collapse, and in the end allow Lin Wu to land a double blow on both his body and his soul. However, Lin Wu had clearly underestimated Lin Xuan. Even in speech, Lin Wu was no match for Lin Xuan. Shame turning to rage, Lin Wu flew into a fury. He decided to slay Lin Xuan directly and vent his anger. Is the martial king about to strike? The crowd's faces changed drastically. Even Yun Yin stood at Lin Xuan's side. Although Yun Yin was reserved by nature and did not say much, her meaning was plain to see. She would face life and death together with Lin Xuan. Ling Qing was willing to die for Lin Xuan, but in the face of such a doomed killing situation, she could not help shutting her eyes, her expression taut with tension. For a long time nothing stirred. The heaven-defying assault they had imagined, the vast demonic aura crashing down to annihilate, did not descend. Silence. What one fears most is the sudden silence in the air. It was at this moment that Ling Qing and the others could not help opening their eyes. They looked at Lin Wu with confusion. Lin Wu was dumbstruck as well. He turned to look at the purple gold demon Martin behind him. Purple gold demon Martin, why? Why won't you attack? Could you have taken leave of your senses, eh? A sense of unease stirred faintly in Lin Wu's heart. and he barked. A cold smile curled at the corner of the purple gold demon Martin's mouth. Lin Wu. Oh Lin Wu, now that you have lost the stone talisman, what do you still have to restrain me? The purple gold demon Martin's eyes gradually sharpened, layers of cold light flowing within them, its killing intent chilling. His heart gave a sudden lurch. At this moment Lin Wu's heart filled with alarm. He sensed that something was not right. Purple gold demon Martin, you dare to betray me? Lin Wu cried out miserably, his face full of disbelief. Clearly Lin Wu was panicking. At that moment the purple gold demon Martin raised its hand and delivered a palm strike. Vast demonic aura surged forth, condensing in the void into a 100-foot demonic handprint that pressed downward with devastating force. Lin Wu had no time to dodge. He was directly crushed onto the ground. Boom. A loud crash rang out. Lin Wu was ruthlessly slammed onto the floor by the purple gold demon Martin, smashing a large crater into it. Crack, crack, crack. A series of crisp cracking sounds followed. All of Lin Wu's bones had shattered, leaving him in a half-crippled state. Why? Blood spilled from Lin Wu's mouth as the fury in his eyes blazed forth endlessly. He could not believe that the purple gold demon Martin had actually betrayed him. Although Lin Wu knew that he and the purple gold demon Martin were only superficially in harmony, each nursing their own schemes, he had never dreamed that the purple gold demon Martin would betray him. After all, when Lin Wu had originally sent the purple gold demon Martin to kill Lin Xuan had relied on some supreme treasure to gravely wound the Martin. Lin Wu did not trust the purple gold demon Martin, but he understood it very well. It was the young patriarch of the demon Martin clan of the primordial demon sacred dynasty in the upper realm. It was extremely proud. With such arrogance, after being humiliated by Lin Xuan in that manner, it would naturally harbor resentment. How could it possibly turn against Lin Wu for Lin Xuan's sake? Lin Wu had miscalculated. He was intelligent and possessed extraordinary wit, but clever people often have an inexplicable self-confidence. Therefore Lin Wu was far too confident in his own calculations. That was how Lin Xuan turned his scheme against him. After all, although Lin Wu was clever, he was too young. He believed that the proud purple gold demon Martin would never defect to his enemy Lin Xuan. But he had forgotten one thing. In the face of death, nothing else mattered. Face. What was face worth? Lin Xuan coldly watched everything before him, his expression utterly calm, without the slightest ripple. This idiot. I suppressed the purple gold demon Martin with my heaven-suppressing talisman, and I also planted the talisman inside its body. If this beast did not know what was good for it, I could make it fall in an instant. What young patriarch of a great clan of the primordial demon sacred dynasty? Before me it can only be a dog. Lin Xuan thought silently to himself. Your Highness the Holy Prince, this rebel has been subdued. Please decide his punishment. The purple gold demon Martin spoke, face full of excitement and incomparable loyalty. Lin Xuan walked past the petrified Yun Yin and Ling Qing and came before the purple gold demon Martin. Then he slowly reached out his hand toward the Martin. He gently stroked the Martin's head. I am, after all, the young patriarch of a great clan of the primordial demon sacred dynasty. Lin Xuan, are you really treating me like a dog? The purple gold demon Martin cursed, inwardly feeling its self-esteem suffer a critical hit of 10,000 damage. But when it saw Lin Xuan, it could not help but shiver. It was far too afraid of Lin Xuan. Fine. A great man does not hold a grudge against a lesser man. There is nothing wrong with being a dog. The purple gold demon Martin sighed inwardly, then narrowed its eyes and put on an expression of enjoyment, looking extremely pleased. Whoa! From its mouth came an extremely shameful whimper, and at the same time its tail began to wag. Boom! This scene was undoubtedly a thunderbolt to the three women who had already been stunned beyond measure. A dignified great demon at the martial king level was actually being treated as a dog before Lin Xuan. Is there no law? Is there no justice? Ling Qing rubbed her eyes. Yunin took a deep breath. Even Hu Jiuer's gaze at Lin Xuan was complicated, as if it were all a dream. Lin Xuan, you despicable man. Pinned to the ground like a dead dog, Lin Wu glared at Lin Xuan and cursed. Despicable. Huh. You played tricks and made us slaughter one another. Isn't that despicable? TSK tisk, what a double-standard dog. Lin Xuan smiled faintly, completely indifferent to Lin Wu's accusations. In Lin Xuan's view, Lin Wu's frantic roar was nothing but incompetence. You. After hearing Lin Xuan's words, Lin Wu became tongue-tied for a moment. He wanted to argue, but he did not know what to say. This time I have lost. Lin Wu took a deep breath and lowered his head. His face turned deathly gray. Lin Xuan said to the purple gold demon Martin. No. Lin Xuan, spare me. Though I have been defeated by you, there is ultimately no deep enmity between us. Killing me will do you no good. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Lin Wu's face changed drastically. He was after all the child of destiny, and he hated Lin Xuan to the very bone. Yet when he heard that he was about to face death, his heart could not help but tremble. Even ants cherish their lives, let alone Lin Wu, a man in the prime of life. Facing Lin Xuan's cruelty, Lin Wu's heart collapsed. Feeling that he could no longer hold on, he could only open his mouth and beg Lin Xuan for mercy. Lin Xuan sneered, looked straight into Lin Wu's eyes, and said slowly, then can you explain to me? What good is it to me to spare your dog's life? Lin Wu was dumbfounded by Lin Xuan's words, because he did not even know how to reply. Indeed, now that Lin Xuan had subdued the purple gold demon Martin, he himself had foolishly given the most precious stone talisman to the Martin. With this, what trump card did he have left? At the thought, Lin Wu's heart turned half cold. Lin Wu's lips moved as if he wanted to say something. Lin Xuan shot a glance at the purple gold demon Martin. The Martin immediately understood. Demon aura gathered on its paw, and it slammed down savagely. Bang! Lin Wu was reduced to pieces of flesh and blood. Finally, I've smashed this annoying wretch to death. Holding the stone talisman, the purple gold demon Martin had a hint of relief in its eyes. Clearly the Martin had tolerated this brat for a very long time. Now that it was able to slay him, it truly felt a long-lost sense of ease. Your Highness the Holy Prince, this stone talisman is a treasure of the upper realm. It contains a space of its own and can accelerate one's cultivation of martial arts. Please kindly accept it. The purple gold demon Martin then respectfully raised the stone talisman high above its head and spoke to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan glanced at the Martin. Naturally, Lin Xuan knew about the stone talisman of martial ancestor Lin Wu. It had been left behind by the talisman ancestor in ancient times. Moreover, the stone talisman in Lin Wu's hand was the ancestral talisman, so it was coveted by many powerhouses. But Lin Xuan pondered for a while. Although the talisman ancestor's inheritance was extraordinary, it could not compare with the devouring origin creation scripture and the true demon myriad calamity indestructible body that he possessed. Moreover, inheritances from mighty figures were not necessarily better in greater numbers. If one's own temperament was insufficient, cultivating too many mighty inheritances would instead lead to chaos. This prince have no need for this. Since you fell from the upper realm to the Kanglin realm, fighting the blood demon venerable for it, keep it for yourself. Lin Xuan waved his hand and spoke with great magnanimity. In truth, as the owner of the great villain system, as long as he had enough villain points, he could choose suitable cultivation arts and treasures from the villain shop. The talisman ancestor's path was too cumbersome, so it was better to abandon it. Moreover, Lin Xuan knew that his villain shop still contained many inherited arts that surpassed the talisman ancestor's path. There were even quite a few methods for attaining immortality and eternal life. Cultivating the talisman ancestor's inheritance would only waste Lin Xuan's time. He naturally would not do something so foolish as to lose the greater for the lesser. I know this, servant, thanks the master for his reward. The purple gold demon Martin shuddered, and murky tears actually welled up in its violet eyes. At this moment, the Martin's form of self-address changed to servant, and its form of address for Lin Xuan jumped all the way from holy prince to master. There was no helping it. The purple gold demon Martin was deeply moved. After all, as far as he was concerned, the sole reason he had become stranded in the Kanglin realm was none other than this stone talisman. Because of it, his cultivation realm had fallen, and he had even been reduced to being Lin Wu's dog. Who could possibly understand that humiliation? Yet Holy Prince Lin Xuan had been so generous as to give the stone talisman to him. This truly moved the purple gold demon Martin. He wanted to throw himself at Lin Xuan's legs and start calling him daddy. The Holy Prince has planted a restriction inside me, and I would never dare to disobey. Even if the Holy Prince wanted to snatch this stone talisman away, I would not dare to say a word. Yet the Holy Prince is so righteous, so noble, and pure. Sigh. Truly, such a good man. The purple gold demon Martin knelt before Lin Xuan, thinking to himself. Ding. The purple gold demon Martin was moved by you and has become utterly devoted. You have gained 1000 villain points. The system prompt sounded in Lin Xuan's ear. Lin Xuan was taken aback. He had never imagined that after Lin Wu's death, the purple gold demon Martin's loyalty to him could still harvest villain points. It was nothing but a useless piece of trash to me, yet it still brought me villain points. Awesome. Lin Xuan could not help but rejoice inwardly. What a pity. Just then Hu Jiuer could not help but heave a sigh and speak. Hearing her words, everyone turned to look at her. Everyone looked dazed, unsure what Hu Jiuer meant by those words. She had spoken on impulse. Seeing everyone staring at her, she immediately came back to her senses and realized that she had let her composure slip. What is it? Lin Xuan asked Hu Jiuer. I spent many years in the Xuanshou mountain range cultivating in solitude and had actually reached the martial emperor realm. In those days I was fortunate enough to receive guidance from a great expert and obtained a transformation art. It could only be cultivated after I reached the martial emperor realm. Cultivating the great transformation art can elevate one's origin. However, after transformation, one's realm falls from the martial emperor realm to the martial ancestor realm. That great expert once planted a yin-yang heaven-devouring seed for me. 100 years later it bore fruit. After I transformed, if I took this fruit, I would be able to recover my cultivation. But this fruit was stolen by that man named Lin Wu. Looking at it now, Lin Wu had already refined and absorbed. Alas, Hu Jiu'er spoke candidly, and at length holding nothing back about her own affairs. After all, to Hu Jiu'er, Lin Xuan was the one who had saved her. He had shown her a life-saving grace. After all that had happened, Hu Jiu'er had come to trust Lin Xuan completely, and that was why she would reveal all these matters to him. Lin Xuan frowned. Then he felt the blue light screen of the system panel jump out before his eyes. Name: Hu Jiu'er, daughter of fortune. Realm: martial ancestor, 9th level, originally martial emperor, 1st level. Race: nine-tailed demon fox with a powerful origin carrying the bloodline of a primeval divine beast. Life script: in her childhood, she once grew up alongside the child of fortune when she was a 6-tailed demon fox. Later the child of fortune ascended to the upper realm, leaving Hu Jiu'er in the lower realm and leaving behind many opportunities for her. If Hu Jiu'er followed those opportunities and recovered to the martial emperor realm, she would be able to tear open the void and ascend to the upper realm. Fortune points: 10000. This child of fortune is far more powerful than the host, and the karmic entanglement is too deep. The host is currently unable to view their exact identity. Lin Xuan stared at the life script that the system had brought up for Hu Jiu'er and fell into deep thought. 10,000 fortune points. That was truly damned impressive. So, this Hu Jiu'er is also a daughter of fortune. Lin Xuan was speechless. Hu Jiu'er was indeed a daughter of fortune, but the child of fortune she was attached to was too powerful. That was why Lin Xuan had not seen her life script right away. Only after Hu Jiu'er laid her cards on the table did Lin Xuan finally see her information. Even so, he still could not see through the details about the child of fortune she was attached to. This was truly vexing. Exactly how powerful is this child of fortune? Lin Xuan wondered silently. Sorry about that. The purple gold demon Martin scratched his head awkwardly. After all, when Lin Wu stole Hu Jiu'er's yin-yang heaven-devouring fruit, the purple gold demon Martin had served as the enforcer. Hearing this, Hu Jiu'er shot a glare at the purple gold demon Martin. It is merely a single yin-yang heaven. Lin Xuan chuckled softly, interrupting the two. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have spent 200 villain points to exchange for the heaven grade 7th rank pill, the Tiangang Beast Spirit pill. A flash of light flickered in Lin Xuan's hand, and a pill appeared. As soon as the pill appeared, its medicinal fragrance assailed the nostrils and wafted outward. Golden pill patterns shimmered on its surface. 7 full golden patterns. A heaven grade 7th rank pill. Lin Xuan had truly bled this time. A heaven grade 7th rank pill. This, Hu Jiu'er was greatly shocked. As everyone knew, the most precious pill in the Kanglin realm was the heaven grade 9th rank Tianxiang Wuchen pill. The Tianxiang Wuchen pill possessed the power to bring the dead back to life. As long as a person's breath and blood had not yet gone completely cold, it could restore the dead to life and regrow flesh upon white bones. However, even in the Tianma Palace, the Tianxiang Wuchen pill was the supreme treasure that guarded the palace. Yet Lin Xuan had casually taken out a heaven grade 7th rank pill. This was to say nothing of martial ancestor powerhouses, let alone martial king powerhouses. Even martial emperor powerhouses would be stirred by the sight of it and would come to blows over it. Just how lavishly extravagant was Holy Prince Lin Xuan? Lin Xuan's expression was utterly calm. In truth, at that moment his heart was trembling. Lin Xuan was famously a bean counter, the Iron Rooster of the fantasy world, the granddad of the Kanglin realm, and the Zhou Bapi of the Hanlin sacred dynasty. Yet he had goddamn spent 200 villain points to exchange for a pill like this. Lin Xuan was not insane. He was in fact gambling. This is too precious. Hu Jiu'er stared fixedly at the pill in Lin Xuan's hand, unable to tear her eyes away. But Hu Jiu'er, after all, had once been a martial emperor and possessed her own dignity. Thus she could only murmur those words. No matter. This item will be of greater help to you. Lin Xuan put on a magnanimous expression and said to Hu Jiu'er. Yun In Ling Qing and the purple gold demon Martin watched Hu Jiu'er and nearly wept with envy. The purple gold demon Martin finally understood why Lin Xuan thought so little of the upper realm stone talisman. It was because Lin Xuan was the kind of person who could casually produce a heaven grade 7th rank pill. Such casual extravagance was truly too overbearing. Hu Jiu'er suddenly opened her eyes wide and stared straight into Lin Xuan's eyes. At this moment, Hu Jiu'er's face suddenly flushed scarlet. She hesitated for a moment, then asked Lin Xuan, Holy Prince. You. What price? Do you want me to pay? In the end, she bit off the word price with great force. The atmosphere suddenly became charged with ambiguity and unspoken tension. The purple gold demon Martin's gaze toward Lin Xuan began to turn mocking. Yun In and Ling Qing's expressions turned somewhat unpleasant. After all, anyone who saw Lin Xuan take out a heaven-tier 7th grade elixir would suspect what his intentions were. Hearing Hu Jiu'er's words, Lin Xuan could not help but feel both amused and exasperated. Admittedly, Hu Jiu'er's beauty was no less than Yun In's or Ling Qing's. Moreover, she carried the unique, bewitching charm of the nine-tailed fox clan, which naturally made it easy for men to fall deeply into infatuation and hard to extricate themselves. But was Lin Xuan that kind of man? Ahem. Perhaps he was. But under the present circumstances, Lin Xuan simply could not make any excessive demand. I couldn't exactly say that I wanted to form a karmic bond with the child of fortune behind her, or that I was doing this to gain fortune points from her, could I? Lin Xuan rolled his eyes. Lin Xuan pondered for a moment, then sighed, and said, I did not do this with any other intention. It is only that you who Joer bear the supreme bloodline of the nine-tailed fox lineage, and your future prospects are immeasurable. Moreover, you must have heard that hundreds of years ago the nine-tailed ancestor of the nine-tailed fox lineage ascended to the upper realm and took up an office in my Hanlin sacred dynasty. For the sake of the nine-tailed ancestor, I should help you. If we meet in the upper realm in the future, we ought to support each other. Think of it as making a friend. You are overthinking it. What do you think? Lin Xuan slowly spoke, finding an excuse for his lavishly overbearing behavior. Hearing Lin Xuan's explanation, everyone revealed strange expressions. After all, Lin Xuan's reason was simply too ridiculous. Just to make a friend, he took out a heaven-tier 7th grade elixir. Sorry, but I am definitely making you my friend. Hu Jiuer looked at Lin Xuan, their eyes meeting. In Lin Xuan's eyes, Hu Jiuer saw nothing but sincerity. After a long moment, a fragrant breeze drifted past. The Tiangang Beast Spirit Pill in Lin Xuan's hand disappeared, taken away by Hu Jiuer. I accept this item. I, Hu Jiuer, owe you a favor. If the Sacred Prince ever has any command in the future, I will do my utmost. And even if I die 1,000 times, I will not refuse. Hu Jiuer said to Lin Xuan with utter earnestness. Ding. The daughter of fortune Hu Jiuer is filled with gratitude toward the host. Achievement unlocked, grateful to tears. The host has gained 3,000 villain points. The system notification sounded. As expected, Lin Xuan rejoiced. He had fronted 2,000 villain points before, yet he had harvested 3,000 villain points in return. All told, Lin Xuan had directly earned 1,000 villain points. Satisfying. His guess had indeed been correct. Jiuer, you are too kind. Lin Xuan waved his hand, looking completely indifferent. The purple gold demon Martin also envied Hu Jiuer's fortune. However, he too had obtained the stone talisman. The purple gold demon Martin's eyes darted for a moment. Then he said to Lin Xuan, Sacred Prince, please hold the stone talisman and enter this alchemical array. The Blood Sun body refining pill left behind by Blood Demon Venerable after a lifetime of contending with me is a peerless heaven-tier 9th grade elixir. This object naturally belongs to the Sacred Prince. The purple gold demon Martin knelt before Lin Xuan, then raised his hands and presented the stone talisman to Lin Xuan. Thanks to the purple gold demon Martin's explanation, Lin Xuan came to understand what had truly happened with Blood Demon Venerable. As it turned out, Blood Demon Venerable had once fought the purple gold demon Martin over the stone talisman. The stone talisman had originally belonged to Blood Demon Venerable. Coveting the stone talisman's miraculous powers, the purple gold demon Martin had attacked Blood Demon Venerable by surprise. The two retreated as they fought, and in a careless moment they fell into a void rift, finally dropping from the upper realm into the Kanglin realm. Their great battle caused the purple gold demon Martin to be sealed within the stone talisman. Blood Demon Venerable, at the cost of all his resources, and with the help of a supreme treasure from the upper realm, constructed a great tomb. It was precisely to lure the holder of the stone talisman there. For this reason, the holder of the stone talisman could enter the great tomb ahead of time, and also obtain certain conveniences. But as time passed, Blood Demon Venerable's wounds grew increasingly severe. He had wanted to refine the Blood Sun body refining pill in order to recover from his injuries. Unfortunately, in the end, Blood Demon Venerable never got to wait until that day. That was why the purple gold demon Martin had Lin Xuan hold the stone talisman and take the Blood Sun body refining pill. For only the power of the stone talisman could break the restraints of the alchemical array. Hearing this, Lin Xuan could not help but nod slightly. In this way, he finally understood the full course of events. Very well, I will take this pill. Lin Xuan received the stone talisman from the purple gold demon Martin and walked step by step toward the alchemical array. Holding the stone talisman, Lin Xuan stepped into the alchemical array and immediately felt streaks of blood-red array patterns swirling around him. They wanted to expel Lin Xuan, this outsider, from the array. But the stone talisman in Lin Xuan's hand was like a protective amulet resisting the invasion of the blood-red array patterns. In the end, Lin Xuan entered the array safe and sound. The Blood Sun body refining pill. Lin Xuan reached out and took hold of the Blood Sun body refining pill, suspended in midair within the array. Lin Xuan tilted his head back and swallowed the pill. Boom. An immense force exploded within Lin Xuan's body. This Blood Sun body refining pill had the effect of solidifying the foundation and nourishing the origin. It was especially greatly beneficial to a martial artist's body. Lin Xuan felt his physique growing hotter and hotter, as if all the blood essence in his body was about to ignite. Scorching breath spurted out with Lin Xuan's exhalations. Waves of powerful energy continued to radiate outward. True demon myriad culpa indestructible body. Lin Xuan knew in his heart that this was no time for joking. Immediately, he began circulating the true demon myriad culpa indestructible body to refine his physique. Blood-red flames began to burn across the surface of Lin Xuan's body. The blood-red flames blazed without pause, and in an instant they burned the clothes on Lin Xuan's body completely away. His powerful solid body was revealed. A terrifying aura continued to radiate outward, placing immense pressure on everyone. Lin Xuan's body displayed a refined iron gleam, and now it was gradually shifting towards silver. Originally, although Lin Xuan had not yet entered the Martial King realm, the body at the Martial King realm was in a state of flesh transformed into iron. Yet at the Martial Grandmaster realm, Lin Xuan's body could already rival a Martial King. Now Lin Xuan's body from the previous iron transformed state had advanced one step further and was moving towards silver white. This also meant that Lin Xuan's body was nearing the state of body transformed into silver. This suppressive pressure is already close to that of a martial emperor. Hu Jior exclaimed. At this moment, everyone finally understood why Lin Xuan's combat power was so terrifyingly strong. Logically speaking, Qin Hao, who possessed the supreme bone, could also be considered a world-shaking prodigy. His combat power defied the heavens. Yet Lin Xuan, who was 2 realms weaker than Qin Hao, crushed Qin Hao as if he were crushing an ant. No kidding. If one had a terror-inducing body like Lin Xuan's, just about anyone could defy the heavens. Boom. And just at that moment, the flames around Lin Xuan grew more ferocious and more violent. After the wind calamity, is this the fire calamity? Lin Xuan, his face as calm as still water, murmured. The 3 calamities of wind, fire, and lightning are the trials that must be endured to cultivate the myriad tribulations indestructible body of the true demon. Lin Xuan had already passed the wind calamity. Now, after seizing the Blood Sun body forging pill from Blood Demon Venerable, his physical form soared 1,000 miles, advancing directly from the metal flesh layer to the silver flesh realm. Thus the fire calamity arrived as expected. Unlike the nether frost wind of the wind calamity, which was formed externally to temper the body, this so-called fire calamity was entirely different. The fire calamity was the fire of the human body itself, rising from within to temper the flesh, and far more terrifying. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Flames covered Lin Xuan's body, especially the 3 fires burning atop his head and shoulders. These 3 flames represented the yang vitality of a martial cultivator. In Lin Xuan's past life, there was an ancient saying: people fear ghosts 3-fold, but ghosts fear people 7-fold. The reason ghosts feared humans was that the human body contained 3 supreme flames capable of scorching the souls of specters. Any ghost that drew near would be injured. Thus, if someone walked through a place dense with energy in the dead of night, and another tapped their shoulder, it was as if that tap extinguished the flame upon the shoulder, diminishing the person's yang vitality and leaving them vulnerable to spectral invasion. Yet the 3 fires blazing on Lin Xuan now were not caused by any ghost. Rather, the qi and blood within his body had reached such a profound intensity that it had ignited the 3 flames. This was a trial. If Lin Xuan could withstand the tempering of these 3 fires, the path of physical cultivation ahead would be smooth and unobstructed. But if he could not endure the refinement of this flesh fire, he would be burned to ashes by it, and perish utterly. This was a great tribulation and simultaneously a great fortune. For the myriad tribulations indestructible body of the true demon was founded by an unmatched true demon. Demonic arts were naturally overwhelmingly domineering. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The flesh fire grew stronger, engulfing Lin Xuan's entire body. I'm afraid an ordinary person would truly be burned alive by this fire calamity. Unfortunately for it, my devouring origin creation art paired with the myriad tribulations indestructible body is simply a perfect match. Lin Xuan let out a cold laugh, his voice low. Within his body, the devouring origin creation art began to circulate wildly. The flames on his skin gradually transformed into pure power that he absorbed. Time passed moment by moment. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Yun Yin, Ling Qing, Hu Jior, and the purple gold demon Martin stood guard by Lin Xuan. These 4 could all be considered Lin Xuan's closest companions. They took turns watching over him, serving as his protectors. Meanwhile, the great tomb of Blood Demon Venerable had long since sealed shut. Many martial artists had escaped the tomb, and many had died within it. The martial artists of Dongxian Divine Province all departed from the great tomb one after another. Yet the 4 great Dao traditions under Lin Xuan's command refused to leave, seeing that he had not emerged. Led by Yun Feng, they set up camp outside the Venerable's tomb and waited for Lin Xuan to come out. This showed just how loyal these forces under Lin Xuan's banner had become. A full 7 days passed before Lin Xuan finally absorbed the power of the fire calamity into his physical form. At the same time, his body had reached a rather terrifying level, shimmering with a silver-white radiance. This meant he had truly entered the silver flesh realm. In other words, his physical body was now comparable to an ordinary emperor-level martial expert. His martial realm had also risen from the 7th level of the martial ancestor stage to the 8th level. Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he still had room to further enhance his strength. After all, for Lin Xuan, he carried a staggering fortune of 8500 villain points. Such a massive sum was enough to grant him a substantial leap in power. Unfortunately, he was still within Blood Demon Venerable's tomb. If he spent too long cultivating here, those waiting for him would grow anxious. With this thought, Lin Xuan temporarily halted his cultivation. He rose slowly. Thank you all for guarding me these past days. Lin Xuan smiled faintly and spoke to Yun Yin and the others. Yun Yin, Ling Qing, Hu Jiaoer, and the purple gold demon Martin gazed at him, feeling the terrifying pressure radiating from his body. After all, when it came purely to physical strength, Lin Xuan was now no weaker than an invincible powerhouse. Even the purple gold demon Martin lowered its head before him, not daring to meet his gaze directly. As for Hu Jiaoer, thanks to the pill bestowed by Lin Xuan, she had recovered her primordial origin and ascended to the emperor realm. She could remain composed even under Lin Xuan's oppressive aura. Yet even Hu Jiaoer, now at the emperor realm, still felt her heart shaken when facing Lin Xuan. She never imagined that although Lin Xuan's cultivation realm had not yet reached emperor level, the pressure he exuded would be so terrifying. The Saint Prince is too kind. To serve the Saint Prince is our blessing. Hu Jiaoer smiled faintly after hearing his words and spoke to Lin Xuan. However, since the Saint Prince has come out of seclusion, I must also take my leave. Hu Jiaoer sighed, a trace of reluctance surfacing in her beautiful eyes as she spoke to Lin Xuan. Are you returning to the upper realm? Lin Xuan paused briefly, then asked Hu Jiaoer. Indeed. Will the Saint Prince also return to the upper realm? Hu Jiaoer inquired. Lin Xuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. If I wish to leave the Kanglan realm, it would not be so easy. After all, I have yet to complete the task the Saint Dynasty entrusted to me. Hu Jiaoer and the purple gold demon Martin exchanged a glance. Then Hu Jiaoer revealed a smile and said, in that case, I shall return to the upper realm first, and I will visit the Saint Prince another time. Saint Prince, I shall see you in the upper realm. I will accompany Hu Jiaoer and head there ahead of you. The purple gold demon Martin bowed to Lin Xuan and took its leave. Lin Xuan nodded. The group walked out of Blood Demon Venerable's great tomb. The moment he stepped out, the forces of the 4 great Tao traditions surged forward to greet him. After giving a few brief instructions, Lin Xuan led the crowd away from the Xian Beast Mountain range. Of course, Hu Jiaoer and the purple gold demon Martin did not follow him. Lin Xuan understood that Hu Jiaoer's origins were mysterious and the child of destiny bound to her possessed overwhelming strength, far greater than his own current level. Returning to the Listening Wind Pavilion, Lin Xuan pondered for a moment, then spoke to Hua Rong. Hua Rong, I hear that in the northern wastelands the Demon Heaven Palace has dispatched 7 divine emperors to invade the Stone Kingdom. The 7 divine martial emperors were launching a punitive campaign against the Stone Kingdom. This was what Lin Xuan had learned from Qin Hao's own lips. At the same time, Lin Xuan also knew that Qin Hao's elder brother was none other than the renowned Desolate Heaven Emperor. By status, Lin Xuan was the heaven-ordained great villain, and so his relationship with the Child of Destiny was that of mortal enemies. Toward this Child of Destiny, the Desolate Heaven Emperor Lin Xuan also paid close attention. After all, in his previous life, the Desolate Heaven Emperor's reputation had been far too resounding. Hua Rong was taken aback for a moment after hearing Lin Xuan's words, then said, Your Highness the Saint Prince, how did you come to know of this? Lin Xuan replied, Qin Hao, the younger brother of Shi Hao, the Stone Emperor of the Stone Kingdom, and one who likewise possessed the Supreme Bone, was beaten to death by me inside the Great Tomb. Before he died, he told me all about it. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Hua Rong could not help but show a trace of fear on his face. This, as far as I know, the Stone Emperor of the Stone Kingdom has unfathomable strength. In recent years, the Stone Kingdom has repeatedly provoked our Heaven Demon Palace. Her Majesty the Empress is currently in seclusion. Therefore, the martial emperor experts under Her Majesty intend to strike on her behalf and annihilate the Stone Kingdom. As for Shi Hao, he has long since become a martial king expert with extraordinary combat power. I have met him once. I am ashamed to say that back then he was only at the 6th level of martial king, yet he could directly suppress me, a martial king, at the 9th level. Now that many years have passed, I fear he might already possess the strength to fight and kill a martial emperor. Your Highness the Saint Prince, you slew his own younger brother. I am afraid this will make Shi Hao bear a grudge against you. Hua Rong then laid out the full chain of cause and effect clearly for Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan nodded. Still, the Saint Prince is a member of our Heaven Demon Palace, so there is no need to fear this Shi Hao. As long as the Heaven Demon Palace has not fallen, Shi Hao will not dare to touch a single hair of the Saint Prince for the time being. Afraid that Lin Xuan might be too worried, Hua Rong smiled and further explained. Hearing this, Lin Xuan smiled and said, I am not really afraid of this so-called Stone Emperor of the Stone Kingdom. I was just wondering, is Shi Hao's strength truly so terrifying? that the Heaven Demon Palace would need to send 7 martial emperors. Hearing this, Hua Rong replied, "These 7 martial emperors are not exactly top experts in the Heaven Demon Palace. The Heaven Demon Palace has the 72 cave lords. Your Highness the Saint Prince has already met the 2 ranked last." Lin Xuan nodded. Those who previously attacked Cloud Ridge Nangong Wudi and Dongfang Poxing were precisely the 2 lowest-ranked cave lords among the 72. Thanks to Hua Rong's explanation, Lin Xuan gained a clear understanding of the strength ranking of the 72 cave lords. Generally speaking, among the 72 cave lords, those ranked below the 50th are all martial grandmaster experts. Those ranked from the 50th up to the 20th are at the martial king level. The top 20 are all martial emperor level experts. These so-called 7 divine martial emperors are merely a title. Their rankings respectively run from the 20th down to the 13th. These 7 share a profound bond and style themselves the 7 gods. But within the Heaven Demon Palace, there are plenty of people stronger than them. Especially the top 10 of the 72 cave lords. They are existences second only to the Empress. After listening to Hua Rong's explanation, Lin Xuan was briefly lost for words, then gave a faint smile. He had come to realize how powerful the Heaven Demon Palace truly was. It was also at this moment that he understood. These so-called 7 divine martial emperors could not be considered experts of the Heaven Demon Palace. How powerful is the Stone Kingdom? Lin Xuan asked Hua Rong again. The Stone Kingdom is also counted among the 1 Academy 7 gates and 12 peaks. The Stone Kingdom is a nation, and the most powerful force in the Stone Kingdom of the Northern Wasteland is the Stone Emperor Gate. Now the Gate Master of the Stone Emperor Gate is Shi Hao. The Stone Emperor Gate is an orthodox lineage force, and also a sovereign mechanism that rules over the Stone Kingdom. Among the 7 gates it ranks 4th. In the Northern Wasteland there is another orthodox lineage called the Heaven Mending Gate, ranked 5th, second only to the Stone Emperor Gate. Hua Rong explained to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan knew that among the so-called 1 Academy 7 gates and 12 peaks, the 12 peaks referred to Cloud Ridge. As for the 9 Heavens Shangqing Gate, it was the last of the 7 gates. However, this ranking of orthodox forces had been made more than 100 years ago. Thus it naturally no longer held weight in the present. For over a century the seas had shifted, the years had turned, and far too much had changed. In truth, many of the orthodox lineage forces that had once been ranked among the 1 Academy 7 gates and 12 peaks had already begun to decline. Among them the Shangqing Gate of the Eastern Xin Divine Continent and Cloud Ridge had declined the most. But for the Stone Emperor Gate to rank 4th among them, just how powerful must the forces stronger than it be? Lin Xuan heaved a long sigh and said, "The Saint Prince need not worry. As long as the Heaven Demon Palace stands, it will certainly assist the Saint Prince in unifying these orthodox forces." Hua Rong waved a hand dismissively. Lin Xuan nodded. Has the punitive campaign against the Stone Emperor Shi Hao by the 7 divine martial emperors already begun? Lin Xuan turned the matter over in his mind, and once again pressed Hua Rong for an answer. "Not yet, probably about 3 months from now." Hua Rong replied. "Good. You may withdraw. I understand. This period of time is just enough for me to improve my strength. In 3 months, let us go to the Northern Wasteland and see for ourselves what this Stone Emperor of the Stone Kingdom is made of." Lin Xuan nodded. Hua Rong bowed respectfully and said, "Your subordinate takes his leave." Then he left the side chamber where Lin Xuan was staying. Shi Hao of the Supreme Bone, the desolate Heaven Emperor. I never imagined that in this world I would actually be able to witness your brilliance. This truly astonishes me. Watching Hua Rong's departing figure, Lin Xuan felt a surge of excitement in his heart. After all, in his previous life, the desolate Heaven Emperor's name, as one who had dominated the ages alone, had rung resoundingly in his ears. However, in this vast world formed by the merging of Xuanhuan power fantasy stories, Lin Xuan had killed Qin, Shi Hao's younger brother. This also meant that Lin Xuan and Shi Hao were destined to become enemies. This could not help but make Lin Xuan sigh in regret. However, Lin Xuan knew that the desolate Heaven Emperor was astonishingly brilliant and stood alone across the ages. Such talent and natural aptitude were absolutely beyond the reach of ordinary people. Even though the desolate Heaven Emperor had not yet ascended to the upper realm or achieved supreme glory, his abilities were still not to be underestimated. "No one may disturb my secluded cultivation for the time to come." With that order, Lin Xuan immediately entered absolute seclusion in the rain listening tower. Even Yun Yin and Ling Qing were not allowed to hinder Lin Xuan's cultivation. Yun Yin and Ling Qing were somewhat helpless, but facing Lin Xuan's command, the two dared not show the slightest neglect. "Now I have such an enormous amount of villain points that it is more than enough for my strength to make a vast leap. In 3 months, I will not necessarily lack the ability to fight Shi Hao the Stone Emperor." Lin Xuan's eyes burned with intensity, his face shone with brilliance, and he seemed somewhat excited. "In the great tomb of the venerable blood demon, I obtained an unmatched fortune, and so I also became a powerful martial ancestor of the 8th level. Although I now possess 2 heaven-defying cultivation arts, even martial kings at the 1st or 2nd level are no match for me. But this stone emperor sure how is after all an expert capable of fighting martial emperors in life-or-death combat. During this period, I must urgently raise my cultivation to the martial king realm. Lin Xuan pondered silently, and in an instant set a task and a plan for himself. With that thought, he sat down cross-legged. Ding! Congratulations, host. With 2000 villain points, you have exchanged for a wisp of immortal spiritual energy. After browsing through the villain system mall, Lin Xuan confirmed the item he wanted to exchange. Now Lin Xuan was wealthy and bold. Without a second word, he directly exchanged 2000 villain points. In the past, Lin Xuan could rely on villain points to exchange for years of cultivation power. However, that kind of years-based cultivation power was quite impure, and it only helped Lin Xuan's practice during the early period. Now that Lin Xuan's strength had grown greater and greater, merely exchanging for years of cultivation power was starting to be inadequate. But in the villain system mall, he could directly exchange for immortal spiritual energy. Lin Xuan had heard of this so-called immortal spiritual energy. In the upper realm, there were many powerhouses who stood above the martial emperor realm. After his reincarnation, Lin Xuan's memories were incomplete. But Lin Xuan knew that those above the martial emperor realm were all striving to become immortals. Once one became an immortal, one could refine and produce immortal spiritual energy. Tens of thousands of years ago, the upper realm was said to be a vast world. Immortals flew through the air and wielded supreme arts. The entire upper realm was practically an immortal realm. Alas, things had changed and all affairs had come to an end. The oceans had turned to mulberry fields. For unknown reasons, the path to becoming an immortal had been severed. Countless powerhouses in the upper realm spent their entire lives seeking immortality and cultivating the Tao. This was undoubtedly a tragedy. But even though the path to immortality had been cut off, many immortals had still existed in the upper realm in ancient times. Therefore, after some immortals fell, they left behind secret realms and great tombs in which immortal spiritual energy remained. There were also grotto heavens and blessed lands isolated from the world that likewise contained immortal spiritual energy. Some was immortal spiritual energy left in the purple mansion after immortal cultivation, which eventually scattered after the physical body perished. Others were immortal energies that had survived for tens of thousands of years because they had not been polluted by acquired spiritual energy. All in all, in the upper realm, if one could obtain a wisp of immortal spiritual energy, it was an unparalleled fortune. Lin Xuan stretched out his hand and boundless divine light instantly exploded from his palm. The divine light surged endlessly with faint traces of immortal laws concealed within it. Immortal spiritual energy is the thing martial cultivators in the upper realm dream of obtaining. An ordinary wandering cultivator would go through life and death peril for a single wisp of immortal spiritual energy. Such things are usually held by the great orthodox lineages. For example, even in the Hanlin sacred dynasty, immortal spiritual energy is counted as an extremely important resource. But with me, as long as there are enough villain points, it can be drawn upon without end. Damn, it feels amazing to have a golden finger. Lin Xuan could not help grinning. Boom. He suddenly waved his hand and drove the wisp of immortal spiritual energy straight into his dantian. A vast force poured directly into Lin Xuan's body. In an instant, it felt as though a colossal furnace had been ignited within him, burning without cease. The temperature around him grew higher and higher. The devouring origin creation scripture within him continuously evolved and erupted, sending formidable power surging in every direction throughout his body. This was also because Lin Xuan's physical body, after absorbing the blood sun body tempering pill in the venerable blood demon's great tomb, had allowed the true demon myriad calamity indestructible body to pass through the fire calamity stage. It had reached the terrifying level of a silver transformed physical body. Otherwise, with the Lin Xuan of the past, even if he had obtained such a wisp of immortal spiritual energy, he would have found it difficult to absorb and refine. Either he would fail to endure the enormous power, and his fleshly body would shatter, or his foundation would be unstable, causing his combat strength to decline even as his realm rose. Then he would hardly be able to contend with those children of destiny who challenged experts above their own realm. Boom, boom, boom. The vast immortal spiritual energy began to wash over Lin Xuan's physical body without end. Every inch and every speck within Lin Xuan's body began to emanate the laws of immortality. At the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm, he began charging toward the 9th level. Afterward, Lin Xuan entered the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm, but did not stop there, continuing to push toward the great perfection of the martial ancestor realm. 3 days later, Lin Xuan finally refined that wisp of immortal spiritual energy. His cultivation level also leaped all the way into the supreme realm of martial ancestor great perfection. He was separated from the martial king realm by only a hair's breadth. 3 days later, Lin Xuan abruptly opened his eyes. Two incomparably fierce beams of light shot directly out from his pupils. The beams blasted two large holes into the ground. I am still a hair away from the martial king realm. Lin Xuan slowly exhaled a breath. Right now, for internal techniques, I have the devouring origin creation scripture, and for external body cultivation, I have the true demon myriad calamity indestructible body. What I still lack is an offensive martial skill, or perhaps a weapon. Lin Xuan pondered for a while, then began to think quietly to himself. This time Lin Xuan had entered seclusion and set a deadline of 1 month. 1 month from now he would depart for the northern wasteland. There were still 2 months until the 7 divine martial emperor fought the stone emperor Shihao. Even now there was still a fair amount of time. Previously I accumulated a total of 8500 villain points. After spending 2000 villain points, I still have 6000 villain points left. Let me see if this fortune can find a supreme martial art in the system mall. Lin Xuan thought silently. Heaven-defying 7 demon sabers. This saber art was left behind in the tomb of the gods. It is said that a world-shaking fiend at the point of death refused to accept his own annihilation. Driven by unwillingness, he realized the supreme saber art and struck 7 consecutive times, tearing through the void to ascend as an immortal. This saber art is divided into the heaven-defying 7 demon sabers technique and the demon sabers themselves. 7 demon sabers, bloodthirsty and berserk, they devour the enemy's essence blood to evolve and grow ever stronger with limitless possibilities. At the same time, they can harm the 7 souls and sever a person's spirit, hence the name 7 demon sabers. The 7 demon sabers and the heaven-defying 7 demon sabers technique together cost 400 villain points. Among them, the 7 demon sabers technique permits the exchange of the first 3 sabers. A bargain and worth every point. You deserve it. When Lin Xuan was browsing the villain system mall and saw this heaven-defying cultivation art, his eyes could not help but light up. Holy shit! The heaven-defying 7 demon sabers. Lin Xuan's mind and spirit were shaken. Lin Xuan knew that this was a supreme cultivation art in no way inferior to the devouring origin creation scripture or the true demon myriad calamity indestructible body. In the novel Tomb of the Gods, it was one of the very best ultimate arts. However, this cultivation art was incomparably domineering. It consumed one's own strength in order to enhance the might of the saber art. If an ordinary martial cultivator attempted to perform this saber art, he would likely be devoured by backlash and face a life-threatening crisis before the art could even be unleashed. Thus, using this saber art required the user to have an indestructible physical body that surpassed their own cultivation realm. My body has cultivated the true demon myriad calamity indestructible body, far surpassing anyone at the same level. Then isn't this heaven-defying 7 demon sabers tailor-made for me? A wild joy suddenly surged through Lin Xuan's heart. But when he saw that the heaven-defying 7 demon sabers required 400 villain points, Lin Xuan fell silent. Damn profiteer. Toil for decades only to be tossed back to square one in a single morning. Lin Xuan felt like weeping but had no tears. Pain. It hurt too much. He had tormented and killed so many children of fortune, reaped so many daughters of fortune, and yet only accumulated a tiny bit of villain points. Redeeming the heaven-defying 7 demon saber technique required 400 villain points. Worse still, the heaven-defying 7 demon saber was only the first 3 forms. No wonder people say capitalists are all vampires. Lin Xuan cursed inwardly. But there was no doubt that the system understood him all too well. This heaven-defying 7 demon saber paired with the true demon myriad culpa indestructible body was simply a perfect match. The saber technique and the treasured saber together cost 400 points. A bit overpriced, but at least it saved the trouble. Redeem. Lin Xuan barked. His villain points began to drop to 0 at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then his heart ached in waves. Soon, however, Lin Xuan forgot the pain of consumption. A pitch-black, demonic saber gradually condensed in his hand. The demonic saber seemed to have been forged from shadow itself. Its entire body was pitch-black. Only at the hilt could faint threads of blood red be seen. This blade is currently a heaven-rank 9th grade weapon, but as long as I slay formidable enemies and feed it with their vital essence blood, it will continue to strengthen. Its growth potential is astonishing. In other words, in the future, I won't even need to change weapons. I must say the villain shop may be overpriced, but what it sells is genuinely good stuff. 7 demon saber in hand. Lin Xuan immediately felt a bloodthirsty killing intent begin to erode into his mind. Had he not lived 2 lives and possessed an unwavering will, Lin Xuan would probably have been infected by that heaven-defying killing intent and eventually become a slaughter machine. The heaven-defying 7 demon saber uses the 3 souls hidden within the body's secret treasury as guides to stir the 7 spirits into attack. Thus it inflicts unmatched damage upon both the enemy's will and physical body. Yojing Taiguang and Shuangling. These are the essence, qi, and spirit, and they are called the three souls. The seven spirits are the root chakra, navel chakra, solar plexus chakra, heart chakra, throat chakra, brow chakra, and crown chakra in the body's central channel. 7 chakras in total. These 7 chakras also govern the 7 emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, loathing, and desire. When the 7 demons and 7 kills are unleashed, one can go against heaven itself. Excellent saber art. The saber arts for the first 3 slashes of the heaven-defying 7-demon saber appeared in Lin Xuan's mind. After browsing through them, he was filled with delight. First slash the self. Demonic chi began to churn in Lin Xuan's eyes. He raised the saber and brought it down from above, blasting out a devastating strike. Lin Xuan's root chakra erupted with streams of essence. A powerful black saber chi pierced down. This slash represented an unstoppable charge forward. When facing a powerful enemy, he would defy heaven itself and cut the enemy down even if it meant burning through his own life. The saber shadow flickered wildly, too blurred to see clearly. Once this saber art was unleashed, it left no protection for the user. Only a single purpose: the absolute kill. If he did not kill his enemy, he would die at the enemy's hands. Second slash blood rage. Third slash war's lament. The second slash activated the navel chakra within his body, igniting towering fury. The third slash activated the solar plexus chakra, infusing the saber art with grief and resentment. In an instant, dark clouds gathered around Tingyu Tower, surging with black saber chi. Inside Tingfeng Pavilion, everyone felt a chill in their bones and trembled uncontrollably. At Tingfeng Pavilion, Hua Rong watched Tingyu Tower from afar, now engulfed by surging black clouds. As setting aside everything else, the Holy Prince's cultivation art is actually quite similar to ours demonic path martial artists. But among the younger generation of demonic path martial artists, no one can compare to the Holy Prince. I have to say the Holy Prince and Her Imperial Majesty the Empress are actually a rather good match. Hua Rong, holding a jug of wine, watched the turbulent scene outside Tingyu Tower and sensed its formidable power. He could not help but feel gratified. 20 days. Lin Xuan stayed in closed-door cultivation within Tingyu Tower for 20 days. Boom. A great crash rang out. The entire Tingyu Tower was pierced through by a surge of demonic chi. Beams, broken tiles, and walls all burst apart and turned to ash. The huge noise was as if the very earth were trembling. All the martial artists in Tingfeng Pavilion heard the noise. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Your Highness the Holy Prince. Could it be an enemy attack? Not good. Protect the Holy Prince. In that instant, many martial artists in Tingfeng Pavilion soared into the air and rushed toward Tingyu Tower. At this moment, Tingfeng Pavilion was not inhabited by its own martial artists alone. Experts from Yunling, masters from Shangxing sect, demonic cultivators from Linghan Cave, and strong figures of Tingfeng Pavilion had all gathered here. Moreover, there were the Tianma divine guards of Tianma Palace. Because all of these people looked to Lin Xuan as their leader, the moment they sensed that Tingyu Tower had been destroyed, they assumed he had encountered a powerful enemy. These people were utterly loyal to Lin Xuan. They knew that if any harm befell him, the entire Dongxian divine province would undergo earth-shattering changes. Within only 10 breaths, martial artists packed densely around Tingyu Tower. At the center of the ruins, Lin Xuan stood proud and alone. Lin Xuan was bare-chested, revealing his powerful chiseled muscles. In his hand, he tightly gripped a black long saber. With this appearance, Lin Xuan seemed like a true demon descending upon the mortal world. Holy Prince, are you all right? Yun Feng's aged face was filled with shock as he shouted toward Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes, shook his head, and returned the saber to its sheath. He slung the 7-demon saber across his back. Seeing that Lin Xuan appeared unharmed, Yun En hurried forward and draped a mink fur cloak over him. Sorry, Chu Feng. I was too absorbed in my cultivation. I destroyed your Tingyu Tower. Lin Xuan rubbed the back of his head. It was a little embarrassing to say, but Lin Xuan had destroyed 2 buildings in a row at Shangxing sect, and after arriving at Tingfeng Pavilion, he had not escaped that fate. This was a curse. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, everyone could not help but sigh in relief. So he had brought down Tingyu Tower merely by practicing his cultivation. Everyone had thought Lin Xuan was under enemy attack. No worries, no worries. It was just a building. I thought you had been attacked. And I wondered who would be so bold as to make a move against the Holy Prince. Chu Feng waved his hands repeatedly, signaling his relief. Dongfang Poxing, how went the matter I entrusted to you? Lin Xuan nodded, then looked toward Dongfang Poxing. Swept by Lin Xuan's gaze, Dongfang Poxing felt an inexplicable chill penetrate his entire body, as though he were under overwhelming pressure. Plop! Dongfang Poxing knelt straight down before Lin Xuan. He kowtowed hurriedly, and said with utter sincerity, reporting to the Holy Prince, your subordinate has not failed your trust. In just over 10 days I swept through the entire Dongxian divine province. Now Dongxian has achieved great unity, all under the Holy Prince's leadership. However, there is one matter I dare not decide on my own. I need the Holy Prince to make the final call. It turned out that before entering seclusion, Lin Xuan had ordered Dongfang Poxing, the cave master of Linghan Cave, to lead the forces of Yunling Shangqing sect and Tingfeng Pavilion along with 100 Tianma divine guards from Tianma Palace to unify the Dongxian divine province. The most powerful factions in the Dongxian divine province had already been subdued by Lin Xuan. The remaining rank-and-file trash naturally could not amount to anything. Yun Feng Shen Macho and Chu Feng were after all righteous bath martial artists. When it came to ruthless methods, they were inferior to Dongfang Poxing. That was why Lin Xuan had given him this great responsibility. Such a trivial matter. What is there that you can't decide? Humph. Lin Xuan let out a cold snort, and Dongfang Poxing saw the look on Lin Xuan's face, and his heart gave an involuntary shudder. He was secretly stunned. It had been quite some time since he had first met Lin Xuan. Back then, when he first came to know Lin Xuan had been no more than a martial artist who had just stepped into the martial ancestor realm. Though his methods had been strange and awe-inspiring, they had never made Dongfang Poxing feel such fear and dread. But now when Dongfang Poxing looked at Lin Xuan, he felt every hair on his body quiver. He truly could not understand why Lin Xuan had become so terrifying. Your subject, by virtue of your highness the sage prince's glorious light, has unified the entire Dongxian divine province. Yet as the province now stands unified, it still has no overriding name for its orthodox tradition. I make so bold as to beg your highness to bestow one. In a trembling voice, Dongfang Poxing said to Lin Xuan. Hearing this, Lin Xuan smiled faintly. So this was what Dongfang Poxing had come for. Then let it be called Hanlin Xuan. After a brief pause, Lin Xuan uttered a name. Names did not mean much to Lin Xuan. Hanlin Xuan was derived from the Hanlin of the Hanlin sacred dynasty and the character Xuan in Lin Xuan's name. Hanlin Xuan, a splendid name. Your highness is truly brilliant, and your talent is so lofty that it leaves one utterly in awe. Dongfang Poxing hurriedly spoke, showering Lin Xuan with flattery. His flattery made Lin Xuan feel slightly nauseated. Enough. Lin Xuan waved his hand. This rainbow-hued, ultra-flavored flattery, once heard too often, was nothing special. It truly grew tiresome. Lin Xuan then summoned Yun Feng and the others and gave them instructions regarding Dongxian divine province. After Lin Xuan left, Hanlin Xuan and Dongxian divine province would have to be tended to by these experts. Once the instructions were complete, Lin Xuan led Yun Ling Qing Hua Rong and 100 heavenly demon guards of the Heavenly Demon Palace as they swept grandly away. They left Dongxian divine province and marched toward Beiwang. The Yuanwu war vessel sailed across the sky. Thanks to the support of Tingfeng Xian, the Yuanwu war vessel had been replenished with a large quantity of soaring heaven feather crystals. With ample energy, the vessel moved extremely quickly. Standing aboard the Yuanwu war vessel, they watched the earth pass beneath their feet as they skimmed through layer after layer of clouds, and their spirits soared. Sage Prince, we have arrived at the Beiwang border. Huarong stepped forward and said to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan nodded, then lowered his head and looked at the ground. The scenery here was somewhat different from Dongxian. Dongxian was close to the eastern sea, so the weather was hot, and its mountains were mostly hills. Beiwang, however, stretched before them as an endless expanse of lush grassland. Even where high mountains rose occasionally, there was very little green upon them. Each cluster of trees looked like a grain of sesame. Beiwang truly has the air of the northern lands, Lin Xuan murmured. Admittedly, the scenery of Beiwang was in some ways similar to the northern part of Lin Xuan's homeland on Blue Star in his previous life. Your Highness, everything within Beiwang belongs to Shurgua. If we make such a show of ourselves, I fear the Stone Emperor of Shurgua will discover us. Why don't we land here? That way we can admire the scenery of Shurgua while waiting for the 7 divine martial emperors of the Heavenly Demon Palace to arrive. Huarong said this at Lin Xuan's side. Sound reasoning. Land. Lin Xuan nodded and gave the order. Lin Xuan's seclusion at Tingfeng Xian had not taken much time. At most it had been a little over 20 days. Therefore there were still more than 2 months before the 7 divine martial emperors of the Heavenly Demon Palace issued their challenge to show how the Stone Emperor of Shurgua. Lin Xuan could take this opportunity to travel through Shurgua. The Yuanwu war vessel descended. The party came down from the vessel. Huarong extended his hand and channeled true qi into the bottom of the vessel. Before long, the formation runes across the entire Yuanwu war vessel began to shine brightly. In an instant, the Yuanwu war vessel began to merge with its surroundings. In the end, it actually turned invisible. This was one of the Yuanwu war vessel's techniques, and with it the Yuanwu war vessel could be fully hidden. Moreover, the formations on the Yuanwu war vessel could also defend against enemies. Without the method that Lin Xuan or Huarong had for dispelling the formations, it was impossible to take the Yuanwu war vessel away. The moment they landed, they found themselves within a mountain range. Jagged rocks towered all around, making for an extraordinary sight. Many martial artists were heading in one direction, walking with hurried steps. Lin Xuan's group numbered more than 100, and every one of them had an imposing bearing. These Beihuang martial artists seemed to know that Lin Xuan and his companions were not to be trifled with, so they kept their eyes straight ahead and went on their way unwilling to provoke them. Capture one and ask him what's going on. Lin Xuan turned and said to a heavenly demon guard beside him, "As your highness the sage prince commands." The heavenly demon guard had a rugged, strikingly resolute face. Lin Xuan knew that this man was named Wu Liuyi. He was one of the heavenly demon guards whom Lin Xuan held in particular regard. Wu Liuyi raised his head and locked onto a man. With a stomp of his foot, his form suddenly became a dark shadow and shot toward that man. Whoosh! In an instant, Wu Liuyi vanished from where he was and reappeared at Lin Xuan's side. In his hand, he was holding a young man captive. The young man had not yet recovered his wits. His face was full of bewilderment. "This is my master. He has something to ask you. He asks and you answer. If you dare to resist, I'll kill you and leave you unburied," Wu Liuyi said coldly. For a heavenly demon guard like Wu Liuyi, he simply followed orders and had little use for superfluous emotion. Seizing some brat for questioning was nothing. If the boy refused to obey, he would simply be killed. The young man came to his senses and seemed to want to struggle, but Wu Liuyi sent a wisp of demonic qi into the young man's body. In an instant, the young man's meridians were sealed, leaving him completely unable to move. Martial ancestor. This is a martial ancestor powerhouse. The young man trembled from head to toe, finally realizing that every person in front of him was a truly formidable figure. If he tried to stand against them, it would be no different from courting death. "My lord, spare my life. Your humble servant still has elders above and little ones below." The young man was rather plump and looked somewhat comical. Hearing Wu Liuyi's words, he burst into loud wails and began to beg for mercy. "Stop crying." Lin Xuan spoke. The young man immediately stopped crying. His two eyes were strikingly bright, and they kept darting around in their sockets, giving him a lively, shrewd look. Clearly he was not an honest fellow. "My lord, ask whatever you wish. I will tell you everything I know without keeping anything back. Your humble servant is named Shirkei. You may call me Xiao Kei." Shirkei said, "Fatty Kei, I just want to ask, what are all of you doing heading east?" Lin Xuan did not stand on ceremony and immediately gave Shirkei a nickname that fit his appearance perfectly. "Fatty Kei, what a name." Yun Yin and Ling Qing exchanged a glance, their eyes full of smiles. It had to be said, their very own sage prince had more than enough appetite for mischief. Standing before the extraordinarily handsome big shot, Shirkei did not have the slightest nerve to act up. After all, in his own eyes, he was merely a martial spirit warrior, hemmed in by a group of peerless experts with terrifyingly deep auras. Shirkei could not help but worry whether his life was safe, or whether he would even see the sun tomorrow. "Damn it, this bastard is actually better looking than me." Shirkei cursed inwardly, but on the surface he remained perfectly deferential. "Young master, this one has a report. Ahead lies Chiang Mountain. Legend has it that once every 10 years the Chiang flower blooms within that mountain. This flower is a sacred alchemy treasure capable of refining the pure yang blood refining pill. Even a substandard pure yang blood refining pill is a profound tier pill. If refined by a master alchemist, it can even turn into an earth-grade pure yang blood refining pill. Such a treasure naturally sends the warriors of Beihuang flocking after it, for fear that if they arrive too late, all the Chiang flowers will be plucked away by others." Shirkei answered in full detail. "Chiang flower. Interesting," Lin Xuan said slowly. But for ordinary warriors, the Chiang flower was an incomparable sacred treasure. For Lin Xuan, it was hardly a supreme treasure. After all, profound tier and earth tier pills were beneath Lin Xuan's notice. Alas, but this time who knows how many more people will die by the hands of the Zhu Yan. Shirkei did not notice the change in Lin Xuan's expression and instead muttered a single line to himself. "Zhu Yan." Lin Xuan's pupils constricted slightly, and then he asked Shirkei, "Zhu Yan, you actually have Zhu Yan lurking in this land?" The so-called Zhu Yan was a kind of divine ape recorded in the classic of mountains and seas in Lin Xuan's previous life. Lin Xuan also knew that the desolate heavenly emperor, when he was young, had once encountered a Zhu Yan. Shirkei shot Lin Xuan a strange look, then explained, "It seems you are not from Beihuang, young master. Not far from Chiang Mountain is Xinyuan Mountain. The Zhu Yan have long dwelled on Xinyuan Mountain." Lin Xuan nodded and replied him, "I truly am not a local, but knowing too much is not good for you." Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes, reached out, and patted Shirkei twice on the shoulder. Damn it! Shirkei's heart shuddered and his legs began to tremble. Good heavens! He had forgotten one thing. His life was still clutched in the handsome young man's hand. Why did I have to ask so much? Am I courting death? Shirkei trembled in fright, then stammered, "Yes, yes, yes. Look at this mouth of mine. This humble one talks too much. Slap your mouth." Shirkei generously rewarded himself with several hard slaps, then with a brazen face and a broad smile, said to Lin Xuan, "Heh. 4 generations the Zhu Yan clan have lived on Xinyuan Mountain. Originally, they coexisted peacefully with the human race. After all, even though the Zhu Yan are ancient relic breeds and pure-blooded exotic beasts, their numbers are extremely limited. The warriors of Beihuang, on the other hand, are vast in number, so the humans were not at a disadvantage. But the current Zhu Yan king, due to an accident, ended up outside Xinyuan Mountain and became a bosom friend of the current Stone Emperor. And the current Stone Emperor, being exceptionally gifted, bestowed countless boons upon the Zhu Yan king and even named him Maoqiu. Relying on the Stone Emperor's favor, the Zhu Yan clan now ran amok with impunity. In the past, when the Qiyang flowers bloomed, half went to the Zhu Yan clan and half to humanity. In recent years, however, the Zhu Yan have grown more and more ambitious, continually oppressing the human race. Life for humanity has been utterly miserable. At this point in his account, Shirkei's eyes involuntarily reddened. Clearly his hatred of the Zhu Yan clan had seeped into the very marrow of his bones. It seemed that many of his friends had also died at the hands of the Zhu Yan. Shirkei's jaw was clenched tight and his fists were clenched even harder. Flames seemed to be bursting from his eyes. Over the years, the Zhu Yan clan have slaughtered who knows how many of them. It is said that this year the Qiyang flowers are growing especially well. Those greedy, detestable wretches of the Zhu Yan. For the sake of profit, who knows how many more they will kill. Shirkei spoke with bitter hatred. Hearing this, Lin Xuan felt a stir in his heart. Maoqiu the Zhu Yan. As expected, Lin Xuan knew a great deal about the desolate Heavenly Emperor. He knew that the young desolate Heavenly Emperor had quite a few good friends. Maoqiu the Zhu Yan was one of them. And during the descent of the 7 gods, Maoqiu had rendered the desolate Heavenly Emperor no small service. Heaven never disappoints those who persevere. Since this Shi Hao has the courage to challenge the martial emperor of the Tianma Palace, his strength must have already reached an extremely terrifying level. At the very least, he has the ability to kill a martial emperor in battle. And as for me, after stepping into the martial king realm, even if I used every means at my disposal, I could only defeat warriors around the 3rd level. If I faced a 4th level martial king, I would be lucky to survive by a hair's breadth. Shi Hao is so powerful that even Hua Rong would find it hard to protect me completely. Since this Zhu Yan is a friend of the desolate Heavenly Emperor, then to me it is a tool for harvesting villain points. Shi Hao is so powerful that even Hua Rong would find it hard to protect me completely. Since this Zhu Yan is a friend of the desolate Heavenly Emperor, then to me it is a tool for harvesting villain points. Hua Rong felt that this so-called Shi Hao was not worth fearing. After all, the Tianma Palace's accumulated heritage over so many years was not to be trifled with. Sooner or later they could bring this young man named Shi Hao under control. But to Lin Xuan the matter was not that simple. Lin Xuan knew that Shi Hao after all was a child of destiny. The fortune of a child of destiny was no joke. These 7 divine martial emperors came together to capture Shi Hao, but in the end the one guaranteed to win was Shi Hao. After crossing into the martial king realm, no matter how heaven-defying Lin Xuan's combat power remained, the difference between each level of the martial king realm was enormous. There was still a considerable gap between Lin Xuan and Shi Hao. Does the Stone Emperor do nothing about this? Lin Xuan mused for a moment, then asked Shirkei. Him. He couldn't care less. Shirkei snorted coldly. Then realizing he had misspoken, he glanced around in a panic. This Qiyang flower matter is rather interesting. We have just arrived here with nothing to do. Why not go along with you? Lin Xuan smiled faintly, and said this while patting Shirkei on the shoulder. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Shirkei's heart leapt with joy. He did not know where Lin Xuan and the others came from, but Shirkei was extremely shrewd. He knew that if Lin Xuan had intended to harm him, any one of those experts could crush him with a single hand. If they had wanted to kill him, they would have done so long ago. But being able to latch on to such big shots meant that his odds of surviving Qiyang Mountain would be much greater. Those loathsome monkeys would not come looking for trouble with him so easily. Good. Since this young master has such an interest, Shirkei will act as your guide. Shirkei was all smiles, as if he could already see himself swaggering with borrowed authority. Hua Rong and the others were rather surprised. They really could not understand why Lin Xuan wanted to become involved in this Qiyang flower affair. After all, to Lin Xuan, such a rare treasure of heaven and earth would hardly be worth his consideration. However, since Lin Xuan had said so, he naturally had his own profound reasons. Hua Rong and the others dared not press further. Under Shirkei's lead, the company advanced in mighty force toward Qiyang Mountain to the east. Qiyang Mountain was somewhat different from the Spirit Beast Mountain range of Dongxian Divine Province. It was not as lush and verdant as the Spirit Beast Mountain range of Dongxian. Towering trees thrust up from the ground, blotting out the sky and shielding the sun. Instead, the ground was deprived of greenery. In a valley on Qiyang Mountain, named Qiyang Valley, Qiyang flowers bloomed across the hillsides. When Lin Xuan and the others arrived, they saw the valley filled with fiery red. The Qiyang flower was the ultimate yang flower. This heavenly treasure ceaselessly emanated pure yang qi. It was perfect for refining pills. Many human martial artists had come to blows over vying for the Qiyang. Young master, if there's nothing else, this humble one shall be at your service. Shirkei's heart burned with desire at the sight of the Qiyang flowers blanketing the land, and his mind had already flown to the dense clusters of Qiang flowers in the valley. Go ahead, Lin Xuan said indifferently. At your command. Hearing Lin Xuan's order, Sure K immediately dashed off to pick Qiang flowers. Although these human martial artists occasionally had disputes over the Qiang flowers, they all knew as fellow humans that a horde of filthy monkeys was eyeing the flowers with predatory intent. Thus, even with occasional friction, the conflict never escalated. Moreover, the northern wilderness martial artists could sense that Lin Xuan's group possessed overwhelming and fearsome auras, making them formidable foes. They deliberately kept their distance from Lin Xuan's party. Your Highness the Holy Prince, shouldn't we pick some? Although the Qiang flower is not a supreme treasure of the Kanglan realm, it is still a rare and precious item, much like the flying divine feather crystal of Tingfeng Pavilion. It would be a pity to waste them. Yuan soft-hearted looked at the boundless Qiang flowers and said to Lin, how we do have quite a few people, but there are even more northern wilderness martial artists. Even if we picked how many, Lin Xuan said slowly. But, Yuan wanted to say more. Ling Qin grabbed her arm and said, His Highness the Holy Prince must have his reasons for doing this. We shouldn't inquire too much. Hearing Ling Qin's words, Yuan nodded and said no more. Hey, rest assured someone will serve as our laborers. Lin Xuan smiled faintly, his expression seemingly profound. Someone would be their laborers. This. Everyone was utterly puzzled. They did not understand what Lin Xuan meant. Roar. At that moment a series of furious roars resounded throughout the Qiang Valley. The sound was exceedingly piercing and shrill. It sounded like some fierce beast, yet not wolves, jackals, tigers, or leopards. They're here. Over there. Someone pointed in a direction and cried out in alarm. In an instant, fiery red figures appeared all over the mountains and fields. Each figure was over a zhang in size, resembling human beings. But upon closer look they turned out to be apes. These apes had green faces and fangs, looking quite ferocious. Their fangs jutted outward, their bodies were fiery red, and their abdominal muscles bulged beneath white fur. Zhuyan. They were Zhuyan beasts. Roar, roar, roar. The Zhuyan all over the hills began beating their chests and baring their teeth at the human martial artists. Their eyes gleamed with ferocity, appearing utterly terrifying. What do these Zhuyan intend? Why are these Zhuyan far more vicious this year than in previous years? Could it be that occupying most of the Qiang flowers is still not enough for them? Damn it. Deep in the Qiang Valley, the Qiang flowers are more abundant and of better quality. We human martial artists have already been picking only on the periphery. They won't let us go deeper. What more do they want from us? Seeing the ferocious Zhuyan covering the mountains, many human martial artists were absolutely furious, glaring hatred. Clearly their anger toward the Zhuyan had reached an extreme. Just then atop the peak of the Qiang Valley appeared a towering Zhuyan. This Zhuyan had a tuft of white fur between its brows and stood several times taller than an ordinary Zhuyan. It exuded the domineering aura of a king. It was none other than Mao, the king of the Zhuyan. Mao cast a cold glance at the human martial artists below, then a crystal appeared in its hand. This stone was called Echo Stone. Among humans the Echo Stone had little use, but for powerful demonic beasts it was wonderfully effective. For demonic beasts, unless they were exceptionally gifted like Hujior or the purple gold demon Mart. Most demonic beasts before reaching a certain level of power had not yet refined the transverse bone in their mouths, and thus could not speak. They could not speak. The Echo Stone, however, remedied this. By infusing demonic energy into it, the demonic energy would vibrate the Echo Stone, thus producing sounds akin to human speech. Warriors of the Stone Kingdom, leave Qiang Mountain at once. This year the Zhuyan clan will dominate it. Mao held the Echo Stone and infused it with demonic energy. In an instant waves of sound dispersed in all directions. What? Dominated? Damn it. What nerve. I've seen shamelessness, but never this shameless. Listen, is that even human talk? No, they're beasts after all. All these years you've shit and pissed all over us and we've endured it. But you beasts can't come and shit dysentery on our heads. That stuff, damn it, is contagious. One stone stirred 1,000 waves. Many human martial artists began cursing at the Zhuyan king Mao. Humph. When had Mao ever suffered such humiliation? With a cold snort, the demonic energy within its body transformed into waves of qi that swept toward the crowd. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant those martial artists who had been shouting were reduced to clouds of blood mist, their bodies completely destroyed. The remaining human martial artists clenched their teeth. Yet in the face of Malchius' overwhelming power, no one dared say another word. After all, many had come here, hoping to pick Qiang flowers and make their fortunes. If they lost their lives, what use would the Qiang flowers be? The entire Qiang Valley fell into dead silence. Does anyone have any objections? I learned democracy from Shihao. If you have objections, speak up. Mao grinned, then spoke again, holding the speak up if you have objections. Fuck you. The northern wilderness martial artists were burning with rage. They hated Malchius' smug, self-satisfied demeanor to the core. But in the face of death, everything seemed trivial. No one dared to provoke Mao. Sorry, but I have an objection. Just then an untimely voice rang out. This sentence, "I have objections," seemed utterly out of place. Everyone in the Chiang Valley turned in unison toward the source of the voice. Then Lin Xuan was seen walking step by step toward the center of the valley. Behind him followed a host of powerhouses. Even the most ordinary heavenly demon guards among the heavenly demon palace had already reached the martial ancestor level. Over 100 martial ancestor powerhouses plus Hua Rome, a martial king. The invisible pressure they exuded made the people of Chiang Valley feel an immense weight bearing down on them. Who are you? Mao Qiao looked at Lin Xuan with wariness and asked. Mao Qiao was a pure-blooded exotic beast, and his cultivation had also reached the martial king level. If he unleashed his full power, even ordinary martial kings might not be his match. With his extraordinary origin, he could naturally sense that this absurdly handsome young man possessed terrifying strength as well. Moreover, the presence of so many powerhouses behind him made one thing clear. The young man before them had an extraordinary background. I am Lin Xuan, Holy Prince of the Hanlin Sacred Dynasty, descended to the lower realm for trials. Lin Xuan was forthright, making no attempt to hide his identity as he spoke directly to Mao Qiao. Holy Prince. So he is the Holy Prince Lin Xuan. It is said that he is completely different from the previous Holy Prince who descended into Kanglin realm. For some unknown reason, this man can actually command the warriors of the Heavenly Demon Palace. Never mind commanding them. He is said to have unified the Eastern Xian Divine Province within a few short months. Although the Eastern Xian Divine Province had long declined among the four great provinces, Lin Xuan's methods are still astonishing. Heavens, it is said that the Stone Emperor offended the Heavenly Demon Palace, and the palace is about to send 7 divine martial emperors to punish him. Now this Holy Prince Lin Xuan has come to our northern wasteland. I have a feeling that a storm is brewing. Lin Xuan's self-announcement immediately sparked a wave of gasps. Shi Ke, looking at Lin Xuan standing in the center of the arena, could not help but click his tongue in amazement. He never expected that the man he had casually led the way for was actually the monstrous prodigy who had unified the Eastern Xian Divine Province. Holy Prince. Damn it, isn't he my idol? They say this man is merciless to enemies yet gallant to women. He is the model. What a blockhead I am, with 2 such beautiful maidservants beside him. Who else could he be but the Holy Prince? Shi Ke's heart raced, and his plump, honest face flushed red with excitement. Shi Ke genuinely wished he could kneel before the Holy Prince Lin Xuan and beg him to teach him a few tricks, whether in martial arts or in wooing women. When Mao Qiao heard Lin Xuan's name, he frowned slightly. He was an exotic beast, a mystical beast, that is of the demon race. Therefore he had not heard much of Lin Xuan, who had recently risen to fame among the humans. But from the words of the Chiang Valley warriors, he could glean that this Holy Prince Lin Xuan was anything but ordinary in origin. What was more, with so many powerhouses backing him, even if his entire Zhu Yin clan attacked together, they would likely suffer considerable losses in a heated confrontation. Holy Prince Lin Xuan, this place is the territory of my Zhu Yin clan. May I ask what you meant by saying you have objections? The Zhu Yin king Mao Qiao took a deep breath before speaking to Lin Xuan. Clearly he was forcibly suppressing the fury in his heart. If it were anyone else, he would have already suppressed them with overwhelming force. Your territory. I am the Holy Prince of the Hanlin Sacred Dynasty of the Upper Realm. This entire Kanglin realm falls under the jurisdiction of my Hanlin Sacred Dynasty. Chiang Mountain belongs to the northern wasteland of Kanglin realm. Forget this tiny patch of land. Even the entire northern wasteland is mine, Lin Xuan's. You? Allowing your clan to dwell safely in Divine Ape Mountain was already magnanimous of me. Why haven't you scrammed yet? Lin Xuan smiled faintly, then his gaze turned sharp as he barked at the Zhu Yan. Boom. When everyone heard Lin Xuan's words, they were struck dumb with shock. They had never imagined that Lin Xuan would be so fierce and unyielding. His words showed not the slightest concession nor any intention of saving face for the Zhu Yan king Mao Qiao. Mao Qiao stared wide-eyed, momentarily unable to react. He had never expected anyone to be so disrespectful toward him. Even the Stone Emperor Shi Hao had once treated him as a friend. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Outrageous. Outrageous. Mao Qiao went mad with hatred, raising his hands and pounding his own chest repeatedly. Boom, boom, boom. The dull thuds of his fists echoed and reverberated throughout the Chiang Valley, ceaseless and unnerving. The echo stone in Mao Qiao's hand was crushed with crackling sounds. He glared at Lin Xuan. Had it not been for Hua Rong standing behind Lin Xuan, Mao Qiao swore he would tear Lin Xuan to shreds that very moment. A smile played on Lin Xuan's lips, as if he could see Mao Qiao's hesitation. Then he spoke. Zhu Yan king, do not suppress the wrath in your heart. If you defeat me, I will willingly yield Chiang Mountain and never trouble you again. But if you lose, you must submit to me. Do you dare? Lin Xuan stared directly into the eyes of the Zhu Yan king Mao Qiao. Holy Prince, this Zhu Yan king Mao Qiao cannot be underestimated. Although this old man senses that the beast seems to be injured, and cannot unleash his full strength, he still possesses the power to defeat a third-level martial king. Holy Prince, please think twice. The always composed Hua Rong's expression changed when he heard Lin Xuan's words. He tightened the sheepskin coat around himself and hastily tried to dissuade him. Lin Xuan waved his hand, signaling Hua Rong to say no more. Then with a calm expression, he turned back to Mao Qiao, his eyes full of provocation. Fine. Since the Holy Prince is courting death, how could I refuse to oblige? Mao Qiao gripped the echo stone, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he spoke to Lin Xuan. In Mao Qiao's view, Lin Xuan's move was simply suicide. Had Lin Xuan ordered the Heavenly Demon Palace powerhouses to attack the Zhu Yin clan, Mao Qiao would have felt some fear. But unknown, wasn't Lin Xuan like an old man eating arsenic, courting death? Roar. Clearly Mao Qiao loathed Lin Xuan to the bone. Without a word, he stamped his feet. He leaped up from the Qiang Valley, rising over 100 zhang into the air. Then Mao Qiao plummeted down, and raging flames began to blaze across his body. The blazing flames were clearly ignited by the furry creature, using the demonic qi within its body as the catalyst. Demonic qi howled and surged, scorching the surrounding air until it reeked of burning. The human martial artists within Qiang Mountain began to flee in all directions. One was the Zhu Yin king who shook the northern wilderness. The other was the Holy Prince who had recently shaken the Kanglan realm. As for which of the two tigers would prevail in their clash, they did not know. Yet one thing was certain: if they remained where they stood, then, when gods fought, mortals would surely suffer. Lin Xuan raised his head and watched the Zhu Yin leaping down from the sky. I didn't expect that you, Mao Qiao, would know a palm technique falling from the heavens. Lin Xuan chuckled softly, a hint of mischief stirring in his heart. In an instant, Mao Qiao landed and hurled a punch. Boom. At once the surrounding flames surged violently. Demonic qi howled outward, forming a hurricane that swept in every direction. Countless towering ancient trees were severed at their trunks, and innumerable Qiang blossoms were scattered into the air. Then the flames dispersed. Yet the crowd saw Lin Xuan raising his right hand high, blocking Mao Qiao's fist with equal force. Lin Xuan's stature was considered tall, even among humans. But Mao Qiao's body was countless times larger than Lin Xuan's. An ordinary Zhu Yin stood over 10, and Mao Qiao, the Zhu Yin king, was even more terrifying. When standing upright, he towered a full 100 feet. Thus, when their hands collided, the proportions were utterly mismatched. Visually, it formed a striking contrast. Yet precisely because of this contrast, it felt all the more unreal. For Lin Xuan's palm had actually managed to withstand Mao Qiao's massive claw. What did that even mean? Everyone in the Qiang Mountain Valley stared in utter disbelief at the scene before them. They even felt as though they were dreaming. Everything seemed so surreal. The Zhu Yin is a pure-blooded divine beast, its lineage tracing back millions of years to the primeval era. Even sure how the Stone Emperor of the Supreme Bone could not so casually match a Zhu Yan's physical might with his own body, could he? Heavens! Am I dreaming? I feel dizzy. Inconceivable. What a monster. Not only the northern wilderness martial artists in Qiang Mountain Valley, but even Lin Xuan's own subordinates were dumbfounded. Such overwhelming power was simply too horrifying, leaving all who witnessed it in awe. Human you. At this moment, Mao Qiao sensed a terrifying pressure emanating from Lin Xuan. A pressure he had only ever felt from the Stone Emperor. Sure, how would a fine, fierce beast. Perfect, come and play with me. A flicker of excitement suddenly flashed through Lin Xuan's eyes. Before Mao Qiao could react, Lin Xuan switched from defense to offense, seizing the Zhu Yan's massive claw. Then Lin Xuan planted his feet firmly on the ground. The muscles in his arms bulged high in that moment, and formidable physical power erupted unceasingly, shaking the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. With a sudden surge of strength, Lin Xuan seized Mao Qiao's entire body from midair. Boom, boom, boom. Explosive sounds rang out in unbroken succession. Everyone looked up and felt as though their eyes would split apart. In their sight, Lin Xuan was now treating Mao Qiao like a plaything, spinning him in a colossal windmill. Mao Qiao, pinned by Lin Xuan's arm, spun ceaselessly in midair before being slammed viciously into the ground. Before long, several deep pits had appeared upon the earth. Holy crap! Everyone was dumbstruck, staring blankly at the scene unfolding before them. His Highness the Holy Prince is so violent. Yuan watched Lin Xuan's figure and found herself utterly unable to look away. Her beautiful eyes shimmered, her whole heart clearly resting upon Lin Xuan. But I like it, Yuan murmured once more. Ling Qing overheard Yuan's words and could not help. She found Yuan's words rather speechless. Roar! The Zhu Yin Mao Qiao struggled free of Lin Xuan's grasp, then glared at him in fury. At this moment, the veins on the Zhu Yan's face bulged visibly. Clearly, Lin Xuan's earlier actions carried little physical harm, yet the humiliation was immense. Lin Xuan, you have enraged me. You seek death. The Zhu Yin Mao Qiao roared repeatedly, venting the fury within his heart. Lin Xuan swept a glance at the Zhu Yin Mao Qiao, then let out a cold laugh. Lin Xian's body began to radiate a silver glow, and every bone in his frame crackled and popped loudly in that instant. Lin Xian's overall strength had advanced considerably compared to half a month ago. After the tomb of the blood demon, Venerable, his physical body had absorbed the power of the fire tribulation and stepped into the second level of the true demon myriad calamity indestructible body. At this moment, purely by virtue of his fleshly body alone, Lin Xian was already comparable to a martial emperor. And the Zhu Yin Mao Qiu before him, with his formidable physique, was just the right whetstone for Lin Xian. Flames began to surge across the Zhu Yin Mao Qiu's body. Then his bones began to crackle, and in an instant he grew 3 heads and 6 arms. 3 heads and 6 arms is it? Lin Xian was well aware of Mao Qiu's abilities. The 3 heads and 6 arms technique was a peerless physical cultivation divine art. Once unleashed, one's close combat power would ascend to a whole new level. Yet Lin Xian showed no sign of fear. Instead, he grew even more excited. Ape Demon Dharma Seal. Mao Qiu snorted coldly. A radiant light began to shimmer upon his 6 arms. The Dharma seals upon his arms continuously manifested vast and terrifying power. With a single leap, he pounced toward Lin Xian. Boom! The two collided with utterly brutal physical force. Mountains crumbled and shockwaves of air rolled outward. With the enhancement of the Ape Demon Dharma Seal, Mao Qiu's power increased further. Lin Xian could no longer handle him as easily as before. Mao Qiu was clearly enraged to the extreme, launching a merciless assault against Lin Xian. Suppressed by Mao Qiu's terrifying force, Lin Xian was pushed back step by step. The situation was beginning to tilt against him. Roar, roar, roar. Oh, 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 oh. The Zhuyin clan on both sides of Qiang Mountain Valley, seeing their chieftain displaying such might, grew wildly excited, leaping and bounding about. They pounded their chests, already envisioning Mao Qiu tearing Lin Xian to shreds. What should we do? The Holy Prince is at a disadvantage. Senior Huarong, please act at once and save His Highness. Yunyi, now panicking as well, grabbed Huarong's sheepskin coat and cried out anxiously. Huarong remained unmoved, his aged face filled with solemnity. After a long moment, Huarong shook his head and spoke, "No rush. Look at the Holy Prince's expression." Yunyi, Lingqing, and the heavenly demon guard Wu Yoi were puzzled by Huarong's words, so they turned to look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression was exceedingly strange. There seemed to be a trace of mockery in it. Mockery? Everyone trembled. Facing such a powerful Mao Qiu, why did the Holy Prince seem to be treating all this as a game? Mao Qiu, you have kept this prince entertained for quite a while, and for that you have earned your due. But now it is time to end this. Consider yourself fortunate, for you are about to witness this prince's unmatched saber art. Lin Xian fought while retreating, speaking calmly. What? Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, everyone in the Qiang Mountain Valley was utterly dumbfounded. Lin Xian was clearly at a disadvantage, yet he still dared to speak such bold words. Everyone was consumed by deep doubt. Had their ears deceived them? Yet Lin Xian, facing the crowd's suspicion, remained utterly indifferent. Whoosh! Wisps of black, demonic qi began to seep from Lin Xian's body. He reached back and, to everyone's astonishment, drew a black long blade from behind his robe. This 7-demon blade was too savage, and so it refused to be stored inside a storage ring. In ordinary times, Lin Xian could only hide it beneath his robe. The horror of the 7-demon blade far surpassed ordinary martial divine weapons. The moment the blade was drawn, those who had still worn mocking expressions toward Lin Xian's words instantly changed countenance. It was as if they had witnessed something beyond belief. Not good. Mao Qiu, however, had no idea what Lin Xian meant by the so-called peerless blade art he was about to unleash. However, once Lin Xian drew the blade, the densely oppressive demonic qi surged and rolled involuntarily, causing a pervasive chill to rise from everyone's heart. Even Mao Qiu, a primordial beast of the wild, felt a fear that seeped out from the very depth of his soul. He knew he could not give Lin Xian any chance to execute that heaven-defying blade art. Once Lin Xian unleashed this so-called peerless blade technique, the one to be defeated would be Mao Qiu himself. Boom! The 8-demon seal in Mao Qiu's hand blazed with brilliant blood-red light. Demonic aura pervaded the air as his heavy palm descended. This palm strike possessed the momentum to swallow mountains and rivers, and the might to collapse heaven and earth. Lin Xian knew that if this palm struck true, even his mighty physical body would be injured. Yet he showed not the slightest trace of panic. Raising his hand, Lin Xian met the 8-demon seal with his 7-demon blade. Clang! A crisp ringing sound echoed out. Mao Qiu's palm seal could not drive into the 7-demon blade in the slightest. What? What divine weapon is this? Mao Qiu's eyes bulged, a hint of terror rising within him. A divine weapon that can kill you. First slash. Slash me. Lin Xian let out a furious roar, his eyes gradually turning a bloody red. His blood-red gaze swept around, instantly bearing down on Mao Qiu with tremendous pressure. Demonic chi from his entire body abruptly surged, turning the area 10 meters around him into an endless demonic domain. Lifting the 7-demon blade high, Lin Xuan executed the heaven-defying 7 demon blades. The heaven-defying 7 demon blades came slashing down in one move, its force enough to split Mount Hua. Though the move was plain and unadorned, it contained a forward-charging, irresistible momentum. Behind Lin Xuan, the devouring origin demon dragon stirred, carrying the power of wind and fire as it coiled around the heaven-defying 7 demon blades. This slash severed all things. Even Lin Xuan himself would be cut. Swish! Light blazed, blood radiance flooding the sky. Roar! Mao Qiao sensed the might of this slash as well, and was scared out of his wits. Faced with this slash, Mao Qiao dared not be the slightest bit careless. He had no choice but to meet it in his strongest form. With 3 heads and 6 arms, Mao Qiao pushed all 6 arms forward, the 8 demon seals upon them moving in unison. In that moment, the power of the 6 ape demon seals seemed to condense into one. Boom! The 6 ape demon seals collided with the first slash of the heaven-defying 7 demon blades. Mao Qiao barely managed to hold on for 10 breaths. Then his enormous body hurtled backward like a kite with its string cut. On Mao Qiao's chest, there was now a huge, terrifying slash wound from which blood gushed without stop. Silence. Utter suffocating silence. Everyone in the Qiang Valley stood dumbfounded. They had never dreamed that a single slash could defeat Mao Qiao, the Zhuyan king, who had been so arrogant and ferocious moments ago. What was happening? Lin Xuan, eyes completely blood-red, faced the Mao Qiao he had just sent flying. Yet he showed no intention of letting this vicious beast go. With a tap of his foot, Lin Xuan launched himself into the air. The 7-demon blade in his hand gleamed with an eerie, bloodthirsty light. Second slash. Blood rage. Lin Xuan muttered like a mad demon, terrifying and invincible. Boundless rage turned into flame that blazed out from his body like a tangible substance. Swish! With a flash of bloodlight, the 7-demon blade in Lin Xuan's hand seemed to lose its physical substance. Streak after streak of bloodiki phantoms swirled around it. Mao Qiao no longer had the courage to fight Lin Xuan. There's still a second slash. His heart jolted. Suppressing the excruciating pain, he scrambled upright and knelt directly before Lin Xuan. I concede, Your Highness the Holy Prince. Mao Qiao kowtowed again and again, clutching an echo stone as he began to beg for mercy from the Holy Prince. The first slash had almost cost him his life. If the second fell, Mao Qiao would absolutely not remain alive. There was not a shred of reason in Lin Xuan's blood-red eyes. A single slash was unleashed. Rumble. An earth-shattering crash resounded. Oh. Mao Qiao clutched his head, refusing to accept the truth of his own death. For a long time, all was silent. Mao Qiao felt no pain. He timidly lowered his arms, then nervously looked around. He realized that in the end Lin Xuan's blade had not landed on his body. Yet beside him appeared a fissure so deep it could not be fathomed. The chasm was immensely long and narrow, its bottom completely out of sight. A full 100 zhang. The entire Qiang Valley was still. Staring at the unfathomably deep chasm, everyone involuntarily swallowed. Had this slash truly been delivered by a human? Everyone was stunned. In this moment, no one thought it shameful for Mao Qiao, the Zhuyan king, to kneel before Lin Xuan and beg for mercy. On the contrary, they felt that if they had been in his place, they would already have turned to ashes, let alone had the chance to kneel and plead. Swish! Lin Xuan sheathed the blade, and only then did the restless demonic nature inside him calm. There was no denying that the heaven-defying 7 demon blades were truly ferocious. Even though Lin Xuan had already cultivated 3 strikes of it the first time he used it, still left his chi and blood unsettled, his mind seized by the blade's demonic nature. Overbearing. Terrifying. That was the mark of the heaven-defying 7 demon blades. With the Holy Prince's current methods, he can already slay a martial king at the 3rd level. Huarong's expression shifted slightly as he murmured to himself. Regarding the Holy Prince's terrifying combat power and the speed of his advancement, Huarong was not really surprised. It wasn't that he wasn't surprised, it was simply that after leaving the Heaven Demon Palace, Lin Xuan's cultivation speed had seemed to take off. Huarong had already grown accustomed to it. But this overbearing blade art Lin Xuan had now displayed once again overturned Huarong's view of the world. This blade art sent Lin Xuan's already heaven-defying combat power soaring several additional ranks. Huarong silently measured things, even feeling that once Lin Xuan reached the middle 3 levels of the Martial King realm, even he, a peak Martial King expert, would be no match for Lin Xuan. Monster. Freak. Huarong silently noted, planning to tell everything he had seen and heard today to Feng Yue. Of course, concerning Lin Xuan's private life, Huarong would still add some embellishments. Thud. Dust flew everywhere. Mao Qiao gasped for breath, sweat soaking his fiery red fur. He could no longer hold on and directly plopped down onto the ground, panting heavily. Even a lowly ant clings to life, let alone the pure-blooded king of the Zhuyan. Recalling that killing saber slash from moments ago which still reverberated in his mind, Mao Qiao found himself trembling with lingering dread. Who is the boss of Qiang Mountain? Lin Xuan casually slung the seven-demon blade over his back, then looked at Mao Qiao and spoke in a slow, deliberate tone. Mao Qiao met Lin Xuan's gaze and could not help but quiver in fright. He dropped to his knees clutching an echo stone and stammered, "Holy Prince, you are the boss, you are?" Lin Xuan smiled faintly and said no more. Turning around, he walked toward the crowd from Tianma Palace. Wherever Lin Xuan passed, the martial artists of the northern wilderness bowed their heads one after another. It seemed that in Lin Xuan's presence, even lifting one's head was an act of desecration. Mao Qiao trailed behind Lin Xuan. Mao Qiao, your aura is unsteady, yet your demonic energy is exceptionally pure, far surpassing an ordinary martial king and approaching even the martial emperor realm. But for some reason, it seems you have suffered severe wounds, making it difficult to exert strength beyond the third rank of the martial king stage. What exactly happened? Lin Xuan pondered for a moment, a hint of confusion stirring in his heart, then posed the question to Mao Qiao. After the battle just now, Mao Qiao had been wholly terrorized out of his wits by Lin Xuan's ferocious combat prowess. For Mao Qiao, no matter what Lin Xuan asked now, he would answer without the slightest reservation. Earlier, I followed the Stone Emperor into Tianma Palace to pilfer a treasure. In the end, we were discovered by a martial emperor of Tianma Palace and chased for 3 days and 3 nights. The Stone Emperor has harbored a grudge against the palace ever since. That the 7 gods martial emperor has now come to the Shi Kingdom. Surely it is to reclaim that very treasure. Mao Qiao spoke, laying out the matter plainly for Lin Xuan. Hearing this, Lin Xuan could not help but glance at Huarong. Though Huarong had informed Lin Xuan about the 7 gods martial emperor, he had never revealed the deeper cause. Huarong, you sly dog. You actually kept the truth from me. Are you treating me as an outsider? Lin Xuan let out a cold laugh and snapped at Huarong. Huarong was nothing like Mao Qiao. Even the present-day Lin Xuan, with his heaven-defying combat strength, was still no match for Huarong. Huarong gave a wry smile and said, "Your Highness, the Holy Prince, in conducting our affairs, should we not still rely on reason? The Stone Emperor dared to infiltrate Tianma Palace and steal a treasure entirely because the Empress had entered seclusion. And the Empress only went into seclusion after you had already left Tianma Palace. Consider this. After you left Tianma Palace, I have been by your side all along. As for the palace's internal affairs, I know only a smattering myself." Huarong's face was filled with bitter smiles as he offered his explanation. Lin Xuan nodded. Damn it. This old fellow's words were perfectly reasonable and well-founded. Even he could hardly find fault with them. Since Feng Yue was in seclusion, who was the martial emperor that drove you all back? Lin Xuan suddenly grew curious. We have no idea. We never even caught a glimpse of his face. Mao Qiao shook his head, a look of shame appearing on his face. This old man has heard something of this matter, as well, Huarong said, interjecting at that moment. It should be the 3rd cave master who acted. The 3rd cave master. Lin Xuan mused to himself. The Stone Emperor sure how now had the strength to challenge the 7 gods martial emperor. It stood to reason that he had reached the martial emperor level himself. Yet when the 3rd cave master of Tianma Palace intervened, Mao Qiao and the others could not even make out the man's face. One had to admit, the Kanglan realm was by no means lacking in formidable masters. Lin Xuan had just stepped into the martial king realm. Though he could already be considered a notable expert in the Kanglan realm, he was still far from being ranked among its first-rate powerhouses. And your injuries? Does sure how not care about them at all? Lin Xuan asked once more. Mao Qiao's expression dimmed at the question. Then he spoke. Ever since Little Stone obtained that treasure, he has shut himself away in the capital of the Shi Kingdom, never leaving his chambers, as if he were bent on unraveling the mysteries hidden within. How could he possibly find time to spare a thought for my life or death? Mao Qiao sighed, his face steeped in bleak desolation. One could tell that Shi Hao's cold indifference had left a deep wound in Mao Qiao's heart. And so, Holy Prince, it is not that I am being excessively greedy, demanding every Qiang flower this year. It is truly because my injuries are too severe. I need a great quantity of Qiang flowers to heal. To human martial artists, the Qiang flower is a treasure that elevates their cultivation. It is a flower of pure yang. And for our Zhuyan clan, it is a necessity of survival. The growth of the Zhuyan clan cannot be separated from the Qiang flower. And now that the 7 gods martial emperor is coming to the Shi Kingdom for vengeance over his treasure, if I remain in my current condition, would I not be walking a road to certain death? Right now, the only way I can recover and salvage even a thread of hope to live is to move all of this year's Qiang flowers to Xinyuan Mountain. Mao Qiao had no idea why Lin Xuan chose to meddle in the affairs of Qiang Mountain. He had assumed that Lin Xuan was stepping forward to champion the human martial artists of the northern wilderness. And so Mao Qiao piled on his own melodramatic embellishment, hastening to explain. These Qiang flowers can help you recover. Lin Xuan's eyes flickered as he asked. A thought had suddenly crystallized in his mind. Lin Xuan held no inherent malice toward Mao Qiao. It was merely that this accursed beast was tied to Shi Hao. Coupled with the fact that Mao Qiao had been utterly insufferable in his arrogance, Lin Xuan had naturally taken action and waged war against him. Of course, there was yet another reason Lin Xuan's power had surged tremendously, and he just so happened to need a worthy adversary to put his own combat ability to the test. But now, hearing in Mao Qiao's words a hint of resentment toward Shi Hao, a plan suddenly began to bloom in Lin Xuan's heart. Yes, exactly. I beg the Holy Prince to forgive my impertinence. Mao Qiao answered obediently, his expression somewhat fearful. These Qiang flowers, from what I know, would have far better effects if refined into pills. Could it be that your Zhuyan clan is also versed in the art of alchemy? Lin Xuan asked with a smile, a look of surprise playing across his face. Mao Qiao seemed rather embarrassed by Lin Xuan's words. He scratched his head and replied, the Holy Prince jests. The Zhuyan clan excels in physical might. How could we possibly know anything of pill refining? These Qiang flowers are nothing more than peonies wasted on an ox, chewing them down. Lin Xuan could not help but laugh, and said, peonies wasted on an ox. What an apt turn of phrase. How about this? Then the elder Hua Rong under my command is the heavenly physician demonic hand of Tianma Palace. When it comes to mastery of the alchemical Tao, even martial emperors bow their heads and soften their gazes, kneeling in supplication just to beg a single pill from elder Hua Rong. What if I ask elder Hua Rong to refine those Qiang flowers into Qiang pills for you? Would that not speed up your recovery? What? Hua Rong was dumbfounded. Mao Qiao, meanwhile, was even more convinced he must be dreaming. Everyone, including Yun Yin and Ling Qing, found it utterly unbelievable. After all this, Mao Qiao had been extremely arrogant before even engaging Lin Xuan in a fierce fight. Now Lin Xuan was actually asking Hua Rong to help Mao Qiao refine the Qiang pill, whose primary ingredient was the Qiang flower. It truly sounded beyond belief. Since when has His Highness the Holy Prince become so kind-hearted? Yun Yin took a deep breath and spoke with a trace of astonishment and uncertainty. Kindness. Sister Yun Yin, you must have misunderstood what kindness truly is. Have you forgotten how miserable the fates of those who opposed the Holy Prince were? Ling Qing's lips twitched a couple of times. He rolled his eyes at Yun Yin and said to her. Hearing Ling Qing's words, Yun Yin could not help but fall silent. She thought of Xiaohua, of Lin Wu, of Yang Qi, and Yu Hailan. Yun Yin knew all their fates all too well. None of them had a good end. Either they were brutally struck down by Lin Xuan's overwhelming force, or they were toyed to death by him. Kindness. That word seemed to find no suitable spot on Lin Xuan, from the hairs on his head to the tips of his toes. But then why would the Holy Prince? After pondering for a moment, Yun Yin asked Ling Qing. Ling Qing shook his head and said, I don't know what's going on with the Holy Prince either. However, from what I know of him, there must be profound meaning behind this. We'll know by watching further. As the two whispered to each other, Lin Xuan's ears twitched, catching their words. At this moment, a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Since his time at Tingfeng, Lin Xuan's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. Under such circumstances, his senses had also sharpened considerably. However, Lin Xuan did not dwell too much on this topic with the two women. Holy Prince. I didn't hear that wrong, did I, eh? Mao Qiao swallowed hard and said to Lin Xuan, his face full of disbelief. It seemed that Mao Qiao wished to confirm the matter once more. He suspected that Lin Xuan was simply too idle with nothing better to do and was deliberately making fun of him. As this prince's word is spoken, even a four-horse chariot cannot chase it back. Even though we fought before, you need to understand one thing. As they say, no acquaintance without a fight. After fighting, we are friends. If a friend is in trouble, how could I stand idly by? Lin Xuan said to Mao Qiao. Friend. Lin Xuan deliberately emphasized the word friend, causing Mao Qiao to tremble involuntarily. Hearing Lin Xuan mention the word friend, Mao Qiao could not help but think of Stone Emperor Shi Hao. Back then, Stone Emperor Shi Hao had also thumped his chest and solemnly sworn to call Mao Qiao his friend. And what was the result? Now that Stone Emperor had gained power, defeated his own elder brother Shi Yi, and become the Stone Emperor of the Stone Kingdom, how could he still care about the life or death of his former friends? In comparison, the Holy Prince is much more sincere in his dealings with people. Mao Qiao thought secretly. After all, whether it was the Holy Prince or the Stone Emperor of the Stone Kingdom, in terms of power and influence, both were far stronger than the Zhuyan clan. However, when Stone Emperor Shi Hao of the Stone Kingdom was weak, he had called Mao Qiao his brother. But after gaining power, he had become so contemptible. Lin Xuan, who already commanded many powerful subordinates and had decisively defeated Mao Qiao, was nevertheless willing to help him. As the saying goes, adding flowers to brocade is easy, but delivering charcoal in snowy weather is difficult. That was exactly how it was. Without comparison, there would be no hurt. In this light, Lin Xuan's image instantly grew much more towering in Mao Qiao's heart. Ding. Mao Qiao, the Zhu Yin and a supporting character of the desolate Heavenly Emperor, has developed antipathy toward the desolate Heavenly Emperor and feels grateful to you. You have gained 2,000 villain points, and the desolate heavenly emperor has lost 2,000 fortune points. A system notification tone sounded. Just as I expected. Lin Xuan smiled faintly. Back at Tingfeng Xian when the disciples there grew disgusted with Yang Qi and Yuan Halen, Lin Xuan had harvested a wave of villain points. Therefore, after hearing Maukius' words, Lin Xuan fell into deep thought. If he could successfully sow discord between the desolate heavenly emperor and Mauqiu, wouldn't that mean he could harvest villain points? As it turned out, Lin Xuan had not been wrong at all. However, it doesn't stop there. The corners of Lin Xuan's mouth curled up and a glint of light suddenly flashed through his eyes. Holy Prince, this doesn't seem right. Such a massive undertaking. This old man is already advanced in years. Are you trying to work me to death? Huarong, standing nearby, saw that Lin Xuan had casually sold him out in just a few words. Huarong was instantly displeased. Huarong waved his aged arms, and on his withered face wrinkles crisscrossed chaotically, his features all twisted together. The pitiful old man's appearance could not help but evoke sympathy in those who saw it. Huarong, what fine acting! Lin Xuan could not help but praise. Acting? Is this old man acting? Huarong cursed inwardly. Holy Prince, you are young and strong. Naturally, you don't know the hardships of us old folk. This old man already has one foot in the grave. This energy naturally is not as vigorous as yours young people. Asking this old man to refine so many Chiang pills, to be honest. It would be no different from literally working this old man to death. Huarong's face was full of bleak misery, and he wailed loudly. The sight made even Yun Yin and Ling Qin feel somewhat embarrassed. Among the heavenly demon guards, including Wu Liui, everyone turned their heads away. To be honest, they felt a little embarrassed. I have an ancient technique here said to be a cultivation method from ancient times called the Golden Core Great Tao. I imagine it should be of great help to alchemists. I had originally planned that after Senior Huarong helped me with this matter, I would present this Golden Core Great Tao to him. Since Senior Huarong is unwell, alas, it seems this book is not destined for Senior Huarong. Forget it. Forget it. Fate and destiny. Lin Xuan shook his head and sighed, speaking as he did so. As he spoke, an ancient-looking book appeared in his hand. He casually opened the title page, revealing part of its contents. The way of alchemy used the body as the furnace, the dantian as the cauldron, the yin and yang qi within the body fused with the qi of heaven and earth, and the qi of the five elements serve as the inner medicine, while the divine light of the four extremes of the universe serves as the outer medicine. Use the spirit to control qi. The spirit is the vessel of qi, and qi protects the spirit. After hearing Lin Xuan's words, Huarong instantly felt unable to look away. Then with sharp eyes, Huarong caught sight of the words on the title page of the Golden Core Great Tao in Lin Xuan's hand. Boom. Given Huarong's attainments in the Tao of alchemy, the moment he saw its contents, he felt as though struck by 5 thunderbolts. He knew that such a secret art could only be encountered by chance, never sought after. Once he obtained it, his Tao of alchemy might even reach a higher level. At that thought, Huarong felt a blaze of heat in his heart. Snap! At that moment, however, Lin Xuan closed the ancient book and looked at Huarong with a smile in his eyes. Forget it. We'll find someone else. Perhaps on Dongshan Shenzhou there are many alchemists. With this method as bait, I should be able to tempt quite a few alchemists. Lin Xuan deliberately said with a dejected air. Don't. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Huarong let out a shriek. His expression was extremely agitated, and he grabbed Lin Xuan's hand, clutching it tightly. What is the matter, Elder Huarong? You are advanced in years, you must not get so agitated. Lin Xuan said to Huarong with a serious expression. What do you mean advanced in years? This old man is still full of vigor. An old steed in the stable still yearns to gallop, and a veteran blade has yet to dull. A mere few Chiang flowers are nothing in my hands. Holy Prince, if you give me 2 days. No, 1 day. Just 1 day, and I can condense all the medicinal power of the Chiang flowers in this Chiang valley into a Chiang pill. By then I will surely let the Zhuyan king recover his original cultivation. Huarong was overcome with excitement. He clutched Lin Xuan's hand and refused to let go. It was as if Lin Xuan would bolt the instant he let go. But, with such a huge amount of work, I'm afraid that you venerable elder might not be able to handle it. Lin Xuan heaved a sigh and said to Huarong, I cannot handle it. How is that possible? And your highness the holy prince, you need not worry about me in the least. Although these heavenly demon guards in the heavenly demon palace are primarily drilled in slaughter, every one of them has studied alchemy. With them helping me, these Chiang flowers are not worth mentioning. Huarong shook his head with absolute firmness. Very well. Then I'll have to trouble you, Elder Huarong. Only then did Lin Xuan relax his grip and thrust the Golden Core Great Tao into Huarong's hands. After receiving it, Huarong eagerly flipped through its contents. As he read, Huarong nodded ceaselessly and muttered, not bad. Truly fragrant. That truly fragrant struck Lin Xuan like a bolt of lightning, leaving him utterly stunned. He couldn't help recalling the universally known true fragrance law from his past life. This Golden Core Great Tao is merely a fragment and it only cost me 100 villain points. But that Mao has changed his view of me, and I directly reaped 200 villain points. This deal is a huge profit, Lin Xuan thought to himself. After exchanging for a wisp of immortal spiritual energy and the heaven-defying 7 demon blades, Lin Xuan had only 150 villain points left. After spending 100 villain points to acquire the golden core Great Dao, only 500 villain points remained. Now Mao had contributed 200 points to him, so he had 2500 villain points. Now that's a fine recovery, Lin Xuan thought. Mao couldn't help but burst into laughter and bowed to Huarong. Thank you, brother Huarong. Therefore, making him address Huarong as Elder Huarong was indeed rather excessive. Huarong by now was completely immersed in the golden core Great Dao. Huarong paid no attention to whatever Mao said. Fortunately, Mao did not take Huarong's attitude to heart. Holy Prince, please come to Xinyuan Mountain for a talk. Mao bowed to Lin Xuan and said, Fine. Lin Xuan nodded. Lin Xuan was quite interested in the Zhuyan tribe's territory, wanting to see just where this group of monkeys lived. As for the Qiyang flowers in this Qiyang valley, half belong to the human race, and half to the Zhuyan tribe. Lin Xuan swept a glance around, then addressed the crowd in the Qiyang valley. Hearing his words, the northern wilderness warriors in the valley immediately erupted into thunderous cheers. Great! Huh! The Holy Prince truly works for the welfare of our northern wilderness humans. Exactly. Compared to him, even the Stone Emperor of our Sure Kingdom cannot match the Holy Prince. Mind your tongue. Do you have a death wish? For a while, the northern wilderness warriors in the Qiyang Valley all began singing the praises of the Holy Prince Lin Xuan. Of course, being both of royal standing, they were naturally compared. This time, the Holy Prince Lin Xuan had thoroughly outshone the Stone Emperor of the Sure Kingdom. After all, the Sure Kingdom reigned supreme in the northern wilderness. Sure how the Stone Emperor had allowed the Zhuyan tribe and the northern wilderness warriors to contend over the resources of the Qiyang Valley. Over the years, quite a few people had died at the hands of the Zhuyan. The Zhuyan king of the Zhuyan tribe was closely associated with the Stone Emperor. Therefore, even though some human powerhouses wanted to wipe out the Zhuyan tribe, they ultimately did not act, because they feared the Stone Emperor. Lin Xuan came suppressed Mao on the spot, and also brought the Zhuyan tribe under his control, securing benefits for the northern wilderness humans. Compared with the Stone Emperor of the Sure Kingdom, Lin Xuan's actions had truly won the people's hearts. Sure K watched Lin Xuan's departing figure, stars swirling in his eyes. After all, to Sure K, he was the one who had led the Holy Prince on his way. In a sense, this was also Sure K's glory. I never imagined that I would one day lead the Holy Prince. Tisk, this is enough for me to boast about for a lifetime. I will pass this tale to my son, and then have my son pass it to my grandson, generation after generation, without end. Sure K secretly made this grand resolution. Lin Xuan and his party left Qiyang Mountain and came to Xinyuan Mountain, which was not far away. Following the Zhuyan tribe, they arrived at the tribe's territory. Although the Zhuyan tribe were beasts, they were all quite clever. Moreover, their king Mao had once lived among humans for a period of time. For this reason, Mao had transferred the social patterns of human society wholesale to the Zhuyan tribe. And since the Zhuyan were originally apes, they were quite similar to humans. Thus, the Zhuyan had mastered most of the human forging and building methods. Arriving at the Zhuyan territory, Lin Xuan could not help but sigh with emotion. The architecture of the Zhuyan naturally could never be as magnificent as humanity's. Most were wooden cabins with yellow mud plastered over the exterior walls to reinforce the structures. To Lin Xuan, this scene reminded him of a film from his previous life, Rise of the Planet of the Apes. In the sequel to Rise of the Planet of the Apes, Caesar led the apes to hide away deep in the mountains. After more than 10 years of development, the apes' architectural style was exactly the same as that of the Zhuyan. Please forgive these crude conditions, Holy Prince. Seeing Lin Xuan staring blankly at the wooden houses, Mao thought that Lin Xuan found them shabby. Therefore, Mao spoke to Lin Xuan with a rather embarrassed demeanor. Returning to his senses, Lin Xuan quickly waved his hand and said, "That is not the case. In my view, although these wooden houses are not as exquisite as some human establishments tucked in this forest, they possess an unusual charm and a distinctive appeal." Lost in appreciation, I drifted off for a moment. Mao, don't laugh at me. Yun Yin and Ling Qing nodded in agreement upon hearing his words. The two even found some leaves from somewhere, wove them into straw hats, and placed them on their heads. As long as the Holy Prince doesn't think it's too humble, Mao breathed a sigh of relief. Once they reached their destination, Huarong immediately set to work with great bustle. Huarong was an old fox. He could naturally see that although the golden core Great Dao was impressive, it was only a fragment. And Lin Xuan's methods were so miraculous that Huarong would swear on his sheepskin coat that Lin Xuan absolutely possessed the continuation of the golden core Great Dao. Huarong had to carry out the task Lin Xuan had entrusted to him with great care, all for the sake of paving his way to obtain the later parts of the Golden Core Great Tao in the future. The matter of Qiang Mountain was passed from mouth to mouth among the northern wilderness human warriors and soon spread throughout the entire Shi Kingdom. Shi Kingdom Imperial Capital Imperial Palace. Inside the Great Jingyang Hall, a young man with a resolute countenance listened to his subordinates report, his brows unconsciously knitted into a frown. You say things have been uneasy at Qiang Mountain lately. The young man, imposing without anger, asked the black. Correct. For some unknown reason, the Zhu Yin king has actually decided to seize all the Qiang flowers on Qiang Mountain this year. If the warriors of our Shi nation refuse, he intends to go on a killing spree, the black-armored warrior said. The young man sat high upon the dragon throne. This person was none other than the renowned Shi emperor of the Shi nation, Shi Hao. The one standing before Shi Hao was Marquis Hunchen, a man of no small reputation in the Shi nation. A killing spree. Humph, this little furball. Enough. I have been racking my brains over the supreme treasure of the Tianma Palace lately. The 7 divine martial emperors are about to descend upon our Shi nation. If those troublesome commoners are what the furball wants to kill, then let him kill them. Shi Hao first sneered, then fell silent for a moment before shaking his head and speaking. Hearing Shi Hao's words, Marquis Hunchen's expression could not help but change. He had known Shi Hao for a long time. The Shi Hao of the past had been quick to repay kindness and avenge wrongs, cherishing loyalty and righteousness. Why then had he become like this now? Seeing Shi Hao treat human life as if it were no more than grass, Marquis Huntian could not help but feel deep grief in his heart. Sadly, those days could never return. Everything had changed and all affairs had come to an end. All of it was already in the past. But in the end, someone has protected the warriors of our Shi nation. Marquis Huntian could no longer hold himself back and spoke. Hearing this, the Shi emperor was startled, then frowned slightly, and asked, someone protected the warriors of our Shi nation. Who? Although the Shi emperor did not care much about the life or death of the Shi nation's people, when he heard that someone had acted on his behalf to save them, he could not help but feel a wave of disgust surge from the bottom of his heart. This person is a holy prince who descended from the upper realm. Earlier in the Dongxian Divine Province, he unified the entire Dongxian Divine Province in merely a few months. His strength can only be described as terrifying. Marquis Huntian replied with some shock. Though few had descended from the upper realm, there had been a handful over the years. Those so-called holy princes had appeared one after another, perhaps 3 or 5 in total. It was hard to say whether the holy emperor of the upper realm was simply too prolific. Some of these so-called holy princes were not even from the Hanlin Holy Dynasty. But without a single exception, all of them had returned defeated. This time, Holy Prince Lin Xuan's rise had been so rapid that it felt almost unreal. For this reason, Marquis Huntian could not help but secretly admire the man. Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan. The moment the Shi emperor heard the name, he found it vaguely familiar. He frowned and began to search his memory. Then a dazzling, soul-shaking light suddenly burst from the Shi emperor's eyes. Wasn't this the man who had slain his own younger brother Qin Hao? Back then, the Shi emperor had left a strand of the Shi nation's destiny on Qin Hao, hoping to keep him safe through all his trials. Unexpectedly, Qin Hao had encountered a mighty enemy in the great tomb of the Dongxian Divine Province. Even with the blessing of the Shi nation's national destiny, he could hardly withstand it. Through that destiny, the Shi emperor witnessed the scene just before Qin Hao's death. The Shi emperor had wanted to use his fearsome prestige to make Lin Xuan stop. In the end, after Lin Xuan announced his name, he struck ruthlessly and without the slightest mercy, killing Qin Hao. To the Shi emperor, this was undoubtedly a thunderbolt, and his pride was shattered into pieces. Thus, he hated the name Lin Xuan with a bone-deep hatred. So it was him. The Shi emperor immediately gnashed his teeth. Hearing this, Marquis Huntian was secretly astonished. He had never imagined that the Shi emperor seemed to know Lin Xuan. Marquis Huntian, take my imperial decree at once. Have the Huan nation's ritual spirit, the vermilion bird, accompany you to Xinyuan Mountain to slay this so-called holy prince. The Shi emperor sneered and barked, slay a holy prince. Marquis Huntian's face changed drastically. Your Majesty, the holy prince is after all the son of the holy emperor of the upper realm. If he dies in the Shi nation and word gets out, I fear it will bring an unforeseen calamity upon the Kanglin realm. Oof. The Shi emperor gave a cold snort, and a flash of light shone from his chest. A vast, overwhelming imperial pressure swept outward, suppressing the entire hall. Marquis Huntian's face turned pale, and he instantly felt the pressure multiply. He was a martial king at the upper 3rd level. Since the Shi emperor had not yet entered the martial emperor realm, logically the gap between their martial cultivation realms should not have been too wide. But Marquis Huntian could sense that before the Shi emperor, he was nothing more than an ant without the slightest power to resist. So terrifying. Marquis Huntian's face was filled with horror. A holy prince. Heh. For those from the upper realm, descending to the lower realm comes at no small price. The path of ascension has already been severed. I refuse to believe that a holy prince exiled to the Kanglan realm could still mean anything in the holy emperor's heart. The sure emperor sneered as killing intent churned in his eyes, and a fierce murderous aura swept forth, like tint of sandy-rolled ice, sending a chill straight through one's body. If I were not studying the treasure of the Tianma Palace, I would have long since personally killed that madman Lin Xuan. Marquis Huntian, as a subject, do not concern yourself too much with matters beyond your station. If you exhaust your body, I would feel distressed. The sure emperor stared at Marquis Huntian with a ferocious grin. Marquis Huntian naturally caught the threat concealed in the sure emperor's voice. He quickly cupped his fists and said this subordinate will act at once. To avoid any unnecessary trouble, only I and the Vermilion Bird will go on this trip. In the end, Marquis Huntian was still afraid of bringing disaster upon the countless living beings of the Kanglan realm. After all, the identity of a holy prince was far too sensitive. If the holy prince had fallen out of favor, that would have been one thing. But what if the holy emperor of the upper realm, for the sake of his own face, annihilated the Kanglan realm at any cost? When that time came, not to mention the Sure nation, even the entire Kanglan realm would be destroyed in an instant. To avoid bloodshed and suffering, Marquis Huntian decided to handle this matter discreetly. Granted, the sure emperor said flatly. He then flicked his sleeve. Understanding at once, Marquis Huntian hurriedly bowed and said this subordinate will take his leave. That very day, a colossal fiery red bird soared out from the imperial capital of the Sure nation, bearing Marquis Huntian as it departed. Of course, Lin Xuan knew nothing of all this. At this moment, he was cultivating martial arts in a cave within the territory of the Zhuyin clan. Congratulations, host. You have spent 2,000 villain points to exchange for a wisp of immortal spirit chi. Thank you for your patronage. This establishment cheats neither the old nor the young, and we hope to cooperate with you often. Screw your cooperation. Lin Xuan cursed. If there were any other way, he truly did not want to spend in the villain mall. He had just saved up a balance of 2,500 villain points, and in the blink of an eye, it was all spent again. But if Lin Xuan wanted to grow stronger, he still had to rely on the villain mall. The battle with Zhu Yin taught me a great deal. It is just the right time to exchange for another wisp of immortal spirit chi and enhance my strength. Lin Xuan took a deep breath and murmured to himself. To Lin Xuan, he was simply a freak. With the devouring origin creation scripture in his possession, he never had to worry about absorbing too much power, nor about that power being too chaotic. The only thing he truly needed to worry about was his own comprehension of the martial Tao. But Lin Xuan had extraordinary talent and an exceptional foundation. Moreover, having lived 2 lifetimes, his enlightenment was transcendent. After the battle with Zhu Yin, Lin Xuan's comprehension of the martial Tao had grown enormously. After all, Zhu Yin possessed a powerful bloodline and was an expert at the upper 3 heavens of Martial King, who had temporarily fallen from that realm due to severe injuries. His understanding of combat, however, remained at the upper 3 heavens of Martial King. In that duel, Lin Xuan was effectively contending against an upper 3 heaven Martial King powerhouse, whose cultivation had been suppressed, and moreover, relying on the might of the heaven-defying 7 demon blades, he ultimately settled the outcome in a single decisive stroke. After that battle, Lin Xuan's martial Tao comprehension rose in tandem. It was the perfect time for him to absorb and refine a strand of immortal spirit energy, thereby elevating his strength. Boom. The devouring origin creation scripture circulated unceasingly within Lin Xuan's body, and vast power surged forth. The immortal spirit energy completed 365 cycles before finally returning to the Qi Si in his dantian. It dissolved into nothingness. At this moment, Lin Xuan's power could no longer be suppressed. The former 1st heaven of Martial King realm began to stir restlessly. 2nd heaven of Martial King. Lin Xuan's true chi, vast as an ocean, continued to condense. In the Martial King realm, the most conspicuous feature was that one's techniques would begin to materialize. After a martial art was unleashed, the true chi within the body would coalesce into a martial Dharma manifestation. The flames surrounding Malkia's body were exactly such a manifestation. At the Martial Ancestor realm, one condensed a pair of martial wings and could soar through the air. At the Martial King realm, true chi was used to condense a martial Dharma manifestation, and every move and stance carried power that could overturn heaven and earth. Lin Xuan had previously been at the 1st heaven of Martial King, but his power had not yet been consolidated, so his control over it was far from skillful. Now, through this period of seclusion, he began to grasp the exquisite techniques of the Martial King realm. For example, releasing true chi to form a 3-foot chi wall. For example, the martial Dharma manifestation. A martial artist who possessed a martial Dharma manifestation could truly be said to have entered the ranks of martial cultivators. With every gesture, one could manifest a Dharma image, and even split mountains and sever rivers. Methods far surpassing the understanding of ordinary people. The power of a single strand of immortal spirit energy is far greater than this. It is enough to let me step into the 3rd heaven of Martial King. However, I have only set foot in this realm for far too short a time. A hasty breakthrough will be of no benefit to the future. It would be better to settle down and consolidate thoroughly. With that thought, Lin Xuan forcibly suppressed the restless true qi within his body. He would not rush a breakthrough. Meanwhile, as Lin Xuan cultivated in seclusion, Xinyuan Mountain was bustling with activity. Quick, put the medicinal ingredients on the left. Every cauldron of elixirs requires exactly 8 liang of Qiang flowers. Remember, not a bit more, not a bit less. Are you pigs? Do you remember that I even gave you an alchemy course in the Heavenly Demon Palace in order to train you? And this is how you repay me. Oh, for heaven's sake. You've given it all back to me. I'm talking to you, Wu Liui. Look at me. To ensure that Lin Xuan would bestow upon him the subsequent golden core, great Dao Hua Rong, the demonic hand of heavenly medicine, spared no effort and threw himself into it body and soul. Of course, this also meant suffering for the heavenly demon guards. Each of them had bitterness they could not voice, tears flowing into their hearts. What a tragedy. Wu Li's face was grim as he slowly raised his head and looked at Hua Rong. This technique. How many times have I taught you, damn it? Why are you so stupid? Did your mother give birth to you without a brain? Hua Rong cursed and launched a direct personal attack at Wu Liui. Wu Liui stared at Hua Rong expressionless. Fortunately, the heavenly demon guards were the killing machines of the heavenly demon palace. Thus they had been trained to be utterly devoid of emotion. Faced with Hua Rong's abuse, they endured it. How difficult that was. Hua Rong demonstrated the technique for Wu Liui only to see Wu Liui staring at him like an idiot. Hua Rong's temper flared up on the spot. Crack. He dealt Wu Liui a heavy thump. Then, cursed boy, can't you learn anything right? What are you staring at me for? Watch this old man's demonstration. Wu Liui was completely broken. He was in despair. It was at this moment that the aura of a powerful expert suddenly swept across the entire Xinyuan Mountain. Boom. Hua Rong sensed this aura and his expression changed drastically. Not good. An expert at the upper 3 heavens of Martial King has come. Quick, go and take a look. Hua Rong took a deep breath, a look of apprehension on his face. The group left the alchemy grounds one after another and headed outside. Before long, Mao, the Zhu Yan, King Yun, Yin Lingqing, Hua Rong, and many heavenly demon guards stood together outside the territory of the Zhu Yan clan. They saw a fiery red divine bird over 10 zhang in length land on the open ground. This divine bird somewhat resembled a phoenix, but all its feathers were red, not the 5-colored plumage of a phoenix. Vermilion bird. Seeing this firebird, Mao could not help but reveal a shocked expression. Chirp, chirp. The vermilion bird looked at Mao, its eyes filled with contempt. This bastard. Mao clenched both fists tightly. He knew that if the vermilion bird also possessed an echo stone, there was no telling how it would mock him. From the vermilion bird's back, a black-armored warrior leaped down. This black-armored warrior was none other than Marquis Huntian of the Sure Kingdom. Marquis Huntian saw Hua Rong pause briefly, then smiled faintly, and said, Hunshan Marquis of the Sure Kingdom pays his respects to the old senior, Hua Rong, the demonic hand of heavenly medicine. Hua Rong looked at Marquis Hunshan, then at the vermilion bird, and could not help but sigh. He then said, Rumor has it that the Hui Kingdom left the Kanglan realm long ago. I never expected that the Hui Kingdom's guardian spirit would remain behind. May I ask what business the Marquis has in bringing the guardian spirit here? Marquis Huntian said, I have come under orders from the Sure Emperor to arrest the Holy Prince Lin Xuan. The Holy Prince Lin Xuan slew Prince Qin Hao of my Sure Kingdom. The Sure Emperor is unwilling to let this matter rest. I hope that all of you can be accommodating and not make things difficult for me. Arrest the Holy Prince. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. How dare you? The Holy Prince is an honored guest of our heavenly demon palace. He is a bosom friend of Her Majesty the female Emperor Feng Yue. Yet you dare to stand before me and demand that I hand over the Holy Prince. Hunshan, when you left home, did you stuff your 2 eyeballs into your pants? Hearing this, Hua Rong's eyes suddenly flew open as he bellowed with incomparable dominance. Roar! Caw! A phoenix cry rang out. The vermilion bird's aura suddenly erupted, dense flames spreading 3 feet beyond its body. Peak Martial King. Hua Rong sensed the vermilion bird's aura, and his heart jolted. Hua Rong stamped his foot, and the aura around his body surged like an awakening azure dragon as he contended with the vermilion bird. The 2 auras clashed, and neither side gained the upper hand. Old Senior Hua Sovereign's command cannot be disobeyed. Marquis Huntian sighed, and took 3 consecutive steps forward. His martial aura grew stronger and stronger. After 3 steps, he had reached the 7th heaven of Martial King. At this time, everyone's faces turned grim. After all, once one reached the Martial King realm, the number of martial artists was no longer the decisive factor in battle. A powerful Martial King expert could unleash a martial Dharma manifestation with astonishing killing power. The last thing they feared was a chaotic melee. Now within the Zhu Yan territory, even Mao, the Zhu Yan king, could not possibly block Marquis Huntian at the 7th heaven of Martial King. As for Hua Rong, he was also held in check by the vermilion bird. This time I'm afraid it would be extremely difficult. Hua Rong's heart turned cold at the sight. Yet at this moment he dared not make the slightest move. After all, for Huarong, if he wished to render assistance, he would first have to shake off the Zhuge. Zook's peak martial king cultivation locked firmly onto Huarong. Huarong's realm was also at the peak of the martial king level. Power close to that of a martial emperor in the eyes of ordinary martial artists, enough to be called a first-rate expert. But Huarong knew this well. In essence, he was still an alchemist. His attainments in the art of alchemy were in no way inferior to a martial emperor's attainments in the martial path. However, no one is perfect. In the art of alchemy, Huarong could indeed be said to have reached the pinnacle. Yet on the martial path, Huarong did not possess the same terrifying attainments as in alchemy. Most crucially, as an alchemist, his combat strength was not that of a heaven-defying prodigy who could fight above his realm. This Zhuge was a pure-blooded, anomalous beast whose natural battle prowess surpassed its own cultivation realm. To Huarong, this was no small threat. Everyone, do not block my path. This time my target is none other than the holy Prince Lin Xuan. Marquis Huntian spoke his words quite polite, but his eyes were icy and filled with killing intent. Marquis Huntian had no desire to slaughter wantonly, nor did he wish to offend the holy Prince Lin Xuan. However, he had received the order of the Stone Emperor, and a sovereign's command could not be defied. Huntian, your Stone Kingdom has quite the audacity. That the Stone Emperor stole treasures from the Celestial Demon Palace might be let pass. But now you even dare to lay your hands on the holy Prince Lin Xuan. Does your Stone Kingdom truly not fear the thunderous might of our Celestial Demon Palace? Huarong shouted sternly at Marquis Huntian. At this moment, Huarong was still hoping to rely on the supreme authority of the Celestial Demon Palace to suppress Marquis Huntian, making him stay his hand. Forgive me, Senior Huarong. As a subject, one must do his duty. Marquis Huntian was clearly contemptuous of Huarong's words. Step by step, he walked toward Zuyan's territory. Get back here. Huarong made his move. The power of a peak martial king erupted abruptly. The true qi in his body rose from his dantian, condensed into the Shaoyang meridian, and then gathered in his right hand. That right hand struck out with a palm, and in an instant transformed into a pitch-black, great hand formed of true qi. Thousand spider myriad poison hand. Marquis Huntian's strength was naturally nothing before Huarong. But do not forget there was also a Zhuge here. Chirp, chirp. A phoenix cry resounded. Zhuge spread its wings wide. From within its wings, streams of flame blasted out. The Zhuge fire surged forth in vast waves, heading straight for Huarong's thousand spider myriad poison hand. The terror of the flames instantly annihilated the thousand spider myriad poison hand. Huarong used his movement technique, trying to block Marquis Huntian. But in terms of speed, how could he possibly be a match for Zhuge? A flash of fire streaked past the Zhuge, turned into a blur, and shot toward Huarong. Bang! Sparks flew in all directions. Huarong could only dodge. After all, if he fought a full-scale battle with Zhuchue, the shockwaves would be too terrifying. For others in Zuyan's territory, it would undoubtedly be a catastrophe of annihilation. Seeing this, Marquis Huntian sighed, then headed into Zuyan's territory. Stop! At this moment, Zhuyan made his move against Marquis Huntian. In an instant, 3 heads and 6 arms coupled with the ape demon seal were layered together, both heaven-defying divine abilities unleashed at full force. After all, the current Zhuyan had yet to recover his cultivation. Before Marquis Huntian, if he did not unleash his full strength, he would likely not survive even a single move. Furball, if you were still at your peak, I naturally would not be your match. Unfortunately. Marquis Huntian murmured, and a long spear appeared in his hand. This spear was a 9th-grade, Earth-rank martial divine weapon, the Huntian War God Spear. Marquis Huntian condensed his true qi, and immediately countless Truki spear blossoms appeared from the spear in his hand, drifting down one by one. In an instant, more than 10,000 blossoms appeared, each one possessing the power to slay an ordinary martial king expert. The spear blossoms struck out, slaughtering everything in their path. Zhuyan was immediately hit by the blossoms, his expression changed, and blood leaked from his mouth. Boom! His colossal body crashed a great crater into the ground. Protect the Holy Prince. Protect the Holy Prince. Numerous celestial demon guards led by Yun Yin and Ling Qing surged toward Marquis Huntian. Marquis Huntian's figure flickered like a ghost. He directly evaded Yun Yin and Ling Qing. Under Lin Xuan's aid, Yun Yin and Ling Qing had also made rapid progress in strength during this period. Especially Ling Qing, after obtaining the Shangqing immortal art, began to refine the spirit seal within her body. Both women had reached the upper 3 levels of the martial ancestor realm, and with extraordinary talents, their combat power was terrifying. But before Marquis Huntian could stop him, swish, swish, 2 waves of qi pierced through the air and struck the Baihui acupoints of the 2 women, rendering them immobile. Form the formation. Seeing this, Wu Li's expression turned grave, and he bellowed. Boom. Thud, thud, thud. More than 100 celestial demon guards of the martial ancestor level immediately began forming the formation. After all, the Celestial Demon Palace was the most powerful orthodox lineage in the Kanglan realm. Thus it spared no effort in nurturing the Celestial Demon Guards. After forming the Celestial Demon Guard formation, the strength of the 100-plus martial ancestors was fused into one. Its combat power was enough to slay even a martial king expert. However, the Marquis Huntian they faced was no ordinary martial king strongman. His combat prowess was among the very best in the entire Stone Kingdom. Moreover, Marquis Huntian had led the Stone Kingdom's great armies in battle for years. His personal combat strength was heaven-defying, and he possessed unique insight into warfare. With a single glance, he spotted the fatal flaw in the seemingly powerful Celestial Demon Guard formation. That flaw was speed. A formation formed by many people, even with the power of the formation blessing them to fuse everyone's strength together. Yet this level of power was rather loose and dispersed, naturally incomparable to the concentrated power of an individual martial artist. Like lightning, Marquis Huntian darted through the formation. The black long spear in his hand was like a bolt of lightning freely threading through the Celestial Demon Guard formation. Rinkue left 8. Wu Liuyi, drenched in sweat, directed the formation, trying to block Marquis Huntian. But this was undoubtedly an extravagant hope. Before long, the Celestial Demon formation was broken into again and again by Marquis Huntian's advance, and Celestial Demon Guards began to fall one after another. However, Marquis Huntian, after all, did not wish to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. Therefore, when it came to these Celestial Demon Guards, he merely knocked them unconscious rather than delivering killing blows. As Marquis Huntian activated his killing mode, more and more Celestial Demon Guards could not hold on. And Marquis Huntian had already penetrated layer after layer of obstacles. Bursting out of the formation, Lin Xuan, I'm sorry, but the Stone Emperor has decreed your death. Blame only yourself for killing our Stone Kingdom's Prince Qin Hao. Marquis Huntian murmured to himself, speaking softly. Just then a figure in white appeared before Marquis Huntian. Have you been looking for me? The young man in white, with features as if carved by a knife, sharp, distinct, and extraordinarily handsome, said to Marquis Huntian with a smile at the corner of his mouth. As this person appeared, the entire venue fell into dead silence. All eyes turned simultaneously to the newcomer. The newcomer was none other than Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan looked at Huntian Wuho, then glanced at the various heavenly demon guards lying scattered on the ground. He fell into deep thought. So you are Lin Xuan? Huntian Wuho stared at Lin Xuan and barked. Indeed. Are you from the Shi Kingdom? Lin Xuan met Huntian Wuho's gaze directly and asked. Holy Prince, be careful. This man is extraordinary. He is a martial king at the 7th layer. Well, hold him off. You must leave this place. Wu Liuyi said to Lin Xuan while directing the heavenly demon guards in formation, gathering power and intending to block Huntian Wuho. All of you retreat, Lin Xuan said calmly to Wu Liuyi. Then with a flick of his long sleeve, 2 streams of gentle wind shot forth, heading straight for Yun Yin and Ling Qing. Yun Yin and Ling Qing immediately felt their bodies become light. Their ability to move was restored. Holy Prince. The 2 women looked anxious, as if they also wanted to persuade Lin Xuan to leave. Yet they were silenced by Lin Xuan's sharp glare. Holy Prince, this Huntian Wuho has come specifically to avenge Qin Hao's death. If you remain here, I fear doom awaits. Holy Prince. Wu Liuyi looked unwilling and seemed to want to persuade Lin Xuan further. In Wu Liuyi's view, with so many heavenly demon guards, if they attacked together, they might still help Lin Xuan escape. If Lin Xuan refused to flee now, how could he possibly be a match for Huntian Wuho? The outcome would be nothing but tragedy. Lin Xuan's gaze turned sharp as he looked at Wu Liuyi, then said coolly, What? Are you teaching me how to do things? Did you not hear what I said clearly? Wu Liuyi was at a loss for words upon hearing this, not knowing what to say. The heavenly demon guards had been educated since childhood in the heavenly demon palace to be utterly loyal to their master. In the heavenly demon palace, their loyalty belonged to the Empress Feng Yue. But now their loyalty belonged to Lin Xuan. They had no choice but to obey his orders. Your subordinate obeys. Wu Liuyi could only sigh helplessly and bow with cupped fists. The heavenly demon guards began to withdraw. Only Lin Xuan and Huntian Wuho were left facing each other. At this moment, Huarong also saw this scene, but unfortunately he was entangled by the vermilion bird and could not extricate himself for the time being. He sensed Lin Xuan's aura and felt a shock in his heart, because he could perceive that Lin Xuan's strength had ascended to yet another level. He had actually leaped to become a martial king at the 2nd layer. Moreover, his aura was condensed, his foundation solid with not the slightest hint of instability. Huarong could not help but be greatly astounded. What is going on? After all, only a few short days had passed since Lin Xuan last fought Maoqiu the Zhu. Lin Xuan's power had actually advanced even further. This truly made Huarong feel incredulous. Boom. Just as Huarong was momentarily distracted, the vermilion bird came streaking through the air, its razor-sharp beak shimmering with a faint, eerie light. It shot straight toward Huarong's face. Huarong could not dodge in time. though he avoided the fate of brains splattering his facial skin, was torn open by the vermilion bird. Streams of blood flowed out. Chirp chirp. The vermilion bird let out a long cry. Although Huarong could not understand what the vermilion bird's cry meant, however, from the vermilion bird's expression Huarong could tell that it seemed to be saying, "You dare to be distracted while fighting me. That's simply courting death." Damn it. Anger gradually rose in Huarong's heart. It was true that he was an alchemist, but that did not mean he was a coward. "You filthy feathered beast. Today I swear I will steam you alive. Those wings will make an excellent pair of chicken wings." Huarong's courage surged from the depths of his fury. Lin Xuan looked up and also saw Huarong and the vermilion bird battling high in the sky. A vermilion bird. Could she be Little Red? Lin Xuan murmured. Huntian Wuho heard his words, a strange expression appearing on his face, and said Little Red was the name the Stone Emperor used for the vermilion bird in his childhood. "I never expected you, Holy Prince, to know even this." It really was Little Red. Lin Xuan was overjoyed. Now Mauchio was here, and Little Red was here as well. And the whole family had reunited. Lin Xuan couldn't help but grin. "The Stone Emperor sent you to kill me." Lin Xuan looked at Huntian Wuho. "Holy Prince, I must obey the Stone Emperor's command. I beg your forgiveness. Regardless, I am grateful for your great deed of saving the northern wasteland warriors of Chiang Mountain. If there is a next life, I will surely repay your kindness, even as a humble beast." Huntian Wuho took a deep breath and spoke to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan gave Huntian Wuho a meaningful look, smiled faintly, and said, "Indeed, Huntian Wuho is truly loyal and righteous. You should also be glad for what you have done, otherwise." Lin Xuan drew out his words. Huntian Wuho was somewhat puzzled. "Otherwise? If you had made a move to kill my heavenly demon guards and my maidservants, then today next year would be your death anniversary." Lin Xuan's voice suddenly turned sharp, as well as eyes icy and merciless. "What?" Huntian Wuho knitted his brows. To be honest, this Lin Xuan was a bit too arrogant. Even though Huntian Wuho still felt grateful for Lin Xuan's righteous deed, yet now he couldn't help but feel anger surging in his heart. As a martial marquis of the Sher Kingdom, he naturally had his own pride. Lin Xuan's words were simply looking down on him too much. "Holy Prince, forgive my offense. I have no choice but to take your head to repay the nation's favor." Huntian Wuho wasted no time and spat out one sentence. Then he stamped his foot and stepped forward. In an instant, light flashed beneath his feet. Behind Huntian Wuho, a pair of martial Dao wings actually condensed into being. He abruptly accelerated, transforming into a beam of light as he lunged to kill Lin Xuan. A cold flash flickered, and a long spear appeared. Speckles of starlight surged, causing an involuntary chill to run through all. Whoosh! A point of cold light arrived first, followed by the spear striking out like a dragon. True Chi transformed into a black spear dragon roaring between heaven and earth. This strike was fast, precise, and fierce. It condensed the supreme power of a martial king at the 7th layer. There was a hint of pity in Huntian Wuho's eyes. He felt that in the next second Lin Xuan would already be a dead man. Whoosh! A black streak suddenly flashed out. It struck against the Huntian divine spear. The sound of metal clashing against metal rang out. Huntian Wuho instantly felt an infinitely vast and mighty force erupt outward. At this moment, he couldn't help but stagger backward 7 steps in a row. Then, with a face full of shock, he looked at Lin Xuan. The force contained in that previous strike kept sending waves of numbness through Huntian Wuho's hands. Was this power from Lin Xuan? Huntian Wuho's eyes widened, staring at Lin Xuan with utter disbelief. What kind of luck is this? I just raised my cultivation and someone comes right to my door to feed me experience. Truly, this is wonderful. Lin Xuan's eyes gradually became shrouded in blood red, as if he had gone mad, filled with frenzy. Lin Xuan held the 7-demon saber, his killing intent fierce. That slash of saber light just now had been delivered by Lin Xuan. His aura was deep and thick, at the peak of Martial King 2nd Heaven, almost approaching Martial King 3rd Heaven. With his nearly invincible flesh, he was able to directly face Marquis Huntian. Again, with bloodshot eyes, Lin Xuan stared fixedly at Marquis Huntian, and the voice from his throat seemed somewhat hoarse. Boom! The two struck out simultaneously. Marquis Huntian moved again, spinning his body in midair before transforming into a black tornado in an instant. The howling storm around him was all condensed from true Chi. The tornado's force swept across the entire battlefield. Lin Xuan also whirled the 7-demon saber, and his martial spirit, the origin-devouring demonic dragon, surged out along the saber. The origin-devouring demonic dragon collided with the black tornado formed by the Huntian divine spear. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out in unbroken succession. The Zhu Yin and the Zhu Yin territory were all so frightened that they scattered in every direction, not daring to approach Lin Xuan's location by the slightest bit. When gods fight, mortals suffer. When the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat are doomed. The two exchanged more than 10 lethal moves. In the end, both separated. Lin Xuan's face was full of killing intent, his manner like that of a mad demon, yet in the previous exchange he had not lost a single inch. One should know that there was a gap of no fewer than 5 minor realms between Lin Xuan and Marquis Huntian. And Marquis Huntian was no ordinary man. He was one of the Stone Emperor's capable generals, and his battle prowess was enough to challenge those above his own rank. If he faced an ordinary martial artist, even a martial king at the ninth heaven might not necessarily be his match. Yet Lin Xuan could face Marquis Huntian in a heated duel without yielding an inch. Such strength was impressive skills. Sacred Prince Lin Xuan, your reputation is well deserved. In that case, I can no longer hold back. Marquis Huntian took a deep breath and a grave look gradually spread across his face. By the time their battle had reached this point, Marquis Huntian had completely abandoned his contempt. He knew that the opponent before him was a heaven-defying monster no weaker than the Stone Emperor Sure How. If he did not go all out, it would be a disrespect to such a heaven-defying monster. At this moment, Marquis Huntian's aura grew stronger and stronger. Clouds churn and mists rise to conceal killing intent sweeping through 1,000 armies across tens of thousands of miles. Kuanpeng. Marquis Huntian let out a furious roar. His voice was hoarse from shouting thunderously loud. In an instant he spread both arms wide like a Kuanpeng soaring upward, rising against the heavens. The spear technique in his hands, carrying gusts of howling wind, transformed into a colossal heaven-defying bird that flew forth. This bird blotted out the sun and overshadowed the 4 extremes. Legend says that in the ancient primordial era there existed archaic divine beasts. In the North Sea there was the Kuanpeng Demon Master. The Kuanpeng soared upward for 90,000 li, seeking to rival the heavens. Streams of spear light transformed into the Kuanpeng's wings, hurtling toward Lin Xuan to kill him. Kill. First slash, severing self. A wisp of scorching heat suddenly burst out from Lin Xuan's root chakra. Following the root chakra, an invisible baleful aura instantly engulfed Lin Xuan's whole body. As the baleful aura churned, Lin Xuan looked like a mad fiend. One slash, cleaving Mount Hua, came chopping down. Under the enhancement of the Martial King Realm's martial Dao Dharma image, Lin Xuan manifested Saber Aura. In an instant, the Saber Aura swelled to more than 100 zhang. Boom. The slash fell. The Kuanpeng formed from spear light instantly dissolved into a sky full of gleaming rain. Impressive skill. After the Kuanpeng dispersed, Marquis Huntian, who had been hiding behind it, thrust his spear at Lin Xuan once more. Heaven and earth are ruthless. How much hatred remains? In the night, a lonely voice weeps, but not for long. Ice Heart. Another incantation sounded. On Marquis Huntian's long spear, streaks of cold air suddenly condensed. The spear technique was sharp and fierce, filled with an icy, grim, killing intent. If an ordinary martial king level expert faced it, he would be shaken by the cold spear intent and lose his composure, his heart and mind trembling. Crack crack. Lin Xuan turned the 7 demon saber in his hand, chopping, hacking, lifting, thrusting. He unleashed more than 10 strokes in succession, completely dispersing the killing power of Marquis Huntian's Ice Heart spear strike. My turn. Second slash, blood fury. Lin Xuan shouted. In an instant, the 7 demon saber in his hand radiated an eerie light. From Lin Xuan's navel chakra, a violent, baleful aura leaked out. Swish, swish, swish. 81 slashes came forth in flowing succession. In an instant, the saber raged like a hurricane while souls scattered in flight. The ground was strewn with withered bones. Who was who? Yet only saber shadows could be seen and no sign of the man. Rip. A bloody gash appeared on Marquis Huntian's arm, blood pouring out profusely. Shock appeared on his face. He had not expected that Lin Xuan could force him to this extent. However, Marquis Huntian's strength was not to be underestimated. A spear thrust struck out from a completely incomprehensible angle and pierced through Lin Xuan's shoulder. Uft, uft. The two spat blood at the same time. Huh, what a thrill. Though Lin Xuan's shoulder had been pierced through, his gaze became even more frenzied. It seemed that this pain was a stimulus to him, one that could make him unleash even greater combat power. After a long moment, the two separated. In the end, Marquis Huntian was slightly stronger. Lin Xuan's injuries were more severe. But Lin Xuan was full of vigor, his will to fight boundless. After all, since Lin Xuan had transmigrated to this world, he had never met an opponent like Marquis Huntian. Someone stronger than him, yet not so strong as to drive the present Lin Xuan to despair. For Lin Xuan, this kind of strength was a form of stimulus, a motivation, urging him to become even more powerful. Sacred Prince, what a pity. Had it not been for the ruler's decree, you and I could have become friends. Marquis Huntian sighed, his words full of regret. You and I can still be friends now. You think the obstacle is your sovereign, so all I have to do is kill the Stone Emperor, isn't that right? Lin Xuan licked his lips. The remaining shred of reason kept him clear-headed. At the same time, he spoke these words to Marquis Huntian. How dare you? A kingdom cannot be without a ruler, even for a day. Sacred Prince, These words of yours are pushing my stone kingdom into hell. Marquis Huntian was furious. Flash. He tapped the ground with his spear, unfolded his martial Dao wings, and with a leap rose into the air 100 zhang high. 1,000,000 soldiers wave their banners again, the three armies are united, and I am invincible. Unrivaled. In his fury, Marquis Huntian decided to unleash his most powerful killing move, wiping out Lin Xuan in one stroke, and putting a perfect end to this mission. Boom boom boom. The spear light that filled the sky began to transform into streams of radiant rain. The radiant rain fell fiercely from above. Swish swish swish. It almost covered the sun and left no gap at all. The surging spear intent kept sweeping upward, and in an instant it enveloped the entire Zhu Yin territory. Everyone's face turned pale with terror. The might hidden in this spear art was infinitely close to the martial emperor realm. Not good. Sacred Prince, retreat quickly. Hua Rong was also astonished that Lin Xuan could fight Marquis Huntian to such a level. But when Marquis Huntian unleashed such a fatal strike, Hua Rong knew that Lin Xuan would not escape this calamity. She immediately cried out, wanting Lin Xuan not to take this strike. If not for the vermilion bird Xiaohong desperately holding her back, Hua Rong would have thrown herself forward to block the blow for Lin Xuan. Sacred Prince! Sacred Prince! Yun Yin and the others also shouted together. Yun Yin and Ling Qing's faces turned pale, filled with anxiety. They could also tell that Lin Xuan was already wounded. If he wanted to take Marquis Huntian's strike in his current state, it would probably be difficult. Facing the sky-filling rain of spear light, Lin Xuan smiled instead. War Lament. A faint voice drifted out from Lin Xuan's mouth. Boom. At this moment, the aura within Lin Xuan's body surged out wildly. Its momentum was mightier than mountains, deeper than the sea, filling everyone's heart with shock. This terrifying power contained an invincible force. He drew his blade and slashed. At the instant Lin Xuan's blade left the sheath, a desolate blade intent seeped forth. In their daze, the crowd seemed to see a battlefield strewn with countless corpses and wounded. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and wronged spirits wept. An old soldier, though gravely wounded, refused to fall. Facing the enemy's thousands of troops charging in, he resolutely drew his war blade and fought valiantly. In a sense, this was the truly invincible powerhouse. His Dao heart was unbeatable. Even if the enemy was 1,000 or 10,000 times stronger, he still charged forward without hesitation. Only with such an invincible fighting will could one be considered truly invincible. The old soldier, though dying without regret, was nothing less than a mournful and solemn elegy. After unleashing the third strike, Battle Sorrow, the immense pressure allowed Lin Xuan to break through in one go, ascending to the third level of the Martial King realm. His previous battle against Zhu Yin had accumulated a wealth of martial insights for him. At the same time, that wisp of immortal spiritual energy had provided no small amount of qi, enough to bring Lin Xuan infinitely close to the third level of the Martial King realm. Now in his battle against Marquis Huntian, Lin Xuan was at a disadvantage and had sustained some injuries. However, this disadvantage was both pressure and an opportunity for breakthrough for Lin Xuan. After unleashing the third strike of the heaven-defying 7 demon sabers, Battle Sorrow, Lin Xuan fully stepped into the third level of the Martial King realm. Boom. Instantly, endless phantom saber auras blasted forth one after another. The fierce saber radiance tore through the very heaven and earth, defying fate. That terrifying force shook the entire domain of Zhu Yin. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka. The spear light like rain and the saber radiance clashed ceaselessly, erupting in dense sparks. Sharp sounds rang out, nearly tearing everyone's eardrums. Terrifying. Horrifying. Endless dust rose continuously at this moment, veiling everyone's vision and making it impossible to see clearly. Has the outcome been decided? In Yun Yin's beautiful eyes was written deep worry. Ling Qing bit her lips and said nothing, but her face too was full of concern. Everyone stared toward the dissipating dust. At this moment, both Lin Xuan and Marquis Huntian appeared extremely weak in aura. Thus for a moment the crowd could not determine who had won. As the smoke dispersed, the figures of the two they stood facing each other. Lin Xuan's originally white robe was gradually stained red with blood. Marquis Huntian's spear had been too fast. So fast that Lin Xuan had been struck, yet the blood only now began to flow. Did the Saint Prince lose? Alas, even with his on-the-spot breakthrough, the Saint Prince is no match for Marquis Huntian. Nonsense. Marquis Huntian is an expert at the 7th level of the Martial King realm. Even though the Saint Prince broke through to the 3rd level, there is still a gap of 4 full realms between them. More than that, Marquis Huntian's strength is likely enough to contend with an ordinary peak Martial King expert. In other words, even against a slightly less extraordinary peak Martial King of the 9th level, the Saint Prince could hold his own and not lose for a short while. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Lin Xuan was a god in their eyes and naturally attracted much attention. Everyone wanted to know the outcome of this battle, and upon seeing the foot-long spear wound on Lin Xuan's chest, where white bone was faintly visible. The crowd could not help but feel greatly disappointed, for they believed Lin Xuan had lost. Even though he had created countless myths in the past, at this moment he had been defeated by Marquis Huntian. Sad. Yet everyone knew there was nothing to be done. Lin Xuan was already a heaven-defying prodigy, and he had done his utmost. Still holding on. Suppressing your injuries like this will only make you suffer more. If it ends up affecting your martial path in the future, that would be bad. Despite the terrifying wound on his chest, Lin Xuan wore a smile as he spoke to Marquis Huntian across. Lin Xuan's words were like a sharp blade that cut through Marquis Huntian's taut nerves. It was at this moment that Marquis Huntian could no longer hold on. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face deathly pale, and collapsed to the ground. Clatter! Over 100 saber wounds suddenly appeared on Marquis Huntian's body, each one containing black, demonic chi. The demonic chi kept corroding Marquis Huntian's physical body, leaving him completely unable to move. I have lost. Marquis Huntian lay on the ground, his expression dim, murmuring to himself. He knew that after Lin Xuan entered the third level of the martial king realm, his combat strength was no worse than his own. The reason Lin Xuan could overcome him was his nearly monstrous physical body. Each of Lin Xuan's strikes could not deliver a fatal wound to Marquis Huntian. However, when the third strike of the heaven-defying 7 demon sabers battle sorrow was unleashed, Lin Xuan, with heaven-defying speed and a death-defying will, slashed out a total of 999 times, of which Marquis Huntian was hit by 108. Each wound was minor, but combined they left Marquis Huntian collapsed and incapacitated. As for Marquis Huntian's desperate spear strike, it also inflicted a considerable injury on Lin Xuan. But at this moment one issue stood out: Lin Xuan's physique was just too monstrous. He was practically a tank. For an assassin's flashy combination to break through Lin Xuan's defense was already quite an extraordinary feat. Boom! The spectators watching the battle saw the startling reversal and stared with wide eyes, their faces full of disbelief. They had never imagined that Lin Xuan could reverse the situation in one move. Marquis Huntian had actually been defeated. Amazing. Awesome. Saint Prince. Insanely awesome, with a cracked voice. These heavenly demon guards, trained as assassins since childhood, also began to lose their composure one by one. Joy bloomed on their faces, overflowing with frantic delight. To them, what Lin Xuan had done was simply heaven-defying. After all, just now Marquis Huntian had single-handedly fought against a formation formed by over 100 heavenly demon guards. These heavenly demon guards knew well how terrifying Marquis Huntian was. Yet Lin Xuan had actually crossed 4 realms to vanquish him. 4 words: incredible. At that moment, the vermilion bird, little red in the sky, sensed that the battle below had been decided and felt both shock and fury. Roar! Dense vermilion bird flames swept across several li, forcing Hua Rong back. Then with a furious roar, the vermilion bird charged toward Lin Xuan. Not good. Hua Rong's face changed drastically. He knew that the vermilion bird intended to abandon battle with him and instead slay Lin Xuan to complete the Stone Emperor's mission. Originally, everyone believed Lin Xuan would die at the hands of Marquis Huntian, but they never expected that Lin Xuan could defeat Marquis Huntian, thereby slapping everyone in the face. Thus the vermilion bird had no choice but to act personally. Hua Rong was greatly anxious. Spreading his martial twin wings behind him, black aura emanating outward, he flew toward Lin Xuan's direction, intending to pursue the vermilion bird. But the vermilion bird was, after all, a bird naturally skilled in speed. Moreover, it was a pure-blooded exotic breed. How could Hua Rong possibly match its speed? It was simply a joke. With a flash of firelight, the vermilion bird's figure in the sky became impossible to discern clearly. Hua Rong chased desperately, but he was still far behind the vermilion bird. Lin Xuan looked up at the vermilion bird flying toward him. He could sense that the bird had completely locked onto him. No matter how much he wanted to dodge the vermilion bird's attack, it would be futile. Saint Prince, you are a genius of extraordinary talent. What a pity. Today's mortal tribulation you ultimately cannot escape. What a pity. Cough, cough, cough. Marquis Huntian, lying on the ground with more breath leaving than entering, spoke to Lin Xuan with a face full of regret. He felt both admiration and shock toward Lin Xuan. For a figure like him to die in Beihuang was an insult to Beihuang itself. Yet under the Stone Emperor's command he had no choice but to obey. Even in Marquis Huntian's eyes, someone of Lin Xuan's talent was the kind who could alter the entire Kanglan realm. If someone like this did not die, he would certainly grow into a heaven-defying existence, perhaps even one who would bestow blessings upon the Kanglan realm. What a pity. If I don't die, will you promise me one thing? Lin Xuan stared fixedly at the vermilion bird hurtling toward him to kill him, murmuring to Marquis Huntian. Not die? Even in a situation like this, he still thinks about not dying. Isn't that just a goddamn joke? Marquis Huntian wanted to laugh. Without a second thought, he answered, if you truly don't die, then never mind one condition. Even 10 or 100, I'll agree to them all. Good. Lin Xuan nodded. He did not speak anymore. After all, he was only 100 meters from the ground. The vermilion bird was already close. Jujio. A long cry rang out. The vermilion bird's demonic aura ran rampant, and she extended iron claws suffused with a metallic sheen, terrifying. She struck directly at Lin Xuan's head. Clearly the vermilion bird planned to end Lin Xuan with a single blow and turn him into a corpse. Just then a light flashed in Lin Xuan's hand, and from his storage ring a talisman actually appeared. Go. With extreme difficulty Lin Xuan channeled a strand of true qi into it. Then he tossed the talisman into the air. A trace of mockery appeared in the vermilion bird's eyes. Although the vermilion bird could not speak, she was a pure-blooded mutant beast with terrifying strength and a mind no less sharp than a human's. She merely disdained to use an echo stone like Zhu Yan the furball. But the mockery in the vermilion bird's eyes seemed to say, "This kid really is laughable. He actually expects a broken talisman to block me, a peak martial king beast. Isn't that just deceiving himself? Foolish human." Yet in the next second the talisman suddenly burst forth with boundless divine light. It died, the heavens expanded to several zhang in size, and formed a shocking array reflected in the sky. Heaven-suppressing talisman. Ling Qing cried out in surprise. Yun Yin also found the talisman somewhat familiar. At Ling Qing's reminder, the two women finally remembered. This was the heaven-suppressing talisman Lin Xuan had used to subdue the purple gold demon Martin. At that time the purple gold demon Martin had also been a martial king powerhouse. Against such a strong opponent Lin Xuan and the others had been at a complete loss. But Lin Xuan brought out this heaven-suppressing talisman and turned the tide in one move. After the purple gold demon Martin left the Kanglin realm, the heaven-suppressing talisman left inside its body would be of no use. So I took it out and had the villain Maul recharge it so it could be used again. Recharging it is far cheaper than buying a new heaven-suppressing talisman. It's merely 100 villain points. Yet it can handle mystical beasts and exotic beasts below the martial emperor. This is simply a massive bargain. Incredible value for money. Lin Xuan's heart filled with delight, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Boom. The heaven-suppressing talisman burst out with boundless divine light in the void. Every array pattern interlaced in the void, forming an enormous cage that trapped the vermilion bird in Jujio. The vermilion bird was greatly shocked. She could not understand just what the hell this thing was. Her peak martial king demonic aura erupted violently as she tried to break free. Though the heaven-suppressing talisman kept trembling, it stubbornly held its defense, giving the vermilion bird no chance to escape. Time passed by little. The vermilion bird continued to fight like a cornered beast. But Lin Xuan's expression grew extremely relaxed because he knew that this heaven-suppressing talisman came from the villain Maul. He had spent a fortune to redeem it. The vermilion bird was powerful, and the heaven-suppressing talisman could not subdue her right away. But it was merely a matter of time. Once the time was up, the vermilion bird would have no chance to break free. Sooner or later, she would become something in Lin Xuan's grasp. Whoosh. Hua Rong landed on the ground. Seeing Lin Xuan's injuries, his face turned grim. "You little brat, what are you trying to prove?" Hua Rong immediately started cursing at Lin Xuan. On ordinary days, Hua Rong treated Lin Xuan with great deference. Respectful on the surface, but full of schemes and petty calculations inside, always thinking of ways to trip Lin Xuan up. But as time passed, Hua Rong's feelings for Lin Xuan grew deeper day by day. Above all, Lin Xuan's extraordinary talent and untamed arrogance made Hua Rong see the young man he had once been. Although Hua Rong never admitted it aloud, he liked Lin Xuan more and more in his heart. Now that he saw Lin Xuan ignore the heavenly demon guard's attempts to stop him and insist on fighting Marquis Huntian alone, only to end up with such injuries, the rage in Hua Rong's heart burned uncontrollably. He felt heart. When Lin Xuan heard Hua Rong scolding him, he did not get angry. Instead, he felt a faint warm current surging in his heart. "Uncle, I'm sorry for making you worry." "Uncle." Hua Rong's whole body jolted. A faint, barely perceptible smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Then his face turned stern, and he barked, "Do I look that old? You reckless brat, take this pill quickly." Hua Rong flicked his wrist and produced a dark red pill. This pill was the Qiyang pill Hua Rong had refined from the Qiyang flower, effective for healing injuries and invigorating blood. When Hua Rong produced something, it was unquestionably top grade. Lin Xuan smiled and swallowed the pill. Waves of scorching heat flowed through his body, combined with Lin Xuan's almost freakish physique. His external wounds were almost completely healed in an instant. Everyone saw that the vermilion bird had been restrained by Lin Xuan with a single talisman, and all of them were secretly shocked. After all the previous time Lin Xuan had unleashed this heaven-suppressing talisman, only Yun Yin and Ling Qing had been at his side. This time he did so before so many onlookers. Only then did the crowd realize how extraordinary the trump cards of this holy prince from the upper realm were. This blasted bird. If it weren't for your hidden cards, this old man wouldn't have been able to take her down. And this damn brat. How dare he hurt someone from my heavenly demon palace? He's tired of living. Humph. Do you truly think that I, the demon hand of heavenly medicine, can only heal people and not kill? This time Huarong was clearly truly angry. He was old, but not dead. Trying to kill Lin Xuan right in front of him was tantamount to throwing his old face to the ground and grinding it back and forth. If an aunt can bear it, an uncle cannot. Damn it. If this old man doesn't show his might, do you think him some old fraud? Huarong looked at Marquis Hunshan, killing intent, surging his black venomous hand ready to strike. Huntian Marquis looked at the furious Huarong, his face ashen pale. For a long moment the Huntian Marquis could not utter a single word. To him it seemed he had long foreseen this very outcome. After all, in his heart, he knew perfectly well that daring to assassinate the Holy Prince meant that failure would lead to no other outcome. Just at this moment Lin Xuan grabbed Huarong and looked straight into his eyes, then said, "Stop. Senior Huarong, do not slay this man just yet. Not slay him." Huarong's eyes widened as he stared at Lin Xuan, his face filled with utter incredulity. "Holy Prince, do not be swayed by such womanly compassion. Does the Holy Prince truly believe that if we spare Huntian Marquis, sure how the Stone Emperor will simply let the matter rest? Sure how is a man of wolfish ambition, by no means ordinary?" Huarong said hastily to Lin Xuan, nodded upon hearing these words, and replied, "I know Uncle Huarong means well for me, but I have my own plans." Huarong looked at Lin Xuan's unyielding gaze, paused for a moment, and could not help but sigh. Very well, very well. Do as you wish." Huarong shook his head and did not press Lin Xuan further. The people gathered on the Zhuyan territory could not help but look at Lin Xuan with intense curiosity. Their hearts were filled with confusion, uncertain of what Lin Xuan intended to do. "Huntian, do you recall what I told you earlier? If I survived, you would have to grant me a condition." Lin Xuan looked at the Huntian Marquis and spoke to him. The Huntian Marquis met Lin Xuan's eyes squarely, then nodded. He remembered that Lin Xuan had indeed said those words. At the time, the Huntian Marquis had believed it utterly impossible for Lin Xuan to survive at the hands of Zhu Ke. Thus the Huntian Marquis thought, let alone one condition, even 10 or 100, what harm was there in agreeing? Yet Lin Xuan produced the heaven-suppressing talisman and directly subdued Zhu Ke, leaving the Huntian Marquis completely dumbfounded. "My condition is actually very simple. Depose the Stone Emperor." Lin Xuan smiled faintly and calmly uttered 4 words. The moment those 4 words were spoken, a thunderclap seemed to detonate within the Huntian Marquis' mind, rendering him speechless for a long while. Depose the Stone Emperor. This. When the Huntian Marquis snapped back to his senses, he could not help but draw in a sharp "You." The Huntian Marquis stared at Lin Xuan, unable to speak. Because his emotions surged so violently, the shock left him feeling an unbearable tightness in his chest that he could hardly contain. The rest of his words died in his throat. Lin Xuan, with a faint smile at the Huntian Marquis, turned and signaled to Huarong to treat the wounded Marquis. Huarong nodded. Though somewhat resigned, he said no more in the face of Lin Xuan's determination. He produced a medicinal pill and fed it to the Huntian Marquis. "What do you say? Sure how the Stone Emperor of the Stone Kingdom is fatuous and tyrannical, utterly unworthy of the throne. Why not let me rally the power of the Demon Heaven Palace and march upon the Stone Kingdom while you raise high the banner of righteousness? With thousands answering your call, we can topple the Stone Emperor outright. Then you shall become the Stone Emperor. How about that?" Lin Xuan asked with a smile curling at the corners of his lips. The Huntian Marquis' eyes bulged and a mask of fury swept across his face as he bellowed, "Bullshit. Lin Xuan, I respect your strength and character, but I never imagined you could be so shameless. I, Huntian, have been loyal to the Stone Kingdom all my life. I will never do such a thing." The Huntian Marquis coughed violently, his chi and blood surging to his heart. Had Lin Xuan not earlier instructed Huarong to administer the pill to stabilize his wounds, the Huntian Marquis would likely already be a corpse. "Huntian, you utter fool." Lin Xuan shot the Marquis a contemptuous glare. In his eyes those words laid bare the depth of the Huntian Marquis' ignorance. "Huntian, think carefully. Are you loyal to the Stone Kingdom or to the Stone Emperor? I am the Holy Prince of the Upper Realm, though exiled to the Kanglan realm with my life and death left to fate. How can any of you possibly know my true standing in the Upper Realm? The Stone Kingdom sent you and Zhu Ke to slay me. Had you succeeded, is it not entirely possible that the Hamlin sacred dynasty of my Upper Realm, to preserve its honor, would casually dispatch an expert above the martial Emperor realm to wipe the Stone Kingdom from existence in a single stroke? This may be merely a possibility, but it concerns the very survival of the Stone Kingdom. Tell me, can you afford to gamble on that?" Lin Xuan sneered and barked at the Huntian Marquis. Thump! Lin Xuan's words stabbed straight into the Huntian Marquis' heart. After all, the Huntian Marquis had once discussed this very question with the Stone Emperor. Unfortunately, the Stone Emperor at that time had been arrogant beyond measure, refusing to believe that Lin Xuan held any standing whatsoever in the Hamlin sacred dynasty. A one-sided delusion. Yet the Huntian Marquis knew this was a colossal gamble. If they lost, the entire Stone Kingdom and the Kanglan realm would be plunged into ruin. In the past, there were fools who knew no better and summoned the nine-tailed ancestor who had long ascended to the upper realm. As it turned out, that ancestor was none other than a servant of our holy prince. He called himself an old servant, groveling and scraping. What nine-tailed ancestor? An absolute joke. Hearing this, Huarong seemed to grasp Lin Xuan's design. Immediately, Huarong sneered and began to play along with Lin Xuan. Thump! At these words, the Hun Tian Marquis' heart jolted again. Could Lin Xuan truly hold an immensely important position in the Hanlin sacred dynasty of the upper realm? Even the Hun Tian Marquis could not help but begin to doubt. Alas, holy prince, forgive me. All of this is the fault of the Stone Emperor and myself. I beg you in your great benevolence not to bring disaster upon the Stone Kingdom. Grant the people of my Stone Kingdom a path to survival. The Hun Tian Marquis' face darkened as he sighed. That is easily arranged. As long as you ascend to become the Stone Emperor with my aid, I naturally will not trouble the people of the Stone Kingdom. Lin Xuan swept a glance over the Hun Tian Marquis, his eyes gradually turning icy and sharp. His voice hoarse, he spoke each word deliberately. If you refuse to become the Stone Emperor, then one day I will slaughter the entire Stone Kingdom, turning every corner of it into a river of blood. Men shall be reduced to slavery, women to prostitution, living in burning suffering for generations to come. Demonic aura poured from every inch of Lin Xuan's body, perfectly matching his dreadful murderous words. It was impossible not to feel a chill seeping into one's very bones, with legs trembling beyond control. The Hun Tian Marquis, seeing Lin Xuan in such a state, felt a quake in his own heart. He knew that Lin Xuan was not exaggerating in the slightest. Lin Xuan truly possessed such power. After all, in the battle just concluded, Lin Xuan had already revealed a terrifying supreme potential. One could only imagine what a horrifying height Lin Xuan would reach once he fully matured. Were these the words of a righteous man? Surely not. Coercion, bribery, ruthless cruelty. Damn it all, he embodied the phrase arch-villain to its very essence. The Stone Emperor. I am not worthy. The current Stone Emperor Sure Hao is a mighty expert born with a supreme divine bone. Compared to him, the gap is far too vast. The Hun Tian Marquis was thoroughly intimidated by Lin Xuan's words. After a moment of silence, he sighed and spoke. What of a supreme divine bone? It's not as if I've never killed someone who had won. Are nobles and kings born with a superior bloodline. Marquis, I am not one to misjudge a man. If you become the Stone Emperor, the benevolent shall be invincible. A compassionate heart far outweighs any supreme divine bone. Lin Xuan reached out and patted the Hun Tian Marquis on the shoulder. Are nobles and kings born with a superior bloodline? At these words, the Hun Tian Marquis could not help but suck in a cold breath. Goosebumps erupted all over his body. The entire Zhuyin territory fell into dead silence. After all, Lin Xuan was a transmigrant in this world of fantasy and cultivation. No one had ever heard such a toxic, yet rousing creed. In that moment, one after another, they were all shaken beyond measure. Are kings and generals born to their station? These 8 words detonated like a great bell within every heart, leaving each person's mind ringing with thunder. Their faces were etched with utter disbelief. Your Highness the Saint Prince, what remarkable eloquence! Yun Yin drew a deep breath, then offered her praise with heartfelt sincerity. Those words were brimming with such overbearing authority that they lingered unforgettably in the mind. I will take that as your consent. Remember this is not a usurpation of power, but a quest for the welfare of all living souls under the Stone Kingdom. Lin Xuan declared with a faint smile, addressing Marquis Hun Tian. The Marquis Hun Tian remained silent, his mind shrouded in enigma. Ding! The loyalty of Marquis Hun Tian, a supporting character of the desolate Heavenly Emperor, has begun to waver. Under the host's silver tongue, the seeds of rebellion have taken root within his heart. The chosen child of destiny, the desolate Heavenly Emperor, has lost 2,000 points of destiny energy. The host is awarded 2,000 villain points. A system notification resounded. A smile curled at the corner of Lin Xuan's lips, and his mood brightened instantly. The reason he had spared Marquis Hun Tian was partly because he genuinely considered the man worthy of respect. Moreover, Lin Xuan understood that Marquis Hun Tian held an exalted position within the Stone Kingdom and was a trusted confidant of the Stone Emperor. If he could successfully win him over, it would be immensely advantageous in overthrowing the desolate Heavenly Emperor. Perhaps he would even reap system rewards which would be simply delightful. Hearing the system prompt, a smile blossomed unbidden upon Lin Xuan's face. Indeed, everything was proceeding exactly as he had anticipated. Hehe, Marquis Hun Tian, you did not answer me directly, but you are unaware that I possess the system. All of this is within the palm of my hand. Lin Xuan smiled, faintly speaking aloud. Boom. At that very moment, the heaven-suppressing talisman lived up to its name, successfully subduing the vermilion bird. Chirp, chirp. The vermilion bird shrieked at Lin Xuan in fury. Though he could not comprehend her words, he could tell from her countenance that she was seething with boundless rage. Without wasting a word, Lin Xuan stepped forward and kicked the vermilion bird over. She struggled to rise, intent on fighting back, but the very next second the icy cold blade of the seven demons' saber rested against her throat. Don't move. The blade has no eyes. Such beautiful feathers you have. It would be a shame if I accidentally slashed them to ribbons, Lin Xuan said coldly. Empowered by the heaven-suppressing talisman, the vermilion bird, however formidable, was nothing more than clay in Lin Xuan's hands. Moreover, his menacing words were terrifying enough to render her utterly motionless with fear. Lin Xuan knew that this vermilion bird had once been the guardian spirit of the Fire Kingdom and had been named Xiao Hong by the desolate Heavenly Emperor. She was female, and all females prized their appearance above all things. This tactic struck precisely at the heart of her fears, leaving her powerless to resist. Chirp chirp. Xiao Hong glared at Lin Xuan, roaring ceaselessly. Someone translate. Lin Xuan rubbed his forehead, able to guess her emotions, but not her exact words, which he found rather vexing. I can, Your Highness. At that moment Mao Qiu came dashing breathlessly before Lin Xuan nodded. Xiao Hong, the vermilion bird girl. This will be her designation from now on. Within this world's mythological system, which includes the primal chaos and the vermilion bird, she bears pure vermilion bird blood and is a childhood friend of the young desolate Heavenly Emperor, glared at Mao Qiu. Chirp chirp. Xiao Hong, that's uncalled for. A fine bird chooses the tree where it roosts. Why must you call me a lackey? Mao Qiu translated faithfully. Submit or die. Lin Xuan said to Xiao Hong. I have neither the time nor the patience for games. Xiao Hong grew even more incensed. With a cold snort, she turned her head away, refusing to even acknowledge Lin Xuan. Chirp chirp. Her cries were steeped in unmistakable derision. What did she say, eh? Lin Xuan looked at Mao Qiu. Mao Qiu's face twisted with awkwardness, and after a pensive pause he stammered. I am afraid to say. Speak when told to speak. Enough of this nonsense. Lin Xuan scowled at Mao Qiu. Xiao Hong says that a brat like you wanting her submission is nothing but a pipe dream. Mao Qiu reluctantly relayed Xiao Hong's words to Lin Xuan. Oh. Lin Xuan laughed upon hearing this. He suddenly activated the heaven-suppressing talisman. Chirp. A miserable blood-curdling shriek tore from Xiao Hong's beak. Her entire body convulsed violently, and the glossy radiance of her once lustrous feathers dimmed in that very instant. The ordeal lasted for the span of half an hour. Only when Lin Xuan judged that Xiao Hong could endure no more did he cease channeling the heaven-suppressing talisman. Huff huff huff. Xiao Hong collapsed to the ground, her breath faint on the verge of death. Lin Xuan smiled faintly. Yun, watching this, seemed unable to bear the sight. Seeing her compassionate heart, Lin Xuan spoke. There is no need for soft-heartedness. Were it not for my supreme treasure, I would likely have been burned to a crisp by now. His words reached the ears of all present, and everyone nodded in agreement. To a gentleman, one should extend the courtesies befitting a gentleman. Xiao Hong, relying on her lofty cultivation, had intended to slay Lin Xuan outright. Now that she had fallen into his hands, preaching mercy and kindness would be nothing short of foolishness. Yun's expression darkened, and she said no more. Xiao Hong panted heavily, fixed her gaze upon Lin Xuan. In her eyes there was no longer merely rage, but far more overwhelming terror. Clearly in Xiao Hong's eyes Lin Xuan was the very embodiment of a demon. I will give you one more chance. If you still refuse to submit to me, I will have someone pluck every feather from your body each day, then carve I was here into your flesh with the seven demons' saber. Morning, noon, day, and night you will be tormented once with the heaven-suppressing talisman. In the first half of the night, I will rest. But if I cannot fall asleep in the latter half, I will serve you an extra meal. Lin Xuan seized Xiao Hong and spoke coldly. His expression was so frigid and merciless that he seemed a malevolent fiend clawing his way out of the abyss steeped in sins too numerous to chronicle. Ling Qing, witnessing this, felt a strange sense of disorientation wash over her. At times Lin Xuan was righteous, fiery, and heroic, as when he treated Marquis Huntian with profound. Heroes revere heroes. Even though Marquis Huntian had come to execute him, Lin Xuan paid it no heed. Instead, he intended to help the Marquis overthrow the Stone Emperor's reign, and at other times he descended upon the world like a god of demons. This complexity within Lin Xuan was nothing short of astonishing, and at the same time deeply mesmerizing. Xiao Hong trembled all over, clearly terrified by Lin Xuan. Chirp chirp, chirp chirp, she cried out with all her remaining strength. Lin Xuan glanced at Mao Qiu. Demon. You absolute demon. Mao Qiu shuddered and hurriedly translated. Thank you for the compliment. Truly I am flattered. Lin Xuan smiled, faintly scratching the back of his head. Ding. Xiao Hong, a supporting character of the desolate Heavenly Emperor, has been coerced by the host into surrendering. Her Dao heart shattered, she is now forced to serve the host. The desolate Heavenly Emperor has lost 2,000 destiny points, and the host has gained 2,000 villain points. At the same time, another system notification resounded. Delightful. Wonderful. A faint smile curled on Lin Xuan's lips as sheer elation surged through his heart. Having successively subdued the Huntian Marquis and Xiaohong, Lin Xuan had directly gained 4 of his 0 villain points. Coupled with the 500 villain points he had previously retained, Lin Xuan now possessed a total of 4500 villain points in one resounding leap. This bargain, to be candid, had been exceedingly lucrative. Lin Xuan grinned at that moment. Get up. Stop playing dead, he said, coldly, casting a sidelong glance at Xiaohong. Xiaohong had been genuinely cowed by Lin Xuan. Drowned in sheer terror, she could no longer conjure even a trace of defiance against him. She could only stand obediently behind Lin Xuan, silent as a ghost. To Xiaohong, Lin Xuan was simply too terrifying. Holy Prince! At this moment the Huntian Marquis had evidently recovered considerably. He rose, bowed to Lin Xuan, and asked him, has your wound healed somewhat? So why didn't the Stone Emperor personally come to slay me? Lin Xuan inquired, his gaze fixed upon the Huntian Marquis. From his extensive dealings with so many children of fortune, Lin Xuan had learned that none of these favored scions were ordinary beings. To put it bluntly, none of them were fools. Moreover, Shi Hao, the desolate Heaven Emperor, had already attained the strength to contend with martial emperors within the Kanglan realm. In other words, if Shi Hao were to come in person to slay Lin Xuan, no one would be able to stop him. Lin Xuan found it rather perplexing, since Shi Hao so deeply resented him for slaying his younger brother Qin. Why had he not taken action to kill Lin Xuan himself? It was somewhat odd. After all, when one possesses the power to crush an opponent outright, why insist on dispatching underlings to do the deed? Wouldn't that merely grant the opponent room to grow, allowing him to rise, and ultimately overturn destiny itself? Surely this kind of plot is what only dim-witted villains would do. Lin Xuan muttered inwardly. It was just like back then. Yang Qi and Xiao Hua both loved to make some 3-year pact with Lin Xuan. In the end, however, they were casually crushed to death by Lin Xuan's very hand. Little fools, look how cocky you were. Stone Emperor recently obtained a supreme treasure from the Tianma Palace, and that treasure bears a seal. He wishes to unravel that seal, and thus he cannot spare his presence. The Huntian Marquis reported in full detail. Lin Xuan nodded. The matter of the Stone Emperor stealing a supreme treasure from the Tianma Palace was not unknown to Lin Xuan. Moreover, Hua Rong had informed Lin Xuan that the Stone Emperor had also stolen the supreme treasure belonging to the third-ranked martial emperor among the 72 cave lords. What exactly is this supreme treasure that it commands such attention from the Stone Emperor? Lin Xuan chuckled softly, shifting his gaze to Hua Rong and the Huntian Marquis as he spoke. This old man is not privy to that. The third cave lord is a beast tamer skilled in commanding exotic beasts in battle. As such, he is rather solitary by nature and hard to approach. All this old man knows is that the so-called supreme treasure in the third cave lord's possession is apparently the hereditary treasure of the beast tamer lineage. It was handed down to him by his own master. Unfortunately, even after all these years, the third cave lord has failed to break the seal upon the treasure. Hua Rong shared with Lin Xuan everything he knew. The Huntian Marquis mused for a moment, then said, this supreme treasure seems to require the national fortune of the Stone Kingdom to unseal it. Everything was on the verge of success. However, just when His Highness the Holy Prince slew Qin, how the Stone Emperor's luck seemed to take a downward turn, and the endeavor fell short at the final step. As for the details, the Stone Emperor is quite cautious and did not share much with me. I only know that this matter seems to be connected to the guardian spirit of Stone Village in the northern wilderness. When Lin Xuan heard the words, the Stone Emperor's luck seemed to take a downward turn. A knowing smile slipped across his face. Why would the Stone Emperor's luck turn bad? To tell the truth, the reason was all too simple. Precisely because Lin Xuan had slain Shi Hao and stripped away a portion of the fortune that rightfully belonged to Shi Hao, the desolate Heaven Emperor. That was why his luck had soured. Nevertheless, Lin Xuan remained exceedingly vigilant at heart. After all, he was now facing the legendary desolate Heaven Emperor. Across all the myriad realms save for the heaven-defying titans of the mythological primeval era, the desolate Heaven Emperor's battle prowess was utterly unrivaled in every other world. Even though the desolate Heaven Emperor had not yet reached his full growth, merely reigning as the Stone Emperor within the Kanglan realm, Lin Xuan still dared not underestimate him. Guardian Spirit. At the latter part of the Huntian Marquis' words, Lin Xuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Hold on. What did you say? The guardian spirit of Stone Village. Lin Xuan was utterly stunned. Naturally, he knew of Stone Village in the northern wilderness, the ancestral land of the Stone Clan beyond the 10,000 Great Mountains. It held a most exalted status within the Stone Clan. Yet as time flowed past, Stone Village, once the clan's ancestral ground, had long since faded into obscurity. By now, perhaps few people in the entire Stone Kingdom were even aware of Stone Village's existence. However, Lin Xuan knew that Shi Hao hailed from that very village. And though the village had declined, it possessed the most formidable guardian spirit of all, the Willow Deity. The legendary immortal king, the Willow Deity. Lin Xuan drew in a sharp breath, his heart surging with unrestrained excitement. He knew that even in the upper realm there were no powerhouses of the immortal king level. The willow deity must have come from an even more powerful world. Excellent. Very good. Lin Xuan took a deep breath. Light churned within his eyes. It was plain that he had begun to weave his own schemes. Because for Lin Xuan, since this fortune would determine whether the Stone Emperor could unseal the supreme treasure of the third cave lord of the Tianma Palace, the Stone Emperor's failure would be a blessing in his favor. At that thought, Lin Xuan could not help but feel a jolt of vigor. There were still nearly 2 months before the 7 gods martial emperor of the Tianma Palace would arrive at the Stone Kingdom. Lin Xuan needed to devise some means to shatter the Stone Emperor's fortune. By the way, do either of you know those who share a close relationship with the Stone Emperor? Could you tell me a little about them? Mao Qiao pondered for a while, then spoke. As for those closest to him, either the holy maiden you knew of the Butian sect, or the founding elder of the Butian sect, Ghost Elder. Butian sect? Could it be the very sect from the legend of the desolate Heaven Emperor? A thought suddenly flashed through Lin Xuan's mind. The holy maiden you knew and Ghost Elder. As far as I know, Luo Li, the second holy maiden of the Butian sect, has suffered severe injuries. Her cultivation veered off course, and she fell victim to a strange affliction that many alchemists are powerless to cure. And since your highness the Holy Prince has the aid of Senior Huarong, it would be the perfect opportunity to pay a visit to the Butian sect. With Senior Huarong's skill, there is no doubt he could cure the second holy maiden Luo Li. By then, if the Holy Prince wishes to approach the first holy maiden you knew, or even Ghost Elder, it should hardly prove difficult. The Huntian Marquis said to Lin Xuan. Although the Huntian Marquis did not understand why Lin Xuan wanted to approach those close to the Stone Emperor, he still told Lin Xuan everything he knew. Lin Xuan glanced at the Huntian Marquis and immediately saw through his thoughts. At once he gave a soft laugh and said to the Huntian Marquis, the Stone Emperor's power in the Stone Kingdom is deeply entrenched. If I am to help you ascend the throne of the Stone Emperor, I must uproot the foundation of his might. Thus his wings must be plucked one by one. The Huntian Marquis suddenly realized the truth. So everything Lin Xuan had done was for his sake. At this thought, a complex mixture of emotions welled up within the Huntian Marquis. To be honest, although he had been defeated by Lin Xuan and lacked the power to slay him, when it truly came to raising the banner of revolt and betraying the Stone Emperor, he was still hesitant and undecided. And yet Lin Xuan, a stranger he had never met before, was helping him with such wholehearted sincerity. This could not help but make the Huntian Marquis feel a pang of shame. Still, the Holy Prince is truly a divine being. So young, yet with such mature and formidable methods. Extraordinary. The Huntian Marquis mused secretly to himself. Your Highness the Holy Prince, I Hunshan am unworthy and failed to fulfill the grave task entrusted to me by Stone Emperor. Since that is the case, I shall not linger in the Zhuyao territory. If I remain too long, I fear the Stone Emperor will punish me. Huntian Marquis clasped his hands and said to Lin Xuan, taking his leave. Lin Xuan nodded, then after a moment of deliberation said to Huntian Marquis, you may leave, but Vermilion Bird Xiaohong must stay. Huntian Marquis nodded. Then bidding farewell to Lin Xuan, Huarong, and the others, he unfolded his martial wings and departed from that place. After all, Huntian Marquis was a martial king-level powerhouse. Even with his heavily wounded body, flying back to the Stone Kingdom was hardly a challenge. Holy Prince, that man did not agree to raise the banner of rebellion against the Stone Emperor, so why did you let him go? If he tells the Stone Emperor what happened today, and the Stone Emperor comes personally, I fear our current strength will not be enough to stop him. Huarong gazed at the direction Huntian Marquis had gone, fell silent for a moment, then spoke to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan smiled faintly, and then said, I trust my judgment. That man, for the sake of the lives of the Stone Kingdom's people, will surely follow my advice. Lin Xuan spoke with great confidence. Of course, Lin Xuan could not tell Huarong about the system. After all, that matter was too strange and sounded rather unbelievable. In the coming days you will stay put in this Zhuyao territory. If I discover that you have fled, I'll let you taste the might of my heaven-suppressing talisman. Lin Xuan glanced at Xiaohong, let out a cold laugh, and then spoke. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Xiaohong trembled uncontrollably. To be honest, Xiaohong now wished nothing more than to kill Lin Xuan. She hated Lin Xuan to the core. However, she did not dare to do anything to him. After all, a single heaven-suppressing talisman had completely subdued Xiaohong. Even if Xiaohong fled Divine Ape Mountain, Lin Xuan could still use the talisman in his hand to directly annihilate her. Xiaohong, having been struck by the talisman, understood this as well. At this moment, she was deeply regretful. If only she had known, she would never have obeyed the Stone Emperor's command to come and trouble Lin Xuan. Not only had Lin Xuan not been slain by her, but in the end Xiaohong had even become his slave. This was utterly miserable. Chirp chirp. Xiaohong let out 2 mournful cries, sounding utterly pitiful. It was her response to Lin Xuan's words. After settling these matters, Lin Xuan returned to the secret chamber and continued his cultivation in solitude. Through the battle with Huntian Marquis, Lin Xuan's comprehension of the martial way had advanced considerably. Moreover, his cultivation realm had stepped into the third level of the martial realm. Having just broken through, Lin Xuan also needed some time to firmly consolidate his cultivation. A day later, in the Stone Kingdom's imperial capital, within the royal palace, a beam of light flashed as Huntian Marquis unfolded his martial wings and flew into the palace. Afterward, the Stone Emperor received Huntian Marquis in the imperial study. The Stone Emperor appeared somewhat weary. His once valiant and imposing countenance was now haggard. The Stone Emperor was already a powerhouse at the upper third level of the martial king realm, and thanks to his sovereign bone, his strength could be said to be formidable. Indeed, the sovereign bone constitution was absolutely second to none throughout the entire Kanglan realm. This also meant that the Stone Emperor's physique was extraordinarily powerful. That a powerhouse of this level should appear so exhausted was truly astonishing. How did the matter I entrusted to you go away? The Stone Emperor glanced at Huntian Marquis and spoke. Huntian Marquis let out a sigh, a look of sorrow spreading across his face. Thud. Huntian Marquis knelt before the Stone Emperor and said, "Your Majesty, this subordinate is incompetent. This expedition failed to slay Lin Xuan." What? The Stone Emperor sure how widened his eyes in utter disbelief upon hearing Huntian Marquis' words. He knew well what Huntian Marquis was capable of. Moreover, the Stone Emperor had sent a powerhouse like Vermilion Bird Xiaohong to assist Huntian Marquis. Yet even so they still failed. The Stone Emperor felt as though he were in a dream. How is that possible? Even if Hua Rong by Lin Xuan's side had acted, she could not have stopped Vermilion Bird. The Stone Emperor took a deep breath, then looked at Huntian Marquis. In his view, there must be something suspicious about this. Your Majesty, that Lin Xuan possesses extraordinary combat prowess. At the third level of the martial king realm, he actually defeated me. Moreover, he produced a talisman and subdued Vermilion Bird outright. Huntian Marquis said to the Stone Emperor. A third-level martial king had defeated Huntian Marquis. What kind of battle power was that? Terrifying beyond imagination. The Stone Emperor was also startled by Huntian Marquis' words. For a long while he could not utter a single word. Even he himself, possessing the sovereign bone, and being a heaven-born human sovereign, could not claim that at the third level of the martial king realm, he could challenge someone above his rank and defeat Huntian Marquis. Yet Lin Xuan had accomplished it. What did that mean? It meant that Lin Xuan's combat power surpassed even his own. A single talisman was enough to subdue Vermilion Bird, a 9th-level martial king, Vermilion Bird. And how did you manage to escape? The Stone Emperor stared hard at Huntian Marquis, speaking each word slowly and deliberately. Huntian Marquis knew that suspicion had already taken root in the Stone Emperor's heart. Huntian Marquis raised his head and looked directly at the Stone Emperor, then said, "After all, Lin Xuan is a holy prince from the upper realm. Who knows what treasures from the upper realm he carries that are beyond the understanding of the Kanglan realm? This is hardly surprising. From this it is clear that Lin Xuan's status in the upper realm is likely not low. As for how I escaped, I do not know either. All I know is that after Lin Xuan defeated me, he did not make things difficult for me." Huntian Marquis spoke with half-truths. In the words above, Huntian Marquis had not lied, yet it was only half true and half false. At the same time, he did not mention how Lin Xuan had tried to turn him to raise an army and overthrow the Stone Emperor's rule. The Stone Emperor narrowed his eyes at Huntian Marquis. After a long while, the Stone Emperor seemed to believe Huntian Marquis' words. Then a flash of rage passed through his eyes and he spoke. "It seems Lin Xuan deliberately spared your life. This is a show of defiance against me." The Stone Emperor laughed coldly, murderous intent surging in his gaze. Huntian Marquis, hearing the Stone Emperor's words, said nothing in response. He knelt silently before the Stone Emperor, not uttering a single word. The Stone Emperor's chest rose and fell unceasingly. The fury in his eyes was almost tangible, threatening to burst forth, a ravenous instinct to single out a prey and devour him. It was clear to the Stone Emperor that Lin Xuan's action was a challenge to him, one that filled him with immense displeasure, even though Lin Xuan was the holy prince of the upper realm. Yet the Stone Emperor was haughty and proud. Even though in his youth he had endured a great catastrophe, his supreme bone was torn from him and he was cast into the ancestral land of the Stone Clan. The desolate Heaven Emperor, the Stone Emperor, had indeed known misery in his childhood. But a favored child of destiny remains a child of destiny. Before long, the Stone Emperor met the Willow Deity. Guided by the Willow Deity, he rose swiftly from obscurity. In no more than a few years, he reached the pinnacle of the Stone Kingdom and became the Stone Emperor. Throughout that process, countless peerless prodigies attempted to challenge and humiliate the Stone Emperor, but in the end, all of them were ruthlessly suppressed by him. Thus could one see how terrifying the Stone Emperor was. On his path of ascension, whenever he encountered provocation, he would simply deliver a flurry of thunderous slaps. When had he ever suffered humiliation? Now Lin Xuan's decision to release Marquis Huntian was to the Stone Emperor a heinous mortification. Where is the Vermilion Bird? Why did he not release the Vermilion Bird? With a dark expression, the Stone Emperor asked Marquis Huntian. The vermilion bird. She has been taken by Lin Xuan as his mount. Marquis Huntian hesitated for a moment, then replied. A mount? Damn it. What the hell is this? The dignified guardian spirit of the Fire Kingdom actually became Lin Xuan's mount. The Stone Emperor's eyes bulged, and for an instant he could not tell whether rage or shock dominated. In the northern wasteland, there had originally been two great nations, the Stone Kingdom and the Fire Kingdom. But later the Fire Emperor of the Fire Kingdom discovered a profound secret, and the entire royal family of the Fire Kingdom ascended to the upper realm. Thus the Fire Kingdom fell. Its territory and subjects were devoured by the Stone Kingdom. And the vermilion bird, as the former guardian spirit of the Fire Kingdom, naturally possessed strength not to be underestimated. Moreover, its status was extremely exalted. Even the Stone Emperor had to treat the vermilion bird with reverence. After all, the vermilion bird had been the Fire Kingdom's guardian spirit. Who could have imagined that such a venerable vermilion bird would become Lin Xuan's mount? The Stone Emperor instantly felt his blood pressure rising, barely able to suppress it. Abomination. This is an insult, a complete insult. The Stone Emperor gnashed his teeth so hard that they made grinding noises, his fists clenched tight. A face that was once handsome and fair now turned deeply crimson. If Lin Xuan were in front of him at this very moment, the Stone Emperor would spare no effort, do anything imaginable to slay him. Once I, with the Stone Kingdom's destiny as my fuel, unlock the supreme treasure of the Demon Heaven Palace's third cave master, then that shall be the moment Lin Xuan perishes. Boom. The Stone Emperor's palm slammed onto the marble table beside him. In an instant, the marble table dissolved into soaring ash and scattered away. Seeing the Stone Emperor in such a fury, Marquis Huntian rolled his eyes, then took a step forward and asked, Your Majesty, what exactly is that supreme treasure of the third cave master of the Demon Heaven Palace? And why did Your Majesty previously say it had something to do with the guardian spirit of the Stone Clan's ancestral land? If Lin Xuan has the Demon Heaven Palace behind him, and the assassination attempt has already failed, I fear complications have arisen. Lin Xuan will be even more vigilant, and with the protection of the Demon Heaven Palace, I'm afraid killing him will be extremely difficult. Marquis Huntian heaved a sigh, a note of helplessness in his voice. Ordinarily, the Stone Emperor was extremely cautious. Even Marquis Huntian, one of his confidants, was never allowed to learn many of the secrets about him. But now the Stone Emperor had clearly become somewhat irrational. His chest heaving slightly at Marquis Huntian's words, the Stone Emperor sneered. As long as the guardian spirit of the Stone Clan's ancestral land is willing to make a move, the mere Demon Heaven Palace is not worth worrying about. Marquis Huntian was taken aback, then said, Is this Willow guardian spirit really so terrifying? But if it is truly invincible, then why doesn't Your Majesty ask this guardian spirit of the Stone Clan's ancestral land to take action? Marquis Huntian drew in a sharp breath. He was quite familiar with the Stone Emperor. The man had a deep mind and ruthless methods. But his only virtue was that he never exaggerated. Since he had said so, the guardian spirit of the Stone Clan's ancestral land must indeed be extremely fearsome. Do you think I don't want to? Though the Willow deity taught me to cultivate and treated me well, it remains detached from the mortal world and refuses to involve itself in these tangled disputes. The Stone Emperor sighed and shook his head, a hint of helplessness appearing on his face. But before long, the Stone Emperor's gaze grew sharper once more, and with fervor he declared, This third cave master carried the orthodoxy of the Beastmaster lineage. It is rumored that his supreme treasure is also related to beast taming. If I can unlock its crucial secret, I will surely be able to control the Willow deity. And when that day comes, the entire Kanglan realm shall be mine. A scorching light gradually blazed up in the Stone Emperor's eyes, and he cackled with a sinister laugh. At these words, Marquis Huntian was thunderstruck, unable to speak for a long time. He could never have imagined that the Stone Emperor would be twisted to such an extent. After all, the Willow deity had helped the Stone Emperor rise every step of the way. Yet in the blink of an eye, the Stone Emperor intended to kill the donkey after it had finished its work to tear down the bridge once he had crossed the river. To go to all that trouble, risking life and limb, with Zhu Yin gravely wounded, to steal the supreme treasure from the Demon Heaven Palace, only to use it against his own benefactor. What a fine example of a broad bean flower, Blackheart. What a man who chews charcoal. His conscience is wholly stained black. Such a sovereign. Huh. The Holy Prince was right. If this man is to rule the Stone Kingdom, then by helping him I would truly betray the entire Stone Kingdom. I must never let Sure How drag the Stone Kingdom into the abyss. A resolute gleam passed through Marquis Huntian's eyes as he mused silently. What the Stone Emperor did was essentially the Kanglan realm's rendition of the hapless Donghua sheltering the wolf, or the foolish farmer warming the viper. To his benefactor he was already so heartless. What then would he do to the commoners of the Stone Kingdom? In that instant, Marquis Huntian fully comprehended the Stone Emperor's darkness. He felt even his own body beginning to tremble. After all, the sheer darkness of the man made one's hair stand on end just to be near him. Your Majesty, before long our stone kingdom will unify the Kanglan realm, and your Majesty will reign supreme over the world. Though his mind churned, Marquis Huntian hid his disgust adeptly, and instead showered the stone emperor with praises and encomiums. No, my purpose is to make the 9 heavens and 10 earths bow beneath my feet. The stone emperor sneered, the supreme bone on his chest gleaming faintly with divine radiance. He lifted his head toward the firmament and laughed coldly. The words were saturated with overbearing might, as if he already saw the myriad realms of existence kneeling at his feet. Marquis Huntian's visage dimmed. Oh heavens! Your judgment is far too poor. Why did you grant this man the supreme bone, and even the birthright of the human race as sovereign? If the human race truly came under his rule, could there be any hope of survival? Marquis Huntian's face grew livid. Inwardly he loudly cursed the injustice of heaven. At this very moment, at the foot of Bushian Immortal Peak, Bushian City was a cacophony of voices. The Bushian sect hereby offers a hefty reward, summoning the great alchemists of the Kanglan realm to heal the second Saintess Luo Li. If there is a master healer with wondrous skill, we humbly beseech you to come to the Immortal Peak. Within the city gate, people crowded around the notice, exclaiming with great excitement. This Butian city was a city of the Shur Kingdom. Within it lived martial artists and ordinary folk alike. However, the Butian sect was also an unmatched Dao lineage, counted among the 1 Academy, 7 sects, and 12 peaks. Not to mention ordinary citizens, even in the hearts of martial artists, it was an exalted holy land. The Butian sect and the Shihuang sect were the 2 orthodox Dao lineages of the Beihuang wilderness. The Shihuang sect was controlled by the mighty experts of the Shur clan. In bygone years there was the great demon god Shur Tian, and also the golden spear Shur Ling. These were all formidable experts of the past. And among the younger generation, the clan had produced 3 supremes in one household. There were the Supreme Bone brothers, Shur Hao and Qin Hao, and Shur Yi, the one with double pupils. The Shihuang sect, namely the Shur clan, not only possessed peak-level combat power, but also ruled over the Shur kingdom. Therefore, throughout the entire Beihuang, it could be regarded as the strongest existence, and could be considered the ruler of Beiwang's imperial power. The Butian sect, in contrast, followed a different path from the Shihuang sect. The Butian sect had few disciples. Though small in number, it stood aloof and transcendent atop the Butian Immortal Peak. From time to time, its disciples would descend the mountain to heal the wounded and rescue the dying, recruiting those with aptitude to come up the mountain and become disciples of the Butian sect. Thus, in the hearts of Beiwang's common folk, the Butian sect was revered and yearned for far more than the Shihuang sect. It was akin to a divine authority independent of imperial power. Meanwhile, the Butian sect's second Saintess Luo Li had fallen gravely ill with no one able to cure her, and this matter had spread throughout the entire Beihuang. In Butian City, the nearest city to the Butian sect, the citizens eagerly spread word of this matter by mouth. However, around the notice board, the people of Butian City were packed in layers upon layers, utterly impenetrable. They whispered to one another, yet no one had the ability to step forward and take down the notice. They merely treated it as coming here to watch the excitement. And it was at this very moment that a group of black-clad figures surged into Butian City. Although these people had concealed their martial aura, the bone-chilling killing intent radiating from them still seemed somewhat desolate. At their lead was a young man in pristine white robes with a black long blade strapped to his back. His features were handsome and extraordinary, sword-like brows and starry eyes, a tall and stalwart figure, making him look like a graceful, immortal scholar. However, the long blade behind him flickered with an eerie red glow. Elegance and uncanny eeriness, 2 completely distinct auras, were perfectly fused within this young man. This young man rode a fiery red great bird accompanied by a massive ape with crimson and yellow fur. These 2 fierce beasts looked ferocious and terrifying, yet before the young man they were as obedient as little dogs. This young man was none other than Lin Xuan. Behind Lin Xuan followed his 2 maidservants, Yun Yin and Ling Qing, whose beauty and bearing drew continuous praise from the citizens of Butian City. Whoosh! Lin Xuan raised his hand, and the true qi in his palm suddenly transformed into a pulling force. As the suction surged, the so-called pill-seeking notice, posted to find an alchemist to cure the second Saintess, fell right into Lin Xian's hand. Senior Huarong, you don't mind if I disguise myself as a benevolent healer, do you? Mainly I'm borrowing your abilities to swindle a bit. With a beaming smile, Lin Xuan said with a light chuckle to Huarong behind him. Lin Xuan could sense that the pill-seeking notice seemed to contain a formation capable of sending messages. Lin Xuan had taken down the notice right here precisely so the Butian sect would receive the news. Wow, this young man actually took down the notice. Tisk, extraordinary. This young man has an extraordinary bearing. He must not be an ordinary person. Even if he's not ordinary, so what? The second Saintess has been ill for over half a year now. With the Butian sect's capabilities, they naturally sought many alchemy masters to treat her, yet didn't they all return in defeat? That's right. This young man is only around 20. Even if he has some skill, how could he possibly compare to those grand masters steeped in the alchemical Tao? Alas, in the end it's the recklessness of youth. Perhaps he's after the Butian sect's generous reward. As they say, under a heavy reward there will always be bold takers. But this reward from the Butian sect is not so easy to claim. What a respectable young man. He's about to be humiliated. After Lin Xuan tore down the pill-seeking notice, it immediately stirred waves of exclamations from the people of Butian City. Obviously for these people, Lin Xuan's action was undoubtedly big news. Crouch down, spread your wings. Lin Xuan kicked the head of the vermilion bird Xiao Hong and shouted. Xiao Hong felt extremely wronged. However, because of the heaven-suppressing talisman, her very life was in Lin Xuan's hands. Even though Lin Xuan treated her so roughly, Xiao Hong dared not show the slightest defiance. Xiao Hong obediently complied. Lin Xuan stretched lazily and lay directly on Xiao Hong's back. Her enormous back together with her spread wings looked like a huge bed. Moreover, the extremely soft feathers made Lin Xuan feel exceptionally comfortable. Yunin Ling Qing, give this prince a shoulder massage and rub my legs. Lin Xuan then spoke to Yunin and Ling Qing. The two women exchanged a glance and couldn't help but smile wryly. It had to be said that this holy prince's temperament was rather amusing. He actually used the back of the Fire Nation's ceremonial spirit beast, the vermilion bird, as a bed. That idea was truly quite remarkable. Lin Xuan lazily stretched his body. Before long, two streaks of swordlight shot over. They hovered in the sky. The two martial artists, manifesting their martial wings, looked down into Butian City. Senior brother, look, the pill-seeking notice is in that person's hand. A female martial artist with big eyes, a round face, and a rather cute appearance pointed downward and said to the scar-faced man beside her. The woman was named Linger and the man was named Ba Dao. Both were core disciples of the Butian sect, and their cultivation had already reached the martial grandmaster realm. Within the Butian sect, they could be considered two formidable experts. A snotty-nosed brat dares to take down the notice. Does he really think the Butian sect has this much leisure time to be toyed with that? Well, Ba Dao lived up to his name. He was extremely domineering. Seeing Lin Xuan's lazy appearance, he immediately felt a surge of anger. After hearing Ba Dao's words, Linger's lips moved slightly, but in the end she didn't say much. In Linger's view, although these people had concealed their auras, they didn't look like weaklings. However, Linger knew senior brother Ba Dao's character well. Even when no one provoked him, he would still make sarcasm. Now that someone had taken down the notice forcing senior brother Ba Dao to make a trip, she was afraid that Ba Dao would teach this young man a lesson. Senior brother, I think we should be more cautious. Linger thought it over and decided to properly advise her senior brother Ba Dao to prevent him from stirring up any trouble. Where is he? Before Linger's voice even faded, she suddenly realized that there was no one in front of her. Not a trace of a person remained. Only then did Linger snap back to reality. Her senior brother Ba Dao had already set off toward that young man in Butian City. That senior brother Ba Dao is so infuriating. Linger came to her senses and stamped her feet in frustration, cursing inwardly. But since she could not stop senior brother Ba Dao, all she could do was sigh in regret and follow after him. At that moment, Ba Dao descended into Butian City. With a face full of overbearing arrogance and bulging menace, he fixed his eyes on Lin Xuan, gave a cold snort, and barked, "Hey, you there, boy? What business do you have tearing down the alchemy-seeking notice?" Ba Dao's arrogant bearing was so absurd that it made him look utterly foolish. Lin Xuan rolled his eyes, then let out a light chuckle. "You are a member of Butian sect." Ba Dao laughed loudly, then flicked his wide sleeve. His outer robe fluttered in the wind, revealing the embroidered garment beneath stitched with the two characters Butian. "Unless you are blind, I should think you already know whether I am from Butian sect," Ba Dao said with a sneer. Boom. The moment those words left Ba Dao's mouth, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. Yunin and Ling Qing exchanged strange looks at Ba Dao's expression, for they knew all too well that anyone who offended Lin Xuan would meet a miserable end. Now this Ba Dao had jumped out to provoke Lin Xuan directly. Was that not nothing short of courting death? "How dare you?" Wu Liuyi snorted coldly. A murderous glint flashed between his brows. The aura of a martial ancestor burst forth, violently surging toward Ba Dao. Ba Dao's face changed. He raised his hand, and a treasured dark iron saber appeared within his grasp. Blade aura roared forth in waves, barely managing to block Wu Liuyi's momentum. Hiss! A martial ancestor. This. Wu Liuyi began to find the situation rather troublesome. He had not expected the person before him to be a martial ancestor powerhouse. After all, Ba Dao himself, a personal disciple of Butian sect, was merely a martial ancestor and nothing more. "Wu Liuyi, you rogue, where are your manners? How can you be so rude to brother Ba Dao? He is after all a distinguished master of Butian sect." Lin Xuan shook his head and spoke. Wu Yui saw that Ba Dao's words carried disrespect toward Lin Xuan, and rage burned fiercely within his heart. Yet upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, Wu Yui dared not say another word. After all, Lin Xuan possessed absolute authority over these heavenly demon guards. This subordinate knows his error. Thump! Wu Yui knelt before Lin Xuan. Ba Dao stared at Lin Xuan in astonishment. The scene before him had somewhat overturned his understanding. The black-robed warrior's strength was formidable. Even he could not claim a sure victory over him. Yet this black-robed warrior was actually so subservient to that young man. This. What was going on? Linger landed, saw the scene, and hastily stepped in to smooth things over. Esteemed sir, I apologize. My senior brother has a rather hasty temper. If he has offended you in any way, please forgive him. Lin Xuan pondered for a moment, then shook his head, and said, no matter. I am a man of great magnanimity. These words came from the bottom of Lin Xuan's heart. After all, given his current strength and status, he would not bother with a mere martial ancestor. Naturally, he would not sulk over such a warrior. For instance, would a fierce tiger halt its stride because an ant dared to clamor at it? Of course not. At that moment, Ba Dao, who had only just suppressed his anger, heard Lin Xuan's words and flew into a thunderous rage. Lin Xuan called himself a great man who does not hold a petty man's faults against him. Did this not mean Lin Xuan was the great man, while he Ba Dao was nothing more than a petty villain? Damn it. This is utterly insulting. You there, boy? You are nothing but a milk-mouthed brat spouting nonsense. The alchemy-seeking notice of Batian's sect. Do you think you can just tear it down whenever you please? Ba Dao stepped forward, blade aimed at Lin Xuan. It seemed this was clearly a challenge. Come, let me see whether you have the strength for this. Ba Dao sputtered curses. By now Lin Xuan's expression had darkened. He had not expected Ba Dao to be so utterly unreasonable and blind to his own good. After all, Lin Xuan had already yielded again and again. He had not expected. A kind man gets bullied, a gentle horse gets ridden. Xiao Hong, rough him up. Lin Xuan kicked the vermilion bird Xiao Hong at his feet and gave the order. Xiao Hong, having just been kicked by Lin Xuan, was naturally displeased. Yet before Lin Xuan, Xiao Hong had no choice at all. Thus when Xiao Hong looked at Ba Dao again, the meaning in its eyes had changed. Its gaze seemed to say, kid, you are out of luck. Arrogant brat, prepare to die. Ba Dao stamped his foot, and his body shot abruptly into midair. A flash of blade light gleamed in his hand. The dark iron treasured saber slashed down toward Lin Xuan's head with terrifying sharpness. At that moment, Xiao Hong raised its head and blasted out a stream of flame. Boom! A thunderous crash rang out. Ba Dao sensed that the flame carried boundless might. A mere wisp of it seemed capable of instantly annihilating him. Ba Dao hurriedly pulled back his saber and held it across his body in defense. Boom! Another thunderous crash resounded. Ba Dao felt a sweet coppery taste well up in his throat, and he spat out blood. The so-called treasured dark iron saber in his hand had already melted into molten iron. Chirp, chirp. At the sight, Xiao Hong's eyes even gleamed with excitement. It seemed that for Xiao Hong, tormenting this Ba Dao provided the perfect outlet for all the humiliation it had suffered at Lin Xuan's hands. Xiao Hong spread both wings. In an instant, the demonic aura surging through those wings transformed into a ferocious gale that swept toward Ba Dao. Before Ba Dao could react, crack, 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 a series of horrifying sounds rang out. Aya! The bones of all four of Ba Dao's limbs were shattered by Xiao Hong's demonic wind. Chirp, chirp. That freak Xiao Hong seemed not yet satisfied with the torment and was about to strike again. At that moment, Ba Dao was breathing his last, more breath leaving than entering. Esteemed sir, my senior brother misspoke. But please, for the sake of Batian's sect, spare my senior brother's life. At that moment, Linger snapped back to her senses. Seeing Ba Dao lying on the ground in a miserable state, she hastily begged Lin Xuan for mercy. That freak Xiao Hong heard Linger's words, but simply turned a deaf ear. After all, it had been tormented so miserably by Lin Xuan. Having finally found a punching bag, how could it give that up? It had to vent properly. Enough. Just as Xiao Hong was about to unleash its fury, Lin Xuan's voice came from behind it. What rotten luck. A flicker of disappointment passed through Xiao Hong's eyes. After all, for Xiao Hong, letting such a perfect opportunity slip away was truly a pity. Yet when faced with Lin Xuan, Xiao Hong dared not show the slightest resistance. Ba Dao, drenched in sweat, lay on the ground like a dead dog. At this moment, Ba Dao's heart was filled with nothing but regret. Only now did he truly understand what kind of existence he had offended. I will keep this man. Go fetch someone from Batian's sect to save him. Lin Xuan uttered casually to this. Linger was momentarily stunned after hearing Lin Xuan's words. After all, as disciples of the Batian sect, they were not the least bit inferior, even when facing the Stone Clan in Beihuang. Few would ever dare to use the lives of Batian sect disciples as a threat. Unexpected. What an oddity today is. As you command. Please wait a moment, sir. Linger took a deep breath. Then with a flash of light in her hand, a long, narrow treasure appeared, colored red, white, blue, and black. This treasure was named the Batian Ling. The Butian Ling was formed from the branches of the divine vine in the Butian Pavilion. Its primary function was to allow disciples to send a distress signal to the Butian Pavilion when they encountered danger. Red, white, blue, and black. These were the 4 levels. They also symbolized the 4 degrees of crisis encountered by Butian disciples. Red was the most dangerous, white came next, and black was the lightest. Without thinking twice, Linger directly took out the red Butian Ling. She raised it high and infused it with. In an instant, the Butian Ling burst forth with intense crimson radiance. Swish! A beam of red light shot upward, dyeing the entire sky crimson, turning it into a red glow. From atop Butian immortal peak, streaks of light immediately soared into the air and headed toward Butian City. A red-level crisis. The disciples of the Butian sect had not encountered such a thing in Beihuang for decades. Moreover, it had happened right at Butian City at the foot of Butian immortal peak. To the Butian sect, this was a provocation. Linger, what is going on? Above in the sky, the first to arrive were 3 elders. One of them, an old man with snow-white hair and beard, looked at Linger and spoke. I report to the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and the Third Elder. This man claimed the pill-seeking list. Senior Brother Ba Dao, in a moment of impulse, spoke rudely to him and was subdued by him. He said he would only release him once an elder of our Butian sect arrived. Linger explained to the 3 elders in the sky. This Linger clearly had an extremely upright character. There was not the slightest hint of partiality toward her own senior brother in her words. Instead, she recounted the matter in full, plainly and neatly. Even though Lin Xuan had imprisoned Ba Dao, Linger also made it clear that Ba Dao had offended Lin Xuan first. Hearing Linger's words, Lin Xuan could not help nodding secretly. This girl named Linger was indeed quite remarkable. In her speech, there was no trace of bias at all. She spoke purely about the facts, was lovely in appearance, and spoke quite charmingly. In his heart, Lin Xuan actually felt some admiration for Linger. These 3 elders were precisely the 3 great elders of the Butian sect. All 3 were experts at the Martial King realm. Hearing this, the Grand Elder, who had the most fiery temper, felt as if he would explode on the spot. The Grand Elder saw Ba Dao collapsed on the ground, barely breathing. His aged face was shrouded in bleak gloom. The Grand Elder could not help but want to weep with grief. Ba Dao, my disciple, my disciple. The Grand Elder beat his chest and stamped his feet. It turned out that Ba Dao was the Grand Elder's personal disciple. The Butian sect had few disciples. Therefore, this disciple was like the Grand Elder's own son. Seeing his own son now reduced to such a state by Lin Xuan, how could the Grand Elder feel any better? Boy'll make you pay blood for blood. The Grand Elder's eyes were blood-red as he roared. The 3 elders exchanged glances, and then, without distinguishing right from wrong, they launched a triangular assault on Lin Xuan. Hua Rong's eyes sharpened, and he wanted to intervene, but he saw Lin Xuan shake his head. The Butian sect's 3 great elders, is it? Sorry, but you are old. Lin Xuan gave a cold laugh, then drew the 7-demon saber from behind his back. In the blink of an eye, almost instantly, the 3 elders had already flown before Lin Xuan. 3-foot chi walls pushed out in unison, wielding power that could nearly destroy heaven and earth. Third/war lament. Lin Xuan's eyes abruptly turned blood-red. The long saber in his hand swept forward. In an instant, boundless blood-red light stained the heavens. A single slash was enough to sweep across heaven and earth. 3 thick streams of saber chi began to transform into 3 blood-red gods of slaughter. One slash hacked out, and heaven and earth changed color. The sun and moon lost their light. Everything seemed to vanish, leaving only a blood-red long saber waging war between heaven and earth. This baleful aura is too terrifying. Seeing this, the Grand Elder's eyes widened with horror, and his entire body nearly trembled. The Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and the Third Elder were all experts at the 7th level of the Martial King realm. But in front of Lin Xuan's slash, they felt like a lone skiff on the boundless sea, completely unable to act according to their own will. The powerful, baleful aura trapped all 3 elders, constantly assaulting their bodies. Bang, bang, bang. 3 thunderous sounds rang out. At that same moment, all 3 elders were sent flying backward. The 3-foot chi wall of the Martial King realm was also slashed to pieces by Lin Xuan's single stroke. Silence. Utter silence. Everyone stared at Lin Xuan, dumbstruck. Linger's mouth hung wide open, her eyes filled with disbelief. Her face, which still had some baby fat, seemed to have swollen a size larger from shock. As for Ba Dao, he had originally thought that with his master and 2 martial uncles acting together, they would surely slay this arrogant young man. Unexpectedly, with just 1 slash, all 3 great elders were coughing blood. This reality, like a thug, had dealt Ba Dao a loud, sharp slap across the face, leaving him utterly unable to speak. Yet a trace of surprise flashed across Hua Rong's face. After all, before this, Lin Xuan had fought alone against Marquis Hunshan, a 7th-level Martial King expert, and had been locked in a bitter, evenly matched battle. But only a few days had passed, and Lin Xuan could already sweep through 3 7th-level Martial King experts with his own strength. Such talent was simply monstrous. Hua Rong even secretly thought to himself he did not know how much more time Lin Xuan needed before Lin Xuan would surpass him. Who exactly are you? The Grand Elder wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a wary look on his face, as he questioned Lin Xuan. Earlier the Grand Elder had seen Ba Dao tormented into such a state by Lin Xuan. In his burning rage he had lost his senses for a moment and rashly attacked Lin Xuan. After being ruthlessly slapped in the face, the Grand Elder suddenly felt a lingering fear. After all, in the Kanglan realm, an expert who possessed such means and strength at such an age was definitely no me. Since I claimed the pill-seeking list, of course I intended to come and treat your second sanctus. Unfortunately, every one of you in the Butian sect seems not to want your Butian sect's second sanctus to live. The corners of Lin Xuan's lips curled into a smile as he spoke with a double meaning. This. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, the Grand Elder could not help shooting a vicious glare at Ba Dao. It was all this imbecile of a disciple's fault for making him lose all face. So you jest. Who knows how many alchemists have already come to examine our second sanctus? I'm afraid that apart from Hua Rong, the demonic medical hand of the Tianma Palace, no one else has the ability to heal our Butian sect's second sanctus. The Grand Elder spoke. After seeing the power of Lin Xuan's slash, just now the three great elders had come to understand exactly how terrifying the young man before them was. His tone had indeed become much more polite. However, as the Grand Elder said this, an involuntary trace of mockery appeared on his face. The demonic medical hand of the Tianma Palace. How could he be invited so easily? Lin Xuan smiled faintly, then looked toward Butian Immortal Peak, which soared into the clouds, and said loudly, "Sir, have you seen enough of this show?" As he said this, Lin Xuan infused his true qi into his throat. He sank his qi into his dantian, and then it transformed into wave after wave of sound that spread outward into the distance. The crowd heard Lin Xuan's words and could not help but look astonished. They had no idea what he meant by that. Could it be that some powerful figure lurked here? After Lin Xuan spoke, Hua Rong frowned and thought to himself, "Yet even I failed to sense any presence. By all reasoning, it should be impossible for some great being to hide." Hua Rong was shaken, feeling utterly bewildered. For Hua Rong, he was a peak martial king powerhouse. If the newcomer was below the martial emperor realm, given Hua Rong's abilities, he should have sensed their presence. At this moment, he had not sensed the other's existence, yet Lin Xuan could perceive it. This seemed rather unusual. If the newcomer was above the martial emperor realm, then Hua Rong's failure to sense them would seem natural. However, that Lin Xuan could sense them was undoubtedly shocking. Could it be that the holy prince is playing tricks, having gone mad? A thought involuntarily flashed through Hua Rong's mind. Just then, mysterious radiance burst forth across the sky as winds and clouds shifted dramatically. Waves of qi roared, even scattering the clouds at the horizon. With a flash of sword light, a white-robed elder with flowing hair and an immortal bearing appeared before the crowd. The elder stroked his beautiful beard, then looked at Lin Xuan, nodded, and said, "Little one, I didn't expect your perception to be so sharp. Even I was discovered by you." Hua Rong saw the elder, smiled slightly, and said, "Old fellow, it's been years since we last met. It seems your cultivation has grown again. Even I failed to notice you." Hua Rong looked at the elder and nodded to himself. Who was this person? He was none other than the current master of the Butian sect. This Butian sect had a peculiar custom. Once one became the sect master, all former titles and glories were shed, and one was known simply as the Butian sect master. The reason for this was quite simple. That is, within the northern wasteland, the Butian sect had far fewer members compared to the Stone clan. However, the Butian sect's strength far surpassed any lineage in the eastern Xian divine province. Among its traditions, the sect master's renaming of identity was one such unique practice. Before assuming the role of sect master, he might have been backed by various forces and lineages. But from the moment he became the Butian sect master, he severed all ties with the mortal world. All interests were to prioritize the Butian sect. There was also no hidden concern of fairness or unfairness toward its members. The Butian sect master looked at Hua Rong, then chuckled, and said, "From the moment you appeared at Butian City, I sensed the arrival of you old bastard. I just didn't expect this young man to be the one to take down the notice. I was curious, so I hid to the side, yet I never expected that you old bastard wouldn't notice me. Instead, this young man found me. Hey, old bastard, after all these years you still haven't improved." A faint smile curled at the corner of the Butian sect master's lips, and the arc of his smile seemed pregnant with meaning. Clearly from the curve of the sect master's smile, his expression, and his form of address for Hua Rong, he and Hua Rong, the heavenly physician demonic hand, were evidently old acquaintances. Heh. I can't compare to this kid. If you have a weak disposition, you'd probably be angered to death by him. Old thing, you're obsessed with the martial way, but I don't cultivate only martial arts. Being weaker than you, what's so special about that? Not convinced. If you're not convinced, let's compete in alchemy." Hua Rong sneered, raised his chin, and said to the Butian sect master. The two combined were probably around 180 or 90 years old. Yet as they bickered they seemed like two old children, making one feel both amused and exasperated. The reason Lin Xuan could perceive the Butian sect master's presence was because he had reached the martial king realm himself, and with the power of his devouring origin creation scripture his perception was even a few points stronger than Huarong's. This junior Lin Xuan from the upper realm pays respects to senior. Knowing this person was extraordinary and having been secretly informed via voice transmission by Huarong of the sect master's identity, Lin Xuan cupped his hands and said to the Butian sect master, "Lin Xuan, the upper realm." The three elders Tyrant Blade and Linger almost simultaneously widened their eyes, faces filled with disbelief. That name was hardly unfamiliar to them. After all, in recent days among the rising stars of the Kanglan realm, the one whose reputation had soared the most was Lin Xuan. The holy prince of the upper realm had swept across the entire eastern Xian divine province in just a few months. Moreover, not long ago he had defeated Zhu Yin King Maoqiu and saved tens of thousands of northern wasteland commoners. So, it's him. The Grand Elder's expression grew somewhat complex. The look in his eyes toward Lin Xuan was uncertain whether it held more shock or more emotion. He had naturally heard of Lin Xuan's fame. Although it was striking, it was still too brief a name to compare to the prodigious talent of Stone Emperor Shihao. But meeting him now was a vicious slap to the Grand Elder's face. With a single strike, Lin Xuan had made the three elders of the Butian sect bleed. Such a figure could only be called astonishing. Tyrant Blade drew a cold breath, his heart filled with bitter lament, especially now that Little Red had broken all four of his limbs. Otherwise, Tyrant Blade truly wanted to rise and slap himself hard a few times. What the hell was he thinking, acting like such an idiot? Offending this god of slaughter. No wonder had been brutally beaten. Lin Xuan, I've remembered this. No matter how monstrous you are, you can't possibly be a match for my senior brother Mutates of the Butian sect. One day you'll have him reclaim this honor for me. At that moment, Tyrant Blade's gaze toward Lin Xuan turned exceedingly venomous. Of course, Tyrant Blade concealed it all very well. For he knew that given the current situation, even if Lin Xuan killed him, he probably wouldn't actually die. The elder beside Lin Xuan seemed to be on good terms with their Butian sect master. The Grand Elder sensed something amiss, then spoke to the Butian sect master, this old. The Grand Elder instinctively wanted to imitate the sect master and blurt out, "Old bastard." But the words reached his lips, and he hastily swallowed them back. He was no fool. He could naturally tell that the Butian sect master calling Huarong "old bastard" and Huarong calling the sect master "old thing" were banter between old friends. These two appellations were playful nicknames between two old friends. If he called them that, his head might not even know where it would fly the next second. After hearing the Grand Elder's words, the Butian sect master's gaze gradually turned icy, and he snorted coldly, "Humph. Are you blind? This man is none other than the renowned heavenly physician demonic hand Huarong." Boom. Huarong. Holy. For a moment, everyone was stunned. The Butian sect's second holy maiden Luo Li had been severely injured for quite some time. Everyone had speculated that ordinary alchemists probably lacked the ability to cure the second holy maiden. If the heavenly physician demonic hand, Huarong, were to act, there was a chance of success. Of course, in the Kanglan realm, there were no alchemists at the martial emperor level, but beings of that caliber were even rarer, appearing only fleetingly. Huarong was undoubtedly the most renowned among alchemists of the martial emperor level. The special nature of alchemists made Huarong's reputation in the Kanglan realm no less than that of some martial emperor-level martial artists. Within the Butian sect, many had speculated that if Huarong took action, he could save the second holy maiden. Unfortunately, Huarong belonged to the Demon Heaven Palace, and no force dared to go there demanding a person. They never expected that this Huarong seemingly far away was right before their eyes, by their side. For a moment, the three great elders of the Butian sect felt their faces burning and were at a loss for words. This slap in the face was too painful to bear. Even though the three great elders were well advanced in years and had very thick skin at this moment, they could not help but feel their ears and cheeks burning red. "So it is Senior Huarong. We pay our respects to Senior Huarong." The three elders, enduring the intense pain racking their bodies, rose one by one and bowed to Huarong in salute. Their lowly attitude was a world away from their earlier arrogant and unbridled bearing. The three great elders of the Butian sect are quite the formidable presence. You came at us shouting to kill the very moment you appeared. If not for our holy prince's own abilities, wouldn't he have suffered at your hands? Huarong was a man of unyielding integrity. Facing the three elders' apologies, he showed not the slightest consideration, snorting coldly and rebuking them aloud. The three elders read the meaning behind Huarong's words, and their hearts grew even more bitter. To be frank, how could they have known that this Lin Xuan was the celebrated holy prince and furthermore had a connection with Huarong? If they had known Lin Xuan's identity beforehand, even if they were given a dozen times more courage, they would not have dared to strike at him. Besides, you Huarong may be prestigious, but you still have to be reasonable, don't you? Damn it. The ones who got beaten up are the three of us. God in heaven, open your eyes. We, your humble ones, pay our respects to the Holy Prince. If we caused any offense just now, we beg the Holy Prince to be magnanimous and not hold it against us." The three elders sighed, suppressing the anger in their hearts, then made slight bows toward Lin Xuan and offered their apologies. "Oomph, not deep enough." Before Lin Xuan could speak, Hua Rong's voice reached their ears. "Damn it." At this moment the two of them cursed inwardly. In their hearts they wished 1,000 cuts upon Hua Rong. The three of them, feeling helpless, could only deepen their original 30-degree bow into a 90-degree bow. Taking a deep breath, they continued speaking. "Please forgive us, Holy Prince." These three elders were already weeping rivers in their hearts. They were the ones who had been beaten, yet in the end they had to apologize. Was there no law left in the world? Was there no justice left? But they dared not do otherwise. The temperament of the Butian sect master. Others might not know, but they certainly did. This saintess was originally the sect master's direct disciple, and the sect master was extremely protective of his own. If because of the three of them Hua Rong was offended and waved his hand, refusing to come to the aid of the second saintess, the three elders could guess the outcome. They feared the sect master would rain down thundering punishment upon the three. By that time, the three elders could not help but picture a scene in their minds. A body lies flat, a cloth covers it, and the entire village, old and young, waits for the funeral feast. A pit is dug, the earth is filled, and friends and relatives all begin to wail. Firecrackers crackle, swanas blow, the front bearers carry the coffin, the rear ones chase after. At first you hear the swana, and know not what it means. When you hear it again, you are already the one in the coffin. Amid the rolling red dust of the mortal world, the sound of swanas leads to Yama's hall. How utterly miserable! At the thought, the three elders could not help but shudder with fear. This is utterly terrifying. Lin Xuan watched the three elders bow deeply at 90 degrees, and a trace of a smile gradually emerged in his eyes. Then he said, "Well, although the three seniors were far too fierce, just now causing your junior's heart to suffer immense trauma. But the three seniors' attitude in admitting their mistakes now can be regarded as sincere enough. In that case, I shall reluctantly accept." Lin Xuan let out a sigh, appearing somewhat helpless. At the same time on his face was written the look of a victim. Seeing this, the three elders felt their chests heave and their rage flare. To be honest, if there was any chance, they truly wished they could kill Lin Xuan outright to vent their fury. "All right, the misunderstanding is resolved. Holy Prince, and you old rascal, since you two have already taken down the pill-seeking list, wouldn't it be a bit much not to come to my Butian sect and treat my disciple Luoli?" The sect master's eyes held a smile as he spoke to Lin Xuan and Hua Rong. "That depends on my mood. I now follow the Holy Prince's orders. If His Highness says no, this old man can't be bothered to save him." Hua Rong shrugged and said. The sect master was somewhat astonished to see Hua Rong like this. After all, the sect master and Hua Rong had not known each other for just a day or two. He knew that this old man several decades ago had a temper that was exceedingly proud. Although Hua Rong had entered the Heavenly Demon Palace in recent decades and rarely walked the Kanglan realm, the sect master knew that with Hua Rong's pride, unless it was Empress Feng Yue of the Heavenly Demon Palace, there was simply no one who could make Hua Rong obey. And now Hua Rong had actually said that he took orders from Lin Xuan. For a moment, the sect master felt his brain was somewhat insufficient. The sect master widened his eyes, then reached out and touched his forehead. He felt he had lived long enough to see it all. Damn it all. Then what does young friend Lin Xuan mean? The sect master felt helpless and could only sigh. Then he spoke. His tone was gentle, almost pleading. Seeing the sect master's demeanor, Lin Xuan smiled faintly and said, "Sect master, you are being too polite. Since I have already taken down the pill-seeking list, there is naturally no reason for me to delay. Please lead the way, sect master." Hearing Lin Xuan's words, the sect master breathed a sigh of relief. Then the sect master viciously glared at Ba Dao and the three elders. The four of them trembled. The group then proceeded with great fanfare toward Butian Immortal Peak. Along the way, Linger stared wide-eyed, her dark glossy eyes darting about as she looked at Lin Xuan, her heart filled with curiosity. To Linger, she had not expected that the young man in front of her was actually the Holy Prince Lin Xuan, whose name had recently spread like wildfire through the Kanglan realm. As the saying goes, a man's reputation is like a tree's bark. Lin Xuan's fame had long resounded throughout the entire northern wilderness. Some even guessed that even the Stone Emperor of the Sher Kingdom was merely older in age than Lin Xuan. If another period of time were given to Lin Xuan, he would definitely surpass the Stone Emperor of the Sher Kingdom. Under these circumstances, Linger had naturally heard of Lin Xuan's mighty name. Having long heard of his great reputation, Linger was naturally filled with curiosity when she saw Lin Xuan. Her beautiful eyes did not leave him even for a moment. Yun Yin and Ling Qing, clearly also aware of Linger's scorching gaze, cautiously moved to block Linger, one on the left and one on the right. Lin Xuan and his party arrived at the Butian sect atop Butian Immortal Peak. The sect master then made arrangements for Lin Xuan and his party to stay at the Xiaming Tower. It must be noted that the Xianming Tower was where the Butian sect received honored guests. Meanwhile, in the Yang Tower, the Great Elder with a headache took out a bottle of Earth-grade 7th rank black jade renewal ointment and applied it to his disciple Ba Dao. He also used true qi to help refine the medicinal power. This black jade renewal ointment was extremely effective in helping Ba Dao regrow broken bones, with remarkable results. In just 1 hour, Ba Dao was able to get up and walk, no longer lying on the ground like a dead dog. Ba Dao, this time you have caused your master no small suffering. After treating Ba Dao, the Great Elder patted Ba Dao's shoulder and said with deep meaning. Ba Dao nodded, sighed, and said, "This disciple was reckless and brought trouble upon himself. But this matter absolutely cannot be left at that. Cannot be left at that." The Great Elder raised an eyebrow, then scolded aloud. "This holy prince has Hua Rong backing him, and only later did I learn that the two divine beasts by his side are the renowned Zhu Yin King Mao Qiu and the vermilion bird Xiao Hong. What ability do you have to spar with him?" The Great Elder had clearly been frightened out of his wits by this accursed. After hearing the Great Elder's words, Ba Dao suddenly lifted his head, his expression determined, and said, "I may have no way, but there is one person who definitely does." The Great Elder frowned, his heart stirred, and he asked, "Who?" Ba Dao grinned and spat out 2 words. "Mu Chun, Mu Chun." Boom. The Great Elder drew in a sharp breath, and his heart could not help but leap. Mu Chun. The name echoed through the Grand Elder's mind, striking like thunder that shook the 9 heavens, reverberating endlessly. The name Mu Chun was quite legendary. It was said that within the northern desolate domain there existed a spiritual path. Only the most exceptional geniuses could ascend to its summit and become supreme powerhouses. And Mu Chun was precisely such a legendary genius. His talent was not inferior to that of the Stone Emperor. However, due to his younger age, his cultivation had not yet surpassed the Stone Emperor's. But for the heaven-mending sect, Mu Chun was their strongest trump card. Mu Chun, the first holy maiden and the second holy maiden. These 3 young powerhouses were the sect's foundation. Within the heaven-mending sect, the older generation of peerless powerhouses included the Ghost Master and Divine Vine. Among the younger generation, there were Mu Chun and the 2 holy maidens. This was also the confidence the heaven-mending sect had to challenge the Stone Clan, where the Stone Emperor resided. The 2 holy maidens were both geniuses cultivated by the sect. Though their talents were remarkable, they were hardly world-shaking. But Mu Chun rose from humble beginnings, hailing from the Mu domain in the northern desolate region. He had completed the entire spiritual path before being exceptionally recruited by the heaven-mending sect. He even became a direct disciple of Divine Vine. In terms of status, he was even more esteemed than the 2 holy maidens. Among the sect's many elders, Mu Chun's potential was considered even higher than that of the 2 holy maidens. Because the heaven-mending sect's foundation and strength far exceeded that of the Taoist orthodoxy in the eastern profound divine continent. All the powerhouses within the sect knew that true strength could not be that of flowers grown in a greenhouse. A powerhouse like Mu Chun in fact possessed a firmer Tao heart. This meant that once someone like Mu Chun obtained resources equal to those of other gifted geniuses, the height he could reach would far surpass others. Mu Chun, isn't he in seclusion? Will he intervene against the holy prince? The Grand Elder gradually withdrew his thoughts, his expression somewhat complicated, and spoke to Ba Dao. "He will," Ba Dao said firmly. The Grand Elder's face showed confusion, somewhat at a loss. At that moment a smile appeared in Ba Dao's eyes. He looked at the Grand Elder and whispered in his ear, "Back then I had saved Mu Chun's life. Moreover, we both hail from the Mu domain in the northern desolate region. Our relationship is naturally excellent. As for the second holy maiden Luo Li, though I do not know the cause of her illness, I learned something from Mu Chun. He seems quite concerned about Luo Li's illness, and he once told me personally that he alone is the one who can cure her. Under these circumstances, when someone like Lin Xuan suddenly appears, based on my understanding of Mu Chun, these 2 tigers cannot share one mountain." Ba Dao spoke with full confidence, patting his chest before his master. The Grand Elder, a seasoned strategist, immediately understood what lay behind his disciple's words. The Grand Elder's eyes narrowed slightly before he looked at Ba Dao and whispered, "Today Lin Xuan humiliated me before everyone's eyes. Naturally, I cannot let this go. If you can indeed incite a conflict between Mu Chun and Lin Xuan, it would be a good thing for us. Mu Chun's talent surpasses even that of the Holy Maiden. If he can overshadow Lin Xuan, this time his prestige will rise even further. With the 2 of us supporting Mu Chun once he ascends to the position of sect master of the heaven-mending sect, our own status will naturally rise as well." The Grand Elder calmly analyzed, and before long outlined several strategies favorable to them. Ba Dao nodded repeatedly. He was not as mature as his master, and could not analyze so many matters. However, for Ba Dao, the Grand Elder's analysis was enlightening. Indeed, it could be played this way. If they could help Mu Chun gain the upper hand over Lin Xuan, not only would they vent their anger, but they would also align themselves with Mu Chun. If Mutates were to become the sect master of the heaven-mending sect in the future, they would naturally reap benefits as well. One move, multiple gains. How wonderful. However, child, remember, this matter must be handled secretly. Avoid drawing trouble upon yourself. The Grand Elder seemed to recall something, and suddenly felt his ribs aching. He was somewhat afraid of Lin Xuan now. Recalling the previous incident, the Grand Elder felt uncomfortable all over. Disciple understands. Ba Dao nodded. Meanwhile, after Lin Xuan and the others settled the heavenly demon divine guard at the Xianming Tower, Lin Xuan, Hua Rong Yun Yin, and Ling Qing followed the heaven-mending sect master to the sect's forbidden ground. Our heaven-mending sect has 2 forbidden grounds in total. One is the Sword Ruins in the southeast, and the other is the Divine Vine forbidden ground we are heading to now. My disciple Luo Li was highly regarded by the ancestor Divine Vine. After she fell ill, she was placed in the Divine Vine forbidden ground to be cared for by the venerable Divine Vine. The heaven-mending sect master explained as he led the way. Lin Xuan had also learned about the heaven-mending sect from Hua Rong. It was said that the heaven-mending sect originated from a mysterious Taoist orthodoxy of the upper realm. In the past, 2 individuals from that mysterious upper realm orthodoxy had fallen into the northern desolate region of the Kanglan realm. One was known as the Ghost Master, while the other was said to be a Divine Vine, given human form, also called Elder Vine. Hearing this, Lin Xuan could not help but feel moved. After all, in the legend of the desolate Heavenly Emperor, the heaven-mending sect was indeed founded by these 2 powerhouses. Moreover, the bond between the Ghost Master and the desolate Heavenly Emperor was particularly profound. When the 7 gods descended to the mortal realm, the desolate Heavenly Emperor relied on the Ghost Master's help to slay a pseudo-deity from the upper realm. Of course, in this fantasy world of the Kanglan realm, it differed greatly from the web novels he had known in his previous life. There were quite a few discrepancies between the 2. However, from what he could see now, both the Ghost Master and Elder Vine were consistent with the legends of the desolate Heavenly Emperor. The Divine Vine forbidden ground was a secret realm. After passing through the Forbidden Gate, one would discover a world apart. The scenery was picturesque, evoking a sense of tranquility and joy, as if stepping into a fairyland on earth. At the very center of the forbidden ground stood a towering tree. Its branches swayed, shimmering with an extraordinary divine radiance. Lin Xuan knew this was the Divine Vine. The Divine Vine swayed its branches as if welcoming Lin Xuan and the others. This young woman is my unfortunate second disciple. The heaven-mending sect master sighed, looking at the woman lying beneath the Divine Vine, and spoke. Lin Xuan and the others followed his gaze. They saw a breathtakingly beautiful woman lying on a bed woven from vines beneath the Divine Vine. Her skin was fair and smooth, her features exquisite. In both temperament and appearance, she was no less stunning than Yun Yin and Ling Qing. Lying there peacefully, she resembled a sleeping beauty. Lin Xuan's eyes widened as he gazed at the woman. He stood frozen in place, utterly captivated. Lin Xuan's eyes bulged wide, utterly dumbstruck. Seeing his expression, Yun Yin and Ling Qing assumed he had been captivated by the peerless beauty of the second saintess Luo Li. Thus the 2 girls pouted, their moods souring. In truth, Lin Xuan was no saint. He could hardly ignore a beautiful woman. However, nor was Lin Xuan the sort to turn into a fool at the sight of a pretty face. Though the second saintess's appearance was indeed at the absolute peak of beauty, Lin Xuan, having encountered so many gorgeous women, would hardly be left dizzy by Luo Li. The main reason was this. After Lin Xuan laid his eyes on Luo Li, a system notification suddenly appeared before him. Name Luo Li, daughter of destiny. Realm Martial King, 3rd stage cultivation method, Luotian Heart Sutra. Constitution, primordial Luotian bloodline. Life script, Luo Li is the beloved confidant of Mu Chen, the son of destiny. The 2 met during the Luo Li is the inheritor of the Luotian clan, stranded in the Kanglan realm. In her hands rests the Luotian sword, the supreme treasure of the Luotian clan, yet she has not mastered the method to unlock its power. Mu Chen and Luo Li, through all their stumbling and trials, will eventually come together. Fortune value, 10,000. What they? Lin Xuan drew in a sharp breath. He had been wondering earlier why the name Luo Li sounded so familiar. Now Lin Xuan finally knew the reason. Turns out that this Luo Li was none other than the female lead of the novel Dominator. Mu Chen, the male lead, would later establish the Mu Mansion and become the Dominator King of all myriad worlds. His status was no less than the future Flame Emperor and Martial Ancestor. Damn. So he's a protagonist from the Potato Trilogy. After a while, Lin Xuan finally came to his senses, his face breaking into a wry smile. The Potato Trilogy was hailed as the epitome of mindless power fantasy, and the Great Potato himself had set the precedent of copying his own work. Whether the Flame Emperor, the Martial Ancestor, or the Dominator, all would one day look down upon the universe with unrivaled supremacy. And in this world, Lin Xuan had already taken down Xiao Hua and Lin Wu. Now the only one left was Mu Chen. Little did he expect that Mu Chen would deliver himself right to his doorstep. Lin Xuan studied Luo Li, clicking his tongue in astonishment. Fate was indeed mysterious. utterly inscrutable. Even if Luo Li wasn't Mu Qin's daughter of destiny, her constitution was still that of a divine race. According to legend, the Luotian was a deity of the primordial ancient times. Now in this fantasy world, countless years had passed since that primordial age. Yet the bloodline of the Luotian descendants was still far stronger than that of ordinary people. This also meant that Luo Li's talent would far exceed the norm. Holy Prince, what's the matter? The Batian sect master noticed Lin Xuan's strange behavior, a flash of complexity in his eyes, then asked, "Oh, nothing." Lin Xuan recovered, feeling a bit awkward. Staring at a sleeping beauty for so long did seem rather impolite. Still, Lin Xuan really had no ulterior motives. The Batian sect masters looked toward him suddenly, turned. "We're both men, I get it." The Batian sect master first glanced at Yun Yin and Ling Qing, then patted Lin Xuan on the shoulder. The Batian sect master shot Lin Xuan a look, which in Lin Xuan's translation meant, "Young man, you've got a great physique." Lin Xuan was speechless. The Batian sect master, however, had no qualms about it at all. True, Luo Li was the saintess of Batian sect, and as saintess was supposed to devote her life to serving the divine vine. An ordinary person naturally could never have Luo Li. But if the one who fancied her possessed immense potential, then for the sake of the future the sect could well make a saintess into an ordinary woman. Everything depended on whether the potential of the admirer was worth it. And in the Batian sect master's eyes, Lin Xuan clearly had that kind of potential. If Lin Xuan really had taken a fancy to Luo Li, the Batian sect would be grinning from ear to ear. In a matter of months, he swept across the eastern Xian divine province, befriended the heavenly demon palace, and made Hua Rong submit. After coming to the northern wilderness, he defeated King Zhuyan and the Vermilion Bird, and with one sword stroke forced our 3 elders to spill blood. In short, even the Stone Emperor couldn't do this at that age. Not to mention the Kanglan realm. In my humble opinion, even in the upper realm, such a peerless genius is rare. The Batian sect master's gaze toward Lin Xuan was now like a father-in-law sizing up his son-in-law. Stroking his long beard, he nodded repeatedly with satisfaction. "Cough. Sect master, you've misunderstood. Forget it." Lin Xuan shook his head, about to explain, but suddenly felt that any explanation would be futile. Lin Xuan's eyes flickered, and then an idea occurring to him, he asked the Batian sect master, "May I ask, sect master, is there a person named Mu Chun within Batian sect?" Mu Chun. The Batian sect master's eyes widened, and he drew a sharp breath. Alarmed, he hurriedly asked, How do you know Mu Chun?" "Right, this man is indeed a disciple of Batian sect. And moreover, he is the disciple taken in by Elder Vine." Just as he thought, Lin Xuan showed a look of realization. He merely wanted to confirm. Elder Vine's disciple. Lin Xuan raised his head to look at the divine vine. The divine vine kept swaying, its branches emanating a terrifying aura. Lin Xuan knew that in Legend of the Desolate Heavenly Emperor, this divine vine was also on the verge of passing away, and 2 mighty existences would come to blows over the divine origin left after its death. Hoo. The divine vine's branches danced, wisps of divine thoughts spilling out. Though Lin Xuan did not communicate with it through divine, since he could feel that the divine vine was greeting him. "I never expected the divine vine to take disciples," Lin Xuan said with a slight smile. He bore the devouring origin creation scripture, so he could sense that the power contained within this divine vine was extraordinarily terrifying. It was absolutely a martial emperor-level existence. And even among martial emperors, the divine vine's power was one of the pinnacle presences. This was because Lin Xuan could sense this divine vine was a terror second only to Feng Yue. How frightening. Lord Divine Vine seems to think highly of Mu Chun, perhaps because Mu Chun's talent is too astonishing. The Batian sect master nodded. "Have you all finished talking? If so, this old man will start the treatment now." Standing to one side, Hua Rong naturally had no interest in all this messy business, and spoke out with slight irritation. "Cough. Old scoundrel, start now. Why bother with us?" The Batian sect master, also seeming a little embarrassed, said to Hua Rong. Hua Rong gave his head a shake, and began treating Luo Li's injuries. However, after a brief pulse check, his expression gradually grew heavy. Hua Rong, as an alchemist, had his own means. An alchemist needed not only to understand the pharmacological properties of countless heavenly treasures and earthly wonders, but also to possess a profound understanding of the martial artist's body. After all, pills are in essence still medicine. As the saying goes, every medicine has 3 parts poison. An alchemist who does not understand the human body cannot be considered an excellent alchemist. Hua Rong, a renowned alchemist across the entire Kanglan realm, naturally had an extremely thorough understanding of pharmacology and the human body. As he took Luo Li's pulse, however, his expression began to turn grave. Lin Xuan watched Hua Rong's actions while noting them down in his mind. In truth, Lin Xuan had recently dabbled in alchemy as well. The golden core great Tao that Lin Xuan imparted to Hua Rong was something Lin Xuan himself had memorized thoroughly within his mind. Having read so many novels, how could Lin Xuan not know? Those protagonists each defied heaven and rose from obscurity. Among all the factors, one of the most important was that these children of destiny all possessed their own side profession. Artifact refiners, alchemists, formation masters. Of all these various side professions, a child of destiny would always occupy at least one. Some unreasonable ones even occupied several, becoming an all-knowing and all-capable polymath. This is simply goddamn unreasonable. Lin Xuan naturally did not possess the heaven-defying luck of a child of destiny, but he also knew that if he wanted to achieve a certain level of height, he would need a side profession as support. Without the support of a side profession, his future accomplishments would be limited. And since Lin Xuan had an alchemy grandmaster like Hua Rong by his side, his first decision was to craft his persona as an alchemist. After reading the Golden Core Great Tao, Lin Xuan had gained a superficial understanding of alchemy. Now seeing Hua Rong take Luo Li's pulse and diagnose her illness, he gained further insight in his heart. This alchemist treating illnesses and healing injuries is just like an old traditional Chinese doctor from my past. However, the knowledgeable see the craft, while the layman sees the show. The attainment of an alchemist is not something that can be cultivated in a day or two. Hua Rong steeped himself in the Tao of alchemy for a lifetime before gaining such skill. With nothing but a hasty glance from my mortal eyes, I truly am no match for Hua Rong. Alas, this is too difficult. Practicing martial arts is already no easy feat, and on top of that I have to establish a side profession. Forget it. When I've plucked enough wool from the children of destiny, I'll just exchange some cheats from the villain mall instead. Lin Xuan silently thought, feeling somewhat helpless. Those children of destiny could succeed at anything they casually wished to do. But reality was reality, and Lin Xuan had found that those novels were all lies. If you never try, you never know whether you can do it. If you do try, you discover that you are a waste. Lin Xuan's only reliance now was his villain mall. The villain mall was powerful indeed, but to obtain enough benefits from this heaven-defying cheat, Lin Xuan had to continuously pluck wool from the children of destiny. Children of destiny are my ATMs. I cannot let them go. I'll bleed this Mu Chun dry first, then settle scores with the young desolate heaven emperor. Lin Xuan thought to himself. After a long while, Hua Rong let out a long breath and said with a strange expression, "This girl has been struck by the nine nether flame." The nine nether flame. The crowd was astonished to hear Hua Rong's words. Nine nether flame. What does that mean? The Butian sect master frowned, then asked Hua Rong. Hua Rong sighed and said, "Legend has it that the nine nether flame is a technique of the nine nether sparrow clan from the upper realm. Decades ago, a nine nether sparrow once wandered astray in the Kanglan realm. The Tianma Palace has records of it. This nine nether flame is extremely savage. It can burn a martial art. But precisely because its nature is so savage, if Luo Li had been wounded by the nine nether flame, she would surely have resisted violently and eventually been burned until her soul and spirit were both extinguished. But now, Hua Rong took a deep breath, looked at Luo Li, and his expression turned uncertain. Suddenly, as if a flash of inspiration struck him, Hua Rong spoke. Now this Luo Li has been wounded by the nine nether flame and has fallen unconscious. Her physical body is unharmed, but her soul has sunk into deep slumber. The nine nether flame is savage. For such a result to occur, there can be only one reason. The person who wounded Luo Li must have been someone she knew. Thus, when she was abruptly attacked by someone familiar by her side, she had no time to react, let alone resist. After saying this, Hua Rong felt that his reasoning was quite smooth, and he nodded to himself, as though giving a thumbs up for his own intelligence. What? Those who heard Hua Rong's words widened their eyes in utter disbelief. So Luo Li's injury had been inflicted by someone she knew. This was huge news. No. Impossible. Luo Li has grown up in the Butian sect since she was a child. Everyone in our sect, including Elder Tung, loves her dearly. How could someone she knows take advantage of her unpreparedness and injure her with the nine nether flame? The Butian sect master hastened to shake his head and deny it. TCH. You can know someone's face, but never their heart. How do you not know that? Eliminate every other possibility, and whatever remains, however outrageous, is the truth. That saying came from Holy Prince Lin Xuan himself, and this old man thinks it makes perfect sense. Hua Rong seized every chance to kick the Butian sect master while he was down, occupying the intellectual high ground, as he mercilessly battered him. Lin Xuan was somewhat embarrassed. Little did he expect that a famous line from Sherlock Holmes in his past life, which he had once used when bragging to Hua Rong, had now become a weapon for Hua Rong to condemn the Butian sect master. The Butian sect master shot Hua Rong a filthy look, feeling the blood rush to his head. In the face of that damned old man, if it were possible, he really wanted to tear Hua Rong's old mouth to shreds. But there was nothing he could do for now, because at this moment they still needed Hua Rong to help them. The Butian sect master forcibly suppressed the fury in his heart, took a deep breath, and after deliberating for a moment, said, "No one in my Butian sect has any nine nether flame either." The Butian sect master sighed deeply. Hearing this, Lin Xuan and Hua Rong could not help but fall into contemplation. The Butian sect master then looked at Hua Rong, frowned, and barked, "Old bastard, just tell me, can you cure this illness or not?" Don't give me all that irrelevant garbage. Fuming at his words, Huarong's beard bristled and his eyes bulged. He gave a cold snort. Humph. You look down on this old man. Open your dog eyes wide and watch closely. Turning around, Huarong ignored the master of Batian's sect. A flash of light from the ring on his hand revealed a medicinal pill. The Demon Palace's Earth-grade, 9th rank Yunhan pill. Although Huarong looked down on him, the Batian sect master was undeniably a shrewd, seasoned old man. He knew quite a bit about pills, and the moment Huarong produced one he immediately recognized it. The Yunhan pill was a closely guarded secret of the Demon Palace. It was said to nourish a martial artist's soul, and remained effective even for powerhouses below the martial emperor realm. A master at the Batian sect master's level naturally understood the vital importance of the soul to a martial artist. The three most essential elements were true chi, the physical body, and the martial true soul. Every living being was born with a body, but individuals differed immensely. Those with powerful bloodlines possessed physical bodies far stronger than ordinary martial artists. Among human martial artists, the most obvious differences in physique lay in those with special constitutions. For instance, the supreme bone possessed by Stone Emperor Shi Hao was a terrifyingly supreme physique. The human race's comprehension of the martial path already far surpassed other beings, making them true darlings of martial arts. Combined with physical prowess stronger than that of ordinary pure-blooded alien species, it was clear how monstrously talented this person truly was. True chi is produced when a human martial artist steps into the martial realm, drawing in heaven and earth's spiritual energy and storing it within. But the most mysterious thing of all is the soul. The soul is profound and elusive. Low-ranking martial artists can hardly touch or comprehend it, yet every thinking creature possesses one. Only when a martial artist reaches the martial emperor realm can they forge the soul into a martial void soul. Beyond that realm, one acquires the martial true soul. At that level, a single glance, empowered by the martial true soul, could easily slay another. The pressure it exerted from the soul level was nearly material in its attack. Thus, once a martial artist reached the martial emperor realm, their methods far surpassed the mortal realm. Those who went beyond it possessed abilities akin to immortals. The Batian sect master had controlled the Batian sect for many years, and the sect traced its origins to an upper realm orthodoxy. Although he resided in Kanglan realm, he understood such matters thoroughly. In essence, martial artists cultivated the essence chi and spirit hidden within the Buddhist secret realms. The reason the Batian sect master was so astonished by the Yunhan pill was precisely because it could nourish a martial artist's soul. Once a martial artist's soul grew strong, reaching the martial emperor realm and condensing a martial void soul would grant them far greater power than those with weaker souls. From this, one could see how precious the Demon Palace's Yunhan pill truly was. Although it was an Earth-grade 9th rank pill, it was rarer than many ordinary heaven-grade pills. For martial artists below the martial emperor realm, it was a peerless cure. What do you think, you country bumpkin? Did I splurge for the sake of your disciple? Seeing the Batian sect master's stunned expression, Huarong curled his lips into a smug smile. You win this time. Rarely the Batian sect master didn't trade barbs with Huarong, and instead nodded in agreement. After all, Huarong was bringing out such a precious pill to save his disciple. Under such circumstances, if the Batian sect master still insisted on bickering, he would be thoroughly unhumph. Those quack doctors and second-rate alchemists couldn't see that Luo Li's injury lay in her soul. Foolishly treating only the body and true chi, they never had any chance of curing her. Our trade demands skill, and treatment must suit the ailment. Huarong chuckled, exuding self-satisfied pride. Still, he had every right to be arrogant. Among the northern wasteland forces, the Batian sect was second only to the Stone Emperor sect. In recent times, it had welcomed many talents, attracting capable alchemists who came to cure Luo Li for the sect's rewards. If someone managed to heal Luo Li, the rewards aside, the very gratitude of the Batian sect would let that alchemist do whatever they pleased across the northern wasteland. Unfortunately, none of those alchemists could discern that Luo Li's soul had been seared by the 9 nether dark fire. Naturally, they couldn't prescribe the right treatment as Huarong had. It was precisely at this moment that the gap in skill became glaringly apparent. That's exactly why they call you an old scoundrel. The Batian sect master smiled ingratiatingly and gestured for Huarong to continue. Huarong huffed, shot him a vicious glare, then turned to resume treating Luo Li. Excuse me, senior, why do you call Uncle Huarong an old scoundrel? Lin Xuan, puzzled by this, asked the Batian sect master. The Batian sect master glanced sideways at the focused Huarong, then leaned close to Lin Xuan's ear and whispered, "It's from Old Hun Dan." Old signified respect. Hun stands for his superb pill refining skills, and Dan, isn't that alchemy itself? Amusement glimmered in the Batian sect master's eyes. Lin Xuan suddenly understood, so Old Scoundrel was simply a homophone pun of Old Hun Dan. Seen that way, it was rather amusing. For a moment, Lin Xuan felt genuinely envious of the bond between the Batian sect master and Huarong. It reminded him of the contentious friends he had seen in his past life. They always jabbed at each other, yet precisely such brotherhood felt most real. Given his cultivation, Hua Rong heard every word from the Batian sect master, but he did not mind. After feeding Luo Li the Yunhan pill, Hua Rong's hands gradually surged with streams of true qi. His thousand spiders myriad poison's hand was a supreme martial skill that could kill, but could also save. After administering the pill, Hua Rong continually massaged and patted Luo Li's body, channeling his true qi into her to help her digest and absorb the medicinal power. Before long, Luo Li's pale complexion gradually regained vitality. She slowly opened her eyes, a pair of autumn water-like eyes, captivating and mesmerizing. Luo Li seemed somewhat dazed, gazing blankly around her. Naturally, the first thing to catch her sight was Hua Rong's old and lecherous face. You. The moment she realized what happened, Luo Li felt a wave of fear. Her true qi erupted violently, surging outward and condensing into a wave of water. The power of that water wave was terrifying. It surged viciously toward Hua Rong. Boom. Hua Rong's expression changed. His cultivation was at the peak of the Martial King realm. Luo Li's cultivation at the third level of Martial King was naturally nothing before Hua Rong. However, Hua Rong had consumed a great deal of true qi. Treating her and seeing her awake, he had just relaxed his whole body completely at ease. What he never expected was that Luo Li would strike at him. Caught off guard and severely depleted of true qi, he couldn't adjust in time. He was sent flying by Luo Li. Damn it. No good deed goes unpunished. Hua Rong crashed heavily to the ground like a kite with its string cut. Luo, what are you doing? He saved your life. The Batian sect master reacted, but it was already too late. He could only slap his thigh and reprimand Luo Li. Lin Xuan's expression, however, was somewhat strange. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was something complicated in the Batian sect master's eyes. Almost a hint of schadenfreude. That was truly bizarre. Savior. Luo Li instantly felt her mind go blank, barely able to keep up. The Batian sect master gave Luo Li a lengthy explanation. At that moment, Luo Li's face began to flush crimson at a visibly rapid pace. Even she hadn't expected that her instinctive act of resistance would hurt her savior. This. How embarrassing. Before long, Hua Rong leisurely flew back. Hua Rong's forehead was swollen in a large bruise, purple and blue in hue. Moreover, that row of uneven yellow teeth had a blatantly missing piece. One word: miserable. Senior Hua Rong, I'm sorry, just now I didn't mean it. Luo Li, her face flushed, apologized to Hua Rong with the deepest sincerity. Hua Rong's face was dark, clearly still brooding over the earlier incident, feeling utterly depressed. But since Luo Li was apologizing so sincerely, Hua Rong couldn't bring himself to say much. Hua Rong pondered for a moment, sighed, and then said, Forget it. Forget it. No chance. No chance. No chance. Hearing Hua Rong's lisping words, the crowd couldn't help but find it amusing. Uft. Uft. Yun Yin and Ling Qing, having spent a long time with Hua Rong, didn't hold him in particularly high regard. Unable to hold back, they burst out laughing. Hua Rong glared viciously at the two women. This young woman, Luo Li, thanks Senior Hua Rong for saving my life. Luo Li's expression turned solemn. She then bowed and gave a traditional Wanfu salute, offering her gratitude. Hua Rong waved his hand and said with a faint smile, Little girl, your blood and she are extremely special, quite unlike ordinary humans. At the level of life you surpass ordinary humans, and your future prospects are immeasurable. This old man saving your life counts as a stroke of fate. In the future, should you achieve great things, do not forget this old man. After speaking, Hua Rong's lips curled slightly, revealing a crafty, deep-thinking smile. He then glanced at Lin Xuan and said, But as for saving you, there's no need to thank me. After all, I was merely acting under the orders of Holy Prince Lin Xuan. If not for Holy Prince Lin Xuan's great kindness and willingness to rescue you, I wouldn't have bothered to save this old geezer's disciple either. Hua Rong shot the Batian sect master a contemptuous glance. At the corner of Hua Rong's mouth lingered a barely perceptible smile. He secretly thought, You little brat, this girl is so luscious and lovely. Let me see how you withstand temptation. If you do something disloyal to Her Majesty the Empress, don't blame me for being ruthless. Naturally, Hua Rong was also harboring wicked intentions. Holy Prince. Luo Li couldn't help but look astonished. She had been unconscious for some time, so she knew nothing of the Holy Prince who had recently risen to fame in the Kanglan realm. However, seeing Lin Xuan's handsome features and transcendent bearing, Luo Li couldn't help but blush. She knew that a person like him was certainly no ordinary mortal. Moreover, he had saved her life. At once, Luo Li smiled with grace, bowed to Lin Xuan, and said, Thank you, Holy Prince, for saving my life. Ding. Daughter of Fortune Luo Li was grateful to the host for saving her life. The host gained 2000 fortune points. Son of Fortune, Mu Chun, lost 2000 fortune points. A system notification sounded. Lin Xuan beamed with joy. Although Lin Xuan knew that old rascal Hua Rong must be scheming something malicious. However, Lin Xuan had truly obtained real benefits. With these benefits, Lin Xuan naturally felt immense delight. Thus, he was unwilling to quibble too much with Huarong. It's merely a trivial matter not worth mentioning. Lin Xuan waved his hand dismissively. Yanin pouted, while Ling Qing's face remained cold. Then Lin Xuan's eyes darted around as he fell silent for a moment before asking Luo Li. May I ask, Holy Maiden Luo Li, how did you come to be poisoned by the 9 netherworld fire? Do you know? Hearing Lin Xuan's pressing question, Luo Li's eyes gradually grew hazy, a look of recollection appearing on her face. After a long while, Luo Li shook her head and said, Within the Butian sect, I have a bosom friend named Mu Chun. I already knew him back when I was in the Mu domain. That day Mu Chun had Ba Dao deliver a letter to me inviting me to the back mountain. When I arrived, my vision suddenly went black, and then I lost consciousness. When I woke up again, it was now. Luo Li took a deep breath, then told Lin Xuan and the others everything she knew, omitting no detail. Mu Chun, Ba Dao. No, that can't be. Although Ba Dao is of poor character, he absolutely doesn't have the nerve to harbor malicious intentions against Luo Li. And Mu Chun is a disciple of Lord Shinting with boundless prospects. There seems to be no reason for him to harm Luo Li. The Butian sect master hurriedly shook his head and firmly denied it. At that moment, Shinting also transmitted a divine thought, seemingly believing that Mu Chun was not such a person. Lin Xuan, however, smiled. Ever since he had transmigrated into the Kanglan realm, Lin Xuan had encountered quite a few children of fortune. For unknown reasons, these children of fortune, aside from being exceptionally fortunate, all seemed to have questions. Lin Xuan also had reason to believe this matter was absolutely related to Mu Chun. However, Lin Xuan was merely speculating at the moment. Without any evidence, it wasn't appropriate to say more for now. So Sect Master, the news of Luo Li's recovery from her injuries should not be announced to the public for the time being. Say that Huarong suffered severe injuries while healing Luo Li, and that I, while assisting Huarong, was also afflicted with fire poison and returned to the Xianming Tower to recuperate. Lin Xuan pondered for a moment before speaking to the Butian Sect Master. The Butian Sect Master had no idea what Lin Xuan intended to do, but judging by Lin Xuan's demeanor, it seemed he didn't want to tell him. For a moment, the old man was completely baffled. However, Lin Xuan's rise in the Kanglan realm was simply too legendary. In the end, the Butian Sect Master didn't refuse Lin Xuan and nodded, saying, All right, this old man understands. Lin Xuan thought for a moment and then added, And there's one more thing. After Lin Xuan gave his instructions, the Butian Sect Master laughed heartily. What's so difficult about that? This is merely a trivial matter. Lin Xuan cupped his fists and said, Thank you, Butian Sect Master. The Butian Sect Master, clearly in high spirits because Luo Li's wounds had healed, waved his hand and said, Holy Prince, what nonsense are you speaking? The Holy Prince saved our Holy Maiden and even intends to uncover the mastermind behind this. You are a great benefactor of our Butian sect. That's all these little favors are. It's nothing at all. The two exchanged another round of pleasantries. Between them flowed all sorts of insincere flattery. Even the bystanders felt awkward listening. Just then the Butian Sect Master's eyes shifted slightly. He leaned close to Lin Xuan's ear and whispered, Holy Prince, look at our Butian sect's Holy Maiden. Such beauty, such a figure. Haha, if you're interested, this old man can help you. The Butian Sect Master said all this through true Qi sound transmission. The others couldn't hear those words. Lin Xuan was instantly stunned, feeling like had been scorched to a crisp on the outside, tender within. The entire situation felt off. This old master really was bold. The crowd departed from this forbidden land of the divine vine. The divine vine, known as elder vine, swayed, its branches continuously emanating the essence of life from its form, as if expressing gratitude to Lin Xuan. No one perceived anything unusual, but Lin Xuan knew that before long this divine vine would transform into the pure essence of life source, that is, wither away and fall. Elder Vine and Lord Gui had descended from the upper realm to the lower realm, establishing the Busho Dao lineage with their own hands, and watched the force they built thrive and expand. Now Lord Gui was half human, half ghost, and Elder Vine was also approaching the end of his life. The final fate of these two great heroes of their age could only evoke deep sighs. Elder Vine naturally did not wish to see the lineage he painstakingly built crumble into ruin. Lin Xuan had also asked Elder Vine how he should deal with the matter if the hidden hand behind it all truly turned out to be Mu Chun. Elder Vine merely replied with a single message through divine sense: let the Holy Prince handle it as he sees fit. Back then, the only reason Elder Vine took a liking to Mu Chun was because of his talent. However, talent itself was in the end merely a relative concept. Mu Chun's talent was extraordinary, yet even within the Kanglan realm alone there were those with formidable gifts who could rival him, such as Stone Emperor, the young lord of the Tang sect, and even Feng Yue. And if Mu Chun's character were flawed, then even with heaven-defying talent, he would very likely drag the entire Busho sect into an abyss of endless darkness. In Elder Vine's long years, he had seen such matters with absolute clarity. After receiving Elder Vine's reply, Lin Xuan was in excellent spirits. He intended to unleash himself fully and thoroughly torment this so-called child of fortune. Buxiu sect, side hall, Buxiu hall. Badeo's face was filled with wild excitement. He held his head high, chest puffed out, and strode forward with vigorous sweeping steps. So it was senior brother Mutates who was behind the matter of Saintess Lolly. That Saintess Lolly possesses the power of divine blood within her, and senior brother Mutates intends to claim her for himself. Badeo muttered to himself. After meeting Mutates, Badeo told him about Lin Xuan and Hua Rong. Mutates naturally flew into a thunderous rage. However, Mutates was at a critical juncture in his seclusion and could not leave it for the time being. Therefore, Mutates did not make his move. Yet after Badeo's betrayal, Mutates came to trust him deeply and shared some hidden matters that few others knew. Badeo knew that he had instantly risen to become Mutates' most trusted confidant. If Mutates ever gained power in the future, Badeo's status would inevitably rise along with the tide. Although Badeo was somewhat reckless, that did not mean he was stupid. On the contrary, Badeo was extremely shrewd. He knew that Mutates telling him these important and secretive matters carried both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage lay in Mutates' trust in him. The disadvantage was that Mutates had been willing to reveal everything to him precisely because Mutates believed he possessed the power to crush Badeo at will. Should Badeo ever harbor a rebellious thought, the consequences would be no small matter. He would likely die without even a complete corpse. However, Badeo did not care. Fortune favors the bold. No sooner had I stepped out of senior brother Mutates' seclusion chamber than I received a summons from the sect master. The Buxiu Hall is not a place just anyone can go. Previously, those fellow disciples who were summoned there by the sect master all reaped some reward or another. Could it be that the sect master, seeing how I was humiliated by Lin Xuan, intends to compensate me with gifts? At this thought, Badeo's heart blossomed with joy. My, when luck comes your way, there is simply no stopping it. This whole affair truly does make one feel a bit embarrassed. At this thought, Badeo felt his entire being stand taller. He raised his head, puffed out his chest, and radiated high-spirited pride. Knock, knock, knock. Badeo knocked cautiously on the door outside the Buxiu Hall. Enter. A voice came from within the hall. Badeo furrowed his brow. Today the sect master's voice seemed different from usual. Still, Badeo did not dwell on it, and he pushed open the door of the Buxiu Hall. The moment he stepped inside, he saw two dark shadows flash past. Before Badeo could react, he felt two overwhelmingly dense surges of demonic aura burst forth abruptly. Although Badeo had reached the martial ancestor realm, he was clearly no match before these two auras. Ouch! Badeo was sent flying backwards and crashed to the ground. Lifting his head, he saw two colossal beasts guarding the entrance of the Buxiu Hall. Who were those two beasts? None other than Zhu Yin and Mao Qiu. Facing these two divine beasts at the pinnacle of the martial king realm, Badeo did not even have the courage to resist. Badeo trembled all over and was about to scramble up and flee. Boom! A foot directly stamped down onto Badeo's chest. The force was so savage that his ribcage let out a cracking sound at that very moment. The agony of broken bones assaulted him once more. Why once more? Because not long ago Badeo had his limbs broken by the vermilion bird Xiaohong. He had only been healed by his master not long before, only to suffer bone-shattering pain yet again. Badeo struggled wildly on the ground. Yet that foot seemed to press down upon him with the force of 100,000 June, making Badeo feel utterly tormented. Moreover, he had no ability to escape. Pain. Too much pain. Pain so excruciating he could hardly breathe. Badeo forced his eyes open and beheld a face he would never forget for the rest of his life. Lin Xuan looked down at Badeo with a cold smirk at the corner of his mouth. That smile was overbearingly arrogant, sinister, and unrestrained. Badeo felt as though everything was going terribly wrong. Him again. Lin Xuan. This bastard really is my nemesis. Lin Xuan. Do you even know where you are? This is the Buxiu sect. Act so arrogantly here, and you will not come to any good. Badeo glared with wide bloodshot eyes and hurled curses at Lin Xuan. Do you really think I could ambush you so blatantly inside the Buxiu sect without the approval of its sect master? At this moment Lin Xuan smiled again. His smile was steeped in mockery. Thump! Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, Badeo's heart sank heavily. For Badeo, he knew that Lin Xuan had not spoken wrongly. You? Just what exactly do you want? Holy Prince, I am nothing more than an ant. Please do not make things difficult for me. Though fierce in appearance, Badeo was in truth someone who bullied the weak, feared the strong, and knew well how to read the room. Seeing how the situation stood, he immediately softened and submitted, because he was utterly terrified of Lin Xuan. Nothing much. I just felt like my fists were itching to beat you up. Also, there are some things I want to ask you. I ask you answer. If you dare to be dishonest, they'll let you catch your breath, then beat you to a pulp again. Lin Xuan spoke to Badeo with an utterly serious expression. Badeo shuddered at Lin Xuan's words. Then he looked at Lin Xuan with fear written across his face. because Ba Dao knew that Lin Xuan had not been joking. Knowing Lin Xuan's nature, he really might do something like that. At that thought, Ba Dao felt his mind and spirit. Holy Prince, ask whatever you want to ask. Ba Dao drew a deep breath, then replied to Lin Xuan. Let me ask you, was Mutates involved in the second Sanctus Luo Li's injury? Standing on Ba Dao's body, Lin Xuan gave a faint smile and demanded sharply. Ba Dao heard Lin Xuan's words and felt a surge of terror. His eyes widened as he stared at Lin Xuan, flickering slightly, as if he wanted to dodge the question. You'd better confess honestly. Lin Xuan rubbed his foot against Ba Dao's cheek, then said, Yes. Ba Dao nodded. At that moment, Ba Dao seemed to lose every ounce of strength in his body. He was too afraid of Lin Xuan. Therefore, in front of Lin Xuan, even if Ba Dao had his own little plans, he did not dare play any tricks. Very good. You have taken one more step away from a painful death. Now tell me what you know. Lin Xuan smiled slightly and said to Ba Dao. Ba Dao knew that if Lin Xuan did not hear the answer he wanted today, he would not be let off so easily. But even so, when Lin Xuan actually asked him this, Ba Dao still felt a chill creeping through his heart. For a moment, Ba Dao fell silent. He feared Lin Xuan, but he also feared Mutates. Neither of those two was a good sort. If Ba Dao told Lin Xuan everything he knew, Mutates would not spare him either. After all, one way or another, it all came down to one word: death. Offending either of them would be a disaster. Ba Dao had no idea what he should do. Lin Xuan seemed to see what Ba Dao was thinking. He sneered and said, It seems your fear of me is still not enough. A trace of amusement seemed to linger in Lin Xuan's eyes. Then Lin Xuan's gaze suddenly turned sharp and fierce. The coldness in his eyes was like frost in the depths of winter, grim, bitter, and chilling to the bone. If you can't give me the answer I want today, then this holy prince will be very angry. With a body as fine as yours, your flesh must be extraordinarily delicious. I will cut the flesh from your body piece by piece, stuff it into your mouth, and make you swallow every piece yourself. Though a smile hung on Lin Xuan's face, his eyes were icily cold. He looked like an evil ghost crawling out of the 18th level of hell. In that instant, even his smile no longer seemed bright. Instead, it appeared eerily bizarre. What kind of monstrous words were those? Ba Dao was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Lin Xuan, knowing that Lin Xuan was not joking. Because Ba Dao had suffered under Lin Xuan before, he knew that Lin Xuan was now utterly serious, cutting off his flesh and making him eat it, and even saying the meat was tender. This is too brutal. I. Ba Dao trembled, unsure what to say for a moment. Don't talk. I'm about to make my move. You keep that look of preferring death to surrender, Lin Xuan said with the utmost seriousness. At some unknown moment, the 7-demon blade had appeared in his hand. Ba Dao suddenly felt completely despairing. No. He'll talk. He'll talk. Ba Dao shouted in terror, drawing a sharp breath. The fear within him was continuously spreading and growing. For Ba Dao, his whole being was thrown into chaos. This was even more terrifying than death. He'll talk. He'll talk. Ba Dao panted heavily, his eyes bloodshot and threaded with red veins. Mutates knew that his master, the Divine Vine, was about to pass away. Moreover, Mutates had learned from somewhere that when the Divine Vine passed away, it would transform into divine essence containing boundless power. Mutates feared that the Divine Vine would not be willing to give him its divine essence. So he poisoned Luo Li. That poison was apparently called 9 Nether Dark Fire. As soon as Mutates came out of seclusion, he could use the pretext of healing Luo Li to extract the 9 Nether Dark Fire, then absorb Luo Li's bloodline. According to Mutates, Luo Li seemed to contain a divine bloodline. This divine bloodline had a natural affinity for the Divine Vine's divine essence. As long as he took control of Luo Li's bloodline power, he could absorb all of the Divine Vine's divine essence for himself. Ba Dao's mental defenses had been completely conquered by Lin Xuan. At that, Ba Dao trembled, and summoning his courage, poured out everything he knew all at once. Lin Xuan merely listened in silence. When Lin Xuan heard it all, he let out a long breath. So that was how it was. Only then did Lin Xuan understand the truth of the matter. Simply put, Mutates wanted the divine essence left after the Divine Vine's passing. To be absolutely certain of success, he had set his sights on Luo Li. Because the Luotian bloodline within Luo Li was unique, it held tremendous affinity and allure for the divine. Truly, greed knows no bounds. Lin Xuan turned to Ba Dao once more. Ba Dao shuddered and hastily explained, his face reddening. Holy Prince, I'm not lying. Everything I said just now is real. If there is the slightest falsehood, may I be struck by 5 thunderbolts and die a miserable death. Ba Dao saw that Lin Xuan remained silent, and he was afraid that Lin Xuan thought he was deceiving him. So he hurriedly tried to explain. After all, no one wanted to be misunderstood and killed because of it. That would be too tragic. I believe. Lin Xuan nodded. But the 7-demon blade was still against Ba Dao's neck with no intention of moving away. Gulp. Ba Dao swallowed nervously and stared in horror at the 7-demon blade at his neck. Next, this prince needs you to do one more thing for me, Lin Xuan said slowly. I would never dare disobey the Holy Prince's command. Please, Holy Prince, give your orders. Ba Dao's head bobbed incessantly like a chick pecking at rice. After Lin Xuan gave his instructions, Ba Dao, whose courage had already been scared out of him, how could he dare hesitate? Even as he nodded, he was secretly shocked by Lin Xuan's ruthlessness. Good heavens! This holy prince, though handsome and extraordinary, had far too vicious methods. Eat it. At that moment, a flash of light appeared in Lin Xuan's hand, and a pitch-black pill emerged from his storage ring. The instant the pill appeared, a foul stench assailed the nose. Eat it. This is poison. Without my antidote, within 7 days you will surely die, with blood flowing from your 7 orifices. Lin Xuan said flatly, as if talking about something utterly insignificant. Ba Dao shuddered. But when he looked at Lin Xuan, he saw the unyielding resolve in his eyes. He knew Lin Xuan was not joking. Lin Xuan's meaning was also unmistakable. According to his instructions, he, Ba Dao, would definitely have to complete the task. Otherwise, the consequence would be one word: death. But the difference between dying 7 days later and dying right now was something Ba Dao understood all too well. Without hesitation, Ba Dao tilted his head back and swallowed the pill. In that instant, an indescribable stench rushed straight to Ba Dao's head. This pill, through its very existence, illustrated a profound truth. Its flavor was overwhelmingly potent. May I leave now? Ba Dao suppressed the nausea churning in his stomach, gazing at Lin Xuan with a pill. Go ahead, but don't forget what I told you. I have a poor memory, and I might just forget where the antidote is. Lin Xuan slowly withdrew his foot. At the same time, he channeled a stream of devouring origin creation true qi into Ba Dao's body to heal his wounds. As Lin Xuan's foot moved away, Ba Dao felt his entire body lighten. In that moment, an immense burden was lifted from his shoulders. Moreover, the true qi that Lin Xuan had channeled into him spread through his body with a warm, soothing sensation. He felt considerably more at ease. Thank you, Holy Prince, for sparing my life. Ba Dao took a deep breath, then kowtowed 3 times before Lin Xuan. Ba Dao departed from the heaven-mending hall. Come out. Lin Xuan spoke. At his command, several figures emerged from the rear hall of the heaven-mending hall. They were the heaven-mending sect master Hua Rong Luo Li Yun Yin and Ling Qing. The heaven-mending sect master's face was ashen. Clearly he had heard Ba Dao's account regarding Mutates, and it filled him with burning fury. That beast. The heaven-mending sect master clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with murderous intent, as if he wished to hack Mutates into 1,000 pieces. For the heaven-mending sect master Luo Li was his disciple, and Mutates had treated his disciple in such a manner. This made rage surge like a towering inferno in his heart. He wished nothing more than to slay Mutates on the spot. Luo Li's face turned pale, shrouded in grief. Only Hua Rong Yun Yin and Ling Qing remained unfazed. After all, these 3 had little connection with Mutates, and they had long grown accustomed to such affairs. Along Lin Xuan's journey, he had already exposed the hypocritical facades of countless so-called prodigies. They had become numb to it all. Mutates, how could he do this to me? Perhaps there is some misunderstanding in all of this. Luo Li took a deep breath and forced out the words. For Luo Li Shi and Mutates had journeyed together from the Mu domain to the heaven-mending sect in the northern. Although the two had made no substantial progress in their romantic relationship, Luo Li had always held unwavering faith in Mutates' character. She was no fool. She knew that the 9 nether ghost fire poison afflicting her body was inseparable from Mutates. Yet she simply could not bring herself to believe that Mutates had deliberately schemed to harm her. The two had endured hardships together. Now the sudden betrayal left Luo Li unwilling to accept it. The heaven-mending sect master was briefly stunned by her words, then fell into deep contemplation. After a long silence, the heaven-mending sect master said, Holy Prince, is there perhaps some hidden truth to this matter? Although Mutates must be involved, he has been with the heaven-mending sect for years, and we believe we know him somewhat. He is not the sort of person to do such a thing. Hearing the words of the heaven-mending sect master, and Luo Li, Ling Qing rolled her eyes and sneered. I have never quite understood the meaning of deceiving oneself until today. Now I have gained a brand new understanding of that idiom. Ling Qing's words struck hard at both the heaven-mending sect master and Luo Li, leaving them deeply. Lin Xuan waved his hand and said, Say no more. I have already laid the trap. If you still wish to verify the truth, it is simple. In 3 days, all will be revealed. Ling Qing said nothing further upon hearing Lin Xuan's words. The heaven-mending sect master and Luo Li nodded. Then everyone dispersed. Lin Xuan returned to the dark nether tower. Upon arrival, he informed his subordinates that he needed to go, and for these 3 days he was not to be disturbed. Lin Xuan sat cross-legged in the cultivation chamber of the dark nether tower. Congratulations, host. You have consumed 4000 villain points to exchange for 2 strands of immortal spirit chi. The system notification sounded. Because of the matter involving Huntian Marshal Marquis and Xiaohong, Lin Xuan had obtained 4000 villain points, leaving him with 450 villain points at the time. Now, after arriving at the heaven-mending sect, and because of Luo Li, Lin Xuan had gained another 2000 villain points. After deliberation, he decided to prioritize improving his cultivation. Thus, he spent 400 villain points at once to exchange for 2 strands of immortal spirit chi. Previously, Lin Xuan had fought against Huntian Martial Marquis, and then in Heaven Mending City, he had crushed the 3 great elders of the Heaven Mending sect. Now the martial insights gained from those 2 battles had brought him tremendous improvement. As long as he had sufficient spiritual energy, he could push his realm of enlightenment even higher. Unfortunately, Lin Xuan had not had the time to go into seclusion recently. However, by utilizing the villain mall to exchange for immortal spirit chi, he could save the time cost of absorbing spiritual energy. Now he could finally undergo his breakthrough within the Heaven Mending sect. Devouring Origin Creation Sutra Condense. Lin Xuan shouted. The 2 strands of immortal spirit chi surged mightily into his body. Lin Xuan was well versed in this process. Coupled with the unique qualities of the Devouring Origin Creation Sutra, his absorption of the 2 strands of immortal spirit chi was exceptionally rapid. The breakthrough from the 3rd level of the Martial King realm to the 4th level was only natural. After circulating his chi through 365 cycles, the power of the 2 strands of immortal spirit chi was entirely absorbed. This brought Lin Xuan close to the 5th level of the Martial King realm. Lin Xuan slowly exhaled a breath, suppressing the true chi within his body. At this moment, Lin Xuan was merely a step away from the 5th level of the Martial King realm. For him, his current strength had once again achieved substantial progress. For an ordinary Martial King powerhouse, the martial Tao Dharma image started at 3 chi in length. With each subsequent level gained, the power of the Dharma image increased by 1 chi. This martial Tao Dharma image was akin to a special phenomenon. The flames of Shaohong and Zhu Yin, the 9 nether ghost fire of the 9 nether sparrow, or Luo Li's Luo River. It could also be described as a kind of extraordinary vision, possessing long-range destructive power. Once one stepped into the Martial King realm, one could command a 3 chi wall of chi. At the 1st level of the Martial King realm, the martial Tao Dharma image reached 3 chi. With each subsequent level, the reach increased by 1 chi. At the 9th level of the Martial King realm, one possessed an 11 chi martial Tao Dharma image. A distance of over 3 zhang was truly terrifying. However, Lin Xuan was astonished to discover that despite being at the 4th level of the Martial King realm, his martial Tao Dharma image already exceeded 10 chi. If Lin Xuan reached the 9th level of the Martial King realm, he dreaded to think how astonishing his martial Tao Dharma image would become. With my current strength, ordinary powerhouses at the 8th level of the Martial King realm are likely no longer my match. With a bit more accumulation, once I break through to the 5th level of the Martial King realm, I can easily slay even peak 9th level Martial King powerhouses. Unfortunately, the gap is still far too vast when confronting a Martial Emperor. There is still over a month before the Stone Emperor's duel against the 7 divine Martial Emperors of the Demon Heaven Palace. I hope that within this period I can gain the strength to suppress the Stone Emperor. When that time comes. Excitement flickered in Lin Xuan's eyes. He knew that the Stone Emperor was the young Huangtian Emperor of this world, and the name Huang resounded across all myriad realms. Among all the children of fortune, he was undoubtedly among the foremost. Lin Xuan was fortunate, for he had encountered the young Huangtian Emperor before he had fully grown. Lin Xuan felt grateful, as this gave him the chance to reap benefits from the young Huangtian Emperor. After all, by the middle and late stages, the Huangtian Emperor possessed his transformation freedom art and his dominion spanning 10,000 ages. Lin Xuan knew that even 10,000 versions of himself combined would not be enough to contend with the latest stage Huangtian Emperor. Now, having met the right person at the most beautiful age, Lin Xuan suddenly felt an inexplicable wave of happiness surging through his heart. If Shi Huang, the Stone Emperor Shi, were to learn of Lin Xuan's current thoughts, he would likely be infuriated to the point of vomiting blood. After all, the Stone Emperor had his supreme bones stolen in his infancy, yet rose to prominence in his youth, defying the heavens themselves. He even battled his elder brother, the pupil possessor Shi, and triumphed across realms, when his supreme bone reawakened a second time. These legendary experiences forged the Stone Emperor's Tao heart into an unyielding force. Throughout the entire Kanglan realm, there was scarcely anyone who dared to challenge the dignity of the desolate Heavenly Emperor. Lin Xuan, without a doubt, was an exception. Far from viewing the young desolate Heavenly Emperor as an untouchable existence, Lin Xuan instead regarded this youthful sovereign as his own personal ATM. However, Lin Xuan was not yet capable of extracting wealth from this ATM. The young desolate Heavenly Emperor, that cash machine, was secured by a key known as power. This was simply infuriating. Lin Xuan thought darkly to himself. He then spent an entire day completing this breakthrough. 2 days remained before the 3-day deadline agreed with Overlord Blade. In the training chamber of the Dark Nether Pavilion, Lin Xuan began honing his control over his newfound power. He familiarized himself with his martial Dharma manifestation while also beginning to refine the 7 demon saber techniques. Augmented strength demanded time and practice before it could be wielded with the ease of one's own arm. Lin Xuan naturally understood this principle well. 3 days later, the Mu Manor. This residence belonged to Mu Chen, situated behind the Buitian Gate. Given Mu Chen's talent and cultivation, the Buitian Gate held him in high regard. They believed that in the future he and the first saintess might even possess the strength to challenge the Stone Emperor, and so they valued him greatly. They had specially bestowed a private manor upon Mu Chen. Having been in seclusion for many days, he was finally about to emerge. Inside the secluded chamber, Mu Chen slowly opened his eyes. His countenance was resolute beyond measure, handsome and extraordinary. Beneath that face of his, it seemed no difficulty could possibly stand in Mu Chen's way. Such was Mu Chen's uniqueness. 2 piercing rays of light suddenly shot forth from his eyes. His entire aura condensed without dispersing. If he were to unleash his full power, he could likely annihilate even a martial king of the 8th rank. Netherfire Sparrow, can your netherworld dark flame handle Luo Li with confidence? Mu Chen mused inwardly. He rest assured. That girl possesses the Luo divine bloodline. That bloodline is the most suitable for countering Old Vine's divine essence. Just wait for your harvest. A voice suddenly resounded in Mu Chen's mind. But they say that Hua Rong, famed far and wide throughout the Kanglan realm, has also come here to heal Luo Li. Mu Chen frowned slightly, voicing his unease. A mere alchemist from the Kanglan realm. Utterly beneath mention. With my methods, some mortal alchemist from this realm wanting to break my netherworld dark flame is nothing short of a fool's dream. The Netherfire Sparrow's voice carried a trace of mockery. Regardless that man's reputation looms too large. I feel uneasy. If I could seize the Holy Prince this time upon emerging from seclusion, then Hua Rong would have to stay his hand. Mu Chen sneered, then spoke. That would be safer. Have no worry with me here. There are very few in this Buitian Gate who can harm you. Implant that netherworld dark flame into that so-called Holy Prince Lin Xuan, and he becomes your puppet, completely at your mercy. The Netherfire Sparrow's voice came once more. Mu Chen, this child of destiny, was clearly different from the ones Lin Xuan had encountered before. Most of the previous children of destiny had discordant relationships with their own life-born golden fingers. But Mu Chen was vicious by nature and stopped at nothing, while the Netherfire Sparrow was likewise a dark-dwelling evil beast. The two were like a turtle spotting among bean. They simply clicked. Birds of a feather wallowing in the same filth. Let's leave seclusion first. Mu Chen exhaled a breath, comforted by the Netherfire Sparrow's words. With that, Mu Chen pushed open the door of his secluded chamber. Senior brother, you're out. Overlord Blade had long been waiting outside. In truth, ever since meeting Lin Xuan, Overlord Blade had kept vigil outside the chamber every day, waiting for Mu Chen to emerge. There was no other reason. He was simply terrified that he would fail the task Lin Xuan had assigned him. Whenever he thought of the consequences of failure, and of Lin Xuan's nightmare-inducing face, Overlord Blade felt terrible all over. He trembled uncontrollably, barely able to compose himself. That day, after waiting for so long, Overlord Blade finally saw Mu Chen emerge from seclusion. His heart surged with excitement and immense relief. Have the matters I entrusted to you been handled? Mu Chen swept a glance at Overlord Blade. A profound aura burst forth. Martial King's 6th rank. Mu Chen had always been among the pinnacle of children of destiny. Despite being only at the 6th rank of Martial King, his strength allowed him to challenge beyond his level and slay ordinary Martial Kings of the 8th rank. Such battle prowess placed him among the supreme geniuses of the entire Kanglan realm. Martial King's 6th rank. Overlord Blade's face suddenly turned deathly pale. To Overlord Blade, Mu Chen's heaven-defying strength was well known. Yet after this seclusion, Mu Chen's power had clearly climbed to yet another level. In Overlord Blade's estimation, even his aura now rivaled that of the Buitian Gate Master. Under normal circumstances, with Mu Chen's strength and potential, Overlord Blade would never have dreamed of betraying him. Unfortunately, he had swallowed Lin Xuan's poison pill. Forgive me, senior brother Mu Chen. He is simply too cruel. Overlord Blade thought in his heart. Overlord Blade. Seeing that Overlord Blade had not replied, Mu Chen frowned and asked, "Oh, senior brother Mu Chen, everything has been arranged. Rest assured." Overlord Blade snapped back to his senses and hurriedly spoke to Mu Chen. Hua Rong and the Holy Prince, in their foolish attempt to heal Luo Li's injuries, both suffered severe wounds. Especially that so-called heavenly physician Demon Hand Hua Rong. He was rebuked by the netherworld dark flame and is now on the verge of death. I must say, senior brother Mu Chen, your methods are truly heaven-defying. Even Hua Rong, who has roamed the Kanglan realm for ages, is no match for you. Overlord Blade narrated, showering Mu Chen with fawning praise all the while. Yet Mu Chen, upon hearing this flattery, showed not the slightest trace of delight. He raised a hand, cutting off whatever Overlord Blade was about to say next. Tell me directly, where is that Holy Prince Lin Xuan now? Have you gathered all the information? Mu Chen's words were cold and merciless. Clearly this child of destiny Mu Chun was far more composed. He would not be swayed by such trivialities. Overlord Blade's flattery had landed on deaf ears, and he stuck out his tongue feeling helpless. He sensed that both senior brother Mu Chun and that holy prince Lin Xuan were impossible to deceive, and being caught between the two of them was simply unbearable. At that thought, Overlord Blade felt like crying. Worse still, he did not dare reveal a single trace of his emotions in front of Mu Chun. The holy prince is in the main tower of the Dark Nether Pavilion. Since Hua Rong is gravely wounded, the only ones left by Lin Xuan's side are some trash from the martial ancestor realm. Senior brother Mu Chun, you can trust me to handle things. Overlord Blade thumped his chest and declared to Mu Chun's face involuntarily showed a trace of relief upon hearing these words. As long as Hua Rong was unable to make a move, Mu Chun was confident that he could capture the holy prince Lin Xuan. Moreover, Mu Chun still held a super trump card, the Nether Sparrow. No matter what happened, he believed he had the ability to protect his own life. Then at midnight tonight, you lead the way. As long as we manage to get this so-called holy prince under control, no one will be able to stop us. Mu Chun let out a long breath, then spoke. Ba Dao nodded and continued, during this period, I have bribed a heavenly demon divine guard beside the holy prince. At midnight tonight, he will help us disguise ourselves as heavenly demon guards of the heavenly demon palace. We'll enter the Xianming Tower and capture the holy prince without anyone knowing. Upon hearing this, a smile also crept onto the corner of Mu Chun's mouth. It had to be said, this Ba Dao was indeed a talented man. Not bad. In the future, when I unify the Butian sect, I won't treat you unfairly. Mu Chun nodded in praise. As a person, Mu Chun was clearly a pragmatist. Only what was beneficial and helpful to himself was worthy of admiration in Mu Chun's eyes. As for anything flashy or ostentatious, Mu Chun did not care for it. Thank you for your promotion, senior brother Mu Chun. Your junior brother will serve you with utter devotion even at the cost of his life. Immediately, Ba Dao's face beamed with ecstatic joy. Clasping his fists and bowing deeply, he spoke to Mu Chun. With a face full of sincerity, Ba Dao pledged his loyalty to Mu Chun. In truth, Ba Dao was scared out of his wits. As for future glory and prosperity, he had long ceased to care. All Ba Dao wanted now was merely to stay alive. Mu Chun heard Ba Dao's words, and a cold sneer curled at his lips. Mu Chun was shrewd, quick-witted, and extremely deep in scheming. Although he was young, he understood human nature extremely thoroughly. He knew that demanding absolute loyalty from someone like Ba Dao was undoubtedly impossible. People like Ba Dao worshipped the strong and yielded to power. If Mu Chun were to become weaker than his opponents in the future, Ba Dao would likely harbor treacherous thoughts. Mu Chun did not trust Ba Dao 100%. However, Mu Chun could never have imagined that Ba Dao had already been coerced and turned against him by Lin Xuan. That night at midnight, the night draped low. Silence reigned. The entire Butian sect seemed to have fallen into an absolute deathly stillness. In the sweltering heat of the dog days, only cicadas were chirping tirelessly. Outside the Mu residence in the night, Mu Chun and Ba Dao seemed to be waiting for something. Before long, a handsome man with a tall, straight figure dressed in heavenly demon guard attire walked toward the two. Your name, Oi? Mu Chun asked the newcomer upon seeing him. Mu Chun was no fool. He had heard of the heavenly demon guards of the heavenly demon palace. Every heavenly demon guard was an absolute elite, incomparably loyal to the heavenly demon palace. Now Ba Dao had arranged for this man to be their mole. Mu Chun still harbored some doubts. Reporting to young Master Mu, I am Wu Liuyi. I am the junior commander of the Heavenly Demon Divine Guard. Wu Liuyi clasped his fists and replied to the two. Hey, I'm curious, what did Ba Dao promise you? Mu Chun fell silent for a moment, then asked Wu Liuyi. Hearing Mu Chun's words, Ba Dao's heart couldn't help but leap into his throat. After all, Ba Dao had not arranged how to handle such a question. This Mu Chun was indeed too cautious by half. Freedom. Wu Liuyi fell silent for a moment before answering. Freedom. Mu Chun and Ba Dao looked at Wu Liuyi, both utterly bewildered. Ever since I was born, I have been loyal to the Heavenly Demon Palace. For the Heavenly Demon Palace, I have devoted myself wholeheartedly and would die without regret. But this holy Prince Lin Xuan is merely a latecomer, a rich, brat, a profligate son. Yet he demands that we the meritorious ones remain loyal not only to the Empress Feng Yue, but also to this pretty-faced nobody. We are human beings too. We are not tools. As long as we capture Lin Xuan and control him, I can run away with Yun Yin, Lin Xuan's maidservant, and live for myself from then on. Wu Liuyi took a deep breath, his eyes gradually turning red, and explained to Mu Chun. This Lin Xuan, relying on his power and influence, seized things by force and bullied men and women alike. Why should he be able to take possession of my beloved Yun Yin? I will make him pay the price he deserves. Wu Liuyi appeared extremely sincere in this manner. He gnashed his teeth, his face flushed red, revealing extreme hatred toward Lin Xuan. Anyone who saw him would be shaken to the core and couldn't help but believe him. After hearing it all, Mu Chun nodded. Freedom and love. These reasons were quite convincing. for the allure of those two things transcended everything. Swish! A plain ancient bag appeared in Mu Chen's hand. With a flick of his wrist he tossed the object. Wu Liuyi reached out and caught it. Then he opened the bag. In that instant the fragrance of pills rushed forth, filling the air. The rich aroma even gave Mu Chen a jolt of energy immediately, making him feel refreshed and elated. This? Wu Liuyi lowered his head and looked only to see the bag filled with all kinds of pills. Earth-tier and profound-tier pills, several hundred of them in all. Some of them were even of superior quality among Earth-tier pills. Such lavish generosity was rarely matched by anyone other than Lin Xuan. For a moment Wu Liuyi was stunned by Mu Chen. Consider this your payment for today's task. Wu Liuyi work. Mu Chen reached out, patted Wu Liuyi on the shoulder, and said meaningfully, "These pills are enough to let you and Yun Yin live a peaceful, untroubled life after escaping the heavenly demon palace." Wu Liuyi's body jolted, and immediately his face was full of gratitude as he looked at Mu Chen. This Mu Chen had even considered Wu Liuyi's future for him. This was undoubtedly deeply moving. From this one could see how superb Mu Chen's methods were. He wielded both favor and force, compelling obedience. Your subordinate will do everything in his power. Wu Liuyi took a deep breath, his body trembling slightly, and thanked Mu Chen once again. Mu Chen nodded, his expression calm. It seemed that Mu Chen was still lost in his own characteristic approach, unable to extricate himself. Wu Liuyi took out 2 sets of Heavenly Demon Divine Guard uniforms and handed them to Mu Chen and Ba Dao. The two donned the battle robes of the Heavenly Demon Divine Guard, then slipped out of the Mu residence under the cover of night. Before long they arrived outside the Xianming Tower. "Let's go. Take me to Lin Xian's room." Along the way the three had not been discovered. Exceptionally smooth, which made Mu Chen feel victory was within his grasp. Before long Wu Liuyi led the two into Lin Xian's room inside the Xianming Tower. "Wait, better safe than sorry. Let's recon first." Mu Chen, being experienced and shrewd, suddenly spoke up at the doorway, cautioning Wu Liuyi and Ba Dao. Mu Chen was after all an extremely cautious man. Having risen step by step from the obscure region of Mu domain to become a prominent figure in Bumin sect, his journey had been anything but easy. Apart from his extraordinary fortune, Mu Chen's prudent nature had also played a tremendous role in his rise. Even so, he could not help but feel uneasy about the man called Wu Liuyi who had led him to the place where the holy Prince Lin Xian resided. A vague sense of dread stirred within Mu Chen, so he resolved to extend his divine sense and probe the situation inside before making any move. "Nine Nether Sparrow, take a look. Is there any danger within?" Mu Chen sent a silent voice transmission to the Nine Nether Sparrow. What others did not know was that Mu Chen possessed this hidden trump card, a great asset capable of sensing impending peril. "Wait a moment," said the Nine Nether Sparrow. Meanwhile, Mu Chen and Ba Dao, both bending over with their backsides raised, peered through the crack of the door, observing the movements within Lin Xian's chambers. Little did they realize that Wu Liuyi, standing behind them, was watching their absurd postures, with an expression caught between amusement and disbelief. "Haha, if I don't give them a good kick, I'd be doing myself a disservice." Wu Liuyi stroked his chin, a mischievous glint flashing in his eyes. To Wu Liuyi at this moment the postures of Mu Chen and Ba Dao seemed almost irresistibly tempting. He took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and poured his immense, profound, true qi into both of his legs. He stepped back several meters, then broke into a run. 1, 2, 3. Charge! Like a wild beast unleashed from its bonds, Wu Liuyi shot forward with explosive speed. He flew straight toward Mu Chen's exposed backside. Smack! Smack! A thunderous sound erupted. Startled, Ba Dao snapped back to his senses, quickly patting himself all over to check for injuries. Then let out a relieved breath. Fortunately, Ba Dao realized he had not suffered any harm. But when he turned his head, his expression immediately. Mu Chen, before he could even react, felt an overwhelming, heaven-shaking force erupt against him. A series of cracking sounds rang out from his coccyx. The piercing agony was utterly unbearable. Then his body went out of control, hurtling through the air, smashing straight through the entire Xianming Tower, before crashing into the courtyard behind it. Because Wu Liuyi had kicked him from behind, Mu Chen's body had pitched forward from the force. He landed in the courtyard beyond the Xianming Tower, slamming into the ground and leaving a massive crater. Most unfortunate of all, he landed face first. His head was buried deep within the soil. "Has seen your brother Mu Chen? Are you putting on a performance of avant-garde art? Planting your head in the dirt? Are you trying to play dumb?" Wu Liuyi brought Ba Dao along and sneered, taunting Mu Chen with a cold laugh. Hearing Wu Liuyi's voice while enduring the sharp, searing pain from his coccyx, Mu Chen was overwhelmed by a tangled surge of agony and humiliation. With a swift clap of his hands, Mu Chen leaped up from the soil, casting an icy glare at Wu Liuyi and Ba Dao. As shrewd as he was, Mu Chen already realized that these two had in all likelihood betrayed him. His voice cold, Mu Chen said, "I never imagined that even I, Mu Chen, could misjudge people so badly. The two of you must have been plotting this for quite some time, haven't you?" Mu Chen's gaze was frigid, and beneath those piercing eyes boundless fury surged and churned without respite. One could easily imagine that his rage at this moment had utterly exploded. Had Mu Chen gained the upper hand, Wu Liuyi and Ba Dao would surely have met a miserable end. Ha! Mu Chen, you vile-hearted wolf. How dare you lay murderous hands on the second Saintess Luo Li? Are you even human? Though I Ba Dao may not claim to be a paragon of virtue, I would never stoop to such shameless depths as you. Today I Ba Dao shall serve justice on heaven's behalf. Ba Dao stepped forward. The timid and subservient demeanor he had shown before Mu Chen now completely vanished. In its place was a righteous, awe-inspiring bearing that made him seem towering and noble, like an avenger of justice walking among mortals. Ba Dao himself seemed deeply immersed in this role of righteous hero, savoring every moment. He even craned his neck, his face flushed, and bellowed, "I shall stand with justice against all evil and never share the same sky." Hearing this, Wu Liuyi nearly died laughing at Ba Dao. As for Mu Chen, he clearly had no interest in wasting words on such an idiot. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Wu Liuyi. From that kick, just now Mu Chen could sense overwhelming. The true qi was dense and solid, and his physical strength was utterly terrifying. Perhaps even pure-blooded divine beasts could not compare. How could such a figure be an ordinary heavenly demon guard? If the heavenly demon palace possessed such depth, then within 10 years not a single orthodoxy would remain in the entire Kanglan realm. Just who are you? Mu Chen stared fixedly at Wu Liuyi, his voice hoarse and laced with resentment. Ha ha ha! Wu Liuyi roared with laughter. Then true qi rippled across his face, and astonishingly his features began to shift and transform before their very eyes. The original Wu Liuyi had not been particularly handsome, though his face could be called pleasant enough. But now his skin, muscles, and bones seemed to come alive, writhing and twisting in a manner that made one's scalp crawl. At last, after a few moments, Wu Liuyi's appearance underwent a heaven-shaking transformation. His features became strikingly handsome and heroic, his bearing noble and immaculate, like an exiled celestial immortal descending into the mortal world. Ba Dao pays his respects to His Highness the Holy Prince. Seeing Wu Liuyi reveal his true visage, Ba Dao hastily knelt before him, loudly proclaiming Lin Xuan's name. Indeed, this Wu Liuyi was not himself at all. He was Lin Xuan in disguise. Lin Xuan gazed at Mu Chen with a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. In Lin Xuan's eyes, Mu Chen was nothing more than a beast at his mercy. "It's you." Mu Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. An involuntary exclamation escaped his lips. "That's right. Mu Chen, weren't you looking for me?" Lin Xuan replied calmly, his tone as light and carefree as a gentle breeze. As it turned out, this technique of Lin Xuan's was a disguise art learned from Hua Rong, the demonic hand of heavenly medicine. It allowed one to manipulate the muscles and bones with true qi, thereby altering one's facial features and appearance. For most warriors, such a skill was somewhat cumbersome. For a martial artist's aura was difficult to change. Yet in Lin Xuan's case, this disguise art proved exceptionally effective. This was because Lin Xuan cultivated the devouring origin creation scripture, which allowed him to conceal his aura entirely. At his current level, if he wished to hide his presence, none but those at the martial emperor realm or above would be able to detect him. Thus, no matter how cautious Mu Chen had been or how meticulously he had calculated, he could never have imagined that the heavenly demon guard beside him was in fact none other than the very person he had come to capture, the holy prince Lin Xuan. "Lin Xuan, how despicable you are!" Mu Chen spat out, murderous intent blazing within his eyes. "Thanks for the compliment," Lin Xuan replied without the slightest irritation. After all, Mu Chen had schemed relentlessly to obtain the life essence of Senior Divine Vine, even planning to capture Lin Xuan and use him as leverage. Lin Xuan had merely turned the scheme against him, yet Mu Chen dared to call him despicable. What kind of logic was that? Huh? Lin Xuan had no intention of wasting his breath on such a person. In the worldview of the utterly self-serving, one is always the victim. No matter how old Mu Chen grew, his parents had never taught him proper values. And Lin Xuan had no interest whatsoever in acting as his parent. A rabid dog like this was best dealt with by beating it to death on the spot. Lin Xuan rubbed his nose, thinking to himself, "There's a road to heaven, yet you refuse to walk it. The gates of hell are shut, yet you come barging in anyway." Lin Xuan prepared to die. In the very next instant, Mu Chen suddenly attacked, his face twisted with hatred. His figure flickered, transforming into a streak of light that shot straight toward Lin Xuan. Obviously, as far as Mu Chen was concerned, he had originally intended to find Lin Xuan, and although some twists and turns had occurred along the way, the essential result still remained that Lin Xuan now stood before Mu Chen. For Mu Chen, as long as he could capture Lin Xuan, all these problems would be readily solved. Boom. In almost an instant, Mu Chen had already charged to Lin Xuan's front. His martial cultivation erupted, reaching the 6th level of the martial king realm. Furthermore, Mu Chen's combat prowess was formidable. When he unleashed his full strength, even a martial king at the 8th level would find it difficult to clash Eden with him. Collapsing fist. Kill. In an instant, Mu Chen stood before Lin Xuan. At close range, Mu Chen turned his right hand into a fist and blasted it out. This collapsing fist emphasized releasing force within a tiny space, bursting out with terrifying power. Mu Chen's fist traversed the short distance imbued with true qi. If it struck a human body, the true qi covering the fist would instantly penetrate the martial artist's interior, continuously exploding within. In the end, it would directly cause the martial artist to perish. Although this martial technique was merely a profound great skill, Mu Chen had devoted himself to its cultivation for so many years that he had long reached the pinnacle of perfection. Bang! A deeply muffled sound rang out. Hit! A hint of ecstatic delight couldn't help but appear in Mu Chen's eyes. That punch of his had landed solidly on Lin Xuan's body. Mu Chen was extremely confident in the power of this collapsing fist. A single punch, seemingly unremarkable, actually possessed the might to split mountains and sever rivers. Lin Xuan immediately felt a domineering force transmitted directly from the ridge of Mu Chen's fist. Clang! Mu Chen felt as if his fist had not struck flesh and blood, but instead had given rise to the sound of fine iron clashing. Mu Chen couldn't help but retreat 3 steps before completely dispersing the transmitted force. Is that all you've got? Lin Xuan smiled faintly. On Lin Xuan's body surface, vital energy and blood were vigorous, and there was even a dense silver light faintly flowing. Silver body transformation. Moreover, Lin Xuan's silver body transformation had already reached a terrifying level of intensity. It was nearly about to advance toward the golden body transformation level. Silver body transformation was originally a physical power that could only be obtained at the martial emperor realm. If Lin Xuan could step into the golden body transformation level while still in the martial king realm, that would mean his physical power could directly rival the strongest martial emperors at their peak. The stronger Lin Xuan's body became, the more formidable his combat strength would be. Humph! Quite bold. A trace of shock flashed through Mu Chen's eyes. Then it transformed into boundless fury. After all, for Mu Chen, he had never seen anyone use their physical body alone to directly withstand his collapsing fist. To be honest, if Mu Chen had not seen it with his own eyes, he truly would not have believed it. Vajra Pagoda hand. At this moment, as if suffering a tremendous humiliation, Mu Chen found it unbearable, the shame inflicted upon his proud self-esteem. Immediately, Mu Chen's hands moved in rapid succession. True qi surged continuously from his hands, condensing into a spiritual seal. Boom. In an instant, his martial dharma image evolved and condensed into 2 heaven-defying Vajra Pagoda hand seals, pressing down toward Lin Xuan. Boom, boom, boom. The Vajra Pagoda hand seals were each as large as 10 feet, blotting out the sky. Every time they struck down, they stirred up boundless dust. They drifted and swirled, leaving one giant handprint after another on the ground. This time, no matter how reckless Lin Xuan was, he did not dare to use his physical body to withstand the Vajra Pagoda hand seals Mu Chen had unleashed. Lin Xuan dodged the vital attacks. Even when he could not avoid Mu Chen's Vajra Pagoda hand, he chose to evade the heavy blows and endure the lighter ones, thereby reducing the damage. During this period, though, Lin Xuan looked somewhat disheveled because of his reliance on movement techniques and speed. His powerful physique ultimately meant he suffered no major injuries. Sweat began to trickle from Mu Chen's forehead. This was because the Vajra Pagoda hand was a heaven-grade martial skill with extremely high lethality, possessing the power to destroy heaven and earth. However, there was one flaw. The Vajra Pagoda hand's power was terrifying, but its consumption was enormous. Even for Mu Chen, it was difficult to sustain its continuous use. Mu Chen knew that if this continued, he would probably be defeated by Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, aren't you some holy? Why do you only know how to flee like a turtle withdrawing into its shell? If you have any guts, why not fight me honorably and openly? Mu Chen sank his qi into his dantian, then suddenly roared at Lin Xuan. This was a provocation. Naturally, Lin Xuan could perceive it. However, after hearing Mu Chen's words, the corners of Lin Xuan's mouth involuntarily curled up into a faint smile. He then said, I've roughly tested your abilities. Fighting you did yield some gains, but not many. It's time to end this meaningless bout. Lin Xuan remained calm and composed, speaking with sincere words and not the slightest trace of affectation. When Mu Chen heard Lin Xuan's words, he was so furious that he almost couldn't speak. This was utterly infuriating. According to Lin Xuan's implication, from beginning to end, Mu Chen had never been taken seriously by Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan had merely treated Mu Chen as a plaything, a stepping stone to hone his own martial skills. This is going too far. Mu Chen roared. The power within his body erupted violently. At that moment, the spiritual seal of the Vajra Pagoda hand abruptly swelled to more than twice its size. At the same time, Mu Chen's feet moved like wind, treading abstruse and mysterious steps. He executed the spirit shadow step. His entire figure continuously wove across the arena, just like a ghostly specter. The power of the Vajra Pagoda hand, along with the area covered by its damage, also abruptly expanded considerably. Under such circumstances, no matter how fast Lin Xuan was, it became difficult to dodge. In that case, let's see how you'll escape. Mu Chen's eyes were nearly split with rage, his long hair billowing wildly in the blowing wind. Escape, eh? Why would I escape? Lin Xuan sneered. Swish! A beam of blood-red light shot into the sky. Within that bloody light, a crimson long blade appeared containing a fierce and deadly bloody killing aura. It was the Seven-Demon Saber. Holding the Seven-Demon Saber, Lin Xuan's entire temperament changed abruptly. His original lazy, indifferent aura vanished completely. At this moment, Lin Xuan seemed to have become a bloodthirsty killing demon appearing in the mortal world. First slash, sever myself. Second slash, blood rage. Lin Xuan's voice was hoarse, and he calmly uttered a single sentence. Boom. In an instant, the sky-filling blood-red saber radiance began to evolve into boundless killing force surging toward Mu Chen's. The towering crimson hue dyed the entire heavens red. What? Mu Chen's eyes widened, and his heart couldn't help but leap. Facing the technique Lin Xuan had unleashed, Mu Chen was horrified to discover that he was experiencing what fear truly meant. Lin Xuan unleashed both moves of the heaven-defying Seven-Demon Saber, Sever Myself and Blood Rage, in succession, blasting them toward Mu Chen. In just the instant of contact, Mu Chen's Vajra Pagoda hand shattered piece by piece, dissolving into the purest spiritual energy. No. Impossible. Blood seeped from the corner of Mu Chen's mouth. The violent backlash of true qi had gravely wounded him. Nine Nether, aid me. Mu Chen's eyes turned blood red, and then he suddenly roared aloud. After feeling the terrifying force of Lin Xuan's two saber strikes, Mu Chen was unwilling to admit it, but he had to accept one fact. The gap between him and Lin Xuan was still enormous. With his battle power at the 6th level of the Martial King realm, he could slay an ordinary 8th level Martial King. Yet Mu Chen was definitely no match for an ordinary 9th level Martial King. However, given Lin Xuan's combat strength, even an ordinary 9th level Martial King would likely become a dead soul beneath Lin Xuan's blade. What was most hair-raising was that Lin Xuan's own cultivation was only at the 4th level of the Martial King realm. At this thought, Mu Chen's heart was instantly filled with despair. Mu Chen himself was one of the rare supreme prodigies of the Kanglin realm with heaven-defying combat power. Yet that pride of his was shattered to pieces before Lin Xuan crushed into countless fragments. In terms of talent and combat strength, even the Stone Emperor probably could not match Lin Xuan. This child absolutely must not be allowed to grow. Mu Chen could not defeat Lin Xuan, and a thought flashed through his mind. After all, Lin Xuan terrified Mu Chen too much. If Lin Xuan was already this horrifying now, then if he grew even stronger, how could Mu Chen ever have any hope of rising? Today's battle was Mu Chen's last chance. Therefore, in an extremely despicable move, he planned to borrow the power of the Nine Nether Sparrow. Had the Nine Nether Sparrow. You won't have time to borrow her power. Lin Xuan's voice suddenly came from right beside Mu Chen's ear. Boom. A streak of blood-red blade light descended from the sky and slashed directly onto Mu Chen's shoulder blade. Flesh and blood flew through the air, and a severed arm was sent tumbling backward. Oh. Mu Chen felt the pain spread through his senses like a maggot burrowing into his very bones. The agony of his severed arm made Mu Chen lose his composure. Then Lin Xuan's foot struck Mu Chen's dantian. Boom. His dantian burst apart, turning into a bloody hole. Within a single breath, severing his arm and destroying his dantian were accomplished in one smooth stroke. Even if Mu Chen wanted to borrow the Nine Nether Sparrow's power, he could no longer do so. Now that Mu Chen had become a cripple, unless the Nine Nether Sparrow acted in person, it was fundamentally impossible for her to lend her power to him. Why? If one regarded a martial cultivator's physical body as a vessel, then Mu Chen's vessel was in such a state, even the Nine Nether Sparrow's power, vast as the sea, would be poured into a broken vessel and simply flow away in vain. Thud! Mu Chen collapsed to the ground. After several exchanges, Mu Chen had been utterly defeated. He felt absolutely terrible. Mu Chen knew that the only reason he had been able to exchange blows with Lin Xuan for even a few rounds was because Lin Xuan had been holding back. Had Lin Xuan gone all out, Mu Chen probably would not have been able to last even 3 exchanges. Damn it! Why is the gap this huge? And why is he so vicious, leaving me not the slightest chance to draw on the Nine Nether Sparrow's power? Mu Chen lay on the ground, his eyes filled with unwillingness and rage. Within his gaze there seemed to be an almost tangible fire of fury burning endlessly. To Mu Chen, this was the first time he had encountered a freak like Lin Xuan. The word freak could be used to describe Lin Xuan's heaven-defying battle power. At the same time, it also described Lin Xuan's character. By normal logic, the prodigy enemies Mu Chen had encountered, while rising from humble origins, had all been insufferably arrogant. How could anyone strike as ruthlessly as Lin Xuan? When you held the upper hand, weren't you supposed to mock your opponent, let Mu Chen borrow the Nine Nether Sparrow's power, and then have the battle turn around? Damn it, what kind of nonsense was this? Mu Chen's mind suddenly went dark, and for a moment he did not know if he was still dreaming. Lin Xuan, why are you so strong? Mu Chen took a deep breath, enduring the intense pain as he looked at Lin Xuan. His voice was hoarse, his fury blazing to the heavens. Yet his appearance did not intimidate Lin Xuan in the slightest. Lin Xuan even found Mu Chen's appearance somewhat laughable. He could see that Mu Chen was already outwardly strong but inwardly weak, and deep within his eyes hid a trace of fear of Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan smiled faintly, then said to Mu Chen, "Strength is relative. In a sense I am not strong. It is only that you are too weak." Damn it. Boom. Mu Chen gnashed his teeth. Hearing these words, another thunderous roar erupted in his mind. It was as if he had suffered a critical hit. And this still wasn't strong. If even Lin Xuan's heaven-defying combat strength did not count as powerful, then what could possibly be called powerful? Lin Xuan's short sentence dealt billions of points of critical damage to Mu Chen's already wounded psyche. It completely shattered his mental defenses. "I was careless just now. If you trust in your own courage, do you dare let me recover from my wounds and fight you again? This next battle I will defeat you openly in front of everyone." Bearing the searing pain, Mu Chen looked at Lin Xuan, his eyes filled with boundless provocation. Lin Xuan, however, was simply amused by Mu Chen's words. "I wouldn't dare." Lin Xuan shook his head, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth, and said to Mu Chen, "Do you really think I don't know about the 9 nether sparrow inside you?" Boom. Mu Chen's eyes widened as he stared hard at Lin Xuan, his face full of disbelief. "What 9 nether sparrow? I don't understand." His expression turned ugly, yet he refused to admit it. "Whether you admit it or not, if I kill you, I imagine the 9 nether sparrow shares your fortune and your downfall. She surely won't just stand by and do nothing." Lin Xuan's eyes gradually turned icy cold, and a sharp murderous intent emanated from him. The 7-demon blade in his hand faintly revealed a terrifying blood-red glow. This 7-demon blade was a supreme, divine weapon of the 9th rank heaven tier. As more and more powerful enemies were slain by it in Lin Xuan's hands, the 7-demon blade also began to grow stronger and stronger. However, those Lin Xuan had killed so far were not of particularly high cultivation. The 7-demon blade was already a 9th rank heaven tier divine weapon. If it wished to make the leap beyond the heaven tier, it would likely need to slay several martial emperors. With murderous intent radiating from him, and the 7-demon blade pulsing with bloodlight, Lin Xuan appeared like a god of slaughter reawakened. The sight made Mu Chen's scalp crawl. "Holy Prince, are you truly going to slay senior brother Mu Chen?" Hearing this, Badeo could not help but tremble in fright. To kill Mu Chen, this was a divine vine disciple. He was the pillar of the Batian sect, second only to the first saintess. Badeo dared not even think of it. However, Badeo knew Lin Xuan to some extent. He knew that when Lin Xuan said such a thing, it was probably not a joke. That man was unbelievably ruthless. This man wanted to capture me as a hostage. If I don't kill him, wouldn't it be ridiculous? Lin Xuan walked to Mu Chen and raised the 7-demon blade high. Whoosh. The 7-demon blade slashed down fiercely. Boom. A long cry suddenly shot out from within Mu Chen's body. In an instant, dark gray flames surged violently, engulfing Lin Xuan completely. This dark gray flame was fierce and overbearing, by no means an ordinary object. In particular, it possessed a superb ability to burn away the souls of warriors. One could not help but feel unbearably uncomfortable. From within Mu Chen's body, a black 9 nether sparrow burst out, condensing into solid form. It hovered in the void, flapping its wings. As it spread its wings wide, a monstrous tide of 9 nether flame poured out. The 9 nether sparrow was about 3 zhang in length, far larger than the 1 zhang vermilion bird Xiaohong. A monstrous surge of demonic aura poured forth. Lin Xuan's expression turned grim. The devouring origin creation scripture within him continuously circulated his true chi. Although the 9 nether flame was terrifying, the powerful martial arts stored in Lin Xuan's body were definitely no mere illusion. The devouring origin creation scripture spun madly, continuously absorbing the power of the 9 nether flame and transforming it into Lin Xuan's own strength. At the same time, Lin Xuan's physical body had cultivated the true demon myriad culpa indestructible body, and its terrifying resilience had already reached the point where his flesh had transformed into silver. Therefore, even though the 9 nether sparrow's power was terrifying and surpassed Lin Xuan by a considerable margin, it could not reduce his flesh and blood to ashes in an instant with the 9 nether flame. This 9 nether sparrow is actually so heaven-defying. At this rate, I probably can only hold on for 10 breaths. Once those 10 breaths are over, I fear I will fall. Lin Xuan was secretly shocked. At the same time, he assessed the current situation. Difficult. The 9 nether sparrow's strength was one factor he had never calculated. Not bad, but before me your strength is nothing but an ant. At that moment, the 9 nether sparrow's long beak moved, demonic aura gathering in its throat, and it emitted an extremely harsh voice. The 9 nether sparrow was unlike Jiuer from the Xuanqiu mountain range back then. Although it was powerful, its bloodline was not potent enough to transform into human form and speak human speech. However, this nine-nether sparrow had boundless future potential, and it had already mastered a talent using demonic aura to vibrate its oral cavity, thereby producing a technique akin to human speech. The nine-nether sparrow coldly stared at Lin Xuan, then spread its wings and unleashed its demonic aura. Under the infusion of that formidable demonic aura, the nine-nether flame around Lin Xuan suddenly flared up ferociously. Clearly, Mutates hated Lin Xuan, and this nine-nether sparrow also loathed Lin Xuan to the extreme. It wished it could burn him alive on the spot. By now, Mutates had managed to catch his breath. His dantian had been destroyed, and he had lost an arm. Even if he could cling to life by the skin of his teeth, returning to his peak in the future would be harder than ascending to heaven. Therefore, when Mutates saw Lin Xuan trapped and on the verge of being burned alive by the nine-nether flame, a trace of hatred involuntarily surfaced in his eyes. For Mutates, he felt a kind of twisted pleasure in his heart. It was Lin Xuan who had turned him into this wretched spectacle. Now at last this vicious villain was finally going to die. Burn him! Burn him! Mutates shouted at the nine-nether sparrow, his eyes nearly splitting apart, his voice hoarse and desperate. This was incredibly satisfying. Ba Dao snapped back to his senses and quietly edged backward. A bitter look spread across his face. This was too difficult. Originally, he had thrown in his lot with Mutates only for Lin Xuan to prove stronger. Now that he had followed Lin Xuan, Mutates had somehow brought out a monster from who knew where. The entire situation was reversed in an instant. Did this not mean he was about to suffer again? Ba Dao suddenly felt that the world was filled with malicious intent. How dare you? You dare strike a killing blow against the Holy Prince. Humph. Old bastard, let's join forces and teach this vile bird a lesson. At that moment, two piercing cries rang out. Boom. A white sword pierced through the void and shot over with dazzling speed. That white rainbow pierced through sun and moon, cutting a blinding arc across the night sky. Immediately after, a massive black handprint formed from true chi came crashing down, the thousand-spider myriad venom hand. Roar. Chirp chirp. Then Mao Qiu's Zhuyan fire and Xiaohong's vermilion bird fire merged into one, surging toward the nine-nether sparrow in a killing strike. These four powerhouses were all peak martial king existences. The strongest among them was the sect master of the Butian sect. Mao Qiu's strength, though wounded before, had now been fully healed by Hua Rong, and at this moment, he erupted with boundless ferocity. Under the combined might of the four peak martial kings, the nine-nether flame burst apart, with a loud crash, turning into the purest spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Lin Xuan, holding the seven-demon saber, landed on the ground. We pay our respects to the Holy Prince. We pay our respects to the Holy Prince. We pay our respects to the Holy Prince. Hua Rong and the Butian sect master knelt before Lin Xuan. Then outside the silent Xianming Tower, torches blazed to life, one after another. Yunin Lingqing and Luo Li, together with the Tianma guards, the three great elders of the Butian sect, and countless disciples of the Butian sect, had all unexpectedly appeared at this moment. Mutates' face turned ashen at the sight. Wasn't this supposed to be a dark, windy night for murder? Why was it now blazing with torchlight and crowded with so many people? Mutates' mind went blank. Today's affair had been extremely secretive. As long as Lin Xuan was taken down, the final outcome would not have changed much. The only variable was that Mutates himself was severely wounded. But to Mutates, as long as he could hold Lin Xuan hostage, he could even have Hua Rong, the demonic hand of heavenly medicine, treat his injuries. Now, however, the appearance of so many people meant that he had been exposed. He had become the target of universal condemnation. Within the Butian sect, he would become a loathed street rat, reviled by everyone. Naturally, inheriting the life essence of the divine vine would be impossible. Lin Xuan. The more Mutates thought about it, the more hatred surged in his heart, and his eyes suddenly turned sinister and venomous. If you had been one step later, I really would have been killed by that nine-nether sparrow. Lin Xuan smiled faintly, then looked at the Butian sect master and Luo Li, and said with a half-smile, now that this nine-nether sparrow has appeared in the world, you should know who was behind the sneak attack on Luo Li, right? Hearing Lin Xuan's words, the Butian sect master and Luo Li immediately flushed red with embarrassment. Every bit of this had been anticipated by Lin Xuan. Hua Rong rolled his eyes and joked, "Io, our holy prince has gone and shown off again." How utterly The Butian sect master drew a deep breath. After all, he was the leader of the great Butian sect, a major orthodoxy. Although its power was inferior to the Tianma Palace, he would never bow and scrape before Lin Xuan. His willingness to kneel and pledge loyalty to Lin Xuan just now was precisely because of Lin Xuan's flawless foresight and superior talent. The Butian sect master was an old fox who had grown shrewd with age. He naturally knew that true prodigies had to endure extreme hardship before they could fully rise. A genius powerhouse who had not yet matured was nothing but flowers in a mirror or moonlight on water, illusory and insubstantial. Throughout the history of the Beihuang domain, how many peerless geniuses had died on the road to prominence because of their temperaments or their fates. To truly become an unmatched colossus, a strong one needed not only heaven-defying talent, but also a steady, composed temperament. Clearly, the holy prince Lin Xuan perfectly satisfied every condition. That was why the Butian sect master had used the opportunity just now to declare his loyalty to Lin Xuan. Neither are you confident. Whether we can escape with our lives this time is all up to you. Mutates was after all a child of destiny. Seeing the situation turn dire, he hurriedly spoke to the 9 Nether Sparrow in secret. Don't worry. I'm confident I can kill them all. A fierce and savage light suddenly flashed through the 9 Nether Sparrow's eyes, and then it said to Mutates in a sinister voice. Upon hearing the 9 Nether Sparrows reply, the stone that had been weighing on Mutates' heart finally fell to the ground. Mutates had one virtue: no matter how suddenly circumstances shifted, he could always adjust his mindset in the shortest possible time and devise a countermeasure. Then Mutates coldly stared at the crowd opposite him, murderous intent blazing in his eyes. The Butian sect master raised his head, looked at Mutates, then at the 9 Nether Sparrow by his side. The fury in the Butian sect master's eyes grew ever more intense. He gave a cold snort and said, Mutates, the Butian sect has treated you well enough. Why must you be so vicious? Does your conscience not ache? Luo Li too wore a face full of despair, staring blankly at Mutates before saying, Why? Why is everything like this? Mutates knew that at this point he could no longer offer any plausible excuse. Yet he neither grew angry nor flustered. He merely sneered and said, Every man for himself, and the devil take the hindmost. At these words, the faces of the Butian sect master and Luo Li fell. Ding. The Butian sect master is utterly disappointed in Mutates. Mutates loses 1,000 luck points, and you gain 1,000 villain points. Ding. Luo Li, the second holy maiden of the Butian sect, is filled with despair toward Mutates. Mutates loses 2,000 luck points, and you gain 2,000 villain points. The system notification chimed. A trace of joy could not help but emerge between Lin Xuan's brows. For Lin Xuan, he had originally spent 4,000 villain points to exchange for 2 strands of immortal spiritual energy, leaving him with only 2,500 villain points. Now Lin Xuan had gained another 3,000 villain points from the Butian sect master and Luo Li. His villain points leapt to 5,500 in one go. Though it could not be called a fortune, it still made Lin Xuan feel that his purse had grown considerably. For a moment his heart was filled with a wave of contentment. Oh, how exhilarating. Wasn't this entire scheme with all its intricate machinations to expose Mutates' treachery, all for the sake of making Mutates a target of universal condemnation, so that Lin Xuan could reap villain points in the end? Mutates suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, then his expression shifted as he said, Not good. My fortune seems unfavorable. My blood and chi are flowing in reverse. The injuries I suffered earlier seem to have worsened somewhat. 9 Nether Sparrow, there is no time to lose. Capture Rong and Lin Xuan alive, slaughter these people, and then leave at once. Mutates, with a malicious mind, issued the order to the 9 Nether Sparrow. As for Mutates, the reason he had the 9 Nether Sparrow capture Lin Xuan and Rong alive was mainly for his own sake. He had already been gravely wounded by Lin Xuan, his dantian destroyed, and his right arm ruined. Rong's medical skills were supreme, and since Lin Xuan could command the heavenly demon guards, and Rong, he was likely of extraordinary status within the heavenly demon palace. If he could seize these two, Mutates could have Rong heal his injuries and use Lin Xuan to threaten the heavenly demon palace. Then Mutates would still have hope of rising again. Roar! The 9 Nether Sparrow let out a furious cry. Instantly, monstrous demonic aura surged skyward, spreading violently in every direction. In almost the blink of an eye, the 9 Nether Sparrow's power soared higher and higher, even surpassing the Martial King realm. Martial Emperor. The Butian sect master Rong and the others turned pale with shock. I am willing to expose my true strength. This means you are all fortunate enough to die a worthy death. Damn it. Now that I have unleashed Martial Emperor power, I will need at least half a year to recover. All of this is because of you. The 9 Nether Sparrow flapped its wings, unleashing a boundless tide of nether fire. Wherever the nether fire passed, flowers and grass withered in an instant, and ancient trees were reduced to ash. Outside the Xinming Tower, an area of 100 meters seemed to become a living hell on earth. The 9 Nether Sparrows' fierce aura blasted outward, making people feel as if they had encountered a god of death crawling out from the abyss. Not good. I never imagined that this beast would possess Martial Emperor strength. We must join forces and hold him off at all costs. The Butian sect master spoke to the group. At once the Butian sect master moved his long sword, and dense fierce sword light coalesced into a shield of swords. Rong's hands moved rapidly, surging demonic energy bursting forth as the 1,000 spider myriad venom hands stacked into a tremendous black palm imprint. Mao Qiao and Xiaohong guarded the eastern and western positions using their own flames to resist the netherfire. Lin Xuan was guarded at the center. These four peak martial king powerhouses formed a semicircular defense in front of Lin Xuan. Boom, boom, boom. The netherfire scorched unceasingly. Once the nine nether sparrow erupted with martial emperor cultivation, its strength was no longer on the same plane as before. Even defending with all their might, the four peak martial king experts found it extremely difficult. One mistake, and they would be scorched by the netherfire, annihilated into nothing but dust. Fine technique. Unfortunately, before absolute power, everything you rely on is nothing but a castle in the air. The nine nether sparrow sneered, and the murderous intent in its eyes grew even sharper at that moment. Boom. The nine nether sparrow howled at the heavens. Its eyes blazed with divine light. Behind it appeared the colossal phantom of a black bird. That black bird exuded boundless death and chaos. Nether dark sparrow. This was the true martial soul condensed by the nine nether sparrow after stepping into the martial emperor realm. The moment the true martial soul appeared, the four peak martial king experts felt an overwhelming pressure oppressing them on the soul level. Their faces turned deathly pale, and the power within their bodies receded like a waning tide. This was undoubtedly a power of great dread. The reason martial emperor powerhouses were so dominant lay not primarily in a difference of raw strength. Rather, a martial emperor fused his own soul with the martial spirit refined at the martial spirit realm, thereby condensing an entirely new true martial soul. At this level, a martial emperor could not only crush his opponent with raw power, but also suppress them with his true soul, leaving them utterly powerless to resist. Therefore, when the nine nether sparrow released its true martial soul, the four peak martial king experts were suddenly overwhelmed by multiplied pressure, completely unable to withstand it. Scatter! The nine nether sparrow's eyes turned icy as it barked at the four peak martial king experts. Boom! A thunderous crash resounded. At that instant, the four peak martial king experts all spat out blood in unison. Their spirits were broken and their bodies trembling. Clearly, they had suffered grievous wounds. Seeing this, the nine nether sparrow let out a cold laugh, then said with utter arrogance, An ant trying to topple a tree. Hearing the nine nether sparrow's words, and feeling the terrifying pressure of the martial emperor realm, despair flooded everyone's hearts. Protect the holy prince. Hua Rong panted heavily, his eyes blazing with fury. Yuanyin Luo Li Ling Qing and the heavenly demon guards all gathered around Lin Xuan. Throughout this process, no one spoke a word. Yet every face was filled with determination. Their goal was crystal clear: for the holy prince Lin Xuan, they would give their very lives. Hehe, Lin Xuan, before absolute power, all your schemes are futile. What a pity. I can no longer stay in the Butian sect. Seeing this, a cruel smile spread across Mu Chen's face. For Mu Chen, he had once harbored aspirations within the Butian sect, hoping to achieve something great. But now, in retrospect, all of it had become nothing but illusion. The one who had caused his downfall was none other than this Lin Xuan before him, whom he loathed with every fiber of his being. Thus Mu Chen looked at Lin Xuan as if he were his mortal enemy, wishing he could slice him into 1,000. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Lin Xuan's face showed not the slightest trace of panic. Instead, he nodded very seriously and said, You speak truly. Before absolute power, all schemes are but illusions. So for your own good, you had better surrender. What? Surrender? This? At Lin Xuan's words, everyone present was dumbfounded. They even felt somewhat dazed and lost. At this point, they no longer knew which side was truly at a disadvantage. Hadn't it been agreed that they were the ones losing the upper hand? The whole affair left them feeling thoroughly demoralized. The sacred prince is indeed a dragon among men. Even at a time like this, he can still put on airs. Admirable, admirable. Hua Rong was free-spirited, so even under such circumstances he could still laugh and talk as though nothing were wrong, even teasing Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan rolled his eyes and completely ignored Hua Rong's words. Mu Chen snapped back to reality, and a look of utmost fury suddenly appeared on his face, his teeth clenched so tightly that they grated with a crackling sound. Mu Chen's left hand was clenched so fiercely that his knuckles were already turning white. Of course, all this was because Mu Chen had no right hand and could not exert force with both hands at once, which was in its own way a tragedy. Mu Chen glared at Lin Xuan, fierce, killing intent radiating from his eyes. The way he looked at Lin Xuan was like a ravenous beast poised to devour its prey. Lin Xuan, don't be too arrogant. I have not lost this battle yet. Mu Chen roared. As the child of destiny, Mu Chen naturally had his pride. For Mu Chen, his strength was considerable and his talent extraordinary. Though there had been stumbling blocks along the way, in the end the one who had the last laugh was always Mu Chen. Mu Chen even believed that he was the center of the world. Even the so-called Stone Emperor, sure how if given enough time, would eventually be utterly suppressed by him. But that battle with Lin Xuan had thoroughly shattered Mu Chen's self-confidence. The pain from his dantian and his severed arm made his hatred for Lin Xuan seep deep into his bones, and he could not pull himself free from it. Damn it! This bastard must be humiliating me. Rage surged in Mu Chen's eyes as he thought to himself. He felt that Lin Xuan's words just now were deliberately provoking him, deliberately rubbing salt into his wounds. This was simply going too damn far. Hearing Mu Chen's words, Lin Xuan showed not the slightest surprise. Instead, he pondered for a moment before saying, "I'm not deceiving you. Surrender now, and perhaps you will be spared death. But if you stubbornly resist, I'm sorry. Even if the Buddha himself descended, he couldn't save you. That's final." When Lin Xuan delivered these words, his face was deadly serious. Only he knew that Mu Chun and the 9 Nether Sparrow were already surrounded. Laying down their weapons was the best ending they could hope for. Mu Chun was already gravely wounded, and with his fortune stripped away, his physical condition was extremely poor. Then, provoked by Lin Xuan, Mu Chun suddenly felt as if he had taken 10,000 critical hits. His mind and spirit trembled. He spat out another mouthful of blood. How utterly miserable. The look Lin Xuan gave Mu Chun suddenly turned somewhat pitying. Cough, cough. You'd better surrender quickly. Don't stop taking your medicine. Your body can't afford any delay. Lin Xuan sighed, then put on a show of worrying about Mu Chun. Seeing this, Mu Chun felt as though he had suffered an immense humiliation. Heh. Lin Xuan, when you die, your entire body will go soft, but your mouth will still be as hard as it. Mu Chun took a deep breath, barely managing to calm his emotions. Then he sneered and said to Lin Xuan, "Kill. Leave no one alive except Hua Rong and Lin Xuan. Make it quick." Mu Chun no longer wanted to waste words with Lin Xuan, so he directly ordered the 9 Nether Sparrow. "Ha ha ha. Understood. Slaughter brings me joy." The 9 Nether Sparrow let out a long cry. In an instant, that sinister, terrifying voice spread throughout the entire Xianming Tower. Both Mu Chun and the 9 Nether Sparrow knew that the Bution Gate was not so weak. It could not be dominated simply because of an expert like the 9 Nether Sparrow who had only just entered the Martial Emperor realm. To run amok within the Bution Gate on that alone was still impossible. Therefore, if they wanted to achieve their goal, they had to act fast. The 9 Nether Sparrow's demonic aura surged outward, and in an instant it transformed into a black cloud filling the sky. That black cloud was condensed from demonic aura. Beneath the shroud of the black cloud, it had gathered the 9 nether flame. Within its body likewise swelled and burst outward. This mighty force shrouded the entire world. Once it struck, everyone present would likely be reduced to corpses. All who felt the 9 Nether Sparrow's terrifying momentum turned pale with fright, because they knew that before such overwhelming might, the power of a martial emperor could only inspire utter despair. Alas, Senior, you have seen it too. They are incorrigibly obstinate. Please, Senior, take action. Lin Xuan appeared somewhat helpless and could not help but sigh before speaking. Senior. The crowd was startled by Lin Xuan's words. Rumble. Just then a deafening boom resounded across heaven and earth. That great sound came from the direction of the Divine Vine Forbidden Ground, one of the 2 forbidden grounds of the Bution Gate. In an instant, divine radiance kept flashing brilliantly from within the forbidden land. Then a divine vine began to grow without cease. In the blink of an eye, it had swelled to several hundred zhang. Its leaves and branches were dense beyond compare, and one tendril after another stretched outward, reaching toward the Xianming Tower. Not good. Elder Vine. 9 Nether Sparrow. Mu Chun raised his head toward the heavens. Beneath the colossal body of the divine vine, even the moon itself was blotted out by Elder Vine's terrifying form. This divine vine is dreadful. Although it is old and feeble, its chi and blood withering, and it is on the verge of falling, a final strike from this old fellow could likely slay even a martial emperor at the middle 3 realms. Mu Chun, I am no match for him. Of all 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. The 9 Nether Sparrow sensed Elder Vine's revived power and compared it with his own. In just a moment, he could perceive that his strength was but a drop in the ocean compared to Elder Vine. Utterly not worth mentioning. Go. Mu Chun shot Lin Xuan one last vicious glare, his face filled with unwillingness. To Mu Chun, who hated Lin Xuan with every fiber of his being, he wished he could slice Lin Xuan into 1,000 pieces. But he also knew that he could no longer attack Lin Xuan now. If he delayed any further, the consequences would be too disastrous to imagine. He and the 9 Nether Sparrow would probably not be able to walk out of the Bution Gate alive. The 9 Nether Sparrow took Mu Chun into its beak in one motion, then gave a toss. Mu Chun landed steadily on the 9 Nether Sparrow's back. The next moment, the 9 Nether Sparrow soared into the sky and a violent wind erupted around them. The 9 Nether Sparrow was too fast. In just a flash of black light, within the next breath, it had already appeared 100 meters away. Its terrifying speed made it impossible for anyone to discern the sparrow's form. It looked like a black bolt of lightning streaking past. Elder Vine, you absolutely cannot let them escape. Lin Xuan suddenly called out. Swish, swish, swish. The giant divine vine above the forbidden ground began to shake violently, its branches swaying wildly. A divine thought emanated outward. Although the crowd did not hear the divine vine's voice within that thought, they could sense its meaning. traitorous disciple. With the ambition of a wolf, how could I allow you to escape? Today this old man will purge the sect. The divine vine's thought pulsed in waves as if roaring at the heavens. Whoosh! A tendril of the divine vine tore through the air cloaked in dense life essence. Like an arrow shot through the void, it was released later, yet arrived before, surging straight toward the 9 nether sparrow and Muchun. The 9 nether sparrow felt the wind whistling continuously from behind and could not help but feel its scalp go numb. The fear within its heart spread endlessly, causing every feather on its body to stand on end. It was evident that even among martial emperor experts the gaps between them were immense. The 9 nether sparrow was merely a newly advanced martial emperor. Elder Tung, however, was an expert of long-standing renown within the martial emperor realm. The disparity between the two was by no means trivial. Therefore, when Elder Tung moved, the 9 nether sparrow did not have the slightest ability to resist. It could only flee in panic. That divine vine surged forth, and in the blink of an eye bound the 9 nether sparrow and Muchun tightly. No matter what arts the 9 nether sparrow tried, it could not move even a hair's breadth. The 9 nether sparrow struggled without cease as the 9 nether flame surged out from its body, attempting to burn away the divine vine's tendrils completely. In the end, the 9 nether flame that had always been unstoppable became an utter joke when it encountered the divine vine's tendrils. The tendrils of that divine vine were suffused with a vast amount of divine essence. Even something as heaven-defying as the 9 nether flame could not burn them in the slightest. Roar, roar, roar. The 9 nether sparrow struggled endlessly in the void, looking utterly agonized. As for Muchun, every bone in his body crackled loudly and blood spilled from his mouth again and again. At that moment his eyes were filled with panic, for he could clearly sense that the divine vine was now brimming with murderous intent. It clearly had no intention of letting him go. In other words, it intended to kill him outright. Master, this disciple was wrong. I was wrong. Please give this disciple one more chance. Suspended in midair, Muchun let out one miserable scream after another and spoke to Elder Tung. He now regretted it so deeply that his intestines seemed to have turned green. After all, Muchun had never imagined that Lin Xuan's words from before were not pure bravado. Behind it all was actually Elder Tung, the divine vine. A miscalculation. However, Muchun was not to blame, because in his eyes, within the entire Butian sect, Elder Tung was an existence of supreme prestige. Moreover, Elder Tung's years were on the verge of reaching their limit. Without an extraordinary event, how could he possibly take action under normal circumstances? Muchun's scheme had been calculated perfectly. As long as he and the 9 nether sparrow could move fast enough to capture Lin Xuan and Hua Rong in a short time, by the time an expert like Elder Tung reacted, they would likely have already fled far from the Butian sect. But how could Elder Tung seem to have been prepared in advance? At the thought of this, Muchun turned his venomous eyes toward Lin Xuan. He knew that Lin Xuan must be the one behind all of this. Lin Xuan, rendered speechless by Muchun's glare, rubbed his nose and looked entirely innocent. Incorrigible. A divine thought flashed from Elder Tung, and divine essence suddenly erupted. The terrifying aura of a third-level martial king surged endlessly, shaking the heavens. Destructive and terrifying power burst forth. No, don't. Sensing the biting, killing intent, Muchun screamed in terror in the face of death. But both Muchun and the 9 nether sparrow knew that everything was far too late. Muchun's expression gradually shifted from terror to despair bit by bit. He knew that it was over. All of it was over. Lin Xuan, even if I become a ghost, I will never let you off. An explosion rang out. In midair, Muchun's and the 9 nether sparrows' bodies burst apart into a mass of flesh and blood. Muchun, the child of destiny, the future great ruler who was to roam the heavens and myriad worlds, and his golden finger, the 9 nether sparrow, ultimately perished in the sky above the Butian sect. Even as a ghost, you still won't let me go. Ah, this is a little embarrassing to say. Even if you become a ghost, I have ways to deal with you. Lin Xuan rubbed his nose and said with a hint of helplessness. There was a basis for his words. After all, Lin Xuan possessed a villain maul. With enough villain points, he could exchange for all kinds of mystical abilities and treasures. If he needed to deal with a fierce ghost, he could easily bring out a set of 10 great tortures of the Kanglan realm. Only after Muchun and the 9 nether sparrow died did everyone come to their senses. No one expected that Lin Xuan had not only arranged for Hua Rong, the Butian sect master, and other peak martial king experts to lie in ambush, but had even notified Elder Tung. After all, Elder Tung was no longer what he had been in the past. Since several years ago, he had spent most of his time asleep. This time for him to appear so coincidentally. If not for Lin Xuan's machinations, no ghost would believe it. Holy Prince, today's matter has truly opened this old man's eyes. Seeing that everything had been settled, the Butian sect master let out a long breath and said to Lin Xuan. All the onlookers stared at Lin Xuan with eyes full of shock. It seemed that for Lin Xuan, everything had already been foreseen perfectly in advance. Everything was calculated into his schemes. In a sense, this ability far surpassed so-called martial arts, especially the older generation of experts, such as the Butian sect master and Huarong, wore expressions of utter shock as they looked at Lin Xuan. For people of their age, they knew all too well how important this so-called strength of heart truly was. Average, just average. Lin Xuan rubbed his nose. He did not explain much. Lin Xuan's intellect was naturally extraordinary, but it had not reached the level of far surpassing the Butian sect master or Huarong. Lin Xuan's only advantage was that he knew Mutates extremely well, although the Mutates of the Kanglin realm was different from the one in that great ruler novel. Nevertheless, his general experiences were still remarkably similar. For example, Mutates' body contained the Nine Nether Sparrow, a powerful exotic beast from the upper realm. This was also why as soon as Huarong said that Luo Li had been wounded by the Nine Nether Flame, Lin Xuan immediately locked onto the target. It was exactly this Mutates. Naturally, the Butian sect master and Huarong could not possibly understand this ability to observe everything from a god's eye perspective. Lin Xuan also could not tell them that he was a transmigrator. After all, if he spoke about it, he would likely be taken. Holy Prince, thank you. I never expected that I was wrong after all. The second Saintess Luo Li lowered her proud head before Lin Xuan. Only now did she understand that everything had been within Lin Xuan's predictions without the slightest deviation. As she spoke, her face revealed shame and was also flushed red. It was impossible to tell whether it was because of shyness or because she felt favorably toward Lin Xuan. Haha, it's fine. Those involved are lost, but the onlooker sees clearly. Lin Xuan burst into laughter. Rustle, rustle. Elder Tongue's vine branches swayed. A divine thought then emanated outward. Holy Prince, come to the forbidden ground. The Butian sect disciples sensed Elder Tongue's divine thought and could not help showing puzzled expressions. They had no idea why Elder Tongue wanted Lin Xuan to go to the forbidden ground. Sect Master, it seems that Elder Tongue has important matters to discuss with me. If so, I will take my leave first. Lin Xuan nodded, then raised his hand in a salute to the Butian Sect Master and the others before speaking. Very well. Holy Prince, take care. The Butian Sect Master naturally would not insist on Lin Xuan staying. After all, Elder Ting's status within the Butian sect was absolutely supreme. Lin Xuan took a step forward, and the Origin-Devouring Creation Sutra started to circulate. Behind him, his martial spirit, the origin-devouring demonic dragon, spread its wings, manifesting the martial Dao wings for Lin Xuan. Afterwards, Lin Xuan transformed into a streak of light and flew toward the forbidden ground. At the divine vine forbidden ground, Lin Xuan's figure flickered and landed on the ground. He raised his head, gazing at the towering divine vine that pierced the clouds. Old vine. Lin Xuan bowed and addressed the divine vine with a salute. Greetings, thank you, Holy Prince. Lin Xuan was startled. This divine vine had always communicated through divine thought, so why was it different? At that moment, endless radiance converged into the form of an elderly man with flowing white hair appearing before Lin Xuan. The old man had snow-white hair and beard, wore a green robe, and bore a kind countenance. His eyes seemed to contain boundless wisdom. He held a staff appearing quite venerable and aged. Do not be surprised. I have manifested a human form using my divine sense. This appearance is projected directly into your mind, which is why you can see me. Old Vine smiled slightly and spoke to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan nodded and bowed to Old Vine. After all, Old Vine's cultivation was unfathomable, and he commanded great respect. Had it not been for Old Vine today, Lin Xuan would have surely become a corpse. Nor had Lin Xuan expected that the Netherworld Sparrow possessed strength at the Martial Emperor level. Fortunately, Lin Xuan was cautious by nature. He knew that these children of fortune each bore heaven-defying opportunities, and he could not afford to be careless. Thus, Lin Xuan had informed Old Vine in advance. Only then did Old Vine strike at the critical moment, slaying the Netherworld Sparrow in the nick of time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Therefore, Lin Xuan was deeply grateful to Old Vine. I must thank you for today's affair. Had it not been for you, I would never have known that my own disciple harbored such treacherous ambition. Old Vine let out a sigh and spoke to Lin Xuan. You flatter me, Old Vine. Had you not acted today, this young man would have become a dried corpse. Lin Xuan hastily shook his head. Hey, you have contributed greatly to the heaven-mending sect. How could I let you be humiliated? But still, though I saved you today for the heaven-mending sect, this may not necessarily be a good thing. Old Vine sighed, planting his staff firmly on the ground as he spoke. What do you mean? Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback and asked Old Vine. Hearing Old Vine's words, Lin Xuan actually had some guesses, but he did not dare to be certain and still needed Old Vine to clear his doubts. I have lived in the northern wilderness for so many years, and my true body is the spirit-infused divine vine. My constitution is extremely special. One could say I am a walking heavenly treasure. As long as I still live, those petty villains would not dare to act rashly. But if I die, my century of cultivation will transform into life essence. At that time, I fear it will attract the covetous gaze of many greedy people. Old Vine let out a long sigh and then explained to Lin Xuan. It turned out that Old Vine's true body was the spirit-infused divine vine, which in ancient times was a spiritual object of the heavenly mending lineage in the upper realm. Later, due to the succession struggle for the position of lineage master, Old Vine and Ghost Elder not only failed to obtain the position, but were also framed and ultimately cast down to the Kanglan realm. After that battle, Old Vine's lifespan was greatly reduced. Ghost Elder lost his physical body and survived only by his true martial soul, but his mind was no longer clear. The greatest characteristic of the spirit-infused divine vine was that once it died, the cultivation accumulated during its lifetime would transform into life essence. If anyone could obtain this life essence, their strength would advance by leaps and bounds. Over the years, many people had already learned of Old Vine's secret. For example, Stone Emperor sure how the two pure-blooded mutant beasts of the northern wilderness, Xiongqi and the swallowing heaven sparrow. According to the normal course of time, Old Vine still had some time before his fall. But now, in order to save Lin Xuan and his companions, Old Vine struck out with all his might despite his waning lifespan and declining vitality. This also meant that Old Vine's lifespan would come to an end within 3 days. By making this move to slay the Netherworld Sparrow, he had also exposed his own condition. The greedy figures in the northern wilderness would soon make their move. The heaven-mending sect would soon be in grave danger. After hearing Old Vine's words, Lin Xuan fell into silence. In the legend of the Desolate Emperor, this very plot existed. Old Vine falls, and the swallowing heaven sparrow and Xiongqi come to slaughter the heaven-mending sect. In addition, many within the sect also covet Old Vine's life essence. Originally, Lin Xuan had thought that the heaven-mending sect in the Kanglan realm might differ from the legend of the Desolate Emperor. But now it seemed that this segment of the story existed here as well. This made Lin Xuan more vigilant. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan could not help but let out a bitter laugh and said, "Senior Old Vine, by telling me all this, is there something you need me to do? The enemies you mentioned all possess cultivation above the martial Emperor realm. As far as I'm concerned, I'm afraid it would be difficult for me to help the heaven-mending sect escape this predicament." Though Lin Xuan was proud, he also knew his own limits. With his current strength, he could still fight against those below the martial Emperor realm. But if he wanted to deal with those above the martial Emperor realm, ahem. Recalling the terrifying might of the Netherworld Sparrow, he knew that facing such a being would only be feeding it kills and experience, unless he could borrow the power of the Demon Sky Palace. However, Huarong had already told Lin Xuan that Feng Yue was currently in seclusion undergoing a life-or-death closed-door meditation. She wished to break through to a realm beyond the martial Emperor. Huarong had not told Lin Xuan the reason, but Lin Xuan knew it well in his heart. Thinking of that silly girl Feng Yue, Lin Xuan felt warmth in his heart and was somewhat moved. During his days in the Kanglan realm, Lin Xuan had encountered many stunning beauties. But in Lin Xuan's heart, Feng Yue remained the moonlight of his soul. The Demon Sky Palace was powerful, yet Lin Xuan himself had no connection to it. With Feng Yue in seclusion, it was simply impossible for Lin Xuan to command the martial Emperor powerhouses of the Demon Sky Palace. If he dared to speak such words before them, the next second he would be beheaded. After all, those who walked the demonic path were not ones to jest. At the moment, Lin Xuan was also curious about what Old Vine truly meant by telling him all this. "No, you can't." After hearing Lin Xuan's words, Old Vine could not help but smile. Then his expression gradually turned serious as he spoke solemnly to Lin Xuan. "Old Vine, is it possible that this joke simply isn't funny?" Lin Xuan was silent for a moment before speaking. Old Vine did not laugh at Lin Xuan's joke. Instead, his face was utterly solemn as he said, "As long as I give you my life essence in advance, I believe that with your ability, you will lead our heaven-mending sect out of this crisis and escape the calamity of annihilation." "What?" Lin Xuan's eyes widened, and a tremendous roar echoed in his mind. For a moment, he did not even know what to say. Lin Xuan took a deep breath, and after a long moment finally pieced together in his mind what Elder Teng's words implied. "Elder Teng, are you saying you want to give me your life essence?" Lin Xuan's eyes widened, and it was a long while before he managed to speak in a weak voice. "Exactly right," Elder Teng said with a smile in his eyes and a nod. As for Elder Teng, his lifespan was far too long, for he had lived several hundred years, nearly 1,000. Thus, having grown shrewd with age, Elder Teng knew what Lin Xuan was thinking just from his expression. At that, Elder Teng continued, "You needn't be too astonished. The art circulating inside you is quite extraordinary. It absorbs power with remarkable efficiency. This life essence of mine, though not ordinary, still allows a great deal of its power to be wasted whenever it is absorbed by an individual. Your art, however, can absorb it completely, a rare thing indeed. And with your own fearsome combat power, once you absorb my life essence, you will be able to kill a martial emperor. Isn't that an enticing prospect?" Elder Teng looked at Lin Xuan with obvious anticipation in his eyes. Lin Xuan snapped back to his senses. To be honest, Lin Xuan was tempted by Elder Teng's words. But Elder Teng was not Lin Xuan's enemy. On the contrary, he had saved Lin Xuan's life. If taking the life essence meant Elder Tongue had to die, then no matter how tempted Lin Xuan was, he still felt a faint unease in his heart. At this thought, Lin Xuan found it hard to accept. Holy Prince, I had thought you were a man of bold ambition. I never expected you to be so indecisive. A woman's soft-heartedness. Although normally kind, Elder Ting's tone at that moment turned stern as he lectured Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, like a well-behaved child, lowered his head and listened obediently to Elder Tongue's instruction. I am already not long for this world. If my life essence is coveted by outside enemies, it will only bring mortal ruin to my Butian sect. The only one who can protect my Butian sect besides you is Old Gui. But Old Gui's mind is clouded, and no one knows whether he can turn the tide when the outside enemies come. If you take my life essence, this old man will be more grateful to you than I can say. What reason have you to refuse? Do you think that just because this old man once saved your life, you are not willing to do me this small favor? Elder Ting looked at Lin Xuan and said slowly. Elder Ting, shrewd from age, dispelled Lin Xuan's guilt with only a few words. Instead, he freed Lin Xuan from his guilt, and instead made the matter about saving Butian sect, so that Lin Xuan felt he was doing Butian sect a great service. Actually, Elder Tongue was telling the truth. An innocent man may become guilty because of the treasure he carries. With Elder Tongue on the verge of death, the life essence naturally became coveted by many. Butian sect was innocent, yet because of Elder Tongue it would surely be attacked by all the great powerhouses. When that time came, matters would become very troublesome. Senior. Hearing this junior hardly knows what to say. Lin Xuan fell silent for a moment before speaking with a bitter smile. Besides asking you to help Butian sect through this crisis, I also have one presumptuous favor to ask. Seeing that Lin Xuan's stance had loosened, Elder Tongue went on. Please speak, senior. Lin Xuan's expression grew solemn. Old Gui and I are both from the Butian lineage in the upper realm. But in the struggle for the Dao Lord that year, we were schemed against and had no choice but to drift down to the Kanglan realm. If one day you return to the upper realm, you must bring the Butian Dao Lord to justice and avenge us. A deep hatred gradually filled Elder Ting's eyes as he said this. The Butian lineage of the upper realm. Lin Xuan silently committed it to memory. As someone from the upper realm, his memories of that place were slowly reviving. He knew that the Hanlin sacred dynasty was only one among the boundless sacred dynasties of the upper realm. For the Kanglan realm, it was naturally a towering giant, but for the upper realm, the strength of the Hanlin sacred dynasty was not particularly impressive. Yet when Lin Xuan was in the Hanlin sacred dynasty, he had never heard of such a Butian lineage. Once he reached the upper realm, finding it would require no small amount of effort. Are you willing? The Butian lineage is mysterious and unfathomable. In terms of power, it is even stronger than your Hanlin sacred dynasty. I fear that in order to help this old man, you are destined to walk a path of blood and storm. Elder Ting drew a deep breath and then asked Lin Xuan. This junior is willing. Let alone the life essence senior granted me to help me grow. Even without it, senior still saved my life, and I would gladly go through fire and flood for you, unmindful of any suffering or death. Lin Xuan bowed to Elder Tongue and spoke. Although Lin Xuan was calculating and heavy with schemes, that was only toward his enemies. Lin Xuan cherished loyalty and righteous bonds, and he distinguished good from evil clearly. Elder Ting had shown him tremendous kindness, so Lin Xuan would certainly not stand idle. When he later returned to the upper realm, Lin Xuan felt confident that he could tear that so-called Butian lineage out by its roots and turn the tide. Good. There's no time to lose. A boundless divine light burst forth around Elder Tongue and surged toward Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, your talent is extraordinary. Although this old man is not sure whether you are the fabled chaos body. Your constitution may be ordinary, but your physical body is abnormally heaven-defying and can absorb all things, which happens to match the fabled chaos body. The life essence formed when this old man falls actually comes from the heaven-mending art I cultivated and the spirit-infused divine vine of my own body. This life essence is somewhat akin to the heaven-mending liquid of the Butian lineage. If you have the opportunity to reach the Butian lineage and obtain the heaven-mending liquid, your fortune will be even vaster. Besides my life essence, after death, I will also pass down the inherited secret of the Butian lineage, the heaven-mending art. Unfortunately, all you can learn now is but a remnant of the heaven-mending art. Once you obtain the heaven-mending liquid of the Butian lineage, the heaven-mending art you cultivate will reach perfection, bringing boundless fortune. Remember this. Remember it well. Elder Tongue's voice echoed in Lin Xuan's mind. The colossal divine vine began to writhe, dissolving into liquid that streamed toward Lin Xuan. Within the divine vine was a milky white liquid radiating a soft halo, the life essence the vine had cultivated for over 100 years. This life essence was of immense benefit to a creature's body strength and cultivation. Lin Xuan floated suspended in midair, the devouring origin creation art circulating within him as it ran wildly and greedily absorbed the life essence. At the same time, Lin Xuan's physical body, The true demon myriad tribulation's indestructible body began circulating on its own, hoping to use this energy to advance even further. Incredible boy, I underestimated you. Two supreme invincible arts, even surpassing the incomplete heaven-mending art of mine. Before long your achievements will let you dominate the entire Kanglan realm. Elder Ting's voice rose again, filled with relief. Although Elder Tung already knew Lin Xuan was extraordinary, Lin Xuan carried far too many secrets. Even Elder Tung could not see through him. Now looking closely, Lin Xuan's secrets were far more numerous than Elder Tung had imagined. But without a doubt this was good news. The more invincible and powerful Lin Xuan became, the greater the chance he would avenge Elder Tung and Old Gui. Elder Tung burst into laughter. He was beside himself with joy. What could be more exhilarating than witnessing the rise of an invincible powerhouse on the threshold of death? Old Vine's laughter grew fainter and fainter. He had poured all of his life essence into Lin Xuan's body, which meant that the life of the spirit-nourishing divine vine, which had survived for over a century, was now heading toward its end. However, there was no doubt that his aid to Lin Xuan was immense, even surpassing the time when Lin Xuan had obtained the inheritance of the blood demon Venerable. His life would continue on in another form. The heaven-repairing art, according to the legends of the desolate heavenly emperor, is the supreme art of the heaven-repairing sect. It is a peerless technique said to be capable of mending even the heavens, reversing the flow of time, as if returning to the dawn of chaos. Yet the Kanglan realm here differs somewhat from the world of the desolate heavenly emperor's legends. The heaven-repairing art that Old Vine imparted is but a fragment, and so it possesses no power to turn back time. However, it can continuously repair one's physical body, transforming into a supreme healing art. Its principle is rather unique. It allows one's body to retreat to a point before the present moment in time, thereby restoring oneself. As Lin Xuan absorbed the information about the heaven-repairing art surging through his mind, he could not help but feel astonishment. At the same time, boundless gratitude welled up within Lin Xuan's heart, for he knew that Old Vine's blessings to him went far beyond just the heaven-repairing art and life essence. Apart from the heaven-repairing art and life essence, Old Vine's century of Tao comprehension was also sealed within Lin Xuan's sea of consciousness. As Lin Xuan's martial realm advanced, this martial Tao enlightenment would gradually unlock piece by piece. This was naturally an enormous boon for a martial artist. For a warrior, power was of paramount importance, but at the same time martial Tao comprehension complemented one's strength. If only power increased while martial Tao comprehension lagged behind, then Lin Xuan's breakthroughs to higher realms would face tremendous obstacles. In plain terms, those obstacles were bottlenecks. Rashly attempting a breakthrough could either end in failure and chi deviation or result in an unstable foundation and diminished combat strength. Old Vine's century of martial Tao comprehension saved Lin Xuan countless hours of pondering the Tao. As long as his power accumulated sufficiently, future breakthroughs would proceed unimpeded. Martial Tao comprehension is the third great fortune. And there is also a fourth. Lin Xuan's eyes blazed as shock surged within his heart. The fourth great fortune lay in his martial Tao true soul. Lin Xuan's martial spirit was the soul-devouring demonic dragon. Thus, when he eventually awakened his martial Tao true soul, it would naturally take the soul-devouring demonic dragon as its foundation. The reason martial emperors were so formidable was not only their invincible personal power, but also a crucial fact: they possessed a martial Tao true soul, allowing them to suppress any existence below the martial emperor realm from the level of the soul itself. Even the most heaven-defying experts below the martial emperor realm, despite their terrifying combat prowess, would be fortunate to unleash merely 20 or 30% of their full strength under the suppression of a martial emperor's true soul. At this moment, Lin Xuan's martial spirit was also being granted a supreme fortune. Old Vine's final true soul coiled around the soul-devouring demonic dragon. The soul-devouring demonic dragon seemed to be wrapped in a layer of divine vines, making it appear all the more ferocious and dreadful. The dragon was enshrined within Lin Xuan's sea of consciousness. Thus, although the divine vine true soul formed by Old Vine would not grant Lin Xuan any tremendous immediate assistance. Whenever a martial emperor fought against Lin Xuan, even if Lin Xuan had not yet stepped into the martial emperor realm, he would no longer have his combat strength suppressed by the enemy's true soul. And once Lin Xuan entered the martial emperor realm, the intensity of his own true soul would far surpass that of an ordinary martial emperor. This was the fourth great fortune. Old Vine, leave the matters of the heaven-repairing sect to me. Lin Xuan's eyes burned with determination, and the power within his body began to surge at incredible speed. 5th level of Martial King. 6th level of Martial King. At the same time, the life essence contained within a martial emperor's body was simply too vast. Lin Xuan's physical body, which had originally shimmered with silver radiance, now began to gradually shift toward gold. Rumble. Dark thunder rolled above the heaven-repairing sect. Dark clouds pressed down upon the city as if to destroy it, and amidst the haze lightning and thunderbolts raced across the sky. Heavenly tribulation. Lin Xuan's heart sank. He immediately activated the true demon myriad culpa indestructible body, at full force accelerating his absorption of Old Vine's life essence. What Lin Xuan cultivated was the true demon myriad culpa indestructible body, a technique said to rival the divine elephant imprisoning hell force from the legends of the Saint King. For this reason his body-tempering path required him to endure the 3 calamities, 9 tribulations, and 10 ordeals. Lin Xuan had already passed through the wind calamity and the fire calamity. This lightning tribulation would be the final calamity among the 3 calamities. Once he overcame it, his physical body would ascend to an entirely new level. However, Lin Xuan knew that the final calamity of the 3 calamities was more perilous than any that came before. He had to face it with utmost caution. Rumble. Thunder roared. Many disciples of the heaven-repairing sect looked up toward the direction of the thunderclouds. That is where Old Vine resides. What is going on? Could it be that Old Vine is cultivating some grand technique? How terrifying. The power contained within that tribulation lightning. Even a wisp of it would likely be enough to annihilate me. The disciples of the heaven-repairing sect cried out in shock, utterly awestruck by the tribulation clouds above. Hua Rong and the sect master of the heaven-repairing sect gazed toward the divine vine, restricted ground, their expressions grave. Old Vine. I fear his days are numbered. Hua Rong sighed, then spoke to the sect master. The sect master of the heaven-repairing sect was startled upon hearing Hua Rong's words, but soon realized that this was no longer a secret. Any martial emperor could perceive Old Vine's condition. Previously, Mu-chun had managed to see that Old Vine's end was approaching precisely because of the Netherworld Sparrow's aid. Hua Rong had also been present when Ba Dao was being interrogated. Therefore, it was hardly surprising that Hua Rong knew of this matter. Alas, this time Old Vine made a move to slay the Netherworld Sparrow, helping us overcome a crisis. But as they say, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Old Vine's lifespan has surely been greatly reduced. Once Old Vine dies, given his special constitution that transforms into life essence, I fear our heaven-repairing sect will be reduced to ruins. The sect master of the heaven-repairing sect sighed and spoke. He was exceptionally gifted, and like Hua Rong had become a wily old fox. He understood all too well that the future of the heaven-repairing sect was hanging by a thread. Upon hearing the sect master's words, Hua Rong simply smiled. What are you laughing at? The sect master was immersed in his own melancholy when he heard Hua Rong's laughter, and suddenly felt that Hua Rong was being excessively discourteous. The originally solemn and tragic atmosphere instantly shattered. Thus the proudly sensitive sect master suddenly felt a flicker of indignation. Do you think that if you could foresee this, Senior Divine Vine would not have foreseen it as well, eh? Hua Rong looked into the distance, patted his old friend on the shoulder, and said meaningfully. Hearing Hua Rong's words, the Butian sect master was stunned for a moment. To be honest, he truly had not considered that aspect. What do you mean? The Butian sect master took a deep breath, then asked Hua Rong in a somewhat shocked and uncertain voice. Senior Divine Vine, since he allowed the Holy Prince to follow him into the Divine Vine forbidden ground before his fall, I believe there was naturally his own reason for doing so. Hua Rong spoke, and with one sentence pointed out the crux. The Butian sect master heard Hua Rong's words and remained silent, but his eyes grew brighter and brighter at this moment. He understood everything at once. After all, the Butian sect master was not a dull-witted man. At the thought, the Butian sect master suddenly smiled, and said, although the Holy Prince has not yet reached the martial emperor realm, his combat power is terrifyingly unmatched, and his potential is boundless. Moreover, on the Holy Prince, so-called miracles seem to be commonplace. I believe that Senior Divine Vine has long since made arrangements for the future. At this moment, the Butian sect master felt incomparably relieved. His whole body seemed to relax. He even glanced at Hua Rong, and said, only you, boy, are full of schemes. Huh. Hua Rong laughed heartily. Thunderclouds hung over the Divine Vine forbidden ground. An old man in a blue robe walked out from a stone gate. The old man frowned somewhat, unable to understand what exactly had been happening in Butian sect these past days. Supreme Elder Yu, the great elder of Butian sect, hurried forward, saluted the blue-robed arrival, and said deferentially. This blue-robed old man had thick eyebrows, large eyes, and an immensely imposing countenance. The aura emanating from his body was unfathomable. Although he had not yet reached the martial emperor realm, he was already a half-step martial emperor, only a hair's breadth away from the martial emperor realm. It could be said that below the martial emperor realm, this blue-robed old man was invincible. The blue-robed old man was named Yu Feng, and he was the head of a great clan within the Stone Kingdom. He was also the previous great elder of Butian sect. His strength was formidable, even more terrifying than that of the Butian sect master. However, in recent days, despite the many things that had happened in Butian sect, Yu Feng had been in seclusion preparing to break through to the martial emperor realm, so he had not intervened. On this day, sensing the thunderclouds stirring across the sky, Yu Feng could no longer stay put. He came out of seclusion to see what was going on. The current Great Elder was welcoming Yu Feng out of seclusion. What are these thunderclouds? Yu Feng looked at the thunderclouds, especially when he saw that their direction was actually the divine vine, forbidden ground. Yu Feng's pupils involuntarily contracted slightly as he spoke to the Great Elder in some shock. The Great Elder did not dare conceal a single thing from Yu Feng, so he immediately told Yu Feng everything that had happened in Batian sect during the previous period. The Great Elder's disciple was Ba Dao. Although Ba Dao was weak in cultivation and poor in character, in the process of Lin Xuan eliminating Mutates, Ba Dao could be said to have made an indispensable contribution. And as Ba Dao's master, the Great Elder was also very well informed about what had happened in Batian sect during. Hearing of the earth-shaking upheavals that had taken place in Batian sect, Yu Feng's expression could not help but change slightly, and he let out a long breath. If that is so, is Venerable Vine going to pass away ahead of time? Yu Feng murmured. Then Yu Feng looked at the thunderclouds surging continuously in the sky, and in his heart, he became even more certain that Venerable Vine was about to pass away early. After all, no one knew what kind of visions the passing of a martial emperor would stir. In Yu Feng's view, the appearance of these thunderclouds was precisely the sign of a martial emperor's passing. Damn it, I know about this. You may go. Yu Feng's expression shifted, and he spoke to the Great Elder. The Great Elder was just about to ask the reason, but seeing Yu Feng's solemn expression, he did not think it appropriate to ask further. He said no more and left the place. This matter must be reported to His Majesty the Stone Emperor as soon as possible. Yu Feng murmured. Then a transmission talisman appeared in his hand. After recording the matter, Yu Feng employed a secret art, and golden light radiated from the transmission talisman. The clan to which Yu Feng belonged was called the Rain Clan, and in those days it had even had the chance to rule the Stone Kingdom. But the meteoric rise of how the Stone Emperor had suppressed the princes and nobles within the Stone Kingdom, keeping the throne of the Stone Emperor firmly in his hands. The Rain Clan no longer dared to harbor any rebellious thoughts. It became a pack of lackeys beneath the Stone Emperor. Within Batian sect, what the Stone Emperor cared about most was naturally Venerable Vine's life essence. Now that Venerable Vine was about to pass away early, Yu Feng did not dare delay, and hastily informed. After a long while, golden light radiated from the transmission talisman and began to form a message. I shall set off right away. If there is a conflict in time, you must use every possible means to obtain Venerable Vine's life essence. Even if someone has already obtained the life essence, you must use the power of the Rain God to kill that person and refine the life essence from him. If you encounter a powerful enemy, be sure to delay until I arrive. Yu Feng looked at the words on the golden transmission talisman and nodded inwardly. He knew that this was how the Stone Emperor giving him instructions. Rest assured, Stone Emperor, I will definitely complete the mission. Yu Feng nodded, his gaze extremely determined. Yu Feng could not exactly say he was loyal to the Stone Emperor, but the Rain Clan was a great clan of the Stone Kingdom. With the Stone Emperor's current power, the Rain Clan could be said to be completely under his control. The Rain Clan was entirely under the Stone Emperor's control. If Yu Feng failed to complete what the Stone Emperor had ordered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even the entire Rain Clan would be executed by how the Stone Emperor. Therefore, Yu Feng had no choice but to obey the Stone Emperor. With this thought, he used his movement technique, turned into a streak of light, and headed for the Divine Vine Forbidden Ground. Yu Feng landed outside the Divine Vine Forbidden Ground and waited quietly. Once the disturbance within the Divine Vine Forbidden Ground had subsided, he would certainly use every possible method to take away its life essence. As the Stone Emperor had said, the Rain Clan possessed heaven-defying power and could borrow the power of a deity to refine a person. If the life essence had already been taken by Lin Xuan, then with Yu Feng's ability, he could still refine Lin Xuan entirely and thereby obtain the life essence. At this thought, Yu Feng's eyes blazed and his heart was greatly settled. The Holy Prince Lin Xuan. A common man is innocent, but carrying a jade is the crime. Forgive me. Yu Feng slowly let out a breath, then sat down cross-legged outside the Divine Vine Forbidden Ground. Meanwhile, 1,000 li away outside Batian sect. Roar! A savage cry rang out. A colossal gray bird rose into the sky. Within the bird's mouth, a devouring force surged endlessly, and its wings were filled with boundless green light that blotted out the sky and covered the sun. The bird stared fixedly in the direction of Batian sect, filled with greed. With a spread of its wings, it headed toward Batian sect. This black giant bird was none other than the legendary heaven-swallowing bird. On the ground, a ferocious beast resembling an ox, yet not quite an ox, resembling a tiger, yet not quite a tiger, with a pair of wings growing from its back, was charging forward without cease. Everywhere it passed, the earth was left in ruins. This ferocious beast had a savage expression and was violent beyond measure. At the same time, it too was heading for Batian sect. This was exactly Qiongqi, one of the 4 great ferocious beasts of the northern wilderness. Whether it was the heaven-swallowing bird or Qiongqi, both had set out this time for the sake of obtaining venerable vine's life essence. Thus the eyes of these two were filled with greed. Because of the life essence left by Elder Vine's passing, the entire Beihuang realm was also seething with turbulent undercurrents. Yet of this Lin Xuan remained completely unaware. After Lin Xuan had driven the true demon myriad tribulation indestructible body to its peak, the thunderclouds in the sky above seemed unable to hold back any longer. Boom. A thunderbolt as thick as a bowl came crashing down, heading straight for the divine vine, forbidden ground. The terrifying power of the thunder caused everyone within the divine vine, forbidden ground, to turn pale with horror. What a terrifying thunder tribulation. Isn't it said that only those who ascend to the upper realm are subjected to thunder tribulation? Moreover, the legend of this thunder tribulation has vanished from the Kanglan realm for thousands of years. How could someone still trigger a thunder tribulation? Could it be that Elder Vine's cultivation has advanced once again, and he is finally going to ascend to the upper realm? The disciples of the Batian sect exchanged bewildered glances. In their hearts they were secretly astonished. One after another they cried out in shock. Faced with such heaven-defying might, everyone was gripped by overwhelming dread. After all, even a martial emperor powerhouse would not dare to face such thunderous power. Heathen. Rumble. A bolt of tribulation lightning plunged directly into the divine vine, forbidden ground. The entire Batian sect was blinded by a vast expanse of white. Everywhere they looked, all was blank and bewildering. Here it comes. Lin Xuan sat cross-legged within the divine vine, forbidden ground, his whole body trembling involuntarily. As the force of the tribulation lightning entered his body, Lin Xuan immediately felt a numbing, tingling sensation all over. Then the numbness gradually faded, replaced by excruciating pain. Oh, damn it. This thunder tribulation's power is far more formidable than the wind tribulation and fire tribulation. For a moment Lin Xuan felt his physical body racked with unbearable pain. Sweat as large as beans dripped from Lin Xuan's forehead. True demon myriad tribulation indestructible body, strengthen me. Lin Xuan roared inwardly. After the thunderbolt's power submerged into Lin Xuan's physical body, it wrought tremendous destruction upon it. However, that destructive force was not enough to kill him outright. Lin Xuan activated the devouring origin creation scripture, absorbing the pure essence of the thunderous power within the tribulation bit by bit, drawing it all into himself. At the same time, the life essence of the divine vine contained within Lin Xuan's body worked to restore. Each time the thunder tribulation ravaged Lin Xuan's body, the devouring origin creation scripture and the life essence would help him recover his strength anew. Working in tandem, Lin Xuan's body was repaired after every injury. Through this repeated cycle, his physical form gradually became more condensed, more powerful. Eventually, the color of his skin began to shift from its original silver inch by inch toward gold. Boom. Lin Xuan roared at the sky, his entire body blazing with resplendent golden radiance. His mighty physical power began to press outward in all directions. Boom. In the sky above, the thundercloud seemed utterly enraged by Lin Xuan. Thus the thunderclouds churned and surged without cease. The formidable storms swept down again and again. One tribulation bolt after another fell with unending thunderous impact. Thunderbolts filled the sky, raging wildly and endlessly. The disciples of the Batian sect, witnessing the scene in the heavens above, were so terrified that they could not utter a single word. The vast heavenly might was truly staggering to behold. 9 thunderbolts fell in succession, and in that moment the entire world fell into absolute silence. Could those 9 thunderbolts have struck the divine vine dead? Why is it so quiet? The crowd exchanged uneasy glances, gazing at the sky and swallowing hard. Perhaps in their eyes no one could survive under such overwhelming heavenly might. It was at this moment that a beam of golden light suddenly shot forth from the divine vine, forbidden ground, surging straight toward the heavens above. In an instant the entire sky was dyed a brilliant gold. Waves of golden radiance surged over every inch of Lin Xuan's body. At this moment Lin Xuan's true demon myriad tribulation indestructible body had already undergone the thunder tribulation. After being baptized by the thunder, his physical body had reached the level of golden flesh. In other words, in terms of sheer physical body alone, Lin Xuan's body had surpassed the level of martial emperor. At the same time, his martial cultivation realm had reached the 6th level of martial king, close to the 7th level. Lin Xuan slowly let out a breath. The power surrounding his body was released gradually. Then he raised his head and looked at the pitch-black tribulation cloud in the sky above. Scatter. Lin Xuan uttered a single word indifferently. The tribulation cloud, as if recognizing it, could do nothing to Lin Xuan, even though it was indignant at his attitude, could only relent in helplessness. At last it dispersed into nothingness between heaven and earth. Lin Xuan slowly descended from above the divine vine, forbidden ground. By this time the crowd of the Batian sect had long been waiting. Holy Prince! Holy Prince! Holy Prince. The crowd surged forward greeting Lin Xuan with faces full of concern. Yun In Ling Qing Hua Rong the Butian sect master. These familiar faces of Lin Xuan were all gathered outside the divine vine forbidden ground. Lin Xuan swept his gaze across them, and then noticed Yufeng dressed in a blue robe. Seeing that Yufeng's face was unfamiliar, he pondered for a moment before asking the Butian sect master, "And this person is?" The Butian sect master smiled slightly, then introduced this person. "Is the supreme elder of our Butian sect, the previous grand elder, named Yufeng. He is the chieftain of the Rain clan of the Stone Kingdom. I Yufeng pay my respects to the Holy Prince." Yufeng stepped forward, cupping his hands in salute to Lin Xuan. Yufeng. Lin Xuan drew a deep breath. That name was all too familiar. It belonged to the very person who in the legend of the young Huangtian Emperor had coveted the life essence of the divine vine. He is actually here as well. Name Yufeng, realm half-step martial emperor, technique rain god, art divine rain tempering. Life script, a minor underling beneath the Stone Emperor. In years past, before the Stone Emperor rose to power, the Rain clan had caused trouble for him. But once the Stone Emperor stepped into the martial king realm, the entire Rain clan was suppressed by him time and again. Yufeng, as the chieftain of the Rain clan, had no choice but to surrender to the Stone Emperor and become a vanguard under his command. However, this matter is extremely secret. Therefore, ordinary people knew nothing of this. They only knew that the Rain clan and the Stone Emperor had turned hostility into friendship. As Lin Xuan looked at Yufeng, a system panel suddenly appeared in his eyes. This Yufeng seemed different from the one Lin Xuan knew well from the legend of the Huangtian Emperor. In that legend, Yufeng had been hunted down all the way by the Huangtian Emperor and eventually perished. He was nothing more than a stray dog. But here, he had actually become a dog at the Huangtian Emperor's feet. This was truly a lamentable turn of events. "So it's Elder Yufeng. I've heard much about you," Lin Xuan replied with a faint smile. As he spoke, he reached out and patted Yufeng on the shoulder. Yufeng's expression turned somewhat strange. This gesture was far too intimate. It made it seem as if Lin Xuan and Yufeng were old friends who had not seen each other for years. And yet this was clearly his first meeting with Lin Xuan. This is too warm-hearted. Yufeng thought to himself. Perhaps at this moment in Yufeng's eyes, Lin Xuan was a terminal case of social butterfly syndrome. Yufeng nodded, his eyes darting, and said with a smile that did not reach his eyes, "The Holy Prince is too polite." He glanced toward the divine vine forbidden ground, and then looked at Lin Xuan again. The divine vine forbidden ground now exuded no other formidable auras. Clearly the divine vine had passed away, and the life essence was in all likelihood within Lin Xuan. At that thought, Yufeng's gaze began to turn sharp at this moment. Within his eyes lurked murderous intent, plainly indicating he intended to make a move against Lin Xuan. Yufeng also had his own judgment. In terms of pure strength, he was a half-step martial emperor. Below the martial emperor realm, he had roamed unchecked and defeated every rival without exception. With Yufeng's power, if he forced his hand, neither Hua Rong nor the Butian sect master could possibly withstand. As for Lin Xuan, at this thought a cold sneer crept across Yufeng's face. When Lin Xuan had leapt from the Shuntung forbidden land, his aura had naturally been far beyond that of an ordinary martial artist. But the strength Lin Xuan had revealed was merely that of a 6th-level martial king. For a 6th-level martial king to contend with a half-step martial emperor like him was without question an absurd joke. As for the thunder tribulation that had just shaken the Butian sect to its foundations, in Yufeng's eyes it had certainly been triggered by Shuntung's passing. Not in his wildest dreams would Yufeng believe that a man like Lin Xuan possessed the ability to provoke the sky-filling thunderclouds. In truth, Yufeng naturally had no idea that Lin Xuan cultivated an art so astonishingly heaven-defying. It was a cultivation art that ranked among the most renowned throughout all heavens and myriad worlds. For the other martial artists of the Kanglan realm, stirring thunder tribulation might have been a heaven-defying act. But for Lin Xuan it was nothing worth mentioning. "May I ask, Holy Prince?" "Elder Tinghe." The Butian sect master's expression was complicated. He sighed, then spoke to Lin Xuan. His words were cut off midway, and the Butian sect master did not go on. He seemed somewhat afraid. "He has passed away." Hearing the Butian sect master's words, Lin Xuan could not help but sigh, and a trace of sorrow began to surface in his eyes. To Lin Xuan, Elder Tung had been one of the very few seniors in the Kanglan realm who had genuinely helped him with all their heart. Apart from Elder Tung, perhaps only Hua Rong could be counted. Still, the time Elder Tung and Lin Xuan had spent together had not been long. Yet under such circumstances, Elder Tung had gone to such lengths to help Lin Xuan unreservedly, which moved Lin Xuan deeply. Elder Tung left his words before his passing. "The Butian sect in my hands will never be destroyed." A sharp light flashed in Lin Xuan's eyes as he spoke in a low voice. Hearing this, everyone in the Butian sect understood. Elder Tung was gone. Although they had been prepared for it in their hearts, the news still left them drowning in grief. "Many thanks, Holy Prince." Luoli took a deep breath and said to Lin Xuan, Although Lin Xuan's cultivation had not yet reached the martial emperor realm after the incident with Mutates, the talent and depth of mind he displayed far outstripped everyone present. Since Lin Xuan had said he could keep the Butian sect safe, at least Luo Li and the Butian sect master believed it completely. Sure enough, Yufeng watched Lin Xuan's back and let out a cold sneer. Now that Shen Teng had passed away, the life essence naturally belonged to Lin Xuan. There could be no mistake. A gleam of cold light flashed in Yufeng's eyes. He planned to strike at Lin Xuan and use the Yu clan's secret art to refine him on the spot. But just as Yufeng raised his hand, outside the Butian sect, however, two terrifyingly dense demonic auras suddenly erupted. Boom. In the heavens, black clouds surged in rolling waves. The boundless black clouds pressed down over every direction of the world. A sky-swallowing sparrow several hundred feet in length was visible, inhaling clouds and exhaling rosy mist, its eyes brimming with murderous light. Not good. A sky-swallowing sparrow. The Butian sect master cried out. The sky-swallowing sparrow arrived with ferocious force and vicious intent. It was clearly no benevolent creature. On the other side, a monstrous beast as vast as a mountain came charging over. With every step the earth trembled and the mountains shook and demonic aura shot into the heavens. The Butian sect master was still shocked by the sky-swallowing sparrow's supreme might, and when he saw this mountain-sized beast, his face turned even paler. Qiongqi, the sky-swallowing sparrow, and Qiongqi. These two monsters possessed terrifying power, already reaching the martial emperor level. Back then, coveting Senior Shen Teng's life essence, they once attacked the Butian sect, but they were driven back by Senior Shen Teng. Now that Senior Shen Teng is dead, I fear the Butian sect is doomed this time. The Butian sect master retreated 3 steps and drew in a sharp breath of cold air. He felt as if all the blood in his body had turned to ice. Facing two such peerless beasts of the martial emperor level, the Butian sect with its current strength had virtually no power to resist. This matter will not be easily resolved. Perhaps this time they too have come for Shen Teng's life essence. Yufeng watched the sky-swallowing sparrow and Qiongqi charging over, pondered for a moment, and then could not help but stay his hand. He no longer moved to ambush Lin Xuan. Instead, he spoke in a strange, sardonic tone. Hearing his words, Lin Xuan gave Yufeng a deep, inscrutable look. Grand Elder Yuhe, you seem to be quite familiar with the life essence. I won't conceal it any longer. That's right. Before Elder Ting passed away, he imparted all of his life essence to me. Lin Xuan took a step forward, circulating his true qi to his throat. His voice, radiating from the Butian sect, spread 10 li in every direction. What? Holy Prince, the Qiongqi and the sky-swallowing sparrow have come precisely for the life essence. Announcing it so openly. Are you courting death? The Butian sect master's face was filled with alarm. He wanted to stop Lin Xuan, but it was already too late. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's proclamation, he beat his chest and stamped his feet in despair. Holy Prince, why would you do this? Luo Li also sighed, looking at Lin Xuan with mixed emotions. The matter of the life essence had long since ceased to be any secret. Many disciples of the Butian sect knew of it as well. Moreover, before Elder Ting passed away, Lin Xuan was the only person at his side. If the life essence was not with Lin Xuan, where else could it be? No one among them was a fool if they all understood what was going on. But knowing was one thing, and speaking it aloud was quite another. Especially with powerful enemies at hand, wasn't Lin Xuan simply courting disaster by saying such things? These beasts have come only for the life essence. I have long since promised Elder Ting to protect the Butian sect from harm. Now if these beasts want trouble, let them take it up with me. That will also spare the innocent disciples of the Butian sect from being killed. Lin Xuan laughed heartily, his heroic spirit soaring to the clouds. There was not the slightest trace of fear as he declared in a ringing voice. The Butian sect master and Luo Li looked at him with eyes full of admiration. Now this is a true man. Yufeng said not a word, his brow slightly furrowed. If Lin Xuan were to die at the claws of the sky-swallowing sparrow and Qiongqi, then taking the life essence from the jaws of these two martial emperor-level monsters would prove quite difficult for Yufeng. Roar! The sky-swallowing sparrow and Qiongqi heard Lin Xuan's voice as well. The two beasts raised their heads and roared to the heavens. Demonic aura surged up, enshrouding the sky. They looked absolutely thrilled. Oh, Holy Prince, what you don't know is this: although the life essence has been absorbed by you, as long as one refines your body, the life essence can still be extracted. In other words, you have now become a tempting morsel in the eyes of those powerhouses. The Butian sect master sighed and spoke with great emotion. Yet there was nothing more he could say. After all, no matter how much he cherished Lin Xuan and wished not to see him throw away his life for nothing. But between Lin Xuan and the entire Butian sect, he would still choose the entire Butian sect. For a moment, the Butian sect master looked at Lin Xuan with eyes full of guilt. Oh, so I've become the Tang Sung of the Kanglin realm. Lin Xuan curled the corners of his mouth into a faint smile. At that same moment, the 7 demon sabers appeared in his hand. 2 martial emperor-level savage beasts, huh? The mere thought made Lin Xuan feel a little excited. Lin Xuan's true qi had barely surged before the news that he had obtained the life essence spread through the entire Butian sect in an instant. Naturally, the heaven-swallowing bird and Qiongqi heard those words as well. At once, the heaven-swallowing bird and Qiongqi looked at Lin Xuan as if they had laid eyes on a supreme. Within their eyes, greed swirled unabashedly. Clearly, they intended to slay Lin Xuan and strip away every trace of the life essence within him. Thus, for the two mighty divine beasts, the heaven-swallowing bird and Qiongqi, it would also bestow boundless fortune. Lin Xuan's fighting spirit surged as the long saber in his hand condensed with killing intent. He intended to use those two beasts to whet his blade. Just then, a sword light bloomed across the heavens. It shot out from the Butian sect, and in an instant scattered the dark clouds blanketing the sky. The Butian sect is the lives work of Elder Gui and Elder Tung. How dare you petty wretches run rampant here? You court death. A clear voice suddenly resounded across the entire Butian sect. A woman stood at the pinnacle of the void, a long sword in her hand, robed in green, her countenance cold and aloof. Her cultivation had actually reached the peak of the martial king realm. Moreover, her sword intent radiated outward cold light surging. This is the first saintess Qingyi. Wasn't she cultivating in seclusion within the sword ruins forbidden ground? Why has she come out of seclusion today? The Butian sect master couldn't help but exclaim. Qingyi. Hearing this woman's words, Lin Xuan was secretly astonished. Too familiar was this name to him. She was the female lead of the legend of the Desolate Heaven Emperor, the very woman who had married the young Desolate Heaven Emperor in the lower realm. Well, who would have thought it was her? Lin Xuan looked at Qingyi with a suddenly complicated expression. Even he had never expected that the first saintess of the Butian sect was actually Qingyi. On second thought, Lin Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. After all, in the legend of the Desolate Heaven Emperor, Qingyi had originally been a saintess of the Butian sect. Lin Xuan had actually forgotten that. It was because the sect also had a second saintess, Luo Li, who had been the female lead of the sovereign. Therefore, Lin Xuan had assumed this part of the story differed from the legend of the Desolate Heaven Emperor. Now it seemed no different at all. Lin Xuan smiled faintly. Name Qingyi. Identity: the secondary incarnation of the upper realm saintess Yuechan. She has developed affection toward the Desolate Heaven Emperor. Realm: a peak martial king powerhouse, with terrifying combat power capable of killing an ordinary martial emperor. Life script: in the coming days, she will be captured by the Desolate Heaven Emperor and brought to the Shurgwa Kingdom. Under the coercion of the Stone Emperor's mother, Qingyi will marry the Stone Emperor and become his woman. Moreover, the upper realm saintess Yuechan will pursue her to the Shurgwa Kingdom and clash with the Stone Emperor. Techniques: heaven transforming divine art, dragon commanding art, heaven mending art, true dragon art, dragon roar, divine phoenix art, phoenix cry, resonance. Fortune value 10000 points. Another heroine with 10,000 fortune points. Lin Xuan's heart stirred involuntarily. A heroine with 10,000 fortune points meant Lin Xuan could thoroughly fleece Qingyi. How satisfying. Enraged by Qingyi's words, the ferocious Qiongqi's savage nature erupted. Demonic qi churned across its body, and the surroundings instantly transformed into a torrent of thunder. The thunder howled, dyeing the entire sky a blinding white. Within a radius of 1 li, the area instantly became a domain shrouded in endless thunder. Fierce and dreadful, its imposing force thundered toward Qingyi with murderous intent. With power that shook the four corners of the universe and overawed the seas and wilds, a martial Tao, true soul, materialized behind Qiongqi. A colossal fierce beast apparition, like a king descending upon the world, its eyes blazing with malice, sweeping across all beneath heaven and earth. Hiss, 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 endless thunder howled forth. Qingyi's expression changed drastically as her martial Tao wings unfolded behind her. The long sword in her hand moved, and she cried out, true dragon art, dragon roar. Roar. A dragon's cry surged out from the long sword in Qingyi's hand. That dragon cry shook the infinite. Dragons were said to be kings of all beasts. A true dragon was an existence that could overpower even fierce beasts. Qingyi's long sword danced, and as her true qi flowed into the blade, it transformed into a golden true dragon. The golden true dragon soared and spiraled through the heavens. Wherever it passed, the thunder conjured by Qiongqi was instantly reduced to ruin. Qingyi's combat strength was formidable, enough to slay an ordinary martial emperor. However, Qiongqi was hardly an ordinary martial emperor beast. It carried the bloodline of the ancient primordial Qiongqi. It was a first-rate terror among fierce beasts, its bloodline so pure that it could be called a true-blood exotic beast. Such a Qiongqi possessed extremely terrifying combat power, in no way inferior to the heaven-defying might of Destiny's favored ones. Against such an existence, Qingyi naturally found her strength stretched thin. Still, she was quite shrewd. After all, the greatest gap between a peak martial king and a martial emperor lay in the soul level. A martial emperor could suppress all beings below the martial emperor realm with his martial Dao true soul. In this regard, Qingyi was naturally at a disadvantage. Yet her techniques were far from ordinary. She could actually use the dragon roar of the true dragon art to resist Qianqi's martial Dao true soul. It was an exceedingly clever move. The thunder manifested by Qianqi was dispersed by Qingyi's true dragon art. Qianqi flew into a thunderous rage, demonic qi surged across its body, and its blood essence appeared to condense into substance. Qianqi turned into a streak of light and hurtled toward Qingyi in a deadly assault. Clang! Clank! Two metallic collisions rang out. Qianqi's long horn forcibly met the long sword in Qingyi's hand. Bellow! A furious bellow exploded from Qianqi, and the surrounding blood essence force began to howl wildly outward at that same moment. Its overwhelming power pressed down from above. This Qianqi was after all a pure-blooded mutant carrying the primordial desolate bloodline. Its physical body was far more formidable than that of an ordinary human prodigy. In the clash between the two, Qingyi managed to hold on for only 3 breaths. Afterward, she felt an overwhelming heaven-defying force transmitting through her again and again. Qingyi's physical strength had always been her weakness. Her true power lay in martial techniques. In a contest of raw force, she was naturally no match for Qianqi. At once she fell into the disadvantage. Roar! It was at this moment that Qianqi raised its head and bellowed, as if summoning the heaven-swallowing bird. The heaven-swallowing bird took the hint. Spreading its wings, it charged at Qingyi. A devouring force gathered in its mouth, churning wind and cloud as it sought to swallow Qingyi whole. Heaven-mending art. Qingyi's true qi churned as she unleashed the sect-guarding skill of the Butian sect. At once her injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Overwhelming power surged forth. Divine Phoenix art. Phoenix cry resonance. Qingyi let out a light cry. True qi circulated once more as her martial dharma form condensed into a divine phoenix. It blasted out. Roar! Seeing this so-called divine phoenix, a flicker of greed could not help but appear in the heaven-swallowing bird's eyes. It suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed the divine phoenix into its belly. In the end, it dissolved into true qi and circulated within the heaven-swallowing bird's body. The two great demon beasts attacked together with all their might. Qingyi could no longer hold her ground. The long sword in her hand was locked tight by Qianqi. Seizing this opportunity, the heaven-swallowing bird lashed out at Qingyi's head with claws that gleamed like refined iron. If that blow from a martial emperor demon beast landed squarely, Qingyi would hardly escape a fate of a shattered skull and spilled brains. Senior sister Qingyi. Luo Li's face drained of color at the sight. She rose abruptly, sword in hand, ready to fly to Qingyi's rescue. But the Butian sect master held her back firmly. Master, you. Seeing that the one blocking her was none other than her own master, Luo Li stared in bewilderment and voiced her confusion to the Butian sect master. Foolish girl, are you going to throw your life away? The Butian sect master sighed and scolded her harshly. Hearing his words, Luo Li could not help but darken with dismay. For Luo Li, she knew full well that the Butian sect master's words were not false. Her strength was far inferior to Qingyi's. Even if she forced herself to strike, she would at best be a martial king of the upper 3 tiers. Against the heaven-devouring bird, and Qianqi's such strength was nothing more than an ant. In but an instant she would be crushed by those two mighty beasts. The two ferocious beasts attacked with murderous intent, trapping Qingyi. It seemed she was about to die beneath the immense beak of the heaven-devouring bird. Boom! Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Many of the Butian sect members turned their heads away, unwilling to witness the tragic scene. Especially gentle, kind-hearted girls like Yunin. After a long moment, contrary to all expectations, no scream of agony came. Astonished, everyone raised their heads. The Holy Prince. Ling Xuan inhaled sharply, then cried out in shock. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the unbelievable sight. There stood Lin Xuan in front of the first holy maiden, Qingyi, one hand firmly clamping down on the heaven-devouring bird's long beak. The heaven-devouring bird's blood and qi churned violently. Despite expending tremendous effort, it could not advance a single inch. You! Qingyi abruptly sent out a bloom of sword light, forcing Qianqi back. Her blood and qi surged, blood spilling from her lips. But Qingyi had no time to mind her injuries. She could only stare at Lin Xuan in utter shock. Having been in seclusion for so long, she naturally had no idea that the Butian sect had such a figure as Lin Xuan. Qingyi felt as if her entire worldview had been overturned. In her eyes, Lin Xuan was nothing more than a 6th-level martial king, yet his physical strength was terrifyingly heaven-defying. With bare hands, he had withstood a heaven-devouring bird at the martial emperor realm. This? Am I dreaming? Qingyi secretly wondered. But the pain radiating from her body made her certain. This was real, not a dream. Since ancient times, beautiful women have adored heroes, especially one as handsome and monstrously powerful as Lin Xuan. Qingyi's lovely eyes were now fixed on him with no intention of looking away. Perhaps deep down she was filled with curiosity about this man. Why was he so powerful? Qingyi, are you all? Lin Xuan held back the heaven-devouring bird with one hand, while turning to speak to Qingyi. No, I'm fine. Coming back to her senses, Qingyi's face quickly flushed crimson. He is so handsome. Qingyi instantly turned red, feeling her heart thump 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 without end. Fellow Taoist, I'll hold off Qiongqi. You deal with the heaven-devouring bird. Qingyi shook her head, then said to Lin Xuan with the utmost seriousness. Who could have guessed that Lin Xuan would curl his lips into a devilish smile, and say a delicate girl like you should stay far from such danger. Leave this to me. What? Did he intend to take on the heaven-devouring bird and Qiongqi, two martial emperor-level demonic beasts, all by himself? This? Qingyi's eyes went wide, and for a long while she could not utter a word. Lin Xuan's tone was overwhelmingly domineering. To Qingyi, the first holy maiden of the Batian sect, who had always been held loftily above the rest, hearing such words for the first time naturally left her somewhat displeased. But soon Qingyi was won over by his domineering words. She even faintly felt a sense of security. His cultivation realm is only the 6th level of the martial king stage. Fighting a single martial emperor-level beast is already fraught with peril, yet he wants to take on 2 alone. This? Am I dreaming? Could his combat power be even more terrifying than the Stone Emperor's? Qingyi drew a deep breath, involuntarily comparing Lin Xuan with the Stone Emperor. Sure how. Qingyi had known the Stone Emperor for quite some time. Thus she knew that even the Stone Emperor likely did not possess such terrifying combat power. Roar! The heaven-devouring bird and Qiongqi saw that Lin Xuan and Qingyi were casually conversing, paying not the slightest heed to 2 martial emperor-level beasts. At once the 2 fierce beasts became furious. To them this was an absolute humiliation. They resolved to slaughter the detestable human youth before them, to leave not even his corpse behind. What are you bellowing at? Hearing the furious roars of the heaven-devouring bird and Qiongqi, Lin Xuan flew into a rage. A vicious light exploded in his eyes. His wrath surged. Then Lin Xuan kicked out. Boom. A violent explosion thundered across the sky, and the surrounding clouds scattered in all directions. Wave after wave of sonic booms rang out. The heaven-devouring bird instantly felt as if its whole body had been struck by a terrifying, overwhelming force. Even its flesh could not withstand the blow. Its body was driven backward, retreating farther and farther. Roar! Another bellow of rage echoed through the air. Qiongqi reached Lin Xuan's side. Bolts of lightning began to coalesce upon its pair of massive horns. The blazing white power of thunder interwove and eventually transformed into 18 streaks of thunder. Boom! The 18 thunderbolts tore through the sky, ripping open the heavens, and shot straight toward Lin Xuan. They struck his body, heating. The scorching energy evaporated everything for a li in every direction, centered on Lin Xuan. The very air warped. The searing white thunder made it impossible to see clearly. Was Lin Xuan alive or dead in the midst of it all? A smug, almost human sneer appeared on Qiongqi's face, as if it were mocking Lin Xuan's overestimation of himself. Whoosh! Whoosh! Flapping the wings on its back, Qiongqi transformed into a streak of light and charged at Lin Xuan. It opened its blood-filled maw, intending to swallow Lin Xuan along with the thunderbolts in one gulp. The Holy Prince, Yuan cried out in alarm, her face full of worry. No need for concern. Since the Holy Prince dares to challenge 2 martial emperors alone, he must surely have his own means. Huarong pulled Yuan back and tried to soothe her. Among the Batian sect, only Yufeng sneered and quietly thought to himself, this brat is overestimating himself. But the life essence must never be swallowed by that beast Qiongqi. Yufeng discreetly gathered his power, intending to snatch the fortune from the tiger's jaws. Although he had not yet reached the martial emperor realm, his methods were mystical, and with a surprise strike, seizing the fortune from Qiongqi's mouth was not impossible. Afterward, Yufeng naturally could not be a match for the heaven-devouring bird and Qiongqi. However, if he could only wait until the Stone Emperor arrived, everything would be different. Crack! 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 A hair-raising sound rang out. The members of Batian sect were shocked and raised their heads one after another to look. Yet they saw that the 7-demon saber in Lin Xuan's hand, blazing with demonic light, directly pinned Qiongqi's enormous maw. Courting death. The first slash. Slash me. Lin Xuan's eyes suddenly turned crimson. His aura surged into the sky, transforming into boundless fearsome power as he charged forward without hesitation. The long saber surged, radiating a bloody light. Swish! With a single slash, half of Qiongqi's face was cut off by Lin Xuan. Blood gushed like a fountain. A whoa! A miserable shriek burst out of Qiongqi's mouth. Its body kept retreating. Lin Xuan's battle intent surged violently. His entire body, like an invincible war god, waded through blood and chased after Qiongqi. Qiongqi wanted to counterattack. Qiongqi gathered thunder. Lin Xuan, however, arrived before Qiongqi in a flash, then twirled the 7-demon saber in his hand. The second slash arrived silently. Lin Xian's entire body was enveloped in sky-filling saber light. Slash after slash. Countless saber glows shrouded Lin Xian's surroundings. In an instant, Xiongqi was engulfed by endless saber light. The blood of the ferocious beast splashed across the vault of heaven, staining the blue sky with crimson. This shocking turn of events left the entire Butian sect stunned. Although they knew Lin Xian's battle power was invincible, even though he was only at the 6th level of the Martial King realm, he could still fight against Martial Emperor realm experts. But knowing something is one thing, seeing it with one's own eyes is another. How is this a contest of equals? This was pure and utter butchery. Awoo! Xiongqi was swept up in the saber light. Its eyes were full of terror. It kept retreating. It seemed to be its first encounter with an invincible freak like Lin Xian. In an instant, its whole being felt deeply troubled. Severely wounded, Xiongqi turned around to flee. Lin Xian sneered coldly and took a step forward. Starting later, yet striking first, he lunged at Xiongqi. Just then the sky-devouring sparrow came flying back, spewing the devouring power of swallowing heaven, chasing after Lin Xian. For a moment the scene looked somewhat odd. Xiongqi was fleeing, Lin Xian was chasing, while behind Lin Xian, the sky-devouring sparrow was pursuing. If Lin Xian wanted to kill Xiongqi, he would inevitably be wounded by the sky-devouring sparrow. For a moment the situation became tense again. Seeing this, Qing Yi's delicate heart involuntarily tightened. After all, to Qing Yi, Lin Xian was acting to save her. If Lin Xian was killed, the entire Butian sect would really be destroyed in one fell swoop. Quick, run away, Qing Yi secretly thought. The sky-devouring sparrow ambushed Lin Xian from behind, its eyes filled with greed. In the sparrow's view, Lin Xian had placed all his attention on Xiongqi. Thus it would be the fisherman profiting from the fight. If this human male has put all his mind on Xiongqi, then his end will be death. The life essence of Elder Vine will also be mine. The sky-devouring sparrows. The sky-devouring sparrow secretly plotted. Surprisingly, a glint of excitement even appeared in its eyes. This battle was full of unexpected twists. Neither the sky-devouring sparrow nor Xiongqi had expected Lin Xian's combat prowess to be so terrifying. His power was savage, one could even say inconceivable. For a moment, everyone looking at Lin Xian thought that under such circumstances he would surely abandon killing Xiongqi and turn around to deal with the sky-devouring sparrow. Just at that moment, a resolute look appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. His face was full of murderous intent. The third slash. Lin Xian's eyes were gradually submerged in a blood-red hue. Then power within his body continuously erupted and surged upward. At this moment, Lin Xian's solar plexus chakra burst forth with dazzling light. Battle lament. Under the evolution of his martial Dao Dharma image, Lin Xian's saber light transformed into demonic warriors. Each demonic warrior slashed toward Xiongqi, heaven-defying chaos. With a single slash, a massive amount of Xiongqi's vital essence, qi, and spirit was drained away. Roar, roar, roar. Xiongqi howled in agony. But under the heaven-defying 7-demon saber, Xiongqi had no power to resist. In an instant, it was slain by the saber light of the heaven-defying 7-demon saber. All its flesh and blood turned into flying ashes in midair, ultimately annihilating into the void. Squelch. A sound of flesh being pierced came. Lin Xian's face turned pale. The sky-devouring sparrow's long beak pierced through Lin Xian's shoulder. Ha ha ha. The sky-devouring sparrow emitted a cold, sinister laugh. Because in the sky-devouring sparrow's opinion, this human male had been simply too foolish. To slay Xiongqi, he had ultimately fallen into its hands. Wasn't his fate simply the word death? Having pierced Lin Xian's body, the sky-devouring sparrow was greedily absorbing the life essence within Lin Xian. After all, in the sky-devouring sparrow's eyes, Lin Xian was the Tang monk's flesh in the Kanglin realm. Lin Xian's body contained a great amount of life essence from Elder Vine. This life essence not only could enhance the sky-devouring sparrow's strength, but could also improve its It would cause the sky-devouring sparrow to undergo a transformation from within. Once the sparrow devoured the life essence in Lin Xian's body, that would mean its innate aptitude would skyrocket to heaven-defying levels. In the end, it would reach an unimaginable level. The sky-devouring sparrow was currently only at the 1st level of the Martial Emperor realm. But if it could devour Elder Vine's life essence, the sparrow's future achievements would be limitless. It might even leap into existence above the Martial Emperor. The very thought was terrifying. Condense. Lin Xian frowned. Naturally, he could see that his chest had been pierced and blood was gushing out, while waves of excruciating pain struck him. However, for Lin Xian, it was not so easy for the sky-devouring sparrow to devour the life essence in his body, because Lin Xian possessed the devouring origin creation scripture. In terms of devouring power alone, Lin Xian was by no means inferior to the sky-devouring sparrow. Therefore, for a time, the sparrow found it unexpectedly difficult to absorb life essence from Lin Xian's body. Rip! A sound of tearing came. Lin Xian broke away from the sky-devouring sparrow with a large hole in his chest dripping blood. Ha ha ha. The sky-devouring sparrow's strike had succeeded, although it had not killed Lin Xuan. But an injury of such severity was enough to make any warrior lose his combat capability. In the sky-devouring sparrow's view, victory was already in its grasp. It was slightly excited. It even seemed to envision itself after devouring a great amount of life essence undergoing a qualitative change. Then it would soar to the sky in one sweep. The mere thought made it a little thrilled. At this moment, the eyes of every member of Batian sect were filled with an emotion called despair. The entire Batian sect relied on Lin Xuan to turn the tide. But now Lin Xuan clearly no longer had that ability. Qing-Yi involuntarily tightened her grip on the longsword. She silently resolved in her heart that should Lin Xuan ever find himself in danger, she would never stand idly by. Even if she had to stake her own life, she would drag Lin Xuan out of danger. After all, had it not been for saving her, Lin Xuan would not have fallen into such a sorry state. Protect the Holy Prince. Wu Liuyi, the minor commander of the Heavenly Demon Guards, took a deep breath, his eyes blazing with determination. Seeing this, the Heavenly Demon Guards also felt hot blood surging in their hearts, their faces full of determination. Their cultivation was merely at the martial ancestor realm. When Lin Xuan first returned to the 12 peaks of Cloud Ridge, the strength of the Heavenly Demon Guards could be said to sweep through all obstacles. But in the northern wasteland, their strength was hardly enough. However, these Heavenly Demon Guards were utterly loyal. They were willing to give their lives for Lin Xuan. Even if it meant going up against a martial emperor, they would not begrudge it. Everyone in the Bumling sect wore expressions of tragic resolve. Even Hua Rong was silent at this moment, because although Hua Rong knew that Lin Xuan's methods were inexhaustible and that miracles had accompanied him all, he also felt that in the face of such a certain death situation, even if immortals arrived, they probably would not have the power to overturn heaven and earth. But by now Lin Xuan had grown to a certain height. No longer was he the same person he had been when he first returned from Blackwood Cliff to Eastern Xian. At that time, perhaps Hua Rong was still capable of shielding Lin Xuan from wind and rain. But now, Hua Rong knew that facing a powerful enemy like the heaven-swallowing sparrow, even if he himself went up, he would still not escape the word death. Nevertheless, Hua Rong's gaze was firm. Even in death, he would die for the Holy Prince. The people in the Bumling sect had mixed expressions. They were ready to strike and fight to the death for Lin Xuan. Meanwhile, Yufeng was also secretly building up his strength. He had no desire to let the heaven-swallowing sparrow take away Lin Xuan's life essence. Just then Lin Xuan laughed. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. His laughter was like thunder from the 9 heavens, growing louder and louder, echoing across the highest skies. Hiss! The heaven-swallowing sparrow furrowed its brow and let out a hoarse sound. Because it had not mastered certain special arts, it could not yet speak human language. But hearing Lin Xuan's laughter, the heaven-swallowing sparrow was quite annoyed. In its view, Lin Xuan was already a dying man, yet he still laughed so wildly. This was going too far. This undoubtedly made the heaven-swallowing sparrow feel as if it had suffered a great humiliation. The move didn't hurt much, but it was extremely insulting. For the heaven-swallowing sparrow, this was absolutely a burning shame. Damn it! Lin Xuan swept a glance at the heaven-swallowing sparrow, then slowly withdrew his smile and said, I laugh because you have no idea what methods I possess. Lin Xuan took a deep breath, and white light gradually surged in his eyes. The heavens repair art. Boom. In an instant, a vast amount of life essence erupted around Lin Xuan. Under the operation of the heavens repair art, it seemed to possess the power of time and space. Lin Xuan's body, which had been severely wounded, now began to recover little by little. The huge hole in his chest was slowly mending. Divine radiance surged all around him, making Lin Xuan look like a deity walking in the mortal world. The heavens repair art. I never expected him to know the heavens repair art. Seeing this, Qing-Yi couldn't help but cry out in shock. To Qing-Yi, this scene was all too familiar. This technique was precisely the heavens repair art. The heavens repair art was a martial skill from the heavens repair lineage of the upper realm. A complete heavens repair art even surpassed heaven-grade techniques, approaching a divine skill. Qing-Yi had cultivated the heavens repair art, as had Shi-Yi, the elder brother of the Stone Emperor. However, the heavens repair art of the Bumling sect in the lower realm was after all merely a remnant. Its main function lay in restoring physical injuries. Even so, it still stood at the apex of heaven grade. But Qing-Yi knew that neither she nor Shi-Yi, both practicing the same remnant of the heavens repair art, could reach Lin Xuan's level. The heavens repair art. The Holy Prince actually knows the heavens repair art. This is truly astonishing. The Bumling sect master's lips trembled slightly as he murmured. Besides, they could all see that the first saintess Qing-Yi had also once displayed the heavens repair art, but in terms of sheer power it was far inferior to the heavens repair art Lin Xuan was demonstrating now. Yufeng had originally been secretly gathering his arts, but seeing this, he quietly withdrew his hand. He knew that if he acted now, he would likely not get any advantage. It never occurred to me that this kid still had such a trump card. A flash of wariness crossed Yufeng's eyes. He was even considering whether to make a move against Lin Xuan. After much deliberation, Yu Feng also knew that when faced with Lin Xuan's terrifying and ultimate-level battle prowess, he did not dare to make a move. For he knew that if he did, there was absolutely no way he would come to a good end. Even a sneak attack. This kid is a freaking monster. I'd better wait for the Stone Emperor to come. Yu Feng took a deep breath and thought to himself. Lin Xuan's body healed at a terrifyingly fast pace, and his aura gradually recovered to a peak condition. The heaven-swallowing sparrow snapped back to attention seeing this. Its heart immediately flooded with both shock and fury. The heaven-swallowing sparrow knew well Lin Xuan's battle power. He was someone who could slay the Qiongqi. If Lin Xuan were allowed to recover, the heaven-swallowing sparrow had no confidence that it could slay him. At once its figure flickered, its wings spread to cover the sky, and it charged at Lin Xuan. Its purpose was extremely clear. It wanted to kill Lin Xuan completely before he recovered. Devouring power gathered in its mouth, and it delivered a thunderbolt-like strike. The surrounding space twisted, winds and clouds churning. Lin Xuan kept his eyes tightly shut, seemingly still cycling the heavens repair art. What a perfect opportunity. A trace of glee flashed in the heaven-swallowing sparrow's eyes. As expected of a beast, its brain isn't very sharp. At this moment Lin Xuan suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze tinged with ridicule. Boom. Lin Xuan shot out a hand and clamped down fiercely on the heaven-swallowing sparrow's neck. The heaven-swallowing sparrow was startled and tried to struggle, but under Lin Xuan's unreasonable brute force, it was utterly unable to escape in the short term. Just then Lin Xuan let out a cold laugh and shouted, heaven-defying 7 demonic sabers. Triple slash. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With his other hand Lin Xuan unleashed the 7 demonic sabers. Triple slash. 1 slash split Mount Hua with sheer strength descending from above. 1 slash was blood rage soaring to the heavens, abandoning defense to trade wound for wound. 1 slash was the sorrow of war, condensing blade intent into demonic warriors. Boom, boom, boom. The heaven-swallowing sparrow might be powerful, but in intelligence it was clearly far behind Lin Xuan. Seizing the chance, Lin Xuan delivered the triple slash directly. At that close distance, the heaven-swallowing sparrow didn't even have a chance to resist before it was reduced to a blur of flesh and blood. Feathers rained down and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Lin Xuan emerged from the bloodbath like a god of slaughter, overwhelming heaven and earth. Everything was over. 2 martial emperor-level fierce beasts both died at Lin Xuan's hands. The turn of events was so abrupt that it felt a little unreal. People stared blankly at the sky. Lin Xuan truly had slain 2 martial emperor-level fierce beasts. Were they dreaming? The Holy Prince has won. Yun-Yin was the first to react, unable to contain a cheer. Her beautiful eyes were filled with adoration for Lin Xuan. Ling Qing and the others also snapped back to their senses, gazing at Lin Xuan with rather peculiar expressions. Ling Qing, Luo Li, and Qing Yi stared at him utterly spellbound. It seemed as though no one else existed between heaven and earth, only Lin Xuan. After finishing off the 2 vicious beasts at the martial emperor realm, Lin Xuan unfurled the twin martial wings on his back and descended upon the ground of Butian Gate. Gate Master, I have fulfilled my mission. Everything is settled, Lin Xuan said with a faint smile, turning to the Gate Master of Butian Gate. The Gate Master drew a deep breath, then looked at Lin Xuan with an expression of profound complexity. After a long while, the Gate Master finally spoke. Thank you, Holy Prince, for rescuing Butian Gate from fire and water. He first bowed in salute, then bent his knees, intending to kneel before Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan swiftly supported the Gate Master and said, Gate Master, there is no need for such a grand salute. This time I was fortunate enough to receive Senior Teng's legacy, so since Butian Gate is under attack, it is only natural that I would lend my hand. Moreover, those 2 great beasts came precisely for the life essence within me. Even if I had not acted, those animals would not have let me go. Therefore, Gate Master, your kind words are more than I deserve. Lin Xuan said sincerely to the Gate Master. The Gate Master shook his head, then explained, the Holy Prince speaks not quite rightly. For one of your strength, when faced with such formidable enemies, you could easily have turned and left. But my Butian Gate has its roots here with no way to flee. If the heaven-swallowing sparrow and Qiongqi could not find the life essence, they would naturally have turned every stone of Butian Gate upside down. Then blood would have flowed like rivers and corpses would have littered the plains. Although the Holy Prince had made a promise to Senior Teng, hearts have always been difficult to fathom. Promises are lighter than a feather, yet the Holy Prince values loyalty and keeps his word. That is truly rare. At this moment, the Gate Master's words to Lin Xuan were fervent and utterly sincere. Clearly, to this aged Gate Master who had long witnessed the ups and downs of the mortal world, the darker sides of human nature were nothing new. As the saying goes, one may know a person's face, but not their heart. Someone like Lin Xuan, who was willing to shed his blood and laid down his life for a single promise, was already a rare find. Lin Xuan fell silent. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words in response to the gate master's speech because he knew that every word had laid bare the flaws of human nature with striking precision. He could not help but recall that in his previous life, countless warm-hearted people had their passions frozen by cold reality until only chill remained in their hearts. There was the old man who felled the young man who took him to the hospital only to be blackmailed in return, and the young man who leaped into the river to save someone only to lose his own life, while the rescued person sneered and said, "I never asked him to save me." Whether in modern civilization or the boundless martial world, though the worlds differ, the human heart remains the same. If those so-called children of fortune had obtained such a legacy, they would most likely have fled without a second thought. After all, the combined assault of the heaven-swallowing sparrow and Xiongqi was ferocious and overwhelming. One misstep meant certain doom. However, Lin Xuan was unwilling to let his conscience be troubled, so naturally he would never do such a thing. Say no more. This matter is finished. Though Batian Gate has lost senior tongue, I, Lin Xuan, am a man of my word. Batian Gate will not decline because of this. Lin Xuan shook his head, setting aside the emotions in his heart, then said to the gate master, "Sacred Maiden Luo Li thanks the Holy Prince for saving her life. Sacred Maiden Qing Yi thanks the Holy Prince for saving her life." Luo Li and Qing Yi exchanged a glance, then stepped forward together, cupped their fists in salute, and spoke in unison to Lin Xuan. "Ding! The child of fortune Luo Li, grateful to you for saving Batian Gate, has secretly developed feelings for you. You have gained 2,000 villain points. Ding! The child of fortune Qing Yi, grateful to you for saving Batian Gate, now harbors goodwill toward you. The child of fortune young wilderness heavenly emperor stone emperor Sure How has lost 2,000 fortune points. You have gained 2,000 villain points." Lin Xuan had just been about to tell the two sacred maidens of Batian Gate not to stand on ceremony when he heard two system notification sounds beside his ear. 4,000 villain points. A small fortune. The corners of Lin Xuan's mouth twitched slightly before curling upward. He felt that even the air around him had become fresher. Earlier, after slaying Mu Qin, Lin Xuan had 5,500 villain points left, including what he had saved before. Later, because Senior Tongue took a liking to him and imparted to him the life essence he had accumulated over his lifetime, Lin Xuan had no time to exchange those villain points for treasures or cultivation arts. Now he had received another 4,000 villain points. In an instant, Lin Xuan now possessed 9,500 villain points. In the blink of an eye, he was nearly a 10th sandpoint man. Absolutely wonderful. The two sacred maidens need not stand on ceremony. This was simply my duty. Lin Xuan said to Luo Li and Qing Yi with a faint smile. Now the way Lin Xuan looked at Luo Li and Qing Yi was incomparably fervent. After all, in his eyes they were golden opportunities. Walking villain point harvesters. Qing Yi in particular. By fleecing Qing Yi's will, he could also suppress that young wilderness heavenly emperor. Why ever not? The Holy Prince is too kind. Qing Yi said with a gentle smile to Lin Xuan. She had just been about to speak more deeply with him when all of a sudden her expression changed. Boom, boom, boom. A series of earth-shaking sounds sent the whole Batian Gate trembling violently. And at that very moment, a voice brimming with boundless majesty resounded throughout the scene like thunder. "I would very much like to see what vicious beast dares to run rampant in the northern wilderness. Do you truly take me for dead?" Along with this voice, an aura vast as an abyss suddenly swept across all of Batian Gate. Everyone felt their expressions change drastically under that pressure. Their bodies felt as if they were bearing the weight of 100,000 June, making even breathing unbearably difficult. Their souls meanwhile felt as though they were facing a colossal behemoth and began to tremble uncontrollably. This was a martial emperor, and not an ordinary martial emperor either. This invincible pressure made everyone feel as if they were standing before the supreme being of the human race. The Stone Emperor. The Stone Emperor's golden armored army. When the gate master of Batian Gate saw a glimmer of golden light at the edge of the sky, he gasped and murmured. The gate master was already quite advanced in years, so he naturally knew that only the legendary golden armored army of the Stone Emperor of the Stone Kingdom could unleash such terrifying might. Moreover, that dreadful aura of supreme human supremacy was like a beacon. Without even needing to think, he knew exactly who had arrived. It was the current supreme powerhouse of the Stone Kingdom, the young wilderness heavenly emperor Stone Emperor Sure How. Stone Emperor. Lin Xuan gazed at the rolling golden radiance in the distance, narrowing his eyes slightly before murmuring to himself. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire Batian Gate began to tremble violently, as if struck by a massive earthquake. Many martial cultivators of the sect lacking sufficient cultivation found themselves unsteady on their feet and collapsed to the ground. What came into view was a vast golden torrent surging toward them with overwhelming momentum, as if intent on annihilating everything in its path. Before long, the golden torrent reached the entrance of Batian Gate. Only then did the crowd realize that in truth this was no torrent at all. It was a golden army. At its forefront stood a majestic figure wielding a long spear, none other than the Marquis of Huntian. And before the Marquis was a resolute, awe-inspiring young man. Clad in a dragon robe, the young man exuded imperial dignity, his piercing gaze sweeping across all before him. This young man was none other than the Stone Emperor Shi Hao, the current sovereign of the Stone Kingdom. As the possessor of the supreme bone, the Stone Emperor's gaze caused human cultivators to instinctively lower their eyes, daring not to meet it. Behind him stood over 1,000 golden-armored warriors. These warriors radiated killing intent, their faces cold as frost, their expressions unyielding. Every single one possessed the strength of a martial spirit or martial ancestor. The combined aura they exuded was enough to send chills down one's spine. One glance sufficed to tell that this was an iron-blooded army that had weathered countless battles on the battlefield. "Where are the heaven-swallowing sparrow and the Qiongqi?" the Stone Emperor asked, a trace of surprise crossing his face when he saw that Batian Gate remained intact. Even the sect master of Batian Gate found himself speechless under the Emperor's oppressive might. Qingyi, after all, was the holy maiden, gifted in talent and blessed with extraordinary bloodline. She stepped forward and declared, "Sure, how you have come too late. The heaven-swallowing sparrow and the Qiongqi have already been slain by the Holy Prince." The Holy Prince? The Stone Emperor's eyes widened at the name. What Holy Prince? Was that not the one who killed his younger brother? At the thought, the Stone Emperor felt his fury surge beyond control, and he scanned the crowd. His gaze promptly landed on Lin Xuan, surrounded by the heavenly demon guards. As the human race's supreme sovereign bearing the supreme bone, the Stone Emperor could sense that Lin Xuan's bloodline was in no way inferior to his own. Who else could such a figure be? "You are Lin Xuan." The Stone Emperor fixed his gaze upon him. In his eyes, this Lin Xuan was young. Indeed, even a few years younger than himself. Yet his cultivation had already reached the 6th level of the Martial King realm. Even more terrifying, the Stone Emperor sensed an awe-inspiring aura from Lin Xuan, one that made even him, an undefeated figure at the same realm, feel a sense of dread. "You are the Stone Emperor Shi Hao?" Lin Xuan asked with a faint smile, replying to the Emperor's question with one of his own. "How dare you?" The Stone Emperor flew into a rage. "This is the Northern Wasteland, not the Demon Heaven Palace, nor the Eastern Mystic Domain. You are nothing but a worthless prince from the upper realm who rose to power in the Kanglan realm solely by relying on a woman's influence. Yet now you stand before me, the sovereign of the Northern Wasteland, and refuse to kneel." The Stone Emperor's fury blazed as he clenched his fists, causing them to crack and pop. Boom. A mighty imperial pressure, almost tangible in form, surged toward Lin Xuan. The Stone Emperor harbored a deep, bone-deep hatred for him. After all, Lin Xuan had slain Shi Hao, the Stone Emperor's own younger brother. For the Emperor, this matter could never be settled peacefully. And now that very enemy who killed his brother stood right before him. How could the Stone Emperor possibly let Lin Xuan go? Today, no matter what, he would find an excuse to strike. Now Lin Xuan's disrespect had conveniently given the Stone Emperor the pretext he needed. Immediately, the Emperor unleashed his overwhelming might, intending to obliterate Lin Xuan on the spot. The powerhouses around Lin Xuan staggered backward. Even Hua Rong and the sect master of Batian Gate, both peak Martial King experts, found their auras stifled and unbearable. Lin Xuan, however, stood steadfast as a boulder against the Stone Emperor's oppressive pressure, unmoved. In that moment, his martial soul, the devouring origin demon dragon, surged into manifestation behind him. Coiling around the devouring origin demon dragon was a divine vine, a gift bestowed upon Lin Xuan by Old Man Vine. It allowed Lin Xuan to hold his own on the soul level, even against martial emperor-level powerhouses. The Stone Emperor was indeed a martial emperor, though his strength was merely within the lower 3 tiers of that realm. His cultivation level not significantly higher than that of the heaven-swallowing sparrow or the Qiongqi. However, as a child of destiny, the Stone Emperor's combat prowess far surpassed theirs. Now, secretly unleashing his true martial soul, he intended to suppress and slay Lin Xuan purely by realm superiority. Unfortunately for him, although Lin Xuan was not a martial emperor with Old Man Vine's gift, he had no fear of so-called martial emperors. "Oh, Stone Emperor, do you take me for someone easily intimidated?" Lin Xuan said with a faint smile. He knew that by slaying Qin Hao, his enmity with the Stone Emperor had reached a point of no return. Since that was the case, Lin Xuan would not grant the Stone Emperor even the slightest courtesy. "Sure, how? This holy prince is the hero who saved our Batian Gate. If you treat the holy prince like this, are you not betraying Lord Gui?" Seeing how dire the situation had become, Qingyi hurriedly spoke up to rebuke the Stone Emperor. This Stone Emperor had once stayed at Batian Gate, as well sharing a particular bond of fate with Lord Gui. Though Qingyi did not know exactly what had transpired between the Stone Emperor and Lin Xuan, she was deeply unwilling to see Lin Xuan suffer any loss. Thus she invoked Lord Gui's name to intimidate the Stone Emperor. The Emperor narrowed his eyes. Shock stirred silently within his heart. He had not anticipated that this youth before him could remain so composed in the face of his true martial soul. The Stone Emperor also detected the lingering aura of Old Man Vine upon Lin Xuan. With his sharp wit, he quickly deduced that Lin Xuan had most likely obtained the life essence left behind by Old Man Vine's passing. Haha, the Holy Prince truly lives up to his reputation. I am impressed, truly impressed. The Stone Emperor smiled faintly, his gaze toward Lin Xuan gradually turning profound and inscrutable. Lin Xuan looked at the Stone Emperor without saying a word, simply watching him quietly. At that moment, the Stone Emperor smiled faintly and spoke. I traveled 1,000 miles to rescue Butian Gate, yet it turns out the Holy Prince had already handled it. Holy Prince, your valor is unmatched. How about coming with me to the Stone Kingdom's Imperial Palace for a visit? It would be my chance to fulfill my duties as host. Oh, Brother Sure has extended such a gracious invitation. How could I possibly decline? Lin Xuan nodded and replied courteously. Yet inwardly he mused, this Stone Emperor truly has no shame. Inviting me to the Stone Kingdom's palace. Surely this is a trap, and what he's after is none other than the life essence on my person. Since you Sure are so devoid of integrity, whether you claim to be the pinnacle of humanity or the sovereign of the northern wasteland, it matters not. Today I will not leave your face intact. Lin Xuan sneered inwardly, having already made up his mind. Earlier the Stone Emperor had referred to himself as I the Sovereign, but upon realizing his true martial soul could not suppress Lin Xuan, he began addressing himself as your elder brother. Did Lin Xuan not hear the shift in tone? The crowd of Butian Gate, sensing that the atmosphere between Lin Xuan and the Stone Emperor seemed to have eased, could not help but sigh in relief. They could tell that Lin Xuan and the Stone Emperor shared some grudge. Though they knew not the specifics, no one wanted to see a conflict erupt between the two within Butian Gate. In that case, please proceed. The Stone Emperor smiled a hollow smile. He was unwilling to openly break with Lin Xuan within Butian Gate, knowing full well that Lord Gui still existed within the sect. Although Lord Gui's mind was clouded, if he were ever to awaken, his combat prowess would be so terrifying that even the Stone Emperor would have to retreat. Moreover, the Emperor had no desire to clash with Qingyi either. Thus in this situation the Stone Emperor chose to play it safe. No rush, no rush. Lin Xuan shook his head, then spoke. Your Majesty, the Stone Emperor has traveled a great distance. Surely it has been arduous. Having learned of the news about Butian Gate, it seems you must have planted an infiltrator within the sect. That infiltrator has rendered great service. Should not your Majesty reward him? Infiltrator. The crowd of Butian Gate was taken aback by Lin Xuan's words. What did he mean by that? Yu Feng heard Lin Xuan's words and drew in a sharp breath. Although Lin Xuan hadn't explicitly named him as an infiltrator, it was all too much of a coincidence. Yu Feng felt that the situation was turning unfavorable. Qingyi also frowned slightly upon hearing Lin Xuan's words. It had been no easy feat for the Stone Emperor and Lin Xuan to turn their enmity into amity. Why would Lin Xuan stir up strife again? At that moment Qingyi spoke with some displeasure. Lin Xuan, what do you mean? What infiltrator? The Stone Emperor's face turned cold, his heart unsettled. Then in a low and stern voice he demanded, Holy Prince Lin Xuan, what exactly do you mean by those words? If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, don't blame me for being rude. Luo Li, standing beside Lin Xuan, tugged at the hem of his robe and whispered, Holy Prince, don't speak recklessly. The Stone Emperor is not someone to provoke. Lin Xuan turned around and saw the concern in Luo Li's eyes, smiling slightly. At the same time, he also noticed that Yun Yin, Ling Qing, Hua Rong, and the others were looking at him with worry. Evidently, everyone had just witnessed the Stone Emperor's might. They were afraid that if Lin Xuan angered the Stone Emperor, his fate would be rather miserable. Your Majesty, the Stone Emperor, the Butian sect has just survived a great calamity. You are usually overwhelmed with affairs of state. How is it that you arrived so promptly? Lin Xuan asked the Stone Emperor with a faint smile on his lips. Hearing this, the others fell into contemplation. Ever since the last time when the Stone Emperor had taken Maoqiu and infiltrated the Tianma Palace to steal its supreme treasure, the Stone Emperor had indeed rarely appeared in Beihuang. His sudden appearance now was indeed somewhat strange. However, that didn't seem to prove anything. What nonsense is this? Within Beihuang, my Stone Kingdom reigns supreme. As the Stone Emperor of the Stone Kingdom, I naturally have my own intelligence network. When I learned that the heaven-swallowing bird and Qiongqi were wreaking havoc on the Butian sect, I immediately rushed over to save it. Is that wrong of me? Facing Lin Xuan's questioning, the Stone Emperor showed not the slightest panic, but remained perfectly composed. Oh, I see. I've heard that the imperial capital of the Stone Kingdom in Beihuang is a considerable distance from here. Presumably, even if your Majesty had learned of the two beasts attacking the Butian sect, it would have taken some time to muster your troops and set out. Yet unexpectedly you arrived with such astonishing speed. It seems I underestimated your Majesty's determination to save the Butian sect, whom I was indeed measuring a gentleman's heart with a base man's mind. All that talk about arranging a fallen royal from the Stone Kingdom to be an infiltrator in the Butian sect aiming to scheme for Elder Tung's life essence. These were merely my wild fancies. Lin Xuan gently touched his forehead, then spoke slowly. Fallen royal house inserted spy, intent on Elder Tung's life essence. This. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, the Stone Emperor couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Damn it. The key point was, every single thing he said had hit the mark. For a moment the Stone Emperor even suspected whether there was a mole among his own men. What on earth was going on? Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Yufeng was completely petrified. Boom. Yufeng felt as though thousands of thunderbolts were roaring through his mind. At that moment panic seized his heart. Lin Xuan's remarks earlier had practically named him outright. Yufeng's heart immediately sank. He knew Lin Xuan's strength. If Lin Xuan truly suspected him, the danger level would absolutely escalate exponentially. Even with the Stone Emperor's protection, Yufeng feared that Lin Xuan might seize any opportunity to slaughter him in an instant. Lin Xuan, your words carry hidden meaning. Sure Hao shares a profound connection with our Butian sect. How could he possibly covet Elder Tung's life essence? Moreover, Sure Hao himself possesses the supreme bone. His fortune is so vast that it even surpasses life essence. Qing Yi had known the Stone Emperor for many years. When Qing Yi had first met the Stone Emperor, he had merely been a mischievous brat. Therefore, deep down Qing Yi was unwilling to believe Lin Xuan's words. She even felt that Lin Xuan was most likely just making a scene. Originally, Qing Yi had felt some goodwill toward Lin Xuan for saving the Butian sect. But now Qing Yi had developed a measure of disgust toward Lin Xuan. The Butian sect master and the others, though silent, still found his behavior rather strange. Just then Lin Xuan smiled and said, Supreme Elder Yufeng, you seem to be in such a hurry. Where do you— What? The crowd was taken aback by Lin Xuan's words, then turned to look. They saw Yufeng moving away from the group, seemingly attempting to leave. This. Lin Xuan let out a cold laugh. A fierce aura suddenly surged toward Yufeng. Yufeng was immediately pinned in place, unable to move so much as an inch. Your Majesty, the Stone Emperor, do you know this man? Lin Xuan looked at the Stone Emperor with a half-smile. The Stone Emperor's face turned cold, but he forced a calm demeanor and said, I do know this man. He is the chieftain of the Yu clan who was defeated by me in battle back then. Why? What does he have to do with me? Lin Xuan laughed heartily and shook his head. Naturally, this has nothing to do with your Majesty. However, there are some matters I wish to ask Supreme Elder Yufeng. I merely wanted to ask your Majesty to bear witness. Hearing this, the Stone Emperor felt his heart suddenly tighten, though he didn't know why. Ignoring the Stone Emperor, Lin Xuan turned to Yufeng and said with a cold laugh, Yufeng, do you know why I patted your shoulder the first time we met? Yufeng was taken aback, recalling that when he had first met Lin Xuan had been unusually warm and had even patted his shoulder. At that thought, Yufeng felt a chill creep up his spine. Holy Prince, what do you mean by this? Yufeng asked with a cold voice. The Tsuhuan acupoint aches. The Yanxiao meridian carries a faint chilling sensation. Lin Xuan murmured to himself. As Yufeng listened, his face grew uglier and uglier. It's been quite some time now. How is your Dantian? Lin Xuan asked with a cold sneer. Dantian. Hearing this, Yufeng instinctively circulated his cultivation technique, condensed his true qi, and looked inward to check the condition of his Dantian. The moment he did so, he immediately felt waves of piercing pain emanating from his Dantian. Then the pain seemed to grow continuously. Yufeng felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He let out a miserable scream and fell to his knees. He sensed that within his Dantian there seemed to be a seed of true qi. It was continuously devouring his true qi. Now the true qi within Yufeng's body had been reduced to a mere 30%. You? What have you done to me? Yufeng's face turned deathly pale. But even a Yufeng at the peak of his power would be as helpless as a child before the current Lin Xuan, let alone a Yufeng with only a tenth of his true qi remaining. Yufeng knelt on the ground, his forehead covered in sweat, staring at Lin Xuan with overwhelming terror. For a martial artist, the martial path he cultivates is the power of a lifetime of bitter training. In a sense, it is even more important than his own life. Yufeng's hard-cultivated martial true qi suddenly decreased by a great margin. The terror in his heart reached an utterly unprecedented level. Lin Xuan. Yufeng roared with eyes wide open, his gaze sharp and full of venom. Blood spilled from his mouth, and in that instant his aura became incomparably weak. To Yufeng, Lin Xuan's move was simply seizing his vital gate. Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes, looked at Yufeng, and then said, Yufeng, you seem to have no idea what the situation is. With such discourtesy, I might just forget how to dissolve the devouring origin true qi seed I left inside your Dantian. Lin Xuan's tone was gentle. Yet to Yufeng's ears it sounded like the murmurs of a demon from hell, making his scalp tingle and his whole body turn cold. Sage Prince, please spare me. Yufeng knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, and kowtowed to Lin Xuan without stopping. I spare you. Your life is in your own hands. Lin Xuan sneered, then said Yufeng, tell me everything you know. Hearing this, the Stone Emperor was shocked. He then looked at Yufeng, a faint murderous intent flickering between his brows, and said coldly, Yufeng, you truly are a wolf-hearted schemer. The Sage Prince is questioning you, and you still won't confess honestly. If I learn that you truly have any intention to harm the Batian sect, I will absolutely not spare you. Your Yu clan will have no further reason to exist in Beihuang. Hearing the Stone Emperor's words, Yufeng felt his heart tremble. After all, to Yufeng, these words from the Stone Emperor were filled with menace, making him understand that this matter was by no means simple. Yufeng was old and cunning with profound scheming depth. He could clearly hear the threat lurking in the Stone Emperor's words. The meaning was that if Yufeng dared to betray him, the consequence would be the extermination of his entire clan. If he did not betray him, the outcome would merely be the death of one person. The Batian sect master Hua Rong and the others could not help but show different looks upon hearing the Stone Emperor's words. To them, they too had detected the hidden deviousness in his speech. Heh! Lin Xuan smiled faintly, secretly musing, bastard playing this game with me. A cold gleam suddenly flashed through Lin Xuan's eyes. He knew all too well how vicious the Stone Emperor's methods were. Supreme Elder Yufeng, if you have any difficulties, just speak them out. If you speak now, I can let bygones be bygones. No matter who is behind you, our Tianma Palace will never let him off. Remember, I am a bosom friend of the Empress Feng Yue. In fact, she once said herself that within 5 years my strength could even surpass hers. As long as you tell us what you know, His Majesty the Stone Emperor of the Tianma Palace, and I will all back you up. Lin Xuan stroked his chin and then spoke to Yufeng. His words made Yufeng hesitate, for they contained multiple. First, Lin Xuan hinted that the power behind him was the Tianma Palace. With the Tianma Palace's strength, should it truly move against Beihuang, its momentum would be absolutely devastating. It would be no mere matter of 7 divine martial emperors entering Beihuang. Second, Lin Xuan also clarified his relationship with Empress Feng Yue. Bosom friends. Merely those words sufficed to set imaginations running. Yet no one would doubt Lin Xuan's. After all, if Lin Xuan's relationship with Feng Yue were not good, how could he command the Tianma Divine Guards? That would be utterly impossible. In other words, given Lin Xuan's relationship with Feng Yue, the Tianma Palace would certainly go all out if Lin Xuan wanted to protect the Yu clan. The final point, and the most critical one, was that Lin Xuan was hinting to Yufeng just how terrifying his potential was. Lin Xuan had risen to prominence in Dongxian only about half a year ago, yet now he was enough to slay martial emperors. Such a growth rate was too appalling. Let alone 5 years, even in 1 or 2 years Lin Xuan would be able to stand at the peak of the entire Kanglin realm. Lin Xuan was displaying his potential and at the same time laying out the future for Yufeng. If the Tianma Palace's ties with Lin Xuan were truly that close, then within a few short years Lin Xuan would certainly not die. By that time Lin Xuan would surely reign supreme over the world. Yufeng took a deep breath. It was the final point in particular that completely won him over. Although His Majesty the Stone Emperor is powerful in terms of potential, he is still inferior to the Sage Prince. After all, His Majesty the Stone Emperor is far older than the Sage Prince. Although His Majesty the Stone Emperor is dominant now, before long, I fear the Sage Prince will surpass him. Moreover, 7 divine martial emperors of the Tianma Palace entering Beihuang is only a minor affair. If His Majesty the Stone Emperor fails to know his place once the Tianma Palace dispatches its full force, the Stone Kingdom is bound to be turned upside down. In other words, even if I remain loyal to His Majesty the Stone Emperor, that only buys me a moment of reprieve. Once the Sage Prince settles accounts later, my Yu clan still cannot escape annihilation. If I am loyal to the Sage Prince, at least there is a glimmer of hope. Thoughts spun wildly in Yufeng's mind. He had already begun to waver. After all, if he obeyed the Sage Prince, at least his own life could be preserved. Hey Yufeng, His Majesty the Stone Emperor and I detest people who use families as leverage. If anyone dares to threaten you with your family, the Tianma Palace will investigate to the very end and eradicate them root and branch. I think the Sage Prince also holds such base scoundrels in the deepest contempt, right? With a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, Lin Xuan then looked toward the Stone Emperor. The Stone Emperor's expression was grim, and he felt utterly disgusted. Damn it! Why does this brat have to drag me into everything? The Stone Emperor suddenly felt quite awful, but given the current situation, he could hardly say anything. Yufeng caught the hidden meaning in Lin Xuan's words, took a deep breath, and said, fine. I'll confess everything. The one who instructed me to conceal myself in the Batian sect was. Yufeng looked at the Stone Emperor. The Stone Emperor knew Yufeng had already made his decision, and a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Oof. A wolf-hearted villain indeed. What use is keeping a wretch like you? The Stone Emperor erupted with the might of a martial emperor, and an aura of the supreme sovereign of the human path burst forth. Behind the Stone Emperor, a 5-clawed golden dragon soared into the sky, bearing its fangs and claws with awe-inspiring majesty. The supreme bone at his chest gleamed brilliantly, obviously meant to kill Yufeng and silence him. The Batian sect members' faces turned pale with fright. But who could stop the Stone Emperor from silencing Yufeng? Even Lin Xuan perhaps did not have that power. Why is His Majesty the Stone Emperor so agitated? You 7. Cool him down a little. Unexpectedly at this moment Lin Xuan spoke unhurriedly in a leisurely drawl. 7. The crowd was slightly startled by Lin Xuan's words, seemingly not understanding what he meant. We the 7 cave masters pay our respects to the Holy Prince. Stone Emperor, you have gone too far. In an instant 7 sonorous voices resounded throughout Batian Gate. Almost immediately 7 terrifying auras pressed down upon the sky. Joining forces the 7 condensed the Big Dipper 7-star formation in the void. The 7-pointed star formation blazed and instantly suppressed the Stone Emperor. Damn it, the 7 divine martial emperors. The Stone Emperor's eyes widened as he looked up at the sky. He spread his arms wide, divine light flashing from them unceasingly. The supreme bone in his chest continuously emitted imperial aura. However, the 7 divine martial emperors were extremely well coordinated with one another. Therefore, when the 7-pointed star formation pressed down, the Stone Emperor's face turned ugly. Although the 7-pointed star formation could not completely defeat the Stone Emperor, it was enough to leave him unable to move an inch. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 7 arrived beside Lin Xuan. Who exactly were these 7? They were the 7 great cave masters of the Tianma Palace, the 7 divine martial emperors. Individually, their strength might not rank near the top among the 72 cave masters of the Tianma Palace. However, the 7 were especially skilled in combined strike techniques. When they joined forces, they were virtually invincible to martial artists in the 3 realms below the martial emperor. Among the 7 were a monk, a Taoist priest, a Confucian scholar, a warrior, a dashing young man, an enchanting woman, and a burly giant. Under Hua Rong's introduction, Lin Xuan learned that the monk was named Mi Tian, the Taoist was named Su Chun, and the Confucian scholar was named Lao Zhuan. We the 7 divine martial emperors pay our respects to the Holy Prince. The 7 landed and saluted Lin Xuan once more. Rise. Lin Xuan said calmly. Although these 7 were honored as cave masters of the 72 caves, they also knew that Lin Xuan had an extraordinary relationship with Feng Yue. After all, before going into seclusion, Feng Yue had already made it known that throughout the Tianma Palace, Lin Xuan's word was equivalent to her own presence. Therefore, the 7 divine martial emperors did not dare show the slightest disrespect to Lin Xuan. Boom. The Stone Emperor's face flushed red, and the power of his supreme bone surged abnormally. With the 10 cave heavens inside his body wide open, he shattered the 7-pointed star formation with one punch. Lin Xuan looked at the Stone Emperor, and the Stone Emperor looked at Lin Xuan. Now that the 7 divine martial emperors had arrived, the Stone Emperor no longer dared to act rashly against Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan and Hua Rong exchanged a glance with smiles in their eyes. Hua Rong had told Lin Xuan yesterday about the 7 divine martial emperors' visit to Batian Gate. Originally, the 7 divine martial emperors had come to the northern wilderness for a duel with the Stone Emperor 1 month later. When they learned that Lin Xuan was at Batian Gate, they planned to visit him. Hua Rong had already informed Lin Xuan of this yesterday. However, Lin Xuan did not know the exact time the 7 divine martial emperors would arrive. He could not determine whether they would come before or after the heaven-swallowing sparrow and Xiongqi. But just as the Stone Emperor arrived, the devouring origin creation sutra within Lin Xuan sensed that these 7 were speeding toward Batian Gate. Therefore, Lin Xuan was not the least bit afraid of the Stone Emperor turning on him. On the contrary, Lin Xuan was somewhat eager to see what would happen after the Stone Emperor got slapped in the face. Your Majesty, the Stone Emperor, are you planning to kill someone to silence him? Lin Xuan asked. What nonsense. I am simply showing my fierce hatred for evil. The Stone Emperor's expression was extremely ugly. Bullshit. Just then Yufeng leaped up, pointed at the Stone Emperor's nose and hurled abuse at him. As for Yufeng, he had been somewhat hesitant before, not wanting to expose the Stone Emperor. But this Stone Emperor had gone too far, even intending to take his life directly. After weighing everything, Yufeng made up his mind. He would completely sever all ties with the Stone Emperor. It was him. It was him who had me secretly planted in Batian Gate, and once Elder Ting passed away, I was to notify him immediately. It was sure how. That bastard. He still wants to kill me now to silence me. This man is simply worse than a beast. In one breath, Yufeng confessed his entire identity as a spy. Then he turned to Lin Xuan and said, Holy Prince, I have told you everything. I beg you to spare my life. And please protect the safety of my Rain clan. Yufeng said to Lin Xuan almost pleadingly. Lin Xuan nodded, and then said, You may rest assured, we will naturally keep you safe. After today, we will set out for your Rain clan. With the 7 divine martial emperors stationed there, what do you have to fear? Lin Xuan kept his word and naturally would not break his promise. The 7 divine martial emperors all nodded, signaling that they would follow the Holy Prince's lead. The people of Batian Gate fell silent. They did not dare to condemn the Stone Emperor. After all, the Stone Emperor's strength was too heaven-defying. But even if the people of Batian Gate said nothing, their eyes could not help but reveal a trace of resentment toward the Stone Emperor. After all, the Stone Emperor had old ties with Batian Gate, and yet he had schemed relentlessly to seize Elder Tung's life essence. I never expected this. Sure how I never imagined you would be this kind of person. I truly misjudged you. Qingyi said to the Stone Emperor, her face full of disappointment, her pretty features now as cold as ice. At that moment the Stone Emperor suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. That damned Lin Xuan. Seeing this, the Stone Emperor knew that saying anything more now would be completely meaningless. At once the Stone Emperor looked at Lin Xuan with a face full of malice. Behind the Stone Emperor, Marquis Huntian remained silent. However, in his eyes there was a trace of satisfaction. Before Lin Xuan, the Stone Emperor was like a rat that Lin Xuan could manipulate at will. Marquis Huntian suddenly felt that this Lin Xuan was the Stone Emperor's bane. Lin Xuan, you are ruthless enough, the Stone Emperor said coldly. Little stone before me, you still seem a bit too inexperienced. Lin Xuan curled his lips, let out a soft laugh, and then said to the Stone Emperor. His expression instantly made the Stone Emperor feel as if his lungs were about to explode with rage. Little stone. That was a form of address only the elders of his own stone village would use for him. A single sentence like that from Lin Xuan was tantamount to stabbing him in the heart. This was clearly taking advantage of the Stone Emperor. The Stone Emperor looked at Qingyi and immediately saw the despair filling her eyes. He knew that he had completely lost this confidant. 1 month from now at the Stone Kingdom's martial arena. You 7. I will make you suffer a tremendous humiliation. If you lose, you will obediently crawl back to the Tianma Palace, and from now on the Tianma Palace is not to cause me any trouble. If you win, I will simply hand over the supreme treasure. The Stone Emperor looked at the 7 divine martial emperors, took a deep breath, and spoke. The monk Mi Tian and the Taoist Su Chun exchanged a glance with smiles in their eyes and replied. Haha, we 7 siblings await the Stone Emperor's brilliant move. The Stone Emperor snorted coldly and looked at Lin Xuan again, saying with a sinister grin. Holy Prince, you are quite capable. After I have fought my decisive battle with the 7 divine martial emperors, do you dare to sign a life and death pact with me? Until death. No rest. Until death, no rest. A life and death pact. Everyone's face changed dramatically. Sure how? You have gone too far. Qingyi shouted at the Stone Emperor. Obviously everyone knew that although Lin Xuan was formidable, he was after all considerably younger than the Stone Emperor. With Lin Xuan's strength, it would be utterly impossible for him to fight the Stone Emperor head-on. One careless move, and the outcome would be death and the dissipation of his Tao. Under such circumstances, for the Stone Emperor to still propose a duel with Lin Xuan, wasn't that just bullying someone with his superior power? At that moment, everyone in Batian Gate felt that this Stone Emperor was after all going a bit too far. Shut up, you treacherous, ungrateful wretch. The Stone Emperor's face darkened. Seeing Qingyi defend Lin Xuan so ardently, his disgust for her grew with each passing day. Indeed, the Stone Emperor felt that Qingyi had completely let him down. Now that he had already burned all bridges, he made no attempt to disguise his feelings and snapped at her in rebuke. Qingyi's face turned pale at his words. She had never imagined that the Stone Emperor's attitude could turn so abominable in an instant. Such vulgarity. This. Qingyi stepped back a few paces, then took a deep breath. Ha ha ha. Fine. Today I have finally seen your true face, sure how. Her chest heaving, Qingyi clenched her fists tightly. For her this was a thorough revelation of the Stone Emperor's true nature, and despair washed over her. Ding! Qingyi, the favored daughter of destiny, has completely broken with the Stone Emperor, leaving no room for reconciliation. Sure how the child of destiny loses 300 luck points, while the protagonist gains 300 villain points. Another system prompt sounded. Lin Xuan's heart leaped with joy. After all, in the legend of the desolate heavenly emperor, Qingyi was a heroine of considerable standing. Qingyi's break with the young desolate heavenly emperor Sure Hao was no small blow to Sure Hao's fortune. Now that Sure Hao had already severed ties with Lin Xuan could only wish for Sure Hao to meet a miserable end. Can this sort of loss and gain double counting thing happen more often? Lin Xuan licked his lips, looking as if he had humph. Lin Xuan, stop hiding behind a woman. Did you hear my words clearly? If you are a man, accept my challenge openly and honorably. Seeing Lin Xuan silent, the Stone Emperor thought he was afraid. Burning with anger, he shouted at Lin Xuan. Very well. If you defeat the 7 divine martial emperors, then I will fight you. If you lose to them, you have no right to fight me. Lin Xuan said indifferently. Boom. What? The crowd was greatly alarmed. Was this holy Prince Lin Xuan out of his mind? Though he was capable of slaying the heaven-swallowing sparrow and the Qiongqi, that did not mean he was capable of fighting the Stone Emperor. Holy Prince, do not be rash. Hua Rong and the sect master of the Batian sect spoke at the same time, trying to dissuade Lin Xuan. Even the 7 divine martial emperors shook their heads, feeling that holy Prince Lin Xuan was indeed being too reckless. However, because of Feng Youwei, the 7 divine martial emperors naturally held Lin Xuan in high regard. Still their bond with him was not as deep as Huarong's, so they did not say anything more. When Yun and the other women heard that Lin Xuan had agreed, their faces were filled with worry. Good. The Holy Prince is truly honorable. In that case, I eagerly await a battle with the Holy Prince. Hearing what Lin Xuan said, the Stone Emperor could not help but roar with laughter. To him, this was plainly the perfect opportunity to take his revenge in the open. He was also afraid that Lin Xuan would suddenly change his mind. Let's go, the Stone Emperor said to the Huntian Marquis behind him. As you command. The Huntian Marquis nodded. The Stone Emperor then led the Huntian Marquis and a host of golden-armored divine guards away in high spirits. Lin Xuan watched them go with an indifferent expression. Yet no one noticed that as the Huntian Marquis left, he cast a meaningful look at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan responded with a nod. Your Highness the Holy Prince, you are simply too confident. Seeing that the matter was as good as settled, Qingyi could not help but sigh and say to Lin Xuan. Her tone was quite reproachful. That's right, that's right. Luo Li also nodded repeatedly. Yun and Ling Qing, the two women who had followed Lin Xuan the longest, were extremely worried about him. But they also knew Lin Xuan all too well. They knew that by his nature, whatever he said he would do. A promise once made carried the weight of 9 cauldrons and could never be retracted. No matter how much they opposed his decision, they also knew their objections were completely useless. Don't worry. You must trust me. Lin Xuan broke into a bright smile, his face glowing with radiance. He looked like a confident sunny. It could melt glaciers frozen for 10,000 years. Qingyi seemed to want to say something more, but at that moment her expression suddenly changed. She seemed to perceive something, then said to Lin Xuan, Holy Prince, Elder Gui invites you. Elder Gui, Lord Gui. The crowd was greatly astonished. In an instant they knew exactly who this Lord Gui was. He was one of the 2 supreme warriors of the Butian sect. Of those 2 supreme warriors, one was Lord Gui and the other was Divine Vine. Divine Vine had already perished, dissolving into the essence of life. As for Lord Gui, although he had not shown signs of death, he had long lost his physical body and existed only, and his mind was perpetually lost in chaos, rarely having moments of clarity. It was said that both Divine Vine and Lord Gui were genius disciples of the Butian lineage in the upper realm, their fearsome strength far beyond what any mundane cultivator in the Kanglan realm could match. Now Qingyi was actually telling Lin Xuan that Lord Gui had invited him. What did this mean? It meant that Lord Gui was awake at this moment with his consciousness in an extremely clear state. Lin Xuan took a deep breath, his eyes tinged with shock. Lord Gui. I never thought I would get an invitation from such an invincible figure, he thought to himself. In his previous life, Lin Xuan had been extremely familiar with the novel The Legend of the Desolate Heavenly Emperor. The Desolate Heavenly Emperor's life had been magnificent and stirring, and he was an undefeated hero. Unfortunately, in the Kanglan realm, Sure Hao, the Stone Emperor who carried the Desolate Heavenly Emperor template, was treacherous, cunning, and cruel. In Lin Xuan's view, this was simply wasting the Desolate Heavenly Emperor template and insulting the Desolate Heavenly Emperor. And in the early plot of the Desolate Heavenly Emperor's legend, a divine weapon had played a crucial role, the broken sword. That broken sword, an unknown and mysterious treasure, possessed heaven-defying might. It was only after the Stone Emperor fought his way to the upper realm that the broken sword was rarely shown. By then, however, the Stone Emperor had already fused it into his own sword embryo, converting it into his own cultivation. And the one who guided the Stone Emperor to obtain this sword was none other than Lord Gui of the Butian sect. Lord Gui's might was immeasurable. He was insane for years on end, but once he awakened, he possessed heaven-defying abilities. In the legend of the Desolate Heavenly Emperor, he slew the heaven-swallowing sparrow and the Qiongqi and cut down the deities of the Butian lineage among the 7 gods who descended, truly the pinnacle of lower realm combat power. Moreover, at this moment Lord Gui was still only in spirit form. From this one could imagine how terrifying he must have been in his prime when his physical body still existed. Very well. Since that is the case, please lead the way first, Saintess. Lin Xuan calmed his surging heart, then said to Qingyi. Lin Xuan knew that since Gui you wanted to see him, it most likely wasn't anything bad. After all, in the legend of the Desolate Heavenly Emperor Gui, he had helped Stone Emperor quite a lot. So, he could be considered a righteous figure. Qingyi nodded and was about to lead Lin Xuan away when a timid voice suddenly sounded. Your Highness the Holy Prince, what should I do? The voice was exceedingly weak, trembling with a hint of fear, clearly showing it was extremely afraid. Everyone turned around and saw Yufeng, eyes wide open, looking at Lin Xuan with an innocent expression, his gaze filled with pleading. Lin Xuan was startled for a moment, then gave a slight smile. Suddenly he struck out, pointing at Yufeng's dantian. In an instant, the devouring origin creation art true qi seed within Yufeng's dantian began to spin in reverse. The aura of the true qi seed also began to dissipate. Originally, Yufeng's peak martial king true qi had already been devoured almost entirely by this devouring origin creation art true qi seed. But as the true qi seed began to spin in reverse, a massive surge of true qi was released, flooding Yufeng's dantian. Yufeng's entire being instantly erupted with soaring momentum. Within 10 breaths, he had recovered to his original peak state. Alright, your strength has recovered. However, I'm still not entirely at ease with you. This devouring origin true qi seed will remain in your body. If you ever harbor any thought of betrayal, have the consequences. Lin Xuan let out a cold laugh. Though he spoke no overbearing words, his tone carried a chilling, murderous intent. The killing aura was so fierce it made one's blood run cold. Your Highness the Holy Prince, rest assured, I would never dare harbor the slightest thought of defying you. If I break this oath, may I be struck by lightning from the heavens and die a wretched death. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Yufeng hastily raised his hand in a vow, swearing solemnly before Lin Xuan. Yufeng knew that with Lin Xuan's methods, even if the devouring origin true qi seed were removed from his dantian, he still would not dare act rashly, for he understood that Lin Xuan had 100 ways to put him to death. It's good that you understand this. One more thing. The 7 of you will be stationed at the Rain Prince Manor in the Stone Kingdom's capital from today onward. Lin Xuan looked at the 7 God Martial Emperors and gave the order. As your Highness the Holy Prince commands. The 7 God Martial Emperors all bowed their heads in response. Although the Stone Kingdom was dominated by the Stone Clan, there were also many other human races dwelling within it. The Rain Clan, for instance, was one of them. The ancestors of the Rain Clan had rendered distinguished military service for the entire Stone Kingdom. Thus, in the capital of the Stone Kingdom, the Rain Clan was granted the Rain Prince Manor as their fiefdom, and their leader bore the title Rain Prince, the current one being Yufeng. With the 7 God Martial Emperors stationed at the Rain Prince Manor, it was equivalent to placing the entire Rain Clan under their protection. Upon hearing this, Yufeng was overjoyed, kneeling and kowtowing to Lin Xuan with 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations. Clearly for Yufeng, what worried him most was not the true qi seed planted in his body by Lin Xuan. This act of Lin Xuan's also made Yufeng realize that although Lin Xuan was not exactly a kind person, he was by no means a cruel one either. In comparison, what Yufeng feared most was actually the persecution the Stone Emperor might inflict upon the Rain Clan. That was what truly terrified him. And since Lin Xuan was willing to keep his promise and have the 7 God Martial Emperors stationed at the Rain Prince Manor, it undoubtedly meant Yufeng no longer had any worries behind him. Yufeng's heart was filled with gratitude toward Lin Xuan. Alright, let's go. After settling these matters, Lin Xuan turned around and said to Qing Yi. Qing Yi nodded, then spread her martial wings and soared into the sky, with Lin Xuan heading toward the Sword Ruins, the forbidden land of the Butian sect. These Sword Ruins were actually a mountain. In the legend of the desolate heavenly emperor, this mountain was named Baiduan Mountain. In this Kanglan realm, however, there were some differences, and it had been renamed the Sword Ruins. The Sword Ruins mountain was a towering peak that pierced the clouds, a marvel of sheer precipices. All along the rock faces, swords were thrust into the stone. It was said that any disciple of the Butian sect upon entering the sect could come to this place to seek a treasured sword, a martial divine weapon, to protect themselves. But what kind of sword one obtained depended entirely on one's own fortune. Those with extraordinary fortune might even obtain a heaven-rank martial divine weapon. The disciples of the Butian sect also all knew that Gui Yi resided atop these sword ruins. Because Gui Yi was a spiritual body, he would occasionally startle the disciples of the Butian sect. Quite a few young and timid disciples had been so frightened by Gui Yi that they fell ill for days and were confined to their beds. Lin Xuan flew toward the summit of the Sword Ruins mountain while taking in the scenery. In his eyes, the Sword Ruins mountain was somewhat reminiscent of the legendary immortal Cultivation film, The Legend of the Swordsmanship. In that film, the foremost sect of the Shu Mountains was the Amei sect. Disciples of the Amei sect had to find a sword of their own on the golden summit of Mount Amei before they could become full-fledged disciples. The Sword Ruins mountain was quite similar to the Sword Mountain of the Golden Summit. Since both Lin Xuan and Qing Yi were strong enough to contend with martial emperor-level experts, their speed was extremely fast. Before long, they reached the summit of the Sword Ruins mountain. There Lin Xuan saw an old man whose entire body radiated a deep azure glow. The old man's form was transparent, and between his brows was a resolute expression. Clearly this old man was not a normal human. He was a spiritual body. Lin Xuan knew that this person was Gui Yi. Gui Yi turned his head, looking at Qing Yi and Lin Xuan. Not bad. Gui Yi slowly uttered those 2 words. Lin Xuan hastily stepped forward, saluting Gui Yi. Junior Lin Xuan pays respects to Gui Yi. Qing Yi also stepped forward, saluting respectfully. Disciple Qing Yi pays respects to Master. Gui Yi nodded, his expression clear and bright, sizing Lin Xuan up from head to toe. He nodded repeatedly and murmured, "Your true qi is condensed and solid, your physical Bodis blood qi is formidable, and your bearing is extraordinary. No wonder that old vine would pass on all of his life's essence to you." Hearing Gui Yi's praise, Lin Xuan scratched his head. A rare sight. and then said with a somewhat embarrassed smile, "Gui, ye flatters me. I merely had better luck than others." It was a rare honor to have earned Elder Vine's appreciation. However, if Gui Yi was interested in Lin Xuan likewise held considerable interest in Gui Yi. Lin Xuan looked at Gui Yi and finally said with slight embarrassment, "This may sound a bit rude. Gui Yi, may I ask you a question?" Gui Yi nodded. "The world has spread rumors that you are always confused and insane. How is it that today you are so clear-minded?" Lin Xuan asked in confusion. After hearing Lin Xuan's words, Gui Yi gave a quiet laugh, then a nostalgic sigh entered his eyes. "Alas, Elder Tung and I were bosom friends. His passing has shaken my heart and mind, which is why I have recovered some clarity. But the injuries I suffered back then were too severe. I fear this brief lucidity will not last much longer. Still, he chose you as his successor. His judgment was not wrong. Since Elder Tung valued you so highly and bestowed such fortune upon you, I cannot be outdone by him." Gui Yi said, a sorrowful look surfacing on his face as he spoke. In his heart, Gui Yi also seemed to feel a tinge of regret over Elder Tung's death. At the same time, he involuntarily showed a look of expectation when his eyes fell upon Lin Xuan. He appeared to think highly of Lin Xuan as well. Hearing Gui Yi's words, Lin Xuan felt a stir in his heart. Could it be that this Gui Yi was also about to grant him some fortune? If that was the meaning, then luck had truly arrived at his door, so overwhelming that it could not be blocked. Lin Xuan asked in response, "May I ask, Gui Yi, what exactly is this so-called fortune?" Gui Yi smiled faintly, then raised a finger and pointed toward a distant stone peak. At the top of that peak stood a rusty broken sword. This broken sword's origin is unknown to me. I only know that it is a peerless divine weapon of the Butian lineage in the upper realms, suffused with the power of slaughter. Back then I was struck by this very sword. My physical body was destroyed in the end, leaving nothing but this mortal form to linger. Although this broken sword is fierce, its might is extremely heaven-defying. I have heard from Qingyi that you are to duel the Stone Emperor in a month. If you can pull out this treasure, perhaps it can serve as a great weapon in your hand when you face him." Gui Yi explained to Lin Xuan. A broken sword. Excitement and astonishment immediately appeared in Lin Xuan's eyes. Even though he had already suspected as much, hearing Gui Yi's words with his own ears still filled Lin Xuan with shock. How could he be unaware of the power of this broken sword? Before the Stone Emperor ascended to the upper realm, this broken sword had provided him with heaven-defying combat strength. At this moment, however, Lin Xuan became calmer instead. Because for Lin Xuan, he knew that this broken sword would not be so easily obtained. After all, in the legend of the Desolate Emperor, even the Stone Emperor had to endure countless perils and narrow escapes before he could claim this broken sword. Although this Kanglan realm was somewhat different from the actual legend of the Desolate Emperor novel, a treasure of such heaven-defying nature was absolutely not something one could simply walk up and pull out. Lin Xuan was perfectly clear on this point. After all, in every novel, whenever a heavenly treasure was involved, it was simply impossible to obtain it without paying some price. Gui Yi, why did you choose me? Is it only because Elder Ting chose me? After a moment's deliberation, Lin Xuan asked Gui Yi. Gui Yi burst out laughing and looked at Lin Xuan. A hint of cunning gleamed in his eyes as he said, "You kid, you're quite a sly one. Old Vine choosing you was part of the reason. I was moved by Old Vine's departure, and in my sentiment, I temporarily regained my clarity." Just then the sky-swallowing sparrow and Qiongqi happened to invade the Butian gate. I had intended to make a move and slay those two beasts, but at that moment you made your move. I could sense that you seemed to carry an extremely pure demonic power within you, far purer than any demonic cultivator in the Kanglan realm. It is almost the power of a true demon. Lin Xuan frowned slightly, then asked in puzzlement, "True demon?" To be honest, the cultivation art Lin Xuan practiced was called the True Demon Myriad Calamity Indestructible Body. This was indeed the power of a true demon. Moreover, Lin Xuan's art was not merely that of an ordinary true demon, but rather that of the legendary lord of true demons, the supreme true demon. However, Lin Xuan was somewhat curious. How could Gui Yi know about true demons? He was still not very familiar with this world. He had to be a bit cautious. A so-called true demon, as the name suggests, is a genuine demon. When warriors cultivate demonic arts, their defining traits are ruthless decisiveness and possession by sinister energy. This kind of power, compared with orthodox cultivation arts, is merely a distinction in nature with no inherent difference of superiority or inferiority. As for a true demon, it refers to the purest form of demonic nature. It is said that when a demonic cultivator reaches the ultimate level, with power reaching through heaven and earth and demonic force suffusing his entire body, he can transform into a true demon. Unfortunately, true demons, like true immortals, have already vanished from the world. Whether demon or immortal, they have all become things of the past. But in the upper realm, regardless of whether it is immortal power or demonic power, even a mere trace, as long as it is pure enough, can unleash combat strength several times greater than that of cultivators at the same level. As Gui Yi spoke, light began to bloom in both his eyes. Lin Xuan listened carefully. With his extraordinary comprehension, he understood Gui Yi's explanation. In this world, immortals and demons had existed. At least they once had. And true demons were similar to they were formed when cultivators reached a certain realm, and their demonic energy condensed to an extremely exaggerated degree, returning to the original and true, hence true demon or true immortal. After Gui Yi explained all this, Lin Xuan also gained a certain understanding of the so-called true demon. At this moment, Gui Yi stared fixedly at Lin Xuan, then said, "That broken sword. I do not know its origins, but it contains a terrifying power of slaughter, and the baleful aura condensed within it is enough to drive ordinary people into madness. And since you possess the power of a true demon, perhaps you can pull out that broken sword." Back then, Little Stone also stayed at the Butian Gate, and I once wanted to have Little Stone try to pull out this sword. After all, he was born with a supreme bone, a natural human Tao supreme. His body inherently contained the imperial aura of the human Tao, and I had thought he could suppress the killing power inside the broken sword. But suppression is after all the lesser path. You possess true demon power, and perhaps you can assimilate this force and make it your own. Gui Yi's gaze was deep as he looked into the distance and spoke to Lin Xuan. So that was it. Lin Xuan suddenly understood. This broken sword had originally been the Stone Emperor's fortune, but because he had appeared, the chance had been snatched away by him. How satisfying. Moreover, I had never perceived before that the Stone Emperor was such a vicious, and if this broken sword fell into that man's hands, it would only become harder to deal with and sooner or later would grow into a great menace. Gui Yi sneered, thick disgust surfacing in his eyes. Clearly, after Gui Yi regained his consciousness, he had come to know of the Stone Emperor's actions. Gui Yi and Elder Tongue were both founders who had personally established the Butian Gate. Therefore, after learning the Stone Emperor's true face, Gui Yi's loathing for him reached an utterly indescribable degree. Lin Xuan was overjoyed. This Stone Emperor sure how had indeed brought about his own demise through his many misdeeds. The karmic destiny that originally belonged to him had now been intercepted by Lin Xuan. At this thought, another possibility occurred to Lin Xuan. Perhaps it was because after the Stone Emperor's wolfish ambition was exposed, Qingyi was so disappointed in him that his fortune value decreased. As a result, the Stone Emperor's fortune plummeted abruptly, and the opportunities that should have belonged to him began to break away from his fate. Lin Xuan mused inwardly. However, that broken sword is far too eerie. Even I died by that sword's power back then. My physical form was destroyed, leaving only a remnant of my soul. Holy Prince, if you wish to draw the broken sword, you will inevitably be eroded by its baleful aura. The consequences are utterly unpredictable. Gui Yi fell silent for a moment, then said to Lin Xuan. The meaning behind his words was all too clear. This was a hint to Lin Xuan that the danger of rushing to draw the broken sword was by no means trivial. You had better think it over carefully. Gui Yi looked at Lin Xuan with a half-smile, uncertain whether it was more of a provocation or a threat. Qingyi also spoke up at this moment, her face filled with worry as she urged. This broken sword is an object of ill omen. Throughout history, countless proud geniuses of the Butian sect have wanted to master it only to end up being mastered by the sword instead. In the worst cases, they died unnatural deaths. In the mildest cases, they lost their minds and became madmen. Holy Prince, please think carefully. As the foremost holy maiden of the Butian sect, Qingyi was well aware of the legends surrounding this broken sword. Honestly, she was worried about Lin Xuan. Although Lin Xuan's talent was extraordinary, even more frightening than that of the Stone Emperor at the same age, this broken sword was simply too eerie. This was not a matter where talent could tip the scales. Lin Xuan smiled faintly and said, "The martial path has always been the way of a trapped dragon, ascending to heaven, nothing more. If one hesitates and fears at every turn, how can one suppress the heavens and reach the pinnacle of invincibility? Only when there is no enemy within one's heart can one advance with unstoppable might." Lin Xuan clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with confidence. In his heart, he knew that he still had some distance to close with the Stone Emperor. Within this single month, if Lin Xuan encountered no extraordinary opportunity, he feared he would be no match for the Stone Emperor. The Stone Emperor was so arrogant, presumably because he had obtained a means to suppress the 7 divine martial emperors. If the Stone Emperor defeated the 7 divine martial emperors, he would then have to face Lin Xuan. With his current strength, Lin Xuan was still far from the Stone Emperor. This broken sword was undoubtedly a heaven-defying fortune for Lin Xuan, one that could let him overtake his rivals and leap ahead. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that failing to try would be a betrayal of himself. This opportunity had originally belonged to the Stone Emperor. Since even the Stone Emperor could pull out the broken sword, why couldn't he, Lin Xuan? Only when there is no enemy within one's heart can one advance with unstoppable might. Gui Yi murmured to himself, his eyes suddenly brightening. Even Gui Yi, a former great power of the upper realm, could not help but tremble all over at Lin Xuan's words. Even his spectral body was stirring with excitement, as if about to burn. Then instead of continuing to dissuade Lin Xuan, Gui Yi turned to Qingyi and said, Qingyi, have you learned it? This is precisely where the gap between you and the Holy Prince lies. The look Qingyi gave Holy Prince Lin Xuan grew rather complicated in that moment. It carried many emotions, adoration, admiration, and even more envy. Qingyi nodded, but she knew that she could never become someone like the Holy Prince. How many people could truly have no enemy in their hearts and treat life and death as nothing? At the very least, Qingyi knew that she could never truly achieve such a state. This meant that although she was a heaven-blessed maiden with exceptional talent, she was still far behind when compared to a figure of invincibility like Lin Xuan. Good. Since the Holy Prince is so determined, I won't stop you any further. Holy Prince, take care, Gui Yi said slowly to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan nodded firmly. Then with incomparable confidence on his face, he headed for the place of the broken sword. The broken sword stood on the summit of Mount Jinshu. Most of the blade was buried in a pile of rubble, leaving only the hilt visible. Even the hilt, however, was clearly rusted beyond recognition, wrapped entirely in dark red rust. As soon as Lin Xuan approached the broken sword, he felt a fierce, baleful aura surging toward him. The aura was so sharp that it immediately pressed down on him. However, Lin Xuan's body tempering technique was the true demon, myriad tribulations, indestructible body. A flash of golden light over his flesh easily repelled the baleful aura. At this moment, Lin Xuan seemed to grasp why the human emperor could draw this broken sword, while so many proud geniuses of the Batian sect throughout history had been unable to do so. It was all a matter of physical body strength. This baleful aura seemed to affect one's mind, but in truth it placed immense pressure on a martial artist's physical form. It caused the martial artist's body to reach its limit, blood and qi to boil, and the mind to grow restless, thereby impairing consciousness, and gradually giving rise to a killing intent. Theoretically, as long as one's physical body was powerful enough to suppress the baleful aura, one could remain as calm as still water. The Stone Emperor was born with a supreme bone, and his physical body was no weaker than the likes of the primordial sacred body. That was why he had been able to draw the broken sword without being corroded by the baleful aura. But Lin Xuan's physical body now surpassed the Stone Emperor's by a considerable margin. And in that case, this broken sword was fated to meet me after all. Having understood everything, Lin Xuan kept his heart as calm as still water, a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. He reached out his right hand and gripped the hilt of the broken sword. Boom. In an instant, a ferocious, baleful aura slammed toward Lin Xuan's mind. It was so terrifying that even someone with resolve as firm as Lin Xuan felt his heart and spirit tremble. Baleful aura, is it? Lin Xuan began to circulate the true demon, myriad tribulations, indestructible body. Golden light surged unceasingly around his body, lingering without end. For a time, Lin Xuan's entire figure appeared bathed in a layer of golden light. The imposing blood-key force of his physical body roared and swept through the surroundings. Crack, crack, crack. At this very moment, Lin Xuan forcibly pulled the broken sword up a little. Buzz. At the same time, the 7-demon saber strapped on his back began to tremble unceasingly. The 7-demon saber continuously conveyed a message to Lin Xuan, one that felt somewhat greedy. Lin Xuan's heart stirred. While his right hand drew out the broken sword, his left hand held the 7-demon saber. The boundless, baleful aura passed from Lin Xuan's right hand and poured continuously into the 7-demon saber. Just as I thought. Lin Xuan rejoiced inwardly. The baleful aura within the broken sword was indeed terrifying. But because Lin Xuan possessed the true demon, myriad tribulations, indestructible body, he could barely withstand it by refining his physique with that baleful aura. Besides, the 7-demon saber was originally a demonic saber capable of absorbing an opponent's essence blood to strengthen itself, and the baleful aura within the broken sword could also nourish it. With this twofold safeguard, the baleful aura was no longer an obstacle to Lin Xuan. Instead, it became a heaven-defying fortune for him. Awesome! Lin Xuan's eyes suddenly blazed with 2 sharp glints, and his heart surged with ecstasy. The power of this broken sword was unfathomably deep. Obtaining this broken sword was already a heaven-defying fortune for Lin Xuan. At the same time, the malevolent aura contained within the sword could both temper his body and nourish the 7-demon saber. Therefore, this broken sword granted Lin Xuan manifold fortunes. In the legend of the desolate heavenly emperor, when the Stone Emperor obtained this broken sword, he could unleash supreme power, but every use also consumed him terribly. The fortune he obtained was no more than the benefit of the broken sword itself. Lin Xuan, however, was able to use the sword's malevolent aura to temper his own flesh. He carried the fortune of the broken sword to its greatest possible limit. Between the two men, superiority and inferiority were immediately clear. Lin Xuan's eyes were entirely blood-red like those of a ferocious, strange beast. Yet on his body golden light blazed in waves. He seemed to be a true demon and also a true Buddha. Seeing this, the stone in Kinji's heart finally settled. She curled her lips into a smile and said, "The Saint Prince is truly beyond ordinary comparison. It seems I was worried for nothing." "Indeed." Master Gui nodded, then said, "This Saint Prince is truly no ordinary man. His constitution and bloodline were nothing mystical, yet his physique was abnormally terrifying. Even the Stone Emperor with his supreme bone was no match for him at all." Qingyi heard Master Gui's words, and then said, "According to legend, this Saint Prince's constitution is although no peculiarity can be seen, his physique and bloodline are extraordinarily powerful. A chaos body. Then no wonder." Master Gui murmured. Boom, boom, boom. The malevolent aura inside Lin Xuan grew stronger and stronger, as if the broken sword's malevolent aura were truly bottomless. During this process, Lin Xuan and the broken sword were like a rider and a wild horse. A wild horse is hard to tame, and the rider must often expend a great deal of time and energy before finally conquering it. This undoubtedly consumed one's willpower. The 7-demon saber in Lin Xuan's hand also began to grow stronger and stronger. When the 7-demon saber had first come into Lin Xuan's hand, it had only been a heaven-rank 9th grade martial divine weapon. But at this moment, Lin Xuan could sense that the 7-demon saber had already gone beyond the level of a heaven-rank 9th grade martial divine weapon and was beginning to advance toward another height. At the same time, the martial realm inside Lin Xuan's body also began to loosen. In the end, he crossed over in a single leap into the 7th heaven of the martial king realm. Earlier, after obtaining Elder Ting's life essence, Lin Xuan had already been infinitely close to the 7th level of the martial king realm. Now, under the pressure of the malevolent aura, the road was unimpeded, and he fully entered the 7th level of the martial king realm. Lin Xuan's 7th level martial king realm was vastly stronger than that of an ordinary martial king expert. An ordinary martial king expert, upon stepping into the martial king realm, could condense a 3-foot chi wall. That is a 3-foot martial dharma manifestation. An ordinary 7th level martial king expert possessed no more than a 9-foot martial dharma manifestation. When Lin Xuan had been at the 4th level of the martial king realm, he already possessed a 10-foot martial dharma manifestation. Now at the 7th level of the martial king realm, he possessed an 18-foot martial dharma manifestation. That was fully twice that of an ordinary martial king expert. With such a martial dharma manifestation supporting him, every move Lin Xuan executed could erupt with heaven-defying force. After all, with the strengthening of the martial dharma manifestation, every additional foot signified an increase in power that was far from trivial. For example, between a 9-foot martial dharma manifestation and a 10-foot one, the gap in power level was not merely 1/10. The might of that difference could even mean double the power. Therefore, this kind of accumulation was not a simple on a plus and equals to effect. At that moment, the malevolent aura within the broken sword seemed to be provoked as well. Dense malevolent aura continued to evolve outward. Lin Xuan was startled. "Oh, you've got a temper, have you?" he secretly thought. Earlier, Lin Xuan had accumulated 9500 villain points. Then, because the Stone Emperor's true face was exposed, and Qingyi was utterly disappointed in him, Lin Xuan gained another 300 villain points. Now Lin Xuan had accumulated 12500 villain points in total. A bona fide 10th Sandpoint tycoon. This malevolent aura is growing denser and denser. Why not take this opportunity to master the later moves of the heaven-defying 7-demon saber? Lin Xuan's heart stirred. With this in mind, his mind leapt into the villain emporium, intending to exchange for the later moves of the heaven-defying 7-demon saber. The heaven-defying 7-demon saber last 3 saber moves: 4th move deterrence, 5th move ruthlessness, 6th move abhorrence. These 3 saber moves use fear, love, and loathing, 3 of the 7 emotions, as catalysts, burning one's essence blood to enhance the power of the saber technique. If one's physique is not powerful enough, one absolutely must not perform them. There is danger of losing one's life. Required villain points 100. This emporium is honest with young and old alike, and absolutely no bargaining. Holy crap. After reading the description, Lin Xuan instantly felt that the last 3 moves of the heaven-defying 7-demon saber were truly extraordinary, and he immediately shouted, "Awesome." But when Lin Xuan saw the price, his mood suddenly turned sour. A profiteer. An out-and-out profiteer. Previously, when Lin Xuan had exchanged for the first 3 saber moves of the heaven-defying 7-demon saber technique, plus the 7-demon saber itself, it had only cost a total of 400 villain points. But now just the techniques for the last 3 moves required Lin Xuan to take out 100 villain points. If that is not a profiteer, what is? It was just like buying a car in Lin Xuan's previous life. The car itself was not expensive, but after buying it, the prices of subsequent value-added services grew higher and higher, driving one mad. This villain emporium had clearly seized upon consumers' pain points and launched a precise strike. Although there was a discount when I exchanged for the first 3 moves and the 7-demon saber before, the original price of these later moves is really way too aggravating. Lin Xuan muttered inwardly. But under the current circumstances, using the broken sword's malevolent aura was the perfect opportunity to cultivate the last 3 moves of the heaven-defying 7-demon saber. If he missed it, Lin Xuan dreaded the consequences. Exchange. Gritting his teeth and stamping his foot, Lin Xuan shouted. The exchange of the last 3 moves of the heaven-defying 7-demon saber was successful. As the system notification sounded, the villain points in Lin Xuan's account vanished like flowing water. Lin Xuan had gone from sudden wealth to poverty in just one day. Only 2500 villain points. Even so, the reward was gratifying. Lines of incantations and mental cultivation methods suddenly appeared in Lin Xuan's mind. Slay 1,000,000 soldiers in the world, and the demon saber in hand still reeks of blood. The 4th saber moved deterrence. His eyes were entirely blood red, and a mad, demonic, malevolent aura burst out from his body. Whoosh! Guided by him, the broken sword leapt straight out from the sword sealing stone. Lin Xuan's body moved like an azure dragon soaring across the 4 seas. The long saber in his hand flew out while his other hand formed a saber seal. The 7-demon saber then transformed into a quasi-sentient being that roamed around Lin Xuan. Ray after ray of cold light flashed, filling all who beheld it with awe and fear. This blade technique was clearly far more terrifying than the previous 3 moves. Its might likewise surged upward in an instant, multiplying at a geometric rate. This particular strike could briefly command the 7 demon blades to roam outside Lin Xuan's body, enabling short-range flying sword control. Moreover, it could use killing intent to stir the fears lurking within an opponent's heart, magnifying their dread. After Lin Xuan unleashed this move, the broken sword was drawn to him, leaping forth of its own accord and acknowledging Lin Xuan as its master. In one hand, Lin Xuan held a sword, in the other a blade. With both combined, his sword and blade attained peerless mastery. His battle power also surged by leaps and bounds. What kind of blade technique is this? Even I cannot help but feel a trace of fear. At this moment, a flicker of shock passed through Gue Ye's eyes, and he spoke with a tone of disbelief. One must know that Gue Ye's strength far surpassed Lin Xuan's. Moreover, back when Gue Ye still possessed his physical body in the upper realm, his power was absolutely at the pinnacle, far above the martial emperor realm. Even the blood demon venerable could never be compared to Gue Ye. Therefore, although Gue Ye had lost his flesh and only a soul remained, his strength still stood above Lin Xuan's. That Lin Xuan's blade technique could actually stir fear within Gue Ye was undoubtedly astounding. Qing Yi's face revealed a look of astonishment. She had not expected this either. So terrifying was Lin Xuan's power. Perhaps he truly does have the ability to defeat the Stone Emperor. A thought suddenly surged through Qing Yi's mind. The thought leapt forth from her heart so abruptly that even Qing Yi herself was startled. For this notion was undoubtedly far too bold. Although Lin Xuan's current cultivation had stepped into the 7th level of Martial King, making his battle power all the more fearsome. Yet the gap between Martial Emperor and Martial King was absolutely evident. With his heaven-defying combat strength, slaying an ordinary powerhouse who had just entered the Martial Emperor realm might not be too difficult. But was the Stone Emperor an ordinary person? Within the entire Kanglan realm, the Stone Emperor's battle power was at the level of a supreme prodigy. Even a 1st-level Martial Emperor could fight and kill a 3rd-level Martial Emperor. For Lin Xuan at the 7th level of Martial King to battle the Stone Emperor was simply inconceivable. Qing Yi drew a deep breath and forcibly suppressed that thought deep within her heart. Gazing at Lin Xuan's figure, Qing Yi could not help but feel somewhat dazed. She truly did not know whether Lin Xuan's strength could create a miracle. A month later, in the Stone Kingdom at the Imperial Capital's martial arena. At this moment, the Stone Kingdom's martial arena was already buzzing with clamorous voices. The Stone Kingdom's people revered martial arts, so this arena stood as a symbol of the kingdom's martial spirit. The vast arena was grand and awe-inspiring, displaying the Stone Kingdom's supreme pursuit of the martial way. It was built from massive boulders exuding a primitive and untamed aura. Meanwhile, rows of formation inscriptions were carved across the arena to reinforce its defenses. At the center of the arena sat a dragon throne. Upon that dragon throne lay the Stone Emperor himself, half reclining in his seat. Behind the Stone Emperor stood the mighty experts of the Stone Clan. Among them, the most powerful was the Stone Emperor's father, Xiling. Xiling's own battle power was likewise extraordinary. That was precisely why he could sire Hao and Qin Hao, both bearers of the Supreme Bone. Both Xiling and his wife possessed exceptionally powerful bloodlines. My son, this 7-god martial emperor of the Demon Heaven Palace. Do you have confidence in defeating him? Xiling was tall and burly, his face full of bold edges with sparse stubble that gave him a rugged look. He then turned and asked Hao. At this, Hao smiled faintly and said to Xiling, "Father, there is no need to worry. In this battle, I am fully confident, 10 out of 10. This fight will decide everything." Hearing the Stone Emperor's words, Xiling felt reassured. Speaking of it, Shi Ziling's fate was also a tragedy. Although his battle power was at the peak, he had not held absolute authority within the Stone Clan back then. Therefore, after Shi Hao was born, Shi Ziling and his wife left the clan to capture pure-blooded exotic beasts, tempering their bodies with essence blood. In their absence, Shi Hao's elder uncle's wife discovered that Shi Hao possessed a supreme bone. That malicious woman gouged out the supreme bone and implanted it into the eyes of Shi, the pupil bearer. This granted Shi the heaven-defying dual talent of heavy pupils plus the supreme bone. When Shi Ziling and his wife returned and found their child on the verge of death, they flew into a fury and bathed the entire Stone Clan in blood. Unfortunately, the older generation of Stone Clan powerhouses joined forces to suppress Shi Ziling. Because Shi Hao had lost his supreme bone, his future investment value plummeted drastically. He no longer had any value to exploit. Although Shi and his mother had committed wrongdoing, Shi still possessed the two great talents of heavy pupils and the supreme bone. In other words, Shi's value far surpassed that of the dying Shi Hao. Thus, Shi Ziling's vengeance ended in miserable failure. In the northern wilderness, strength reigned supreme. Only warriors useful to their clan could enjoy resources. All other weaklings were unworthy of resources. They could not even receive basic fairness. Heartbroken and distraught, Shi Ziling and his wife took Shi Hao and left the Stone Prince Manor. Years later, Shi Hao rose with unstoppable force and became the Stone Emperor. With overwhelming might, he directly defeated his elder brother Shi, the heavy pupil bearer who had stolen his supreme bone. The Stone Clan was thus forced to submit at Shi Hao's feet. After a bloody purge, no dissenting voices against the Stone Emperor remained within the Stone Clan. Shi Ziling also made a powerful return, becoming the clan chief of the Stone Clan. To be honest, Shi Ziling's ability to suppress the entire Stone Clan today was entirely thanks to the glory of his son, the Stone Emperor Shi Hao. Otherwise, with Shi Ziling's own abilities alone, he could never have reached this position. Therefore, when Shi Ziling heard his son's words, he could not help but curl his lips into a faint smile. For Shi Ziling knew that with his son's abilities, since he had spoken such words, there was absolutely no way he was exaggerating. Likely he had already made full preparations and was ready to slay that so-called seven-god martial emperor of the Demon Heaven Palace. Good. Then your father can rest easy. Shi Ziling's face revealed a satisfied expression tinged with a hint of arrogance. For Shi Ziling, he was a genius, a prodigy, yet within the vast expanse of the entire Kanglan realm, he still lacked the ability to contend with truly first-rate prodigies. But this did not affect Shi Ziling in the slightest. After all, although Shi Ziling was not a supreme prodigy of the Kanglan realm, the son he had sired was one. In the current Kanglan realm, how many prodigious warriors could truly rival his son? At this thought, Shi Ziling could not help but puff out his chest slightly. He felt incomparable pride. Others boasted about their fathers, he boasted about his son. What a sweet deal. As for that seven-god martial emperor of the Demon Heaven Palace, he was simply courting death. Just as Shi Ziling was reveling in his triumph, he suddenly seemed to think of something and quickly said to the Stone Emperor, "My son, I heard that you clashed with the holy son Lin Xuan at the Heaven-Mending Gate. Today, what do you plan to do about him?" Shi Ziling's face immediately betrayed a trace of worry, for he knew his son far too well. His son was perfect in every way except that his heart was too steeped in killing intent. Back then, after the incident at the Butian sect when Emperor Shi and the Huntian Martial Marquis returned, Shi Ziling learned from the Huntian Martial Marquis what had happened that day. Shi Ziling knew that to Emperor Shi Lin Xuan's actions had already crossed Emperor Shi's bottom line. How what else can be done? Since this is a life and death oath, it must be settled by life and death. When Emperor Shi heard his father speak the name Lin Xuan, a sharp killing intent could not help but flash. To Emperor Shi, Lin Xuan was like a maggot clinging to his bone, a fishbone stuck in his throat. It made Emperor Shi feel unbearably uncomfortable. He wished he could cut Lin Xuan into 10,000 pieces. As expected, hearing Emperor Shi's words, Shi Ziling could not help but sigh. This Lin Xuan is truly unlucky. Shi Ziling closed his eyes and recalled how that vicious sister-in-law of his had been mutilated by Emperor Shi, her limbs severed, left alive but wishing for death, and how those elders of the Shi clan who had sheltered Shi had also been tortured to death by Emperor Shi after he rose to power. These people, though they had grudges against Emperor Shi, had all persecuted him when he was young. Emperor Shi was too young at the time to have much memory of it. But Lin Xuan, now he had probably already become a man Emperor Shi was determined to kill. What better end could await this Lin Xuan? I'm afraid that if he can even live, that would already be a stroke of luck. Shi Ziling thought secretly to himself. Shi Ziling furrowed his brows, then advised Emperor Shi, "My son, I know you despise Lin Xuan. But after all, this Lin Xuan has an extraordinary relationship with the Empress of the Tianma Palace. If you insist on beheading him, I fear you will provoke the Empress' fury. With the current strength of our Shi kingdom, we are still no match for the Empress." Shi Ziling's words were earnest and weighty. He did not want the entire Shi kingdom to be buried with Emperor Shi. He knew his son too well and feared that in his rage Emperor Shi might do something rash, and that would be far from good. Huh. Emperor Shi chuckled lightly then said, "Father, there is no need to worry. This is a trivial matter. I already have a foolproof plan." A foolproof plan? Shi Xiling stared wide-eyed at his son, and suddenly found him somewhat unfamiliar. After all, Feng Yue, the Empress of the Tianma Palace, was absolutely an invincible figure throughout the entire Kanglan realm. How could Emperor Shi possibly possess a means to not fear Empress Feng Yue? Shi Xiling racked his brains over this point, but could not understand it. "Father, rest assured. I am confident that I can make the sacrificial spirit of our Shi clan's ancestral land act." A smile tugged at the corner of Emperor Shi's mouth as he spoke softly to Shi Xiling. The sacrificial spirit of the Shi clan's ancestral land. It was that willow tree. Hiss. After hearing Emperor Shi's words, Shi Xiling could not help but draw in a sharp breath. He naturally knew that within the Shi clan's ancestral land stood a heaven-defying willow tree. That willow tree had weathered a thunder tribulation, yet remained alive. In the end it had burst forth with supreme vitality. Shi Xiling had witnessed the horror of this thunderstruck wooden, sacrificial spirit back then. It was no exaggeration to say that even Shi Xiling, who had long since stepped into the martial emperor realm, felt like an ant before this sacrificial spirit. "Haha, as expected of my son. You really had a trump card up your sleeve. In that case your father can rest easy. Son, that holy prince is so arrogant and has ruined your great fortune. You absolutely must not let him off." Hearing Emperor Shi's words, Shi Xiling immediately changed his expression and said to Emperor Shi, Your son understands." Emperor Shi's eyes were sharp, so cold they pierced the bone and filled with chill. Clearly to Emperor Shi this Lin Xuan was already a dead man. No, he would make Lin Xuan wish he were dead. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment 7 beams of divine light suddenly descended from the heavens above. It was none other than the 7 divine martial emperors. Emperor Shi looked at Mutian, the monk who led the 7 divine martial emperors, sneered, and said, "What? Just you 7 dogs? Where is your master Lin Xuan?" "You." Among the 7 divine martial emperors the enchanting woman was named Hongyan. This woman was seductive in demeanor, but vicious and petty. When she heard Emperor Shi insult them like that, she flew into a rage and wanted to rush up and teach Emperor Shi a lesson. However, she was blocked by the fat monk Mutian. Mutian frowned and said to Hongyan, "Seventh sister, do not fall for this fellow's tricks. Guard your heart. Losing your composure before facing an enemy is a martial artist's greatest taboo. Must I teach you even this?" "But big brother, this little beast has gone too far." Hongyan still wanted to argue, but she was cut off by Mutian's sharp glare. Hongyan sighed and said nothing more. Mutian looked at Emperor Shi, narrowed his eyes, and said with a faint smile, "You jest, Emperor Shi. The holy prince still wants to witness His Majesty Emperor Shi's miserable death, so how could he be absent? However, to the holy prince His Majesty Emperor Shi is far too insignificant. Therefore he does not take this matter seriously. Being late is hardly worth mentioning." Mutian was just as much of an old fox. With a few words he dissolved Emperor Shi's insult into nothing. Instead he gave Emperor Shi a savage mockery. "You." Emperor Shi frowned and was about to flare up when he saw figures flash across the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Xuan led the people of the Butian sect and landed in the martial arena. Lin Xuan, Hua Rong Yun, Yin Ling Qing, the Butian sect master Qingyi Luo, Li Maoqiu Xiaoong. All the powerhouses under Lin Xuan's command had also arrived in full force. "Huh." Lin Xuan yawned then said, "Sorry I was up too late last night. I was a little tired and over." As he spoke, Lin Xuan waved his hand. Yun Yin immediately understood Lin Xuan's intention. A flash of light flickered in Yun Yin's hand, and a grand armchair appeared set behind Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan sat down, and Yun Yin and Ling Qing stepped forward at once to massage his back and legs. This sight was enough to make many people's jaws drop. "Whoa, I've heard that this holy prince is a romantic fellow, and the maids around him are all breathtaking beauties. Now that I've seen him today, it's really true. I'm so envious. I'd happily trade my buddy's lifetime forever single for the chance to live like the holy prince. FCK off. You're the one who'll be single forever. You people are missing the point. The holy prince said he was up too late last night. Highlight this, circle it." What Lin Xuan had just said actually meant that he had exhausted himself last night practicing the heaven-defying 7-demon saber technique. But with this scene before them combined with Lin Xuan's earlier words, it was certainly enough to set people's imaginations running wild. Emperor Shi's face turned livid, because he saw Qingyi and Luo Li already brewing tea for Lin. Damnation! The veins on Stone Emperor's forehead bulged one by one. To the Stone Emperor, the 2 saintesses of the heaven-repairing sect should have both belonged to him, especially Qingyi. In his youth, the Stone Emperor had once sworn a grand vow. He would knock unconscious every capable, plump woman in the world and tie them up, bringing them back to Stone Village to be his wives. Holding the former princess of the Fire Kingdom was one of them. Besides her, there was also Qingyi, the saintess of the heaven-repairing sect. These were women even the Stone Emperor's mother had approved of. The Stone Emperor had originally planned that once he dealt with the 7 godly emperors, he would make Qingyi his woman. But now because of Lin Xuan's appearance, all of that had come to an end. It could never be again. Because of Lin Xuan's appearance, the Stone Emperor's true face had been exposed. Qingyi now felt nothing but utter disgust toward the Stone Emperor. Lin Xuan, today, I will make you wish you were dead. The Stone Emperor thought silently to himself, and the fury in his eyes surged higher and higher in that moment, while a fierce killing intent radiated from his entire being. A bone-chilling coldness permeated the air. Just then Mutian of the 7 godly emperors noticed the Stone Emperor silently staring at the holy son Lin Xuan. Mutian could not help but smile slightly before speaking to the Stone Emperor. Your Majesty, the Stone Emperor, can this duel of ours begin? The Stone Emperor snapped back to reality, slowly shifting his gaze away from Lin Xuan. Then he took a deep breath, nodded, and said with a cold laugh, Fine. All of you withdraw. The Stone Emperor's gaze was sharp as he secretly thought, Since you insist on seeking death, do not blame me for what happens next. Following the Stone Emperor's command, the Stone Clan experts beside him began to retreat toward both sides of the martial arena. Lin Xuan's people likewise withdrew toward the rear. For a moment, the entire martial arena was left with the Stone Emperor, the 7 godly emperors, and the others. The two sides stood facing each other, their expressions incomparably solemn. The fierce wind continued to blow, adding a grim and murderous atmosphere to the martial arena. The 7 godly emperors, 7 in total, surrounded the Stone Emperor in a tight circle. Kill. Buddha's mercy, suppress all evil. The fat monk mission's originally compassionate face suddenly withdrew, its smile golden light surging all around his body. Vast true chi condensed in his hands, transforming into a Buddhist seal in the shape of a swastika. Waves of golden radiance emanated outward. Boom. In an instant, Mitian braced his hands and thrust both palms outward. The vast true chi instantly congealed into the power of a martial dharma manifestation, overwhelming the world. Mission's giant true chi palm swept more than 5 feet beyond his body, pressing down toward the Stone Emperor. Heh, you do have some tricks. The Stone Emperor smiled faintly and stamped his foot, radiant treasure light bursting from his body, before he transformed into a great rock bird. In the Stone Kingdom, such martial arts were also known as treasure arts. They originated from innate divine abilities. Of course, the rock treasure art was not the Stone Emperor's innate divine ability. Rather, it was a battle art he had comprehended from observing the rock's sacred bone. The rock spread its wings and swept backward continuously. Its speed was so great that martial artists below the Emperor realm could hardly even catch a glimpse of the Stone Emperor. The Vajra Great Hand Seal unleashed by Mitian swept past the Stone Emperor's face, seemingly missing him by only a hair's breadth. But that tiny gap made all the difference in the world. Boundless heaven and earth soon wind come forth. Shuchen, the immortal-like Taoist among the 7 godly emperors, flicked his horsetail whisk. The true chi within his body whistled out, and once it left his body, it formed a Bagua formation. This Shuchen was not only an Emperor realm martial artist, but also a formation master proficient in formations. In this mystical world of the Kanglan realm, so-called formation masters used the true chi within their bodies to inscribe formation patterns, thereby condensing formations. The way of formations was profound and extensive, excelling at using the small to overcome the great. Lin Xuan knew that in the upper realm there were also lineages skilled in formations. Through the mystery of formations, one could leap across several levels to slay enemies far stronger than oneself. Such was the supreme terror of the formation arts. As Zukin's Bagua formation condensed, the Sun position within the Bagua stirred forth fierce winds which transformed into ropes of wind, tangible and solid, binding directly around the Stone Emperor's arms. Good opportunity attack. Heaven and earth are filled with righteousness manifesting in all forms. Among the 7 godly emperors, the Confucian scholar Lin Xuan, clad in a long robe, stepped forward, his voice thundering as he unfolded his folding fan. The vast and majestic sound seemed to resonate with some law of the world. As the true chi within Lin Xuan surged out through his body, it transformed into righteous, awe-inspiring energy. That righteous aura suppressed everything around. Meanwhile, although the Stone Emperor had evaded Mission's Great Hand Seal, he was now trapped by Zukin's Sun Wind. With Lao Zhuang's righteous aura pressing down as well, the situation was beginning to turn dangerous. Huarong stood beside Lin Xuan and could not help but nod inwardly. She spoke. The 7 godly emperors are, after all, 7 Emperor realm, cave masters of my heavenly demon palace. Their strength is extraordinary, and when the 7 join forces, their combined power is even more terrifying. If nothing unexpected happens, the Stone Emperor will likely meet his doom here today. At this moment, Huarong even wore a faint, relaxed smile on her face. It was as if she had already foreseen the scene of the Stone Emperor being defeated at the hands of the 7 godly emperors. Lin Xuan, with his head drooping low, could not help but yawn. At first Lin Xuan had seemed to be in somewhat better spirits observing the battle of the 8 people on the field, but now he had completely shut his eyes. However, Lin Xuan was not asleep either. He slowly spoke. In this battle the 7 godly emperors will be Lin Xuan's faint voice rang out. The heaven-repairing sect master and the others could not help but be taken aback. This? How could they be defeated? With only Mutian Shuchen and Lao Zhuang making their moves, they had already trapped the Stone Emperor. If all 7 struck at once, how could the Stone Emperor possibly put up any resistance? With the victory all but assured, how could they lose? Just as everyone was utterly baffled, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from afar. Boom! The Stone Emperor sneered coldly, and from his dantian an infinite radiance suddenly burst forth. Vast true chi surged out, forming 10 dantian-like objects in the void. These were the Cavern Heavens. They were a unique cultivation method of the northern wilderness martial artists. Using one's own dantian as a guide, one would open Cavern Heavens to store true chi. Those who possessed 6 Cavern Heavens could be called geniuses. Those with 8 or 9 Cavern Heavens were peerless prodigies unmatched in 1,000 ages. But the Stone Emperor possessed a full 10 Cavern Heavens, astonishing enough to awe all eternity. The 10 Cavern Heavens were like 10 majestic blazing suns hovering behind the Stone Emperor, their might terrifying, shaking the heavens and trembling space itself. In an instant vast power swept outward. The Sun Wind shattered. The righteous aura collapsed. Even the Vajra Great Hand Seal was crushed. An unparalleled hero, the hidden dragon, emerges from the abyss. A spear light lashed out as Tong Yuan, the general among the 7 godly emperors, made his move. Behind him followed the young lad, the enchanting woman, and the burly man. These 4 were the remaining members of the 7 godly emperors. Taking advantage of the moment when Mitian and his companions were locked in struggle with the Stone Emperor, they began their assault on him. Their terrifying power surged forth to vanquish all in its path. Tong Yuan took the lead, his silver lance thrusting like an azure dragon emerging from its lair, aimed straight at the Stone Emperor's vital point. Crack! Crack! The Stone Emperor reached out, pressed his palms together, and executed the bare-handed move of seizing 100 blades. The sharp lance tip was firmly suppressed within his grasp. It could not advance even a fraction of an inch. The Stone Emperor's gaze was sharp and piercing. The blood chi surging through his arms churned with formidable power. Born with the supreme sacred bone, his innate blood chi was vast and extraordinarily terrifying. With a single spread of his arms, he possessed strength exceeding 10,000 jin. Under such raw might, Tong Yuan's attempt to bypass the Stone Emperor's hands and wound him was nothing short of a fool's dream. With a single spread of his arms, he possessed strength exceeding 10,000 jin. Under such raw might, Tong Yuan's attempt to bypass the Stone Emperor's hands and wound him was nothing short. Infusing his true chi into the peach blossom branch, he tapped 3 times in the posture of the 3 powers, sealing off 3 directions around the Stone Emperor. The condensed true chi transformed into beautiful peach blossoms that surged toward him. Whoosh! At the same time, a long whip lashed out like a spirit serpent, flicking its sharp forked tongue. It was the enchanting woman Hong Yan of the 7 godly emperors making her move. Split! A giant axe descended from the heavens, carrying the momentum of cleaving Mount Hua and the valor of 10,000 men. The one who struck was the burly giant among the 7 godly emperors, named Yuan Tua. With these 4 attacking together, the pressure on the Stone Emperor climbed to yet another level. Thunder Emperor, 9 heavens, tribulation light. The Stone Emperor's expression turned solemn and icy cold. Even when faced with the siege of 4 great emperor-level powerhouses, not a trace of panic could be seen on the Stone Emperor's face. To him, his heart had already assumed an aura of unmatched supremacy over the world. The Stone Emperor's 10 grotto heavens granted him true chi 10 times greater than his own cultivation realm. After unleashing the Thunder Emperor divine art, his vast true chi burst forth from his body and transformed into a sky-filling tempest of thunder. Boom! Rumble! Over 100 arcs of azure thunderbolts shot forth, obliterating everything in their path. The attacks of the 7 godly emperors were shattered one after another. Under such annihilating thunderous power, no one dared to approach. Boom! The final bolt of thunder descended. The 7 figures were instantly blasted away. The 7 landed in the distance, yet the Stone Emperor remained as calm and composed as a gentle breeze. Is this all the so-called 7 godly emperors can muster? The Stone Emperor let out a cold laugh. At that moment, a surge of indignation swept across the faces of the 7. There was no denying that the Stone Emperor's words were far too cutting. Hey, Your Majesty, the Stone Emperor, well played. At merely the 1st layer of the Emperor realm, you rival a 4th layer Emperor expert. We 7 siblings have certainly broadened our horizons today. Mitian, being the leader of the 7 godly emperors, was displeased by the Stone Emperor's words. However, seasoned by age, he did not reveal his discontent at once. Instead, he gave a faint smile and spoke to the Stone Emperor. Formation. Big Dipper 7 stars. Mission's smile abruptly froze as he barked the command. Upon hearing his words, the 7 godly emperors transformed into 7 streaks of flowing light. They landed in 7 positions around the Stone Emperor. Boom. Led by Su Chun, lines of formation patterns emerged across the ground. Interesting. So earlier, when you trapped me with Sun Wen, you had already begun carving the formation. The rest of you were merely feigning an attack. Your true goal was to let old Zhuang gather the formation here. As the Stone Emperor came to realize this, a look of understanding appeared on his face. Now he knew what these people had truly been planning. However, the Stone Emperor showed no dissatisfaction. Instead, he nodded repeatedly, as if approving of the 7 godly emperors' scheme. The 7 stood around the Stone Emperor in the posture of the Big Dipper. In that instant, their auras fused into one. Below they become rivers and mountains, above they become sun and stars. Within man they are the vast righteous spirit swelling to fill the cosmos. The scholar Old Zhuang suddenly spoke, his resonant incantation echoing through the entire martial arena. Boom. The true chi of the 7 soared into the sky, directly manifesting as the Big Dipper 7 stars in the void. Boom. The Big Dipper 7 stars formed from true chi came crashing down. At this moment, the Stone Emperor's expression finally changed. He spread his arms wide, and the power of his 10 grotto heavens interwove in the void, transforming into a myriad spirits chart containing the mountains, rivers, sun, and moon of the Stone Kingdom. Bang, bang, bang. True chi clashed against true chi. The Big Dipper 7 stars and the myriad spirits chart wrestled fiercely. Mighty shockwaves surged outward, sweeping in every direction. Everyone in the martial arena felt a violent gale rush upon them, unable to keep their balance. Those who weighed less than 100 jin would likely have been blown away entirely. So this is the might of an emperor. Terrifying. Our Stone Emperor is truly fearsome. Fighting 1 against 7 and still holding his ground so impressively. Tisk. Under the Stone Emperor's leadership, our Stone Kingdom's martial path flourishes. The day we stand shoulder to shoulder with the Holy Academy and the Demon Heaven Palace is not far off. After this battle, the spirit of our Stone Kingdom's people is soaring. I feel so fired up right now that I could walk with my head high and a mighty swagger, even if I never wipe again. In the martial arena, the people of the Stone Kingdom were all wildly excited. Their eyes burned with fervor. To them, the Stone Emperor represented their entire nation. The Stone Emperor was not yet even 30 years old. Yet his strength was already this terrifying. With such talent, even in the upper realm few could match him. With a powerhouse like this as their emperor, the Stone Kingdom's rise to greatness was only a matter of time. This battle is truly spectacular. But in my view, the 7 godly emperors are 7 people after all. In terms of stamina, they far surpass the Stone Emperor alone. What do you think, old scoundrel? The sect master of Batian let out a long sigh, then turned to Hua Rong and spoke. Although the sect master of Batian and Hua Rong had yet to step into the emperor realm, they were both powerful and had lived for 67 years, giving them a wealth of experience. They too held their own views on this battle of emperors. I might think the same. Though the Stone Emperor is extraordinarily gifted, fighting 1 against 7 is simply too difficult. Give him another year, no, even half a year, and slaying the 7 godly emperors would be well within his grasp. Hua Rong nodded, expressing high approval of the Batian sect master's reasoning. As the two discussed, they looked toward Lin Xuan. But Lin Xuan currently had his eyes closed, reclining in his armchair. Yun Yin and the others felt cold sweat forming on their foreheads, because they could hear Lin Xuan snoring loudly. Good heavens! Such a thrilling duel, and Lin Xuan had actually dozed off. Hua Rong and the Batian sect master had initially hoped Lin Xuan would share his thoughts, but now that seemed utterly impossible. I really can't understand why the Holy Prince said that the 7 godly emperors are doomed to lose this battle. I just don't get it. Hua Rong shook his head, let out a sigh, and muttered quietly to himself. Hua Rong was also filled with doubt. However, seeing Lin Xuan in such a state, Hua Rong did not dare to act. Thus Hua Rong could only bury the matter deep in his heart. He lifted his head once more and continued watching the great battle unfolding on the martial stage. Who? Lin Xuan's head drooped low, and from his mouth came the sound of steady breathing. The snoring was not particularly loud, but Stone Emperor was no weakling. He was a mighty sovereign at the Emperor realm. As such, Lin Xuan's snoring drifted clearly into Stone Emperor's ears. Stone Emperor turned his head and felt as though he might ascend to the heavens out of sheer fury. Damn it! This holy son was truly a master of humiliation. Within Stone Emperor's heart, rage surged upward like bamboo shoots after spring rain. In Stone Emperor's eyes, Lin Xuan was deliberately insulting him, making it impossible to bear. Damn it! I'll deal with the 7 god emperors first, and then settle this score with you. Stone Emperor's gaze suddenly turned sharp. Stone Kingdom's destiny. Come forth. Stone Emperor let out an explosive roar which crashed across the entire martial stage like a bolt of thunder. Powerful sound waves rolled outward, instantly sweeping across the entire imperial capital of the Stone Kingdom. On Stone Emperor's chest, the supreme bone shone brilliantly, erupting with boundless sovereign aura. Boom. Roar. A dragon's cry sounded out. Then everyone felt an impossibly terrifying pressure suddenly swirling above the martial stage. The overwhelming pressure shot into the heavens, striking fear into every heart. It was as if they were facing supreme destiny itself, an elusive but undeniably real force. Yet the warriors of the Kanglan realm knew that destiny, mysterious as it seemed, truly existed. What's more, the destiny of the Stone Kingdom was not that of a single person. It gathered the immense collective fortune of the entire kingdom. The rolling destiny of the Stone Kingdom surged forth and instantly transformed into a golden dragon. That golden dragon was dozens of zhang in length and bore 5 claws. It was mightily imposing and utterly unyielding. Guided by the supreme bone on Stone Emperor's chest, the dragon began surging into Stone Emperor's body. Today I shall show you 7 what true absolute power is. I am the innate human sovereign, and all of you are my subjects. Now that my subjects dare to raise their hands against me, is that not treason? You court death. Stone Emperor hovered amidst the northern Dipper 7 stars, arrogance gradually creeping into his eyes. He was supremely domineering. At this moment, although the Stone Emperor was overbearing, he displayed the majesty of a peerless human sovereign. Step 1. Step 2. After Stone Emperor took 7 consecutive steps, his cultivation, with the aid of the Stone Kingdom's destiny, directly rose from first-level Emperor to the second level of the Emperor realm. This is bad. Mithriel Monk, sensing the shift in Stone Emperor's power, was greatly alarmed. He knew that even at the first level of the Emperor realm, Stone Emperor could fight them to a standstill. If he stepped into the second level of the Emperor realm, would his power not become overwhelming? Terrifying. All 7 of the 7 God Emperors sensed Stone Emperor's change, and their expressions turned grim. But at this critical juncture, there was no longer any possibility of backing down. They could only unleash their full strength and fight with everything they had to decide the victor. Kuanpun. Solar Fist, Lunar Palm. Stone Emperor suddenly raised his head, wild hair flying wildly across his face, making him appear even more fiercely domineering. The Kuanping sacred art possessed 2 forms, the Kuan and the Peng. The Kuan embodied the power of the Great Een, while the Peng embodied the power of the Great Sun. Great Een and Great Sun gathered in Stone Emperor's hands, intertwining continuously until they evolved into supreme divine power. A formidable force suddenly held outward. A fist and a palm took shape in the void as true chi materialized, condensing into martial dharma manifestations. The 2 sacred beasts, Kuan and Peng. Moreover, golden destiny dragons coiled around the Kuanpeng, roaring and swirling. Empowered by the Stone Kingdom's destiny, Stone Emperors might surge, dramatically leaping to an entirely new level. Boom. The northern Dipper 7 stars lasted no more than a single breath before shattering completely. They were annihilated into nothingness. Uft, uft, uft. The 7 figures coughed up blood and were sent flying backward. Bang, bang, bang. They crashed to the ground, sending rocks flying and carving out 7 great pits in the earth. Stone Emperor's eyes were razor-sharp as he burst into unbridled laughter. He had won. Yet instead of saying anything further, he turned his gaze toward Lin Xuan. For Stone Emperor had intended to toy with the 7 God Emperors a while longer, but at this moment, he suddenly unleashed his true foundation just to witness the look of utter horror and despair on Lin Xuan's face. But the very next second, he was dumbfounded. Lin Xuan was still half reclining on the armchair and even seemed to find his sleeping posture somewhat uncomfortable. He shifted his body and continued sleeping soundly. This bastard. Stone Emperor was truly enraged. Swish. Lightning condensed in Stone Emperor's hand and shot forth as a curved arc of thunder, tearing toward Yuan Tuo, the burly man among the 7 God Emperors. Yuan Tuo was undoubtedly formidable and highly skilled in body-tempering arts. However, he had already been wounded while the 7 had joined forces as the northern Dipper 7 stars to face Stone Emperor. Now, with Stone Emperor striking so suddenly and treacherously, he naturally had no time to react. Oh! A miserable cry rang out. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Then came a series of sounds that made one's scalp crawl. When they turned to look, there was not a single patch of intact skin left on Yuan Tuo's body. He had become a charred corpse. Fourth brother, sure how you beast. When the remaining 6 of the 7 God Emperors saw this, they felt their hearts torn apart. It was a devastating blow, too painful to bear. The 7 God Emperors were ranked by age, and among them Yuan Tuo ranked 4th. From then on, the 7 God Emperors became the 6 God Emperors. The remaining 6 gazed at Stone Emperor with eyes like sharp blades, wishing they could slice him into 10,000 pieces. They never expected that Stone Emperor sure how would have such audacity, that he would truly dare to kill a member of the Demon Fiend Palace. Even Mithriel Monk, the smiling fat monk and leader of the 7 God Emperors, was now overcome with fury. His eyes bloodshot, he said coldly, "Sure, how? You have slain a man of my demon fiend palace. Bold indeed. Just wait until the mighty cave master of Blackwood Cliff comes forth and hangs your head atop the city gate of the Stone Kingdom's capital as a warning to all." By killing Yuan Tuo, Stone Emperor had elevated the conflict between the Stone Kingdom and the Demon Fiend Palace to an entirely new level. Previously, Stone Emperor's theft of the Third Cave Master's supreme treasure was a grudge solely between the Third Cave Master and Stone Emperor. And since Stone Emperor possessed the supreme bone and extraordinary talent, although the Third Cave Master despised Stone Emperor, he did not wish to exterminate him completely. That was why he had dispatched the 7 God Emperors to use a martial competition to pressure Stone Emperor into surrendering the treasure. Out of regard for Stone Emperor's talent, the Demon Fiend Palace had wanted to leave him a sliver of mercy. Such was the Demon Fiend Palace's benevolence. Yet now Stone Emperor had slain Yuan Tuo. He had killed an Emperor Realm Cave Master of the Demon Fiend Palace. An Emperor Realm powerhouse was a pillar of support in any major force. Even the Demon Fiend Palace could hardly afford such a loss. As a result, Stone Emperor became a mortal enemy in the eyes of the Demon Fiend Palace. Once the Demon Fiend Pursuit Order was issued, anyone in the Stone Kingdom who dared to obstruct the Demon Fiend Palace's experts would never live to see the next day's sun. By this move, Emperor Shi had doomed his own life, and had thrown away the future of the Shi Kingdom as well. It was madness. The Tianma Palace is nothing. How could I fear it? At this moment, Emperor Shi wore a savage, arrogant grin, his face twisted into a hideous sneer. The Emperor Shi of the past, though formidable, had the bearing of a true king. Every gesture and movement was filled with royal grace. But now Emperor Shi had truly become a complete madman. A madman who would stop at nothing to drag the entire Shi Kingdom into a sea of fire. He's insane. Emperor Shi has lost his mind. No, we must believe in Emperor Shi. His Majesty has never let us down. Since he did this, he must have his reasons, right? We must believe in Emperor Shi. Perhaps we won't have to fear the Tianma Palace ever again. At the martial arena, the people of the Shi Kingdom faced Emperor Shi's actions. Some were deeply shaken, believing he had ruined the entire kingdom. But swayed by Emperor Shi's fervor and emboldened by his feat of defeating the 7 divine martial emperors in one stroke, the people across the martial arena felt their blood surge with passion. Perhaps because of the influence of national destiny, they had begun to believe in Emperor Shi almost fanatically. People of the Shi Kingdom, the world has suffered under demonic path warriors for too long. Our Shi Kingdom has been fortunate enough to enjoy the protection of an invincible guardian spirit. From this day forward, we have no need to fear the Tianma Palace. Now these demonic path warriors have grown rampant in our Shi Kingdom, violating our women and children, killing our warriors. This I absolutely refuse to allow. Emperor Shi was impassioned, his eyes blazed, his fists clenched tightly. Finally, he lifted his head to the heavens, pouring true qi into his throat, until his voice rolled like thunder across the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. The Shi Kingdom shall never be enslaved. Under this raving brainwashing, the entire Shi Kingdom had been thrown into madness. The people in the martial arena shouted one after another, the Shi Kingdom shall never be enslaved. The Shi Kingdom shall never be enslaved. The sound swelled wave upon wave, ceaseless, like clouds arching across the sky, circling above the martial arena. Many were moved to tears, their eyes flushed crimson with excitement. It was plain that for them a surge of patriotic passion had instantly transformed them into brainless patriotic fanatics. You bastard. Mi Tian held Yuan Tuo's corpse, his fists clenched tightly. Hearing Emperor Shi's words, the remaining 6 of the 7 divine martial emperors were all burning with rage. It was hard to imagine that Emperor Shi could be so utterly shameless. There is such a thick-skinned and unscrupulous man under heaven. Han Yan nearly fainted from rage, her chest kept heaving, a beautiful sight to behold. Emperor Shi's speech appeared righteous and solemn, placing him on the moral high ground. But in reality, it was shameless in the extreme. For in the Kanglan realm, the distinction between so-called demonic path warriors and righteous path warriors was never especially clear. Demonic path warriors were fierce, overbearing, free, and unbridled. Their conduct seldom cared for the bonds of morality and etiquette. Righteous path warriors, by contrast, loved to claim fine reputations. Yet righteous path warriors were also human, with all the base flaws of human nature. Hence many among them were hypocrites who deceived the world and stole its admiration. Beside them, the true villains of the demonic path were actually the more endearing. Emperor Shi had taken Mao Xiao to the Tianma Palace and stolen the supreme treasure of the Third Cave Lord. This was in the first place Emperor Shi's fault. The Tianma Palace had merely come seeking justice. They had even given Emperor Shi a chance rather than using force to oppress him. Yet in Emperor Shi's telling, the Tianma Palace had become a bunch of bullies who relied on power, committing rape, murder, and plunder. Was there no more law in the world? Was there no justice? Qingyi and the others could not help turning their heads away, unwilling to look at Emperor Shi. At that moment, they felt overwhelming shame at being people of the northern wilderness. Wow. If this guy were on Blue Star, his eloquence might match that big shot who started the World War. Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes, an expression of astonishment appearing on his face. In Lin Xuan's mind, there involuntarily surfaced the image of a man, wearing a military uniform, hair combed with a sharp side part, a small refined mustache on his upper lip, standing atop a high platform, right hand raised high, spittle flying, as he fervently proclaimed nationalism. The mustached man was a perfect match for the current emperor, sure as if the two had been stamped from the same mold. Sure, how? You are dead. You have no idea how terrifying the power of our Tianma palace really is. Mutian glared fixedly at Emperor Sure, the fat on his body, trembling with fury. Emperor Sure heard Mutian's words and let out a cold laugh. Do you think I still fear Empress Feng Yue? I already possess heaven-defying methods to deal with Feng Yue. When the time comes, that will be the day the Tianma palace is destroyed. What? Everyone's eyes flew open, their hearts skipping a beat. Methods to deal with Empress Feng Yue. What did that mean? Empress Feng Yue was the undisputed strongest figure in the Kanglan realm, a peak martial emperor with supreme combat power and peerless talent. It was precisely because of Empress Feng Yue that the Tianma Palace could be called the #1 power in the Kanglan realm. Yet now Emperor Sure claimed he had means to deal with her. How could that be possible? One of your 7 is already dead, the remaining 6 are nothing but a joke. Die. I will use the heads of you 7 martial emperors to witness my rise as the supreme sovereign of humanity. Emperor Sure smiled grimly, his eyes filled with sharp ferocity. Then with a stomp of his foot, Emperor Sure executed the Kuanping divine art, transforming into a Kuanping and sweeping toward the remaining 6 of the 7 divine martial emperors. Emperor Sure's supreme bone blazed with heaven-defying light, thunder roared and condensed around his right fist. He threw a punch carrying the power to defy heaven. It could annihilate everything, overwhelming all bounds. Emperor Sure's power had always been heaven-defying, and now it was further reinforced by the fortune of the entire Sure kingdom. His might had grown considerably stronger. The 7 divine martial emperors had not been a match for Emperor Sure even when they joined forces, and now one of them had already been slain by him. How could the remaining 6 resist Emperor Sure? Mitian, Su Chun, Hongyan, and the others changed expressions drastically. Facing such a killing move, despair began to spread through their eyes. To kill a person, one must slay his heart first. Emperor Sure had slandered them to consolidate the fortune of the Sure kingdom. That was slaying their hearts. Now he still refused to let them live. That was killing their bodies. But before Emperor Sure's power, they could do nothing but sink into endless despair. Boom. A thunderous, vast waves of chi shrieked upward into the sky, forcing everyone on the martial arena to shut their eyes. However, the expected scene of the remaining 6 divine martial emperors bleeding out on the spot did not appear. Emperor Sure's punch was caught by a single hand. A tall, slender, straight-backed figure stood with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, calm and unconcerned, looking at Emperor Sure. The newcomer's chi and blood surged with incomparable vigor, radiating waves of golden light in the void. This displayed his terrifying physical strength, a bodily power that surpassed even Sure Huang's. Sure Huang possessed an innate supreme bone, and in terms of physical body, he was naturally an existence unprecedented in all ages. However, even Sure Huang's body was only at the pinnacle of the silver transformed stage, far from reaching the gold transformed stage. For the realm of the gold transformed body could only be attained by beings above the martial emperor realm. Yet this newcomer had actually reached the gold transformed body on the path of body refinement. From this one could see how terrifying he was. Lin Xuan, so you finally stopped playing dead. Sure Huang recognized the newcomer, gave a cold laugh, and spoke. With a flicker of his figure, Sure Huang quickly retreated to the side, his face filled with vigilance. Not bad. I slept quite soundly, Lin Xuan replied. In truth, only Lin Xuan knew that outsiders who had watched him just now might have thought he was in a deep sleep. However, Lin Xuan himself knew that he had not been asleep at all just now. He had been watching the battle all along. Because of Elder Teng's blessing, Lin Xuan's soul had become considerably stronger. Not only could it resist the true martial soul of a martial emperor-level powerhouse, it could even use his mind to simulate combat. Just now Lin Xuan had been repeatedly simulating a duel with Sure Huang. Lin Xuan's feigned slumber was not meant as disdain for Sure Huang. Lin Xuan knew very well that the one he was facing was the Huangtian Emperor who had dominated the ages. As an opponent of the Huangtian Emperor, throughout the ages very few could manage to laugh last. In the end, they all met a bloody end on the spot. Now Lin Xuan was going to clash head-on with the young Huangtian Emperor. If his preparation was insufficient, the final result would likely be no better. It was precisely because Lin Xuan attached great importance to the Huangtian Emperor that he used his powerful soul force to simulate the outcome of a battle against Sure Huang. It was only until just now that Lin Xuan gained full confidence. All of this was thanks to Elder Tang. Damn you! How dare you look down on me? I will have you dead. Shi Huang was furious, but his hand had been placed behind his back. After the heat and punch with Lin Xuan, just now Shi Huang's right hand hidden behind him was trembling non-stop. His heart was somewhat shaken. One must know that Lin Xuan's cultivation base was merely the 7th level of the martial king realm. Yet Shi Huang was a 2nd-level martial emperor. These two were both invincible prodigies whose combat power far surpassed those of the same cultivation level. There was still a gap of 4 minor realms between their cultivation bases. Yet Lin Xuan was able to use his physical body alone to make Shi Huang suffer a hidden loss. In a certain sense, wasn't Lin Xuan's strength therefore even greater than Shi Huang's? Unwilling as Shi Huang was to admit it, deep within his heart a profound wariness had emerged. I absolutely cannot let this brat live, otherwise in the future I'm afraid I won't even have a whole corpse left, Shi Huang thought to himself. At this thought Shi Huang's gaze grew a few degrees, more piercing, his eyes filled with malice. Swish! Lin Xuan said nothing. One moment Lin Xuan had been standing in place. The next his figure transformed into an afterimage, and then that afterimage began to shatter like a bubble. Lin Xuan abruptly appeared in front of Shi Huang. First blade, sever the self. Without another word Lin Xuan sent the 7 demons blade in his hand leaping into the air. It soared high into the heavens, shrouded in boundless bloody light. Then the blade radiance slashed down with a force that could split Mount Hua. A thunderous boom resounded endlessly. You wretch, you have no martial ethics. Shi Huang was greatly alarmed. According to convention, shouldn't the two opponents first exchange harsh words before starting to fight? How could this Lin Xuan be so freakishly audacious? Without even saying a word, he directly attacked. The key was that Shi Huang's right hand, still sore, swollen, and painful, had not yet recovered from the previous exchange. For the moment Shi Huang did not dare to clash head-on with Lin Xuan. Therefore he could only retreat repeatedly. Boom! The entire martial arena shook as if the earth and mountains were moving. Although Lin Xuan's single slash did not cleave Shi Huang dead on the spot, the violent gale generated by that blow flung Shi Huang straight into the edge of the martial arena, causing the arena to collapse into a huge pit. For a time the scene looked as if Shi Huang had been forced back by Lin Xuan. He looked utterly disheveled. Qilin divine art emerged. Shi Huang roared angrily and mysterious patterns began to appear all over his body. The patterns interwove unexpectedly, forming a rather profound Qilin pattern. Boom! Behind Shi Huang, a huge phantom of a Qilin evolved into existence. The Qilin phantom roared in the void with flames of fury surging in its eyes. Kill! Shi Huang blasted out a punch with the power of the Qilin attached to it, pressing down overwhelmingly. Qilin divine art. This is the Qilin divine art. Isn't this the divine art of Shi, the double-pupiled one? How could it have revived in Shi Huang? Impossible. I have never seen Shi Huang use such a technique. The techniques on Shi Huang are already heaven-defying. Now he has the Kuanping divine art, and has even gained the Qilin divine art. With so many methods at his disposal, how can the Saint Prince Lin Xuan possibly withstand it? In the martial arena of the Shi Kingdom, exclamations of shock rang out one after another. Clearly they were shaken by Shi Huang's display of the Qilin divine art. In the northern wasteland there have long been legends of the 10 fiends. The 10 fiends referred to 10 ferocious beasts of extreme savagery, each one with heaven-defying power. It was precisely because the 10 fiends were truly too powerful that in the Kanglin realm today there were no longer any true pure-blooded descendants of the 10 fiends. If there were any, they were merely some descendant bloodlines of the 10 fiends. But undeniably the power of the 10 fiends was far too heaven-defying. Those who could obtain their inheritance would inevitably step into the realm above the martial emperor in the future. Shi Huang, however, possessed more than one such skill, genuinely enough to make others envious. As Shi Huang punched out, the fist wind transformed into a Qilin. The numb, tingling feeling in his arm from the earlier physical clash with Lin Xuan had now recovered. As soon as Shi Huang recovered, he could not wait to regain his dignity against Lin Xuan. A Qilin? Heh! If it really were one of the primordial 10 fiends from ancient times, I might have feared it a little. But it is only a martial dharma image evolved from mere, true qi. Who are you trying to fool with all that posturing? A trace of pride flashed through Lin Xuan's eyes, and his face was full of scorn. In the eyes of others, Shi Huang's battle power was heaven-defying. Any martial artist facing Shi Huang would be encountering a father-level existence. But today Lin Xuan would tell the world. One's father's father is called Grandpa. Devouring origin, demon dragon, emerge. Lin Xuan raised his saber, drew it back, and then blasted out a palm strike. Roar! A furious roar sounded. Lin Xuan's martial spirit, the devouring origin demon dragon, immediately burst forth, flaunting its claws and fangs in the void, exuding unparalleled arrogance. When the devouring origin demon dragon saw the Qilin, its eyes seemed to gain intelligence, brimming with greed. It was as if it had seen a delicious feast. Roar! Following Lin Xuan's palm power, the devouring origin demon dragon surged forward and pounced on the Qilin. Lin Xuan's origin-devouring creation scripture originated from the ruthless Great Emperor's heaven-devouring demon art. If cultivated to a truly profound level, it could reach the ultimate extreme and transform into the heaven-devouring demon art itself. This did not mean that Lin Xuan's origin-devouring creation scripture was inferior to the heaven-devouring demon art. It was just that the ruthless Great Emperor had been so dazzlingly brilliant in her life that she was in no way weaker than the desolate Heavenly Emperor, especially when one considered that both the desolate Heavenly Emperor, who possessed a supreme bone, and Heavenly Emperor, Yi the wielder of the ancient sacred body, were endowed with supreme matchless talent. This was how they had ultimately reached the pinnacle of all heavens and myriad worlds. The ruthless Great Emperor, on the other hand, had originally been nothing more than a weak girl. It was through her own perseverance and comprehension that she invented the great Tao of devouring and step by step transformed from a mortal frame into the chaos body acknowledged as the #1 physique in all the heavens. And the secret to this lay precisely in the Tao of devouring humans that the ruthless Great Emperor had comprehended. This Tao was unacceptable to heaven and earth and scorned by all living creatures, and so the ruthless Great Emperor had spent her life in endless war. At the same time, her Tao fruits in terms of level were divided into 3 kinds. The first was the origin-devouring creation scripture devour power to strengthen the self. The second was the heaven-devouring demon art devour the myriad Taos and refine them in the furnace of the self. The third was the indestructible heavenly art the self that never perishes, enduring across the ages. Thus, the origin-devouring creation scripture cultivated by Lin Xuan was no weaker than the heaven-devouring demon art. There was merely a difference in emphasis. In the future, as Lin Xuan's cultivation advanced, he would naturally master both the heaven-devouring demon art and the indestructible heavenly art, fusing them together until he finally soared to become the mightiest being of all. This was Lin Xuan's path of invincibility. Therefore, when Lin Xuan blasted out a palm at this moment, the origin-devouring demon dragon surged along with the palm's force, showing itself in no way inferior to the Qilin precious art technique that the Stone Emperor had evolved. It had even surpassed the so-called Qilin precious art. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Xuan and the Stone Emperor exchanged fists and palms, the roar of their collisions thundering through the air. The fist retreated, the palm pressed forward. Lin Xuan drew in and expelled spiritual energy, his temples bulging as golden light blazed all around him. His physical body had entered the flesh, transmuted to gold level comparable to a martial artist beyond the martial emperor realm. Thus, in close quarters combat, the Stone Emperor could not gain the slightest advantage. As for that Qilin, a single exchange with the origin-devouring demon dragon was enough to send it into defeat. What came next was pure one-sided slaughter. The Qilin, catching a glimpse of the origin-devouring demon dragon's eyes, was stricken with terror. After 10 breaths, Lin Xuan and the Stone Emperor had already collided tens of times, the sounds of sonic booms crackling in rapid succession. The origin-devouring demon dragon then devoured the Qilin martial Tao Dharma aspect completely, converting it into rolling spiritual energy that at that moment made Lin Xuan's power even more refined and pure. Damn it! What kind of martial art is this, you brat? Shocked beyond measure, the Stone Emperor saw his martial Tao Dharma aspect devoured by the origin-devouring demon dragon. Though he carried the supreme bone and the fortune of the Stone Kingdom, his aura vast, profound, and mighty. This loss was nothing to speak of for the Stone Emperor. But the Stone Emperor found it hard to accept. He really could not understand what the hell this little bastard was. He himself knew exactly how terrifying his own martial arts were. Why then were they constantly suppressed in Lin Xuan's hands? The Stone Emperor was the supreme sovereign of the human race, born with the supreme bone. As such, he was also extremely proud. In his early years, the Stone Emperor had suffered a great catastrophe. But since his awakening, he had swept through everything with invincible dominance. Even his elder brother, the invincible double-pupiled Yi, who had been so arrogant and unrivaled in those days, was defeated by him. Sustained invincibility had bred an incomparable pride in the Stone Emperor. But at this moment he felt a trace of dread. You were distracted. Lin Xuan's voice came over calmly. Blood rage. In an instant, Lin Xuan's eyes turned a blood-red hue. Rage blazed into the sky, demonic energy ran amok. The whistling saber technique instantly turned into 81 phantom blades, enshrouding the Stone Emperor completely. Squelch, squelch, squelch. The Stone Emperor let out a miserable shriek. His body was flung backwards. When experts cross hands, victory and defeat are often decided in the blink of an eye. Every move and stance contained the power to decide the outcome. The Stone Emperor had just lost focus for an instant, and suffering that setback at Lin Xuan's hand immediately fanned the flames of fury in his heart. That fury played right into Bloodrage, the second slash of the 7-demon saber. Blood sprayed from the Stone Emperor's mouth as he fell to the ground. Lin Xuan held the seven demon saber in hand, his hair and beard flying wildly, while the twin martial Dao wings behind him spread open slightly, like an exalted deity who had just descended upon the world. He looked at the Stone Emperor with extreme coldness. However, seeing the Stone Emperor wounded, Shi Ziling's eyes could not help but fill with frantic worry, and he wanted to rush forward and stop it. At this moment the Stone Emperor raised his hand. Shi Ziling saw the unyielding resolve in the Stone Emperor's eyes and immediately felt reassured. Good. It was just a momentary slip, nothing more. My son has the bearing of invincibility. There is no way he can lose to that holy prince who leans on a woman. Seeing the Stone Emperor like this, Shi Ziling felt a silent sigh of relief. He knew the Stone Emperor very well. Indeed, as no one knows a son better than his father, so it was with them. Since the Stone Emperor had asked him to relax, it meant that the Stone Emperor still had a way to turn defeat into victory. As for Lin Xuan, Shi Ziling knew that Lin Xuan was monstrously talented. But Lin Xuan had been able to reach this point only by relying on the power of the Heavenly Demon Palace. Otherwise he would have died long ago, no one knew how many times. As for the relationship between Lin Xuan and Feng Yue of the Heavenly Demon Palace, rumors had been spreading wildly across the northern wilderness these past days. And the further they spread, the more exaggerated they became. In the end, Lin Xuan was transformed into a kept man in the tales of others. In truth, Lin Xuan himself could not care less. A Lin Xuan who had transmigrated from the modern era knew all too well. He no longer wanted to work hard, and if he could eat soft rice with a straight spine, that in itself was a skill. Get up. Quit playing dead, Lin Xuan said lightly. Elder Ting's strengthening of Lin Xuan's soul had also laid a solid foundation for Lin Xuan to enter the martial emperor realm and condense his martial true soul. At present, Lin Xuan's own realm was only the 7th level of the martial king. But in terms of pure soul power, he was no weaker than some martial emperors at the 3rd level. At the same time, Lin Xuan possessed the origin devouring creation scripture, granting him a keen sense of power. He knew that although the Stone Emperor had just fallen to a disadvantage, such an attack was not yet enough to completely kill him. Hep. The Stone Emperor rose, and the fury in his eyes seemed to be tangible. His expression no longer carried the regal bearing of an emperor. Rage had twisted his face beyond recognition. You are strong. You are the strongest person I have encountered since leaving Stone Village. But in the end you are no match for me. Willow deity art. The Stone Emperor stepped forward and let out a furious roar. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In that instant, countless wisps of spiritual energy frantically rushed into the Stone Emperor's body. They transformed into green life force, nourishing his flesh and allowing the wounds from just now to gradually recover. Not enough. Not enough. Fortune of the Stone Kingdom, Willow deity art. Come to me. The Stone Emperor was completely mad. He wielded the Willow deity art technique reinforced with the national fortune of the Stone Kingdom. Earlier, when the Stone Emperor fought the 7 gods martial emperor, he had already used the Stone Kingdom's national fortune to enhance his cultivation, breaking through to the 3rd level of the martial emperor in one go. Now, in order to defeat Lin Xuan, he did not hesitate to drain the Stone Kingdom's national fortune again. It must be known that national fortune, although intangible, was supremely important. Such an act was simply no different from killing the chicken to get the eggs. Oh, why is my body so feeble? No, wait. My hair, that thick jet black hair of mine, is actually starting to fall out. This is the nation's fortune. The Stone Emperor has been draining it without the slightest restraint, sapping the vitality of our Stone Kingdom. Around the martial arena, citizens of the Stone Kingdom began to wail one after another. At that moment, some finally awakened from their fanatical worship of the Stone Emperor. They understood that his reckless draining of the nation's fortune would in the end harm none other than them, the common people. Sure, how you bastard. You don't deserve the title of Stone Emperor. That's right. How can this man rule as king over our Stone Kingdom? Damn him. More and more voices rose in resentment against the Stone Emperor. Such were the curses hurled at the Stone Emperor. That is human nature. When their own interests have yet to be touched, people can easily put on a lofty self-righteous air of sainthood. But now the Stone Emperor's actions had undoubtedly infringed upon the interests of every citizen of the Stone Kingdom. Tell me, how could these people possibly endure it? Yet those who could still curse the Stone Emperor were ultimately in the minority. Why? Because most of the Stone Kingdom's citizens had already been driven unconscious by the Stone Emperor's reckless plundering of the nation's fortune. Across the entire Stone Kingdom, great floods surged, the earth trembled, and the people were left with no way to survive. Heh, just a pack of worthless peasants. A flicker of disdain passed through the Stone Emperor's eyes. The most powerful means of the Stone Kingdom in the northern wasteland was its ability to borrow the nation's fortune. Lin Xuan knew that in the tale of the young Barren Heaven Emperor, when the 7 gods descended, the Stone Emperor had used this very method to slay a false god. And in this world, the Stone Kingdom was able to stand firm in the Kanglan realm precisely because of that heaven-defying method. That was why the third cave lord of the Demon Heaven Palace was unwilling to fight the Stone Emperor to the death. Instead, he had sent the 7 divine martial emperors to take back a treasure from the Stone Kingdom. Unfortunately for him, the third cave lord had clearly underestimated the ruthless cunning of the Stone Emperor. Boom. The Stone Emperor, who had just broken through to the 2nd level of Martial Emperor, erupted with even greater power, soaring close to the 3rd level of Martial Emperor. It was strength obtained by sacrificing a vast amount of national fortune. After all, this is not your own power, sure how? Do you really think that such power can be of any help to you? Lin Xuan asked calmly. Lin Xuan himself cultivated the devouring art and tempered his body through the demonic path, so he knew well that seizing and plundering could never be a long-term solution. Fortunately, the devouring origin creation sutra that Lin Xuan practiced was so heaven-defying that its drawbacks had not yet become apparent. At the same time, when Elder Tung passed away in the heaven-mending sect, he had bestowed his vital essence and martial insights upon Lin Xuan. This thoroughly erased Lin Xuan's flaws and made his martial foundation incomparably solid. This was Lin Xuan's supreme fortune. Meeting Elder Tung had been an enormous help to him. It was precisely because Lin Xuan understood the flaws in the Stone Emperor's method that he spoke those words. At that moment, Lin Xuan was filled with contempt for the Stone Emperor. A novel is a novel. In the novel, the Barren Heaven Emperor was a heroic figure whose might overshadowed the world. But the Stone Emperor of the Kanglan realm was nothing more than a demon who devours people without spitting out their bones. Ha ha ha. Lin Xuan, it seems you are already afraid. Now are you ready to die? The Stone Emperor paid no attention whatsoever to Lin Xuan's words. Instead, he revealed a sinister smile and spoke to Lin Xuan. At this moment, because he had absorbed the Stone Kingdom's national fortune without restraint, the Stone Emperor's strength had risen once again. Moreover, the Willow Deity art was the supreme martial art for healing. In an instant, it restored all the injuries the Stone Emperor had suffered before. The Stone Emperor looked at Lin Xuan with nearly invincible confidence. He felt that even if 10 men exactly like Lin Xuan were bound together, they still would not be his match. I'm ready. Lin Xuan nodded, then said with a perfectly serious expression, I'm ready to cut off your head and drink wine over it. Boom. After saying that, Lin Xuan gripped the 7 demon blade and charged at the Stone Emperor. Qilin step. True dragon fist. The Stone Emperor bellowed, and the golden imperial aura around his body radiated heaven-defying light. His feet trod the profound Qilin step, while his fists seemed to transform into 2 golden true dragons lunging at Lin Xuan with gnashing jaws. Is that all? Lin Xuan sneered. The 7 demon blade in his hand struck 7 times in succession. A straight cut, a push cut, a pull cut, a saw cut, a guillotine cut, a rolling cut, and finally a thrust. In an instant, he had exchanged 7 moves with the Stone Emperor. After these 7 moves, Lin Xuan barely managed to fend off the attacks of the True Dragon Fist. But the Stone Emperor now was clearly no longer the Stone Emperor of before. His offensive power was far stronger than it had been. Even though Lin Xuan countered all 7 moves in succession, he ultimately could not wound the Stone Emperor the way he had before. You've fallen into my trap. The Stone Emperor's voice resounded, brimming with mockery. What? Lin Xuan? Borrowing the momentum of those 7 exchanges, the Stone Emperor took 7 steps in a row. After the 7th step, he was already in front of Lin Xuan, no more than 3 meters away. The supreme bone in the Stone Emperor's chest suddenly blazed with scorching light. Lin Xuan, you are dead. Supreme bone, hand of the heavens. The Stone Emperor roared. The true chi contained within the supreme bone surged into the sky. His own true chi, merging with the national fortune of the Stone Kingdom, formed a heaven-defying power at that moment. In the void, it transformed into an immense and terrifying hand. The hand was filled with infinite divine radiance, and its holy aura soared. It descended to suppress and slay Lin Xuan. What martial art is this? How terrifying. This is the innate divine ability of the supreme bone. Not good. Holy Prince, dodge quickly. Yuan Yinhua Rong and the others all showed looks of anxiety and called out to warn Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan did not dare to be arrogant. He used his movement art to try to evade. After all, he knew that the Hand of the Heavens was an incomplete version of the heavenly calamity light. Its power was too great to estimate. Just at that moment, the Stone Emperor smiled. Supreme Bone, reincarnation. He calmly uttered those words. Boom. The supreme bone in the Stone Emperor's chest seemed to hold power over time and space, creating a dreadful field around him. Lin Xuan could see that this was not true mastery of the Tao of time and space. After all, a martial emperor in the Kanglan realm could never have such power. Yet by relying on the supreme bone, the Stone Emperor could briefly influence the time and space around him with his true chi, which hindered Lin Xuan's movements. Only if the Stone Emperor continued to cultivate, ascended to the upper realm, and truly stepped into the supreme realm would this reincarnation power unleash its true might. But the Stone Emperor's current methods were already more than enough to give Lin Xuan a hard time. Only at this moment did Lin Xuan fully understand. The Stone Emperor had simply wanted to close the distance between himself and Lin Xuan, so that while Lin Xuan was off guard, he could unleash the precious technique of the Supreme Bone. Reincarnation would bind Lin Xuan, and the hand of the heavens would annihilate him, leaving him no chance to escape. Meticulous calculation, vicious intent. He was utterly determined to send Lin Xuan to his death. Alas! Lin Xuan let out a sigh. Seeing Lin Xuan sigh, Stone Emperor could not help but feel boundless delight welling up in his heart. In Stone Emperor's view, Lin Xuan's sigh at this moment was precisely because he had fallen into his trap and felt powerless, which was why he sighed like this. Stone Emperor condensed the hand of heaven, continuously elevating its might, then burst into wild laughter, and said, "Now even if you sigh and regret, it is of no use." Lin Xuan shook his head and looked at Stone Emperor as if he were looking at a fool. After a long moment, Lin Xuan spoke. "I don't mean anything else. I just feel somewhat disappointed. Even if you use the national destiny of the Stone Kingdom to enhance your own strength, this is all you amount to. Truly disappointing." With that, a look of boundless regret appeared on Lin Xuan's face, as if he felt profound pity for the strength Stone Emperor had displayed. He had been so eager to see what tricks Stone Emperor, the legendary Desolate Heaven Emperor, could produce, yet Stone Emperor could only offer such shabby goods to fob him off. What was he thinking? Lin Xuan immediately felt rather displeased. What? Disappointed? Damn. For a moment, everyone in the martial arts arena was dumbfounded. The hand of heaven evolved from Stone Emperor's Supreme Bone was so terrifyingly mighty that even if Elder Tongue revived, he would not dare to receive it heaten. Yet such a horrifying, invincible killing move was merely met with a disappointing judgment from Lin Xuan. Was Lin Xuan too arrogant, or were their own minds in a bad state, leaving each one of them shocked silly? Oh my god, am I not dreaming? You old bastard, hit me and see. The Bution sect master suddenly felt faint. He suspected he was dreaming, but he had no proof. Boom. But Huarong was not about to indulge him at all. He gave him a resounding slap. Smack. The Bution sect master's face began to swell at a visibly rapid speed. Damn it. You old bastard, you really went through with it. The Bution sect master instantly flew into a rage and shouted fiercely at Huarong. However, at this moment, the Bution sect master did not seek to settle the score with Huarong. After all, for the Bution sect master, he had learned one thing. Everything here was real, and he was not dreaming. Thinking of this, the Bution sect master could not help touching his head, feeling that all his years of life had been lived completely in vain. This holy prince Lin Xuan was simply too audacious for words. Alas, holy prince. He still cannot change his nature. This is no time for that. Ling Qing's face was full of anxiety. If possible, she truly wanted to take this heaven-defying killing strike in place of the holy prince. If the holy prince dies, I won't live on either. Perhaps it is precisely because of the holy prince's nature that he is so captivating. Yun-Yin at this moment, her heart had long since been completely devoted to Lin Xuan. Yun-Yin and Ling Qing had received no small fortune from Lin Xuan, and they were also quite loyal to him. Therefore, whenever Lin Xuan had villain points to spare, he would exchange them for many heavenly treasures and rare herbs for these two to consume. To this day, the two had already stepped into the martial king realm. This speed of breakthrough was practically legendary within the Kanglan realm. However, they knew that with their own abilities, it was undoubtedly impossible to change the outcome of the duel between Lin Xuan and Stone Emperor. And dying for Lin Xuan had become the only thing they could do. Qing Yi and Luo Li, after hearing the words of Yun-Yin and Ling Qing, could not help a jolt running through their delicate bodies. Though Yun-Yin and Ling Qing were still inferior in strength to the two holy maidens of the Bution sect, their beauty was not in the least inferior. Qing Yi and Luo Li could not quite understand. Why were Yun-Yin and Ling Qing so devoted to Lin Xuan? With such beauty, they could easily attach themselves to the most powerful experts of the Kanglan realm. Now, as Qing Yi and Luo Li spent longer and longer with Lin Xuan, they seemed to gradually understand the unique charm radiating from him. What a pity. All of this is over. The same thought flashed through the minds of the two women. For Lin Xuan, everything had already ended. The most sorrowful thing in this world is to have not yet spoken one's true feelings to the person one loves before it has already become a thing of the past. On the battlefield, when Stone Emperor heard Lin Xuan's words, his rage blazed like fire. He was so enraged that he nearly passed out on the spot. Damn it all. If it were possible, Stone Emperor truly wanted to give Lin Xuan 2 huge slaps across the face. What the hell was going on? How could there be such a shameless person in this world? At death's door, he was still this arrogant. Lin Xuan, after you die, every part of your body will be soft. Only that mouth of yours will be hard. Stone Emperor did not engage in a war of words with Lin Xuan. Suppressing the towering rage within his heart, he instead coldly spat out a sentence. Perhaps Stone Emperor also knew that even if he traded words with Lin Xuan, he would still be no match. Boom. The hand of heaven, gathering its power, suddenly swelled to a size of several dozen feet. The might of its martial dharma manifestation was fearsome beyond measure. The hand of heaven slammed down with overwhelming force. Yet Lin Xuan's eyes turned completely cold. War lament. Boom. The seven demons' saber seemed to sense the boundless battle intent in Lin Xuan's heart, and could not help bursting into waves of saber hums. The blade of the seven demons' saber began to tremble slightly, appearing exceptionally excited. As Lin Xuan reversed, the heaven-defying seven demons' saber strands of saber light actually transformed into demonic soldiers one after another at this moment. Those demonic soldiers charged forward one after another, rushing at the hand of heaven. They feared not death. Yet under the boundless might of the hand of heaven, even the third slash of the seven demons' saber suffered continuous defeat. Defeat? Is that all you've got? Stone Emperor laughed, his heart shaking with excitement. In his eyes, that annoying fly Lin Xuan was finally about to die at his hands. The hand of heaven descended at extreme speed, leaving only 1 meter between it and Lin Xuan. In other words, this 1 meter distance was like the gap between life and death. After 1 meter, Lin Xuan would become a corpse. Fourth slash. Deterrence. Lin Xuan lightly uttered 2 words. Boom. From Lin Xuan's formidable physical body, the heart chakra at his chest began to erupt with the power of qi and blood. The heaven-defying seven demon saber art originated from the 7 emotions and 6 desires of human beings. Lin Xuan's eyes gradually turned indifferent, and the emotion that originally represented fear began to fade away. The seven demon saber continuously flashed with blood-red light, seeming for a moment to have transformed into something alive. Swoosh. After Lin Xuan unleashed the fourth slash, the seven demon saber turned into a streak of flowing light and began to dance endlessly around him. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Xuan no longer held the saber in his hand. Instead, he formed the blade incantation with his fingers, and soaring through the void unleashed the fourth strike of the seven demon saber. As boundless blade radiance shrouded the heavens, it seemed as though Lin Xuan's figure had vanished entirely. Beneath the endless phantom afterimages of the seven demon saber, even the Stone Emperor could not help but feel a creeping sense of terror. What kind of technique is this? Damn it! What kind of martial art is this, and why can it affect my mind? The Stone Emperor was utterly shaken, for he had long since stepped into the martial emperor realm and condensed his martial Tao true soul. Yet Lin Xuan was merely a martial king. Even if Lin Xuan had means to remain unconstrained by the martial Tao true soul, it was absolutely impossible for him to influence the Stone Emperor's mind. Annihilate. The Stone Emperor dared not dwell on it any longer. He now had only one thought: to utterly eradicate Lin Xuan. If he could not slay Lin Xuan, then once Lin Xuan rose in the future, he would himself become a laughingstock. Boom. The fourth strike of the seven demon saber surged with waves of blade radiance that transformed into a tornado, sweeping directly toward the hand of heaven. The two forces became endlessly entangled. Lin Xuan's gaze was cold, fearless, and undaunted. The veins on the Stone Emperor's forehead bulged. Boom. A thunderous crash resounded as billowing dust and sand filled the sky. With overwhelming force, the center of the arena was blasted into a massive hole. The hole was so deep that its bottom was invisible, leaving everything within obscure and unknowable. The earth quaked and the mountains swayed. The entire arena trembled from the shock. Lin Xuan stood rooted to the spot. The seven demon saber in his hand had vanished without a trace. Was it over? Where was Lin Xuan's saber? The Stone Nation's experts, led by Xiling along with the members of the Heaven-Mending sect, all turned their gazes toward the battlefield. At that moment, the swirling yellow sand undoubtedly blocked everyone's line of sight. But it could not block the hearts that yearned to see the result. As the yellow sand dispersed, the Stone Emperor's figure reappeared in place. The seven demon saber had actually pierced straight through his chest and embedded itself firmly into the supreme bone on his sternum. At the same time, the seven demon saber gleamed with an eerie blood-red light as it absorbed the power of the supreme bone. Had the Stone Emperor truly fallen? The Saint Prince has won. At this moment, Yun cheered and leaped with joy like a young maiden of 17 or 18. Ling Qing was also overwhelmed with excitement, tears glistening in her beautiful eyes. Qing Yi Luo Li, the Heaven-Mending sect master Huarong Wu Liui Maoqiu Xiaong. No matter what kind of being they were, all stared at the scene before them in dumbfounded amazement. They suspected they were dreaming, yet everything felt so real. It was truly beyond belief. Lin Xuan, a martial king at the 7th layer, had actually defeated the Stone Emperor, a martial emperor at the 2nd layer. Terrifying. A wave of clamor swept across the arena. Then, deathly silence. No one had expected that Lin Xuan's strength would be so terrifying. And this was only the martial king realm. If Lin Xuan's strength were elevated to the martial emperor realm, just how dreadful would he become? Everyone present couldn't help but shudder. Clearly they dared not believe the scene before them. In the end, the Stone Emperor could no longer keep himself upright and knelt to the ground. Blood continued to pour from his mouth. He had lost. What? Just what kind of freak are you? The Stone Emperor's eyes bulged wide, his face ghastly pale and utterly devoid of vitality. He could not understand. How exactly had Lin Xuan done it? Under the power of the seven demon saber, his supreme bone was reduced to the purest sovereign essence blood of the human race and absorbed by the seven demon saber. He knew that after this battle, he was finished. You are strong, but in front of me you're just not good enough. If you get the chance, go top up your account with real money. At the very least, take a better martial Dao divine weapon to fight me. Lin Xuan smiled faintly, his words laden with profound meaning. A martial Dao divine weapon. The Stone Emperor took a deep breath. He seemed to understand something, although he could not comprehend what Lin Xuan meant by top-up recharge. But he also understood that the gap between them was manifested in their martial Dao divine weapons. The Stone Emperor lowered his head and looked at the seven demon saber, which was at that very moment devouring his supreme bone. He could sense just how terrifying this saber truly was. It even surpassed the heaven-grade divine weapons of the Kanglin realm. However, though you have one, you will not leave. The Stone Emperor coughed up a mouthful of blood, then spoke. Suddenly he raised his head and roared, "Come forth." As soon as the words fell, Shi Xiling leaped into the air, the golden long spear, a martial Dao divine weapon, in hand standing astride the void. "Traitor! You dare to assassinate the Stone Emperor of my Stone Nation. You're courting death." Shi Xiling's entire body burst forth with martial emperor aura dominating everything under heaven. Swish, swish, swish. Several more martial emperor auras unfolded. All the martial emperor experts of the Stone Clan came out in full force. Adding Shi Xiling, there were a full 5 martial emperor powerhouses. The one at the lead wore a black long robe. Despite having only one arm, he carried a long bow. His hair hung disheveled, and his beard and hair were pure white. His aura had actually reached the 4th layer of the martial emperor realm, a powerhouse of the middle 3 layers. Clatter! Hua Rong and the others, along with the heavenly demon guards, surged toward Lin Xuan and shielded him in their midst. Hua Rong gazed at the one-armed old man in midair and shouted, "Shi Tian, have you no shame?" Shi Tian. At once cries of astonishment rose from the arena. Among the older generation of the Stone Clan, Shi Tian ranked 15th. He was also known as Lord 15 and was called the Great Demon God by many. He was addicted to slaughter, and the number of lives on his hands was beyond counting. It was said that this man had left the Stone Nation for over a decade. Who would have thought he would appear here today? Humph. So it's you, this junior. I never imagined that after decades apart you would have stepped into the pinnacle of the martial king realm. Hua Rong, I have no desire to make an enemy of the heavenly demon sect. I only want to kill this brat and avenge my grandson. The rest of you get the hell out of my Stone Nation. Shi Tian glared viciously at Lin Xuan and spat out these words. His gaze, like Shi Xiling's, was filled with hatred when it fell upon Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan knew well the reason why. Shi Tian was Shi Xiling's father. Shi Xiling had fathered 2 sons, both born with supreme bones. One was Shi Hao, the other Qin Hao. However, Lin Xuan felt somewhat embarrassed. Qin Hao had been killed by him, and Shi Hao was about to be crippled by him as well. According to the plot in the legend of the Desolate Heaven Emperor, this Shi Tian had left the Stone Nation in order to hunt powerful, pure-blooded exotic beasts and strengthen Shi Hao's physique. But when he returned, he found his grandson had been harmed. In a fury, he fought a bloody battle across the entire Stone Nation. In this Kanglin realm, however, the plot had clearly changed. Shi Tian too had lost an arm and become one of the hidden old monsters of the Stone Nation. At the 4th layer of the Martial Emperor realm, he had already entered the middle 3 layers. The Martial Emperor realm had 9 layers in total, the upper 3, the middle 3, and the lower 3. Between these 3 tiers lay a tremendous watershed. The disparity between them was even greater than the gap between the major realms below the Martial Emperor. Facing Shi Tian, Lin Xuan himself knew that he was not yet up to par and feared he would not be a match. Truly shameless. Now that you've lost the duel, you're going to play dirty. Huh. The heaven-mending sect master's face burned with rage, and then he spat a thick wad of phlegm onto the ground in utter disdain. The prestige of my Stone Nation's human emperor gate must never be underestimated. Hand over, Lin Xuan. Shi Tian's expression was firm. By now the Stone Emperor had already fallen, his dignity wholly lost. But Shi Tian was an old fox. He could see that this Saint Prince carried far too many fortunes and opportunities upon him. If he could dig out all the fortunes and opportunities that Lin Xuan possessed, the Stone Emperor would not only avoid being crippled, he might even become even stronger. The position of their Stone Nation's human emperor gate among the 1 Academy's 7 gates and 12 peaks would also rise considerably. My saber can only be controlled by me. If I refuse, your grandson will likely be beyond saving. After all, you only have one grandson now. Facing this inescapable death trap, Lin Xuan remained remarkably composed as he spoke. Only one grandson. How could Shi Xiling and Shi Tian fail to understand the meaning of Lin Xuan's words? Hearing Lin Xuan's words, they trembled with rage on the spot. Lin Xuan, you have ultimately miscalculated. When I said come forth just now, it was not to summon the elders of my stone clan, but rather to invite the sacrificial spirit of my stone clan. Despite the 7 demon saber stuck in his chest, the Stone Emperor's face now revealed an incomparably fanatical expression. He had cultivated the Willow Spirit method from the sacrificial spirit at the Stone Clan's ancestral land. How could he not know that the ancestral sacrificial spirit, the Willow Spirit, excelled in the power of life? Although Lin Xuan's saber was somewhat mystical, as long as the ancestral sacrificial spirit came forth, it would surely overturn the very order of heaven and earth. The Stone Emperor had grown up in Shur village since childhood. Hence he knew very well what terrifying power lay within the ancestral guardian spirit of the Shur village ancestral land. Guardian spirits, Hua Rong, and the others' expressions changed drastically. They knew that customs in the northern wasteland were different. Whether in a village, a town, a nation, or a sect, guardian spirits were always present. The so-called guardian spirits were actually simple to understand. They were the patron deities of a faction. For example, within the Butian Gate, those who could be considered guardian spirits were Elder Tung and Venerable Gui. The relationship between guardian spirits and factions was one of mutual support. As a guardian spirit, it naturally had to receive offerings. Conversely, the duty of a guardian spirit was to protect a faction. A good guardian spirit and its faction complemented each other. After the Stone Emperor talked about the Shur clan's guardian spirit, the fervent worship that appeared on his face was truly astonishing. Hua Rong and the others immediately felt extremely nervous. Boom. A terrifying pressure instantly swept across the entire martial arena. A towering willow began to grow without cease. In an instant it blotted out the sky and sun, covering the entire martial arena. Even from the imperial capital of the Shur kingdom, this heaven-defying willow could be seen. This willow blotted out the sky and sun, covering half the vault of heaven. The entire martial arena was without sunlight, so it became dim and somber. The willow's branches swayed constantly, shedding droplets of emerald green life essence. We welcome the willow deity. We welcome the willow deity. The Stone Emperor looked at this heaven-defying willow deity, and the fanaticism on his face grew even more intense. At the same time, even martial emperor powerhouses such as Shur Xiling and Shur Tian looked upon this willow with the utmost reverence. The willow in the Shur clan's ancestral land had existed for who knows how many years. When Shur Xiling had gone to the Shur clan's ancestral land before he had seen this willow brimming with divinity. Whether it was Shur Xiling or Shur Tian, they both knew that back then, after the Stone Emperor's supreme bone had been gouged out, he had already been at his last breath on the verge of death. Yet now he had been able to walk step by step to the summit of the northern wasteland. What had helped the Stone Emperor the most was this heaven-defying willow. The people of the Shur clan's ancestral land called this willow the willow deity. Your humble servant Marquis Hunshan pays respects to the Stone Emperor. I have fulfilled my mission and brought the willow deity to the Shur kingdom. A vigorous voice rang out. The willow deity radiated brilliant light all around, and a willow branch slowly extended, its leaves tightly wrapped. The willow deity was simply too colossal. In terms of physical form, it was even more terrifying than Elder Tung had been back then. A single branch alone was already as large as a room in a human dwelling. The willow leaves slowly opened, and Marquis Huntian walked out, bringing the people of Shur village with him. Behind Marquis Huntian followed the villagers of Shur village. The one at the lead was precisely the village chief of Shur village. Village chief. Seeing that the village chief had also come, the Stone Emperor could not help but be overjoyed. The village chief of Shur village smiled broadly and said, "Little Stone, we heard that the Tianma Palace was oppressing you. With the willow deity's instruction, we have all come to help you. Little Stone, one who comes out of Shur village can never be humiliated by outsiders." The Stone Emperor nodded repeatedly, moved beyond words. Then he shot a glance at Marquis Huntian. Marquis Huntian nodded and revealed a confident expression. At that moment, the Stone Emperor smiled. Today, all of this planning would finally become reality. From now on, he, the Stone Emperor, would undoubtedly be an invincible existence in the Kanglan realm. Even Feng Youwei, the female emperor of the Tianma Palace, would not be able to obstruct his rise. Feng Youwei, they say you are stunningly brilliant, and your beauty outshines the Kanglan realm. One day I will seize you to warm my bed. A cold gleam flashed through the Stone Emperor's eyes, lascivious and greedy. However, he hid it extremely well, so no one else noticed. Thank you, village chief grandpa. Willow deity, I beg you to use your divine power to heal my wounds. After hearing the Shur clan village chief's words, the Stone Emperor immediately knelt and said to the willow deity with incomparable devotion. The willow deity seemed to understand the meaning behind the Stone Emperor's words. A willow branch filled with vast life force started reaching toward the Stone Emperor's body. The terrifying fluctuations made everyone present feel as if they were being suppressed by some dreadful power, not daring to move in the slightest. This was a terrifying pressure that originated from the level of life itself. At this moment, when everyone in the martial arena looked at the willow deity, it was as if they were not seeing a willow tree, but a genuine god. Mind you, a genuine god. Elder Tongue and Venerable Gui had also existed at an extremely high life level before. In Lin Xuan's eyes, even if the blood demon Venerable revived, he would still not be a match for Elder Tongue and Venerable Gui. If Elder Tongue and Venerable Gui had not been wounded so severely, it would have been impossible for them to be left with only this much cultivation now. Even so, their life levels stood unmistakably high. Lin Xuan knew that Elder Tongue and Venerable Gui at their peak definitely possessed power above the Venerable realm. Yet when faced with the Willow deity, everyone felt they were facing a true god, not some kind of spirit. Among all those present, perhaps only Lin Xuan knew. This Willow deity was an unmatched powerhouse of the immortal king level from the ancient past. It was not merely a god, it was a king among gods. The Willow deity exerted its divine power and struck toward the Stone Emperor. Hua Rong and the others' faces turned livid. Hua Rong knew that this time coming to the Shi Kingdom would probably end in disaster. After all, Hua Rong had accompanied Feng Yue for many years. He knew that even if Feng Yue came out of seclusion and broke through to a level above the martial emperor, she absolutely could not be a match for this willow tree. This willow was too powerful. Lin Xuan, do you see this? This is the power of the Willow deity. You are destined to be no match for me. Huh? The Stone Emperor laughed wildly. In his laughter there were tears. For the Stone Emperor, when he was young, he had suffered a catastrophic tribulation. In later days he had cut through thorns and brambles, refusing to yield, rising in defiance of heaven. Yet in his heart there was also some darkness. In the legend of the Desolate Heaven Emperor, the young Desolate Heaven Emperor was cheerful by nature, valuing friendship and loyalty. But in the Kanglan realm, this Desolate Heaven Emperor had truly become something completely different. Lin Xuan naturally respected the Desolate Heaven Emperor, but he was filled with contempt for the Stone Emperor of the Northern Wasteland in the Kanglan realm. Perhaps this is the multiverse, just like Superman and Homelander. When Lin Xuan saw the Stone Emperor acting this way, he could not help shaking his head and sighing in his heart, utterly disappointed in this so-called Desolate Heaven Emperor before him. Whoosh! The Stone Emperor closed his eyes as if savoring the pleasure of restoring his supreme cultivation. Suddenly a feeling of powerlessness surged through his heart. The bloodline, true chi, and supreme bone inside his body began to dissolve like surging tidewater streaming toward the Seven Demon Saber. Previously the Seven Demon Saber had been devouring his supreme bone, but at most it could cause him to lose the supreme bone. It was not yet capable of swallowing his bloodline and true chi completely. After all, the Seven Demon Saber did not yet possess such ability. But now under the Willow deity's divine power the situation was not stopped, instead it intensified further and further until it finally seemed as if every ounce of power the Stone Emperor possessed would be shattered. Squelch! The Seven Demon Saber leapt out of the Stone Emperor's body. His face deathly pale, the Stone Emperor stared at his own hands in disbelief and murmured, "No. Impossible. My power is all gone. What is going on? Aya!" The 7 demon blades were extracted from his body, a pain beyond compare. Yet in that moment the first emperor seemed to feel nothing at all. All that remained was terror at the loss of his power. He had trained relentlessly for over 20 years to reach his current martial prowess. Now all that martial power had turned to ashes. The so-called agony. The Stone Emperor could no longer feel it. What remained was merely an endless, boundless suffering. In a certain sense this was far more tormenting than death itself. Boom. Witnessing this scene, everyone felt as though they were caught in a dream, as if it were all unreal. The divine willow's branches gripped the hilt of the 7 demon blades, which contained the entirety of the Stone Emperor's lifetime of power. Wasn't this divine willow supposed to aid the Stone Emperor? What was happening now? Whoosh! A sound of tearing through the air rang out, and the 7 demon blades flew through the sky. Lin Xuan raised his hand and caught them. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, vast imperial chi surged toward Lin Xuan's body. Without the slightest obstruction, he broke through into the 8th level of martial cultivation. Thank you, Divine Willow. Lin Xuan gripped the 7 demon blades, a smile on his lips, and clasped his hands in gratitude toward the Divine Willow. You're welcome. This is what you deserve. The Divine Willow's divine consciousness echoed forth. Though she did not speak like humans, her thoughts were transmitted precisely into the minds of everyone present, conveying her meaning with perfect clarity. The Stone Emperor finally understood. All of this had been orchestrated by the Divine Willow. Meanwhile, Shi Xiling and Shi Tian and the others stared at the Divine Willow in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend why the ancestral spirit of their clan's sacred ground would aid Lin Xuan. The Stone Village elder fell to his knees before the Divine Willow, weeping bitterly. Divine Willow, why do you help an outsider? Little Stone. He is the hope of our Stone clan, even the hope of all humanity. Hearing the elder's words, the Divine Willow's countless branches and leaves began to tremble violently, as if consumed by fury. Hope. If humanity had fallen into his hands, that would have been the true end of all hope. The divine willow's divine consciousness rang out, filled with boundless rage and desperation. No, impossible. Aren't you supposed to be under my command? Impossible. Blood streamed from the Stone Emperor's chest as he drew a talisman from his robes. The talisman radiated a luminous glow inscribed with an intricate and profound character for beast. This character seemed to contain some kind of extraordinary power. Upon seeing this talisman, both Xiao Hong and Zhu Yin were overcome with terror and hastily retreated, their faces filled with vigilance. Command. Hearing the Stone Emperor's words, the village elder frowned. Though the village elder's martial cultivation was not particularly formidable, he was a man seasoned by decades of experience. From those fragmented words of the Stone Emperor, he deduced that the divine willow's actions must have her own reasons. Perhaps Little Stone had aspects unknown to others. At this thought, the village elder's brows knitted tightly, and he shook his head. He appeared deeply pained. No, this cannot be. Little Stone is the pride of our stone village. Having grown up here, how could he ever do anything to harm the village or the divine willow? There must be some misunderstanding, the village elder consoled himself. Haha, you truly thought such childish tricks could turn me into your slave at your complete command. The divine willow's divine consciousness was filled with mockery. Upon hearing her words, the Stone Emperor's face grew even paler. He attempted to activate the talisman in his hand, but to his horror, he realized he had completely lost his martial emperor-level cultivation. This meant he had neither the ability nor the means to use this talisman. Damn it, my cultivation. Without it, I cannot command this spirit-subduing talisman. In that moment, the Stone Emperor was truly panicked. The divine willow's trunk began to move slowly, and within its core a spiritual pearl suddenly emerged. The pearl shimmered brilliantly, its surface radiating divine light, making it truly captivating to behold. Though no one knew its exact grade, everyone understood that a heavenly treasure of this caliber would certainly not be inferior to heaven-rank artifacts. Even among heaven-rank treasures, it would belong to the highest tier. The spirit-subduing pearl. Upon seeing this pearl, a bolt of lightning struck through the Stone Emperor. Little Stone, when you were young, you suffered a catastrophic tribulation. Yet why did you choose to walk the wrong path? Remember, it was I who guided you step by step onto the path of cultivation. Alas, back then I was struck by the 9 heavens' divine thunder and fled to the Kanglan realm. Though my cultivation has recovered somewhat, it remains far short of its peak. If I had not wrapped this spirit-subduing talisman in immortal spiritual energy, I fear I would have truly fallen into your trap. I severed this spirit-subduing talisman with immortal spiritual chi, allowing me to temporarily break free from your control. Then I used friend Lin Xuan's blade to drain your cultivation, finally freeing myself from this talisman completely. Little Stone, you went to great lengths to make me obey your will. The divine willow's divine consciousness echoed repeatedly, laying out the full truth of the matter. So it turned out that the divine willow had deliberately pretended to be unaware, using this ruse to lull the Stone Emperor into a false sense of security. Had the Stone Emperor still possessed his cultivation, even the divine willow would not have been able to withstand him for long. Though the divine willow was powerful, she had been gravely injured in the past. Given her current recovered cultivation, the Stone Emperor's methods were precisely designed to counter her. This spirit-subduing pearl, it is said to have never failed. Even someone as powerful and mysterious as you could not have detected the deception within it. Any ordinary non-human creature, upon seeing the spirit-subduing pearl, would assume it to be a heavenly treasure. How could my plan have gone wrong? The Stone Emperor knelt on the ground, staring fiercely at the divine willow. Victory and defeat have always been this way since ancient times. Yet the Stone Emperor was unwilling to accept it. Just then Marquis Hundian stepped forward and thunderously dropped to one knee. However, Marquis Hundian was not kneeling before the Stone Emperor. Instead, he knelt before Lin Xuan. This shocking development left many with their jaws dropped in astonishment. Subject Hundian pays respects to the Sacred Prince. I thank the Sacred Prince for saving our Stone Kingdom. Had it not been for you, the people of Stone Kingdom would never have witnessed Shirahao's rebellious ambitions. Marquis Hundian bowed his noble head before Lin Xuan. In that moment, he had completely submitted himself to Lin Xuan. Hundian, it's you. You dare betray me. The Stone Emperor suddenly realized something was amiss. He glanced at Lin Xuan, then glared furiously at Marquis Hundian. In that instant, the Stone Emperor's sharp mind fully comprehended the situation. Marquis Hundian had been bribed by Lin Xuan. It was precisely Hundian, the Stone Emperor's most trusted subordinate, who had turned against him at the critical moment leading to his downfall. The Stone Emperor's eyes burned with fury, even more intense than moments before. It was hardly his fault. Having already suffered defeat, the blow to his pride was immense. Now learning that his failure was caused by the betrayal of his most trusted subordinate. How could the Stone Emperor endure such a thing? The Stone Emperor felt as if his lungs were about to burst with rage. Already gravely wounded, his blood chi surged in reverse, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Rise. It seems our esteemed Stone Emperor is rather unconvinced. Stand up and reveal to everyone the true face of the Stone Emperor. Lin Xuan smiled faintly, then spoke to Hotian Wuho, Marquis of the Heavens. As you command. Hotian Wuho replied with absolute loyalty. Hotian Wuho rose glaring at the Stone Emperor and roared, "Humph! Sure how? I have never betrayed you. I have always remained loyal to our Stone Kingdom. It is you who betrayed the Stone Kingdom." Hearing this, the Stone Emperor let out a bitter laugh, then said, "When have I ever betrayed the Stone Kingdom? Everything I have done was for the good of the Stone Kingdom." Though Hotian Wuho understood the Stone Emperor, well, he never imagined the latter could be so shameless. Stifled by rage, he laughed bitterly and declared, "For the good of the Stone Kingdom." Ha ha ha. Willow deity is the guardian spirit of the Sher clan's ancestral land. When you were young, he guided you in the martial way and showed you great kindness. But what about you? You stole the supreme treasure of the third cave master of the Demon Heaven Palace, exhausted your efforts to unravel its secrets, and obtained the Spirit Subjugation Pearl and the Spirit Subjugation Talisman. These two treasures complement each other. Once one swallows the Spirit Subjugation Pearl, they fall under the control of the Spirit Subjugation Talisman. Having spent years with Willow Deity, you knew his injuries had not healed. With those treasures you intended to subjugate Willow Deity and make him your slave. Hotian Wuho glared at the Stone Emperor, gnashing his teeth as he enumerated the Stone Emperor's crimes. Willow Deity showed you kindness, yet you bit the hand that fed you and repaid kindness with enmity. This is injustice. Willow Deity is the guardian spirit of Stone Village. By acting this way, you betrayed the trust of your village chief grandfather. This grandfather raised you from childhood. As the saying goes, if one gives birth but does not raise a severed finger can repay it. If one gives birth and raises a severed head can repay it. But if one neither gives birth, yet still raises, no repayment suffices. Your actions, this is unfilial. As the Stone Emperor of the Stone Kingdom, you drained its fortune, wantonly plunged the court into chaos, and let the Sher clan dominate all. This is disloyalty. A man as disloyal, unfilial, and unjust as you. If you remain the Stone Emperor, then our Stone Kingdom shall never see the light of day. By this point, Hotian Wuho could scarcely contain his fury. He stamped his foot, and a surge of profound, true chi howled outward. One stomp carved a massive crater into the earth of the training grounds. In that instant, the entire arena fell silent. Could it be? The Stone Emperor truly is like this. So despicable, simply a shameless villain. What we know for certain is that the Stone Emperor has always been able to draw upon the kingdom's fortune. But in the battle just now to win at all costs, he recklessly drained the fortune of our Stone Kingdom. Outrageous. How can such a man be allowed to rule as Stone Emperor? Heaven itself must be blind. The gathered citizens began murmuring among themselves. The people of the Stone Kingdom knew Hotian Wuho's character well. Among the common folk, his reputation even surpassed that of the Stone Emperor. With his illustrious military achievements and compassion for the people, Hotian Wuho's prestige threatened to overshadow the Stone Emperor's. Public opinion began to tilt overwhelmingly in his favor. Ridiculous. Anyone can sling mud and make false accusations. You Hotian siding with an outsider against me. Is that not disloyalty? Your entire family, generation after generation, has been loyal and patriotic. Yet look at you now. Is such conduct not injustice? Though the Stone Emperor had lost his cultivation, his imposing manner remained undiminished. He seemed to have emerged from the shadow of defeat, sneering as he taunted Hotian Wuho. His words were sharp, using the man's own arguments against him. Truly formidable. Lin Xuan watched the clash from the sidelines, nodding inwardly with admiration. This Stone Emperor refuses to admit defeat, even at the edge of death. A man like this is a true villain hero. Among all these chosen ones of destiny, he counts as the foremost. Lin Xuan sighed, deeply marveling. In that moment, he even felt a reluctant admiration for talent. This Stone Emperor had the bearing of Cao Cao. Better to wrong the world than let the world wrong him. A quintessential villain hero. Had Lin Xuan and the Stone Emperor not been natural-born enemies, the arch-villain and the chosen one, Lin Xuan would have considered recruiting a man like this into his ranks. A talent like this, damn it, not putting him to work on some dirty deeds would practically waste his scheming gift. Stubborn beyond redemption. Pity. The net of justice is vast and gaping wide. No matter how cunning your schemes, you stand exposed before the Holy Prince. The Holy Prince saw through your tricks long ago. Hotian Wuho shook his head with a sigh, his resolute face etched with disappointment. Lin Xuan again. The Stone Emperor's pupils shrank, and a sense of dread washed over him. A bird startled by the twang of a bough, he now felt fear at the mere mention of Lin Xuan's name. Suddenly, a square-shaped treasure gleamed in Hotian Wuho's hand. As he channeled his true chi into it, the artifact began to radiate light. At the front of the treasure was a crystalline device resembling the camera lens of a phone from Lin Xuan's previous life, and it began to operate. Before long, images began to play across the wall of the training grounds. I schemed relentlessly and stole the supreme treasure from the third cave master of the Demon Heaven Palace. All for the purpose of controlling the guardian spirit of the Shur clan's ancestral land. The third cave master is said to be a descendant of the beast tamer lineage, and that treasure embodies profound heaven-reaching power. As long as I can control the ancestral guardian willow deity, even Feng Yue will be no match for me. Sooner or later, I will crush the Demon Heaven Palace and dominate the Kanglan realm. This battle I will surely win. How the fortune of the Stone Kingdom is mine to drain freely. How could I possibly lose? But my emperor draining the kingdom's fortune may harm its very foundation, and it would be disastrous for the people. Hotian, you must understand, without a ruthless heart one cannot stand firm. The people of the Stone Kingdom are nothing but the weak. Sacrificing the weak for greater gains is the only way I can grow stronger, and the Stone Kingdom will flourish all the more. The wall played the conversation between Hotian Wuho and the Stone Emperor. Whatever principle that square treasure operated on, it captured the scene and dialogue with startling clarity. Seeing all of this, the Stone Emperor staggered back a step and collapsed limply to the ground. His face was filled with desolation. He knew it was over, utterly, completely over. Not only had he lost all his cultivation, but he would also bear the infamy of 10,000 generations, becoming the greatest sinner in the history of the Stone Kingdom. Lin Xuan looked at the Stone Emperor in such a state and gave a wry smile. This thing really is almost the same as a phone from my past life. Except its method of recording is far more covert, automatically extracting the surrounding sights and sounds. Lin Xuan sighed inwardly. As someone from the civilized society of his past life, he knew well that the surest way to topple a famous public figure was to seize hold of their scandal and make the people lose faith in them. Therefore, while Marquis Huntian was leaving, Lin Xuan had deliberately exchanged for a treasure called the scene-capturing box from the villain shop. It had not been expensive, only 10 villain points. Lin Xuan had obtained it just in case. He never imagined it would become a priceless asset for defeating the Stone Emperor through public opinion. Those 10 points were well spent. Lin Xuan nodded firmly, feeling immensely proud of his brilliant. What treasure is this? How can it be so miraculous? Even a sly old fox like Hua Rong could not help but marvel at Lin Xuan's methods, and asked aloud. At that moment, Lin Xuan did not know how to explain, so he could only say offhandedly, "It's nothing much. Just some little trinkets brought down from the upper realm. I never thought they would give His Majesty the Stone Emperor a surprise." Lin Xuan smiled faintly, touched his nose, and made up a random excuse. He was being extremely cunning. For anything difficult to explain, he intended to pin it all on the upper realm. After all, the people of the Kanglan realm knew nothing about the upper realm. Since Lin Xuan put it that way, how could they ever verify it? Little Stone, I never thought. I never imagined you could harbor such wild ambition. Oh. At that moment, the village chief of Stone Village pointed at the Stone Emperor, his whole body trembling. His fingers shook violently like a terminal case of Parkinson's disease and could not be kept straight. At the same time, the Stone Village chief was clearly so enraged by the Stone Emperor that he was growing dizzy with fury. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Ding! The Stone Village chief felt utterly disappointed in the child of destiny, the Huangtian Emperor. The young Huangtian Emperor lost 200 destiny points, and you gained 200 villain points. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. All his painstaking scheming had not been in vain after all. Stone Emperor. No. Sure, how you are an utter beast. As Stone Emperor, to be so cruel to your own people. Are you even human? I move to depose the Stone Emperor. Strip Sure Hao of the throne, and install a new emperor. In the martial arena, the people of the Stone Kingdom seethed with indignation and shouted one after another. At first, only 3 or 5 voices called for the emperor's deposition. But as the people grew more and more agitated, more and more voices joined the outcry. Wave after wave of shouting rose, and did not fade for a long time, shaking the heart and mind. Ding! The people of the Stone Kingdom felt incomparably disappointed in their Stone Emperor. The child of destiny, the Huangtian Emperor, lost 300 destiny points, and you gained 300 villain points. Of course, in the script of the young Huangtian Emperor, these people of the Stone Kingdom were not even worthy of being supporting characters. Yet the sheer numerical superiority of these commoners was overwhelming. All told, the villain points Lin Xuan gained were far more than he had received from the Stone Village chief earlier. The smile on Lin Xuan's face grew even brighter. I have failed. The Stone Emperor lowered his head and said in utter dejection. At this moment, the Stone Emperor no longer styled himself with the imperial we. Instead, he had calmed and referred to himself simply as I. Lin Xuan knew that the young Huangtian Emperor, who had always claimed to be invincible, had finally let his Dao heart falter. Shi Xiling and Shi Tian exchanged a glance, each seeing shock in the other's eyes. They too had never expected that a battle they thought was as good as one would end like this. Today we must save Howard no matter what. Shi Xiling gripped the golden spear in his hand tightly, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Then he said quietly to his father Shi Tian, Don't panic. Your father has his own plans. Shi Tian nodded. The Stone Emperor had already lost all his bloodline power and cultivation, making him nothing more than a crippled man. At the same time, his past crimes had been mercilessly exposed by Marquis Huntian. In other words, the Stone Emperor could never again rule the Stone Kingdom, and he would become a criminal in the eyes of the entire nation. But no matter what, Shi Hao was still Shi Ziling's son and Shi Tian's grandson. Their bloodline had already lost another son, Qin Hao, who had died by Lin Xuan's hand. If Shi Hao died as well, it would mean their lineage had come to an end. Oh ho! This monk has lived for so many years, yet today's affair has truly broadened my horizons. The Holy Prince is truly a divine being. Mi Tian slowly let out a breath. For Mi Tian, although he was one of the 7 god martial emperors, the battle at the imperial capital of the Stone Kingdom had been full of shifting winds and surging clouds rising and falling with dramatic twists. Even a veteran powerhouse of the older generation like Mi Tian had never witnessed such a spectacle. Holy Prince, thank you for avenging my brother today. If the Holy Prince desires any reward, just say the word. This humble woman will certainly do all she can to satisfy your highness. After all, there are quite a few arts I know well. At this point, Hong Yan, one of the 7 god martial emperors, blushed and spoke these words to Lin Xuan. Hearing what Hong Yan said, Lin Xuan felt greatly embarrassed. He glanced at Hua Rong, then let out a wry laugh, and said, No, Emperor, Hong Yan flatters me. We are all members of the Demon Heaven Palace. One family should not speak like outsiders. To be honest, if not for the spy Hua Rong at his side, Lin Xuan would never have refused anyone. After all, unlike Yun Yin and the other women, this Hong Yan was clearly seductive at first glance. She was exactly the kind of alluring woman seasoned in the ways of romance. Her skills. Ahem, just thinking about it made Lin Xuan's blood run hot. Meanwhile, Yun Yin and Ling Qing standing behind Lin Xuan shot Hong Yan razor-sharp glares. Their eyes were like blades. If glances could kill, Hong Yan would have been sliced into 1,000 pieces. Feeling the undisguised hostility from those 2 younger girls, Hong Yan couldn't help but giggle. Boom. Just as everyone was marveling at Lin Xuan's methods, suddenly a piercing sound split the air, rend the earth. A furious shout rang out. A golden spear came shooting through, piercing the ground right before Lin Xuan. The entire martial arena suddenly began to shake, violently swaying without end. It seemed even the earth itself was trembling. The entire martial arena suddenly began to shake, violently swaying without end. It seemed even the one who made his move was precisely Shi Ziling. Clearly he intended to use his supreme power to completely suppress Lin Xuan. On the martial arena, the earth split open. Cracks burst forth abruptly, trapping Lin Xuan. With Lin Xuan's strength, although he had broken through to the 8th layer of the martial king realm, trying to contend with a 4th layer martial emperor like Shi Ziling was still clearly insufficient. The earth trembled ceaselessly. The experts around Lin Xuan, the 7 gods martial emperor Hua Rong, and others, were all sent flying backward in that instant. Father, make your move, Shi Ziling suddenly roared. Then in the great demon god Shi Tian's only intact hand, a golden longbow materialized. His other arm was empty, but the sleeve had been filled with true qi. At this moment it rustled loudly, fluttering without cease. In an instant Shi Tian struck out abruptly, holding the longbow with his intact hand. Drawing the bowstring with his severed arm, he shot an arrow straight at Lin Xuan. That arrow was not a physical object, but a long arrow condensed from true qi. As long as I wound Lin Xuan and take him captive, my grandson will be safe. Shi Tian's heart was greatly relieved, light surging in his eyes. He and Shi Ziling had already been scheming moments earlier. That Shi Hao had come to such a state was all thanks to Lin Xuan, and now the one who posed the greatest threat to them was the Willow God. However, Lin Xuan had rendered a service. As long as the 2 of them could capture Lin Xuan with lightning speed, the Willow God, seeing her savior captured, would naturally be restrained and not dare to act rashly. In this way they would be able to help Shi Hao escape this fatal trap. After all, for Shi Hao the current situation was already a dead end. It was virtually impossible for him to survive. Shi Ziling was Shi Hao's father, and Shi Tian was Shi Hao's grandfather. These 2 would spare no effort to keep Shi Hao alive. Holy Prince, how can these elders of the Shi Kingdom be so despicable? Shameless. The crowd all shouted, glaring angrily. Clearly none of them had expected Shi Ziling and Shi Tian to be so shameless as to launch a sneak attack. Faced with this critical moment, Lin Xuan remained incomparably calm. Shi Ziling had made the earth tremble to trap Lin Xuan and immobilize him. Shi Tian shot an arrow intending to gravely wound Lin Xuan and then take him hostage. The father and son were cruel-hearted and worked in perfect coordination. Faced with this situation, Lin Xuan stood as still as ever, his face perfectly serene. This was indeed somewhat strange. Could this kid have been scared stupid? Even if he is a monstrous prodigy, he is still far too young. Today, for the sake of my grandson, I must capture this beast. Once we get free from the Willow God's grasp, we cannot spare this man's life. Shi Tian thought, secretly murderous intent radiating. Lin Xuan was simply too monstrously talented. If he were allowed to grow on like this, then within 3 years, no, even within a single year, he would be able to slaughter them all. Incorrigible. Lin Xuan's feet were trapped by the earth fissures Xiling had created, yet his expression was calm as he sighed and spoke. The moment Lin Xuan's words fell, a willow branch radiating faint green light came crashing out. Like a white colt flashing past a gap, its speed was incomparable. It tapped against the long arrow of true qi. Collapse. The true qi arrow instantly dissolved into nothingness. Not good. I underestimated the willow god. Tian's heart skipped a beat. He had originally thought that although the willow god was powerful, she was after all just a willow tree. Moreover, they had struck with calculation against an unprepared foe. The willow god probably could not react in time. But now it seemed everything was too late. Kill. Lin Xuan spat out another single word. Boom. In an instant, as if answering Lin Xuan's call, waves of divine radiance surged forth from the willow god without end. Before the willow god, these so-called martial emperors were nothing more than a pile of rubbish. In an instant, the willow god's majestic power erupted continuously, its overwhelming might causing even the entire Shi kingdom to shudder violently. Boom. No. Willow god, we were wrong. We were wrong. Xiling and Tian stared with wide eyes, both begging for mercy. But in the willow god's eyes, these people were nothing more than ants. As a deity, how could the willow god care about the feelings of ants? Xiling and Tian immediately felt an immense pressure pressing in from all directions. Under such terrifying oppression, they did not have the slightest strength to resist. Then their physical bodies began to twist and contort endlessly. Bang! Bang! 2 explosive sounds rang out. The 2 were reduced to a pile of flesh and blood. Thank you, willow god, for lending your aid. Lin Xuan waved his hand and declared in a clear voice. No need for thanks, this is what I ought to do. A divine thought from the willow god arrived, brushing his face gently, so tender it was like a young maiden. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Emperor Shi sent a long laugh toward the sky. The crowd looked at Emperor Shi with dread, fearing that this emperor might still cause some new trouble. After all, for Emperor Shi, his strength and schemes were simply too numerous. His strength was so great, his cunning so deep, that even Lin Xuan felt his scalp go numb. Could Emperor Shi's laughter now mean he still had a hidden card to play? The crowd was terrified, their hearts pounding with fright. Another round. They were all tired. Ooh, just let the world end quickly. Emperor Shi laughed and laughed until hot tears fell from his eyes, and the laughter ended. Emperor Shi looked coldly at Lin Xuan, his eyes a bloodshot red. Evidently for Emperor Shi, this battle was a complete and utter defeat. Even his own grandfather and father had died before his eyes. Damn it. Emperor Shi glared at Lin Xuan, then said in a harsh voice, Lin Xuan, I will not let you go even as a ghost. With that, Emperor Shi, he suddenly rose and charged fiercely at the wall of the martial arena. His speed was so great that he was clearly using every bit of strength he had. Bang! A tremendous crash rang out. A large section of the martial arena caved in. Emperor Shi died an unnatural death, falling dead on the spot. Lin Xuan watched Emperor Shi take his own life before him and could not help but sigh inwardly. It had to be said, Emperor Shi was indeed fiery and unyielding. Although Emperor Shi's character had been despicable, this spirit of preferring jade in pieces to a tile unbroken, sooner death than dishonor, still earned genuine admiration from Lin Xuan. He was quite a man. Lin Xuan nodded to himself. It's all over. Rest assured, even if you become a ghost, I have plenty of ways to deal with you. Lin Xuan murmured. It seemed that all these favored children of destiny liked to threaten people with becoming ghosts after their defeat. What a joke, truly. When you were alive, you were no match for me. Did you really think you could be my match once you became a ghost? Lin Xuan laughed lightly and touched his nose. The people around Lin Xuan had also heard his words and could not help but shudder. This time Lin Xuan's tricks and trump cards had emerged in an endless stream. He could truly be called the master of cunning schemes. Emperor Shi had wanted to talk big before dying, but Lin Xuan wouldn't even allow that. For a moment the crowd felt bewildered, unclear about who exactly was the villain. Just then the willow god swayed her willow branch, and a divine thought came through. This matter is settled, and I shall also leave this world. Holy Prince, if fate allows, we shall meet again. The willow god was leaving. Lin Xuan suddenly raised his head, a deep reluctance visible in his eyes. Don't misunderstand. When it came to Lin Xuan, he was never a man of excessive sentiment or impulsive emotion. The main reason Lin Xuan felt reluctant to part with Lin Xuan was that even before his transmigration, he had already deeply worshipped the legendary Lin Xuan. Moreover, Lin Xuan knew that Lin Xuan was a woman of startling brilliance, even though she presently looked like nothing more than a willow tree. But once Lin Xuan recovered her cultivation, her appearance would be absolutely stunning. Lin Xuan truly wanted to turn Lin Xuan into his own maidservant. However, Lin Xuan knew that Lin Xuan was far too powerful. That thought was nothing more than a fleeting fancy. How could things ever be that simple? Lin Xuan took a deep breath, then raised his head, and said to Lu Xun, "May I ask Lu Xun, are you leaving for the upper realm this time?" Lu Xun stirred slightly, then replied, "The world is vast beyond your imagination. The so-called upper realm is merely one world among countless others. It is somewhat larger than the Kanglan realm, but among the myriad worlds of the heavens there are worlds even more powerful than the upper realm you speak of." Lin Xuan nodded when he heard this. Lu Xun was after all a being who had slain an otherworldly immortal king. The terror of her power at its peak was naturally beyond measure. If she spoke this way, she surely had her reasons. The world she saw was likely far beyond Lin Xuan's comprehension. In the myriad worlds of the heavens, the upper realm was hardly worth mentioning. Lin Xuan took a deep breath and said then, "I bid you farewell, Lu Xun." The green light around Lu Xun flickered softly, as if she were lost in thought. Then Lu Xun spoke again through divine sense, "Had it not been for your help, Holy Prince, I fear I would have become this scoundrel's slave. This debt of gratitude I shall bear in mind." Hearing her words, Lin Xuan's eyes turned, and he laughed heartily. What an extraordinary figure Lu Xun is. It is truly my honor to be able to help Lu Xun. By rights, having aided a figure like Lu Xun, I naturally should not ask for any reward. But then again, I know that Lu Xun, being of noble status, is certain to bestow some fortune upon me. Were I to refuse Lu Xun's gift, that would undoubtedly be slapping her grace Lu Xun in the face. Ayaya. What a difficult choice. Lin Xuan muttered to himself, now shaking his head, now sighing. Obviously, he was deeply caught up in his own act. Yun In Ling Qing Luo Li and Qing, he could not help bursting into laughter at that moment. Hua Rong, the Butian gate master, and the others were drenched in cold sweat on their foreheads. To be honest, they had never seen anyone as brazen and shameless as Lin Xuan. Wasn't the meaning of Lin Xuan's words just him asking Lu Xun for fortune? And yet he said it with such a sanctimonious air. Truly, this was something one only gets to see after living a long life. This old man has lived for so many years and seen not a few shameless people. This holy prince Lin Xuan, though not exactly unique, certainly counts as having no predecessor and no successor. Sigh, is this still the holy prince of the upper realm? He has utterly shattered this old man's illusions about the upper realm. At this point, the Butian gate master could not help clutching his head and slapping his forehead, filled with amazement at Lin Xuan's behavior. Hong Yin, the seven-god martial emperor, also broke into giggles. The holy prince was domineering at one moment, shameless at the next, and sometimes deeply loyal and righteous. He truly was fascinating. Lin Xuan's martial cultivation had reached the 8th level of the martial king realm, and in terms of his physical body, he had also attained the stage where his flesh transformed into gold. Even an ordinary martial emperor powerhouse, if simply competing in arm wrestling, would definitely not be Lin Xuan's opponent. Therefore, his senses were naturally extremely acute. He could also hear what everyone was saying. But Lin Xuan did not care in the least. Face. Could face be eaten? Only a fool would care about face and neglect his stomach. For Lin Xuan, so long as something entered his own stomach, it was his, and a fine bargain it was. Lu Xun was evidently dumbfounded by Lin Xuan's shameless move. She stood frozen for a long moment, seemingly at a loss for words. After a long pause, Lu Xun seemed to recover herself and communicated through divine, "Since I can see that your physique is powerful. The inner cultivation art you practice devours all things, and is quite overbearing with a fierce and dreadful blade technique. However, the method you use to restore the physical body appears to be an incomplete version of the heaven-repairing art. In that case, I will teach you the Lu Xun art that I comprehended on my own. If you verify it against the heaven-repairing art, I believe it will bring you extraordinary results." Hearing this, Lin Xuan was overjoyed. Earlier, when the Stone Emperor had used the Lu Xun art, Lin Xuan had been consumed with envy and jealousy. If he could obtain the Lu Xun art personally imparted by Lu Xun, wouldn't his strength rise by another huge margin? Wonderful. See, cast aside your pride, and you possess the world. Lin Xuan gave himself a hearty bowl of inspirational chicken soup and relished the thought. A willow branch suffused with divine radiance drifted toward Lin Xuan. That willow branch gently tapped his forehead. Boom. Lin Xuan instantly felt a roaring tremor resound within his mind. Boundless power surged and howled through his sea of consciousness. A vast array of abstruse, deeply mysterious martial truths emerged in Lin Xuan's sea of consciousness. The Lu Xun art. Within Lin Xuan's sea of consciousness, such a vision appeared. In an immense world, a willow tree was fiercely battling an otherworldly immortal king. The willow tree tore apart the immortal king with its branches overwhelming all directions. Stunningly brilliant and peerlessly elegant. Such power was for a moment almost impossible to comprehend. However, the immortal king's sneak attack ultimately gravely wounded the willow tree. Struck by the power of heavenly thunder, it was reduced to a broken remnant and fell into the Kanglan realm. Over countless years, the willow tree contemplated its own Tao, made up for the flaws in its art, and thus founded the Lu Xun art. This art could even reconstruct the physical body, enabling the withered remnant, mere single branch of the willow tree, to revive like wood in spring and reclaim its former brilliance. After Lin Xuan passed the Lin Xuan art to Lin Xuan, seeing that he was doing his utmost to absorb the power contained within the art, Lin Xuan's branches swayed. Then her body transformed into streaks of green light, gradually fading away from Shigua. It seemed that Lin Xuan did not want to have too much contact with Lin Xuan, afraid that if she stayed longer this utterly shameless fellow would try to extort her. By the time Lin Xuan absorbed the vast Lin Xuan art within his mind and opened his eyes, Lin Xuan had already left, vanished without a trace. You fled quite quickly, but sooner or later we shall meet again, Lin Xuan murmured to himself. In the vision of the Lin Xuan art, he had seen a vast and powerful. The mighty beings in that world understood karma and shattered time and space. Their means had long surpassed those of so-called martial artists. It was hardly an exaggeration to call them true gods. Reborn to live a second life, Lin Xuan naturally harbored 1,000 aspirations and 10,000 lofty ambitions. If one day he could achieve supreme glory and fight side by side with a powerhouse like Lin Xuan, the mere thought was enough to make him tremble with excitement. Lin Xuan made a silent vow. Then sweeping his eyes across the martial training grounds of Shigua, he looked at Huntian Martial Marquis and said solemnly, Huntian Martial Marquis. His voice was severe and an awe-inspiring majesty emanated from him without anger. Everyone present could not help but be shaken. Your servant is here. The Huntian Marquis stepped forward and knelt before Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan nodded, then spoke. The Huntian Marquis of the Shi Kingdom is loyal and courageous. Over all these years his contributions to the Shi Kingdom have been marked by brilliant military achievements. Moreover, this time by exposing Shi Hao's crimes too numerous to record in full, he has made them known to the world. The Huntian Marquis's merits are witnessed by the sun and moon. Today I, this holy prince, am willing to reward merits on behalf of the Shi Kingdom and confer upon the Huntian Marquis the title of Huntian Shi Emperor. Channeling a breath of true qi into his throat, Lin Xuan's voice rolled like muffled thunder across the entire martial arena. Everyone heard Lin Xuan's majestic, immense voice. At this point a sinister smile crept onto Lin Xuan's lips, and he added, however, after all, I am not a subject of the Shi Kingdom. To overstep my authority by deposing and enthroning rulers and granting the crown like this would be somewhat unseemly. Still, I am a very democratic man. Who approves? Who objects? A hint of killing intent flickered in Lin Xuan's eyes as he spoke. Who approves? Who objects? Good heavens! What fine democracy! The two great noble clans of the Shi Kingdom, the Shi clan and the Yu clan, could not help but pull strange faces upon hearing Lin Xuan's words. To be frank, Lin Xuan was not a man of the Shi Kingdom. For him to meddle in the kingdom's internal affairs was plainly beyond excuse. But Lin Xuan had personally slain the Shi Emperor, and even Shi Xiling and Shi Tian, the strongest combatants of the Shi clan, had died because of him. Now if Lin Xuan wished destroying the entire Shi Kingdom at a moment's notice was well within his power. Under such circumstances, who would dare to object? If anyone truly did object, they would never see tomorrow's sun and would descend into the 9 netherworlds to keep the Shi Emperor company. Hep. The Holy Prince jests. The Holy Prince has rendered great service to our Shi Kingdom. The matter of deposing and appointing a Shi Emperor ought naturally to be decided by the Shi Emperor. Yes, I agree. The surviving powerhouses of the Shi clan and the Yu clan all voiced their approval. That was the meaning of when the tree falls the monkeys scatter. Even the Shi clan, which hated Lin Xuan to the bone, because all of the Shi clan's 3 supreme powerhouses had been wiped out by Lin Xuan. Yet in order for the Shi clan's bloodline to survive, they could only swallow their humiliation and fawningly extol Lin Xuan's merits and virtues. Tragic. Yes, I, this old man, absolutely support the Holy Prince's command. If anyone dares to defy the Holy Prince's will, I will make him regret living in this world. Yufeng stepped out with a face brimming with righteousness and declared in a loud voice. At this moment Yufeng stood tall, eyes fixed straight ahead, looking every inch a loyal subject devoted to his sovereign and country. Lin Xuan glanced sidelong at Yufeng, smiled faintly, and said, "O Grand Elder, you are those words truly from the heart?" Yufeng nodded heavily and said, "These are words from the very depths of my heart. There is not the slightest falsehood in them." His earnest demeanor was so comical that everyone gave a light laugh. "We too support the Holy Prince. We too support the Holy Prince." The surviving elders of the Shi and Yu clans, seeing Yufeng profess such loyalty, silently cursed him as an old fox, even as they voiced their agreement to Lin Xuan. After all, under these circumstances, they felt that honor and dignity were nowhere near as important as their own lives. Well done. Later I will remove the devouring origin seed from your body. Lin Xuan nodded at Yufeng. Yufeng was overjoyed. Under Lin Xuan's forcible suppression, the Huntian Marquis assumed the throne of Shi Emperor of the Shi Kingdom. everything went with perfect smoothness. There had been no obstacles at all. Lin Xuan, for his part, also savored the luxury of the Sher Kingdom's imperial palace. However, as the Holy Prince, after all, in his eyes, the Sher Kingdom could not even be considered a small power within the Kanglan realm. But compared with the sacred palace of the Hanlin sacred dynasty in the upper realm, it was still a mere dwarf. Thus Lin Xuan, accompanied by Yuan Yin, Ling Qing, and Luo Li, strolled about the Sher Kingdom's imperial palace for half a day before growing somewhat bored. His interest waning, he went to the Londa Hall to rest. As a rule, this hall was where the Sher Emperor resided. But the Huntian Marquis knew perfectly well that his ascent to the dignity of Sher Emperor rested entirely on Lin Xuan's power. If Lin Xuan did not wish him to be this human emperor, then to put it bluntly, he might be human emperor today and a commoner tomorrow. Therefore, to demonstrate his respect for Lin Xuan, the Huntian Marquis vacated the Londa Hall and let Lin Xuan enjoy it first. Oof, I'm dead tired. I have to say the Sher Kingdom's imperial palace is truly enormous. The moment Lin Xuan entered the Londa Hall, he located a stately armchair, flopped into it, without a word crossed his legs, and began contentedly enjoying life. Having muddled about the Kanglan realm for so long, had taught Lin Xuan one truth: no matter what the outside world was like, the armchair was his one and only eternal home. Yuan Yin and Ling Qing exchanged a glance, smiled, and then stepped forward together to pound Lin Xuan's back and massage his shoulders. Luo Li and Qing looked at each other, then knelt in unison before Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan was taken aback and asked, "What are you doing?" Luo Li blushed, then nudged Qing beside, "You silly girl. Why must you make me be the one to speak?" Qing bit her lower lip and said to Luo Li with coquettish reproach. Then Qing turned to Lin Xuan, took a deep breath, and explained, "Your Highness the Holy Prince, the two of us sisters have a presumptuous request. We hope your Highness will grant it." Lin Xuan's expression did not change. "Tell me a little first. I'll weigh it. After all, this so-called presumptuous request also requires some consideration on my part. If it were to ask me to die, must I agree?" Qing wore an awkward look and then said with some embarrassment, "The Holy Prince must be joking. Actually, our request is rather simple, and that is..." With Qing Yi's explanation, Lin Xuan finally understood what the two women wanted. Luo Li was a member of the divine Luo clan. The Luo clan was a vast power that possessed its own territory in the upper realm. As for Qing Yi, she belonged to the heaven-mending Dao lineage in the upper realm. The lineage's sacred maiden Yuchan had refined an avatar to cultivate a divine technique, and that avatar was Qing Yi. Both Luo Li and Qing Yi needed to go to the upper realm. However, returning there was not so simple for the two of them for now. Yet this journey of Lin Xuan to the northern wilderness had made the two women realize that given his intelligence and resourcefulness, unifying the northern wilderness was absolutely possible. That being the case, Lin Xuan would eventually return to the upper realm. The two women hoped to hitch a ride on that journey and ascend to the upper realm alongside him. After hearing them out, Lin Xuan slowly nodded. Both women were daughters of destiny. Although the sons of destiny they had once clung to had all been killed by Lin Xuan. However, Lin Xuan was extremely familiar with the scripts of their lives. Therefore, upon hearing their request, he showed no sign of surprise. But after pondering for a moment, the corner of Lin Xuan's mouth curled upward into an intriguing smile. "Taking you two to the upper realm is hardly difficult, but I'm not too sure what benefits I would gain from it." Lin Xuan made no pretense of politeness. He reached out directly and rubbed his thumb, index, and middle fingers together, the internationally recognized deck-collecting gesture from his previous life. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and search again to use it normally. Huh. Well, Ma Jun, you truly have nerves of steel, daring to covet such beauties. Very well, as brothers, I suppose we ought to satisfy your desires. Those four women are stunningly gorgeous. Consider it a gift to you. Dai Bai stepped forward, his face brimming with murderous intent. He had already discerned that the newly installed Stone Emperor clearly intended to shield this Lin Xuan, as such a clash of arms seemed inevitable. Since that was the case, he would not stand on ceremony. His decree was but a single word: kill. Ma Jun, hearing Dai Bai's words, felt a whirl of emotions churning within his eyes as he rubbed his hands together in excitement. He seemed utterly thrilled by the prospect. Just then a voice drifted over. "Haha, I never imagined there would be someone in this world so bold as to covet this Lin's women." At these words, the crowd could not help but show joyful expressions. This voice too was one they knew all too well. It was none other than Lin Xuan. Turning around, the crowd saw Lin Xuan strolling leisurely through the air, descending slowly before the city gate. Alone, he faced 5 of the Tang sect's 7 freaks, yet showed not the slightest trace of fear. He appeared perfectly calm, as if he had nothing to dread at all. The Holy Prince, it's the Holy Prince. Alas, for the Holy Prince to appear like this. Isn't he simply walking to his death? The 7 freaks of Tangshan are nothing like the Stone Emperor and his ilk, especially Dai Bai, who is likely no weaker than the Shi Ling and Shi Tian of old. For the Holy Prince to act so rashly, isn't he practically courting death? The powerhouses of the Stone Kingdom murmured among themselves. Some sighed in regret at Lin Xuan's impulsiveness, while others secretly gloated, for it was precisely because of Lin Xuan that the Stone Emperor had fallen. Those who remained fiercely loyal to the Stone Emperor naturally could not bear to see Lin Xuan acting so arrogantly. Yet Lin Xuan paid them no heed whatsoever, remaining utterly composed as he fixed his gaze upon the 5 freaks of Tangshan. The maidservants, including Yun-Yin, had flushed bright red to the very tips of their ears upon hearing Lin Xuan. Luo Li in particular bit her rosy lip lightly and murmured softly, "Holy Prince, how can you speak with such frivolity? What does he mean, his women?" Her tone seemed to scold Lin Xuan, yet the corners of her mouth could not help but curl upward. That betrayed her true feelings. The other women were much the same. Some covered their faces with smiles while others shyly lowered their heads. At that moment, however, Lin Xuan's gaze was rather peculiar. Lin Xuan looked at the 5 freaks of Tangshan with an expression as if he had stumbled upon rare treasures. Named Dai Bai, Realm Martial Emperor, 3rd tier. With heaven-defying combat prowess, he can even contend with a 4th-tier Martial Emperor. Technique Martial Dao, True Soul Devouring Eyes White Tiger. Life script as a favored child of destiny and future companion of sea god Tang Hai, Dai Bai possesses astonishing talent. In fact, when Tang Hai and Wu are absent, Dai Bai could even serve as the leader of the 7 freaks of Tang sect. He has the potential to ascend to godhood, and in the future may become the White Tiger War God. Luck value 6,000 points. Apart from Dai Bai, the data displayed on the system panel for the remaining few was largely the same. Lin Xuan examined each of them one by one, the delight in his heart written plainly across his face. He almost wanted to burst out laughing, because for Lin Xuan he had been desperately yearning for children of destiny to harvest, and now the lackeys of a child of destiny had delivered themselves to his doorstep, begging to be crushed. In all the world were there really such generous souls? 1,000 miles of warmth delivered right to his door, as expected of a character forged by the king of online novels. Even these underlings possessed the power to slay the young Huang Tiandi. Impressive. A mere side character actually possesses 6,000 points of villain value, and the key thing is, there are 5 such side characters here. Lin Xuan licked his lips in excitement. He barely managed to restrain his surging emotions. He had already begun fantasizing about how he would spend such a vast fortune of villain value once he claimed it. "You're Lin Xuan." Dai Bai, unnerved by Lin Xuan's burning gaze, felt goosebumps rising all over his body. He instinctively stepped back. A wave of revulsion washed over Dai Bai, because the only time he had ever seen such a look was when a man laid eyes upon a stunning beauty. Could it be? This holy prince is into men. At the thought, Dai Bai felt even more nauseated, as though he might vomit on the spot. His disgust toward Lin Xuan deepened accordingly. What business do you all have with me?" Lin Xuan steadied his mind, slowly exhaled a breath, and then addressed the 5 freaks of Tangshan. "Huh, I thought this holy prince had some incredible powers, but he's nothing more than a pretty-faced pretty boy. Brother Dai, just watch from the sidelines and guard my back. He'll kill this beast myself. Then he'll carry off those beauties atop the city wall, and as for the rest, do whatever you like." Ma Jun noticed that all 8 eyes of Yun-Yin and the other 3 women atop the city wall were fixed entirely upon Lin Xuan. Jealousy surged through Ma Jun's heart like a celestial blaze. His gaze toward Lin Xuan grew increasingly hostile, and he immediately spoke to Dai Bai. In Ma Jun's view, although this Lin Xuan before him had a solid and condensed aura, there was not the slightest sign of a consolidated martial Dao true soul. In other words, he was nothing more than a martial king. How could a mere martial king be worthy of possessing so many beauties? Ma Jun was powerful, so why was he doomed to remain a lonely single dog? No, he refused to accept it. He would crush this pretty boy. Ma Jun clenched his fists tightly, his gaze unwaveringly resolute. Inside, Ma Jun roared, "My fate is determined by me, not by heaven." He had even begun fantasizing about the moment he would trample this pretty boy beneath his feet, and the 4 great beauties stirred by his valor would throw themselves into his arms. The mere thought was intoxicatingly sweet. At the thought, Ma Jun could not suppress a lecherous pig-like chuckle. Dai Bai was speechless, but in his eyes this holy prince was nothing more than a hollow reputation after all. Letting Ma Jun deal with him was only fitting. Dai Bai nodded and said, "Ma Jun, this battle is yours then. Capture this beast quickly and report back to Captain Tang Hai. I've never been comfortable in this northern wilderness." His words brimmed with unbridled arrogance. To them, Lin Xuan was nothing more than a disposable ant. A mere flick of a finger would crush him. Hearing Ma Jun's words, Lin Xuan's expression turned cold. Then, seeing Ma Jun's ridiculous appearance, he frowned slightly and could not help asking, "May I ask, brother wild boar half-beast, if there's something wrong with your brain? This matter really can't be delayed." Wild boar half-beast. Ma Jun was stunned, his mind going blank. You damned holy prince, what the hell? I'm a genuine human being, not some wild boar half-beast. And there's nothing wrong with my brain. It's perfectly fine. Ma Jun explained himself to Lin Xuan with all seriousness, his face flushing red and making him look even more like a roasted suckling pig. Idiot. He's mocking you for looking like a pig and having the brains of one too. Zhu Qing, no longer able to endure it, gave a cold snort and spoke up. What? You dare mock me? You're dead. Ma Jun, slow on the uptake, finally understood after Zhu Qing's prodding. He erupted in fury. Boom. Martial Emperor True Qi suddenly surged throughout Ma Jun's body. The moment it burst forth, it transformed into raging flames, and the temperature around him skyrocketed to an unbearably scorching degree. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to resume normal use. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to resume normal use. Lin Xuan saw Dai Bai's state, frowned slightly, and looked at Marquis Huntian. He then said, Hunshin, can't you handle even such a small matter? Look, this one still seems spirited. Spirited? Brother, look at him. He's already on the verge of death. Especially that fat man named Ma Jun. He's taking in breaths, but none are coming out. When the four freaks of the Tang sect heard Lin Xuan's words, they all trembled with rage. But at that moment, what filled their hearts was less anger than fear. They did not even dare to utter another word, for they feared that if Lin Xuan's mood soured, he would inflict the 10 great tortures of the northern wasteland on them once more. Of course, they did not know that Lin Xuan was not that sort of person. Given his temperament, he might simply draw on his creativity and plagiarize those astonishingly cruel tortures from his previous life into this Kanglan realm, to give the natives of this land a proper lesson. Holy Prince, please calm your wrath. It is just. These people have far too stubborn mouths. Marquis Huntian said in a panic, trembling with deference. Lin Xuan said nothing more. He knew these men were extremely close. At this moment, they were probably filled with self-congratulatory sentiment. They thought of themselves as loyal men who would take a knife in the ribs for their sworn brothers. Lin Xuan took a step forward, looked directly at Dai Bai, and said, the southern barbarians as a whole are far stronger than the northern wasteland. As bold as I am, I still fear that Tang Hai from the southern barbarian lands places too much importance on you. If I capture you, he may send troops to the northern wasteland and wipe out the Stone Kingdom. If that happens, all the careful scheming I did to unify the northern wasteland will have been in vain. Lin Xuan spoke unhurriedly, his tone extremely slow. When the four freaks of the Tang sect heard this, they each breathed a sigh of relief. At the very least, they thought from Lin Xuan's tone they could tell that he was quite afraid of the southern barbarians. It's good that you know. Dai Bai's expression became exceedingly arrogant. He flicked his golden hair and revealed his overbearing face. He still thought of himself as the golden-haired handsome man of old. That one flick of his hair was enough to charm countless maidens. In truth, after a single night in the dungeon, Dai Bai's hair had long been caked with filth and sweat. His hair was so greasy that if used for stir-frying, even the vegetables would complain it was too oily. On top of that, Dai Bai had been beaten until his face was bruised and swollen. Even ugliness itself would vomit endlessly at the sight of him and cry out, "Too hideous. If you know the consequences, release us at once, cripple your own cultivation, and offer a formal apology. Let the entire Stone Kingdom submit to the Tang sect. Perhaps then we will spare you a whole corpse." Dai Bai gave a cold laugh, his face full of menace. Seeing this, Lin Xuan could not help feeling a bit of admiration for Dai Bai. No matter what time it was, Dai Bai could still maintain that long out-yin persona of his without fail. Now that is truly impressive. But what a pity. Yesterday, I sent an urgent message to the southern barbarians, and there is still no reply. It seems you are not highly valued by Tang Hai and the Tang sect. Lin Xuan sighed and said lazily. Their hearts lurched. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, the four freaks of the Tang sect wore varied expressions. They had already come to understand Lin Xuan's terrifying and overwhelming combat strength. With their abilities, escaping from Lin Xuan's grasp was naturally impossible. The only one they could rely on was Tang Hai. But what if Tang Hai was unwilling to save them? Of course, the four freaks of the Tang sect were not that foolish. Having shared life and death with Tang Hai for so long, they naturally knew that Tang Hai would never abandon them. But precisely because they were so close to Tang Hai, they also knew Tang Hai was busy with suppressing the Tianma Palace. What if Tang Hai had not yet received word of their capture? Wouldn't that mean he could not rescue them from Lin Xuan's hands? They had seen Lin Xuan's methods before. Utterly vicious. To be honest, no matter how arrogant the four freaks of the Tang sect appeared, they were still a little afraid of Lin Xuan. In their eyes, Lin Xuan was simply a madman. Don't use those words to scare us. After living and dying alongside Tang Hai for so many years, how could we not know his character? Even if Tang Hai is not in the southern barbarian lands at the moment, he will definitely not abandon us. Lin Xuan, if you dare harm a single hair of ours, you will certainly wind up with far more trouble than you can handle. Dai Bai gnashed his teeth and shouted at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan glanced sideways at Dai Bai, then chuckled lightly, and replied, "What you said is not quite right. Is touching a mere hair really all I do when I set my hand on you?" Damn. The four freaks' hearts turned cold. Dai Bai was left speechless, choked by Lin Xuan's words. This Lin Xuan is a madman. It was never just a matter of a hair. He killed one of them, emasculated Ma Jun, and even crippled Rong Rong of the nine-colored glazed pagoda. His methods were so ruthless that they made one's hair stand on end. Inwardly, Lin Xuan was worried about the Tianma Palace matter, so he could not be bothered to trade barbs with Dai Bai. If Lin Xuan had been in a good mood with his past life experience, he could have transformed into a keyboard warrior and demolished Dai Bai in debate until Dai Bai was speechless with misery. Lock these four up separately. I will interrogate each of them one by one. Lin Xuan waved his hand and ordered Marquis Huntian. As you command. Marquis Huntian nodded. Then, following Lin Xuan's arrangement, he locked the four in separate chambers. What astonished Marquis Huntian and Hua Rong was that after locking the four away separately, Lin Xuan did not interrogate any of them. Instead, he found a spot in the dungeon, lay down comfortably, and closed his eyes to rest. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. By the 4th hour, Hua Rong and Marquis Huntian could not help but lose patience. Holy Prince, why do you neither interrogate them nor let them be together? Instead, you lock them up separately. What is the meaning of this? Hua Rong asked Lin Xuan. Indeed, it has already been 4 hours. I have grown impatient. Marquis Huntian also began to complain. As far as Marquis Huntian was concerned, he was now the Stone Emperor. In other words, he had the affairs of the Stone Kingdom to handle. He was usually busy. But since this was Lin Xuan's command, Marquis Huntian dared not leave. He could only grumble softly. Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He then said, 4 hours have already passed. I think that should be just about enough. Let's go. Take me to Ma Jun's interrogation room. Marquis Huntian did not dare to be negligent, and hurriedly led Lin Xuan to the interrogation room, where Ma Jun was held. Ma Jun was extremely nervous at this moment. Under Lin Xuan's arrangement, the location of Ma Jun's interrogation room was highly unusual. The sounds of people screaming continued to drift over. Clearly the room was too close to the torture chamber. Having already been emasculated, Ma Jun was psychologically fragile to begin with. With screams echoing around him without pause, he felt as if his whole mind was falling apart. Creak. The door of the interrogation room opened and Lin Xuan strode in with long, quick steps. Ma Jun looked at Lin Xuan, a trace of venom burning in his eyes, yet overshadowed by far greater fear. After all the trauma Lin Xuan had inflicted upon him was something that could never be erased. Thus, the moment Ma Jun laid eyes on Lin Xuan, his palms involuntarily grew slick with sweat. A chill ran down his back. He was gripped by utter terror. At that moment, Lin Xuan sat down directly across from Ma Jun, staring straight into his eyes. Ma Jun, seeing Lin Xuan silent, felt the pressure bearing down on his heart grow even heavier. He was truly afraid of losing another few parts from his body. That would never do. Then Lin Xuan finally spoke. They couldn't withstand the torture and confessed. Hua Rong and Huntian Wuho widened their eyes, their hearts full of confusion. After all, Lin Xuan had never even set foot in the interrogation chambers elsewhere. So how could they have confessed this? However, despite having no idea what Lin Xuan was up to, Hua Rong and Huntian Wuho chose to remain silent. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, a flicker of disbelief passed through Ma Jun's eyes. Ma Jun, there's something you need to understand. You're a cripple now. Severely wounded, and in the future it will likely be difficult to heal. Once you return to the southern wilderness, do you think Tang Hai will still value you as he did before? You're not a child anymore. You should know that so-called friendship is never as stable as mutual benefit. In Tang Hai's eyes, Dai Bai and the others might still have some use. But you're not even a real man now. Lin Xuan rubbed his nose, his words dripping with sarcasm. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, a blaze of fury suddenly erupted within Ma Jun's eyes. To be honest, the reason Ma Jun had ended up like this was all because of Lin Xuan. Now his very enemy was mocking him like this. Damn it, this was simply too humiliating. This is all thanks to the Holy Prince's gracious gift. Ma Jun's voice suddenly turned incredibly shrill, his eyes filled with venom. After speaking, he couldn't help but touch his throat. It seemed even he hadn't realized that his own voice had begun to change. Enough nonsense. I'm telling you, believe it or not. They've already confessed. However, for each of you four, I will verify your statements one by one, just in case someone gives me false information. From now on, if you stay silent, every quarter of an hour, I'll sever one of your fingers. If the information you give differs from the others, for each discrepancy, I'll also sever one of your fingers. Your body and hair are gifts from your parents. I can see you're a normal person, and you have only 10 fingers in total. Think it over carefully. Lin Xuan stretched his hands behind his head, cradling the back of his skull, and gazed at Ma Jun with keen interest. Then he added, "You know the heavenly medicine demon hand Hua Rong is my subordinate. If you behave honestly, a rebirth of what was severed isn't entirely impossible, you know." Hua Rong and Huntian Wuho were both as shrewd as could be. Hearing Lin Xuan's tactic, they immediately raised their thumbs in silent admiration. Brilliant. A sparrow pecking an ox's ass. Truly impressive. The two were shaken to the core, and their reverence for Lin Xuan soared to an entirely new height. This move, one word, flawless. By separating these four, he creates a sense of isolation in their minds. Meanwhile, the Holy Prince also deceives them by claiming the others have already confessed, so he's merely here to cross-check their statements. And if Ma Jun is obedient, he'll even heal his wounds. Combining kindness with severity, appealing to emotion and reason. This is far better than torturing confessions by force. Brilliant. I've learned something today. When I governed the Stone Kingdom, I'll use this same approach. Huntian Wuho secretly transmitted his voice to Hua Rong, his admiration for Lin Xuan surging like an endless torrent of raging rivers. Having risen from a military background, Huntian Wuho naturally recognized the brilliance of Lin Xuan's methods. The Holy Prince is truly a prodigy. Where does he come up with these ideas? Always beyond expectation. Hua Rong nodded repeatedly. If Lin Xuan had been some century-old monster, such composure would have been understandable. Yet Lin Xuan was merely a young man, not even 20 years old. That was utterly baffling. Naturally, Lin Xuan had no idea what the two behind him were thinking. If he had, he would have certainly let out a derisive snort. After all, this method of his was borrowed from the interrogation techniques of forensic investigators in his past life, far superior to the brutal means of torture. Indeed, it was the crystallized wisdom of Huaxia civilization. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, Ma Jun bit his lip tightly. His heart seemed to be racked with intense inner turmoil. He was torn, because for Ma Jun, Lin Xuan's offer was overwhelmingly tempting. If he wasn't honest, his fingers would be severed one by one, and the pain of 10 fingers linked to the heart would be unbearable. But if he was honest, damn it, what was severed could be reborn. For a man, the allure of that needed no explanation. Tap, tap, tap. Lin Xuan rhythmically drummed his fingers on the table. The sound, though not loud, struck Ma Jun's heart like a heavy hammer pressing down on him with an overwhelming sense of oppression. Time's up. I've run out of patience. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Xuan abruptly opened his eyes and spoke. At this moment, his face was full of murderous intent, as if he had transformed into an entirely different person from the calm demeanor he had shown just moments ago. Acting without hesitation, a blade of light coalesced at Lin Xuan's fingertip, ready to slice off Ma Jun's finger. "He'll talk. Holy Prince, stop. He'll talk, he'll talk." Ma Jun screamed in terror. His voice was piercingly shrill like that of a eunuch. "Speak." Lin Xuan didn't waste a single word. Huff, huff, huff. Ma Jun was drenched in sweat, panting heavily, his forehead covered in perspiration, his expression twisted with terror. After steadying his thoughts for a moment, Ma Jun spoke. This time the siege against the Demon Sky Palace had been long in the making. Among the young experts participating were the holy body Yihei and Tang Hai from our southern wilderness. The force leading the initiative was the Holy Academy. Legend has it that the founder of the Demon Sky Palace was a man named Danwu Demon Venerable. His strength was unfathomable, and even in the upper realm his name carried immense renown. After establishing the Demon Sky Palace in Kanglan Realm, Danwu Demon Venerable left behind his heritage and treasures, which allowed the Demon Sky Palace to remain the supreme force dominating the Kanglan Realm for all these years. Even the Holy Academy was no match for the Demon Sky Palace. You should know, behind the Holy Academy stands the support of a formidable figure. Ma Jun spoke at length, pouring out everything he knew in a single breath. Facing a ruthless god of slaughter like Lin Xuan, Ma Jun truly didn't dare harbor the slightest intention of hiding anything. A formidable figure. Lin Xuan frowned, then asked, "What kind of formidable figure? Be more specific." Ma Jun shook his head, his expression dim, and said, "I don't know exactly who that figure is. Tang Hai once mentioned to me that the person behind the Holy Academy should be a great figure from the Hanlin Holy Dynasty of the Upper Realm, and a member of the royal family." A member of the royal family. Lin Xuan's eyes widened, and the memories of the Hanlin Holy Dynasty's royal family came flooding back to him like a surging tide. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. Having calmed down, Lin Xuan felt a torrent of thoughts surging through his mind. He knew that Ma Jun was unaware of the mole's identity, and even Dai Bai and his cohorts could not possibly know. Among those who knew about this matter, perhaps Tang Hai was one of them. Good. Is there anything else to add? Lin Xuan released Ma Jun's collar and patted his shoulder in a reassuring manner before asking. Ma Jun frantically shook his head and said anxiously, "No more. I've held back nothing now." Lin Xuan clapped his hands, condensed the devouring origin creation scripture, and pressed it onto Ma Jun's dantian. Lin Xuan planted a seed of devouring origin true qi in Ma Jun's dantian. This true chi seed can control your life and death, so don't even think about playing tricks. To be honest, among the four of you, I never interrogated the others. I only interrogated you. If the Tang Sect 7 freaks were to learn that you betrayed them. Hell, I think even if I don't make a move, you're as good as dead. Lin Xuan smiled slightly and said. Ma Jun's eyes flew open at his words filled with utter However, Ma Jun said nothing more. After all, to him others were the knife and butcher's block, while he was the fish. What other choice did he have? Understood. From this day on, Ma Jun will follow wherever the Holy Prince leads. Ma Jun sighed and accepted his fate. Lin Xuan nodded, seemingly quite satisfied with Ma Jun's attitude. Then he turned to Hua Rong and asked Uncle Hua Rong, is there a way to restore Ma Jun's crippled body? Hearing this, a glimmer of hope suddenly burst forth in Ma Jun's eyes. To be honest, Ma Jun was already completely within Lin Xuan's grasp. Therefore, Ma Jun had already abandoned all hope for his ruined body. He had even steeled himself for a lifetime as a eunuch. But being resigned was one thing. When Ma Jun heard Lin Xuan's words, he knew Lin Xuan was serious. In that instant, his already hopeless heart surged to a pinnacle of elation. How utterly exhilarating. Regrowing a severed limb. With my current attainment in alchemy, I can't do it yet. However, I can attach a strange beast member. In a way, that's a good thing for a man. Hua Rong mused for a while, then said with a sardonic expression. Damn. What a genius. Attach a strange beast member. How the hell did he even come up with that? Even Lin Xuan was shocked by Hua Rong's wildly unrestrained imagination. At this moment, Lin Xuan couldn't help thinking back. In his past life, he had watched a movie where the male lead replaced his own member with that of a donkey. That movie. Ahem. Quite stimulating. Since there is a way to fix it, all the better. Lin Xuan nodded, then said to Hua Rong. Ma Jun looked at Lin Xuan with a grateful expression. For Ma Jun, this was undoubtedly good news. Not only would he regain his severed manhood, he could even swap in a more formidable one. The mere thought excited Ma Jun. Ding. You have successfully earned Ma Jun's loyalty. The child of fortune, future sea god, Tang Hai, has lost 600 luck points, and you have gained 600 villain points. A system notification rang out. Earlier, Lin Xuan had 8500 villain points. After exchanging for the fusion Dao fruit, he had spent 700 villain points. Lin Xuan himself was left with only 1500 villain points. After killing AOC, he gained 600 villain points, and now that Ma Jun had completely submitted to him, he received another 600 villain points. In other words, Lin Xuan's villain points had now skyrocketed to 1350, surpassing his previous level of barely reaching the 10,000 mark. Lin Xuan felt a surge of satisfaction. Alright, Uncle Hua Rong, you get to work and heal Ma Jun's injuries in the coming days. In 3 days, we set out for the Demon Heaven Palace with our swords pointed straight at Blackwood Cliff. Without wasting words, Lin Xuan made the declaration to Hua Rong and the others. As the Holy Prince commands, Hua Rong and Huntian Wuho nodded. Lin Xuan gave Huntian Wuho a few instructions on how to handle the Tang Sect 4 freaks, then prepared to leave. As for the Tang Sect 4 freaks, Lin Xuan was sorely tempted to simply kill them all. After all, when it came to moles, keeping Ma Jun alone was already sufficient. If he wanted to turn more of them, it would take time and effort. Most importantly, with someone like Dai Bai, Lin Xuan felt he didn't have the ability to sway him. That Dai Bai was like a stone in a latrine, stinking and hard, utterly revolting. Moreover, if he killed the other 3, he would gain a full 1800 villain points. That was too enticing. Lin Xuan was quite moved. However, after calming down, he decided for now to spare the 3 men's worthless lives. After all, keeping these people by his side still had its uses. When the time came, they could even be used as hostages to threaten Tang Hai. As for villain points, there would be plenty of chances in the future, and Lin Xuan's current reserve should be enough. Senior Hua Rong. When you replace my member, could you use a Demon Heaven Sea Dog? I heard. That thing is big and mighty. Ma Jun clearly had his own ulterior motives. He grabbed Hua Rong and asked with eager anticipation. Lin Xuan, with his back to Ma Jun, nearly turned to stone when he heard Ma Jun's words. Holy cow! This Demon Heaven Sea Dog was no ordinary creature. Physically, it was the size of a yellow ox from Lin Xuan's past life. Most crucially, just like the sea dogs of Lin Xuan's previous life, it was famous for its extraordinary stamina in certain respects. Among them, the mightiest male Demon Heaven Sea Dog would need as many as 100 females to satisfy its desires. This guy was trying to defy the heavens. He vulgar man. Lin Xuan sneered inwardly and shook his head. Some things were better left original. Lin Xuan had no such low and crude thoughts. Hua Rong was also rather amazed and gave Ma Jun a long, deep look. Even Hua Rong hadn't expected Ma Jun to harbor such grand aspirations. Truly a paragon among men. That's easy enough. As long as you diligently carry out the Holy Prince's tasks, these are all small matters. Let Huntian Stone Emperor have someone catch the strongest Demon Heaven Sea Dog for you. Hua Rong coughed and placated Ma Jun. Of course. The Holy Prince is the sky, the Holy Prince is the earth, the Holy Prince is a guiding lamp in my life. Without him my life would be shrouded in darkness. Ma Jun proclaimed with fiery indignation and impassioned fervor, unable to wait to pledge his loyalty to Lin Xuan. However, Lin Xuan had no interest in bantering with Ma Jun. All he left Ma Jun was a solitary, yet after sponsoring please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring please long press to delete the book first, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring please long press to delete the book first, then search again to resume normal use. After sponsoring please long press to delete the book first, then search again to resume normal use. After sponsoring please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring please long press to delete the book and then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring please long press to delete the book and then research to use it normally. After sponsoring please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring please long press to remove the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring please long press to remove the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring please long press to delete the book and then search again for normal use. After sponsoring please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring please long press to delete the book and then search again for normal use. After sponsoring please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring please long press to delete the book and research to use it normally. After sponsoring please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring please long press to remove the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring please long press to delete the book first, then search again to resume normal use. After sponsoring please long press to delete the book first, then search again to resume normal use. After sponsoring please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring please long press to delete the book first, then search again to resume normal use. After sponsoring please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. Sponsorship activated. Please delete the book by long pressing and search anew to restore normal function. After sponsoring please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring please long press to delete the book first, then search again to resume normal use. After sponsoring please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsorship please long press to delete the book and then search again to resume normal use. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to resume normal use. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsorship, please long press to delete the book and then search again to resume normal use. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to restore normal access. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to resume normal use. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to resume normal use. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to resume normal use. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to resume normal use. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to resume normal use. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and then search again to use it properly. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and then search again for normal use. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to resume normal use. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to resume normal use. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to resume normal use. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to resume normal use. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to restore normal functionality. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book first, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book first, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to use it normally. After sponsorship, please long press to delete the book and then search again to resume normal use. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. Boom. Feng Yuhai brought his blade down with one mighty stroke. The earth trembled. The warhorses of both armies were startled and neighed without end. Everyone felt as though the sky were falling and the ground splitting apart, their hearts filled with boundless dread. But at that very moment, Lin Xuan's figure dispersed where it stood. An afterimage. Feng Yuhai was greatly startled. After all, he was a seasoned veteran who had endured countless battles, so he sensed something amiss in the very first instant. He hurriedly tried to pull back his saber to defend, but everything was already too late. Before Lin Xuan, every flaw would be exposed and impossible to hide. Lin Xuan's figure flickered and appeared on the horse-slaying saber in Feng Yuhai's hand. When his body spun, he turned into a black shadow. The crowd could not even discern Lin Xuan's form clearly. Then in 3 quick strides, Lin Xuan stepped forward and charged upward along the horse-slaying saber until he stood before Feng Yuhai. Kill! A flash of blade aura shone from the 7 demons' saber. As the saber rose and fell, a fine head shot into the air. With a rolling sound, the head spun round once on the ground and then lay still. Boom! A thunderous crash rang out as Feng Yuhai's head hit the ground, instantly smashing out a mass. Lin Xuan landed, sheathed his saber, and brushed the dust from his robes. Then he said, "I told you long ago. Your saber may be heavy and fierce, but what use is it if it cannot hit anyone?" A faint smile appeared on Lin Xuan's face, brimming with contempt. Boom! You dared to slay a warrior of great Qin. You are courting death. Lin Xuan had killed Feng Yuhai far too swiftly. Swift as lightning, fleeting as a white colt passing a gap. The blade was merciless. Before anyone could even react, they saw Feng Yuhai's headless body. By now, Ling Qianfan had finally reacted. Furious beyond measure, a flash of radiance flickered in his hand, and a peach blossom divine sword appeared. Sword aura surged and condensed into blossoms of peach flowers, sweeping toward Lin Xuan. At the sight, Lin Xuan's expression sank. In the next moment, the 7 demons' saber and the broken sword in his hands shot out together. Heaven-defying 7 demons' saber. 7th slash, sever desire. Facing such a powerful enemy, Lin Xuan's expression was utterly grave. He knew that if he did not go all out, Ling Qianfan would beat him until his own mother did not recognize him. Lin Xuan took a deep breath and unleashed every killing technique he had. Boom. Crack, crack, crack. The two collided and endless waves of air exploded outward. The shockwave swept through the remaining clouds and blasted the clouds in the sky to shreds. As the war banners of the Hanlin sacred dynasty snapped loudly, the mighty warriors of the two armies could barely hold them. A tremendous force swept toward Lin Xuan with murderous momentum. Lin Xuan was no match. Fortunately, his physical body had already reached the true king level. Thus, under that impact, he was not instantly slain. Even so, Lin Xuan still felt his blood and qi surge, and his body was knocked back over 100 feet. Ling Qianfan, on the other hand, remained rooted to the spot, motionless. Heh, Regent King, you do have some skill. What a pity. In front of me, you still cannot escape death. At this time, Ling Qianfan wore a flippant expression. But Lin Xuan could tell that hidden in his eyes was a faint trace of shock and terror. Clearly, he had been thoroughly shaken by Lin Xuan's awe-inspiring strength. Remember, Lin Xuan's current martial realm was merely the 5th level of Saint King, and yet he had been able to block his attack. If Lin Xuan's martial realm improved even a little, would that mean? At that thought, Ling Qianfan's heart was set with the intent to kill. Loose arrows. Form up. Howen Sharpied immediately bellowed. At this moment, if Lin Xuan were to truly fight Ling Qianfan, he would likely die within 10 exchanges. At once, Howen no longer cared about Lin Xuan's orders and directly commanded the army to crush Ling Qianfan. Ling Qianfan still wanted to pursue and kill Lin Xuan, this future threat. But whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dense storm of tricky arrows swept toward Ling Qianfan. Ling Qianfan furrowed his brows. The peach blossom divine sword vaulted out and turned into a sword disc in midair. Clang, clang, clang. Countless arrows fell upon the sword disc. Though a single arrow carried no terrifying force, when that dense swarm landed and its power coalesced, it was enough to shake heaven and earth. Even a formidable expert like Ling Qianfan, under such terrifying assault, could not help retreating step after step, his face filled with dread. After Ling Qianfan was forced back, the soldiers of both armies swarmed forward and surrounded Ling Qianfan completely. Their killing intent blazed, and every face was cold and fierce. Clearly to them, this man before them had dared to strike at their own regent king, and that had touched their most forbidden nerve. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Old ancestor Lin Lang, eunuch Haiying Ing, and a host of other true king realm experts all stood in unison at Lin Xian's side. Lin Qianfan knitted his brows. How infuriating. Lin Qianfan knew that killing Lin Xian required the right timing. After all, he was now the regent king of the Hanlin Sacred Dynasty, with the entire Hanlin Sacred Dynasty standing behind him. If Lin Qianfan tried to move against him, he would be making an enemy of the entire Hanlin Sacred Dynasty. As strong as Lin Qianfan was, he still lacked such ability. Humph. Lin Xian, you brat. You killed a soldier of great Qin. What is your crime? Lin Qianfan's aura weakened a little. Then he intended to seize the moral high ground and morally blackmail Lin Xian. He planned to overwhelm people with the might of great Qin. Hey, even the princess of great Qin is on my side. Lin Qianfan, I have not yet asked you. This Feng Yuhai overstepped his bounds and offended the eldest princess, yet you willingly acted as his accomplice. Are the two of you plotting a rebellion? When it came to verbal dueling, to be honest, Lin Xian had never conceded to anyone. Hearing Lin Qianfan's words, he burst into laughter and said. Lin Qianfan turned red in the face and hurriedly shouted, bullshit. Who would plot a rebellion? After all, the Great Qin Empire was not like the other dynasties on the eastern continent. Its orders were absolute and its laws severe. If Lin Qianfan were saddled with the crime of rebellion, even the entire sword venerable sect would be dragged into disaster. In a few words, Lin Xian had shut Lin Qianfan up so thoroughly in the war of words that he could not even squeeze out a fart. His face was filled with bitterness. He looked rather unintelligent. Senior brother, turn back now. Yi Su also spoke up at this moment. Bullshit. What does this have to do with you? Shut the hell up. Of all master's disciples, you are the most useless. Trash. You're a disgrace to our sword venerable sect. Lin Qianfan was furious and immediately rebuked Yi Su. Yi Su's face darkened and he gripped his long sword tightly. Before long, his knuckles turned white. Clearly, Yi Su's days in the sword venerable sect had not been easy either. Lin Xian saw this and remembered it. Lin Xian, if you have any real skill, don't hide behind others. Lin Qianfan snapped. You now have two choices before you: single combat or group combat. Choose. Lin Xian said with single combat. Bring it on. Wear him down with arrows, then charge with cavalry with shield bearers on defense. Lin Xian began deploying his troops. What the hell? Wasn't this supposed to be single combat? Wait. You bastard, didn't you promise single combat? Right? Single combat means all of us as one side against you alone. Then what about group combat? You alone against all of us in a group fight. Isn't that fair? Lin Xian said with utmost sincerity. At that moment, Lin Qianfan felt like he was about to vomit blood. What was all this nonsense? How could Lin Xian be so shameless? Lin Xian, you have numbers today. Even with all my abilities, I cannot fight the entire Hanlin army. But you remember this. There will always be a day when you are alone. Lin Qianfan's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and his tone was sinister as he snarled at Lin Xian. The meaning of Lin Qianfan's words was all too clear. It was exactly like a street thug who had lost a fight, and then bellowed in a rage, don't you ever let me catch you alone. Oh, I'm so scared. Lin Xian shrugged. But Lin Xian knew that this Lin Qianfan before him was clearly none too bright. If he really insisted on making an enemy of Lin Xian, then Lin Xian's future days would not be easy either. Lin Xian was silent for a moment, then said, Lin Qianfan, don't say that I, the king, am bullying you. 1 against 1, a fair duel. 3 days from now, right here. Do you dare? What a... The moment Lin Xian uttered these words, the entire crowd erupted in uproar. Many people even began pinching their own thighs, deeply doubting whether they had heard correctly. Wait. Young man, are you really this reckless? That Lin Qianfan is a true king level 4 powerhouse and the successor of the Sword Venerable. With his formidable strength, even killing a true king level 6 expert is entirely within his means. And Lin Xian actually wanted to challenge Lin Qianfan to a duel. Heavens! This was something unheard of in a lifetime. Ouch! Here it comes again. Lin Yuan stood on the high platform, covering his eyes in pain. I'm tired. Let it all burn. Hurry up. Even if an immortal descended from heaven, nothing could stop my brother from showing off. Lin Yuan sighed, feeling utterly sorrowful in his heart. In Lin Yuan's understanding, Lin Xian currently held an absolute advantage. In other words, he could directly suppress and kill Lin Qianfan by force. As for Lin Qianfan being too powerful and breaking free, well, so what if he did? Although the Hanlin Sacred Dynasty's national strength was inferior to Great Qin, it wasn't as if the Great Qin Empire would go to war with the Hanlin Sacred Dynasty over one Lin Qianfan. How satisfying would that be? At worst, we'd lose a little face. But what is face worth anyway? Besides, this Lin Qianfan's cultivation is so high. He's clearly just bullying others with his power. Lin Yuan muttered inwardly. In his view, Lin Xian was the greatest idiot under heaven. When Lin Xian uttered those words, everyone looked at him with shock and disbelief. It seemed that Lin Xian's words had completely rewritten these people's understanding. Lin Xian's expression remained unchanged as he raised an eyebrow at Lin Qianfan, then smiled calmly and said, What? Scared boy? Scared. Ling Qianfan's face instantly took on a look caught between laughter and tears. To be honest, he had no idea how to even spell the word fear. The reason Ling Qianfan froze just now was simply that Lin Xuan had astonished him. He hadn't expected that such a foolish person could exist under heaven. Was this man really planning to deliver himself to his doorstep to die? If Ling Qianfan didn't accept this worthless life that Lin Xuan was offering, he honestly felt he would be letting down the kind and amiable heavens. Fine. 3 days from now right here. A duel to the death. Well, sign a life and death pact. Ling Qianfan snapped out of his thoughts and hastily replied, even adding another bet to the agreement. Are you really that eager to die? However, this king has a question. Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly to Ling Qianfan. Ling Qianfan was nearly infuriated to death by Lin Xuan. Speak. In these 3 days will you come sneak attack this king? After all, you are this shameless. I Ling Qianfan am not that kind of person. Ling Qianfan flew into a rage. Since Lin Xuan was rushing to offer him a free kill, why would he go to the trouble of sneak attacking Lin Xuan? After all, sneak attacks involved risk and caution was needed. What could be more satisfying than 3 days later when he would slay Lin Xuan with a mere strike of his sword? Oh, that's good then. Lin Xuan let out a breath, seemingly much relieved. Then frowning again, he said, well, after all, you are a guest of the great Qin Empire. Our sacred palace is currently short of guest rooms, so it's inconvenient for us to host you. How about this for these 3 days we'll trouble you to rest at the Hanlin Yichuan court? Of course, all expenses will be covered by our Hanlin sacred dynasty. What do you think? What the heck? Everyone was struck utterly dumb by Lin Xuan's words. They had never imagined that such words could come from Lin Xuan's mouth. The man is arrogant and tyrannical, coming specifically to kill you, and you're actually inviting him to a brothel. Is that something a human being could ever do? Ling Qianfan was so stunned upon hearing this that his mouth fell open and he nearly dropped the peach blossom sword in his hand. After a long moment, he burst into laughter and quickly said, Yichuan court, huh? Fine. That's a good place. Regent King, you really are quite generous. Since you're so thoughtful then. In 3 days I'll grant you a quick death. Hearing Ling Qianfan's words, Yisu, who was standing nearby, beat his chest and stamped his feet, his heart filled with boundless grief. My Yuniao, my Xiaong. You are about to suffer. Yisu couldn't help but clutch the few red envelopes he had. He knew his senior brother extremely well. That man was far from being a noble soul. Once he set foot in Yichuan court, wouldn't it be like a dung beetle tumbling into a cesspit? What cesspit? Yunyang and the others aren't dung. More like a stinking rat falling into a jar of honey. Yisu felt as though a knife were digging deep into his chest. It hurt. It hurt so terribly. 3 days from now we signed the life and death pact. Ling Qianfan shot Lin Xuan a deep look, then stomped his foot on the ground, soared into the air, spread his martial wings behind his back, and flew away. Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes and watched the direction. Yes, he was indeed heading toward Yichuan court. The martial arena fell into dead silence. Many people of the Hanlin sacred dynasty clenched their fists tightly. Young and old, male and female, all had bloodshot eyes. For the people of the Hanlin sacred dynasty, this day was an absolutely unbearable humiliation. Being attacked right at their doorstep, and then still having to invite the enemy to a night of pleasure. This was a national disgrace. Mother, I was wrong. A young child suddenly spoke with burning determination to his mother beside him. What's wrong, child? The mother asked in confusion. I should not have been lazy in martial arts training. If the people are strong, the nation is strong. In the future, I will become a supreme powerhouse, and if anyone dares to bully our Hanlin sacred dynasty again, I will make them pay a heavy price. The child raised his tender little fist and said through gritted teeth, Good child. The Regent King once said, dignity exists only at the edge of the sword, and truth lies within the range of one's chi. The mother smiled with great relief, patting the child on the head. I've read that saying before. The child nodded, then he took out a book from his chest. On the cover were written the words, the quotations of Lin Xuan. Opening the book, he saw lines of crooked scrawled text filling the pages roughly as follows. All enemies of the sacred dynasty are paper tigers. Enrich the spirit, strengthen the body. Political power comes from the barrel of a divine weapon. Land one punch to avoid 100 punches coming at you. Although the common folk at the martial arena did not understand Lin Xuan's actions, they all knew that Lin Xuan was a typical hawk, someone who would never deliberately appease his enemies. And Regent King Lin Xuan must have his reasons for doing this. However, today's supreme humiliation was now etched into the very bones of every citizen of the Hanlin sacred dynasty. Because of the arrival of Ling Qianfan and Feng Yuhai Lin Yuan's coronation ceremony, a sacred emperor was hastily concluded. Everyone was eagerly looking forward to 3 days later when Lin Xuan would cross a major cultivation realm to duel Ling Qianfan. Of course, Su Zhaojun and the others severely condemned Lin Xuan's decision. Lin Xuan withstood the pressure all by himself and insisted on his own opinion. That night, Lin Xuan clad in a black robe and concealing his aura headed toward Yichuan court. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After settling everything, Lin Xuan left the Yichuan house. Mainyang watched his retreating figure with an absent rapt gaze. To be honest, even a woman like Mainyang could not help but be deeply captivated by him. To be honest, Mainyang had known many men, yet not a single one of them was like Lin Xuan. Say that Lin Xuan was a lecher and he remained as steady as a mountain even when a woman threw herself into his arms. Say that he was a proper gentleman, and he had a glib tongue and practiced polished cunning. Say that he was a treacherous rogue, and all he had done for the Hanlin sacred dynasty was sung by 10,000 voices. Say that he was an honest man. Then there was no one more wicked than him under heaven. What a truly remarkable fellow. Mainyang shook her head, then went back inside the Yichuan house. The moment she returned, she began selling the mighty virility pill. 10 top-grade spirit stones per pill. That price frightened off a good many. Yet it was a matter of a man's honor and shame, and there were always stinking rich fellows willing to lavish a fortune for a single moment of virility. With Mainyang's name already widely known and her word highly regarded, the crowd only hesitated briefly before rushing in. After selling just 2 pills, Mainyang began a scarcity campaign, saying that the remaining pills still needed time to be refined. Many people wore disappointed expressions. The 2 who obtained the mighty virility pills were both elderly. One was a pot-bellied merchant who gasped for breath after only a few steps. The other was an ancient man on the brink of death, his eyes dim and clouded, as though even one more breath was a gift from heaven. Before long, the Yichuan house was filled with creak after creak. The creaking lasted for a full several hours. What relief! What joy! This money was truly well spent. Ever since my cultivation went wrong a few years ago, my weight has stayed stubbornly high, and in certain matters I have had the will, but no strength. But now I have reclaimed my old rivers and mountains, and can face the celestial court once more. The obese merchant, face flushed with vigor, walked out of the private room, laughing uproariously. Before long, the private room on the other side opened as well. The old man who had been at death's door now seemed withered and decrepit, yet his face was full of complacent pride. Beside him, a seductive woman with a deeply flushed face walked out supporting him. Of course it was the old man supporting the woman. The woman's legs would not stop trembling. This old man's years are nearly spent. 1 foot already in the grave. Yet I never thought I could return to my youth and charge with my spear raised. Boss Mainyang, you are truly this old man's savior. The old man sighed deeply. With these 2 living advertisements, the Yichuan house exploded with excitement. Wine, women, wealth, and temper had always been the great taboos of martial practitioners. And among those who lingered in the Yichuan house who was a decent soul, most were utterly addicted to such pleasures. Thus their bodies had been hollowed out by excess. It was true that some possessed considerable martial cultivation, but after prolonged indulgence in certain respects, they could not help feeling that the spirit was willing, but the flesh was weak. In these men's eyes, Mainyang's mighty virility pill was a peerless panacea for healing all the world's ills. Boss Mainyang, are there any more? I'll pay 20 top-grade spirit stones. 20. You have the nerve to say that. 25 top-grade spirit stones. Boss Mainyang, I only beg to be a man for once. For the rest of my life, I'll work like an ox or a horse for the Yichuan house to repay your kindness. Within the Yichuan house, the tragic wails of those powerless men rose one after another. It was a sight enough to sicken the listener and move the hearer to tears. After all, only a man could truly understand that pain. A weakness too humiliating to speak aloud. Mainyang had clearly never imagined that Lin Xuan's pill would work so spectacularly. For a moment, she felt her entire worldview had been upended and rewritten. The commotion was by no means small, so Lin Xuan also took notice. He poked his head out and saw the bustling crowd below. Lin Xuan drew a deep breath and circulated his true qi to both ears. At once he overheard the crowd's chatter, and within a few breaths he understood exactly what had happened. Lin Xuan felt a stir of interest. The matter was quite tempting to him. At that moment, Mainyang came up. Boss Mainyang, could you give me a few of those pills? Lin Xuan promptly asked. On hearing his words, Mainyang swept her seductive eyes over him in a careful once-over. Mainyang then said, "Honored guest, what a thing to say. If this humble woman truly had more of these pills, I would not have sold only 2. Lin Xuan was a shrewd old hand in his own right, and he could tell at a glance that Mainyang was not telling the truth. He chuckled lightly and said with a grin, "Who doesn't know that you Mainyang are the most skilled at doing business? If the pills were really gone, how would you earn any money? Mainyang, just hand them over. You should know that Lin Xuan once promised me that every expense I incur in the Yichuan house will be paid by him. If you gave me all the pills, why bother selling at 10 top-grade spirit stones each? Call it 50 per pill, and the Hanlin sacred dynasty will still foot the bill." Lin Xuan said to Mainyang, his face overflowing with self-satisfaction. In truth, Lin Xuan was far from a good man. Even as he spoke, he had grown considerably more reassured. He had journeyed 1,000 li for the express purpose of killing Lin Xuan. The sudden appearance of these inexplicable pills at the Yichuan house had made Lin Qianfan uneasy. If Mainyang had happily handed the medicine over, he would instead have sensed that something was wrong and become vigilant. But Mainyang's guarded behavior suited Lin Qianfan just fine. In his view, the more cautious she was, the more it proved that no conspiracy lay behind the pills. After all, it was fair to say that Lin Qianfan had offended the entire Hanlin sacred dynasty. If he did not stay vigilant, and someone poisoned or ambushed him, he would not even know where to seek justice. Mainyang sneered incessantly in her heart at Lin Qianfan's words. To tell the truth, through her business in the pleasure quarters, she had secretly placed informants in the great dynasties throughout the eastern continent. Still, because her livelihood was steeped in the world of wine and flowers, Mainyang's own cultivation was in the end not very high. Moreover, Lin Qianfan had made a wager with Lin Xuan. If she casually killed Lin Qianfan, it would likely give others a pretext to slander Lin Xuan, which would be bad. If not for that, Mainyang would have gladly cut Lin Qianfan into 1,000 pieces. There are more than a few shameless thick-skinned people in this world, but this is the first time I have seen anyone brazen to this degree. He was clearly here to make trouble, and yet he still mooches food and drink off his enemy. Absurd. If this man is allowed to live, then heaven must be blind. Mainyang said silently to herself, her expression turning even colder. But Mainyang was a tactful, worldly woman. Though she utterly despised Lin Qianfan, in her heart her face beamed with pleasure as she said, "Well, if you hadn't reminded me, honored guest, I would have forgotten this entirely. But you must not breathe a word of this, honored guest. Otherwise the patrons downstairs might tear me apart alive. Of course, as repayment, I still have a few girls tucked away deep in seclusion who rarely receive guests. Today you'll let their company be your good fortune, honored guest." Lin Qianfan was overjoyed and waved his hand impatiently. "Quick, go. The more pills and the more girls, the better." His eyes blazed with naked greed. When it came to seizing advantages and discarding all shame, this man was truly the founding patriarch. Shortly after Mainyang left, servants delivered elixirs and courtesans to Lin Qianfan's private room. For a time they indulged in amorous pleasures, utterly carefree and ecstatic. Within Lin Qianfan's chamber, the activity never ceased for even a moment throughout the entire day. Displaying his supreme masculine prowess, he drew envious glances from everyone in the Yichuan court toward his room. During these past few days, Lin Xuan had naturally not been idle. He paid a visit to the celestial prison. Once again, he absorbed 1/3 of Lin Yan's martial cultivation. This allowed Lin Xuan to break through to the 6th layer of the Saint King realm. "Lin Xuan, you will die a horrible death." Having endured such torment, Lin Yan seemed to age several more years. Collapsed on the ground, he was at his last gasp, barely clinging to life. It could be said without exaggeration that this heaven-devouring demon art was not only formidable, capable of plundering others' cultivation, but also utterly agonizing throughout the process. A martial artist who has cultivated for many years has long fused his true qi completely with his physical body. When the heaven-devouring demon art forcibly strips away that true qi, it is akin to someone carving flesh directly from the victim's body. The agony even surpassed death by 1,000 cuts. It was utterly horrifying. A horrible death. Pity. There's a man named Lin Qianfan in the Great Qin who wants to kill me. Tomorrow will be the day of our decisive battle. Tell me which of us will die a horrible death." Lin Xuan asked with a beaming smile, looking at Lin Yan. When Lin Yan heard Lin Qianfan's name, a glimmer of joy instantly flickered in his eyes. He nearly blurted out that Lin Xuan was surely doomed. But seeing Lin Xuan's expression, Lin Yan's heart inadvertently trembled. For Lin Yan understood Lin Xuan all too well. This fellow, his surface strength was not much to speak of, but his ruthlessness was simply beyond mortal measure. Whoever dares to cross Lin Xuan is doomed to immense misfortune. For a moment, Lin Yan didn't know what to say. He even felt that a renowned powerhouse like Lin Qianfan would find it hard to escape death at Lin Xuan's hands. Although Lin Yan knew this thought of his was extremely insane, he couldn't help but believe it. "It seems you already am truly grateful for your blessing." Lin Xuan patted the dust from his clothes, slowly rose, and left the place. "Bless you. My foot." Lin Yan couldn't help rolling his eyes. But he said nothing more. He could only glare fiercely at Lin Xuan, his eyes filled with venomous resentment, as if cursing Lin Xuan. He wished for Lin Xuan to die a horrible death. Lin Xuan naturally noticed the venomous look in Lin Yan's eyes. But to Lin Xuan, there were countless people who wanted him dead. This brat counted for nothing among them. Ding. The host has accepted the challenge from Yi Xian, the child of Fortune's chief disciple. The system issues an urgent quest: slay Lin Qianfan. If the host slays Lin Qianfan, he will receive 300 villain points. A system notification chimed in Lin Xian's mind. This system has a damn delay. The duel is about to begin. And only now does it issue the task. However, better late than never, Lin Xuan thought to himself. Naturally, he had no intention of letting Lin Qianfan off. For Lin Qianfan was the chief disciple of Yi Xian, the child of fortune. As such, he possessed formidable strength and also carried an immense amount of fortune value within him. Lin Xian had considered how to torment Lin Qianfan in order to strip away the fortune value from his body bit by bit. Unexpectedly, the system also seemed to take a disliking to Lin Qianfan. Thus, it directly issued a slaying quest worth a full 3000 villain points. This bargain was a huge profit. The 3-day deadline had arrived. At the Hanlin Martial Arena. At this moment, the arena was already packed with a sea of people. With the 3 days having passed, everyone in the Hanlin Sacred Dynasty had come to know of this duel. After all, in the eyes of the Hanlin Sacred Dynasty's people, Lin Qianfan was an enemy of the state. If Lin Qianfan defeated Lin Xian today, it would be a great humiliation for the entire dynasty. Mother, can brother Xian defeat Lin Qianfan? I am a bit worried. Lin Yuan stood upon the high platform. Though dressed in an awe-inspiring imperial robe, the air of timidity between his brows could not be dispelled. Smack! Without another word, Su Zhaojun raised her hand and struck the back of Lin Yuan's head, scolding. How many times have I told you? You are now honored as the Holy Emperor, so you should refer to yourself as we. Lin Yuan winced in pain, grimacing. To him, Su Zhaojun's strike just now was exceedingly painful. But standing on the high platform under the gaze of thousands, he naturally could not cover his head and flee in panic. Enduring the pain while being hit was truly unbearable. But what good is being a lonely sovereign? We just hope mother and brother Xian can both be safe and well. Lin Yuan pouted his lips and murmured. Hearing Lin Yuan's spineless words, Su Zhaojun felt a surge of anger rising in her chest. But her hand, raised midway into the air, was lowered again. Xianer forges ahead with boldness and has suppressed countless powerful foes. A prodigious son like that is indeed a blessing to his parents, but one like Lin Yuan, honest, gentle, and averse to conflict, would be able to stay by my side for years to come. When you think about it, that too is not a bad thing. Su Zhaojun thought to herself. This feeling was somewhat akin to what parents in Lin Xian's previous life experienced. Anyone who has siblings will notice a truth. Those with talent and ability always tend to fly far away, rarely remaining to accompany their parents. Meanwhile, those without such abilities find a local job, run a small business, or take up a modest government post. Though they may achieve no great success, they can at least stay by their parents' side, which is a virtue in itself. Thinking of this, Su Zhaojun did not raise her hand to discipline Lin Yuan again. Instead, she looked anxiously toward the arena and said, Since Xianer has agreed to this duel, given his nature, he must be fully confident. At this moment, Lin Xian sat on an ornate armchair placed in the middle of the arena, quietly waiting for Lin Qianfan's arrival. Many onlookers cast worried glances at Lin Xian. Alas, although the Prince Regent is a heaven-defying genius, his opponent is a prodigy of the true King Fourth Layer. This battle, I fear the Prince Regent will have a hard time. This Prince Regent doesn't seem as wise as the rumors claim. If you ask me, he ought to restrain his impulse and lie low. Given his talent, within 3 to 5 years, he would have enough power to crush that so-called sword-venerable disciple Lin Qianfan with overwhelming force. You dare speak ill of the Prince Regent? You're asking for death. I challenge you to a duel. Enough of this. Let's hope heaven blesses the Prince Regent. The surrounding crowd was all chatter, speaking one after another without pause. After all, this matter concerned the honor and disgrace of the Hanlin Sacred Dynasty, and everyone hoped Lin Xian would emerge victorious. However, the probability of Lin Xian winning this battle was simply too low, almost impossible. For a moment, a feeling called despair surged within the hearts of everyone in the Hanlin Sacred Dynasty. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to resume normal use. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to resume normal use. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and then search again for normal use. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. Do not be so astounded, young man. With your ability, once you step beyond this mortal realm, it will not take you long to command tricks as formidable as this old man's. Old Lin observed Lin Xian's silence, and naturally had no idea of the dark thoughts churning within him. He merely assumed the young man had been struck dumb by shock. With patience, old Lin took the time to explain. The world beyond. Lin Xian's heart stirred. So this old man was a master from beyond the mortal world. Feng Yue has already gone to the world beyond, and this mundane world can never contain me. Sooner or later, I too shall pass through the demon-suppressing battlefield and make my way there. Getting in contact with such exalted figures sooner is no bad thing. Lin Xuan resolved inwardly. With that thought, a smile curled across his lips. So you are a master from the world beyond. I never imagined that an act of kindness from this young one would lead to an encounter with such a master. This miracle feels like a dream. Lin Xuan drew a deep breath, speaking with heartfelt emotion. At these words, old Lin fell silent. From his observation of Lin Xuan, he sensed that this young man was by no means an honest and upright sort. Old Lin even began to suspect that Lin Xuan had long since recognized him as a master from beyond. Once this thought surfaced, even old Lin found it rather incredible. Yet the more he considered it, the more he felt that nothing could be hidden from this sly young man. Boy, did you realize from the very beginning that this old man was no ordinary fellow. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could I, a mere junior, possibly possess such keen eyesight to see through someone of your eminence? Everything was simply an act of kindness. Good deeds bring good fortune. Is that so? These are the words from the bottom of my heart. After that brief exchange, old Lin fell silent. Old Lin could not bring himself to trust Lin Xuan, especially after entering Yichuan court and discovering that Lin Xuan had created the virile majesty pill, that sacred remedy for men. Old Lin's worldview was thoroughly overturned. And upon overhearing the conversation between Mingyang and Lin Xuan, he found himself introduced to an entirely new realm of thought. One could actually ally with brothels using the power of the sacred dynasty for mutual benefit. Faced with such an outrageous maneuver, even old Lin, that old immortal, hardly knew whether to praise him or condemn him as a wayward descendant. Very well. He'll believe you for now. I know of your plight. I can remain in the Hamlin sacred dynasty for some time yet, and I can handle that so-called Qin Empire strongman for you. Old Lin's voice drifted over once more. Lin Xuan's imposing body shook and his expression turned fervent. As my mother once taught me, do good each day, and blessings are sure to follow. Indeed, I never imagined that today's small kindness would help me weather this crisis. Senior, you are truly a good man. May all good fortune attend you. Lin Xuan rushed to speak. Flattery gushed like a torrent from his lips. He had sensed early on that this old Lin was no simple man, and since the old fellow was so deliberately disguised, he must surely want something from him. Therefore Lin Xuan simply played along. To think that this old man would voluntarily offer to deal with Yi Xian's master for him. What a delightful stroke of fortune. Could I have the destiny of martial hero Su Qier from the films? In that movie, he too took a beggar to the brothel, and only then obtained the sleeping drunken fist. Lin Xuan mused privately. Enough. We can discuss the details tomorrow. Tonight this old man still has 300 rounds to do battle with these enchanting demons. Old Lin's voice came once more. Senior, your honor soars high. Your blade is not yet old your age, but bolder a stalwart in twilight, ever reaching higher. Lin Xuan unfurled a storm of saccharine flattery. Scram. Right away. Lin Xuan maintained an extremely humble bearing before old Lin. For if the great Qin's Yichuan army truly intended to strike the Hamlin sacred dynasty reinforced by Yi Xian's master, Lin Xuan had no way to withstand it. This old Lin was his lifeline. So let him endure this damned old man for a while. The next day, old Lin stepped out of the chamber brimming with vitality. Inside, the room was strewn with women lying every which way. Clearly they had all been conquered by old Lin's overwhelming stamina. A ghost. Old Lin spun around and found himself face to face with a grinning visage. At such close range, old Lin's pores stood on end. Instinctively, he readied his aura to smite this intruder, fearing it might be some assassin. Senior, it's me. Lin Xuan's pupils constricted as he hastily spoke. Old Lin finally snapped back to reality and recognized the figure. It was indeed Lin Xuan. In that brief instant, Lin Xuan had tasted the threat of death. This old man's strength was terrifying. From Lin Xuan's perception, old Lin's power, to say nothing of anything else, was absolutely far beyond that of a true king. Whether he could slay an emperor, Lin Xuan could not say. You little brat, you nearly scared this old man to death. Old Lin glared with his fierce tiger eyes and barked at Lin Xuan with exasperation. Ha ha ha. I was just waiting for you, venerable elder. Lin Xuan rubbed the back of his head. Old Lin had by now changed into a clean set of robes. No longer did he appear in those tattered, ragged rags. He actually looked, well, rather like a transcendent, immortal, a sage of wind and grace. At the very least, he no longer resembled an old beggar. Let us step outside to talk. Old Lin draped an arm over Lin Xuan's shoulder. A place of wanton pleasures is no place to linger. No sooner had the words left his mouth than old Lin and Lin Xuan vanished from Yichuan court. They reappeared in a wild mountain wilderness beyond the imperial capital. What was all this about not lingering in a place of pleasure? Pulling up his trousers and denying everything. Indeed, no matter how old a man is, he surely enjoys slipping into sage mode afterward. Lin Xuan silently sneered at old Lin in his heart. Yet he did not say a word out loud. After all, that little display old Lin had just put on had left Lin Xuan truly astonished. Was that teleportation? Lin Xuan's eyes widened as he murmured. He naturally knew of teleportation. It was a formidable art that existed within the arcane techniques of cultivation. Moreover, it was only said to be possible for those at the spirit-severing stage and above. At least that was how it was written in many cultivation novels. Teleportation? Not quite. Merely a certain application of spatial power. If you were to step into the Emperor realm, you could perform such a petty trick as well. Old Lin narrowed his eyes and spoke to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan narrowed his own eyes in that very moment. For Lin Xuan had just gleaned a crucial piece of information. The old man before him was absolutely a heavyweight. In other words, he was at least at the Emperor realm or above. Are you not wondering why a master like me sought you out of all people, eh? Old Lin drew a deep breath and said to Lin Xuan, nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. Because around 1,000 years ago, I was the one who founded the Hanlin sacred dynasty. Old Lin raised his head, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and let out a faint sigh before murmuring, "Good heavens." Lin Xuan had calculated all sorts of possibilities, but never a plot twist this melodramatic. What in the world was this all about? You are the ancestor. Lin Xuan felt utterly thunderstruck. This old Lin was actually his founding ancestor. What in the world was going on? Know that even martial artists who attain the level of immortals have but a finite lifespan. An ordinary person reaches the limit of their years at 100, while a martial emperor can live an additional lifetime beyond that. In other words, a martial emperor could live to a venerable 200 years. Thereafter, with each realm they transcended, their lifespan would be further extended. At the realm of a true king expert, one's lifespan could reach 300 years. Eunuch Hai from before was already around 280 or 90 years old. Back then, Eunuch Hai had only reached the great perfection of the Saint King realm. If not for Lin Xuan's guidance, his lifespan could never have sustained him. Once one's lifespan was exhausted, breaking through to a higher realm was fundamentally impossible. That was why Eunuch Hai was so deeply grateful to Lin Xuan. In a sense, Lin Xuan had saved his life. At this thought, Lin Xuan felt his heart quake. If the man before him was the founding ancestor of the Lin family, how old was he? At least 1,000 years old. Such strength could only be called heaven-defying. Lin Xuan's eyes widened, his face full of incredulity. Over 1,000 years old. What kind of realm was that? A sovereign lives 400 years, an emperor lives 500. You need not guess my realm. I can tell you that I am in existence above the emperor realm, yet even I could not have lived over 1,000 years by my own power. The reason I was able to live over 1,000 years is that I once encountered an opportunity and consumed some immortal elixirs. So do you understand? Old Lin explained all this to Lin Xuan. Your unworthy descendant Lin Xuan pays respects to the ancestor. Lin Xuan hastily bowed in salute to Old Lin. At this moment, Old Lin looked at Lin Xuan with an ambiguous smile and said, "What? Are you not afraid that I might be deceiving you?" Old Lin felt perplexed. No. After all, with your strength, Old Lin, if you wanted to achieve anything, you would never need to resort to such worthless tricks as deception. Wouldn't it be far more satisfying to simply kill me outright? Lin Xuan shook his head and said. Old Lin was stunned, never expecting Lin Xuan to say such a thing. After a long moment, Old Lin burst into loud laughter, clapped Lin Xuan on the shoulder, and said, "Excellent. For the Lin family to have someone like you is truly a blessing. Lad, you see things with remarkable clarity. Indeed, the descendants of the Lin family are either mediocre in talent or wholly engrossed in petty scheming. Yet which of them can truly stand aloof? In truth, only the might of one's fist is the ultimate truth. If our Lin family had produced someone like you sooner, I fear we would have already annihilated the entire Great Qin." Old Lin had lived through such vast ages. He was already in existence nearly equal to an immortal. However, for certain reasons, he had yet to step into the immortal domain. Still, those long years had allowed Old Lin to see through life and death, perceiving all things in the world with extraordinary clarity. He understood that only one's own strength was the greatest reliance. Everything else was nothing more than fleeting clouds and smoke. The truth of Lin Xuan's words. Even Old Lin had only understood it after passing his 100th year. And yet at such an age Lin Xuan could grasp this philosophy. Truly no simple feat. The ancestor flatters me too much. Lin Xuan smiled faintly and replied to Old Lin with utmost humility. After I founded the Hanlin sacred dynasty, I departed for the otherworld. Between the otherworld and the mortal realm lies a natural barrier of spiritual energy. Though I am powerful, I still find it difficult to transcend the might of heaven and earth. Therefore, even I can only remain in the mortal realm for a limited time. Old Lin then began to explain to Lin Xuan the matters of the mortal realm and the otherworld. It turned out that a natural barrier existed between the mortal realm and the otherworld. This barrier had spontaneously formed from heaven and earth. Why? In truth, it was to protect the mortal realm. The spiritual energy in the otherworld was 100 times denser than in the mortal realm. Were it not for the spiritual barrier, a mortal who rashly crossed into the otherworld would face only one outcome. In an instant, the overwhelming spiritual pressure would shatter them entirely.
Not even a trace of flesh or blood would remain. Such was the majesty of heaven and earth. The otherworld possessed 100 times the spiritual energy of the mortal realm. For those of the otherworld, however, casually setting foot in the mortal realm was fraught with peril, for the spiritual energy there was vastly inferior to the otherworld. Over time, the heaven and earth spiritual energy could not sustain them, ultimately causing their cultivation to decline. Thus, even an expert of old Lin's level could hardly remain in the mortal realm for any length of time. So that is how it is. Lin Xuan nodded. My visit to the Hanlin sacred dynasty this time stems from guilt. Over all these years I have long since reached the great emperor realm, yet I never shielded my descendants. Only after attaining this realm did I realize that it had become my inner demon. It is precisely because of this inner demon that I have been denied the immortal path. Therefore, when I sensed that the golden dragon of fortune of the Hanlin sacred dynasty was faintly showing signs of revival, I hastened here to see whether our Lin family had produced a true prodigy. Old Lin slowly explained, then turned his gaze to Lin Xuan. In his eyes was an unmistakable look of gratification. Still, you look quite good, boy. Your talent is extraordinary, and your temperament is no less outstanding. In my judgment, you pass. Lin Xuan scratched his head and said, that is mainly thanks to the ancestors' excellent genes. At those words, old Lin could not help but reveal a guilty expression. He sighed and said, do you know what an emperor scion is? An emperor scion. Lin Xuan frowned, somewhat baffled, and shook his head. An emperor scion refers to a descendant bearing the bloodline of a forefather who reached the great emperor realm. Once a martial artist reached the great emperor realm, the descendant's bloodline would be awakened, making them far surpass their peers. This bloodline power was intimately connected to their ancestor. Generally speaking, if a powerhouse of the great emperor realm fell, the descendant's bloodline would gradually thin until it finally dissipated. The stronger the great emperor was, the more powerful the descendant's bloodline would be. Of course, there is also a difference between a great emperor of the mortal realm and one of the otherworld. Take the Hanlin sacred dynasty, for example. I attained the great emperor realm by proving the Tao in the otherworld, so the Hanlin sacred dynasty's descendants in the mortal realm can hardly produce emperor scions, and their overall strength has weakened considerably. I had intended to wait until someone from the Lin family entered the otherworld and then give them a push. But now it seems I was too presumptuous. In over 1,000 years, no one in the Lin family has managed to reach the otherworld. This matter truly embarrasses me. Old Lin explained. Ancestor, have you come this time to activate the great emperor bloodline of our Lin family? Quick-witted as he was, Lin Xuan instantly understood old Lin's intention. Correct. Clever lad. Bloodline inheritance also has its close and distant branches. Generally, if one is my direct descendant, the power of their bloodline will be considerably stronger. Unfortunately, after all these years of the Hanlin sacred dynasty, by the time it reached your generation, the bloodline has thinned to a negligible degree. Old Lin sighed, his face bitter, and continued. Fortunately, my cultivation is high enough. Now I can activate the Lin family bloodline, and at the same time, find an emperor scion to fully awaken the Lin bloodline within him. In the future, the great emperor realm will be within reach. Hearing this, a sharp glint flashed through Lin. To put the old man's words in simpler terms, his own ancestor had come to deliver warmth straight to Lin. I thought that this emperor's heir would be hard to find. But after seeing you, my confidence has grown immensely. It seems heaven has indeed treated our Lin family unkindly, letting this old man witness the hope of the Lin family's rise. Old Lin spoke with deep emotion, his words filled with sighs. For old Lin, seeing Lin Xuan truly brought immense comfort to his heart. Come, boy, I shall now awaken your emperor bloodline. From now on, you can be considered an emperor's heir. Old Lin composed himself before speaking to Lin Xuan. Good. Lin Xuan didn't decline. Old Lin extended his hand, and a vast power began to radiate from within his heart. Its brilliance was so dazzling that it shook one's mind and spirit. Soon the power continued to condense, ultimately transforming into a drop of extraordinarily resplendent heart blood. This heart blood was no ordinary blood. It was the very essence of a martial artist's entire Buddhist power. For an ordinary martial artist, even a venerable powerhouse, losing a drop of heart blood was equivalent to severe injury. And for a formidable figure like old Lin, though he far surpassed the venerable realm, the power contained in his heart blood was even more terrifying. However, losing a drop wouldn't deplete his vital energy as severely as it would for a venerable. The heart blood appeared on old Lin's fingertip, which he then pressed onto the center of Lin Xuan's brow. Lin Xuan's body trembled involuntarily, and a thunderous roar erupted within his mind. The formidable power surged wildly through Lin Xuan's body. Boom! Lin Xuan's aura erupted violently, shooting straight into the heavens. Then he felt as if all the true demon blood within him had begun to boil. The intense pain contorted Lin Xuan's entire face. Lin Xuan let out a miserable. At this moment, old Lin's expression changed as he muttered, "This kid cultivates demonic arts and has even formed a demonic body. Damn it.
His cultivation art is so peculiar that even I failed to notice it. The art I cultivate is the righteous aura of Haren Jingqi, a path of orthodox cultivation. It is utterly incompatible with this kid's demonic body. Awakening his emperor bloodline now should have been the bloodline of the Haren emperor. Oh no, have I harmed this kid? Old Lin's face turned extremely grim. Because Lin Xuan's cultivation art was so unique and concealed, even someone like Old Lin had failed to detect his true demon body. Since ancient times, righteousness and evil have never coexisted. In his long years, Old Lin had naturally seen through everything, understanding that the so-called power of right and wrong was merely power. Whether it was righteous or evil ultimately depended on the user's own cultivation and fate. Therefore, Old Lin didn't mind Lin Xuan cultivating demonic arts. But righteous and evil forces still had opposing natures. Lin Xuan originally possessed a demonic body, and now he had activated the Lin family's Confucian righteous emperor bloodline. The two diametrically opposed forces surged through Lin Xuan's body like ice and fire, light and dark. The resulting devastation was horrifying. To be honest, with Lin Xuan's current strength, he naturally couldn't withstand it. Disaster. Disaster. Our Lin family finally produced a prodigy. And now he's going to be ruined just like this. For a moment, Old Lin's face was extremely grim, filled with regret. But he dared not intervene to save Lin Xuan. Because his power was predominantly the righteous aura of Haren Jingqi. If he channeled his power into Lin Xuan, it would only strengthen the power of Lin Xuan's emperor bloodline. That would tip the balance and cause Lin Xuan's true demon constitution to completely collapse, ultimately making him a cripple. Lin Xuan screamed in agony. Damn it. At this moment, he also understood his own condition. The righteous and evil forces were locked in a war that would not cease. Although Lin Xuan was clever, when he heard that the founding ancestor of the clan had emerged, he felt that he could gain the ancestor's protection. Such a boon was not to be passed up for nothing. He had forgotten the remarkable nature of his true demon, myriad tribulations, indestructible body. As a result, things went awry this time. Damn it. Truly, one's own greed can be fatal. Sometimes when fortune arrives, one's lot is too thin to digest it. Lin Xuan couldn't help but chuckle bitterly in his heart. Too greedy. The intense pain even robbed Lin Xuan of his ability to think. Sweat dripped down his forehead drop by drop. Pain. It hurts like hell. Ding. The system has detected that the host is currently facing a massive crisis. After analysis, the system has found a solution. Upgrade the devouring demon art into the indestructible heaven art. The indestructible heaven art requires 300 villain points, but the host only has 2000 villain points. You may take a low-interest loan of 280 villain points to be repaid after 3 months, requiring 400 villain points in total. Host, would you like to apply for this remarkably favorable low-interest loan? Lin Xuan immediately felt his head swelling twice as big. This is supposed to be a low-interest loan. Are you kidding me? Lin Xuan couldn't help but roll his eyes, feeling utterly played by this shady system. Did Lin Xuan have a choice? At a moment of life and death, he had no choice at all. It seemed the system had seen through Lin Xuan's dire situation, which was why it made such an unreasonable demand. This loan is truly usurious. What if I can't repay it? Lin Xuan took a deep breath and silently, it will increase by 50% each month, compound interest. Lin Xuan rolled his eyes. Earlier, in order to exchange for the 7th strike of the heaven-defying 7 demon blades, he had briefly borrowed some villain points from the system. But back then Lin Xuan had only spent around 10,000 villain points. This time it was nearly 30,000. What if I keep failing to repay it? Lin Xuan asked in his heart once more. All host assets will be confiscated, and the host will perish. He'll apply for the low-interest loan. Hurry. Without another word, Lin Xuan chose to exchange directly. Because for Lin Xuan, if he didn't apply for this so-called low-interest loan, he would likely be torn apart by the righteous and evil forces in the next second. What was there to think about? Applying for the low-interest loan meant at least he wouldn't die for now. Wasn't there a saying, if you owe the bank 100, you're the one worrying. If you owe the bank 100 million, the bank is the one worrying. At this point, did Lin Xuan still have a choice? The debtor is the master. Besides, wasn't the Great Qin Empire sending someone to deliver villain points? What the hell was he afraid of? Just as Lin Xuan finished speaking, information about the indestructible heaven art appeared in his mind. Reborn as an emperor, severing karmic ties, traveling the 5 domains to be crowned heavenly emperor. Who knows the indestructible heaven art? Under heaven there exists no foe to a single move. Demon mountains and holy spirits vanish in an instant. With one hand the azure sea and heavens are covered. What use is astonishing the ages? On a cold and desolate night, the emperor's tears fall. Boom. Within Lin Xuan's sea of consciousness, endless towering waves suddenly surged. Lin Xuan hurriedly circulated the indestructible heavenly art. The moment he began to do so, his dantian seemed to transform into a colossal vortex. It spun endlessly, unleashing an overwhelming suction in all directions. The two forces of orthodox and demonic energy were drawn along by that immense power, though they were unwilling they could do nothing about it. Slay the self to illuminate the Tao. As the name implies, sever the self of the past, illuminate the Tao with the heart, transcend the self of the present, realize the Tao in the future, and clearly see my own heart. The profound truths of the indestructible heavenly art surfaced in Lin Xuan's mind. The forces of orthodox and demonic energy began to be fully drawn into Lin Xuan's dantian. Then within his dantian, those two forces started to constantly intertwine. In the end, they evolved into the power of chaos. This power contained the creative mysteries of yin and yang, the orthodox and the demonic. Roar. After being suppressed by the indestructible heavenly art, the righteous aura within Lin Xuan's body transformed into an indestructible sacred dragon coiling within the divine palace of his sea of consciousness. It became entangled with the heaven-swallowing demonic dragon. As the two forces of orthodox and demonic energy maintained a balance within Lin Xuan's body, Lin Xuan's physical body even transcended the limits of the true demon myriad culpa indestructible body, directly reaching the great perfection of the true king realm. In other words, if compared purely in physical strength, taking on a true king at great perfection in unknown combat was now no trouble for Lin Xuan. This was originally a level he should only have reached after cultivating through the 3 talents tribulation. Now Lin Xuan had reached it ahead of time. At the same time, his martial realm also advanced from the 7th level of the Saint King realm to the 8th level of the Saint King realm. Old Lin, who had somehow produced a hoe out of nowhere, had already laid out fine wine and dishes beside him. He intended to dig a grave and bury Lin Xuan directly ready for the funeral feast. But to his surprise, Lin Xuan had actually survived, damn it. Sensing Lin Xuan's condition, old Lin frowned. At this moment, traces of chaotic aura began to emanate intermittently from Lin Xuan's body. This is the chaos body, the #1 physique in all the myriad heavens and countless worlds. Old Lin, a man of great knowledge and experience, was greatly shocked. After all, the chaos body was ranked first among all physiques. Although old Lin had never laid eyes on a chaos body, Lin Xuan's current state was exactly the same as the legendary chaos body. Good heavens! The chaos body is said to absorb everything. Whether orthodox path power or demonic path power, nothing can escape it. Our Lin family has definitely not merely produced a Qilin child. This is practically a Qilin king. Ha ha. From now on, when the little whelps under those old fogies see our Lin family's Qilin king, won't they all be frightened out of their wits? Old Lin was overjoyed. He grabbed the strong liquor beside him and fiercely gulped down several mouthfuls. Wonderful. After a long while, the sky gradually darkened. Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes, his aura receding inward. This time at least disaster had turned into fortune. Old Lin, you nearly got me killed this time, damn it. Rising to his feet and recalling the perilous scene from just now, Lin Xuan couldn't help but curse at old Lin. He had already died once before, so was he going to be afraid of this old man? All respect for the old ancestor was thrown to the winds by Lin Xuan. This old man didn't want this either. Don't be anxious. Isn't this exactly seeking fortune in the face of danger? I was wrong. I nearly ruined our Lin family's future. Rest assured, when the great Qin troops come, this old man will give those little bastards a sound thrashing. Old Lin slapped his chest and made the promise to Lin Xuan with absolute sincerity. Only then did Lin Xuan finally calm down. However, Lin Xuan shifted his gaze and spotted something. He saw the pit old Lin had dug beside him and the table laden with delicacies, fine food, and wine. Can you explain what this is all about? This old man, with my divine calculations, instantly determined that you, having narrowly escaped death, were sure to have great fortune to follow. That is why I laid out this celebration feast waiting for you to wake up and celebrate. Well, thank you so much, damn it. Don't mention it. Still, Lin Xuan was a free-spirited man. Since he had already escaped the disaster, Lin Xuan did not press the matter further. After all, he knew old Lin could not have deliberately set him up. If old Lin had truly wanted to harm him, he would not have gone to such great lengths. Wouldn't it have been much simpler to just strike him dead? Since old Lin had meant well, but bungled things, Lin Xuan decided not to dwell on it. At once he sat down with old Lin and began to eat meat and drink wine in great mouthfuls. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, old Lin concealed his cultivation and followed behind Lin Xuan, disguised as an old retainer. The two then set out for the sacred palace. At the imperial capital, Xuanwu Gate, a mighty white-striped horse, veins bulging all over its body, hooves thrashing without stop, was speeding along at an incredible pace. It galloped toward the city gate. The white-striped horse was foaming at the mouth with specks of blood mixed in. Clearly, it had already reached the end of its strength. It was nearly exhausted to death, damn it. This white-striped horse was exceptionally handsome and powerfully built. Obviously one of the finest horses among its kind. To see it in such a state now was truly lamentable. Whoa! The rider wore the official robe of the Hanlin sacred dynasty with a large character, courier, embroidered in the center. He was a dispatch courier of the Hanlin sacred dynasty. Who goes there? The guards at Xuanwu Gate saw the rider charging toward them. Their expressions changed greatly, and they hurriedly shouted. 8th Assembly urgent dispatch. A great change has occurred at the border. Great Qin has sent troops. Quickly report to the sacred emperor and the prince regent. The courier had galloped a full 8,000 li, having ridden 5 white-striped horses to death. He himself was barely hanging on by a single breath. Now seeing Xuanwu Gate, he could no longer endure. Blood gushed from his mouth, and he fell off the horse, both hands desperately clutching a letter. He handed it to the guards. After saying these words, the courier's qi and blood dispersed, his eyes closed, and he died on the spot. After all, the Hanlin sacred dynasty governed its cities through martial arts, and even in ordinary times correspondence between cities relied on these couriers. Moreover, the Hanlin sacred dynasty was vast. The weakest of these couriers still had martial emperor cultivation. After all, the mountains were high and the emperor far away on the roads, there were always robbers coveting the dynasty's goods or forest outlaws setting ambushes and robbing travelers. Yet now a martial emperor courier had died from exhaustion simply to deliver a letter. From this, it was clear that the border war was extremely urgent. The Xuanwu Gate garrison commander knew that this matter was extremely severe and could not be delayed. He immediately ordered his subordinates to guard Xuanwu Gate strictly, then mounted a white-striped horse and rode toward the sacred palace. Inside the sacred palace in the great hall, Lin Xuan sat upright on the dragon throne. Behind him, separated by a curtain, sat Su Zhaojun. Lin Xuan was timid by nature and lacking in ability. Although Su Zhaojun had no intention of seizing power at Lin Yuan's own request, Su Zhaojun agreed to rule from behind a curtain for him. 8th Assembly urgent dispatch. The border is in danger. General Meng Yi has led an army of 100,000 Meng family troops here and has already taken 2 cities in just a few days. Ministers, how should this battle be handled? Lin Yuan's gaze was heavy as he asked the assembled ministers. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to resume normal use. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to resume normal use. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to resume normal use. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to resume normal use. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to resume normal use. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsorship, please long press to delete the book and then search again to resume normal use. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to resume normal use. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to resume normal use. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to resume normal use. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsorship, please long press to delete the book and then search again to resume normal use. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book first, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to resume normal use. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and then search again for normal use. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and research to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and then search again for normal use. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to resume normal use. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to resume normal use. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and then search again for normal use. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to resume normal use. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and research to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to resume normal use. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and then search again for normal use. Please delete the book and search for it again after sponsoring, and it will function properly. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search for it again before use. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. Then come. Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes and said slowly. Zhao Nuer looked at Lin Xuan before her and shivered for no reason. In her perception, it seemed that Lin Xuan had already planned this for a long time. To put it plainly, he was waiting to trap. Regardless of whether she had come to trap Lin Xuan, unfortunately no matter what she had no strength to resist. Zhao Nuer could only endure the searing pain, split off a strand of her divine sense, forge it into a contract, and send it to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan raised his hand, and the strand of divine sense attached itself to his arm, forming a mysterious and profound symbol. At this moment Lin Xuan felt somewhat strange. He seemed able to manipulate Zhao Nuer's life and death with ease. Ding. Fortune's favored daughter Zhao Nuer has become the host's slave. Fortune's favored son, the Demon Emperor, has lost 2 fortune points, and the host has gained 2 villain points. A system chime sounded at this moment. 42,000 villain points now. Lin Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. As it turned out, using this method to fleece Zhao Nuer was undoubtedly an extremely fast and effective way. Zhan Tian, come back. Lin Xian raised his hand. It was not until then that the Zhan Tian blood blade reluctantly withdrew from Zhao Nuer's body. It was still rather attached to that feeling. After the Zhan Tian blood blade left, Zhao Nuer's delicate body trembled, and she collapsed to the ground, as if all her strength had been drained away. She raised her head, and the look she cast at Lin Xian was full of fear. When it came to Lin Xian, Zhao Nuer was clearly afraid to the very marrow of her bones. Master. She lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze, and could only call out to him in a voice of utter humility. Dawn is almost here, go back. What happened today has done you no small harm. Since you have already become my maidservant, I certainly cannot treat you poorly. Take this pill for now, Lin Xian said coolly. With a flick of his finger, a pill appeared. Another flick, and the pill arrived before Zhao Nuer. Zhao Nuer took the pill, and her eyes instantly brightened with delight. As a ghost cultivator, she could sense the powerful soul force contained within the pill. This pill is called the Soul Nourishing Divine Pill, a top-grade Void Emperor pill. If you take it, it will not only heal the injuries you suffered today, but will also let you go even further and reach a new level. Lin Xian said slowly. Hearing this, Zhao Nuer's eyes suddenly lit up as well. She had been able to sense the supreme soul force within the pill, but she had never imagined it could be so formative. For a moment, Zhao Nuer felt that the suffering she had endured today had almost completely vanished. She even felt that becoming Lin Xian's servant might not be such a bad thing. Zhao Nuer, thanks the master. Zhao Nuer wept tears of joy, her face covered in smiles. She rose, then appeared somewhat hesitant. After all, what Lin Xian had given her was simply too much. Holding the pill, Zhao Nuer felt somewhat guilty in her heart. Hesitating slightly, she said, "Then, Master, are you truly sure you don't want Zhao Nuer to use her natural talents to serve you?" Lin Xian's expression stiffened. "Master, agree." "Agree." The Zhan Tian blood blade jumped up and down, seemingly wild with excitement, eager to watch Lin Xian engage in hand-to-hand combat. "Shut up." Lin Xian's divine sense came crashing down like an overwhelming tide, directly suppressing the Zhan Tian blood blade. Then Lin Xian looked at Zhao Nuer and said flatly, "I'm not interested. Leave now and tend to your injuries. In the future, I will still have use for you. If you perform well, there will be even richer rewards." Zhao Nuer, beamed with joy, nodded hurriedly, and then left Lin Xian's room. For Zhao Nuer, her previous submission to Lin Xian had been the result of coercion, but now it was beginning to turn into an enticement by rewards. Zhao Nuer felt that it was actually not bad to serve under Lin Xian. With 42,000 villain points, I can deduce another level of the true demon myriad tribulation indestructible body. Let's obtain the sword soul inheritance first. Lin Xian closed his eyes, sat cross-legged, and rested his mind. The next day, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Knock, knock, knock. Urgent knocking sounded. "Come in." Lin Xian raised his hand, and a surge of force whistled out, instantly flinging the door open. Yi Su hurried in. "Regent King." Yi Su's eyes were hazy. "What's wrong?" Lin Xian held back a smile and put on a bewildered expression as he asked Yi Su. "I've discovered. I've fallen in love with a girl, but she seems to have a special relationship with the Sword Soul sect. If I take her away, I'm afraid it will bring trouble to you." Yi Su hesitated for a long time. At last he steeled his heart, gritted his teeth, and spoke to Lin Xian. Lin Xian was laughing like crazy inside. "Is it Zhao Nuer?" Lin Xian asked. A trace of surprise clearly flickered across Yi Su's face. The Sword Soul sect does have quite a few women, but most of them are jade beasts. In just one day, other than Zhao Nuer, I really can't think of who it could be. Lin Xian explained. Yi Su was clearly not very bright. After hearing Lin Xian's explanation, the heavy stone in his heart finally began to settle. "Do you truly love her?" Lin Xian spoke again. "Yes." Yi Su's voice suddenly went up an octave. His eyes burned, his face was full of determination, and he spoke to Lin Xian. Lin Xian was almost startled by the sudden loudness of Yi Su's voice. "Tell me more specifically." Lin Xian swept his gaze over him, speaking with a hint of guidance. "Zhao Nuer and I are deeply in love. Last night, I remember, it was a dark, windy night. Because she was afraid, she came to my room. Beneath the flowers and moon, we consummated our love." Recalling last night, Yi Su could not help sighing with a nostalgic look on his face. In the sweetness, there was still a hint of excitement. Clearly within the illusion, Zhao Nuer had displayed astonishing talent. She had rendered Yi Su completely tame. Yi Su had utterly become a slave to Zhao Nuer's charms. Oh, but what about the affections of those girls in the Hanlin Sacred Dynasty, Xiaohong Chun'er, and so on? Do you no longer care about them? Lin Xian's eyes held some contempt. When Yi Su heard Lin Xian mention the Hanlin Sacred Dynasty, his face flushed red. After struggling for a long time, Yi Su said, "In the past, I was too young and simply didn't understand love. Now I have met a woman for whom I would give my life, and only now do I know that this is true love. After hearing this, Lin Xuan was utterly thunderstruck. He felt that these words were strangely familiar. Oh right. In Lin Xuan's past life, a certain kung fu emperor who had swept the world had once said something similar. Ahem. Master, isn't this what you call a scumbag? True to its habit of loving a good show and never minding a storm, the Zhan Tian Bloodblade asked in Lin Xuan's mind. Do you even need to ask? It seems your intelligence still needs to improve. Lin Xuan replied in his mind. Have you made your decision? Lin Xuan pondered for a moment, then said to Yi Su. Amen. I know that if I elope with Miss Zhao Nuer, it will probably offend the Sword Soul sect. I'm afraid of implicating the Regent King. If the Regent King is unwilling to offend the Sword Soul sect, then I will stay in the Sword Soul sect. After the Regent King leaves, I will carry out my elopement plan with Zhao Nuer. With a resolute expression, Yi Su said to Lin Xuan. I beg the Regent King to keep this secret for me. Phew. Lin Xuan let out a long breath. Beauty is a bone-scraping blade. Yi Su, we are brothers. Since you and Zhao Nuer are deeply devoted to each other, I will naturally do my utmost to help you. Rest assured, a mere Sword Soul sect is nothing in my eyes. Lin Xuan said slowly, his gaze brimming with domineering might. Hearing this, Yi Su's eyes gradually grew moist. He would not doubt Lin Xuan's words merely because Lin Xuan's cultivation realm was low. Because Yi Su knew that Lin Xuan had all along the way defeated one powerful being after another. In Lin Xuan's eyes it seemed that nothing was impossible. Thank you, Regent King. In this life my life belongs to you. Yi Su choked up, cupped his fists, and said. At this point Yi Su's eyes shifted as if he had thought of something. After a moment's hesitation he said, However, Regent King, you must keep this a secret for me. Especially don't tell Su Yuan. That kid talks too much. I'm afraid he will laugh at me. Lin Xuan nodded hurriedly. Su Yuan is hardly any better than you. Lin Xuan thought to himself. After receiving Lin Xuan's promise, Yi Su left Lin Xuan's room. The moment Yi Su left, Su Yuan arrived. Regent King, your humble subordinate, has a secret. I do not wish to hide it from your highness, but your highness absolutely must keep it secret for me. The moment Su Yuan arrived, he knelt before Lin Xuan without another word, his face full of sincerity, and spoke. Upon hearing those words, Lin Xuan felt his entire body go numb. Damn it. Why did this dialogue feel so familiar? Could Yi Su and Su Yuan, these two brothers, have coordinated their lines in advance? Their lines were exactly the same. Lin Xuan was instantly petrified. Regent King. Seeing Lin Xuan remain unresponsive for a long time, Su Yuan raised his head, glanced at him, and asked timidly. All right. I understand. What is it? Tell me. Lin Xuan nodded. Your Majesty, the Regent King, I have discovered that I have fallen in love with a girl. In my heart, she is like a wild horse, setting my whole heart ablaze. Su Yuan said. You haven't fallen for a wild horse, you've fallen directly for an entire prairie. Lin Xuan secretly complained inwardly. Is it Zhao Nuer? He asked, feigning ignorance. Su Yuan was a bit surprised, then recovered, gave a bitter smile, and said as expected, nothing escapes your Majesty, the Regent King. This humble subordinate knows that Zhao Nuer's relationship with Jian Wushuang, the sect master of the Sword Soul sect, is somewhat ambiguous. But love comes too fast, just like a tornado. I have fallen deeply in love with Zhao Nuer. Even if it means offending Jian Wushuang, I will elope with her. Having said this, Su Yuan's face was full of determination. It's over. These two have fallen for the same ghost, and even their lines match perfectly. Lin Xuan tensed his abdominal muscles, his expression stiff as stone. Clearly Lin Xuan was having a hard time holding it and barely able to suppress himself. Having spoken his thoughts aloud, Su Yuan closed his eyes, seemingly intoxicated in his own wonderful world. Su Yuan was intoxicated by the sweetness of last night. Regent King, this humble subordinate has been incompetent and has brought trouble upon you. I have thought it over. I will never let a private matter affect your grand affairs. Therefore I will stay in the Sword Soul sect. Once the Regent King and your company have left, I will take Zhao Nuer and elope. If Jian Wushuang takes his anger out on you, please tell him that you have already cut ties with me. Su Yuan will never drag anyone down. Su Yuan gritted his teeth and said to Lin Xuan with unwavering resolve. Just as expected, Su Yuan and Yi Su's words were exactly the same. Don't worry. You are one of my own. A mere Sword Soul sect is nothing in my eyes. As long as you and Zhao Nuer are truly devoted to each other, that's enough. Lin Xuan said. Su Yuan seemed to want to say something, but hesitated. Lin Xuan glanced at him and shook his head. You are my brother and have followed me for no short time. Do you think I would be afraid of a Jian Wushuang? Su Yuan smiled. He knew Lin Xuan would not abandon him. Su Yuan knew that as a master, Lin Xuan could not have been better to his subordinates. Rest assured, Regent King. Zhao Nuer and I share a deep and profound love. With those words from you, Su Yuan's life is yours. In the future, anyone who wants to move against the Regent King will have to trample over my body. Su Yuan raised his hand and swore. How was the potency of the mighty virile wind pill? Lin Xuan looked at Su Yuan and teased. Even Su Yuan's thick skin blushed, a rare sight. Then Su Yuan scratched his head and said, very good. Very powerful. It just feels a little too strong. That place of mine still hurts a bit. Now that I think of it, strangely, when I woke up this morning, I found an extra hole in the pillar in my room. Hearing this, the corner of Lin Xuan's mouth twitched. Huh. Master, are you really not going to tell them the truth? At that moment, however, the heaven-slaying bloodblade could not hold it in any longer. It howled madly within Lin Xuan's sea of consciousness. Don't rush. Think about it. Once Zhao Nuer is together with them, then tell them. Wouldn't that be amusing? Lin Xuan replied to the heaven-slaying bloodblade through divine sense. Master really thinks of everything. However, this Su Yuan is far more ferocious than Yi Su. He could even make a hole in a pillar. Master, this pill's effect is incredible. If I can ever transform into human form, you must save a mighty virile wind pill for me too. The heaven-slaying bloodblade rattled on endlessly, already beginning to fantasize about a wonderful future. This truly was not a proper blade. Lin Xuan silently left that verdict on the heaven-slaying bloodblade in his heart. After Su Yuan left, Lin Xuan also slowly walked out of his chamber. Today, as agreed, Jian Wushuang was to take him to receive the inheritance. With his current strength, Lin Xuan had no fear of Jian Wushuang. Therefore, Lin Xuan did not call Xian Lingfeng. He went alone to find Jian Wushuang. Outside the sect master's residence, Jian Wushuang slowly approached. He was brimming with vigor and high spirits. Huh, brother Lin Xuan. Thank you, thank you. Jian Wushuang cupped his fists, his face beaming with sincere joy. Sect Master Jian, it seems your experience last night was quite good. Lin Xuan asked with a faint smile. He had seen almost exactly this kind of ruddy-cheeked, beaming face 3 times now. Yesterday, Lin Xuan had forced Zhao Nuer to acknowledge him as her master. From Zhao Nuer's own mouth, Lin Xuan learned that she had fought 3 bitter battles yesterday. Every battle left Zhao Nuer feeling exhausted. Instead of gaining anything, she had suffered 3 waves of heavy losses. From Jian Wushuang's expression alone, it was clear that last night, he had regained his masculine vigor. Huh. Brother Lin Xuan, you truly are my brother in all but blood. Last night that pill of yours was far too potent. Not only did it maximize my experience, it even slightly improved my cultivation. Jian Wushuang patted Lin Xuan on the shoulder. In Jian Wushuang's heart, Lin Xuan's status shot straight up. Seeing Jian Wushuang like this, Lin Xuan knew that this man would certainly not make things difficult for him over the Sword Soul Emperor's inheritance. Sect Master, Jian, hurry up and take me to the Sword Soul Emperor's inheritance site. If I succeed in obtaining the inheritance, there are still plenty of mighty virile wind pills. Lin Xuan smiled faintly as he spoke to Jian Wushuang. At those words, Jian Wushuang's eyes suddenly brightened. Good. Follow me. Without another word, Jian Wushuang led the way. The inheritance was inside the Sword Soul Hall. The so-called Sword Soul, to put it bluntly, was to condense one's own sword intent by relying on a divine sword, a martial Dao divine weapon. After awakening sword intent, one would combine it with one's martial Dao spirit, thus forming a Sword Soul. For Sword Soul sect disciples who wanted to awaken a Sword Soul, they needed to enter the Sword Soul Hall. Only by undergoing the trial of the Sword Soul Hall could they awaken a Sword Soul. Within the Sword Soul sect, the Sword Soul Hall looked like a divine sword stabbing into the sky, incomparably sharp. When a disciple of the Sword Soul Hall dies, his sword intent will fuse with his divine sense, becoming an entirely new Sword Soul power that merges into the Sword Soul Hall. So when you enter, if there are Sword Souls suited to you, they will come to you. If you are satisfied with one and draw it into your body, you will be able to awaken a Sword Soul. And since you have come for the Sword Soul Emperor's inheritance, walk all the way through the Sword Soul Hall to its deepest point. Inside there is a box. You only need to use the Sword Soul token to open it. Inside lies the Sword Soul Emperor's inheritance. After leading Lin Xuan outside the Sword Soul Hall, Jian Wushuang explained earnestly and in detail. Lin Xuan nodded. Jian Wushuang's explanation was quite detailed. From this one could also tell that, because Lin Xuan had gifted him a mighty virile wind pill, Jian Wushuang genuinely treated him as a friend. Also along the way, you can ignore the Sword Souls. Once a Sword Soul is awakened, it is difficult to change. We don't know whether the Sword Soul Emperor's inheritance might guide you to comprehend an even stronger Sword Soul. So don't pay attention to them along the way. It's best to look around only after obtaining the inheritance. Jian Wushuang spoke again. Lin Xuan nodded. Jian Wushuang thought it over carefully and found that there seemed to be nothing left to explain. Thereupon, Jian Wushuang opened the great gate of the Sword Soul Hall. Rumble. With a great noise, the stone gate slowly opened. Lin Xuan looked at the pitch-dark entrance of the Sword Soul Hall and strode forward with long, quick steps. The moment Lin Xuan stepped into the Sword Soul Hall, he felt as if the whole world had fallen into darkness. Everywhere he looked, there was almost no light to be seen. Only tiny orbs of light continued to float in the void. Each orb was a different color and brimmed with a sharp, threatening sword intent. Lin Xuan knew that these were the sword souls Jian Wushuang had told him about. The difference in their colors was nothing more than a reflection of the different sword intents sealed inside them. For example, some sword souls were crimson, representing the power of flame sword souls. Some were earthy yellow, representing the power of earth sword souls. The varieties were too numerous to list. The list went on and on. After Lin Xuan entered the sword soul hall, these sword souls seemed to be thrown into a state of intense agitation. They swarmed continuously toward him. Choose me, choose me, choose me. One sword soul after another madly sent its divine thoughts to Lin Xuan. The moment they saw Lin Xuan, it was as if they had discovered some heaven-defying treasure, surging forward in an endless tide, desperate for him to select them. It's because of the chaos body. A trace of sharpness flashed across Lin Xuan's eyes as he saw through the reason. Ordinarily, a martial cultivator could comprehend only one sword soul. But Lin Xuan was exceptional. Having cultivated the indestructible heaven art, he had transformed into the chaos body, the #1 physique in the myriad worlds. The chaos body embraced all things, able to contain every power within it. Moreover, with their powerful divine thoughts, these sword souls could sense that Lin Xuan's combat strength far exceeded his realm. He was a monstrously talented supreme genius. To be chosen by such a master was truly an honor for these sword souls. That was why the moment Lin Xuan stepped into the sword soul hall, he received their frantic welcome. These sword souls really are something. For a sword cultivator, awakening a sword soul elevates his combat power by an entire class. Only at the true king realm can one awaken one's own intent. A sword soul is also an upgrade of intent. If a Saint King level martial cultivator awakens a sword soul, it is equivalent to grasping true king level intent ahead of time, and naturally his attacking power skyrockets. And if a true king realm martial cultivator awakens a sword soul, his own intent will merge with the sword soul and become even mightier. What a treasure! What a pity! Lin Xuan shook his head. Although these sword souls were quite good, they were of no great use to him. First, Lin Xuan was not a sword cultivator at all. He cultivated the saber. The heaven-slaying blood saber was a quasi-emperor weapon. Second, his heaven-slaying 7 demonic saber art was a domineering saber art without equal in the world. With such a heaven-defying configuration, how could Lin Xuan abandon the near for the distant and practice sword cultivation? Moreover, he wanted the sword soul emperor's legacy. If he ended up clashing with these sword souls, it would be troublesome. Of course, Lin Xuan was not particularly concerned about the sword soul emperor's legacy. His only aim was to intercept Yi Xian's fortune and deal him a vicious blow. As for the sword soul inheritance, if it meant specializing in the sword path, Lin Xuan truly was unwilling to take it. If he couldn't get it, he might as well destroy it. How simple was that? Oh, if only I could take them all away. Lin Xuan thought for a moment, then muttered, these sword souls were truly good. Lin Xuan might not see them as valuable, but if he could bring them back to the Hanlin sacred dynasty, that would be enough to foster a group of formidable, undefeated sword cultivators. That was what Lin Xuan imagined. But he lacked the capability, and so he could not help but feel a sense of loss. Master, I can't. At that moment, the heaven-slaying blood saber grew restless again, hopping up and down. You can. Lin Xuan looked at the saber with skepticism. Of course, these sword souls belong to a martial cultivator's intent and are also condensed from his divine thoughts. My ability is most effective against such divine thoughts. Master, surely you know that. The heaven-slaying blood saber looked smug. Damn, right? A flash of brilliance suddenly shot through Lin Xuan's eyes. Why hadn't he thought of that? After a brief pause, Lin Xuan was ecstatic. He had suddenly discovered a truth. His golden finger was never the villain system, but the heaven-slaying blood saber in his hand. Good. Then suck them all in with all your might. Once we return to the Hanlin sacred dynasty, you'll find 8 or 10 beautiful human females to keep you company. Lin Xuan roared with laughter. Hearing this promise, the heaven-slaying blood saber instantly felt that its entire being was burning with drive. From its blade, a thick, baleful aura howled out, turning into giant hands that began plundering the small light orbs all around. One orb, then another, then another. These little orbs had no power to resist the heaven-slaying blood saber. It was like a bottomless abyss swallowing 100 rivers into endless darkness. Lin Xuan walked forward, devouring sword soul orbs as he went. By the time he had traversed the sword soul hall, the whole place had sunk into pitch-black darkness. Done. The sword soul sect truly hasn't been stingy. It gave me a great gift. Lin Xuan's eyes burned with intensity, for he knew these treasures would take the Hanlin sacred dynasty's strength to the next level. Master, aren't we going a bit too far? After absorbing all those sword souls into its body, the heaven-slaying blood saber suddenly sent a voice transmission to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan was taken aback and asked, what's wrong? What's your problem? The heaven-slaying blood saber sighed and said, the sect master of the sword soul sect isn't a bad man. We first stole his woman, and now we're snatching away all the sword souls from the sword soul hall. That's enough to cripple the sword soul sect. I feel a little guilty. As it said this, the heaven-slaying blood-saber's voice was soft, as if it lacked confidence. Lin Xuan shot the heaven-slaying blood-saber a glance, and sneered. The person who did those rotten things is Yi Xian. What does that have to do with me, Lin Xuan? The heaven-slaying blood-saber was stunned. You'll understand later. Just focus on the tasks I give you, worker. Lin Xuan shook his head, not planning to explain things to the heaven-slaying blood-saber for now. Oh, all right. But master, I found a problem. The heaven-slaying blood-saber circled around Lin Xuan as it suddenly spoke. What is it? Lin Xuan, ahead, something seems to be summoning me, replied the heaven-slaying blood-saber. Summoning it. Lin Xuan frowned and looked in the direction the saber was pointing. When Lin Xuan looked over, he saw that at the very end of the Sword Soul Hall stood a treasure chest. According to Jin Wushuang, it was the legacy of the Sword Soul Emperor. Could this thing be summoning the heaven-slaying blood-saber? Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes, his heart stirring. Know this, the sky-slashing blood blade has already ascended to a quasi-emperor weapon. For the sky-slashing blood blade to feel summoned, the source must naturally be no ordinary object. Lin Xuan looked at the sky-slashing blood blade as it hummed, a flash of blade light darting past. The corners of his mouth curved slightly as he murmured, Yi Xian, you truly have sent me an unparalleled fortune. Indeed, a child of destiny is monstrously formidable. At that moment, even Lin Xuan became curious. The Sword Emperor was a true Emperor realm powerhouse. Judging from this, the legacy he left behind is certainly no simple thing. Let me see what kind of inheritance could make the sky-slashing blood blade answer the call. Excitement showed on Lin Xuan's face, and demonic chi churned around him as if a true demon had descended into the world. Plundering the child of destiny's fortune naturally felt wonderful. Lin Xuan turned his gaze to the far end of the Sword Soul Hall. There stood an ordinary-looking chest, its color plain and unremarkable. It revealed not the slightest trace of a supreme fortune. But in the eyes of Lin Xuan and the sky-slashing blood blade, the chest gleamed brightly. Around them, multicolored sword souls were already surging into the blade. About 70 or 80% had been absorbed. Lin Xuan could feel that the sky-slashing blood blade seemed stuffed, and the absorption had slowed down somewhat. Don't just stand there. Finish them all. Lin Xuan shot the sky-slashing blood blade a cold glance. In any case, it was all Yi Xian's doing. These sword souls are of great use to you, and to me. Although Lin Xuan primarily cultivated saber, intense sword souls were no more than chicken ribs to him. Tasteless to eat, but a pity to discard. But Lin Xuan did not finish the sentence, already hatching a new plan in his heart. The sky-slashing blood blade looked at Lin Xuan, whose demonic chi raged wildly. He was every inch a great devil. Master, as expected, you know how to work things. It's all that brat Yi Xian's fault, ha ha ha. He'll drain every last one of you today. The sky-slashing blood blade praised Lin Xuan, saying, as expected of my master. Following you is a blessing of 3 lifetimes. I've learned yet another trick. This is the scheme of driving a tiger to swallow a wolf. Throughout the Sword Soul Hall, sword souls drifted everywhere, disappearing into the sky-slashing blood blade at a speed visible to the naked eye. After quite some time, Lin Xuan cast a satisfied look over the now empty Sword Soul Hall. The sky-slashing blood blade flew back into his hand, and he said, just as they say, eat your fill, then work with a will. Sky-slashing blood blade, well done. After he was fully satisfied, it was time for the most thrilling part. Seize the child of destiny's great fortune. Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly and strode forward. When he looked, the treasure chest was already before him. He patted it slowly, and an ancient aura swept over him. Bah! Cough, cough, cough. Does this brat Jin Wushuang ever clean up around here? Lin Xuan was choked by that aura of antiquity. What aura of antiquity? That was clearly dust. Even as Lin Xuan spoke, the chest was slowly opened. A fierce killing intent rushed straight at his face. A strange light flickered between Lin Xuan's brows. At this moment, the sky-slashing blood blade buzzed loudly as if stirred with excitement. Master, this is... Lin Xuan instantly activated the true demon myriad calamity indestructible body. Demonic chi soared around him, and an undying demonic dragon coiled behind his back. The killing aura vanished at once. But Lin Xuan felt incomparably pleasant. This feeling, this aura. After the killing aura dissipated, Lin Xuan looked over. Inside the chest lay a blade gleaming with cold light. A broken sword blade. Lin Xuan exclaimed in shock. He had never imagined that what the Sword Emperor had left in the Sword Soul Hall would actually be the blade section of the broken sword. In the primordial days, the desolate heavenly emperor had dominated the ages alone. With this broken sword, he had shone brilliantly and stood invincible under heaven. I searched everywhere without finding it, yet I won it without the least effort. Back then in the Qin dynasty's treasury, he had found one section of the broken sword that had suppressed by qi. By using the Ouyang clan's clan-guarding treasure, the Sun Moon Cauldron, he had cast in the hilt and the tip of the broken sword together with the 7 demon blades exchanged from the villain system, and fused them. Only after sacrificing the furnace cauldron did he obtain this perverted spirit-bearing, sky-slashing bloodblade. Speaking of this, Lin Xuan looked at the sky-slashing bloodblade with exasperation. I really wonder whom this blade learned its lecherous nature from. Master. All the knowledge I currently have was bestowed by my master. The sky-slashing bloodblade answered truthfully, like an innocent child. Black lines appeared on Lin Xuan's face. His gaze shifted to the broken sword blade, which still radiated lingering power. This way the broken sword has finally been pieced together. After going around in circles for so long, it's just like collecting all 7 Dragon Balls. Lin Xuan muttered. Master, what are Dragon Balls? The sky-slashing bloodblade responded with a face full of thirst for knowledge. Lin Xuan shot at a look of exasperation. Then his eyes suddenly turned cold and sharp. No sky-slashing bloodblade, let me see your limit of growth. As Lin Xuan reached out and grasped the broken sword blade, the blade instantly began to tremble. The sky-slashing bloodblade grew excited at once, as if it had sensed its own kind. Even more so because at present the broken sword blade and the sky-slashing bloodblade were originally one body. In the blink of an eye, demonic chi flooded the heavens, and the sky-slashing bloodblade burst with radiance. The broken sword blade slipped from Lin Xuan's palm, was sucked into the blade, and instantly emitted thick blood vapor, transforming into a ball of light. Before he knew it, Lin Xuan's eyes had turned crimson. It was as if he had fallen into a maddened state. Before Lin Xuan, the chest flashed again. In the empty Sword Soul Hall, a series of words suddenly condensed out of thin air. I am the Sword Soul Emperor. This broken sword contains the Sword Tao insights of my life. If you inherit my fortune, you must avenge me. Devote your mind to realizing these insights. As an ancient voice faded, the words vanished, transformed into a torrent, and surged into Lin Xuan's body, radiating the aura of an emperor. Holy crap! An opportunity! Lin Xuan's martial foundation was solid and steady, surpassing his peers of the same realm by several generations. Even a child of destiny at the same level could fight him freely, and he would still remain undefeated. Truly a monstrous genius among monstrous geniuses. But the resources he needed to break through were also astonishingly immense. Lin Xuan emptied his mind, knowing how rare this moment was. A true emperor's lifelong cultivation insights were enough to fill his gaps in knowledge of this realm. In the true emperor realm, one has a domain that is uniquely your own. Feeling the Sword Emperor's overbearing domain, Lin Xuan was moved and entered a state of utter self-forgetfulness. Vast true chi broke through the 8th-layer barrier of the true martial realm within his body like a surging flood. The terrifying demonic chi could be sensed even outside the Sword Soul Hall. True King Realm 8th layer. Jian Wushuang exclaimed in shock. Lin Xuan's breakthrough speed was simply terrifying. After a long while, Lin Xuan's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. His gaze shone like stars. The demonic energy that had permeated his entire body now, as if possessing intelligence, surged back into him. Outside the Sword Soul Hall, the terrifying demonic aura abruptly vanished. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Even at the 8th level of the True King realm, his true chi is this formidable. Jian Wushuang gazed toward the Sword Soul Hall in disbelief. Even I, standing at the half-step Void Emperor solid form stage, wouldn't dare claim to possess such vast and profound true chi. This Lin Xuan has truly encountered tremendous fortune. I must never offend this man. Fortunately, the Sword Emperor chose Lin Xuan to inherit our Sword Soul sect. Jian Wushuang thought to himself as he glanced at the other disciples within the sect. It does seem so. As his gaze swept over them, the sword cultivators of the Sword Soul sect were all dumbfounded. So this is the regent of the Hanlin sacred dynasty. Even his breakthrough and enlightenment are so pleasing to behold. How fortunate am I? Hearing his voice alone without even seeing his face, I can already sense how handsome he must be. A true man is born to be like this. Within the Sword Soul sect, the inheritance of the Sword Soul Emperor now had an heir. Thus, as Lin Xuan claimed the fortune, the entire sect trembled in resonance. All the disciples still immersed in martial cultivation stopped at once, one after another. Then they sensed an overwhelming surge of domineering true chi crashing over them, and their faces turned pale with shock. Naturally, Lin Xuan remained unaware of all that was happening in the outside world. Lin Xuan slowly emerged from his ethereal state, feeling the power surging within him. Behind him, the devouring heaven demon dragon soared aloft. Under the enhancement of the indestructible heaven art, it had become even more solid and tangible. As expected of the heaven-severing emperor's art, the heaven-slaying bloodblade should be nearly complete as Lin Xuan ended his cultivation and turned his gaze toward the heaven-slaying bloodblade, which radiated an aura of slaughter. At this moment, its light grew ever more brilliant. Lin Xuan could faintly sense a trace of excitement from the blade. As for that, he too felt a sense of anticipation. After all, the desolate heavenly emperor who stood alone across the ages overwhelmed all heroes with this broken sword and became the sovereign of humanity. What extraordinary bearing that was! Now in this fantasy world, I have gathered all the pieces of this mysterious broken sword. Through every step of the journey, I have come to understand the hardship and difficulty involved, and to realize that each fragment contains heaven-defying power. Even in my past life on Blue Star, I never witnessed the day the broken sword would be reforged. What a spectacle that must be. At that thought, even Lin Xuan couldn't help but grow excited. Just then an ancient primordial aura swept. Lin Xuan's gaze sharpened. The heaven-slaying bloodblade had suddenly appeared before him, yet its aura had undergone a subtle transformation. This aura was far more ancient, as if unbound by the constraints of heaven and earth. Master, I've succeeded, the heaven-slaying bloodblade exclaimed joyfully to Lin Xuan. Well done, Lin Xuan replied to the blade. The next second he clenched his palm, and immediately felt a heaven-defying power hidden within. One that once unleashed was certain to draw blood. After the complete fusion of the broken sword, the heaven-slaying bloodblade's rank had reached a truly terrifying level. So much so that even Lin Xuan wasn't certain whether it could still be called an imperial weapon. Even among imperial weapons, it would probably rank near the top. Lin Xuan quietly marveled, deeply satisfied in his heart. The emperor's inheritance didn't hold particular significance to Lin Xuan, especially since beyond the mundane world there remained the living legend of old Master Lin. I never expected that simply trying to seize the inheritance of a child of fortune would bring such an extraordinary gift. Even Lin Xuan hadn't anticipated that the Sword Emperor's inheritance would contain the broken sword. If a child of fortune like Yi Xian had obtained a divine weapon such as this broken sword, it would have been quite troublesome. But now Lin Xuan had fully seized the initiative. Yi Xian, let me prepare another grand gift for you. Lin Xuan's gaze fell upon the heaven-slaying bloodblade, and the two were of one mind. Within the now empty Sword Soul Hall, even the slightly valuable decorative ornaments had been gathered into Lin Xuan's possession. Not only was the hall bare, it had also become somewhat bald. The heaven-slaying bloodblade sighed inwardly. A true man should live exactly like this. Lin Xuan had truly taught the blade the proper way to fleece one's resources. Seeing that everything had been tidied up, Lin Xuan knew he shouldn't linger. The next moment his figure vanished. Outside, the disciples of the Sword Soul sect all turned their blazing gazes toward him. So this is the living legend. Lin Xuan's reputation is truly well-deserved. At that moment, Jian Wushuang stepped forward and said, "Young friend, breaking through at the true king realm, yet causing such a tremendous commotion. The disciples of the Sword Soul sect must have made you laugh." Yi Su and Su Yuan also stepped forward. Of course not. Lin Xuan saluted Jian Wushuang in gratitude, and said, "I owe this extraordinary fortune to Senior Sword Emperor. Now that I have obtained this fortune, I must return to the Xiantian sect on urgent business." But, Lin Xuan paused mid-sentence. "There is also another matter I need to discuss with you, Senior." Jian Wushuang furrowed his brow, well aware that Lin Xuan had something important to say. His true qi wrapped around his throat as he spoke. "All Sword Soul sect disciples hear my command. Return to your cultivation immediately. Do not linger." At the sect master's decree, the gathered disciples reluctantly cast lingering gazes at Lin Xuan. Once the disciples had dispersed, only Xian Lingfeng, Su Yuan, and Yi Su remained. None of them were out. "Young friend, you may speak now," Jian Wushuang said to Lin Xuan, knowing full well that something momentous was about to be revealed. Lin Xuan glanced around to ensure no one was nearby, feigning a cautious look before slowly speaking. In the inheritance left by Senior Sword Soul Emperor, there was a prophecy made by a reclusive heavenly fate sage from beyond the mundane world. I am here to relay it to you, Senior. Lin Xuan spoke each word deliberately. Jian Wushuang's heart tightened. Seeing how cautious Lin Xuan had been, he fell into deep thought. Su Yuan and the others listened curiously from the side. Seeing that Jian Wushuang remained silent and lost in thought, Lin Xuan muttered inwardly, "Could this old fellow be so hard to deceive?" The next second, Jian Wushuang said, "I never imagined that the Sword Emperor would consult a reclusive heavenly fate sage. May I dare ask what the prophecy concerns?" Jian Wushuang looked at Lin Xuan with an utterly serious expression. His admiration for Lin Xuan multiplied. Truly worthy of the successor chosen by the ancestor. If it had been anyone else, wouldn't they have used the Sword Soul token to demand the position of sect master after seizing the fortune? Jian Wushuang thought gravely to himself. With such power at his disposal, Lin Xuan remained utterly unshaken, and even intended to share the ancestor's prophecy with him. Lin Xuan is truly a reincarnated celestial being, a true gentleman. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book, and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. Amid the rumbling echoes resounding through heaven and earth, Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes. His white robes fluttered with the wind, now bearing an even more ethereal otherworldly temperament. The true demon myriad tribulation indestructible body was indeed terrifying to such a degree. Feeling the power surging within him, Lin Xuan marveled inwardly. His current physical strength was likely on par with a monarch realm powerhouse. But no matter how formidable his physique was, if his cultivation couldn't keep pace, it would all be in vain. With this thought, Lin Xuan activated the indestructible heavenly art, greedily devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This kid, isn't he afraid of being stuffed to death? Xian Lingfeng looked down at Lin Xuan through his nostrils, thinking to himself, with him absorbing the spiritual energy of the Xiantian Grand Array, like this, it does make sense. As if a terrifying thought had struck him, a trace of barely perceptible fear flickered across his eyes. Master, oh master! Xian Lingfeng let out a turbid breath. Presumably this spot years later would also become a place bereft of spiritual energy. Zhao Nuer was numb by now. For a moment, she couldn't tell whether it was because ghost cultivators were too weak or Lin Xuan was too strong. To be precise, since the moment Lin Xuan at the 8th level of True King Realm had defeated Yi Xian, who was half a step into the substantial form of the Void Emperor, across realms, she had already gone numb. You see, the Void Emperor had 5 forms: void form, transformative form, condensed form, substantial form, and original form. The leap in realms was simply too immense for a ghost to accept. Zhao Nuer, being a knowledgeable ghost cultivator, still couldn't quite understand it. If one said that at first Zhao Nuer acknowledged Lin Xuan as her master only to survive, and was utterly unconvinced in her heart, that she admitted. Just a mere 8th level True King Realm cultivator, merely having some tricks with a martial divine weapon. With one clap of her jade hand, Zhao Nuer could kill who knew how many of them. Who would believe she acknowledged him as master, if not to save her life? But now Zhao Nuer realized she had been wrong. Lin Xuan's combat power made her eyes sparkle with amazement. Especially this body of his blood and qi must be vigorous, so naturally his primal yang. Zhao Nuer covered her little mouth and muttered, following such a talented master, I needn't worry about primal yang. Her imagination ran wild, only now did she realize what a correct choice it was to follow Lin Xuan. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan's aura was rising steadily. With the aid of the indestructible heavenly art, the spiritual energy within his body was easily suppressed and refined. After the battle against Yi Xian, his 8th level True King Realm cultivation was thoroughly consolidated. Break, Lin Xuan said slowly. A heart-stopping power was now fully exposed. Lin Xuan's aura continued to climb, showing no sign of. After inheriting the legacy of the Sword Soul Emperor, he had thoroughly mastered the martial arts knowledge of this stage. If not for Lin Xuan's desire to consolidate the limits of every realm, he could have long since broken through to the Void Emperor realm. It was merely suppressed by Lin Xuan's own will. Finally, Lin Xuan's aura reached the peak of the 9th level of True King Realm, only a step away from the void form of the Void Emperor. As for his combat power, now even Lin Xuan himself was a mystery. Congratulations, master. Zhao Nuer congratulated him in a sweet, coquettish voice. This time she acknowledged Lin Xuan as her master from the bottom of her heart. Breaking through just like that. This is too absurd. Su Yuan said, despair written all over his face. I really like this kid's blood. At this moment, the heaven-slashing blood blade flew into Lin Xuan's hand. When Lin Xuan had exchanged for the 6th tribulation of the true demon myriad tribulation indestructible body, the blade had secretly slipped over to Yi Xian's side, cleaned up the crime scene thoroughly, and then returned to report. The entire blade of the heaven-slashing blood blade seemed to shine brighter. I just can't figure it out. Don't know what humans are thinking. The man's dead, yet he's still holding a jade pendant in his hand. Humans really are a complicated race. The heaven-slashing blood blade said fiercely, then placed the jade pendant into Lin Xuan's hand, and added, of course, aside from master, who is not complicated, all other humans are rather complicated, especially women. The heaven-slashing blood blade showered him with flattery, but Lin Xuan remained unmoved. His gaze was indeed drawn to the jade pendant. Carved on the pendant was a large character. Yi. It looked extremely familiar. It seemed that around Yi Linger's waist there was also a similar jade pendant. At this thought, a sweet, naive girl with a chubby, baby-faced appearance flashed into Lin Xuan's mind. It must have been Yi Xian's only keepsake. Lin Xuan put away the jade pendant and carried the heaven-slashing blood blade on his back. As he was about to return to the Xiantian sect, a girl's voice came from nearby. Brother Lin. Brother Lin. From afar, Yi Linger came running over in a panic. After seeing Lin Xuan, she gasped heavily for air. Brother Lin, my brother hasn't come back yet. Yi Linger said anxiously, tears welling in her beautiful eyes. Although Yi Xian had slapped her once, the two had grown up together as childhood friends. The feelings built over so many years, and Yi Xian's meticulous care, were all real. Yi's expression tightened as he looked at the Regent King Lin Xuan. Linger, don't worry. I met your brother, he's fine. Don't cry, don't lower your head, or the crown will fall. Lin Xuan comforted her. Upon hearing that Yi Xian was fine, Linger stopped crying, her voice slightly trembling. Really? Then why hasn't my brother come to find me yet? Looking into Linger's sincere eyes, Lin Xuan said seriously, do you not trust your brother Lin? Immediately Lin Xuan took out the jade pendant that the heaven-slashing bloodblade had brought back after disposing of the corpse. Unexpectedly, by sheer coincidence, he had run into Linger, who would definitely recognize it. Your brother has abandoned you. He went off in pursuit of his own path of invincibility. He told me to tell you not to wait for him. His mind is made up. He will never return. If there is anything you need help with, perhaps I can assist you. Lin Xuan spoke word by word. Before Linger could say anything, he shoved the jade pendant into her hands and said, if you don't believe me, take a look at this. He left it with me. Boom. The moment Linger saw the jade pendant, she subconsciously took a step back, her figure wobbling slightly. This jade pendant was the object Yi Xian had cherished most in his life. Linger had one too. Now that Yi Xian had given up this jade pendant, it seemed he truly would not return. Linger did not doubt Lin Xuan in the least, because in her eyes his words were absolutely convincing. At the very least, he would never deceive her. Linger's aura vaguely surged. She staggered and fainted. Lin Xuan hastily caught the unconscious Linger. Regent King, why not root out the problem once and for all? Su Yuan asked. Given Lin Xian's character, he shouldn't have any trace of mercy at a time like this. Lin Xuan shook his head. Now that Yi Xian is dead, the enmity between us is settled. Toward this naive and innocent little girl, he had never harbored the slightest ill intent. Zhao Nuer weave an illusion for her, erase her feelings for Yi Xian, and let her grow up happy. Xiantian sect. The next day, Lin Xuan and his companions arrived. Under Xian Lingfeng's arrangement, a superior cave dwelling was newly allotted to Linger. After all, the Sword Soul Cave was truly too dilapidated for words. Lin Xuan escorted Linger into the cave dwelling, then bade the others wait outside. Now, within the illusion Zhao Nuer had woven, Linger's memories of Yi Xian gradually faded away bit by bit. After all, Yi Xian could never return. Keeping that bond in her heart would only cause her needless pain. Yet the path of cultivation was far, far more ruthless than the blue star of a previous life. No one could predict even a sliver of it. Before Lin Xuan could even sigh, Linger's finger gave a faint twitch. His true qi began to flow gently into her body. Because Lin Xuan's true qi had been refined by the indestructible heavenly art, it was incomparably pure and potent, an immense boon for Linger. The power of the true demon was an existence of unsurpassed supremacy. When Linger opened her eyes again through her drowsy haze, she seemed able to see a young man. He was radiant and handsome, his eyes bright as stars. Brother Lin Xuan. Linger's voice came out barely above a whisper. Seeing that Linger's gaze was hazy and unfocused, Lin Xuan promptly instilled a few simple memories into her mind. Linger felt no antipathy toward Lin Xuan, nor naturally did he have any intention of harming her. After a brief exchange, Lin Xuan knew that within the illusion Zhao Nuer had arranged, Linger could no longer recall the slightest trace of those two words, Yi Xian. After settling, Linger and Lin Xuan let out a sigh of relief and turned to leave. Inside the cave dwelling, Linger gazed at the large bottles of void, sovereign-grade elixirs. For a time she lapsed into deep thought. Has brother Lin Xuan gone mad today? As Lin Xuan turned to depart the cave, he cast out his divine sense. This Xiantian sect, once so lush and picturesque, could now be clearly sensed to possess spiritual energy so thin as to be pitiful. Of course, upon sensing all this, Lin Xuan rubbed his nose. He hadn't expected that one careless slip on his part would drain the Xiantian sect's spiritual energy completely dry. He could only blame the ruthless emperor. The indestructible heavenly art was simply too absurdly overpowered. Lin Xuan dragged the ruthless emperor out to take the blame. Xian Lingfeng and the others had naturally sensed it too. Even after the days of his absence, there was still no sign of recovery. It was safe to say the sect had suffered a grievous wound to its vital energy. Who could have imagined it? The Xiantian sect had never once meddled in the mundane affairs of the mortal world, yet the very first time it did, it ended up bringing in a Lin Xuan. After all of those who could become disciples of the Xiantian sect, which one was not extraordinarily gifted? Fortunately, however, White-Browed Master had vowed that the sect would regain its former glory within just 1 year. In the blink of an eye, they were already nearing Lin Xuan's cave dwelling. Xian Lingfeng raised his nose high as he looked at Lin Xuan and said, Lin Xuan, what I promised you has now been accomplished. Now can you fulfill the verse that describes me? Zhao Nuer's beautiful eyes swept over both men as she stood to one side, her expression brimming with anticipation. Perhaps this time she would finally understand the strange words that Su Yuan and Yi Su had spoken on that previous occasion. What kind of verse could make Xian Lingfeng so persistent? What exactly is this so-called vision? This humble one truly does not understand. In fact, I have never even heard of it. The corners of Lin Xuan's mouth curled upward. For a man like Xian Lingfeng, he was simply too easy to get along with.
apart from his forced Shinibu tendencies that is. Suddenly Lin Xuan opened his mouth and said, "Are you ready?" Xian Lingfeng nodded heavily, leaning his ear close. A few breaths later a look of delighted surprise appeared on Xian Lingfeng's face. "Thank you." With that he turned and departed, leaving behind the utterly dumbfounded spectators. No one knew what Lin Xuan had said to Xian Lingfeng. The only thing they could see was that Xian Lingfeng's departing steps were remarkably brisk. Judging by the look of it, either his wife had run away or his house was on fire. He must be pretty worked up, Su Yuan and Yi Su secretly thought. Big bro, you're back. Little bro has missed you so much." At that same moment a familiar accent drifted from afar into Lin Xian's ears, drawing closer and closer. In the wink of an eye a familiar plump figure appeared. The newcomer was none other than Jun Lingyang. At this moment, however, Jun Lingyang's entire being radiated the aura of the Void Sovereign's void form. Evidently, he had succeeded in breaking through during these past few days. I didn't let Big Bro down. Jun Lingyang stepped forward seeking credit, and said, "I'm extremely formidable now. Big Bro, I truly must thank you for the void-breaking pill." Big Bro, why have you brought another woman along again?" Only then did Jun Lingyang notice Jiao Nuer by Lin Xian's side, and for a moment, he stared at her somewhat entranced. Big Bro is truly amazing. I must learn from Big Bro. You are the ultimate role model of our generation, Big Bro. Jun Lingyang chattered endlessly. Only Jiao Nuer smiled softly, a trace of an odd glint flashing through her beautiful eyes. Did this chubby boy just say? Again. Thereupon Jiao Nuer let out a light snicker. A wave of headache assailed Lin Xian, and he instinctively gave Jun Lingyang's buttocks a kick. Jun Lingyang yelped in pain, and clutched his backside, finally speaking properly. "White-browed master told me to summon you, Big Bro. It seems to be about that matter of the so-called demon suppression battlefield. But Big Bro, am a void form powerhouse now. That kick nearly threw my bones out of joint." Jun Lingyang said in astonishment. "Big Brother's physical body is far too mighty. I want a body just like Big Brother's." Su Yuan's entire body jolted. Demon suppression battlefield? Seeing that Su Yuan's expression was amiss, Yi Su asked, "What is the demon suppression battlefield?" Su Yuan shook his head as if trying to recall something, and said in a fearful voice, "But even the current Holy Emperor of the Hanlin Sacred Dynasty, when he was in the demon suppression battlefield, could only pray for the chance to survive." Yi Su drew in a sharp breath. Naturally, he knew that the current Holy Emperor of the Hanlin Sacred Dynasty was Lin Xian's own elder blood brother Lin Yuan, a man who had been carved out slash by slash and propped up step by step by Lin Xian within the Hanlin Sacred Dynasty. Yet at the same time, Lin Yuan's own strength was wholly beyond doubt. Could the demon suppression battlefield really be so terrifying? Yi Su mused to himself. Indeed. Come to think of it, the Prince Regent must be nearly 18 by now. Su Yuan recalled that the Holy Emperor had also been that exact age when he entered the demon suppression battlefield, and upon his return, even the Holy Emperor would shudder at any mention of the demon suppression battlefield. The demon suppression battlefield, is it? Lin Xian murmured softly in his heart. By now the child of destiny of the Shantian sect had already been plucked to death by his own hand. For the time being he was still vexing over where to search for another child of destiny. The demon suppression battlefield. Lin Yuan never told me much about it back then. I could vaguely sense his dread, so I didn't press further. Yet this name, the sound of it. It seems there ought to be a child of destiny shining brilliantly there. Heaven itself is aiding me. The demon suppression battlefield was notorious far and wide. But Lin Xian, he was a heaven-defying villain chosen by destiny. Naturally, he knew no fear. Watching Lin Xian's cloud-like carefree demeanor, everyone had long grown accustomed to it. After all, the Lin Xian before their eyes had already wrought miracle after miracle. Then let's go see the master at once. Outside the Shantian Grand Formation. Behold, Bai Mei's hand seals shifted, transforming into streams of obscure cryptic runes that radiated spiritual charm. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth seemed to gather even denser, as if under a spirit-converging effect, and with those runes it sank into the Shantian Grand Formation. At the same time, the spiritual energy of the Shantian sect was indeed growing richer. Yet the current dearth of spiritual energy remained unchanged. However, the boast had already been made. As the leader of the Shantian sect once spoken, his words were like splashed water. Alas, Bai Mei sighed, and lamented, spilled water can hardly be gathered back. It had been long enough, he thought. A Lin Xian should be coming soon. He could not let the juniors laugh at him. He turned around. Greetings, master. Several voices suddenly sounded, and Bai Mei's brows furrowed slightly. He had not sensed them at all. Jun Lingyang with Lin Xian and the others had arrived outside the Shantian Grand Formation and bowed to Bai Mei. Lin Xian watched the dignified leader of the Shantian sect toil away at restoring the sect's spiritual energy bit by bit. For some reason it struck him as rather comical, and he could not bear to interrupt. And so the scene just now came about. Master, to think you would toil like this, truly a model for us all. Master.
You are the idol in my heart. Jun Lingyang chattered on without pause. The word idol had actually been learned by Yi Su from Lin Xuan and passed on to Jun Lingyang. For some unknown reason it slipped out just then. He merely felt that the words suited the moment and the occasion. Bai Mei looked at Jun Lingyang with a kind, benevolent expression while frantically gesturing for him to come over. Jun Lingyang walked over with confident strides. If Master told him to come, then of course he had to go. Would Master ever harm him? At this moment Lin Xuan seemed to sense a dense murderous intent. Inwardly he mourned for the little fatty. Su Yuan and Yi Su also turned their bodies around of their own accord. They dared not look, for the scene was too beautiful to behold. Oh. Only after the heart-rending scream died down did the others turn back. Seeing Jun Lingyang's whole body swollen by a full circle, they all shuddered. Su Yuan and Yi Su silently swore to forget all that had happened today. It was too tragic. Beaten to such a state, even his own mother would find it hard to recognize him. Jun Lingyang now had a bitter taste he could not voice. He still could not understand why his sincere, unwavering heart had earned him such a savage beating. A seed of hatred began to sprout in Jun Lingyang's heart. In a trance he recalled the famous scene of the firestone blasting the latrine. Say, does Master ever go to the toilet? Jun Lingyang mused to himself. Then Bai Mei's gaze locked onto Lin Xuan, and he let out a soft exclamation of surprise. True King Realm 9th level. In just a few short days his cultivation had broken through again. Even Bai Mei could not help but be astonished. In the path of cultivation, the longer an old monster lived, the more he understood the importance of foundation. Bai Mei could see that Lin Xuan's foundation was deep and solid, and his physical body alone seemed to rival his own, making Lin Xuan's true combat strength an enigma. He then said slowly, young friend Lin, have you ever heard of the demon-suppressing battlefield? Lin Xuan nodded. He was not particularly interested in the demon-suppressing battlefield. His older brother had been sent to join it after turning 18, but the specific circumstances were unclear. Now, however, was the perfect chance to ask and understand. The demon race grows more prosperous by the day. At the same cultivation level, human physical strength is inferior to that of demons. Moreover, demons with pure and powerful bloodlines can perfectly inherit their race's innate magical powers. In recent years we have suffered repeated defeats in the demon-suppressing battlefield. Lin Xuan got the general idea. In short, it was roughly like the zoo on Blue Star in his previous life. Some animals were weak, some strong. The demon-suppressing battlefield was simply about putting people inside to fight against demons. No wonder the demon-suppressing battlefield has such a fearsome reputation. As an ambitious youth from the 20th century, his thinking was not constrained by the framework of this fantastical world. To make it easier to understand, it was like tossing a shootin' into a pack of wolves. This sense of despair, well, moreover, demons were savage. Yi Su and Su Yuan's bodies trembled at the words. From the sound of it, the demon-suppressing battlefield was truly no place for humans. But what if I played the lion instead? Lin Xuan declared with resounding conviction, if the demons are savage, then I will be even more savage than they are. Between every word the air of a great villain was unmistakable. Bai Mei was likewise stunned by these words. It has been a long while since I've heard such talk. It makes me look forward to it. Speaking of which, the demon-suppressing battlefield is also connected to the other world, and Elder Lin is among them. Zhao Nuer's delicate frame quivered. Clearly the word otherworld had dealt her a tremendous shock. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Back in the Kanglan realm, Willow God had once said that even the Hamlin sacred dynasty was nothing more than a remote backwater. There were countless powerful beings and worlds beyond his comprehension, all merely part of the teeming mortal masses. In Lin Xian's current understanding, the ultimate limit of martial cultivation was the Great Emperor. But because this heaven could not give birth to an Emperor realm, all Void Emperor experts were toyed with by the heavenly Tao, and their cultivation advanced with difficulty at every step. If they were to go to the other world, they could advance 1,000 li in a day. But if the other world was truly that wonderful, why did so many Void Emperor experts choose not to go? There had to be a reason. Take for example the nine-tailed ancestor of the Kanglan realm who ascended to the upper realm only to have his primordial yang harvested and be made a eunuch in the Hamlin sacred dynasty. Lin Xuan believed the same reasoning applied in the other world. After all, the only thing that truly mattered was how sturdy one's fists were. If you display your talent in the demon-suppressing battlefield or render remarkable merits, the cultivation sects of the other world will take notice, and from then on you can reach an entirely new height. Given your talent, young friend Lin, climbing to the Great Emperor realm is not impossible. Great Emperor. The name of an emperor must not be spoken aloud. From this one could see the might of an emperor. Back then, because of the suppression of the heavenly Tao, Elder Lin had been able to unleash only a fraction of his true power. Thus, the demon-suppressing battlefield was a dragon pool and tiger den, but it was also perhaps a gate for a carp to leap over and become a dragon. A golden dragon is no mere creature of the pond. Encounter wind and cloud, and it ascends as a dragon. There was not a trace of fear in Lin Xuan. Instead, his battle intent surged to the heavens. Looking at Lin Xian's eyes full of fighting spirit, Bai Mei felt somewhat dazed. They truly resembled Elder Lin's eyes. 10 days from now, I will personally bring you to the demon-suppressing battlefield. Bai Mei warned the demon race thrives like the blazing sun, so they inevitably possess extraordinary aspects. Even the finest disciple of my Shantian sect would hardly be a match. Among the younger demon generation, I fear there are true Emperor realm experts. Do not let your guard down. A note of gravity surfaced on Bai Mei's face. This was after all a warning spoken by Bai Mei himself. Invincible below the Emperor realm, and beyond it as well. That was enough to make anyone take the matter seriously. A radiant smile spread across Lin Xian's face. Rest assured, I will carry the glory of the human race to find Elder Lin. Su Yuan and Yi Su were still immersed in the demon-suppressing battlefield when noise buzzed around them. Outside the Shantian Grand Formation, countless young maidens cried out in surprise. Well said, well said. At once a figure descended from the sky, robes whiter than snow. Among all famous swords in the world, only this one in my hand exists. With me Ling Feng present, there are no immortals under heaven. I ask the heavenly immortals who among you dares to come to this mortal world. I dare ask the immortals above who among them would dare descend into this mortal world. Xian Lingfeng declared with buoyant pride, savoring the adoration radiating from the Shantian sect disciples. As if in the blink of an eye he melted into the spring breeze, drifting into immortal ecstasy. From all around came the reverence of countless junior fellow disciples. Senior Brother Xian, so handsome. With Senior Brother Xian around, what is there to fear? This is how a cultivator ought to be. Xian Lingfeng was utterly transported into a state of selfless rapture. This feeling was wonderful beyond words. At last he had managed to show off. Just as Xian Lingfeng was basking in self-satisfaction, in the next instant Bai Mei swept his sleeve, and an invisible force carried Lin Xian and the others away. The next moment they appeared before Xian Lingfeng. Brother Xian, your master has come. Lin Xian transmitted his voice through true qi. But Xian Lingfeng was still immersed in his ecstatic trance. How could he spare a thought for anyone else? Yet in Xian Lingfeng's ears the clamor grew quieter and quieter. That couldn't be. He still had over a dozen flamboyant sword forms to perform. Why had it ended already? Then again a familiar voice had seemed to sound just now. The more Xian Lingfeng thought about it, the stranger it felt. He murmured inwardly, where there is abnormality, there must be a demon. At once Xian Lingfeng snapped, his eyes open, brows knitting tightly, and displeasure written across his face. Who the hell is messing around? Seeing no one nearby, he grew furious without an outlet. Turning around, he was shocked to see his master right before him, with Lin Xian and the others behind him. His face went pale with alarm. Xian Lingfeng hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed, greetings, master. A true qi voice transmission followed immediately into Lin Xian's ear. Brother Lin, why didn't you give me a warning when the master came? Brother Lin, next time I'll have to commission more verses from you, brother. Bai Mei let out a soft sigh, looking at Xian Lingfeng as though he were looking at a half-wit. This child was fine in every way except his mind was somewhat lacking. At this moment the more Bai Mei looked at him, the less he liked him. Zhao Nuer's beautiful eyes swept repeatedly over Lin Xian and Xian Lingfeng. She seemed intrigued by what Xian Lingfeng had said earlier. Were these verses truly composed by Lin Xian? Zhao Nuer felt quite curious. There was indeed a stirring in those words. No immortals under heaven. Now it truly seemed that immortals might exist only beyond this world. Was that not to say that in this world where immortals do not appear, he was declaring himself invincible? Zhao Nuer quietly filled in the mental image, her admiration for Lin Xian growing stronger. How could he fail to become a ghost immortal? I think it would be most fitting for Senior Brother Xian to accompany me to the demon suppression battlefield. Lin Xian looked at Xian Lingfeng and said slowly, this kid may be proud, but his strength is definitely not to be underestimated. More importantly, he had no hidden motives. With the novel knowledge Lin Xian had accumulated in his past life on Blue Star, he was more than capable of satisfying Xian Lingfeng's little hobby. Demon suppression battlefield. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Xian Lingfeng said with a vague awareness. Clearly he did not have much understanding of that battlefield. That will do then. Lingfeng, 10 days from now you will travel with Lin Xian to the demon suppression battlefield. Bai Mei nodded calmly and offered no objection. With Xian Lingfeng accompanying Lin Xian, the company's battle strength would undoubtedly be greater. After all, Shantian sect's disciples were no pushovers. What was more, he was Bai Mei's own disciple. Thus, Bai Mei described part of the demon suppression battlefield to Xian Lingfeng. Brutal. Utterly brutal, with a vengeance. Xian Lingfeng's brows knit tightly as he listened. He had only meant to parade along the Shantian Grand Formation and show off a little. This was too severe a punishment. After those words, Bai Mei continued, the demon suppression battlefield is absolutely not to be underestimated. Though the 10 days are short, you still need to prepare well. His tone was full of concern and solicitude for Lin Xian. But when he looked at Xian Lingfeng, he merely shook his head. Alas! Then Bai Mei flicked the horsetail whisk in his hand and vanished from sight entirely. Xian Lingfeng, Xian Lingfeng looked down his nose at Lin Xuan and put on a pitiful act. Brother Lin, you've got to give me a few more famous lines in the days ahead. I'm about to go with you to that hell that devours people and doesn't even spit out their bones. In Xian Lingfeng's eyes, the demon suppression battlefield was akin to an Azura hell. This journey would inevitably be grueling beyond measure. Yet Lin Xuan calmly shook his head. No, that is where the white-robed sword immortal will command the adoration of the masses. Lin Xuan stood with his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance. Not to mention anything else, with the golden finger of the villain system, Lin Xuan had absolute confidence. Xian Lingfeng's heart trembled. It settled. All at once he grinned with delight. Brother Lin, we are truly good brothers. When the time comes, though, don't steal my Just then Lin Xuan frowned. After cultivating the indestructible heavenly art, his senses were far keener than ordinary people's. In no time he detected a familiar, true chi aura. An aura of a half-step Void Emperor unfolded in full at this moment. It seemed there was more than one Void Emperor realm expert. Could they be about to start a war? A traveler knows no boundaries. Lin Xuan's figure vanished from where he stood. Xian Lingfeng and the others followed close behind. In the next second they appeared outside Shantian's sect. And ahead of them stood Jian Wushuang. His aura was restrained with not the slightest intention of fighting. Xian Lingfeng was puzzled. What is he doing? Xian Lingfeng still remembered Jian Wushuang before him, the sect master of the Jinhan sect. Since Shantian's sect was a good distance from the Ming sacred dynasty, Jian Wushuang must have set out rather early. Behind him were an entire host of Jinhan's sect disciples. It would understandably lead to misunderstanding. After all, right now Shantian's sect was starved of spiritual energy. The great formation guarding the sect required enormous spiritual energy to activate and repel invaders. At this moment it was obviously far from being usable. If another sect should take this chance to attack Shantian's sect, Bai Mei was the final trump card. Below the Emperor realm, he was invincible. Above the Emperor realm, he could trade one life for one. Young friend Lin. Just as a group of Shantian's sect disciples was at a loss, Jian Wushuang enthusiastically hailed Lin Xuan. Then lowering his head, he said with guilt, the Jinhan ancestor invited an otherworldly master of heavenly secrets, whose prophecy proved true. The sword souls in the Jinhan hall were plucked clean by thieves. Jian Wushuang said each word heavily. But those thieves have already lost their heads by now. Jian Wushuang gave a heavy sigh. Yet the sword souls were no more. Nothing remained. The ancestor decreed that whoever holds the sword soul token is the master of the Jinhan sect. Since young friend Lin came bearing the sword soul token, he should naturally become the sect master. But since young friend Lin has no such intention, we will follow him and await his orders. Jian Wushuang's voice fell, his mind made up. The disciples behind him shouted in unison, their cries echoing through Shantian's sect like thunder. We will follow you unto death. Jun Lingyang had never seen such a spectacle. His blood boiled with excitement. He shouted inwardly, big bro awesome. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to use it normally. After sponsorship, please long press to delete the book and then search again to resume normal use. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and research to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsorship, please long press to delete the book and then search again to resume normal use. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and research to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book first, then search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to delete the book and search again to use it normally. After sponsoring, please long press to remove the book and then research for it to use normally. Chongqing's expression stiffened. He seemed to be frozen in place. What's the matter, senior brother Chongqing? Lin Xuan looked at Chongqing with a mocking smile. In order to make the giant ape and Chongqing believe him, Lin Xuan decisively opened the villain system mall and selected this little trinket. Simply by injecting the leftover true chi or demonic chi of another being into it, one could imitate that being's divine soul and fill the target with genuine fear from the depths of his heart. This was exactly why the giant ape believed without the slightest doubt. But it had also cost Lin Xuan a full 100 villain points, leaving him only 2900 villain points. One could say he had been cleaned out. Lin Xuan could forever trust this villain system. Expensive, yes, but there was no denying how useful it was. Thank you, junior brother Lin, for proving this senior brother's innocence. Chongqing bowed his head, clasping his hands in gratitude, his face livid. Please, junior brother, make do with my cave dwelling for one night. Lin Xuan nodded, betraying neither joy nor anger. Tomorrow would be the day of the sect's welcoming ceremony for new disciples. A measured warning was more than enough. Lin Xuan's goal was to draw out the child of destiny behind Chongqing. Today was but a lesson for Chongqing. The real show was still to come. Afterwards, Chongqing led Lin Xuan and the others to the entrance of a cave dwelling in the outer sect. The spiritual energy here was extremely rich, and at the far end lay a formation. The spiritual energy seemed to be unconsciously drawn toward the formation. It was remarkably similar to the Xiantian Grand Formation of the Xiantian sect. Xian Lingfeng's gaze sharpened. As a disciple of Baimi, he naturally knew part of this secret history. Hanlin, the great emperor, the founder of the Xiantian orthodoxy, had once saved Baimi's life. It was thus likely that Baimi had drawn partial inspiration from Hanlin, the great emperor, and created the Xiantian Grand Formation. It is indeed exactly the same as the Xiantian Grand Formation, and even more exquisite. Xian Lingfeng, with his sharp vision, praised it. Chongqing then turned his gaze to the giant ape behind him, his eyes ice cold. The seven-turtle ape now actually trembled. In the sovereign realm, each minor sub-realm was as insurmountable as a mountain. Though an ordinary early sovereign realm cultivator could do nothing to the ape, Chongqing not only had an early sovereign realm demonic beast by his side, he himself was a mid-sovereign realm prodigy. That was more than enough to crush the giant ape by an insurmountable margin. Thank you, senior brother Chongqing. Zhao Nuer said in a sweet, coquettish voice. Please find out the truth, senior brother. This humble girl does not believe you are that kind of person. With every subtle movement she made bathed in the moonlight outside the cave dwelling, her jade-like figure was fully on display, and a touch of tenderness was added to her already bewitching face. Soft as water. Chongqing was utterly mesmerized. After a long while he bowed to Zhao Nuer and said solemnly, rest assured, junior sister. Chongqing will spare no effort in finding the culprit behind this, and this senior brother will never let him off lightly. Then true chi wrapped around the giant ape in his hand. Wretched beast, come with me to the foot of the mountain to get to the bottom of this. Wind rose under his feet, and his silhouette gradually receded into the distance. Hawk! Su Yuan spat toward the departing Chongqing. Hypocrite! Yi Su also cursed under his breath. Lin Xuan's gaze meanwhile turned to the cave dwelling. Take whatever can be taken. At Lin Xuan's words, everyone immediately grew excited. They rummaged through boxes and cabinets, wishing they could dig 3 feet into the ground. Lin Xuan instead sat down cross-legged. Material needs could be left entirely to them. Yet this cave dwelling, even by outer sect standards, was clearly no ordinary one. Thus he would make Chongqing remember this deeply. Lin Xuan closed his eyes and began to circulate the indestructible heavenly art. Behind him a demonic dragon soared forth. Demonic chi billowed. With Lin Xuan as its center, a whirlpool seemed to take shape. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth abruptly poured into Lin Xuan's body. He was furiously consolidating his early sovereign realm cultivation base. While the others were still gathering the cave's items into their storage rings, they could only sense that Lin Xuan was like a vortex, sweeping the spiritual energy of the entire surroundings clean. Prince Regent. The Prince Regent intends to wipe this place out. Yi Su could not help but exclaim, when that bastard returns, the spiritual energy here may well be even thinner than in the Hanlin sacred dynasty. It's so damn satisfying. Su Yuan cursed, privately applauding Lin Xuan's methods. After everyone had finished looting the place, they too began to sit and cultivate. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain in the handyman's shack, the moonlight was eerie. Chongqing's expression gradually turned cold. The giant ape was trembling violently, clearly terrified beyond measure of Chongqing. You beast! You couldn't even tell whether your soul was taken. Then what use are you? The more Chongqing thought about it, the angrier he became, and his face turned completely cold. Under the moonlight, he was a different man from before. Strands of true qi surfaced in his hand. With a single thought, he could control the giant ape's life and death. Seeing this, the giant ape immediately showed terror on its face. Master, that boy's tricks are bizarre. The aura of the soul fluctuation truly matched mine. Moreover, when that boy was about to destroy my soul, this one felt stabbing pain in his mind as well. The giant ape was on the verge of tears. It truly could not understand what that human boy had done. But when one's life and death hang in another's hands, one really cannot afford to overthink. Besides, it was just an ape. Its mind was still far from human intellect. Fine then. Let Lin Xuan act arrogant for a while this time. Chongqing's gaze fell upon the Xiantian orthodoxy. The true qi in his hand dispersed completely. Senior brother Lu, it seems we'll have to trouble you to take action personally. Time flowed swiftly, and the next day arrived in the blink of an eye. Today was the Xiantian orthodoxy's welcoming assembly for new disciples. Thus Su Yuan and the others had opened their eyes early. Yi Su and Su Yuan exchanged a glance and nodded. Today the spotlight belonged to Lin Xuan. They could hardly wait to see Chongqing eat humble pie. Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes. The group walked out of the cave dwelling. Lin Xuan paused in his steps, showing no hurry to leave. The cave dwelling inside and out had already been stripped clean by them. Nothing remained but a hollow cave, and even its spiritual energy had thinned to an extreme. To fail to return a favor would be impolite. From Lin Xuan's divine palace, a black shadow shot out. It had a large head and a small body, a goat's torso, a human face, tiger fangs, and human-like claws. Its fierce, beastly eyes sparkled with spirit as it made a sound like a baby's cry. It appeared before the crowd in the blink of an eye. Big bro. Tunten flew out of the divine palace and immediately pressed against Lin Xuan. However, Tunten was now a towering 6 meters tall. For a moment, Lin Xuan appeared rather small by comparison. A faint imperial aura emanated from Tunten's body. Evidently, it had already reached the half-step sovereign realm. Nourished by the thunder tribulation that Lin Xuan had shattered, and by the pure, true demonic power, Tunten had benefited greatly. Lin Xuan looked at Tunten with satisfaction. It truly deserved to be called an ancient, ferocious beast. Tunten, take this cave dwelling away. Lin Xuan pointed at Chongqing's cave dwelling. Tunten followed his gaze. Its eyes lit up. No problem, big bro. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, a terrifying, devouring force erupted from Tunten's mouth, uprooting the entire cave dwelling in an instant and swallowing it into nothingness. Tunten's aura subtly seemed to have solidified even further than before. What kind of demonic beast is this? That's too terrifying. The Xiantian orthodoxy. Daoi Hall. Lin Xuan and his group walked in slowly. Daoi Hall was the place where the Xiantian orthodoxy had received guests and held banquets over the years. At the seat of honor, Grand Elder Ji Xian sat with a majesty that inspired awe without anger. A faint imperial might emanated from him, imposing an invisible pressure. The name of an emperor must not be spoken. From this one could see the terror of a great emperor. Great Emperor Hanlin, Old Lin, had still not returned to the Xiantian orthodoxy. Hence this event was hosted by the Grand Elder. Even Grand Elder Ji Xian did not know where Old Lin had gone. He only told Lin Xuan about Old Lin's situation. Otherwise, Lin Xuan would have had no need to waste his words. Tell me, isn't the Xiantian orthodoxy mighty? Tell me, isn't the great emperor mighty? Our founding ancestor established the Xiantian orthodoxy at the great emperor realm. With such status, Lin Xuan could swagger freely. Of course, that was only if great Emperor Hanlin was at the Xiantian orthodoxy. Lin Xuan looked over, and his gaze sharpened. He seemed to freeze. On the left and right of the seat of honor stood 2 men in white robes. These 2 men were both personal disciples of Grand Elder Ji Xian. The one on the left was Lu Fan. The one on the right was Lu Chongsheng. Both had been saved by Grand Elder Ji Xian when the Hidden World Lu family was tragically wiped out. They were accepted as personal disciples. From this one could see that both had extraordinary fortune. Looking further back, there were inner and outer disciples. All of them were present. From this one could see the grand scale of Daoi Hall. Lin Xuan's gaze abruptly stopped on Lu Chongsheng. This man was both Chongqing, the hidden mastermind behind it all, and the child of destiny Lin Xuan had been desperately seeking. A system prompt panel suddenly appeared before Lin Xuan's eyes. Child of destiny Lu Chongsheng. Race human. Physique life saint body. Realm peak of the sovereign realm. Destiny value 20000. Life script an extremely rare life saint body. He cannot die, no matter how severe the injury. He can restore himself to his original state, live as long as heaven and earth, and after many years of cultivation, he will eventually become the supreme powerhouse of the human race, utterly brutal and cruel. Ding. The system reminds the host that this person is an extreme threat and has no heart. Lin Xuan was stunned. This child of destiny was indeed the old man's own son. No wonder he was called Changsheng. Damned if he wasn't impossible to kill. How could anyone deal with that? Even a dumb beast could just keep hiding until it became invincible. Lin Xuan mused slowly. However, both he and Tuntin possessed the power of devouring. If with the current indestructible heaven art the bloodline could be absorbed to the instant it was fully devoured, Lu Changsheng would lose the protection of his saint body. But this child of destiny was rather formidable. As Lin Xuan was pondering, a soul-seizing gaze swept over him. Lin Xuan looked up and was startled to find Lu Changsheng staring coldly at him. For a moment Lin Xuan felt a bit awkward. Grand Elder Ji Xian slowly descended, his gaze falling on Lin Xuan with eyes full of admiration. Only Grand Elder Ji Xian understood that Lin Xuan just a while ago had been at merely the 9th level of the true king realm. With such cultivation talent, even his 2 personal disciples were no match. Lin Xuan stepped forward. He bore no ill will toward Grand Elder Ji Xian. This junior is here. Grand Elder Ji Xian nodded. In this demon suppression battlefield, Lin Xuan overpowered the 4 demon domains and is the foremost champion of our human race. As Grand Elder Ji Xian's words fell, all the disciples in Daoi Hall turned their gazes toward Lin Xuan. They looked him up and down, yet they did not perceive any special constitution. Perhaps to the mortal world he was a heaven-blessed genius. To the hidden world he was utterly unremarkable. Clearly they did not truly accept Lin Xuan. Ji Xian heard the murmurs arise. A wisp of imperial might instantly filled Daoi Hall. All the disciples hastened to shut their mouths, faintly feeling a shudder from the depths of their souls. Lin Xuan possesses the strongest physique of all ages, the chaos body. Great Emperor Hanlin has taken Lin Xuan as his final personal disciple. After the unanimous decision of the elders, Lin Xuan is appointed as the sect heir of our Xiantian orthodoxy. He is to take up residence in the Xiantian cave mansion immediately. Grand Elder Ji Xian said word by word with immense authority. The disciples of the Xiantian orthodoxy were too shocked to speak. The impact was simply too great. The strongest physique of all ages, the chaos body, a figure destined to reign supreme across the ages. Great Emperor Hanlin had never accepted a disciple, yet he accepted Lin Xuan as his final personal disciple. Lin Xuan was appointed the sect heir of the Xiantian orthodoxy, beneath only one above 10,000. He could even mobilize great emperor powerhouses. The Xiantian cave mansion was the cave dwelling of Great Emperor Hanlin, and it was being given to Lin Xuan directly. Even Lu Changsheng, the child of destiny, was stunned. He had always possessed extraordinary fortune. Why did he not receive such treatment? If Lu Changsheng had entered the demon suppression battlefield, he too was confident he could take first place. He would not accept this. Lin Xuan, newly arrived in the Xiantian orthodoxy, became the sect heir. Would he not then be placed above him? On what grounds? Just because he was at the early sovereign realm. Lu Changsheng's body trembled. At this moment many gazes also swept toward Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng was the foremost figure of the Xiantian orthodoxy. Although Great Emperor Hanlin had not appointed Lu Changsheng as the sect heir, in everyone's eyes Lu Changsheng was no different from the sect heir. Lin Xuan had not expected Old Master Lin to be so partial. Still he liked it. Lin Xuan naturally knew that Old Master Lin had thrust him above the gaze of the crowd. Thus whether Lin Xuan was willing or not, it was no longer up to him. A true old fox. But Lin Xuan liked it. Otherwise how could he deal with this child of destiny? Lu Changsheng stepped forward, cupped his fists, and bowed to Grand Elder Ji Xian, neither humbly nor arrogantly. Master, regarding the matter of the sect heir, not to mention that junior brother Lin's cultivation is still shallow and may fail to command support, the other lineages of the hidden world might even say that the Xiantian orthodoxy has brought shame upon itself. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and spoke. Grand Elder Ji Xian swept his gaze over the crowd. Do you all understand now? Wisps of imperial might filled Daoi Hall. The crowd looked at the majestic Grand Elder Ji Xian, then at the bowing Lu Changsheng, who had just spoken out, and understood in their hearts. They all turned to Lin Xuan, cupped their fists, and bowed, saying, "We pay our respects to the sect heir. We pay our respects to the sect heir. We pay our respects to the sect heir." The crowd said in unison, all bowing toward Lin Xuan. Only Lu Changsheng felt a chill in his heart. Still bowing to Grand Elder Ji Xian, he kept silent for a moment. Changsheng believes this matter needs further discussion. I request the elders to deliberate and decide once more. Lu Changsheng maintained his previous posture and said word by word, almost grinding his teeth. Boom. A terrifying imperial might instantly enveloped Lu Changsheng's body. Instinctively his left leg dropped into a kneel. Only his right leg was still struggling slowly. Lin Xuan's gaze sharpened, and a trace of amusement appeared on his face. A tough one. In full view of everyone, Lin Xuan strode forward and kicked at the joint of Lu Changsheng's right leg. Thud! Lu Changsheng's knees struck the ground as he knelt before Lin Xuan. An overwhelming imperial might bore down on him, leaving him utterly powerless to resist. His face burned with towering fury. Veins bulged across his arms. His hands suddenly hung limp. His fists were clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. Drops of blood fell one by one onto the floor of Dowie Hall. Silence. The entire hall went still. It was so quiet that everyone could hear the sound of blood dripping. Ruthless. Clearly Lin Xuan's methods had frightened them all. That was Lu Changsheng after all. Ding. Child of Destiny Lu Changsheng was publicly humiliated by the host, his Dao heart damaged. The host gains 300 villain points, while Child of Destiny Lu Changsheng loses 300 destiny points. As expected, opportunity is seized by the few. Strike while your enemy is down. Lin Xuan looked at Lu Changsheng with a mocking smile, then declared with an air of righteousness, Lu Changsheng, you have repeatedly questioned the sect master's decisions. According to sect rules, what is the punishment? Unmistakably, he was putting Lu Changsheng on public trial. I am innocent. Daozi, you are unworthy. Lu Changsheng was nearly insane, with rage, murderous intent surging in his eyes. The crowd burst into an uproar. This was the true Lu Changsheng. The Daozi wanted to crush Lu Changsheng to establish his authority. That would not be easy. Grand Elder. Lin Xuan clapped his hands and voiced approval. From within the tome flew a set of white robes and a black token, both landing in Lin Xuan's hand. Then Grand Elder Ji Xian slowly bowed toward Lin Xuan. Ji Xian pays his respects to the Daozi. Lin Xuan looked at the token in his hand with satisfaction. This token was the very symbol of the Daozi of the Xiantian lineage. It was similar to the tiger tally used to command troops in war. Wisps of demonic chi surged forth. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xuan changed into the Daozi robes. Handsome and spirited, he looked like a celestial being. Slap him, Lin Xuan said to Grand Elder Ji Xian with an amused smile. Even for a great emperor-level powerhouse, that palm strike would probably hurt quite a bit. Grand Elder Ji Xian obeyed the order and turned to look at his beloved disciple Lu Changsheng. He let out a slow sigh. Smack! The sound of the palm strike instantly filled the entire Dowie Hall. Everyone drew in a sharp breath, their hearts trembling with fear of Lin Xuan's methods. After such a slap, wouldn't one's face be twisted out of shape? Lu Changsheng remained unbowed, 5 red finger marks appearing on his face. I hear that Lu Changsheng possesses the rare sacred body of life, and since he won't die, then I must trouble the Grand Elder to keep going. Let this Daozi see something spectacular, Lin Xuan said mockingly. In every action he was unmistakably a great villain. The crowd panicked. This Daozi is utterly ruthless. So the sacred body of life can be toyed with. Ding. The disciples of the Xiantian lineage no longer wished to support Lu Changsheng and declared that they would certainly follow the host. The host gains 210 villain points, while Child of Destiny Lu Changsheng loses 210 destiny points. You. Lu Changsheng glared at Lin Xuan, but before he could finish he was slapped again. A once mighty peak Emperor realm expert was now gasping, his aura faint, on the verge of death. Do you know that because of you, the entire Lu family was wiped out? Lin Xuan's words pierced the heart, spoken one by one. Lu Changsheng's pupils contracted violently. A trace of fear flickered across his usually resolute face. This was the most vulnerable place in his heart. How did Lin Xuan know? Uff. Lu Changsheng's chi and blood surged in reverse. He spat out a mouthful of blood, then collapsed unconscious. Ding. The Child of Destiny, Lu Changsheng, now harbors fear toward the host. The host gains 500 villain points, while Child of Destiny, Lu Changsheng loses 500 destiny points. Lin Xuan looked at Lu Changsheng, who lay like a dead dog, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. As expected of the world beyond, the big city really is something else. Lin Xuan looked at the system's villain points, now as high as 85000. If not for the occasion, he would probably have burst out laughing. At this moment, in the entire Dowie Hall, no one dared to help him up. From this one could see how powerful Lin Xuan's presence was. Is there anyone else who questions the sect master's decision? Lin Xuan spoke slowly, his gaze sweeping over the many disciples of Dowie Hall. Not a single disciple made a sound. Clearly they had all acquiesced. How truly ruthless, Su Yuan murmured in his heart. Seeing that no one spoke, Lin Xuan broke into a brilliant smile. He walked over to the unconscious Lu Changsheng and gently checked his pulse. Sure enough, a vast life force within his body was rapidly healing his injuries. Drag him away, Lin Xuan said indifferently. Several disciples immediately stepped forward, lifted Lu Changsheng, and dragged him out of Dowie Hall. One by one their gazes turned to Lin Xuan with immense terror. Too brutal. At the foot of the mountain beside the handyman's shed, Changqing had already rebuilt the house. This time Changqing had not gone to Dowie Hall. He had informed Lu Changsheng in advance. After all, Lu Changsheng was the recognized Daozi of the Xiantian lineage. His master was none other than Grand Elder Ji Xian. Naturally, he would be somewhat partial to Lu Changsheng. Acting on Lu Changsheng's instructions, Changqing would not show his face at this welcoming ceremony. This was to avoid giving Lin Xuan a chance to turn the tables. Since Lu Changsheng had come personally to deal with Lin Xuan would presumably never have a chance to rise again in this life. At the thought of this, Changqing's mood brightened. This way, when Changqing went to rescue Zhao Nuer, she would surely fall. In Changqing's heart, Zhao Nuer's greeting last time was enough to be seen as a gesture of goodwill toward him. The giant ape, meanwhile, had been placed by Changqing in Changza Hall. This was where the beast-taming branch of the Xintian lineage kept spiritual beasts. Afterwards, Changqing quickly arrived at his cave dwelling. About an hour later, Changqing landed and swept his gaze over the cave dwelling. He saw that a deep pit had appeared on the ground. All around, spiritual herbs had withered and died. Only around Changqing's cave dwelling had spiritual energy vanished completely. "Where is my cave dwelling?" Changqing was stunned. What had happened? Changqing was dumbfounded. Even a native-born powerhouse of the world beyond would be dumbfounded by this sight. Hadn't he lent this place to Lin Xuan and the others for just one night? At this moment, Changqing's cave dwelling had even less spiritual energy than the handyman's shed he had rebuilt at the foot of the mountain. The reason Changqing had built it was that he thought that after the Daoi Hall matter was over, this place would be Lin Xuan's residence for most of the rest of his life. Hence, he had built it to make it convenient for Lin Xuan to move in. It would also make it convenient for Changqing to thoroughly mock the preparations Lin Xuan had made. Changqing flew into a rage. Lin Xuan had actually moved his cave dwelling away completely. Bandit. An absolute bandit. He'll find senior brother Lu and let him get justice for me. A vicious expression appeared on Changqing's face. At the same moment, a soft, sweet voice drifted into his ear. Is that senior brother Changqing? Zhao Nuer's figure flashed into view as she spoke in a coquettish voice. Her body was soft as if boneless, her delicate figure fully displayed. Changqing's eyelids twitched wildly. Was this a romantic opportunity? Junior sister, what's the matter? Changqing asked, feigning calm.